I was just reciting a line while watching Soul Fairy. I, Zhao Li, am the Soul Ferryman? Unexpectedly, I crossed into the pendulum world and became the strongest debt collector. My first task is to collect debts from the King of Hell. Acha, retrieving the magic sword lent to Chiyu, as well as the divine sword used by the Queen Mother of the West in the battle against the ape men, and the knife Zhao Li used to break open the ghost gate of the underworld. I thought I was invincible, until I encountered Si Tang and Feng Baobao, who borrowed my knife, leaving me stunned, with a wave of debts waiting for me to collect. The debt collector not only gifts divine weapons but also comes with prophecies. When the prophecy is fulfilled, he can come to collect the knife. If not, then other things can be used as collateral. Lifespan, beauty, power, and desires can all be used to settle debts. On the 15th day of the 7th month in the lunar calendar of the Jechen year, on the day of the underworld, the living could actually enter the Yellow Springs. That day, a fierce wind swept through the underworld, blocking out the sun. The debt collector, Chen Tian, arrived riding the wind, directly storming into the underworld to collect debts, which was truly absurd. Zhao Li's voice was hoarse like a duck's, almost shouting in panic, Cha-cha, what exactly do you owe him? Acha stood there in a daze, and when Zhao Li shouted angrily, it seemed she heard the words of Meng Qi, the former lord of the Yellow Springs. What exactly did Acha take from him? At that time, Zhao Li was just a monk who had barged in on the day. But now, in the same situation, everything had changed, especially the debt collector, who was much more ruthless than Zhao Li. Why don't you speak up? Zhao Li was anxious, his voice raised a bit, and the horse-faced man stepped forward, blocking Zhao Li's way. What level are you, to dare block me? Zhao Li was furious. The horse-faced man didn't care about anything else. He just followed this rule, no disrespect to the King of Hell. Acha was both amused and helpless, recalling that there was really no person named Chen Tian in her memory. Looking at the agitated Zhao Li, she could only say helplessly, why are you so worked up? It's just a knife. It's just a knife? Zhao Li's tone suddenly shot up several octaves. Then why don't you take it down? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the underworld fell silent. Even the sound of breathing became lighter. No one expected it to be like this. In fact, they couldn't figure out how I appeared at all. They just felt the underworld shaking. Then suddenly a man's voice shook the underworld. I am Chen Tian. I request the King of Hell Acha to return the magic knife within 30 days. It can be returned in a dream. Otherwise, the underworld cannot be guaranteed. At that time, Zhao Li was rushing back to report, and found that the place where the underworld was shaking the most only had a figure passing by, looking handsome, as if in a slow moment, leaving Zhao Li and many underworld police dumbfounded. It turns out that I decisively stabbed a kitchen knife at the Gate of Hell. The Gate of Hell is the entrance to the underworld. An experienced ferryman can summon it out of thin air, making it the face of the underworld. Legend has it that the gate has existed since the establishment of the underworld, almost as if it were alive. But now, that plaque has been pierced by an ordinary kitchen knife, with the entire knife inserted, leaving only the handle exposed, looking particularly unsightly. Zhao Li muttered, I just tried, and it can't be pulled out at all. This thing definitely affects luck. I can even feel the underworld tremble. The female judge holding a puppy chimed in. Yeah, I just messed up that card. The male judge in a mink coat also nodded. No wonder we can't see the bombs when playing Do Di Zhu. Acha's face was full of embarrassment. She wanted to slip away but was blocked by Zhao Li. Where are you going? This is the face of our underworld. Hurry up and pull out the knife. I can't pull it out. Acha lowered her voice, so only the two of them could hear. Really? I've tried. Zhao Li didn't believe it. But you're an old god, you can't do it? Acha waved her hand, and suddenly, all the onlookers, including the oxhead and horseface, judges, and hundreds of underworld police, disappeared. Zhao Li's heart sank. Being left alone with him surely meant there was another plan. You're an old god, if you can't pull it out, who else can? I really can't pull it out, Acha said helplessly. Don't be fooled by it being an ordinary kitchen knife, it is filled with rich ancient power. Seeing Zhao Li's doubtful expression, she steeled herself and added, even the Queen Mother of the West couldn't pull it out. Zhao Li felt uneasy, thinking he should go back and ask Xiaoya. The Kunlun heavenly book knows everything, and the 9 heavens Xian Nu should be able to handle this easily. Acha lowered her voice and said in a somewhat negotiating tone, but it's not a big deal, since the knife is already embedded in the plaque, only the handle is left. So it's not a problem. With this knife as decoration, doesn't it make the plaque look even more imposing and majestic? Zhao Li was blunt and replied, stop pretending. I may not have any shame, but I still have some dignity. In the future, when escorting ghosts, if they ask why there's a knife stuck in the ghost gate plaque, how am I supposed to explain that? Acha fell silent for a moment and advised, so what? The ghosts have all drunk the Meng Po soup. They don't know anything anyway. Zhao Li was momentarily speechless, recalling the chaotic events of the day. and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly is this magic knife that you would rather leave it stuck in the plaque than return it?" "It was the weapon my brother used during the first battle with Kunlun." Acha rarely fell silent. "This thing is indeed borrowed, and it should be returned. But after all these years, no one has come to ask for it back. Back then, we were defeated, and you know my brother hasn't woken up yet. The only thing maintaining his soul energy, besides the reincarnation power, is this knife. Can I give it to you?" This question also left Zhao speechless, as it truly could not be given. Then Chen Tian is just a human, and has no connection to the master of that knife from back then. He might be a spiritual successor. I thought there were no descendants left. Ati turned her eyes and came up with a plan. "You often run around in the human world and are familiar with humans. Why don't you go talk to him?" "Me talk?" Zhao Li's voice suddenly rose. "I'm just a soul ferryman. I don't understand anything. The descendant of that knife can't be an ordinary person. Am I looking for death?" As he spoke, he pointed to the plaque at the ghost gate. "I can't even pull that knife out." Ati looked at Zhao Li with great enthusiasm. "You should try talking and see if you can use something to pay off the debt. Our underworld can definitely afford it. Or you can just endure it and let that thing stick at the ghost gate." "I don't really care." Zhao Li muttered helplessly. "Fine. I'll talk. Isn't that just how humans are? I understand their desires more than enough." Seeing that Ati wanted to slip away, Zhao Li suddenly grabbed her, finding someone in this vast sea of people. "You have to give some information, right?" Ati calculated with her fingers. Her face suddenly changed again and again, and after calculating again, it was still the same. Zhao Li couldn't help it anymore. Took out his phone, checked the yin and yang scrolls. "If there's a problem, just pull out the entire yin and yang scrolls and take a look yourself. You understand this stuff. Why are you calculating?" After he finished speaking, Ati awkwardly smiled. "Oh, I forgot." Zhao Li felt a chill run down his spine. Acha took out her phone and glanced at it. Her expression hesitant. "The other party is called Chen Tian, right?" Zhao Li stared at her expressionlessly. "You are the king of hell. Yet the person swaggered around our ghost gate leaving a knife, and you can't find them by following the aura. They even left a name, and you actually don't know?" Acha said with a bitter face. "I really don't know. That knife, besides the strong ancient power, I didn't sense any other aura. You don't understand. The ancient power is a presence of overlord level. For me, just facing it brings a chilling killing intent, so I can't distinguish whether there are other auras or not. Just now, when that person's voice spread throughout the underworld, his name appeared in my mind, but when I checked the electronic version of the life and death register, there was not a single record." Acha's phone is a version of the Apple customized by the underworld, the kind that Jobs specifically tailored, even more exquisite than the one in Zhao Li's hand. The screen faced Zhao Li, and at that moment, the video on the screen was swirling. Extremely cool with a dragon roaring across the sky. Zhao Li couldn't help but praise. "What a gorgeous phone." Acha immediately took back the phone. Her movements crisp. Maybe the electronic file system has a bug, although it's very convenient now. As soon as Acha finished speaking, with a wave of her hand, 2 jade bamboo slips, one white and one blue, appeared in front of her. Exceptionally exquisite. This is the legendary Yin and Yang Scrolls, also known as the Book of Life and Death. The Yin Scroll governs the lifespan of all things and is determined by heavenly fate, while the Yang Scroll records the merits and demerits of a person's life. Generally, judges only have the Yang Scroll. The Yin Scroll is rarely seen, either by the side of the King of Hell or hidden deep within the underworld. It is said that if someone's name appears on the Yin Scroll, they can achieve immortality, neither being born nor perishing. The Zhao official widened his eyes. "Can't you just take out the Yin Scroll to check for someone? Is it that you can't find it?" Acha gently stroked the blue bamboo slip, which unfolded to reveal no one. The Zhao official was even more confused. If a person's name is not on the Yin Scroll, did they erase their name themselves? Acha turned her head to look at him and took out the Yang Scroll again. The idea followed, and Song Yuan's name and even his picture appeared on the Yang Scroll. "It's still quite handsome." Cha couldn't help but say, "The heavenly court is full, belonging to a person with a long and blessed life. But, some of them are still unreadable." "Cha, you're obsessed with fortune telling lately." "Ha?" Zhao Ling was filled with confusion. "What do you know? This person should also be the reincarnation of what?" Cha said, pushing the contents of the Yang Scroll towards Zhao Ling's face. His face has a layer of fog, cannot see clearly past lives and present lives. The contents of his Yang Scroll inside are mostly circles as well. Originally, Zhao Ling did not quite understand what Cha meant by all circles, but as soon as he opened the Yang Scroll his face turned green. The only information that can be seen inside the entire Yang Scroll is the name and photo, with a gender on the outside. As for specifics on where you were born and where you live now, nothing at all. It's all one big circle after another. It was as if it had malfunctioned, as if each word was visible and invisible. Each word was a golden circle, setting off the entire Yang Scroll in gold. What about this? Zhao Ling's face was full of bafflement. There had never been such a strange phenomenon. Holly wouldn't be like this too, right? Pretty much. You should know what's going on with Holly. He shouldn't have existed in the first place. He's a bug, but this person isn't a bug. Ah Cha was pondering over the wording, but he didn't notice Zhao Ran's ugly face when he heard Wintergreen is a bug. That's right. In the eyes of the underworld, Xia Dongqing shouldn't exist. Some things would be simpler if he didn't exist. I'm afraid that at this time Qi has been resurrected? Just as Zhao Ling was rambling, he only heard Ah Cha continue. It's very likely that this person is a reincarnation of a god. It's also possible that he's a person from outside of the square and isn't from this world. Or there's something else going on, and I'm afraid that it's not because Kunlun is making some kind of move. Zhao Ling was beside him, and the more he listened, the more evil he became. What are you talking about? Is this still an ordinary person? I can't even find where the other person is. Even if I find it, can I talk to him? Ah Cha was a bit silent. She closed her eyes and suddenly opened her eyes. At this time, her pair of eyes had completely turned golden, as if she had opened the eyes of heaven. I divined. You go back. You will meet him. Exactly where? I'm not too sure. Zhao Ling thought Ah Cha had opened a big one, but this is it? Acha's eyes returned to normal, and her face paled as she seemed to have expended a lot of mental energy. Zhao Ling looked at her with a disapproving face. Acha wondered. What? Just this? Zhao Ling held his tongue for half a day, but in the end, he still couldn't hold it in, knowing that talking like this would definitely not make Hades happy, but Zhao Ling couldn't help it. Ah Cha rolled her eyes. What do you know? Alright, the characteristics have basically been told to you. The other party is a person with a sword on credit. You can follow this direction to check it out. Negotiate immediately after finding him. The message was so vague that even Cha actually dared to talk about negotiations. Zhao Ran was dumbfounded. However, this time, Ah Cha didn't give Zhao Ling any chance to react at all as she directly disappeared in place. No, that's all the news? Are you really not afraid that I'll find the wrong guy or not find him? What do you mean I'll meet him after I go back to the convenience store? Zhao Ran yelled at the sky with a face full of displeasure. He knew T must have heard him, but Acha didn't answer him. At this moment, Ah Cha returned to her room. This room was specially created for her by the people of the underworld. Instead of a room, it was more like a cage, but since the failure of the war between the progenitors and the Kunlun, Acha has been escorted into the heart of the underworld. As the years passed, Acha gradually became the master of the underworld, becoming the king of the underworld. Cha stumbled back to her room, locked the door behind her, and immediately lay down on the couch. She was extraordinarily weak and her face was white. Because of the divination just now, Cha attempted to divine the full extent of that Song Yuan, and amidst a meditative whiteness, Cha seemed to see a figure, who nodded his forehead. Peking, are we? You've been naughty. Cha, get the sharpened knife ready and give it back to me. And that's when Cha had to cut the connection because she felt like she had a splitting headache, especially where the figure had nudged her. It was as if a warning was implied. Chapter 3, Encounters. CT Leave. It wasn't that Zhao Ling didn't try to pull down the knife above the ghost gate, but no matter how hard he tried, the knife wouldn't budge. Forget it. Zhao Ling still gave up and jumped off the top of the ghost gate, driving his big black jeep and going straight back to convenience store number 444. The street where the convenience store number 444 was located was still as cold as before, but Zhao Ran noticed that there seemed to be a new store being renovated on the opposite side of his store. This new store hasn't been seen before. What does it mainly sell? Zhao Ling stood in front of the store and looked at it for a while. Mainly this store's shape was a bit odd. The store's plaque was actually a huge hammer, very bright. Just as Zhao Ling was fuming, he suddenly heard the sound of Wang Xiaoya and Xia Dongqing talking from behind him. The two youngsters were flirting through the window. Wang Xiaoya made faces at Xia Dongqing inside the window, while Xia Dongqing occasionally glanced shyly in Wang Xiaoya's direction, and the two were inexplicably harmonious. At this time, Zhao Ran had to be the one to beat up the lovebirds. He directly walked over in the direction of Wang Xiaoya, who at this time was pretending to be a cat and looking at Xia Dongqing and laughing. To be honest, Zhao Ran felt that Wang Xiaoya's smile was silly. Talk about something? Zhao Ling said without a good mood. What do I have to talk about with you? Wang Xiaoya reasoned, turning her head to look at Zhao Ling, her face full of disgust. If you want to talk, you should also talk to Dongqing. Zhao Ling looked pale. I want to talk to your original body. He was very overbearing when he said this, and it annoyed Wang Xiaoya as she furrowed her brows. Does this person know the rules or not? Isn't it too much to say something about the principal body in front of Xia Dongqing? Xia Dongqing saw that Wang Xiaoya outside seemed to be arguing with Zhao Ling, so Xia Dongqing hurriedly walked out from inside convenience store number 444. Zhao Ling? What are you doing? None of your business. Go play on the side. Zhao Ling was so impatient that he signaled Wang Xiaoya with his eyes. Wang Xiaoya didn't know what the hell this ghost messenger was smoking, but since the other party had requested this, there must be something going on. The Celestials and the people of the Underworld had to watch Xiaodongqing. Nowadays the two of them are kind of tied to a rope. Let's go over there and talk. Wang Xiaoya sank into a white face. At this moment, Zhao Ran had a sense of teasing the little girl, and couldn't help but reveal a mouthful of white teeth as he laughed happily. Xiaodongqing, however, was very worried as he looked at Zhao Ling and Wang Xiaoya, especially Wang Xiaoya, even as he stammered and braced himself to speak up for Wang Xiaoya. Zhao Ling, don't bully Xiaoya. This was said as if Zhao Ling was some kind of jackal, wolf, tiger or leopard, and Zhao Ling said without any good humor, get lost. Do you know what bullying is? Do you know how to bully a girl? Do you know how to bully a girl? Get lost. Xiaodongqing directly froze. The next thing he saw was Zhao Ling's hand naturally resting on Wang Xiaoya's shoulder. The height difference between the two of them was still very obvious, and this action made the two of them look like the couple with the most adorable height difference. Xiaodongqing was a little less comfortable in his heart, but then he wimped out. Don't dare to follow it at all. However, Zhao Ling, who had his back to Xiaodongqing, had a smile on his face. Where is that original body of yours? It shouldn't be your original body right now. I feel like I can strangle you with one hand. You shut up. Oh, don't mention anything about instance in front of Holly. I'll take you there. Wang Xiaoya was now annoyed with Zhao Ling. Really annoying. Zhao Ran laughed. Don't be like this. At least we are partners, and we have a request for you. Is this your begging attitude? Wang Xiaoya was frantic. I didn't expect Zhao Ling to be faceless. Then how about I tie up Wintergreen? Or I'll slaughter him and then come back to beg you? Originally, Wang Xiaoya had a guilty conscience towards Xiaodongqing. After all, she had to take full responsibility for Xiaodongqing becoming the way she was now. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Xiaoya had to listen to Kunlun's request that she had to kill the other party when she used reincarnated person was in his infancy, she wouldn't have done something like that. At that time, she triggered the heavenly thunder, split the Xiaodongqing family, resulting in a serious car accident. She in order to reincarnate into the alternative body, that is, the body of Xiaodongqing, and Xiaodongqing is a blind man since childhood. It is Zhao Ling gave Xiaodongqing eyes, but this pair of eyes is in fact cheese. Is the eyes of cheese reincarnation after the body has? That's why Xiaodongqing has been able to see ghosts since she was a child. That's why Xiaodongqing is having such a miserable time. Wang Xiaoya has always felt that it is his own fault. His heart is too much, and he is quite kind to Xiaodongqing and takes care of him quite well. You used me? You used my sympathy? Wang Xiaoya brought Zhao Ling to the cafe. At the entrance of the cafe, Wang Xiaoya stopped. The one who just said this was Xiaoya. That is, Wang Xiaoya's own body. The 9 heavenly mysteries. This is your original body? Your original body has long hair with a little bit of slight curls. You heavenly maidens actually dye your hair and do manicures? Zhao Ling cheerfully walked over. First time we met. Oh yeah, it shouldn't be the first time. We met when Holly was born. Let's chat. Xiaoya narrowed her eyes and stared at Zhao Ling with a nervous expression. However, after hearing what Zhao Ling said, especially about using Kunlun's heavenly book, Xiaoya immediately retorted, impossible, absolutely impossible. Such a person does not exist in this world. Then you mean there's a problem with the Underworld's Yin and Yang scrolls? Zhao Ling looked indifferent. Sayaka froze. She was very torn. That's not very likely. That means you have a problem. Zhao Ling reasoned in a very simple and rough way. Xiaoya rolled her eyes. Then I'll go back and check with the heavenly book? In fact, it's if you Hades kings don't have a way to check it, then it should just be no. It's most likely a reincarnation of a god from Kunlun's side, but it's not quite clear exactly which god. But in that case, then you guys have to be careful. That magic knife should contain a lot of cheese energy. If this is taken by him, the underworld will be in chaos, right? Yaha said meaningfully. Zhao Ling's heart flinched. Wait a moment, if you dare to have a bad thought, believe it or not, I'll let Qi wake up now. In fact, the underworld does not want Qi to wake up now. After all, the time is not right, but the Celestials are absolutely unwilling to let Qi wake up, and don't even want to let Qi reincarnate. This restless man would surely provoke a great war between the progenitors and the Kunlun once again. What's more, Qi has so far been close to being a god, if not already a god. This reincarnation of a warlike god is not a good thing, and the human world today is the best it can be, and Kunlun doesn't want it to change. After all, the humans have now lost the same life force as the gods, and they are nowhere near as powerful as the original humans were, and will not jeopardize the status of the gods. Alright, I know. Check for you. Xiaoya almost squeezed out these words from inside her teeth, her hands shaking with anger. This Ghostbuster is so shameless. At this point, Yaha suddenly froze, because she noticed a particularly handsome man walk in the doorway. Mostly, It was the other woman's body that made Yaha salivate. The other party was wearing a white t-shirt, and his fine abs could be seen vaguely. And Xiaoya looked dumbfounded, never having seen someone with such a well-proportioned body, so good that it was quite perfect. Zhao Ran followed her gaze, especially when he saw the man's lean muscles. Zhao Ran was irritated and secretly compared himself to the other man. Eventually give up. What are you looking at? Zhao Ling gave up and then directly said to Xiaoya, you like her? If you like them, then go after them. The world of red dust, the world of flowers. I was simply admiring. Xiaoya turned back to him and gave him a blank look. It's not as nasty as you think. That man is the owner of the blacksmith store that's going to set up store across the street from us. When Zhao Ling heard this, he looked over in the man's direction with a sharp face, as if he wanted to stare a hole in the other's face. Blacksmith store owner, you know how to make knives, right? Chapter 4, A Change of Color. One day later, convenience store number 444. Zhao Ling and Xiaoya are conferring. Xia Dongqing was in charge of watching the store, but his eyes were always looking towards Zhao Ling's direction. Very often, the people with knives on credit are a group of very strange personnel in the folklore. They will mysteriously make predictions, leave behind a knife and a prophecy, and when the prophecy is fulfilled, they will come over to collect the money for the knife or take back that knife. Xiaoya said at this time, looking at Zhao Ling very seriously. Yes, she insta-came. So Xia Dongqing had been sizing up Xiaoya. His gaze was like substance, which made Xiaoya uncomfortable and turned back to look in Xia Dongqing's direction several times. Seeing Xiaoya looking at him, Xia Dongqing hurriedly said from the sidelines, Xiaoya, why did your hair suddenly become longer? Is it extensions? It's really quite pretty. Xia Dongqing had just finished speaking when she harvested a blank stare from Xiaoya. Right now she was talking business with Zhao Ling, wondering what exactly happened in the underworld to satisfy her curiosity. Although she was filled with guilt towards Xia Dongqing, Xiaoya really didn't want to take care of the other party at this time. Zhao Ling was interrupted. In fact, his heart was also very upset. He looked up at Xia Dongqing. What do you care so much? People girls love to dress up how they want. Sell your Guangdong cooking. Xia Dongqing skimmed his mouth and lazily ignored the other party. After all, Zhao Ling has always been so staggering. You please continue. However, Zhao Ling turned his head to face Xiaoya and became extraordinarily serious. I'm done. Xiaoya looked cheerful. No, you're just 2 words. Cheating me out of a cup of milk tea. Is it good enough for you? Zhao Ling's face was a bit ugly. And what's the difference between what you checked and what Baidu Encyclopedia checked? There's no difference. I just looked it up on top of Baidu Encyclopedia. Xiaoya actually admitted it. This gave Zhao Li anger and almost lifted the table. However, before he lifted the table, he remembered that this was convenience store 444, and this table was an asset in his name, so he hardened his temper. You're talking about folk news, and these folk news of yours should have originated from the human society itself. But what I'm talking about is the person who was credited with the sword at the time of that great war. No such person exists. Xiaoya replied smoothly, but immediately changed her words again at Zhao Ling's sharp look. Of course it's true that the ones we've encountered. So is the underworld okay now? Didn't they say they had to return the knife within 30 days? And if they don't have it, that knife on the Ghost Gate Pass plaque, that's not a decoration. Even if you guys in the underworld want to ignore it, you shouldn't be able to ignore it, right? And don't you forget that the flow of time in reality is not the same as the flow of time in the underworld. When Zhao Ling heard this, he was happy. You've got to be kidding me. Don't make fun of this. It's just a knife stuck in the door of a ghost. It's just a little bit ugly. I don't care. This Song Yuan was so hard to find that Zhao Ling wanted to give up. The reason why people are so secretive is that they want you to return the knife. People also said in the first place that he can enter dreams. Xiaoya saw through it. Isn't it just a knife? Just give it to people. You also said at the time that the entire underworld shook because of such a moment. You have to think about why it shook, right? Zhao Ling was puzzled. Why the vibration? Xiaoya head full of black lines. Together said half a day is equal to a cow. This goods really do not understand anything. Why don't you just go back to your underworld and check it out? As Xiaoya was talking, Zhao Mandarin showed Xiaoya the picture of the chopper hacking into the plaque. After Xiaoya glanced at it, she was just about to say something when her face suddenly changed. She stood up with a face full of panic, and incomparably perfunctorily rushed at Zhao Ling to venture out. Anyway, you go back to the underworld to take a look around, and there's still time to get in touch again. Zhao Ran was watching from the side with a dumbfounded look on his face. No? What the hell is going on? Why are you panicking? What are you going to do? Said Zhao Mandarin was met with a scene of eye rolling. Yaha just stood there in the street, her right hand clenched in a fist, and flew off the handle. It's obviously back to Kunlun. But once upon a time Xiaoya was very considerate of human feelings. If she wanted to return to Kunlun, she wouldn't have been so high profile at all. Now that she did, the humans around her immediately pulled out their cell phones and took crazy pictures. Xia Dongqing was dumbfounded as he stared stupidly at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling? Was I dreaming just now? Xiaoya can actually fly? Zhao Ling patted his head, and his next words were as angry as if they had been squeezed out from inside his teeth. Isn't this making my job more difficult? Nope. This move of hers probably involves quite a few surrounding districts. I'll have to make a call and have them come over to brainwash me. In the end, what is the matter? So hot and anxious. It is hard not to West Queen Mother side. Zhao Ling froze when he said this. That is to say, it is not impossible. He also felt that his idea is too bold. But that is the Queen Mother of the West? No, that knife seller, not the one who sells knives on credit, can give knives on credit to the Queen Mother of the West? This kind of person I negotiate with the other party. Am I not looking for death? Cha-cha. What kind of problem are you giving me? Zhao Ling also did not care. Next to listen to the dumbfounded Xia Dongqing. Anyway, a moment later stage of Meng Po soup down. Xia Dongqing will just see the forgotten cleanly. Stages of Memphis soup can only designate the forgetting of a memory. If we don't hurry up and get the situation under control now, if someone posts this video on the internet later, it will not be good. That would be an even greater scope for memory erasure. At this moment, Song Yuan was standing in front of his blacksmith store, and when he turned his head, he could see the anxious Zhao Mandarin inside convenience store No. 444, as well as Xiaoya, who had just soared into the sky. One and all, what's all the panic for? It's not just a small notice. Song Yuan sat peacefully on the street side and took a sip of tea. It tastes really good. Xiaoya was in a hurry to get back to Kunlun. After all, Xiaoya's current identity was the 9 Heavenly Maiden, so as soon as she appeared there were quite a few people who greeted her, and a little celestial maiden passed by and called out in a cute manner, "Sister Xian Maiden, why are you back again?" Xiaoya stood in front of the heavenly gate with a tangled face. Kunlun's heavenly gate was built after that great battle between the progenitors and Kunlun. Opulent, very tall, and extraordinarily solemn. But there was a knife sticking out of the centerpiece of this extremely stately gateway to heaven. A knife with only the handle exposed. The more Xiaoya looked at it, the more she realized that it looked a bit like the picture Zhao Ling sent her. Little heavenly maiden also stood beside Xiaoya. She was just an ordinary finch, nothing at all in the heavenly realm. She cautiously approached Xiaoya, feeling that Xiaoya had the glory of a heavenly maiden in her body. Little heavenly maiden asked, "Sister Xian Maiden, what are you looking at?" "Look at that," Yaha asked softly, pointing to the center line of the heaven's gate. "Isn't that a sword?" Little heavenly maiden scrutinized it for a long time, and suddenly smiled. Her parage is clear. Where is there any knife? Sister Xian knew. You're looking at it all wrong. It's just a decoration. It should be a decoration of meteorite iron from the sky, an extra iron pillar on a good heaven's gate. And you're telling me it's decoration? Xiaoya's face was pitch black. What is your original body? The little celestial maiden was startled. Tweedledum. Oh, that's understandable. Although Xiaoya was expressionless, she had become much gentler in her speech. The aesthetics of finches, always. Saying that, she flew straight up, and flew towards the knife handle in front of the little celestial maiden's surprised gaze. Chapter 5, The Sword on the Heavenly Door. The chopper had completely disappeared into the heavenly gate, leaving only a handle behind. If not for the fact that Xiaoya went in and out of the heavenly gate day in and day out, she had once envied every heavenly maiden with a seal just like this little heavenly maiden beside her, who had once wandered around for a long time underneath this heavenly gate, and had become very familiar with each and every decoration on the heavenly gate. When she returned to Earth after checking the heavenly book yesterday, she saw an additional decoration on the heavenly gate and didn't think much of it at the time. But little did he know that the thing was actually a chopper, and that it was right on the axis of the entire heaven's gate. Such a scene was exactly like the one given by Zhao Ling. Xiaoya was numb, as she pranced and rode the wind. The whole thing was speechless when she saw that it was, indeed, the handle of a chopper. She reached out and tried to pull the cleaver off, but the thing didn't budge. After all, Xiaoya was a heavenly maiden with a seal, and quite a few of the little heavenly maidens were quite surprised to see Xiaoya's movements as they gathered under the heavenly gate and chattered. What's going on? What is Sister Xian Nu doing? This is crazy, isn't it? Trying to pull down the decorations above the heavenly gate? There are a total of 270 decorations on the Kunlun heavenly gate, but I don't remember having this, and I'm the one who wiped it the other day. This thing came out of nowhere. A man came in the other day. Someone in the crowd spoke up. Xiaoya's ears were quite sensitive, and she immediately caught on that there was no way for her to yank down the blade, even in the celestial realm. Because of the abundance of spiritual qi in the heavenly realm, Xiaoya didn't need to eat it all to be able to obtain great energy. After possessing great energy, Xiaoya is a veritable 9 heavenly maiden, who is the main warrior, and in the legend is the god of war, with great strength. Even though Xiaoya used her divine power, there was still no way to yank that blade off. Also, the gate of heaven was so gorgeous, and the Queen Mother of the West loved it the most, and was especially familiar with the patterns on it, so how could she not know that there was an extra knife? Yet the sword was still firmly planted above the heavenly gate, and that was telling. Even the Queen Mother of the West couldn't get this knife off. Xiaoya immediately thought of what Zhao Ling said, and Zhao Ling's side had also said that there was no way for Ah Cha to get that knife off. It had been thought that Zhao Ling was exaggerating. I didn't realize it was actually true, but Shi Wangmu and Ah Cha were different after all. When Ah Cha was still just a human, Shi Wangmu was already a god. Xiaoya thought all the way to the door of the Queen Mother of the West's room, and she was torn between whether or not she should enter the room to tell the Queen Mother of the West about this. However, instead, the voice of Queen Mother West spoke from inside the room. Is it Xian Nu? Come in. It was then that Yaha gathered her apprehension and walked straight into the room. At this time, the Queen Mother of the West was looking at herself in a mirror. This mirror is the legendary Kunlun mirror. In front of me was an Ojusan in a JK girl's outfit, with a tall figure and a thin waist and long legs. This mortal clothing is really quite nice. I can add this version inside my closet. That imperial sister was satisfied with her heart and looked at the mirror for half a day. Yet didn't know how to speak. The Queen Mother of the West took a look in the mirror and was happy, which turned her head. There is no legend of the grace and splendor, but instead there is a feeling of youthful playfulness. But this thing can't be thought about in detail. Think about the age of the Queen Mother of the West now. I guess goosebumps can rise all over the body. What's wrong, Xiaoya? Queen Mother West wouldn't call Shan Nu when there was no one else. To the Western Queen Mother, all of these little heavenly maidens could be considered her children, even though they weren't born to her. It was made by the Queen Mother of the West, just like Nuwa made man. These celestial maidens are the works of the Queen Mother of the West and are considered her children. Facing her own children, the Queen Mother of the West was extraordinarily gentle. Heaven's Gate on. Xiaoya had just started ahead, and Shi Wangmu's face changed dramatically. She couldn't help but be a bit stern as she spoke. Xiaoya, you are one of the few among this generation of heavenly maidens to have obtained a seal. You shouldn't be in charge of these things. The task I gave you. Kia's head hung even lower. Kunlun's side of the mission was to kill Xia Dongqing, but the Underworld side has already sent Ghostbusters to protect Xia Dongqing, so Xiaoya's ultimate task would just be to watch over Xia Dongqing and prevent Qi from awakening. Xiaoya suddenly looked up and told all those things Zhao Ling told her to the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West rose and suddenly burst out laughing. She also has today. If the magic knife is really handed over, then there is no hope that Qi Yu will be resurrected. So did the same thing happen to us? Aya asked, confused. The Queen Mother of the West originally didn't want to say anything, but seeing as how the Underworld had already sent out Zhao Ling to talk to that mysterious Song Yuan, maybe Kunlun could follow the Underworld's example. What if it works? It's something that can be bargained for. 2. Queen Mother West rubbed her brow. 2 days ago, a man suddenly came to Kunlun. A human. You have to know that since mankind has entered the age of ending, those cultivators have never appeared again. And it's really been a long time since I've seen someone able to kill their way up to Kunlun. Back in the day when immortal cultivators were all over the place, there were often immortal cultivators whose souls came out of their bodies and came to Kunlun for a visit. And of course there were those who went to the Underworld. Nowadays, human aura is so thin that there are not many who can fly up in the clouds. But that man came up in a direct flesh asterisk body. I would have ignored it, but the man took a stab at us between our heavenly gates. I thought, the Queen Mother of the West said with a bit of sorrow, that it was impossible for human weapons to do any harm to our heavenly gate. So even if the other side made that move, I didn't care. But who would have thought that this bastard sword actually plunged directly into the heavenly gate, and disliked into our center axis? The Kunlun Divine Palace shook, and even the chi fortunes changed to a certain extent. The other side also said, 30 days must return the year that wore in the middle of the loan to us that knife. But that knife I threw away a long time ago. I think bad luck. After all, we are using that knife to cut the head of Qi Yu. Who knew that he said that without that sword he would take the Kunlun mirror against it? What is this called? When the Queen Mother of the West said this, her resentment was already enough to raise 10 evil sword immortals. She very angrily slapped the table. The key problem is that I can't draw that sword, and the entire Kunlun's chi has indeed changed. I have projected that if the sword isn't returned after 30 days, Kunlun will cease to exist. Is it that bad? Xiaoya was startled. It can't be, can it? Kunlun has existed in this world for a long time. I don't think I can either. The Queen Mother of the West resumed her previous lazy look, but was still angry. But I projected this person. This person should be the reincarnation of some god, either someone from outside the square, or someone high up in some power I don't know about. And the profession of a man on credit has existed since ancient times. Some even say they gave Pango the axe that opened up the sky. I don't know if it's true or not, but I can't really find out about this person. It's like he doesn't exist in this world. I was going to go and condescend to find Acha the One, and see if there is any record of this person in the Yin and Yang scrolls of the Underworld? Now that you've told me, then I know that there is another way. Mother of the West was looking at Xiaoya with a burning gaze at this point, freezing Xiaoya into a cold sweat. Yaya stammered. Is there a way? Chapter 6 Western Queen Mother, it's all because of that man. Since the Underworld can send Zhao Ling to negotiate with that person, so can you. The Queen Mother of the West's eyes were glowing. The Kunlun mirror is too important to my Kunlun. As long as it's not the Kunlun mirror, the Fushi Zither and all those things, feel free to give him whatever he wants, and my Kunlun can afford to pay for it. That's a bit familiar. It's pretty much the same as what Zhao Ling said. A cold sweat broke out on Yaya's forehead. So, the Queen Mother of the West said, adding another dose of chicken blood to her own Shin daughter, you can also go to that Song Yuan to negotiate. If the Underworld can negotiate, we can negotiate. That sword above the heavenly gate, don't look at it as simple. In fact, I only realized when I got closer that all that was wrapped around it was the power of the Ancient One. These guys disappeared after they gave away their knives back in the day. I thought they weren't coming. Xiaoya asked curiously, but I've heard that the man with the sword on credit not only gives away the sword, but also carries a prophecy. What prophecy? Mentioning this, Shi Wangmu's face was a bit ugly. He said that one day, Kunlun will no longer be able to directly manage the affairs of the earth. That's true. The earth is now beyond the reach of Kunlun. It's not like the gods can just drop a big flood and sway it. Xiaoya was a bit silent, but since Shi Wangmu had spoken, she had to do it. I'll go find Song Yuan now. Queen Mother of the West smiled with a smile on her face. Quickly go to find see if you can negotiate. Really not. You should not be able to beat the other side. She did move a crooked mind, but once she thought of the knife that was still inserted above the heavenly gate, the Queen Mother of the West also all but deflated. If she couldn't help herself, what could Yaya do? This side of Xiaoya, on the other hand, broke out in a cold sweat. The Queen Mother of the West was really creative. Did she still want her to do it herself? Thanks to her for thinking of it. Then I'll leave first. After all, I still have to watch over Holly. Xiaoya bowed and took her leave. And the Queen Mother of the West didn't say anything more as she seemed to be immersed in her own memories. There was one thing she hadn't told Yaya. The man went up to Kunlun. A knife went straight into the Heaven's Gate. Then the Queen Mother of the West met him. The Queen Mother of the West was about to hit him the moment she saw him, but it did not do him any harm. A golden shield appeared on that Song Yuan's body. The man was calm and unhurried, and dropped a sentence. I can enter the dream every night, if you figure it out. Remember to bring the Kunlun mirror with you. It can solve the existing predicament of Kunlun. Having said that, people just waltz off. No matter how many spells the Queen Mother of the West threw out in that person's direction, none of it worked. It was like the man had invincibility on inside the game, shutting out all damage. And how is such a person possible on Earth today? It was the end times. That was a time when there hadn't been any cultivators for I don't know how many years. Taking a step back, even in the realm where cultivators were all over the place, it was impossible for such a thing to happen. Defense is so great, let alone offense. Western Queen Mother didn't even dare to think about how powerful the other party was. Let's hope it goes better on the 9 heavenly creatures side, right? Zhao Ling returned to the Underworld, but he was afraid to recognize it. He couldn't believe that this was the Underworld in front of him. There's still that knife sticking out of the ghost door, but the whole Underworld looks even more eerie than before. Moreover, when Zhao Ling passed by those 2 judges, he noticed that the judges' eyes were all black and blue underneath, as if they hadn't slept for hundreds of years. No, is it true that you two won't have problems with this mental state? Zhao Ling really couldn't hold back his words. The female judge who was holding the puppy dog looked up and glanced at Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, hurry up and find Cha-Cha. I heard from Ma Mian that something seems to be wrong. Problems? What could go wrong? Zhao Ling actually received a call from Horseface as he was walking towards Hades' room. Hades wants to see you. The opposite side of the Horseface was called a cold and ruthless, and his speech was very icy. After Zhao Ling hung up the phone, it didn't take long for him to appear in front of Horseface. To be honest, Horseface was shocked too. Go in, but she didn't say anything more. Just dropped this. Looking faint. What the hell happened? Zhao Ling asked curiously. We have to make this clear, or else if we go in later in case the king of the Underworld is in a bad mood, then he won't be a victim? Hades had a dream. Horseface wasn't really sure exactly what had happened, and could only speak ambiguously. Turns out it was just a bad dream. It happens all the time. There were times when Acha would still be trapped inside a dream world. Most of her dreams were of that great battle between the Protoss and the Kunlun, and of her brother. That's when Cha gets really bad-tempered, likely to do something over the top. Having found the cause of the illness, Zhao Ling, the solver, went straight into Cha's room. Cha's room was so dark that she didn't even turn on the lights. Zhao Ling walked into the room and turned on a dim light. Cha was lying on his back in the living room. and when the light came on, Acha's pair of eyes were green and turned his head in Zhao Ling's direction. Seriously, the image of the Underworld King was really a bit scary, just like a spiteful ghost that had been inside hell for an unknown number of years. Zhao Ling cleared his throat. Lord Acha, you, having just gotten a head start, Acha asked with an ugly face. Did you find that Song Yuan? No. Zhao Ling hurriedly shook his head, but the moment he shook his head, Zhao Ling seemed to see a man, and the man he met at the coffee shop automatically appeared inside his mind. It was said that he owned a blacksmith store across the street from convenience store 444. That blacksmith store owner might know how to fight knives. Don't you dare lie to me. Seeing Zhao Ling fuming, Acha huffed. Did you beat this blacksmith Goku? The topic jumped around too quickly. Zhao Ling didn't catch it for a moment. What Goku? Isn't that all just a novel created by human beings? Of course, since the novel Journey to the West does get a lot of viewers, there are some worldviews that really come into play. Goku really exists, and people's numinous power is so powerful that they are able to create gods at times. Who told you that? Acha rolled her eyes and interrupted Zhao Ling. Don't drop the book on me. Last night I dreamt of Song Yuan. Didn't I recently buy Black Myth Goku and beat it all the time? I can't beat one level after another. And at Tiger Vanguard, I've been fighting for more than 20 hours. I ended up having a dream that I was there for the pass and that Song was standing back there laughing at me. Zhao Ling was quite concerned about the matter regarding Song Yuan. Is that Song Yuan good at talking? Did you negotiate with him at that time? Talked about it, but I couldn't do it. Cha grimaced. Zhao Ling, I remember when you said that you could agree to any conditions, as long as you don't take the magic sword. The Underworld can afford it. This old actually backtracked. Can't do it yet. Acha turned her head and stared at Zhao Ling, as if she knew those small plans in Zhao Ling's heart. She revealed a smile and said with a stiff face, he told me to pass the Black Myth Goku on my own without relying on anyone's help. And this matter is even written off. And that knife above the ghost door, he'll help me to take it down as well. Zhao Ling shut up. Might as well just give it to Magic Blade then. Let Acha pass by himself. In another life. This old backyard pile of those game tapes, not 800 or 1000. The key is that none of them pass, even the easiest Mario. So what's going on in the Underworld right now? Zhao Ling hard to change the topic. Just Acha that handicap. Want to pass the level smoothly? It is too difficult. It is better to just skip it. Chapter 7, Song Yuan, the system mission draws a big, round pie. And you don't think I can beat it? Acha was still struggling with this question. Do you know what Song Yuan said about me? He said I'm Liu Bei's wife. And he also said I'm Chao Pai's wife going into the vegetable garden. What do you think he meant? Zhao Ling directly laughed and sprayed. Say it. Acha was exasperated. Are people cursing so strange nowadays? I always feel like the other person is taunting me and cursing me, but I don't know what he means. And the point is that in my dream I actually couldn't beat him. That was my dream. Expected. What kind of simple character could it be to get the big man of the underworld to collect a knife? Zhao Ran thought about how Xiaoya had left with a panicked look on her face after seeing the picture of that knife handle earlier. It's a complete guess from this that something is probably wrong with Kunlun as well. Zhao Ling is still the first to Acha to solve the confusion. This Liu Bei's wife is Sun Shangxiang. You play that game is not the monkey often on the incense to read the file. He means that you die of old age. Acha slammed the table in anger. I knew that wasn't a good thing to say. Seeing this exasperated look of Acha, then surely, there was no shortage of being taunted by Song Yuan at that time. But it might not be possible for Acha to hear at all. Just like now. Zhao Ling continued. As for Chao Pai's wife entering the vegetable garden, Chao Pai's wife's surname is Jin. So he said you are really vegetable. As soon as the words left Acha's face was already gloomy. Her chest heaved. Not only did I have that dream, but I was also taunted by the other party. The most crucial thing is that the entire underworld seems to be a little bit off. That sword is by no means simple. It seems to have truncated the entire underworld's chi. Hearing Acha say that, Zhao Ran sighed in relief. Acha had finally noticed the problem. Then what should we do? There's no way. Acha frowned. You know what? I asked the souls of the feng shui masters who came up recently, and they all said that the other party's slash was particularly skillful, cutting directly at the central axis, and that what he cut off was the entire underworld's chi. That's why he gave me 30 days, because after 30 days there would be no point in taking the knife again, because the odds are that the underworld, at that point, would be ashes. Acha's face was furious when he talked about this, blackmailing me to give him the magic sword. I preferred not to. This guy is so full of backbones, how could he possibly give it? Not to mention it's tied to the resurrection of chi. Then I will definitely find Song Yuan and negotiate with the other party again. Zhao Ran hurriedly said at the side. What would he do if the underworld was all gone? Though in theory, as long as Cha is okay, these soul swingers are okay. But since you were able to find the soul of a feng shui master, can you find those famous feng shui masters from ancient times? such as Zhang Daoling? Zhao Ling was sort of lost, actually asking this kind of retarded question. Ah Cha gritted her teeth. I would like to, but cultivators aren't in the same system as us. Have you forgotten? They don't go our way when they die. Right. I forgot about this. Zhao Ling's face didn't look too good. The reason why Ah Cha was able to call over all the feng shui masters who had died in recent years was because those feng shui masters hadn't yet had their spiritual qi enter their bodies in this kind of end-of-the-law era, and couldn't be counted as true attainment of immortality. If one reaches the point of attaining immortality, then one would never go through the system of the underworld after death. That's what people call ascension. I don't know how the hell that Songwon was fixed. It's so strong? The end times shouldn't be this strong. After all, it was a time when there wasn't even an aura. Zhao Ling came back from Ah Cha's place and found that his colleagues had taken control of the Xin Nu flying situation and had erased the memory of all the people around them. Just as he was about to go back to convenience store No. 444, Zhao Ran felt that someone had been staring at him, and at this moment, Zhao Ran turned his head, just in time to meet Song Yuan's pair of eyes on the opposite side of the room. Like a smile, not a laugh. Zhao Ling thought it was strange as he pulled a medieval police officer who was about to leave in passing and pointed at Song Yuan in the distance and inquired, have you erased that person's memory yet? Eliminated, yeah. The Underworld police quickly replied, we've already done what needs to be done, and we've deleted the video, so if there's any negative impact, sweeping or whatever, you're on your own. Make something up, as long as you can muddle through anyway. For this pure land on Earth, whether it was the Underworld or Kunlun, an agreement had been reached at that time that no one would be able to lay hands on Earth, prevent another great war between the progenitors and the Kunlun. So while the Underworld cares about the dead, it tries not to be in the presence of humans. Everything is done in a sneaky way. Only then did Zhao Ling let go of the medieval policeman and slap that big brother on the arm. I'll treat you to whatever you want to eat for a late night snack. I've got everything inside this store. That's what you said. The Underworld police were full of excitement. I want that row of thatch on top of your shelf. Burn it for me? Zhao Ling's face changed. Don't get too carried away. Ha! After sending off the Underworld police, Zhao Ran's eyes kept staring at the blacksmith store owner across the street through convenience store number 444. However, the blacksmith store owner, also known as Song Yuan, didn't even have that kind of effort at this moment to stare at Zhao Ling because he had to fight the sword. He's run around a lot in the last 2 days. Song Yuan had traveled across, and he knew that this was a special world that was a fusion of Soul Pendulum and other dramas. But the thing that he kinda struggled with was that he had a system called the Heaven's Destiny Credited Swordsman system. Originally, Song Yuan was a legendary man with a sword on credit in his own world. As Xiaoya has found out, the Credit Knife Men are a very large and mysterious group of people who predict everything, walk the streets, give the knives they have built to someone and leave a prophecy, and when the prophecy is fulfilled, the Credit Knife Men will pay to collect the money for the knives. But this knife money is not the normal price. If the other person has really reached the point of being either rich or famous, as the Credit Knife people claim, then this is a very substantial amount of knife money. I was only charging money for the knife in my world. This system actually wants to take back that knife. Moreover, the Credit Knife people inside the system are almighty. All of them are benevolent bodhisattvas. They don't ask for anything in return. They give the knife away. They just give the knife away and don't take it back. So they are really benevolent and great deities. Song Yuan silently spat while fiddling with the materials for beating the knife. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the top of a battle sword beside him flashing with blue arcs of electricity, kind of like an arc inside the system. Saying that you are still unhappy? Song Yuan rolled his eyes breathlessly. The system had no way to communicate directly with Song Yuan because Song Yuan, the system, was represented inside his mind as a quest panel. But the tasks in here are densely packed, thousands and thousands of them. The only thing I'm happy about is that it didn't continue to increase, because so far, there was only Song Yuan, the only systematic credit knife man left in this world, and only Song Yuan was able to continue to increase the accounts. Take a look at the big pie you drew for me. Song Yuan called out the quest panel, and the quest panel inside his mind could be projected in front of his eyes, but only he could see it. Task 1, collect the debt from the Underworld King ACHA. Ask for back the magic sword that the ancestor of the Credit Blade Man gave to Qi Yuan Credit and used in the first war between the progenitors and the Kunluns. Complete the task to gain unlimited lifespan. Quest 2, find the Queen Mother of the West to collect a debt. Ask for back the divine sword that the ancestor of the Credit Knife Man gave to the Queen Mother of the West on credit and used in the first battle between the progenitors and the Kunlun. Note that the divine sword has been damaged and the Kunlun mirror can be used to offset the debt, and complete the quest to obtain a full level of feats. Just these two big pies have nearly killed me in the last 2 days. First there was a fiery sun descending into the Yellow Springs, and then there was a trip to Kunlun. I'm really thankful for the mission protection mechanism given by the system. or else I'd surely not even have any ashes after offending these two big shots right now. Song Yuan spat in his heart and raised his hand to rub it towards the little bit of electric arc above the battle sword. But before Song Yuan could rub against the bit of arc, the arc flickered slightly and disappeared completely. Song Yuan, you're such a wimp. You can just electrocute me. How am I going to collect on this bill of yours? In a state of madness. Chapter 8. Are you the man with the sword on credit? This system is overbearing. Although he couldn't communicate with Song Yuan had figured out a bit of a doorway on his own. The first is the mandate protection mechanism. All the quest objects that were inside Song Yuan's quest list were unable to cause any damage to Song Yuan. No matter if it was the Queen Mother of the West or Acha, there was no way to do anything to Song Yuan. That's why Song Yuan was so righteous when he ran to collect the debt. On the contrary, if Acha and the Queen Mother of the West did not return the corresponding items as Song Yuan had said, then there was a real possibility that the Underworld or the Heavenly Realm might actually have those things that Song Yuan had said happen. After all, Song Yuan was really a swordman on credit before crossing over to this world. Cutting off the opponent's feng shui lifeline with a single slash was simple for him. This is the same for both the feng shui lifelines of the Underworld and the Heavenly Realm. Song Yuan was sitting inside the store picking out the materials for the knife that needed to be built next, spitting madly at the system while going silently mad, when a knock on the door suddenly sounded outside. Please come in. Song Yuan, the store was also still in business after all. The blacksmith store owner could build whatever he wanted, which was usually a side job for the man with the sword on credit. The knives or shears built by the credit knife man are first class. Zhao Ling walked in. Song Yuan was overjoyed. Wasn't this another mission object? It was still delivered to his door. Zhao Ling walked up to Song Yuan, looked Song Yuan up and down, and said with great certainty, "You are the man with the sword on credit?" However, Song Yuan looked as if he didn't understand. Sword on credit? Goo. People still buy knives on credit these days? How poor are you? How much can a sword cost you? Zhao Ling's old face reddened. Also right. Just because the other party was a blacksmith store owner didn't mean that the other party was necessarily a sword on credit. He's really possessed and looks at everyone like that guy. However, Song Yuan in the back was still chattering. All the knives I have here are hand-built and of good quality. The cheapest fruit knife is only $12 or so. What's the idea of even trying to get credit for knives these days? Zhao Ran had been about to leave in shame and indignation, but when he heard what Song Yuan said, he stiffly stopped in his tracks, and he walked to stop in front of one of the war knives displayed in the store. You've crafted this knife quite well. That's... Song Yuan picked out the fine iron and looked as if he was going to start making knives now. Don't even look at who I am. At this moment, Zhao Ling looked like he was really serious about picking out the knives inside Song Yuan's store. I still need a big pair of scissors there. The scissors you're selling here are quite good, hand-polished and excellent. As he spoke, Zhao Lin approached Song Yuan. However, just as Song Yuan was casually playing with the fine iron in his hand, Zhao Ling, who had circled around behind Song Yuan, suddenly struck out and attacked towards Song Yuan's head. However, Song Yuan only turned around and gave him a look. Zhao Ling just froze in place. At this moment, Zhao Ling and Song Yuan looked at each other as if they saw a sea of stars inside Song Yuan's eyes, and his eyes suddenly became treacherous, as if they contained a world inside. Zhao Ling only felt as if he had traveled through time and space in that instant, and he was wandering in the sky, aimlessly like a wandering soul. Then, Zhao Ling came to the side of a monk, yet this monk had a face exactly like his. The monk looked solemn, but in his hand, he held a long knife that was exceptionally inconsistent with his status, and that long knife was so cold and sharp that it would make one look at it, and it would be unforgettable for life. And that monk carried that knife to a secluded spot, made a seal with one hand, muttered something under his breath, and in a short while a lofty gate appeared in front of the monk. There's a ghost face on that gate. The ghostly face looked green and fanged, with a pair of giant eyes scanning the monk up and down. You shouldn't have come. Then give back my zither. The monk's face was unchanged and full of obstinacy. He would never stop until he achieved his goal. That ghost face wanted to persuade him further, but he didn't expect the monk to bring up his big sword and give him a stab in the head. A blood-red mark was smashed above the ghost's face, and then blood gushed out. A sword from a man with a sword on credit? They actually lent you a knife? They're actually willing to lend you a knife? Ha ha ha, then you can enter. Maybe we'll be peers in the future. Although his face was covered in blood, the ghostly face was smiling happily. Originally the ghost face was on top of the two doors. There was already a slit in the middle, and now that the monk had slashed it again, it had become 4 pieces. Blood spurted out, and the ghost face slowly disappeared, transforming into a plaque that stood on the doorframe of that tall gate. It is inscribed with 3 words, Ghost Gate. The gate was also opened in response. Zhao Ling followed the monk in, still complaining. Where did this come from? The monk was wearing ancient clothes, and the ghost door didn't seem to be from the past. No wonder I always felt that there were dents on the 2 doors. Was it cut by the monk? Why does the monk look exactly like me? Filled with confusion but bursting with curiosity, he didn't think too much for a moment and followed the monk inside. A gale rises from the Yellow Springs, a kind of fiery day. Those born on this day may enter the Yellow Springs. It was as if Zhao Ling understood, and as if he didn't. That monk came to the Mona Villa. Yes, it was a long time ago. Zhao Mandarin looked at that Mengnuozhuan and took a deep breath. He thought of the old days. He thought of the Mengnua Sanchi before he died in his palm. The golden blood spurted out and stained Sanchi's face. Meng Ma died on that occasion. Zhao Ling's blood can kill Meng, but he didn't know why. He hid it from the underworld, a matter known only to him and Meng. Meng is adhering to, and was conceived by the heaven and earth and born of special creatures, and Meng is still in the time. The whole Yellow Spring is the yellow sand in the sky. Meng is the lord of the Yellow Spring. Fiery night, the world of the underworld wind, the sky yellow sand into the sky. The entire world of the underworld can be said to be the yellow sand to make the sky. Nothing can be seen clearly, so on that day, even if the living entered the Yellow Springs, it would be difficult to be detected. But the first hurdle they go through is the Mona Chuang. The monk came to the Mona village. Zhao Ling followed suit and arrived at the Mona villa. He had the honor of seeing the most beautiful asterisk and gorgeous Mengnu in history, Sanchi's mother, Meng Qi. It was late when the monk went in, and all of today's souls had embarked on the path of reincarnation. At this time in the underworld, all ghosts must go through the gate of Meng, but any evil ghosts of the kind that don't enter the wheel of reincarnation, Meng can take care of eating them on her own. Ordinary ghosts drink Meng Po soup and enter reincarnation. To deal with these things, Meng woman is much faster than Ox Head and those two judges. Zhao Ran couldn't help but sigh. At that time, the manhwa could even be in charge of the Yang scroll among the Yin and Yang scrolls. It's much faster to just take the earth's greatest treasure than those three idiots. After all, it was an earthy mortal nurtured by heaven and earth. Bullhead and the two judges can't even compare. It's just that later on, Sanchi was no more. And as for Changsheng, that guy isn't an earthy mortal birthed from heaven and earth. He's useless except for making Meng Po soup, and he can't eat ghosts. Zhao Ling kept spitting. But what's this monk doing in Mengma village? Isn't he just throwing himself into the net? Sure enough, Mona found the monk. Meng Qi is a very intelligent woman. She saw the monk's monstrous merit. She pressed the monk under her body. You fine skin and tender flesh. Why don't you have a quickie with me? Seeing that the monk topped with a face exactly like his own, Zhao Mandarin old face reddened. Is this something I can look at? Chapter 9, Song Yuan explosively pounds Zhao Ling. Mona soon realized that the monk was a living person. The monk attempts to bribe Meng with a manjushri from the Buddha to send him into the underworld. However, Meng did not care about the flower at all, and casually threw it aside. But on the contrary, her daughter, who was very curious, picked it up. Zhao Ling stood right next to Meng's daughter. So that's where that flower came from. He doesn't have a soul. His soul is with ACHA. A person's soul usually carries the memories of that person's life. That's why Zhao Ling has no memory. These images in front of him, Zhao Ling had never seen before. But Zhao Ling vaguely had a feeling that he himself was that monk, although bribing with flowers fails. But that monk also said he wanted to break into the underworld. It was Meng's duty not to send the living into the underworld. So the two of them fought and the ground shook. Mona's body looks like a snake, but not exactly a snake. Not to mention, it's a bit intimidating. That's not even in the same league compared to Sanji. This Mona looks so familiar. Zhao Ling always felt that he had seen it somewhere before. In the end, it was the monk who prevailed. And the monk used his own blood to kill Meng. This scene made Zhao Ling once again recall the scene before Sanchi's death. That day, Zhao Ling realized that his blood was golden. It's the same color as this monk. The blood of an Arahant can kill Meng. You've even cultivated to such an extent? Before Meng's death, the first half of her body took on a human form, and the little girl doll hugged Meng's body and cried. What exactly did Cha take from you? Sanji, you have to smile. Don't cry. Are you worth it just for a violin? The monk, whose name was nameless, folded his hands and was filled with sadness. He will pay for it in the next life. Worth it. When Zhao Ling saw this, 2 lines of tears came out from inside his eyes. He had wanted to see the scene after that monk nameless entered the underworld, to see how he made a fuss in the heavenly palace and retrieved the zither from Acha. You can get it. Song Yuan was able to feel all the thoughts in Zhao Ling's heart. That illusion just now was what Song Yuan had woven for Zhao Ling. Although that was Zhao Ling's former past, Song Yuan was speechless when he heard Zhao Ling's disgraceful statement. And making a fuss about the palace of heaven. You think you're Sun Monkey? Do you think you can overwatch if you rush in that way? Even if you're at the cultivation level of an Arahant? You are now what happened to that monk nameless. After you entered the Yellow Springs and entered the underworld, you became Zhao Ling. You were no longer that monk. You were equal to shedding your cultivation. Your soul should have been allowed to be taken by you at that time. And it's up to you to figure out exactly what the deal was. When Song Yuan said this, Zhao Ling was already in tears. He even forgot what he wanted to do when he came inside Song Yuan's store. He kept wiping the tears that flowed out. Thank you. Thank you. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Zhao Ran realized that there was an additional white palm in front of his eyes. Yoo-hoo! It's still a broken palm. It must hurt to hit someone. Before Zhao Ling could react, the owner of the palm shook his white flower hand. What are you waiting for? Return the knife. Zhao Ling was full of questions. What kind of knife? That nameless is your past life. Song Yuan looked bland. He's holding the knife that split the ghost gate. That's what my family's old ancestor gave you on credit. Return the knife. The expression on Song Yuan's face was a serious one, and Zhao Ling cracked up on the spot. That knife? That knife was thrown away when it was used up. And when was that? I don't care. Return the sword. Song Yuan's face was full of indifference. Otherwise, give me that early moon. That thing can be used against the debt. Looking at Song Yuan as if he hadn't done anything, the fact was that the bastard had dropped out his system panel and viewed it in front of Zhao Ling, who couldn't see the system panel anyway. The details of the mission were clearly written above that system panel. Mission object, Zhao Ling. Mission description. Back then, Zhao Ling's previous life monk, nameless, had come to borrow a sword, which he had come over to borrow on his own accord, and which was used to cleave through the ghost gate. Mission purpose, let Zhao Ling return the sword, or the early moon can also be used to offset the debt. The rest of the way to offset the debt need to apply to the system. Early moon is that zither of Zhao Ling. It is that monk nameless for the sake of this zither righteousness, directly killed into the hell, and ultimately because of this zither and Ah Cha made a deal, and become the soul of the hell. The ferryman Zhao Mandarin. For so many years Zhao Ran has been chasing his memories, because once the soul has a deal with Ah Cha, Zhao Ran forgets the past of his previous journey. So over the years, Zhao Ling actually possessed some brief moments of memory, like fragments. Therefore, regarding what Song Yuan said, Zhao Ling did not doubt it in the slightest, because even he himself had long ago decided that the monk nameless was his own past life. Early moon? However, Zhao Ling, who had no memory, still didn't know what the early moon was. Just that when Song Yuan said so, he suddenly felt familiar, a familiarity that came from the depths of his Yuan Shun. Yeah, it's that zither, the one that made the monk willingly give up his Arahant cultivation to kill his way into the underworld. That thing can cover the debt. Song Yuan did not have any expression on his face. That mouth was alive with a Huang Shirun. Zhao Ling drew in a breath of cold air. Even though he didn't have any memories, he had instincts. That zither? How could that be possible? There's absolutely no way I could have given that zither to you. Then you should think of a way to pay off your debt. Something of equal value. Don't forget that the knife my ancestor gave you can directly split the ghost gate. Something that can have this attribute. Something that can be of such value. I only need this kind of thing. If you don't have it, then don't blame me for being impolite to you. Song Yuan said here. The expression on his face suddenly became solemn. Debt repayment. Heaven and earth. Zhao Ling really did not have an early moon. There is also impossible to give the other party. As for the knife, long ago did not know where to throw it. He thought about what if he took out Song Yuan. If Sungwon is no more, then isn't it true that the accounts of hell can be evened out? Zhao Ling quietly put his hand behind him, where the gun that held the underworld was placed. Song Yuan was not an ordinary person, and his cultivation was even very powerful, so the gun used to fight souls in the underworld might be useful to a cultivated person like Song Yuan. That's why Zhao Ling went to touch the gun. He quickly fumbled for his gun and fired a shot in Song Yuan's direction. However, Song Yuan was not the least bit intimidated. The bullet hit Song Yuan's body, but at a position about a centimeter away from Song Yuan, it was suddenly bounced off and slammed directly into the wall. Song Yuan, however, quickly closed the distance between the two and grabbed Zhao Ling to start popping hammers. Due to the mission protection mechanism, there was nothing that Zhao Ling could do to Song Yuan at all. Even if it was a gun from the underworld, it would never be able to cause any harm to Song Yuan. Even without this quest protection mechanism, it was actually impossible for the guns of the underworld to kill real humans. They would only do damage to ghosts. But to humans, they could only stun each other. Don't fight. I'm wrong alright? Just now it just didn't occur to me for a moment. After all, you've come to our underworld and messed up. I thought you were some kind of great evil demon. Stop fighting. Don't get in your face. Chapter 10, give you another credit. Zhao Ling was beaten black and blue. Talking is a little off. I have said don't hit the face. Zhao Mandarin full of helplessness. I'm not return your money. Return your knife. Not you beat me like this. Medical expenses you must not advance a little? Song Yuan very sincerely took out his license to practice medicine. Or else I'll treat you? The package is good. Zhao Ran wanted to curse his mother this time. I haven't even seen early moon yet. Where can I find it for you? Also right now Songwon is still able to see convenience store number 444, which means that the progress of the drama Soul Pendulum is now maybe only up to season 1. In the case of season 1, that's not really an early month. Then if you don't have an early moon, I'll ask my ancestors and see what you take against your debt. Song Yuan's face was expressionless, and he simply closed his eyes to meditate, essentially going to look at the quest panel inside his mind. You can actually see it openly and honestly in front of Zhao Ling's face, but it always felt weird. After all, Zhao Ling was unable to see the system panel, and if Song Yuan did that, it would turn out to be him staring stupidly at a certain place, and even having to go up to his hand because of the need to swipe the screen of the system panel. What about the Song dynasty's compulsion in the eyes of Zhao Ling? What would that look like? A crazy person who stares stupidly somewhere and dances around? So Song Yuan just closed his eyes as if he was meditating. This kind of face of a tall man made Zhao Ling very curious. However, Zhao Ling could not have any other thoughts about Song Yuan at this time. After all, only moments ago, Zhao Ling was beaten solidly by Song Yuan. However, this operation by Song Yuan also gave Zhao Ling hope. The price of the sword on credit was negotiable, but that was actually Zhao Ling's illusion. In fact, renegotiated out of the conditions, more expensive than before. The system panel will charge something else, plus the other side of the negotiation fee. But these, all the people with the conditions of the Song Yuan negotiation, do not know, will also feel that they take advantage of a great bargain. When he thought of this, Zhao Mandarin remembered what he had seen inside the illusion before. If that was his past life, then he had been screwed over by Acha. That old man is just a bellyful of bad water. The more Zhao Ling thought about it, the more angry he became, and he couldn't help but speak out. Taking my qin, tricking me into going to the underworld, and then making a deal with me under false pretenses. I'll be damned. How could I have been so desperate at that time? Because of a violin, I had to kill my way into the underworld? All Arahant's cultivation, all have seen through the red dust. How come there is still such a strong obsession? It can't be fake, can it? Is a high priest like that really that stupid? The more Zhao Ling analyzed, the more agitated he became, not even noticing that Song Yuan next to him had opened his eyes and was staring at him with a pair of one-liner eyes, because there was a female ghost inside that early moon. Female, don't you make up rumors. Zhao Mandarin with a pig-head face that looked a bit funny, turned his head and stared at Song Yuan. His face was very bad. That is a high monk who has reached the cultivation level of Arahant. I just looked it up. Behind the Arahant fruit level is the Bodhisattva fruit level, and then the Buddha's fruit level. Within Hinayana Buddhism, the Arahant fruit flavor is already the highest level. How is it possible to give up just because of a female ghost? In fact, speaking of this, Zhao Ling has already vaguely believed in it somewhat, for he saw the last tear in the monk's nameless eye. As well, the monk's nameless eyes. Those eyes were full of love and fondness. Anyone could feel it. It simply couldn't be faked. What's more, looking at that monk's incomparably familiar face, Zhao Ran's heart that hadn't been beating before seemed to throb slightly, until a shiny knife crossed his path. Zhao Ling looked wary. What are you doing? I'll give you a sword on credit that can cut down demons, especially the kind that are hundreds of years old. I'll also give you a prophecy, and when the prophecy is successfully fulfilled, you'll return the money for the sword to me. What do you think? Song Yuan had a smile on his face. Zhao Ling's voice was almost squeezed out from inside his own teeth. I don't. You lone shark. Say it. How do you even things out in the underworld? Yo, still thinking about the underworld? Song Yuan carelessly took the knife, and also wiped it with the soft cloth next to it. Not to mention, this is really a good knife, cold and sharp at a glance. What if this prophecy of mine is related to that female ghost? Song Yuan asked gently. Even if you don't have a soul or memories anymore, you still care about that female ghost, am I right? Don't you want to meet her? The main reason is that so far, almost all of the quests above the quest panel have been left behind by previous creditors. Once upon a time in this world the man with the knife on credit was a real sweetheart, only sending out knives for prophecies and never collecting on them. The job of collecting accounts now fell on Song Yuan alone. Don't look at every quest reward given for that, but so far, Song Yuan had already crossed into this world for a month. He hasn't accomplished any of them yet. After all, when those who credit the knife people credit the knife object, are some ancient powers? The king of the underworld Acha, Kunlun Shi Wangmu, and his reincarnating Chiyu. Song Yuan just spent effort to wait for fiery day, kill into the yellow springs to pretend to be a pussy, have spent a lot of effort, that finally carried him away high horse or still he spend money to burn it. So Song Yuan could also issue his own quests, but the rewards depended on how the system gave them. Thinking that Zhao Ling would meet Chun in the future, Song Yuan simply released the quest in advance. After hearing Song Yuan's words, Zhao Ling's mind was filled with Song Yuan's words. Don't you want to meet her? Then give me the knife. What about the prophecy? Zhao Ling snatched the knife from Song Yuan's hand and looked at Song Yuan with some curiosity. Prophecy. Song Yuan smiled and said, simple. You will meet the living female ghost. The female ghost enters reincarnation. This time she is also reincarnated as a human being. Her name is Chun. She is exceptionally good looking. You two will meet eventually, and the knife I gifted you can help you. Zhao Ling looked at the Song Yuan people who were dumbfounded. No more? What about a little more detail? Be more detailed. I'm afraid you won't be able to afford the price. I'm very expensive. Song Yuan rolled his eyes without any good humor. This is already very detailed. What more do you want? Well, I'll give you one more sentence. I suggest that after you meet her, guard her body at all times and don't leave her for a single step. That's enough fun. It's a bunch of prophecies. I'm telling you it's not cheap. And when the time comes and you can't pay the price, you don't blame me for flipping out. Zhao Ran held the knife that Song Yuan had given him and nodded with a flustered expression. Don't worry. I will definitely return the knife to you when the time comes. No, no, no. Song Yuan simply flew out and used the computer inside the store to print out a contract. You fill this out, sign it and put your handprints on it. The agreement between you and I can be more than just returning the sword. After all, I can send you so many prophecies. Song Yuan's eyes lit up at the mention of this, revealing a mouthful of white teeth in an extraordinarily treacherous smile. Zhao Ling had a bad feeling. Sure enough, after receiving that document from Song Yuan's hand, Zhao Ling's face turned green when he hit his eyes. Chapter 11, Zhao Ling's Contract of Sale. Song Yuan drew up a deed of sale for Zhao Ling in a very short period of time. Although it was still a bit different from the deed of sale, it was basically about the same in Zhao Ling's eyes. Contractor, Zhao Ling. Contents of contract. Sung Won lends Zhao Ling a demon remover knife and attaches a bunch of love prophecies. When the prophecy is fulfilled, Zhao Ling must return 1,000,000, 000, 000 merit or 100,000, 000 RMB to Song Yuan. Moreover, Zhao Ling needed to return the early moon to Song Yuan to pay off the debt Zhao Ling had incurred in his previous life as a monk. Zhao Ling pointed his finger at himself. I don't dare to take this knife of yours. Can't I just give it back to you for 1 million merit or 100 million renminbi? And why are you still thinking about early moon? Didn't you say you went to ask your ancestors? Did your ancestors not agree? Song Yuan rolled his eyes. Big brother, I gave you the prophecy. I gave you the demon-slaying blade. When the time comes, you'll be able to meet the female ghost you've been longing for. And you've met your beloved. Why do you still need that zither? Being said so by Song Yuan, Zhao Ling also felt that it made perfect sense and replied sardonically. What you said is also true, haha. So yeah, when the time comes, you'll directly give me the early moon. It was important to know that if Zhao Ling's mission about early moon was accomplished, Song Yuan would also be able to obtain Arahant's body. Although Song Yuan did not have the means to obtain the cultivation of an Arahant, it was not bad to have the body of an Arahant. Aloha's physical fitness. That's for sure. Besides, this blade I'm giving you is different. It can only be used 3 times in total, and after that it loses its effect. What's more, the most precious thing I've given you is of course the prophecy, so you'll have to take something else against it, such as merit, but of course it's fine if you have more money. Song Yuan said expressionlessly. The point is, now that the sword is also given to you and the prophecy is also given to you, basically our business is considered done, Song Yuan said, catching Zhao Ling's thumb off guard. At this time, there was nothing on top of Zhao Ling's thumb, yet Song Yuan took that thumb and stamped it on top of that white paper. Golden light blossomed from Zhao Ling's thumb, causing Zhao Ling to close his eyes because at this moment, he couldn't see anything clearly at all. Zhao Rant's entire body was bad, and before he had the chance to curse, he saw Song Yuan's white paper being thrown directly into mid-air by him. There was still quite a bit of golden light spreading on top of that piece of paper, and there were some arcane runes constantly flowing on that piece of paper. Before Zhao Ling had a chance to grab the piece of paper, he realized that the piece of paper was completely wrapped by the golden light, and finally turned into a piece of ash and completely disappeared, while the golden light slowly faded away as well. Just at this time, Zhao Ling also felt as if there was an extra layer of something in his brain. He seemed to have a special connection with Song Yuan, although this connection was invisible and untouchable. Zhao Mandarin instantly had alarm bells ringing in his heart. He wanted to say something, but felt unable to. He seemed to have made some kind of special binding with Song Yuan. How exactly do I give you something like merit? After struggling for half a day, Zhao Ling asked another question. After all, he was now bound to Song Yuan. The man with the sword on credit in front of him had too many tricks up his sleeve. This kind of contract Zhao Ling knew that he must not be able to renege on it. Even Hades Acha and Queen Mother of the West can't be relied upon. He is a small Arahant who can rely on it? What's more, the current Zhao Ling is not an Arahant at all after shedding his cultivation, and his body only has the blood of an Arahant flowing inside it. Just as when Meng Sanchi, the monk's wife, made a cut in the palm of Zhao Ling's hand, and thus Sanchi perished. So even though that monk became Zhao Ling, the blood of Arahant still existed in Zhao Ling's body. Zhao Ling was still a bit smug when he talked about merits and whatnot. After all, I'm a soul ferryman. The souls I've sent away don't number 10, 000 or 8, 000. I've been a soul ferryman from a very early age. Song Yuan suddenly heard him mention something like a soul ferryman, and he nodded his head in agreement next to him. That's right, you were already a soul ferryman back in ancient times. But so what? I have sent away many souls. I should have a lot of merit. Zhao Ling spread his hands. This kind of thing like merit is invisible and intangible. If you can collect it, feel free to collect it. As soon as his words fell, he was surprised to see Song Yuan pull out a hand towards his chest. In fact, Song Yuan didn't even touch him. However, Zhao Ran was surprised to find a ball of golden light appearing at his chest, and he felt as if something had been taken directly from him by Song Yuan. He was about to speak, but Song Yuan's voice sounded before him, and was even very disgusted. This is your merit? A total of 584 points. Just how many lackluster things have you done, Zhao Mandarin? Zhao Ling cracked up on the spot. I don't believe it's absolutely impossible, such a large mass of golden light, only 584 points. Are you lying to me? As a result, Song Yuan gently said, close your eyes. Zhao Ling felt his eyes being wiped by Song Yuan. Then he saw the ball of golden light in Song Yuan's hand. The number written on top of that mass of golden light happened to be 584. It was only that the time Song Yuan let him see it was very short, and it was over in a few tens of seconds at most. It was actually quite simple to let Zhao Ling see it. Song Yuan just found the function of sharing vision on top of the system panel and shared his vision with Zhao Ling for a while. After all, the world that Song Yuan could see was completely different from Zhao Ling's, so Song Yuan didn't dare to let Zhao Ling look at it for too long. It was just a few dozen seconds in total, and it was over in a flash. I slept with 2 female ghosts last month. Zhao Mandarin suddenly started to give an account. Simply caught off guard. Last month. Slept with 3. Song Yuan cried and laughed. I'm not asking you about this, and it's true that you're lacking in virtue for doing these things, and it will deduct your merit. But what I'm trying to say is that sending souls to the underworld is your duty, and this does not qualify for merit, and only the underworld will give you a little bit of money to count towards your performance. Zhao Ran was filled with confusion. Then where do I get merit? Doing good deeds to cultivate. There is also one of the simplest ways to transcend the dead souls. When I say transcend, you should know what I mean, right? Song Yuan gently patted Zhao Ling's shoulder with his big hand. Zhao Ling's eyes were rounded. His mouth was wide open. His face was full of surprise. I'm a soul ferryman. You're letting a soul ferryman to overpass the dead souls? You have to know that the dead souls that are transcended will not pass through the underworld. And the king of the underworld will not cut me to death? Song Yuan cried and laughed. But you'll like the feeling of overcoming the dead souls later. Because that's what you did in your last life. You overcame a lot of dead souls in your last life. Why do you think Acha is bothering you? Does she really like that zither? You're stealing business from hell. The king of the underworld won't do you? Zhao Ling suddenly felt especially permeable. Because this Song Yuan is right about everything. It is true that those dead souls that practitioners transcend do not go to the underworld. They'll go with a different system. The one of the Tarzan Führer. For the dead souls, naturally being transcended is the best. Transcending is tantamount to being imbued with something special by the practitioner. You should know that the system of Taishan Fujun is able to manage even the death of gods, and it is the real country of the dead there. Cultivators who get to become immortal will enter the place they cultivate after death. Those who cultivate Buddhism go to Spirit Mountain, and those who cultivate immortality directly ascend. And these cultivators who become gods, when they die, they will also enter that system of Taishan Fujun. A dead soul being transcended is equivalent to being blessed. Then no matter what kind of things it has done, it can receive favorable treatment when it is reincarnated. It's better than going straight to the underworld. Only by overcoming the dead souls will you be able to gain merit, especially the kind of stern ghosts, the kind of stuff that is especially hard to handle. That being said, you won't be able to touch a few of those kinds of things, and when you do, even if you overcame them, Cha won't be able to feel it. Song Yuan drew a big pie for Zhao Ling. If I remember correctly, every soul ferryman has a loss value every month, right? It's the kind of normal attrition where there's no way to send them away and they have to be killed. You transcend all of this attrition, Song Yuan reminded Zhao Ling, and come back to pay me back with the merit you earn at that time. When he heard the front, Zhao Ling still felt a bit mesmerized. After all, knowing that he was a monk in his past life, Zhao Ling had an instinct to overtake the dead souls. But when he heard the last sentence, Zhao Ran directly stood up and catapulted himself to his feet. After all, I'm giving you a black job, right? It's more than. Chapter 12, then your Queen Mother of the West is not so good either. Song Yuan had that exasperating smile on his face as he pointed to the sky and said in a serious manner, don't forget that we just signed a contract. Zhao Ling instantly ran out of words and honestly resumed his seat, his face a bit ugly. Yes, we signed a contract between us. Damn, how had his hand touched the deed paper so inattentively? This Song Yuan is really evil. If I had known, I would have stayed out of it and not looked for him. Why are you so sad? Isn't Ah-chun the woman you want to get back even if you enter the Yellow Springs? To say that you are really a womanizer. You can't get back the memories of your past life. How come you don't even want a woman anymore? Song Yuan put aside that frantic spitting. Stop it. Stop it. Can't I agree to this contract? It's not just 1,000,000 merits I'll earn for you. There was nothing Zhao Ling could do. This black slave contract was directly bound between heaven and earth. Though someone's approach has that little bit of a forced buy-in, but he could only obey. Zhao Ling tugged at his hair in annoyance. Yet when he raised his head, he met Song Yuan's eyes that seemed to be smiling. I don't know why, but I always felt that Song Yuan was a little bit treacherous when he smiled. Zhao Ling looked at him cautiously. So, since you accept the personal contract, let's start talking about what the Underworld side is doing with me. Song Yuan said with a smile. I just asked my old ancestor. If the Underworld can't take out that demonic sword, it can use 10 billion merits to offset the debt. Zhao Ling? Zhao Ling, $10 billion? Are you crazy? Zhao Ling's voice was practically piercing through the roof of the room. Song Yuan covered his ears and gave him a very speechless look. The Underworld did this to you and you actually don't hate her? A sentence to Zhao Ling dry confused. Zhao Ling heart actually hate Ah-cha. If he wasn't clear about his obsession in his past life, if he wasn't clear about what he had done in his past life, Zhao Ran might not have hated Ah-cha so much, but when he thought of all that had happened in his previous life, Zhao Ling felt so hateful. He could have had a very sparkling life. He could have had a better life, even as a monk, but he fell in love with a female ghost. But just because he had overtaken too many souls, Ah-cha took it away, and that zither took the female ghost. And who wouldn't hate something like that when a monk so powerful, who has cultivated to the realm of Arahant, just willingly enters hell? Figured it out? Song Yuan looked at Zhao Ling with a smile on his face. If you have figured it out, go back and resume with your family's Ah-cha. Although 10 billion merit is as if the sky has fallen for you, it might be nothing at all for Ah-cha. You don't need to worry about her. Zhao Ling thought carefully and Song Yuan was right about everything, but he still had to justify his behavior. Or am I afraid that you're asking for too high a price? I'm afraid that I'll be beaten up by Ah-cha when I go back to resume my duties, and she won't be able to beat you up, so she'll definitely beat me up. Song Yuan was expressionless and didn't poke at Zhao Ling's small mind, but directly said, that's your own business. I see that you're quite thin. You should be more flexible. Suddenly complimented. Zhao Mandarin's heart blossomed. Right. I'm just kinda skinny, so there's definitely no problem. Then I'll go back and resume my orders. Zhao Ling didn't know what he should say. This person in front of him on credit was truly amazing. It was as if he still had 1,000 words to tell the other party, and he actually quite wanted to ask what he was like in his previous life. Isn't there something more to it than obstinacy and paranoia? But it's just too expensive to charge for this credit cutter. Zhao Ling feels that he can't afford to lose money even if he sells it, and in 3 words he owes Song Yuan 1 million, or 1 million merits. Zhao Ling feels that his head is bald with worry. Then go and resume your orders. Why are you still standing there? Song Yuan's voice rang out in front of Zhao Ling. There are people lined up behind you. In fact, Zhao Ling was still very curious about Song Yuan. After all, the occupation of a credit knife man was something he had never even come into contact with before. Hearing Song Yuan say that, Zhao Ran was also quite curious as to who exactly was in the queue behind him, and he had a hunch that he knew this person in the queue behind him as well. Zhao Ling was filled with confusion as he retreated to the side, only to turn his head and see Xiaoya. It was indeed Xiaoya's main body and not that doppelganger. After all, that doppelganger had short hair so far. It was still easy to distinguish between them. When Xiaoya saw Zhao Ling, it was like she had found a life-saving straw. Zhao Ling, did you guys in the Underworld find the person with the knife on credit? Let me tell you about our heavenly realm. We also have a knife stuck above our heavenly gate. Zhao Ling's heart thumped, carefully surveyed a glance. Next to Song Yuan, who was brushing his cell phone to look at beautiful women, saw Song Yuan, did not seem to notice this side. Originally he wanted to lower his voice, to remind Xiaoya. As a result, Xiaoya was just like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube, and rushed to Zhao Ling to directly count down all those crimes of Song Yuan. That Song Yuan is really something. This guy directly killed up our Kunlun or used his physical body to kill up. After entering Kunlun, without saying a word, he directly inserted a knife into our heavenly gate and threatened the Queen Mother of the West, saying that if he didn't return the knife used to behead Chiyu for 30 days, he would let our Kunlun go up in smoke. I'm so angry and laughing. That's Kunlun that's a divine country that has existed so far. He said that the ashes fly away and disappear. What does he think he's a thing? Don't you think so, Joe man? Zhao Ling had already seen Song Yuan's power. and when he heard Xiaoya's tirade, Zhao Ling couldn't wait to sew Xiaoya's mouth shut. Auntie, don't talk nonsense. The person's true self is standing right in front of you. Then, since Kunlun is so powerful, why are you asking me about the whereabouts of the man with the sword on credit? Wouldn't you guys just settle it yourselves? Zhao Ling sincerely snapped. Sincerity kills these days. Being asked so sincerely by Zhao Ling, Xiaoya didn't know what to say. Xiaoya was staggering and pulled Zhao Ling out. There are some things I have to say to you alone. We can't stay here. After all, it's someone else's territory. Don't. Zhao Mandarin shook off Xiaoya's hand and looked at Xiaoya with a serious face. Don't hold these have no. You just say it here. As for that person, he is my friend. It doesn't matter. Xiaoya glanced oddly in the direction of Zhao Lingnan, thinking that Song Yuan should also be a soul ferryman. Now there was just a small problem when our Western Queen Mother made a move with that Song Yuan. Xiaoya picked up the important ones and said. Zhao Ran was filled with surprise, thinking, is it that powerful? The credit knife people actually dared to do even the Queen Mother of the West? What's the result? Although he crickets in front of people, Zhao Ling is really curious. That credit knife man ran away. Xiaoya said it subtly, and she wasn't wrong anyway. Song Yuan did run away, strutting away in front of the Western Queen Mother. Xiaoya didn't expose the fact that Shi Wangmu couldn't beat Song Yuan and only said that Song Yuan escaped. This word art is really quite powerful. It sounds as if Xiaoya is afraid of the Queen Mother of the West and that's why she ran away. It maintains the majesty of the Queen Mother of the West and it's not considered a lie. It's just absolutely brilliant. However, Zhao Ran didn't eat this at all as he asked with a face full of surprise. You actually managed to let Song Yuan escape? Then your Western Queen Mother isn't very good either. Chapter 13 I am the 9 Heavenly Maidens, the legendary God of War. The God of War. Xiaoya was definitely a brainwashed fan of the Queen Mother of the West, and when she heard Zhao Ling say this, the Queen Mother of the West instantly exploded and was nonchalant. Didn't your family's Acha also have no way to take out that person with the knife on credit? There's not even a way to pull off the knife. If Zhao Ling didn't know about those things that happened in his past life, I'm afraid that he would still continue to defend Acha. After all, as a gold medal soul ferryman of the Hellmouth, defending one's superior is a homework that every gold medal soul ferryman must do. But now that Zhao Ling didn't particularly care about Acha's matter, it could be said that he was being masculine, and when he heard Xiaoya say this, his heart didn't fluctuate in any way, and he even asked, so, your Shi Wangmu will be able to pull the knife off? Xiaoya's face instantly turned ugly. Although Xiaoya didn't say anything, Zhao Ran still understood the other party's meaning into the wood, and suddenly became happy as he asked while laughing, that means that the Queen Mother of the West really doesn't have a way to yank that sword off the top of the Heavenly Gate, right? Originally, he thought that Acha's previous statement that even the Queen Mother of the West had no way to yank down the knife above the Ghost Gate Pass was just a joke or an analogy. After all, that old belly is full of bad water, and in the eyes of Zhao Ling, Acha is not a good thing. I didn't realize that what Acha said was actually true. Even the Queen Mother of the West couldn't do anything about the credit knife man, so Zhao Ling had just signed a very unequal treaty, and was now trying to understand. A million merits is a million merits. What's the big deal? It's just a way to get rid of the ghosts. A little something. But to be honest, things like transcendence, Zhao Ling was probably a connoisseur in his last life, and he definitely wasn't particularly good at this matter in this life. One could even say that you don't know anything about it. Should you ask the credit knife people how to go about it? No way, no way. Ask the credit knife people about this kind of thing, and whatever answer they give out is probably expensive as hell. Zhao Ling had already developed a strong psychological shadow about asking Song Yuan about such things. Zhao Mandarin, I'm talking to you. What are you gawking at? This side Xiaoya excited as bamboo tube pour beans generally give all the things, after finished spitting out after finishing, feel like they are sublimated all over the body. Xiaoya was now desperate for an answer. Have you seen the man with the knife on credit yet? How is he? Is he nice to talk to? Can you bargain? Zhao Ling patted Xiaoya's shoulder and grabbed it with both hands, twisting it without a second thought. Xiaoya didn't stand still and almost fell to the ground. It was only then that Zhao Ling pointed at Song Yuan not far away and said, see that young man over there? That man is Song Yuan, the legendary man with the sword on credit. Xiaoya's eyes were wide open, looking in Song Yuan's direction with a face full of incredulity. You. She was so scared she had hiccups. Zhao Ling looked at her gloatingly. As much as Zhao Ling hated ACHA, by far the most annoying thing was the Celestials. Seeing Xiaoya's face reveal a panicked look and even hiccups from the shock, Zhao Mandarin felt like he was having a blast in his heart. He wasn't going to leave Song Yuan's store right now. He was going to stay and watch the fun. He can't be the only one who signed this treaty, can he? As a fellow caretaker of Qi, even if it is not the same camp, Zhao Mandarin also feel that Xiaoya should be the same as him. Sign a black slave contract. Xiaoya's face showed a difficult expression. She first turned her head to look at the Zhao official behind her, gritted her teeth and looked towards Song Yuan's direction. Not to mention that Xiaoya really didn't see anything wrong from Song Yuan's body. Naturally, she was also unable to understand why Song Yuan was able to escape from the hands of the Western Queen Mother with all her whiskers. Completely out of character. Zhao Ling had been looking forward to Xiaoya's reaction, wanting to see Xiaoya's transformation into a licking dog, constantly putting in a good word for others. But he could only be disappointed in the end because Xiaoya didn't do that at all. After Xiaoya looked at Song Yuan for a while, the bastard's brain didn't know how to grow, and all of a sudden, she clenched her fists, and blue light flashed on her fists. Zhao Ling still symbolically stopped. Not so much, really not so much, just talk about what's going on. Don't fight, Zhao Ling. Xiaoya turned her head and gave a vicious glance in Zhao Ling's direction, a glance that contained hatred. You're such a wimp. Isn't this just an ordinary human? I don't believe it. I'm a heavenly maiden. I am the 9 heavenly maidens. I'm the legendary god of war. Do you understand, Zhao Ling? Zhao Ling stifled a laugh and almost broke it. I don't quite understand. Xiaoya felt that Zhao Ling was simply stupid. How could the hell send such a stupid person over to spy on Xia Dongqing? However, the more stupid Zhao Ling. Honestly, Xiaoya should be more happy. After all, it is the two of them to monitor Xia Dongqing. The hell now is not prepared completely, so it is not willing to let Xia Dongqing in the body of Qi woke up. This side of the heavenly realm is trying to take the opportunity to kill Xia Dongqing, so that Qi will never again have the opportunity to reincarnate and reincarnate. Even if there is, that's also until the next summer Holly is born. This could slow down the Qi transmutation considerably. After all, once upon a time this kind of thing, their heavenly realms secretly do a lot of. The heavenly realm of magic treasures more. They can in the underworld realize Qi transmutation target before Qi to take out. Xia Dongqing was not the first chaperone they killed, nor the last. Xiaoya cursed Zhao Ling a few times in her heart. Her complexion was bland. The blue light on her hand shone even more. Even with blue arcs of electricity, it looked solemn and solemn. You don't understand. Then I'll let you see today. What is called the mythological and legendary god of war. After she finished speaking with a particularly imposing air, she rushed over in Song Yuan's direction. Zhao Ling's eyes were full of light. The blue light flowed and directly wrapped up Xiaoya, who was like a sharp rivet that directly stabbed in Song Yuan's direction. Dazzling blue light flashed in the whole store. For a while, people could not see everything clearly, but Zhao Ling clearly heard a duong sound, as if something suddenly hit the steel plate. Zhao Ling seemed to feel toothy. The blue light dissipated. What Zhao Ling saw was Song Yuan catching Xiaoya bursting into hammers. That's called fierce. The entire table inside the store vibrated along with it. Even the knife on top of the table inside the store resounded with Xiaoya's wailing, and Zhao Ling's persuasive voice. Xiaoya is too young and doesn't understand anything. The credit knife is big. Don't get angry with her. Gently, gently, gently. People are girls at least. Don't be so violent. She's just not quite right in the head. Will you forgive her? Isn't it just a bare child who likes to misbehave? Ouch, hey, don't hit the face. It's already ugly. Hit the deformation. It's even uglier. Zhao Ling was definitely watching the fun. As Xiaoya and Song Yuan fought, to be exact, Xiaoya was unilaterally beaten up, and Zhao Ling actually stood by and arched his fire. And Xiaoya probably let Song Yuan to beat silly. A little less clear in the brain. This moment actually did not beg for mercy, not to mention cursing, but because of a sentence of Zhao Ling, turned his head to catch Zhao Ling does not let go of the mouth. Zhao Ling, you're the only ugly. Your whole family is ugly. Chapter 14, Traitors, Fraudsters. Hiss. Xiaoya applied iodine vapors to herself with one trembling hand, rolling her eyes in Zhao Ling's direction as she did so. Zhao Ran spread his hands with an innocent face. You can't blame me for this. When you were about to rush out, I gave you advice. At that time, I suggested that you don't go, and that there is something to discuss. Where is your brain? Xiaoya thought back to that time when Zhao Ling did remind her, and at that time, Xiaoya still felt that Zhao Ling was a bit of a wimp. Now it felt like Zhao Ling must have already been hammered by Song Yuan, and when she came in just now, she noticed that Zhao Ling's face was covered in color. I thought that Zhao Ling was caused by chasing some ghost, but now it seems that he wasn't beaten by Song Yuan. That's a tight mouth. Xiaoya looked at Zhao Ling with great sorrow, realizing that Xiaoya was looking at herself like that again. Zhao Mandarin was speechless. It's useless for you to look at me like that. Feeling dumbfounded, Xiaoya at this point could only continue to take the cotton swabs and apply iodine povine to the areas of her face that were already hanging out. This Song Yuan was definitely not an ordinary person. He actually wouldn't indulge in her beauty, and his hands were actually so ruthless. Settled the outstanding payment, right? Song Yuan looked at Xiaoya holding a cotton swab and applying it to her wounds. Honestly, there really wasn't much fluctuation. When he was watching that series of soul pendulum, he actually didn't like Xiaoya a little bit too much, though most of that is due to the fact that Yaya is on a different side of the fence, and Kunlun was supposed to look like the villain. Arrears? Kia was filled with confusion. Zhao Ling had already been tossed around by Song Yuan once and was basically familiar with the process. Zhao Ling looked at Xiaoya with a face full of curiosity. You owe him a knife too? What knife? Nothing. Xiaoya looked up with a confused face. Did you make a mistake? Xiaoya and Song Yuan looked at each other. At this moment Xiaoya seemed to see a sea of stars, and a picture appeared before her eyes. For ages and ages, those were the days when Kia followed Amber to Earth. At that time, Xiaoya was still just a crybaby little celestial maiden, but had picked up an errand in the middle of the war between the Protoss and the Kunlun. Yaha really wanted a seal so badly, like Amber, become a noble celestial maiden, a leader within the celestial maidens. So that time she made a deal with a human. This one is very strange. One could say it's the original man, and then again, one could say it's not, like a god and like a man. But the man had a very sharp dagger in his hand. She is one of the most perfect creations of the gods. He has a lifespan as long as the gods, and even has the same abilities as the gods. He is invulnerable to all poisons and has grown a copper skin and iron bones. Unusual attacks cannot break through his defense. But I have a knife here that can break through his defense and invalidate his invulnerable physique. In this case, you can poison in peace, otherwise it's useless for you to poison. Seriously, poisoning doesn't even work. This kind of thing is the biggest headache, because Kunlun's side of the order is to poison chi. Find a way to make chi poisoned. Otherwise the god side simply cannot do the other side. The gods created the Celestials and the Protoss in the first place. The so-called proto-humans are the first human beings who grew up on this earth. And the humans of that time had a lifespan as long as that of the gods. Some even have the same divine power as God. They are equivalent to the group of gods that were created by manhwa, except that the proto-humans of that time survived on earth. God created the original man and sent the celestial maiden to teach the original man the basics, like how do you plow, how to use fire and how to use water. Celestial maidens are actually created by the gods. Celestial maidens also have a very long lifespan like the gods, and they can use their godly powers while in possession of their feathered garments. The duty of the celestial maidens lies in serving the gods, and they are the little maids created by the gods. If, according to the understanding of the gods, he created the original man and the celestial woman. The original man or the celestial woman are the children of the gods, but one day these two children born of the gods actually want to talk about love. In fact, from this perspective, it seems to be able to understand that the gods, all of which are the contraptions birthed by the gods, actually want to engage in orthopedics in an honorable manner? If not you, who? No wonder that in Soul Pendulum, the gods once said that love is a disease. In fact, in that sense, it's really sick that a celestial maiden could get involved with a human. It's like having two children of your own who are engaging in orthopedic surgery and being so honorable. Isn't that purely sick? The gods were furious, and a divine punishment was sent down. The gods intend to destroy all of humanity. The original people of that time chose to resist. There was a young man who led the humans to war with Kunlun. That young man is Chi, and at that time, the gods did not have the means to fight Chiyu, so they resorted to very underhanded means, poisoning. This poisoner, however, is Xiaoya. Back then, the predecessor of the man with the knife on credit also gave Xiaoya a knife on credit and left a prophecy. It said that when Xiaoya had her own title and became the best among the heavenly maidens, she was going to come and collect the debt. It's just a shame that credit knife man senior never came, or maybe the other side forgot. Xiaoya gasped with a big thick breath. She was shivering as she came out from the middle of the illusion that Song Yuan had given her. It was a memory that she didn't want to recall. That's right, because of that great battle, Xiaoya has her own title and has been loved by all the little celestial maidens ever since. But so what? It was Yaya herself who knew exactly where that seal of hers came from. In Cha's eyes, Ya is a liar. She cheated Chi's feelings and she was the one who poisoned Chi. A liar and a traitor has no face to take the title of any god of war. The 9 heavenly mysteries. The name was both Yaya's seal of approval and her shame. The last thing she wanted to bring up was that name. What's wrong with you? What everyone sees should be their past. And Zhao Mandarin was quite curious to see Xiaoya in this sweaty state. This one was covered in as if he had just come out of the water. You owe my ancestor a sword. Where is that sword? Song Yuan stretched out his hand towards Xiaoya. I threw it. Xiaoya answered with such a straight face that she made the Zhao Mandarin next to her look dumbfounded. That's quite justified. Song Yuan let out a laugh. Because you feel that the name of your Xian Nu came from an incorrect name, and because you've never felt that you're the most despicable one, so you don't want to bring it up, and you don't even want to use that sword. You feel ashamed. When Song Yuan said those words, Zhao Ling was filled with surprise. That's impossible. Didn't Yahao always think the seal was amazing? How is it still despicable? Don't you say it. Even though Xiaoya had just been beaten up by Song Yuan, just like a pig's head, and was involved in the most personal of issues, Xiaoya still retorted angrily. Alright, I'll stop. You stormed into my store and fought with me. Song Yuan was his usual shameless self, and surprisingly came up with this sentence. You pushed down the counter inside my store. These knives of mine were all handcrafted by me without a single scratch, but you damaged them. You have to pay for these. Xiaoya was stunned. But you were clearly the one who unilaterally assaulted me just now. Then it was also you who started it. If you didn't hit me, how could I possibly hit you? Song Yuan looked indifferent. You can't rely on me for this. This belongs to your own deserved. Apart from this, there is also the matter of my ancestor borrowing that knife of yours. Look at what's worth on you that can cover the debt. Otherwise I have no way to save you. My ancestor's temper can be much more violent than mine. Even the Queen Mother of the West can't stop it. Xiaoya knew that the last thing Song Yuan said was true, and that even the Queen Mother of the West couldn't stop Song Yuan, let alone Song Yuan's ancestor. What is the mysterious profession of the credit knife man? I can't believe it's so exaggerated. Your ancestors are the ones who go around credit knives? Zhao Ling really couldn't help but ask. Don't tell me that the heaven-opening axe used on Pangu's hand also belonged to your credit knife people. Don't climb nonsense. When he heard Song Yuan utter such a sentence, Zhao Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although Song Yuan was perverted, he wasn't perverted to that extent. But immediately after Song Yuan uttered a sentence that made Zhao Ling and Xiaoya people go numb. Song Yuan said, other people's Pangu's reputation is much better than you too. This awful thing. People have paid off that debt. People are still generous. Chapter 15, Zhao Ling, ha ha ha. Song Yuan was right, at least among the system panel's records. Among the worlds fused by this particular TV series, the ancestor of the credit blade man did lend Pangu the heaven-opening axe. Later Pangu bought away the heaven-opening axe with a great deal and gave his word. It's not quite clear exactly what kind of deal it was. Anyway, the system panel was placing this transaction in the most prominent position so that Song Yuan would be able to see it at a glance. It is also because of Pangu's massive gift that the ancestors of the credit knife people survived, passing it down from generation to generation through the ages. But basically, these ancestors were still able to collect on the small accounts, and they didn't even have the heart to collect on the big ones. For a moment, Song Yuan suspected that system panel inside his mind was actually a ledger. And now, all the accounts were piling up on him, and there were also corresponding rewards inside each account. That is, each quest, which were tailor-made for Song Yuan, rewards given by the system, and those that pay it back. What they return goes right back into the system bill. For example, Chi's magic sword. This thing, if Ah Cha took it out, as long as it was still in, even Song Yuan himself couldn't get it out unless he rebuilt it. But what he rebuilt wasn't as powerful as the magic sword from back in the day. Then I don't know. The way these weapons were built was recorded in the system panel, and searching was possible. But after all, the war between the progenitors and the Kunlun was many years ago, and some of the materials might have gone extinct. The demon-slashing blade that Song Yuan had built was built according to the system panel's records, and was able to be used a total of 3 times. And when facing a demonic creature like Hao Ji, it was a matter of 1 slash. At this time, Song Yuan began to start talking from the ancient period when Pangu returned a bunch of heavenly treasures to the people with the credit knife, accusing Zhao Ling and Xiaoya, the 2 poor bastards. How many years it has been, and up to now, they still can't pay it back. Xiaoya was listening with increasing helplessness. Her head was getting lower and lower, even very unconfident. Then you say, how can I compensate you? The knife I have indeed lost. You are right. Every time I see that knife, I feel despicable. This name of mine as the god of war is indeed stepping on other people's corpses to get to the top. Zhao Ling heard these gossips and raised his eyebrows, but he had already signed a S-contract, so maybe Zhao Ling would come with a copy of it. So he reminded from the side, then you have to think clearly about what you're best at and what you're least good at, and you have to say it all in a clear and unambiguous way. We celestial maidens would actually be better off if we didn't have a feathered coat. Sayaka was loath to admit, but speechless. She wasn't very good at this right now. As a result, Song Yuan followed Xiaoya's words and spoke directly and confidently. If you heavenly maidens don't have feathered clothes, you're nothing. Xiaoya instantly glared angrily. Next to him, Zhao Ling almost laughed out loud. However, after Xiaoya instantly glanced at Song Yuan, the person was a bit more abashed as she whispered, yes, we heavenly maidens are really nothing if we don't have feathered clothes. The moment these words were said, not to mention Song Yuan, even Zhao Ran looked at her with a heart full of helplessness. It wasn't obvious that she was going to be left to her own devices. Xiaoya was quite smart and reacted at the first moment. Did Zhao Ling sign a contract with you as well? Then how did Zhao Ling repay the debt? Thinking of that contract that was even more ruthless than Zhou Pippi, Zhao Ling's face became quite ugly in a split second. And in the face of Xiaoya's big, fluttering eyes, for a moment, even the sophomoric Zhao Ling didn't know what to say. Hey, solely at this time Song Yuan spoke up, pay back the debt. Anything can be used to pay off the debt. I see you. That feathered coat is good. the divine power of the 9 heavenly mysteries. 90% of it comes from there, right? The current you can't even utilize 1/10 of your true strength. Xiaoya's eyes widened. You really Joe pickpocket you don't even want to think about it. That's my feathered coat. Our heavenly maiden relies on it. TSK, Zhao Mandarin couldn't help but make a sound from the side. It's funny, such a powerful heavenly maiden actually has to rely on a piece of clothing in order to give out her full strength. No wonder you don't seem to look like anything powerful when I look at you normally. You shut up. Xiaoya looked unsightly. There is no greater shame in this world than a competitor mocking himself. Then what else do you have on you? Song Yuan circled around the bruised and swollen Xiaoya, looking at her like she was looking at a fish for sale. Seeing Xiaoya's goosebumps rose up, and her body's chilly hairs stood on end, making her very uncomfortable. Song Yuan didn't care about that. Appearance? Medium looks. Xiaoya? Zhao Ling? Ha 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 ha. Song Yuan looked up and down. Body? Average body. Xiaoya? Zhao Ling? Ha 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 ha. As Xiaoya was about to storm off, Song Yuan said in a good-natured manner, "Oh right, I remember. You have a long life, don't you? After all, the heavenly maidens themselves were created by the gods, and the gods gave you endless lives when they created you in the first place. In fact, when you say it's endless, there's still an end to it, and your life should still be." Xiaoya took a step back and stumbled a little, looking at Song Yuan with an incredulous face. "I have so many merits, and all you see is a very long life? Zhao Ling, ha 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 ha." Xiaoya was so annoyed that she turned her head to look at Zhao Ling. You have nothing else to do but ha 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 me now, do you?" Only then did Zhao Ling put away his smile, but he still could not hold it in a bit, but he sort of tried to suppress it as much as he could this time. Zhao Ling held back his laughter. "Well, there are quite a lot of good things about you, but none of them are as good as a longer life value." He froze when he said that, as he saw Song Yuan treating Xiaoya the way he had treated him just now, also grabbing through the air in Xiaoya's direction. This time, what was grabbed out was not golden, but as green as a silk thread. Song Yuan was like fishing for spaghetti and took a look on top of that green silk thread, and came to a conclusion. Your lifespan is really quite long. So far there are still 15,000 years left. It seems that you gods are very generous. Although Zhao Ling's lifespan was also very long after he became a soul ferryman, because ferrymen had no souls, only Yuanshen, and as long as the Yuanshen did not perish, it was equivalent to surviving permanently. Zhao Ling really didn't know that Xiaoya actually lived such a long life. You're planning to live until the earth explodes? Lifespan won't work. Once I make a deal with you, I'll be discovered by the Queen Mother of the West when I return to Kunlun. She'll be able to tell at a glance. Xiaoya rejected the offer. Change it. Song Yuan was still thinking seriously. And change? Then you'll just have to work black labor like Zhao Ling. Sure enough, Zhao Ling had already signed an agreement with Song Yuan, and Xiaoya's eyes were glowing. What kind of black labor? If he can do it, can't I do it? This is knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. Merit, take merit against it. Do you have it? People Song Yuan have said that it's a black labor. This time Zhao Mandarin are also open to it. It's not just exposing a pitiful contract. No big deal. I'm the 9 heavenly mysteries. Xiaoya patted her chest with extra confidence. I have believers. I'm a god, divine messenger, right? Song Yuan suppressed Xiaoya's words. Your role is equivalent to a SF Express that sends a message to the Queen Mother of the West. Yeah, my whole meow is bad. Zhao Ling, ha 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 ha. Chapter 16, a small goal. It's still up to someone to say if there's any merit. Same maneuver. Zhao Ling and Xiaoya watched as Song Yuan, just like that, grabbed through the air and pulled out a small golden orb from Xiaoya's chest. It's pretty high. Song Yuan couldn't help but say, 123 points. Zhao Ling was unable to see the numbers on it, and he was only able to see it when Song Yuan shared it. But Zhao Ran almost died of laughter after hearing this. It's quite high. Not as high as me. Impossible. I'm the 9 heavenly mysteries. I have believers. I'm in this world, I have temples. Is it reasonable for me to have just this much merit? Xiaoya was furious to the core. I don't believe it unless I can see it. So Song Yuan used the same technique to allow Xiaoya to be able to see the values above the golden ball as well. Xiaoya broke down. Are you missing a unit on this? Is it 10,000? Song Yuan shook his head. You don't have a count in your heart of what misdeeds you've done yourself? What unethical things have I done? This pot Xiaoya didn't want to take the blame at all. Xiaoya felt that she had always been pure goodness. Haven't I just been following Kunlun's orders? Yeah, you have been doing things according to Kunlun's orders. Have you ever thought that there is a possibility that your previous merits were negative? Song Yuan looked bland. Have you really forgotten that you were the most crucial in the middle of that big battle between the progenitors and the Kunlun? At the mention of this, Yaya's face suddenly went white. Heaven has the virtue of good birth. Song Yuan even pointed to the heavens when he said this. Heaven doesn't care who was born to whom. The first batch of humans were indeed created by the gods. Those humans have the same power as the gods, and have the same long lifespan as the gods. And yet, it is because of love. It is because the gods feel that love is a disease, that the gods want to kill them all. So that war started. You poisoned the leader of the humans. You were the one who caused all the proto-humans to be cleansed by the gods. It took the gods 3 days to bring the waters all together and then cleanse the world for 3 days. And guess how many the gods killed? In addition to humans, I guess there were animals and such. This flood is recorded in a lot of myths and legends. The people who were killed at that time were actually no different from the gods who were killed. Do you think that your merit wasn't a negative one when you did such a thing? Even if you return to Kunlun, even if you get a commendation, even if you get a title, so what? That's a commendation given to you by Kunlun. That's not a commendation given to you by the heavenly Tao. So it makes sense that you have so little merit, and I don't see anything wrong with that. Xiaoya was silent when Song Yuan spoke from the side. Zhao Ling was afraid to speak because these things were all things that happened in the ancient times. The first humans on Earth were called proto-humans. It is also true that they can be judged as gods in a sense. They are virtually indistinguishable from the gods, being the first group of humans created by the gods. And when they disappeared completely, the humans that the gods created again became what they are now. Weak, without divine power, and even less long lives. Now this kind of weak human being in order to survive. That's really a fight. They have tenaciously passed it on from generation to generation. And as far as I know, after that great war, Kunlun was told not to intervene in the affairs of the earth. And of course the underworld can't intervene too much either. Zhao Ling told slowly from the side. However, speaking of this, Zhao Mandarin glanced at the pale-faced Xiaoya. I really didn't think that the culprit of all of this would actually be you. It's not that all the culprits are her. She's just a tool person. But she did do this kind of thing. Song Yuan swept a glance at Xiaoya, who had a despondent look on her face. Alright, let bygones be bygones. Now you tell me how to return my merits? By the way, I have to remind you that the knife you used is a different thing from the one used by Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling only needs to return 1 million merit to me. But you have a small goal, right, which is 100 million. You can think about it. In fact, I suggest you use the feather coat as the best. Song Yuan was still salivating over the feathered clothes of the 9 heavenly mysteries. After all, the system panel above had given such a compensation package. Using the feathered clothes was equal to overshooting the mission, and maybe the rewards given would be better. If Xiaoya was able to pay off her debt, then Song Yuan would be able to obtain the special talent of infinite vitality. Unlimited vitality in the system panel inside the explanation is the birth of the dead. Flesh and bones, body wounds can be instantly recovered, even if the body is only left with a skeleton, but also be able to grow back again. Severed limbs reborn. It is not a matter of course. But then I don't know if a kidney cell can grow back. But Song Yuan he didn't dare to try either. However, it's pretty hard to get this kind of reward. After all, Xiaoya is really poor. 100 million? Xiaoya's eyes went wide. That's too much, isn't it? How can it be so much? Then can you give me a discount? Yaya's tone was already petulant by the end of her sentence. Next to him, Zhao Ling heard it so harshly that he clipped along with his words. Brother Song Yuan. Just as he spoke, Song Yuan rolled his eyes towards him. Get lost. Alas. Okay. Zhao Ling immediately returned to normal, and his voice did not clip. Originally, Xiaoya was planning to clip her voice to negotiate with Song Yuan, but there was an extra Zhao official beside her. It's not easy to talk about, but it's not good to talk about it. And you have to talk about it with a thick skin. Are you kidding? A whole $1 billion. How can this be afforded? As you can see, my merit has only recently become positive. It's because back then I played a certain role in that big battle between the progenitors and the Kunlun, said Xiaoya and squeezed out 2 drops of tears. This 100 million is just too much. Besides, I don't know how to earn merit, or else you'll change it for one? Song Yuan shook his head hopelessly. You have to get it right. This is already the cheapest way to go. Otherwise you just give me a lifespan of 30,000 years, which is actually fine. He was very sincere in what he said. Next to her, Zhao Ling almost laughed out loud, but she only has a total of 15,000. Song Yuan looked at Xiaoya seriously. This is the only way. There has to be a degree of bargaining, right? If I remember correctly, you should be helping the Queen Mother of the West to come here to bargain, right? That knife is precious. Even if you bargain, the Queen Mother of the West has to be ready to bleed, said Song Yuan as he quickly printed out a piece of white paper from inside his own computer. This was the contract that Xiaoya and Song Yuan had signed. Contractor, Xiaoya. Contents of contract. 9 Heavenly Basilica. Xiaoya must return the year the credit dagger people to Xiaoya that used to give Qi break defense small dagger. If the small dagger has been discarded, need to use 100 million merits to offset the debt. Not to mention that Xiaoya's face after reading that contract was as ugly as when Zhao Ran saw the contract for the first time. Chapter 17, Selling Yourself. Xiaoya is a little more clever. Naturally at this time is killed not willing to sign such a contract. The whole person is not good. It's useless to play rogue. Your attitude is simply not as good as Zhao Mandarin. How about this? We'll make it 150 million. This time Song Yuan didn't even type the contract. He just waved his hand. In black and white. Surprisingly, it changed, and $100 million became $150 million. Xiaoya froze. Splashing and rolling this set on Song Yuan's side did not work at all. Pampering and selling cute did not work either. On the contrary, it also directly increased the debt of 50 million merits for herself. Not to mention, Xiaoya wanted to die at that moment. Zhao Ling suddenly felt that his $1 million was nothing at all. A full 150 million. Xiaoya is probably going to go home and cry. And this time Song Yuan didn't have much patience. Waving his hand without waiting for Xiaoya to say anything, the white paper flew directly to Xiaoya's thumb. And when Xiaoya's thumb came into contact with the white paper shimmered with a golden light on it. With a quick glance, Xiaoya realized that her fingerprints had been imprinted on top of the white paper. Instead, the white paper floated in midair and suddenly began to burn. But it wasn't the flames that set the white paper on fire. It was the golden light that Xiaoya had just printed down. The golden light wrapped around the entire paper, instantly turning it into ashes. And when the entire paper turned completely to ashes, Xiaoya felt a certain connection with Song Yuan, an indefinable relationship. In the future, every bit of merit you earn will be transferred to my account through the connection between the two of us. You have a long lifespan, and we credit swordsmen will be able to collect the debt generation after generation. Of course it's possible that my lifespan will be longer than yours by then. After all, Song Yuan had a system panel. However, these words turned sour in the eyes of Zhao Ling and Xiaoya. What Song Yuan really meant was that he could cultivate inside this end time and even reach immortality. Isn't that what attaining immortality is all about? Even if one attains immortality, isn't immortality something that all people are attracted to? The 5 failures of heavenly beings. Even if they are gods, it is impossible to get rid of the destiny of heaven. Tendo is the boss in this world. I'm just going to sign the contract here? Xiaoya looked at Song Yuan with a face full of confusion. I'm just going to sell myself here? That's probably true, but you don't have to be so pessimistic. Zhao Ling gently patted Xiaoya's shoulder. Just earn it slowly. If you don't know how to earn it, you can come and ask me. Song Yuan actually drew out a book from the place where he patted the table. This book is full of gray. At a glance. Never turned over. Bring it to pad the table foot. Song Yuan was not too shy to blow all the ash off the top of that book, and casually patted it in front of Zhao Ling and Xiaoya, then handed the book to Xiaoya. This is the mantra of the past life, and there are also a few other incantations that you can learn more about. Overtaking dead souls can give you merit, and also, do more good deeds. It's faster to transcend the dead souls, and of course if you can transcend the dead souls of the immortals as well, it gives super much. Song Yuan counted on speaking out some of his little experiences. Xiaoya looked at the buried book not even wanting to pick it up, but she wasn't a monk or a Taoist priest. She didn't know how to do such things as supernaturalizing dead souls, but from what Song Yuan said it seemed quite simple, just reciting a mantra for the afterlife. Why did you tell her all this news? Next to her, Zhao Ling felt as if she had been stabbed in the back. It's my job to supernaturalize the dead. How could she steal it from me? It's not like you're a senior monk now. Song Yuan ventured. In case you don't succeed in your supernatural endeavors and let someone's stern ghosts beat you up, won't there be someone else who can help you? Both of these guys work part-time anyway. In fact, pass it on to whomever. After all, the current Zhao Ling wasn't that high priest. In the world of Soul Pendulum, even though Zhao Ling hadn't recovered his memories, Zhao Ling was still able to use the Lotus Sutra of the Myriad Laws, and that was because he had grown a soul after eating the ghost pill given to him by Muyong. While the new soul may not be as powerful as the previous one, some memories can be slowly revived. But nowadays, Zhao Ling didn't have any soul power at all. Expecting Zhao Ling to use the Myriad Lotus Sutra that was absolutely impossible. So, Song Yuan found a simple mantra for the afterlife, which should work. If Zhao Ling wants to follow the path of transcendence in the future, he will have to learn quite a few things, and this is Zhao Ling's own business. Alright, after rambling with you two for half a day, I didn't do any business here, and I didn't fight with the knife, so you two hurry back. Song Yuan changed his face after signing the contract. This was explicitly driving them away. At this time, Zhao Ling also had nothing to stay. In the beginning, he wanted to stay and watch Xiaoya's hilarity, and now that the hilarity had been watched, he was really satisfied. So Zhao Ling planned to leave, but Xiaoya didn't move. Then how can you pull out that sword from Kunlun? By the way, you said that I almost forgot. Song Yuan some vain cough. Kunlun with that knife is very powerful. to know that time Qiyu. If you do not give him poison, you are simply impossible to catch him. Even with that potent poison, a Qi kind of being is still able to slowly metabolize it out. Even though Xiaoya's dagger broke his defense, but as long as we give it time, the gods can't take Qiyu at all. But the knife provided by our ancestors can cut off Qiyu's head. It's a divine knife, specially used to behead the gods. That blade is very precious. I really didn't think that the Queen Mother of the West would give it away after using it that one time. It's such a waste, and now it's going to be a problem no matter whose hands it falls into. Of course, this kind of thing aside, it's not really a threat to us credit knife people. That knife is very precious. So the compensation from the Queen Mother of the West side must also be very precious. Like the Kunlun mirror. The Kunlun mirror will be able to cover the debt. And if I remember correctly, the Queen Mother of the West has a lot of treasures in her hands, and the Kunlun mirror is a trinket to her. Although Song Yuan's words were said in this way, Zhao Ling, who was next to him, rounded his eyes and almost planted himself on the ground. What did you say? You want the Queen Mother of the West to take out the Kunlun mirror to cover the debt? Are you kidding me? The Kunlun mirror is very precious, okay? That's not a gadget at all. That's Kunlun's signature. But what does it have to do with you? Shut up you. Song Yuan rolled his eyes greatly. This Zhao official's control was a bit too wide. Zhao Lin silently closed his mouth and nodded as he stood by the side. I will never talk too much. The Western Queen Mother must be compensated. That sword is so powerful that it can behead gods yet. It's true that people change in the face of profit. Xiaoya gave a particularly mournful glance at Zhao Ling, then turned her head to look at Song Yuan. Since we can offset our merits, then we, Kunlun, can naturally offset our merits as well, right? 100 billion. Song Yuan casually stated a number. A sword that can cut down a god is still very powerful. Hell has to return the magic sword, or else $10 billion of merit will have to be used to cover the debt. And according to Song Yuan, it's not a matter of giving these 10 billion merits in one breath. It's something that can be paid back slowly, with the power of the contract, as long as they earned merit on their side. It would flow to Song Yuan's body in a steady stream. Originally, Zhao Ling still thought that 10 billion was a bit much, and even if all of it was converted into merits, Cha probably wouldn't be able to eat it. But now, the Western Queen Mother's side was a full 100 billion, which directly made Zhao Ran almost laugh out loud, and now he knew how to reply back to go. Maybe Cha could really agree. After all, it's the frustration of your opponent that makes you extra happy. Chapter 18, Crickets in Your Face. Xiaoya's eyes widened and she was about to retort, but she was pulled back by Zhao Ling. I'm telling you, don't make those dim moves. Don't forget how you went from 100 million merits to owing someone 150 million merits. Zhao Ling said here, the human Queen Mother of the West will be able to tune in the surveillance. If you let the Queen Mother of the West know that because of your spilling or pampering, it cost 100 billion to turn into 150 billion, then I guess people will have the heart to kill you. As he said these words, Zhao Ling was quite nervous, pulling Xia aside. Xiaoya blushed hard, but one had to admit that what Zhao Ling said was true. She glanced gratefully at Zhao Ling. Many thanks. I'll have to discuss this matter with Queen Mother West. I'll bring your words back. Xiaoya hurriedly told Song Yuan. However, Zhao Ling was quite curious. What do you need so much merit for? It's not like I need it. I can't tell you. It's related to our ancestors. But collected merit Song Yuan actually didn't earn a single point. It would all be sucked clean by the system panel. The thing that these people returned, no matter how powerful that thing was, whether or not it was really able to cut down gods and kill immortals, it didn't matter, because it has nothing to do with Song Yuan half the time. He can only get the rewards after completing the mission, and those merits and stuff will be absorbed by the system panel. As for the system panel, why does it need so much merit? That's not so clear. This thing is just a system panel. A lot of functions are still researched by Song Yuan himself, and he doesn't even talk about it all day long. When he saw Song Yuan getting angry, he was afraid that Song Yuan would give himself a super double, so Zhao Ran hurriedly excused himself. Then in that case, we won't bother you anymore. If you're free, you can go to convenience store no. 444 and sit down. We can be considered as friends if we don't fight. Zhao Ling is still very good at what he does, though inexplicably in debt. But Zhao Ling still felt that as long as he had a good relationship with Song Yuan, he might be able to help him wipe a zero when the time came. 1 million is a bit much, even if he's overpowering the severe ghosts every day. Then I don't know how long it's going to take to get over the top. Not to mention the fact that he wouldn't be able to supersede at all at this point. Zhao Ling pulled Xiaoya outside, so Xiaoya could only quickly greet Song Yuan before being forced to be led by Zhao Ling. Alright, let go of me. I still have to go to Kunlun to resume my orders. Actually, Xiaoya was planning to go find Song Yuan alone after ditching Zhao Ling. Just now, that simpleton Zhao Ling was standing right next to him. Xiaoya always felt like she was limited in her play. Do you want to go to Kunlun to resume your duties or do you want to go and be pampered? Zhao Ran pierced through Xiaoya's little scheme with a single glance and spoke in a nonchalant manner. Don't forget, just now you just wanted to start spilling your guts. He directly gave you a super doubling. Are you trying to directly and painlessly your way to 300 million merits? Zhao Ling's mouth said threatening words, but in his heart, what he was thinking was that he mustn't let Xiaoya go to Song Yuan. How many men are really able to reject a woman's pampering and selling out? In the event that Song Yuan really ate up Xiaoya's act and changed it for Xiaoya, even if only a little bit, Zhao Ling was not comfortable. He couldn't just go pouting like Yahe, could he? He can't do it. However, on the surface this Song Yuan was still very fair and seemed to be very nice to talk to. Xiaoya carefully thought about it. In fact, what Zhao Ling said is all good. Song Yuan, that oil and salt, I guess color seduction is useless. You, 1T want a color bait, right? Zhao Ling looked condescendingly at Xiaoya next to him, who was a bit short. Where are you looking? Xiaoya immediately blocked her chest front. Who would have that kind of mind? It's not like he's not an ordinary person. Well Zhao Mandarin nodded. Rightfully so, people. No, heavenly maiden. Expensive to have self-knowledge. Not yet as big as me, don't know where to get the face. Xiaoya glanced at that big pecs of Zhao's, and then looked down at her own cam, although she didn't want to admit it, but damn it, this is actually true. It's unbelievable. What to eat? Big-breasted brother. Both were bruised and swollen. Both were limping. But the opposite side of the convenience store, no. For 44 inside the Xiaodongqing this moment actually did not stand in the doorway to watch. The entire 444 convenience store, including this side of the blacksmith store, all feel strange. Aren't there a bit too few people? Zhao Ling took a look at the street with a strange face. It's normal for no one to be there in the middle of the day. Xiaoya knew what Zhao Ling was talking about. However, there were two black-clothed men rapidly approaching towards the two of them, and these two black-clothed men were very distinctive. One tall and one short. The taller one was about 5 feet 8 inches, the shorter one was about 5 feet 6 inches, and the shorter one was a very cute girl, cute looking, but dressed neutrally. May I ask if you guys were on this street yesterday at noon? The short girl looked at Zhao Ran with a big smile. Did you guys see a female Ultraman flying straight into the sky? God, female OTC. Xiaoya's face changed. Oh no, I forgot to turn on stealth. Zhao Ling is also a change in face. The heart cursed. That gang of medieval police, how to clean up the human memory. This gang of mortals are sticking their faces to open up big, directly in front of his face to mention the things of that day. Scene. Zhao Ling's face was ugly. He wanted to see just how many people still remembered this. These people in front of him would be controlled first, then their memories would be cleared. He said he's seen it. Wu Ai still had a decent smile on her face when she faced Zhao Ling and Xiaoya, but these words were squeezed out from inside her teeth. Wu Ai, a character in the MOVA. Name band so changed. Wu Ai is one of the detectives of the nearby Animal Management Bureau, Bureau 3, and she has specially brought her man Hao Yun here today to take a look. Yesterday, it was rumored that a great demon raised his right hand high in the sky like Ultraman in front of many mortals. Oh, or an unregistered great demon. Damn, the entire 3rd Bureau jurisdiction had never seen such an arrogant demon. And someone took the video at the time. And just cleaning up the content of the video, someone sent it overseas. The 3 bureaus of the Motion Control Bureau have used up all their power. Even they brainwashed the brains of all the humans around them. It was simple. Straight public play of that brainwashing song. I didn't realize that there was still a leak. Wu Ai's face is ugly. She said earlier, this brainwashing song public release is definitely not as effective as a single release. Hearing his detective's gnashing of teeth, Hao Yun, who was standing behind Wu Ai, instantly reacted and expressionlessly took out a loudspeaker, then clicked on the brainwashing god song. Don't pick the wildflowers on the side of the road. An old song plays slowly. Xiao Ya, Zhao Ling, Wu Ai, Hao Yun, degree nabla degree. This old song was a new replacement, and Wu Ai and Hao Yun soon realized that the two men in front of them looked normal. It seemed, and didn't look confused at all. Wu Ai lowered his voice. This song is a new change in the old section? How do you feel the effect is average? The code is not written? Is there something wrong with the two of them? Hao Yun crickets in front of Xiaoya and Zhao Ling. I've been using this all morning, I feel good. Zhao Ling frowned. Why didn't you turn on stealth last time? Are you ing sick? I'm telling you, last time I wiped your ***, you had to ing pay me. Xiaoya, this really cannot help. I am anxious. I suddenly remembered that the knife handle on the heavenly gate. I am anxious. He, pay out money. Zhao Ling lowered his voice. 100. No, compensate me for 10. 000 merit. All of them were debtors. And what Zhao Ling lacked now was merit. Robbing you. Xiaoya gritted her teeth. The two just crickets finished. Behind them suddenly more people. Wu AI directly on the bundle of demon rope. They are not right. Get me to catch back. Xiaoya, Zhao Ling. Chapter 19. None of them are in the same system. There were a lot of people from animal control. More than 24 black-clothed men popped out of nowhere. And Yahya was the first to turn on the big one. The force is strong. But instead of the blue light flickering on his body, which symbolized the god of war, he looked a bit shriveled. By the way, just now she had a fight with Song Yuan. Physically and mentally exhausted. Exhausted all the power. Even though Xiaoya just came back from Kunlun. After all, Kunlun can be found everywhere and the aura can be replenished, at least then in the mortal world to eat faster. But Song Yuan was too powerful, and that fight had used up almost all of Xiaoya's strength. So when Zhao Ran pulled out his gun and looked at Xiaoya with a hopeful face, he realized that the other party had suddenly muted into very flexible. Adult thumb-thick ropes suddenly flew in the direction of the two of them. The two ropes were quite spiritual, and when they got close to them, they automatically bound them tightly, still in the same way that they had bound the pigs. Xiaoya and Zhao Mandarin both fell to the ground. Haoyan approached with thieving eyes. These two are not normal. Just now I used a Polaroid. I didn't shoot anything different, but these two are not affected by the brainwashing song. These two have to be taken back to cut their brains. Haoyan also made a gesture of cutting his brain. After all, that was how Haoyan was captured in the first place, and the Wu AI in the first place did want to take Haoyan to cut his brain. Take it back first. The current Polaroid may not be able to take out the demon. Take it back and test it with a large instrument. If not, then cut the brain. Wu AI waved his hand. Xiaoya and Zhao Ling were both taken away. What demons? Zhao Ling listened quite genuinely. We're not demons. Have you heard of the Underworld? I'm a soul ferryman. What soul ferryman? I'm still the Grim Reaper. Haoyan very nonchalantly yelled at Zhao Ling inside the van. Your kid has watched too much anime. ING. Zhao Mandarin inexplicably looked at the group. Where did you guys come from? How come I haven't seen you guys before? You guys are so strange. In fact, even without the use of special means, Zhao Ran was able to sense that the aura on these people was off. These are all demons. It was only then that Xiaoya adjusted her sitting position with a hard face. You guys are mistaken. I'm not in the same system as you guys. Release me, do you hear me? Or else I'll make you all regret it. Zhao Ling was listening to the cola next to him and almost laughed out loud. In fact, he had already figured out how to leave, but he had never seen a demon that actually had a den inside the city. So Zhao Ling wanted to see where this bunch of demons eventually dragged them to. This is an area that has never been touched before. It wasn't long before Zhao Ling and Xiaoya entered the interrogation room separately. The ones who interrogated Zhao Ling were Wu Yi and Haoyan, who were responsible for arresting him. Wu Yi looked at Zhao Ling with a serious face. Name. Zhao Ling's expression was bland. Zhao Ling. Wuoi. Gender. What if I pull it out and show it to you? Zhao Ling's face was ugly. Isn't it obvious? How to talk? Haoyan slapped the table. Speak properly. Male. Zhao Ling rolled his eyes. What family? Then, Wu Yi asked a strange question. What the hell? Zhao Ling's face was ugly. However, Xiaoya inside the other interrogation room had only one request. I'm not full. Let's talk about what we have to say when we're full. The one interrogating Xiaoya was another detective of the third bureau with a gloomy face, but he did think that the celestial maiden in front of him was quite cute, so the other party was able to fulfill any request. Even though some of them are a little too edible. An hour later, as Xiaoya was about to make her move, she suddenly heard a furious roar from Zhao Ling inside that interrogation room next door. Sword skill. So this side of Xiaoya was so drunk that she directly twisted the silver handcuffs on her hands and pressed the other two detectives inside the interrogation room against the hammer. Powerful. When Xiaoya came out from the room door, she saw Zhao Ling strangling an old man with gray hair and yelling at the other side. How many times have I told you? How many times have I told you? I'm a soul ferryman. I'm from the Underworld. It's true that you demons don't belong to us in the Underworld after you die, but I don't mind taking care of it. How about letting you reincarnate directly in the path? That old man finally understood what Zhao Ling really was. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. The people under them haven't seen anything, that's why they don't know what a soul ferryman is? It's all a misunderstanding. They're just little demons who haven't seen the world. Which of those big demons doesn't know about you guys? You demon race actually managed to survive amongst the human world. It's really quite impressive. Xiaoya walked over as if nothing had happened. Inside that interrogation room behind her came the sounds of Inspector Joe and his assistant wailing. So good looking. How come it hurt so much to hit someone? Inspector Joe was filled with skepticism. You're the heavenly maiden, aren't you? So cute. However, the man standing behind the old man with a green body poked his head out and said with a face full of excitement. The man was wearing a green shirt and green pants. Even the hat on his head was green, and in the middle of talking, it spat out snake letters. Isn't this the little green from the legend of the White Lady? Only inside the world of Soul Pendulum. Xiaoqing is a male. Who are you? You're supposed to be a big demon. Your flavor is much purer than those little demons. Xiaoya glanced at the greenish man and said with a cold expression, ever heard of the legend of the White Lady? Qing was amused. It was Zhao who had a face that was hard to explain. The White Queen looks like you? I can understand why Fa Hai had to separate the two of you in the first place. Just this, you are not the opposite of the Big Dipper? Even in modern times, there are not many people who can accept male, right? You shut up. Little Green exploded. When did I say I'm Old White? I'm Little Green, but aren't you supposed to be a sister? I'd believe you if you said you were Su Xian. Zhao Ling even chatted with Xiao Chang. That's because Old Bai had to act with Su Xian. So, he needed a maid to deliver a message or something, and that's why I was chosen. Xiao Qing said with a face full of displeasure. Director, you guys are really mistaken. The two of them, an underworld and a heavenly maiden, are not in the same system as you guys at all, and they are not human beings, so of course they are not affected by that brainwashing song. At this moment, the director of the third bureau was on the verge of crying. His neck was about to be pinched by Zhao Ling. Warrior, let me go. I really don't know anything. I'll make amends to you. Only then did Zhao Ling release the director of the three bureaus in a good-natured manner, patting someone's shirt collar in the process. Keep your eyes open next time. They're not all in the same system. Don't interfere with each other. The director of the third bureau nodded repeatedly. Yes, absolutely no interference. Zhao Ling and Xiaoya swaggered away, and as they both left they didn't notice in the slightest that Lu Guodong, who had just been caught up, was the water bear bug that often committed suicide, and was now looking at them with an eager face. He suddenly had a new idea for a death wish. I'm sure I can die this time. Chapter 20, The Fifth Prince. However, Song One's side of the story was also met by the animal control people, but he was good at acting, even though the gang played a brainwashing song at him for a few minutes. In fact, Song Yuan was not affected at all, but he, like all ordinary humans, showed a few minutes of confusion. He had watched animal control, so he knew what those ordinary humans would become after hearing the brainwashing song. Only he was surprised. He had known that this world was a fused-up world. He just hadn't expected it to come so quickly. The morning was almost entirely wasted on Zhao Ling and Xiaoya, and after lunch, in the afternoon, Song Yuan took out the materials he had chosen and began to forge iron at the entrance of his blacksmith store. The best thing about being a credit knife man is, of course, the skill of forging knives. However, the blade he was forging now was nothing more than an ordinary horizontal blade. After all, he had to eat on Earth as well, and it was nice to be able to sell one. While Song Yuan was forging the knife, he didn't notice in the slightest a pair of excited eyes inside convenience store No. 444. Wang Xiaoya stood right in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of convenience store 444 with her school bag on her back. She looked at Song Yuan's direction with a face full of excitement. The boss of the blacksmith store has a really good body. He looks thin in his clothes, and he has meat in his clothes. Donqing, come and take a look at his muscles. They really look good. Now pouring Guangdong cooking. Xiaodongqing cannot listen to it. Look at the words of this nymphomaniac. Xiaodongqing towards the direction of Wang Xiaoya. Cold snort. Not just a few abs with who do not have the same. Wang Xiaoya turned his head and looked at Xiaodongqing very disdainfully. You really don't have it. This is something I would forget if Zhao Ling said it. After all, Zhao Ling is really neat. And you. Xiaodongqing really wanted to lift his t-shirt, but in the end he held back. That's right, he really didn't. While the two were conversing, the wind chime in front of the convenience store was rung, indicating that someone had come in. Xiaodongqing looked over in the direction of the doorway and immediately revealed a smile. Welcome. The visitor is a man with a plate inch. This man has a mouthful of crooked and cracked teeth. Smiling happily at him, the man with a plate inch is wearing an expensive suit, which sets him off like a gentleman. Give me a portion of Kanto boiled. Thank you. Xiaodongqing worked numbly. However, the man looked at Xiaodongqing and said with a smile, I've opened a restaurant right at the end of that road, and I often like to work on some new dishes, so if you like it, I'll bring it to you for a taste. The visitor was none other than the fifth prince. At this moment, the fifth prince was smiling happily, especially when he looked at Xiaodongqing's eyes. He was practically salivating, so he couldn't help but use honorifics. You are also too polite. This can be Xiaodongqing startled, but to help you try the food. I am a person with a strong mouth. I love to eat anything. Although the Wang Xiaoya inside convenience store No. 444 right now was only the heavenly maiden Xiaoya's doppelganger. This doppelganger was also the first to sense that something wasn't quite right on the fifth gongzi. She scrambled over the window and looked curiously at the fifth prince, but in reality, she was forcing the question. That new store at that intersection over there is yours? It's called Fifth Floor? Why do I see that store is usually closed? Are you really a chef? Not a crook? Wang Xiaoya. Xiaodongqing pronounced the other party's name in full for the first time. What's your situation? Where do you get so many questions? How nice people are. What do you mean how nice people are? Wang Xiaoya's eyes could be all wary inside. She hated it. Trying the dishes? Maybe people put something inside the dish. The fifth prince's eyes were filled with contempt. This Wang Xiaoya in front of him was not enough to be feared. It was just a doppelganger. He was just very polite. Glanced in Xia Dongqing's direction. Took his own canto boil and left. Wang Xiaoya kept watching the fifth prince leave with a vigilant face. But after the fifth prince walked to the door, he actually walked straight towards Song Yuan's direction. This person doesn't look like a good person. Wang Xiaoya hurriedly told Xia Dongqing, if his food is really good, there are many people willing to give him a taste of the food. So why does he have to run to the convenience store to talk to you? Because I'm the store clerk. He is the next store. Want to do business to pull together the popularity of what is not normal? Xia Dongqing really didn't feel that there is something wrong. You just can't talk to people like that. How respectful they speak. How can you do that? Speaking of which, this is still the first time Xia Dongqing talked to Wang Xiaoya like this. Wang Xiaoya's whole body was bad. You're so fierce today. I'm leaving. In truth, Wang Xiaoya was going to see what the fifth duke really was. Although she was only the heavenly maiden's doppelganger, she was able to sense that something wasn't quite right with the aura of that fifth duke. Wang Xiaoya turned around and left, but also frequently turned back, wanting to see exactly how Xia Dongqing reacted. The result from beginning to end, Xia Dongqing did not give any reaction. Wang Xiaoya was difficult. Heartless, wolfish thing. I'm doing this for your own good, Wang Xiaoya said, and left the entrance of convenience store No. 444, but stayed at the nearby corner, cautiously looking towards Song Yuan's direction. That fifth prince just now he still wants to wreak havoc on the owner of the blacksmith store? To be honest, Song Yuan was also filled with confusion when he suddenly heard the sound of applause ringing out behind him, and when Song Yuan took a good look at the visitor and squinted his eyes up and down, he fell back on a fearless face. But the key problem was that the way the fifth prince looked at him also made Song Yuan extraordinarily unhappy. The way the fifth duke sized up Song Yuan was similar to sizing up ingredients. Song Yuan was ironing in front of his own store. That was bare-chested, sweat running down his muscles, and Song Yuan became extraordinarily focused while ironing, not noticing in the slightest that a street full of girls were secretly taking pictures of him with their cell phones. This also includes the five dukes, for he had not seen such karma in a long time, but with a heart of gold, fat and thin. Ah, no, such a potential person. I'm the owner of that store. I'm a cook and I like cooking very much. Our store will be opening soon and I've recently wanted to make some new dishes, so I hope someone can help me try them out. When the fifth male saw Song Yuan turn his head, a smile immediately appeared on his face, revealing a mouthful of teeth that were like a harvester with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Who knew that? Song Yuan threw the already perfectly forged knife in his hand, casually tossed it aside, put one hand on Fifth Gonzi's shoulder, pointed at the store in the distance labeled 5th floor and said, "That's the store, isn't it? You've already made new dishes? Alright, it just so happens that I'm hungry. Go go go. I'll go to your store to eat now." After saying this, Song Yuan quickly put away all the things inside the store at fire speed, directly closed the store door, and ran to the 5th floor by dragging the 5th duke in a windy manner. "5th duke? What about this person's anti-fraud awareness? Are you in such a hurry?" The 5th eunuch was still thinking even as he was being forcefully dragged back to the 5th floor by Song Yuan, and it seemed that his set of knives that could be butchered at will had not yet been sharpened. Chapter 21 Special Effect, Words Follow Words. Actually, Song Yuan froze for a moment when he saw the 5th prince. While it's true that this is something that should have been in the first season of Soul Swing, it's not that early. It's probably because the world itself is a fusion of multiple TV shows, so it's normal for the order of the unit mini-plots to be disrupted. But at first, Song Yuan actually didn't really want to take care of the 5th prince. He knew too well what kind of thoughts were in this bastard's head. Inside the setting of Soul Pendulum, the 5th prince is the 5th son of the dragon, Tao Tai, hence being called the 5th prince. In fact, in human mythology, Tao Tai belongs to one of the 4 ferocious beasts, adhering to the aura of heaven and earth. But since this is in the world of the TV series Fusion, it should take on the setting of the TV series. However, the system panel on Song Yuan's body that had been silent all this time suddenly popped up a very large dialogue box when the 5th prince approached. There were many quests on top of the system panel, but the quest about the 5th duke quickly climbed upwards from the bottom in this instant of seeing the 5th duke, and within moments, it appeared at the very top. Extra large, extra bold, and red-labeled headlines, and before Song Yuan even clicked on it, that quest about the 5th prince had already popped up. Tao Tai, the 5th son. At first, the man with the knife on credit once lent the 5th prince a set of knives for eating and left a prophecy. When the 5th prince could no longer do whatever he wanted, the man with the knife on credit would surely come to collect the debt. However, the poor and vicious 5th prince ate the man with the knife on credit after collecting the knife and the prophecy, and after that, the 5th prince ate a lot of people. Especially many credit swordsmen died at the hands of the 5th prince. Damn the 5 males. I asked the current credit knife man to take back the knives given to the 5th prince as well as the 5th prince's life. By accepting the quest, you will receive a special effect. Words follow the law. Song Yuan looked at the entire task panel. People are shocked. Or the first time in the task panel above to see the system explicitly said to collect each other's life words. Quite angry. By the way, Song Yuan took a look at that speech out of the blue effect. Speech out of the law. During the time the mission is not over, the current creditor can use the effective speech out of the law on the 5th prince unconditionally with no upper limit. So please use your imagination to torment him as much as you can. Crap. Song Yuan was all stunned. What deep hatred. But that's right. This 5th prince was originally inappropriate. He ate a lot of people back then. And he must have eaten a lot of people on credit as well. That's why Song Yuan was kinda happy when he realized that the 5th prince was leaning over. He took that quest almost in the same instant and gleefully followed the 5th duke into the restaurant. Wang Xiaoya, who was observing from the side, was shocked. Just so watery to follow someone in. Didn't he say that this guy is a very powerful person? Could it be that Xiaoya is lying to me? Wang Xiaoya waited for a long time at the door of the hotel. However, that hotel is quiet inside. Even Wang Xiaoya is doing psychological construction. Do not know whether he should go in, is going to knock on the door, but that door suddenly opened. This startled Wang Xiaoya. The one who opened the door was a little girl wearing a cheongsam. The girl looked especially temperamental, but the girl's eyebrows were very cold. Who are you? I just saw my friend go in with the owner of your store. It seems. I want to find him. Although Xiaoya's main body was not here right now, Wang Xiaoya had once been instructed by Xiaoya that he needed to keep an eye on the owner of the blacksmith store, and that owner would have to report anything to Xiaoya. Wang Xiaoya had indeed just passed this message to the main body as Xiaoya had said as well, but so far it was stone silent. Maybe there's something going on in the main body. I'm sorry, our store is closed and has not had anyone enter just now. After that cheongsam-clad young lady uttered such a sentence in a very reserved manner, she closed the door directly with a cold face. It almost touched off Wang Xiaoya's nose outside. Wang Xiaoya looked at the door of the hotel with a face full of incredulity. She slapped the door in anger and even kicked it twice. What kind of service attitude are you having? However, the cheongsam lady inside the store never opened the door again. Wang Xiaoya tapped on the door for a while, and indeed, no one paid any attention to her, so Wang Xiaoya could only leave alone. I have to ask what's going on with the main body. That boss just now wasn't right. Wang Xiaoya wasn't sure why he must be so concerned about Song Yuan. After all, Xiaoya's other order before she gave this order was for Wang Xiaoya to pay attention to Xia Dongqing and make sure to keep an eye on him. Merit? 10 billion? Ah Cha looked at Zhao Ling with wide eyes. You promise? Zhao Ling said with a speechless face. Isn't that Song Yuan particularly excessive? I didn't agree, but he didn't say that he still had a special debt on him. Faced with 10 billion in the underworld, think of the 100 billion on the Queen Mother of the West Side. Zhao Ling's psyche was instantly balanced. He felt that his $1 million couldn't be more insignificant, and that it might not be long before he could pay it back. The setting of merit is tied to humans, ACHA said with a frown. It's true that we get merit for sending away so many souls that come and go, but those merits can't be used. Why? It was Zhao Ling's turn to be confused. Let's put it this way. I used it all up. ACHA's head was in a celestial battle inside his head, and after half a day's thought, he simply said bluntly, think about how many years it's been since the time of the original man. Why didn't I bring my brother back to life until now? I've been trying to resurrect my brother since he died, but one thing is missing, and that's merit. If you want my brother to be resurrected, you need your brother's soul, the same thing your brother always uses, which is that magic sword, and then a large amount of merit. That's why we created the Underworld. And if I'm not mistaken, the merit on Kunlun's side should be negative. The legend on the human side has always been that Nuwa created man, right? This one is correct. But Nuwa and Zhuangmu aren't the same thing. Zhuangmu destroyed the original people Nuwa created and cleansed the entire planet of all life with a great flood. The killing they created also caused everyone in the entire Kunlun Divine Palace to have a negative merit. What they have returned on their side should be much more. However, I don't have the time to care about them right now. Ah Cha's mouth was tinged with a smile. Zhao Mandarin, I don't have any extra merit in my hand to give to you, and all of the merit I've earned is going to be used to resurrect my brother. So it's up to you. Zhao Ling was originally immersed in eating melon. However, eating melon eats itself. Zhao Ling jumped up 3 feet. What do you mean? You're asking me? How did you ask me? I'm just a soul ferryman. How am I going to get merit? This old is really uneasy. How can he be blamed for something like that? I told you that the water flowing inside the river Styx in the underworld. That's all the bad water in the stomach of the king of the underworld. Chapter 22, Payback Methods in the Underworld. Ah Cha wore an inscrutable smile on her face. You guys met the demon race people today, right? Actually, This is something that has only happened in recent days. I feel as if our world is spliced together with other worlds. This includes the demon race, and as far as I know, the demon gods disappeared a long time ago, even after the gang from the heavenly realm made them disappear. If you can take the souls of the demon race after their deaths to the hell and help them enter reincarnation, I will count this part of the merit to you. After all, the merit of sending the demon race into reincarnation can't be used for my brother's resurrection. It's not much use. Acha opened her mouth and directly drew a big pie, directly confusing Zhao Ling. For me? You mean for me to set up the Hades Palace? Zhao Ling asked with a face full of confusion. Beautiful you. I'll let you specialize in setting up a department. Hearing Zhao Ling's Hades Palace name, Acha's face darkened. Don't think too much. Your department will specialize in that part of the demon race's deaths, sending you 100 Underworld police to send this part's souls away to use the merit gained for debt repayment. 100 Underworld police. Send away the souls of the demon race, this part of the merit gained for debt repayment. Can it? What about wages? Zhao Ran sounded a little perturbed. After all, he still doesn't know how he's going to pay back his $1 million. If Acha's side set up a department just for him and gave him 100 henchmen, then he could pay back his $1 million first. By the way, what do you think about giving you a raise? Just triple your judge's salary? Jobs is but about to release a new customized model. I can reserve a spot for you. Acha of course knew what Zhou's judge was pursuing right now, and with 2 casual words, Zhou's judge was swayed. In fact, Zhao Ran wanted to ask Acha about Achun at this time, but he had a hunch. If he opened his mouth, Acha might do something to him, maybe reclean him, wash all the memories of Chun out of his mind. Because the return of those memories represents the return of the soul, Zhao Ling still had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Acha. Was it Acha's deliberate design to let that high priest enter the hell back then? In fact, he should be one of Cha's most satisfying creations, right? Among the many soul swingers, he seemed so special. After all, everyone's cultivation level was not as high as his. That was the fruit position of an Arahant, and it was said to be discarded. What are you looking at me like that for? Acha was hardened, and was looked at furtively by Zhao Ling. A word on whether it's okay or not. I'll find someone else if it's not. You've raised your salary, so of course it's okay. Zhao Lingnan had a smile on his face. How simple is it? The underworld side of the conversation is going well. On the Queen Mother of the West side, Xiaoya had just finished talking about Song Yuan's needs when the Queen Mother of the West directly split the table in front of the two of them. At this moment, Xiaoya knew even without using her brain that the Western Queen Mother must be angry. So Xiaoya directly fell to her knees and didn't even dare to raise her head. A very great pressure came from her scalp. The Queen Mother of the West stood up and almost broke a teacup. What's wrong with a mere mortal who opens his mouth to make such outrageous conditions? What's wrong with merit and virtue? My Kunlun divine palace indeed, since that great battle. Everyone's merit is negative. But humans are humans after all. A mere mole dares to call out to the gods? Don't you care about this? The Queen Mother of the West blushed hard. It's just a knife. I'll pull it out myself. I really think he's something. Mouthing off is mouthing off. But the Queen Mother of the West knew she didn't have that. If that knife could have been pulled off, she would have pulled it off long ago. It seems that nowadays, it's all about shaking people down. Queen Mother West has a lot of peaches on her side, so she should be able to find someone who can help her. Yaya warily re-entered the convenience store at 444. I wonder what will become of the heavenly realm, but it has to be said, that knife was stuck in the Heaven's Gate. It did have some impact on the heavenly realm. The most obvious thing was that many of the jade trees and agar trees in the heavenly realm were now slowly beginning to wither. The loss of aura is very obvious, and the culprit for all this change was the knife. Xiaoya noticed that the knife that was stuck above the heavenly gate at this moment had a lot of black aura on it, and all of these black auras were even spreading. A small blemish appeared above the entire immaculate white gate of heaven. The Kunlun divine palace became different from before. After collecting the solution from Acha, Zhao Ling came to Song Yuan in a hurry. After all, now that there was a solution that could be repaid in installments, then Zhao Ran could just sign a repayment contract with Song Yuan. And incidentally, let Song Yuan take down the knife above the ghost gate. It's not like something like merit can be taken all in one breath. Slowly paying it back. He is also paying it back. Isn't that what that deed of repayment of Zhao Ling's own looks like? However, when Zhao Ling came back in a hurry to find Song Yuan, he found that the store door was closed. Where did the owner of the blacksmith store go? Zhao Ling realized that he hadn't even added Song Yuan's phone number. He was a little disoriented. Forget it, come back to him tomorrow. Zhao Ling ate a closed door and could only choose to leave, but Zhao Ran noticed a sneaky figure at the entrance of the blacksmith store. This one seemed to have been waiting for Song Yuan all along, and it was still a demon. The profession of credit knife man can be really powerful. Anyone who dares to give a knife, anyone who dares to prophesy, it's also a kind of investment, isn't it? Even the demon race is not spared. Zhao Ling took a glance at Lu Guodong. who had been standing at the entrance of the blacksmith store, and couldn't help but say. However, it is not clear what kind of demon the other party is. Most of the more common demons, basically able to judge from the breath above, but this in front of me, seems to be very long-lived. Should not be a turtle? Zhao Ling just took a glance at the demon race and felt that the other party didn't have any abilities, so he turned around and left. However, what he didn't know was that Lu Guodong's face was filled with excitement when he saw Zhao Ling. Isn't this the soul ferryman? Actually, it was not the one time Lu had seen the soul swinger. In his long life of over 1,000 years, he's met a bunch of confidants, yet the ones he's been married to total 7. These redheads can see the soul ferryman come to them when they leave, which is actually the legendary Grim Reaper. He's got the Grim Reaper all around this store? Lu Guodong's face was full of ecstasy. I knew it. There must be something I want inside this store of his. There must be something that can end my life. And there must be a soul ferryman who will come to pick me up when I die. Lu Guodong was very excited when he thought of this. I also wonder what a demon soul swinger looks like. What exactly is the program and subject? Yet Song Yuan, the one everyone was trying to find, was in the Fifth Prince's hotel at that moment, in front of a particularly clean and quaint little table. Fifth Prince served Song Yuan a bowl of broth specifically. This is my new dish. It's particularly delicious. Or else you can try it? When the Fifth Prince said this, he was actually confused. This new dish is actually made with the meat from the top of the calf's stomach of the man on credit in front of him. There was a smoky incense inside this room that paralyzed one's senses, making one feel no pain, and in this case, even if one were to rip out the heart of the person with the sword on credit in front of him, the other person would not have any reaction. But I don't know if it was the Fifth Duke's illusion, but the Fifth Duke always felt as if his B** legs were vaguely aching, but when he thought about it carefully, he didn't seem to have such a feeling. Song Yuan looked at the bowl of soup on the table. Your level, it's too subpar, isn't it? He gagged a little, because he knows what the ingredients are in this bowl of soup. This Taoye's legs are thousands of years old. Can it taste good? Chapter 23, Poor Standards. In fact, when Song Yuan entered the Five Dukes Hotel, he had already unleashed the speech out of the law. To say that this effect, if you want to use it on the Five Dukes, then you have to meditate in your mind, the speech out of the law against the Five Dukes. Song Yuan's first word on the Fifth Duke is to bounce back from anything the Fifth Duke does to him once he enters the hotel. The Fifth Prince had lit incense inside his restaurant, and this particular incense smelled so faint that if he didn't have a keen sense of smell, he wouldn't be able to feel it at all. Soul Survivor Season 1's Fifth Prince came up with a new way to play the game, and that's by having people eat themselves. This very faint smoky incense could paralyze one's nerves, so that one couldn't even feel that there was a problem, even if their heads were chopped off. Under the effect of the Fifth Prince's spell, not only would they be able to live, but they wouldn't be able to feel any harm to their bodies. The Fifth Eunuch invited Song Yuan into his own restaurant with the same playbook, and he planned to make a delicious meal out of Song Yuan's B** legs, starting with the fat, thin, and well-proportioned calves of the man with the knife on credit, and then make Song Yuan eat them. But Song Yuan had used his words on the Fifth Duke as soon as he entered the room, so now Song Yuan had both his B** HS and the B** HS that were actually being made into a dish were the Fifth Duke's own. Song Yuan glanced at the large bowl in front of him, and after doing countless mental construction, Song Yuan still chose not to eat. Can't really get down. The level of your cooking is lacking. Song Yuan deliberated for a long time before finally venturing out. What do you mean the level is poor? The Fifth Prince had never reaped similar comments before, and his face hardened. Can you eat? Ever eat good food? It's mainly because the ingredients are poor. Song Yuan's face was ugly. Don't you smell a foul odor if anything? It's like old bacon that's been air-dried for thousands of years. Song Yuan felt that he had no problem with this description. The Fifth Duke's face sank slightly. Then suddenly he was happy. Fine, fine. You haven't eaten anything good. I can understand. I'll make you another bowl. But I'm a bit hungry. Do you have anything else to pad me out first? Song Yuan looked at the Fifth Prince seriously. The Fifth Prince's face was ugly, and at this moment, he also walked down from the top of the high platform, and the Cheongsam-clad waiter standing inside the hall looked at his own Fifth Prince with a blank stare. She seemed to have just seen the Fifth Prince landing on his knees. That's not true. The Fifth Duke was already short. This landing on my knees felt like the whole thing was shorter than the table. That waitress rubbed her eyes and carefully glanced in the direction of the Fifth Prince. Yet at this time, she realized that everything she had just seen seemed to have disappeared. The Fifth Duke was still the same Fifth Duke, unchanged from before. Even the Fifth Prince himself didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. After all, the effect of words follows the law. In addition to bouncing physical damage, even magical damage followed suit. The spells that the Fifth Duke had exerted on Song Yuan all bounced back to himself. And at this time, the Fifth Duke was pressurized to feel that there was something wrong. I'll make you a new bowl. Why don't you just have a casual drink with this bowl of soup first? The ingredients are not fresh. The soup should still be okay. This is guaranteed to be a meat you've never eaten before. It's a special kind of mutton. It's fragrant. The fifth eunuch smiled as he sized up Song Yuan. But if the ingredients are not fresh enough, the soup will also be tainted with an unpleasant flavor inside. So with all due respect, your standards are indeed not very good. Song Yuan glanced at the fifth prince. His expression bland and expressionless. The fifth prince would be in a hurry. Then wait, it'll be done soon. Like a gyroscope, he flew straight into the kitchen. And this time he planned to do Song Yuan's internal organs. Just use the heart of Songwon to make food. Inside the kitchen, on top of the tabletops lay Songwon, but it was the remaining body except Songwon's head. The fifth prince was furious and used a sharp knife to slice open Song Yuan's chest, and inside his perspective, Song Yuan's heart was clawed out directly with his hand. But in fact, it was the fifth prince himself who slashed his chest with a knife and pulled out his heart with one hand. At this point that heart is still beating. A smile appeared on the fifth male's face. Particularly excited. It's such a delicacy. The heart of the credit blade man is the most delicious thing in this world. The most special existence in this world. Even this knife of mine was given to me by the man who gave it on credit. Ha ha ha. Back in the day I was so hungry and hard I ate myself. With this knife, this special knife that is a work of art and can cut through any flesh. Why would I return something so good? The fifth eunuch spat while cooking soup for Song Yuan. Turn around and tell that kid that this is the legendary pig heart soup. The fifth duke wore an inscrutable smile on his face, as if he was unusually satisfied with what he had said. He increased the firepower and shortened the time. After all, he was the fifth son of a dragon. Shortening the time. Such a spell could still be easily done. Only after doing so did the fifth prince bring out the bowl of pig's heart soup with a face full of excitement. This is a soup made from the pig's heart of a small black Siberian pig. It's fragrant and beautiful. As the fifth duke said, he put the bowl of pig heart soup in front of Song Yuan. This time, you definitely can't pick any faults. Have a good taste. Song Yuan picked up the spoon inside with his hand, scooped out the soup, took a deep breath. Then his face changed drastically. What kind of ingredients did you use to cook this? You can't even think of opening this restaurant in your lifetime. With this technique of yours? Fifth Duke? This bowl of pig heart soup of yours is emitting an unpleasant smell inside, like it has been rotting for many hours. I'm telling you, how are you willing to cook and eat for a little person like me? And you even said that you want to try the food. I think you are just making fun of me. Song Yuan stood up and looked like he was about to leave. Looking at the fifth duke's face changed greatly, because there was no way Song Yuan was going to stand up. His calf is gone. The meat on the calf should have been made into the once dish by him, and the heart has been opened. And ordinary people entering the lobby of the hotel will be affected by the five duke's spells in addition to being affected by the smoky incense. The fifth prince himself, however, would not be affected by his own spells. So even if the incense can make the fifth prince lose the sense of pain, but the eyes will not be false. At this time the fifth prince to see should be Song Yuan opened up without the double asterisk legs of the appearance. But the fifth prince actually saw Song Yuan standing up, and Song Yuan pointed at his nose and screamed, "You're a man who's really lost his conscience. The ingredients you're using aren't fresh at all, and they also emit a foul smell. For a person like you to open a restaurant, close down while you can." Saying that, Song Yuan really did walk in the direction of the door, looking like he was planning to leave. Chapter 24, A Sharp Burst. Fifth Gongzi immediately extended his Erkong hand, afraid that Song Yuan would just leave. He said loudly, "Don't go. Really don't go. Isn't it just cooking? I'll do it seriously this time." Song Yuan turned his head to look at the fifth prince. "The most obvious thing is this soup you just made. It took you at most 10 minutes to make it, right? Tell me honestly, did you use a pre-made dish, Fifth Duke? The dishes that our boss cooks that are all kung fu dishes. Every dish is carefully cooked." The waiter also found it very strange why the current Song Yuan was able to stand up. This was completely out of the ordinary, but the waiter still rushed to help the fifth prince. The fifth duke's face also wore a smile. "Don't worry, the dishes that I produce are all slow-cooked over low heat and exceptionally delicious." However, Song Yuan was incredulous. "Then why did it go up so fast? I already stewed it before." "Don't worry, I have other dishes inside my kitchen. I can bring them all over for you to try. It doesn't cost anything." Although the fifth prince was saying these words in a pleasant manner, his eyes were filled with doubt and tyranny. "That's fine." Song Yuan pretended to look like he was greedy for a small bargain and prettily resumed his seat. "You bring over all the dishes inside the kitchen for me to taste." "Okay." The fifth male returned to the kitchen with a face full of excitement. This time, the fifth prince picked up the sharp knife and looked at Song Yuan's body on top of the tablet, a greedy look on his face. "I was going to kill you after a few days, but it seems that you quite can't wait. And you say that I don't cook well?" Speaking here the fifth prince almost growled, looking at the ingredients lying on top of the counter. unusually angry. For so many years, they've all just said that I'm gluttonous, that I'm insatiable, and there hasn't been a single person since the beginning of time who's said that I'm not a good cook. Don't I cook well? I cooked your whole body. Tell me if it's good or not. After saying this, the fifth prince picked up his sharp knife and lunged towards the meat on top of the case with a face full of excitement. But the truth is, he sliced himself up with a knife. The fifth male, who had only one head left, flew out from inside the kitchen after half an hour. It literally flew out and took Song Yuan by surprise. But flying out at the same time were some bowls with ingredients in them. The waitress rubbed her eyes. She thought she was mistaken. Then she rubbed her eyes again. How is that possible? This is the fifth prince. How come there's only one head left? What the hell was he doing in the kitchen? The waiter was going to check the kitchen, but the fifth prince felt irritated when he looked at the waiter. You go out first. I want to talk more with this guest. The waiter always felt that something wasn't quite right, but it was the fifth prince. Since the fifth prince had said so, the waiter couldn't say anything and left respectfully. That head of the fifth duke flew directly to Song Yuan's face. He almost invited credit by placing this bowl after bowl of dishes in front of Song Yuan. I can do all the dishes. You try this bowl. This is the best meat, the most tender part. Eat quickly, eat quickly. However, Song Yuan refused, grimacing. All of your dishes here emit an unpleasant smell. I won't eat them. The fifth eunuch was furious. You're talking nonsense. It clearly smells very fragrant and sweet. You person, how can you lie? Let me taste it. Just by smelling this soup, I know it already smells good. At this time, the fifth male said furiously, there is a bowl on the side, directly floating in front of the fifth male. That bowl inside the spoon automatically scooped a spoonful of soup, put in front of the fifth male. The fifth male took a sip, sweet as the first love. He was full of enjoyment. However, the fifth prince smacked his lips. Why do I feel like this flavor is deja vu? And this smells so good. Credit Blade Man. You smell just like your ancestor. How did you know that I'm the man with the sword on credit? Song Yuan looked terrified. You credit knife people have a special flavor. Speaking of which, I have to thank your ancestor. The fifth duke said, his face filled with excitement. Back then, if it wasn't for your ancestor lending me that knife, I wouldn't have been able to eat so many delicacies. That knife is so sharp. I regret it. Credit Knife Man. I'm not going to give you the meat on your body. These are tender and flavorful. If you won't eat them, let me eat them. Don't worry. I'll eat your head last. Your head, especially that brain of yours, should be the most delicious place in your whole body. That place I'll eat last. Ha ha ha. Now you just enjoy the way I eat your body. I love to see two-legged sheep like you with a look of horror on your face. The fifth prince complimented. While the wind rolled up the clouds, generally all the meat above the table all eaten. There is a meat soup and also a sharp pepper stir-fried. In short, that is called a lip-smacking flavor. It's so delicious. The fifth prince sighed as he ate. It's been a long time since I've eaten such a delicacy, and this flavor makes me nostalgic, as if I once ate similar meat a long time ago. Right. Just as the fifth duke was intoxicated, just as the fifth duke finished all the meat on the table, Song Yuan grabbed at one head of the fifth duke with one hand. Even as Song Yuan grabbed that head of the fifth duke, he shook it very wickedly, giving the fifth duke a hard time shaking his body. There was only one head left in this fifth duke, but after he ate his own body and swallowed it, the meat didn't fall out from inside his own body, but instead, it directly transformed into energy and disappeared into the fifth duke's huge head. Don't shake, my head hurts. What's going on here? The fifth prince was filled with confusion. Shouldn't you be the one with only one head left at the end? Why me? Song Yuan smiled as he surveyed the fifth prince. The meat just now was delicious, wasn't it? Tao Tai. It was only then that the fifth prince's face changed drastically. How do you know who I am? Of course I know. Tao Tai is one of the four great beasts, the fifth son of the dragon. As Song Yuan said this, he grabbed the fifth son's pigtail and comfortably shook the fifth son in the air, and the fifth son almost vomited. In the midst of his dizziness, he heard Song Yuan say with a smile, if I remember correctly, legend has it that Tao Tai was once so hungry and ruthless that he ate his own body. Of course it didn't take long to grow back. When will the flesh grow back on you? You're weirdly hard on yourself, Lou. Peppers popping, stewing, boiling and frying, you've tried everything. That's impressive. The fifth prince was filled with confusion when he heard Song Yuan's words, and although he only had one head left now, it did not affect the fifth prince's ability to cast spells on himself in the slightest. After throwing a dozen or so clearing techniques in a row, the fifth prince only realized, as an afterthought, that he was left with only a head, and his body, which had just been eaten by him. A sharp popping sound came out of the fifth male's mouth. Chapter 25, The Fifth Prince, your word is your word, you said it earlier. Since realizing that all of those things he had just eaten were his own body, the fifth prince had directly exploded. He was like a madman, that head just jumping up and down inside the whole room, and at first he hit the ceiling by accident with too much force. It should be said not to say that the 5 males used in this hotel are real materials. The ceiling is called a solid. The bastard hit himself on the nose with the first blow, then bounced around inside the entire room like a leather ball, whimpering inside his mouth. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could I possibly eat myself again? Before I made such a mistake, it was because I just didn't have anything to eat, and now there's so much good food under the sky. How could I possibly eat myself? No wonder I thought that meat smelled good. It smells so much better than human meat. Humans nowadays eat so much junk food that their bodies are full of toxins. It doesn't taste good at all. Only my own meat would give off such a flavor. I can't believe I ate myself again. What do I do? What do I do? If this matter gets out, Father Dragon will kill me. The last time I did that, he almost killed me, saying that I had disgraced the Dragon Clan. Laugh it up. I'm not a Dragon Clan. What do I care about his face? The 5th prince was just like crazy, jumping up and down inside the room for quite a while before he finally collapsed on the floor with a swollen nose, unable to utter a single word, a pair of tiny eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Only when the other party had completely subsided did Song Yuan walk over, reached out and patted the 5th duke's cheek, and said in a very nonchalant manner, "Since you know that I'm a credited blade man, I don't need to tell you about all the things you've ever done to the credited blade man, do I? Originally, all we credit knife men needed to do was retrieve the knives from your hands, but you've done so much evil that you don't stand a chance on my side anymore. Now if you want to pay your debt, then you'll have to offer your life. So what? I can only say sorry to you." When Song Yuan finished those words, a light suddenly burst out from inside the eyes of the 5th prince, who almost died laughing. "Credit blade man, get it right. I'm one of the 4 great fierce beasts. Can you kill me?" He was arrogant, and although only one head was left, the corners of his mouth were grinning up to the base of his ears, letting out a very piercing laugh that practically penetrated one's soul. Song Yuan glanced lightly at the 5th prince and said only one word, "Die." The 5th prince immediately felt like he couldn't catch his breath, and it was as if all the air inside his throat had cleared out and disappeared in that instant. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The 5th prince's eyes widened. He, a ferocious beast, would actually suffocate to death? How could this be possible? However, at this moment, the 5th duke really had a feeling that he was about to see his own Teiyukai. This feeling did not seem to be faked, and even he could not see everything in front of him a little bit clearly. When the darkness was about to envelop him, the 5th duke roared loudly, "Credit swordsman! Credit swordsman! I know I'm wrong. Let's have a good discussion. I can give you everything I have. I'm one of the 4 great beasts that have existed since ancient times." The 5th male roared those words in desperation. It was the best option he could think of in the heat of the moment. He knew that the way the credit knife man paid his debt was actually negotiable and didn't have to be sacrificed for his life. But what if the other side is just that shafted? At this time, the 5th male was already in darkness before his eyes, and it was as if his consciousness was going to return to the earth. After the death of the 4 great ferocious beasts like Tao Tai, his body would completely feed back to the earth, becoming one of the spiritual chi of the heaven and earth. But now, in the end times, it is not yet known whether a new Tao Tai can be bred again, and if a new Tao Tai is birthed again in heaven and earth, then this Tao Tai will not have anything to do with the 5th prince. However, the darkness did not last long, and the 5th male found that Song Yuan's face reappeared in front of his eyes, and at that moment, the 5th male realized that he was floating in mid-air. Is this my soul running out of me? Can he really kill me? The 5th prince's eyes widened with incredulity. He looked toward the spot where his head had been. What he saw was a pair of eyes that were as dark as a deep well, as the pupils were completely lax and no longer had any light. The 5th male realized that his soul had a draw where his feet were, and the final end was attached right to his head. He literally had his soul forced out. However, the 5th prince could remember that just now, Song Yuan had only said a single word, the word dead, just one word, and the 5th prince was able to lose his life because of it? That's a word. What the hell is this session's credit knife man? Is he still human? The 5th duke was so scared that his soul was trembling. However, what alarmed the 5th prince even more was that at that moment, the only head left on the ground had begun to slowly dissipate. The edges of that head were vaporized, and it was as if they couldn't even maintain the appearance of that head, as if a gust of wind could cause the 5th male's head to completely dissipate. The 5th prince's soul trembled violently. No, 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 it can't be like this. I'm really going to dissipate. Credit blade man, let's talk. Just at the moment when the 5th prince was trembling madly, as if he was about to dissipate, he heard a voice that was like heavenly music, Shang. Just one word. The 5th prince found that his head, which was about to dissipate, suddenly stopped that festering state, and in that instant, it was as if time slowed down, and it seemed as if everything stood still. Then the 5th prince saw those parts of his head that had collapsed out around his head, rapidly closing in, and his soul being pulled back at great speed. The 5th prince's consciousness returned to his own being, and he opened his eyes wide, the collapsed pupils inside his eyes regrouping and glowing with an ethereal luster. As if on the verge of giving back to the earth, the head also quickly gathered and became solid again. Even the body, which would have taken many years to grow back, was miraculously growing at that moment. Everything comes alive. You have to know that the last time when the fifth prince was so hungry and hard that he chewed himself up, it was in the ancient times, and the father of the dragon didn't even have a way to make the fifth prince recover quickly. One could only let the fifth prince slowly recover with his talent. This recovery took many years to recover, and during that time, the fifth prince ate a lot of heavenly treasures. But now, just because of a single word from Song Yuan, not only did the fifth prince's soon-to-be collapsed head regroup, but also the arms and legs, waist, and internal organs that had been eaten by him had all grown back. Born alive. The fifth prince felt as if he was energized in that moment. His whole body was energized. But before he could rejoice, a deed of sale appeared before his eyes. The fifth prince just wanted to run, but suddenly remembered that this person in front of him could take his life with a single word, and if he could let himself live, he could naturally let himself die as well. So the fifth prince did not dare to move in the slightest, picked up the deed of sale in front of him and glanced at it. Both eyes rolled over and almost fainted. Chapter 26, The Fifth Prince's Contract of Sale. This is a contract of sale specifically for the fifth prince. The top of the deed is simple. The fifth duke was sold to Song Yuan as a slave on this day, and from now on, the fifth duke is at Song Yuan's disposal and shall not be disobedient in any way. If Song Yuan dies, then the fifth prince will follow. If the fifth prince died, Song Yuan would not suffer any harm. The 5 eunuchs must provide for Song Yuan in a wholehearted and all-encompassing way, fulfilling all of Song Yuan's needs. That means if you die, I will die with you? The fifth prince was on the verge of tears. Credit swordsman. You're only a mortal with a lifespan of only 100 years, so I'll have to die after 100 years? Then you die now. Don't sign if you don't want to. Without saying a word, Song Yuan directly took the deed of sale out of the fifth prince's hand. The fifth prince panicked then. Don't. I've never had such thoughts. Really? As he said, he hastily asked for the deed of sale back from Song Yuan's hand. How could you possibly be just an ordinary person? You can make me live with a single word and let me die with a single word. Inevitably, you are not an ordinary person. That said, but just now, the fifth prince had carefully sized up Song Yuan. Song Yuan is indeed immortal. His heart drew cold. You can't fight and you can't beat. The fifth prince could only be forced to sign a treaty, and a slave treaty at that. It's a travesty. When has a Taotai ever done anything so stifling since the beginning of time? Nowadays it's a real thing. The fifth prince quickly signed his name on top of the deed of sale, thinking that it was just a paper contract. Did signing it really have that kind of irreversible binding force? I'm afraid not. Maybe not even a reaction at all. However, before the fifth prince had time to be happy, he realized that the paper contract he had just signed was actually wrapped in a golden, soft power. It floated in midair and finally disappeared completely. The paper contract finally turned into golden dots of light and entered Song Yuan and the fifth prince's bodies. The fifth prince instantly felt as if he was bound by something. It was as if he was bound by the heavenly Tao. That's impossible? Credit sword man. You want to bind me with a single paper contract? You die for me. After saying this, the fifth prince directly lunged in Song Yuan's direction. However, at this time, a heavenly thunder appeared out of thin air and ruthlessly smashed on the head of the fifth duke, giving the fifth duke a smashing, with a kind of pain that penetrated deep into the bone marrow, causing the fifth duke to kneel on the ground, even rolling all over the place. Song Yuan did not go out of his way to say anything. Signing the slave contract. This was not the result of Song Yuan's deliberation with the system panel. This task is here in the system panel. There is no room for negotiation. It was probably because the fifth prince had done a lot of evil in his daily life, and in the eyes of the credit knife man system, there was no longer any chance to reform, and it was necessary to die. However, as long as this task had not been completed, which meant that while the fifth prince was still alive, Song Yuan had the effect of speaking his mind to him. After signing the slave contract, the fifth prince's behavior was bound by the heavenly Tao, and he was unable to have any disobedient mentality towards Song Yuan, or else he would suffer punishment. How does it feel to have heavenly thunder strike your body? Song Yuan calmly watched the fifth prince rolling all over the ground. As long as you don't go inside your head and think about how to inflict harm on me and defy me, then this heavenly thunder will disappear. Otherwise you'll just keep on hurting. Although the fifth duke was rolling all over the ground, the thunder in the sky that appeared out of thin air was so precise that it smashed on the fifth duke's body every time, and the fifth duke was unable to dodge it. There weren't many good pieces of meat left on his body, and he was thunderstruck on the outside. Don't even say it. Taotai, your newly grown meat was split by the lightning so much that it exudes a particularly fragrant meat aroma. Song Yuan looked calm and collected. Before, when you served the cooked, your own meat to me, I didn't want to eat it at all. The reason is that you are thousands of years old bacon. I'm not interested, but it's different now. Song Yuan even took a deep breath as he spoke. I really want to salt you and put some seasoning on it. It might smell even better. Newly grown meat just isn't the same as the old bacon from thousands of years ago. The fifth prince was struck by that heavenly thunder without any power to fight back. He seemed to feel his dragon father's aura inside that heavenly thunder. After all, a real dragon can move clouds, make rain and even strike thunder. So the fifth prince hurriedly collected his hostile aura towards Song Yuan, and he gradually became honest until the thunder and lightning completely disappeared. As the thunder and lightning disappeared, the fifth prince even cursed in his heart. This credit knife man in front of me really deserves to die. Just after saying this, the fifth duke's heart socket was hit hard by lightning. At this moment, the fifth duke staggered and almost fell headfirst to the ground. Now he no longer dared to have any bad thoughts about Song Yuan. He felt really damned. Even if Song Yuan is immortal with a lifespan of no more than 100 years, then I have 100 years to find him some life-extending medicines. I'll die if he dies. What a tie contract. The fifth prince sadly realized that he had been bound to Song Yuan and could not be divided. It seems that you already have an in-your-face comprehension of this contract. Song Yuan glanced at the fifth prince with a bemused expression. In that case, from now on you will pack up all your belongings. Tomorrow morning I hope to see you at the entrance of my blacksmith store. I am still short of a housekeeper. Signing a contract with the fifth prince was indeed Song Yuan's temporary idea, and as long as this task was not completed, then Song Yuan would always have the ability to follow the fifth prince's words. Wouldn't that make the fifth prince his chauffeur, bodyguard, cook, as well as his butler? It's all said in that soul pendulum that the fifth prince is the best cook, and his cooking smells especially good. Song Yuan just wanted to taste the saltiness. An ancient ferocious beast has a certain amount of force value and also likes to cook. Isn't this the fighting version of Tian Luo girl? Who wouldn't want it? However, the contract also stated above that if Song Yuan died, then the fifth prince would die with him and the mission would be completed. But it was clearly written above that quest panel of Song Yuan's that if the quest related to the fifth prince was completed, then Song Yuan would gain a life. In other words, Song Yuan could rise from the dead after the mission was completed, getting a cheap beater butler and cook and a life. Song Yuan felt that he had made a good calculation. I also don't know how long I can stay inside this world, but during this time I can eat fragrant meals every day and have Tao Tai serve me as a slave. This is a small life to live. It's beautiful to think about. Song Yuan was explicitly counting on the fifth prince. After giving the fifth duke his orders, Song Yuan swaggered out of the fifth duke's restaurant. Before he left, Song Yuan urged, "Tomorrow morning I want to eat dunk soup dumplings, the most authentic kind. My tongue can be very grippy. I can eat out of the ones that aren't authentic." The fifth prince crumbled, breathless. Got it. Chapter 27, but you don't know how to do it. Late afternoon. Convenience store number 444. Zhao Ling hummed a little song. Refreshed, although in one day, he carried a debt of 1 million merits, but it did not in any way prevent him from being in an extremely good mood right now. After all, the salary increase. Even Zhao Ran felt that Xia Dongqing and Wang Xiaoya, who were now flirting inside convenience store no. 444, were both extraordinarily moving and youthful. At this time, Xia Dongqing has already developed a trace of goodwill towards Wang Xiaoya, who works in a convenience store every day, and Zhao Ling is a bully. But Wang Xiaoya smiles sweetly and is very good-looking. At least Summer Holly liked it. Zhao Mandarin, why didn't you go out today? Every night Zhao Ran would work until very late and come back. Xia Dongqing was frozen by Zhao Ran's burning eyes and looked furtive. This is my store. I don't go out if I don't want to, so keep out of my business. Zhao Ling hummed while keeping an eye on the blacksmith store across the street. However, that credit knife man probably really didn't make money by selling knives, so it was surprising that he hadn't opened the door until now. In fact, he had a lot of questions he wanted to ask the man with the sword on credit. He wanted to ask about Meng. He wanted to ask Sanchi where exactly he was now. After all, just thinking of his past life would make him think of that incredibly confident monk. And ultimately it was the monk from his past life who had killed Meng with his own blood after all. At that time, Zhao Ling said, "I am sorry and will pay for it in the next life." Zhao Ling was tempted to ask how he should repay it. Unfortunately, Song Yuan never opened the door this evening, which bothered Zhao Ling very much. Just as Zhao Ran was rambling and taking out his latest model cell phone to swipe it carelessly, he saw Xiaoya enter convenience store number 444 with her head hanging down. In fact, Xiaoya had been letting her doppelganger Wang Xiaoya watch over Xia Dongqing, and this time Xiaoya had been in the shadows, rarely appearing in front of Xia Dongqing. Even if he appeared, then he would definitely let his own doppelganger Wang Xiaoya leave. But now Xiaoya's doppelganger happened to be standing right at the counter, talking to Xia Dongqing. As soon as he turned his head, he realized that his own being had come in. Wang Xiaoya's face went white. Last time Xiaoya replaced herself, her hair suddenly became long. Wang Xiaoya explained to Xia Dongqing that she wore a wig, and now, the main body is directly all over. Xia Dongqing eyes are not blind, surely can see. How do you explain this, Nima? Xia Dongqing saw Xiaoya just barge straight in, also all full of confusion. You, and you are together? So what I saw that day was actually her? Xiaoya was fleshly annoyed, and with a turn of her head, she looked at the noisy Xia Dongqing with a bit of a murderous aura. Wang Xiaoya was afraid that Xiaoya would snap her fingers and turn herself out of existence, and as she pulled Xia Dongqing, she lowered her voice. What you see is my sister. We are twins. Xia Dongqing was full of amazement. So you guys are twins. I said that day why your hair is so long. Even if you wear a wig, it shouldn't feel so natural. But Xiaoya didn't pay any attention to Xia Dongqing from beginning to end, hanging her head and sitting directly in front of Zhao Ling, a stark contrast to the full-faced Zhao Ling. What's wrong? Zhao Ling was in a good mood and looked up at Xiaoya with a gossipy face. It's not possible that your Queen Mother of the West didn't agree to the conditions, right? Xiaoya nodded heavily. Your Hellmouth agreed? Then what's there to disagree with? It's only 10 billion, and from now on, I'm not just a simple soul ferryman. Zhao Ling was particularly pleased. You got promoted? I guessed almost at once. Although Xia Dongqing usually wasn't very attentive to Zhao Ling's affairs, she was still very curious when she heard Zhao Ling say so. Promoted to what position? Wang Xiaoya also curiously walked over, seeing that everyone inside the entire store was interested in it. Only then did Zhao Lingnan, in a particularly mysterious manner, pull out a document from his own bosom. It was a black document, and after opening it, you could see two black ghost-like characters emerging from the top of the document. It was the Underworld script that belonged exclusively to the Underworld, somewhat similar to the small seal script of the Dragon Kingdom, winding like a snake. And those two characters were unrecognizable to anyone except Zhao Ling. What did you write here? Xiaoya was filled with confusion. Illiteracy you. Zhao Mandarin a little smug. Underworld. The upper head directly to me approved a department, specializing in the reincarnation of the souls of the demon race. The reincarnation of the souls of this demon race. All the merit provided to pay off the debt. Awesome, right? Xiaoya was furious, especially when she saw how smug Zhao Mandarin looked. She kind of wanted to hit someone. What was going on? You can still manage the demon race. There are still goblins in this world? Xia Dongqing was listening on the side, but felt very rare. Can you manage it? These words reminded Xiaoya next to her, and immediately Xiaoya's eyes lit up, as if she had caught some sort of handle. Right. Can you manage it? You're just a soul ferryman. You only have a yuan shen. You don't even have a soul. So fragile. Can you really hold a demon soul? There was a trace of stagnation on Zhao Ling's face. Rather forgot about it. Xiaoya, however, was still gushing, practically writing the face output. You've got quite a few stern ghosts in this precinct, don't you? Like that one. She nodded with her chin at the woman who had stopped and waited in front of convenience store 444. Xia Dongqing was surprised and said, that girl comes every day. Is she even a ghost? Big brother, how long have you been in my place? Can't you tell if it's a person or a ghost? Zhao Ling really didn't have eyes to see, pointing at the young lady in the Republican-era student uniform. He said, see, the street light shone on her, and it directly penetrated through. There was no shadow. The key is that there was no shadow. Xia Dongqing was sort of taut, but still voiced his thoughts. But I see that young lady is so quiet. It doesn't look like a severe ghost. That's an old ghost that hasn't been sent away for more than 100 years. Zhao Mandarin sighed. Such a ghost can indeed provide a lot of merit if it's sent away, or else I'll overpass her, right? Xiaoya spat. You're a real pie in the sky. Do you know how to transcend? Have you ever done it? Do you know how to do it? Open your mouth. But if I can transcend the other party, I can gain merit. Your heavenly realm owes people $100 billion. Do you really not panic? If something goes wrong with the Kunlun Divine Palace, something will go wrong with you too, right? Zhao Ling asked rhetorically, glaring at a pair of eyes. That was a good point, and Xiaoya quieted down. Perhaps the Queen Mother of the West has her own solution. Zhao Ran was full of drama. Really? Then when will your Queen Mother of the West come down to him? Can I have a front row seat and watch the show with melon seeds? Eating melons and such things, just so watery, was said by Zhao Ling. Xiaoya's whole body is not good. You want to transcend, right? You can gain merit by transcending, right? You wait, isn't it just transcendence? Zhao Ling gritted his teeth. You want to steal business? Robbing business with ability. That's not called robbing business. Zhao Mandarin, the heavenly realm's spells are as vast as a sea of smoke. But you don't know how to transcend. Xiaoya was confident, feeling that things like transcendence were incomparably simple. Everything seemed to be nailed down and was already firmly under her control. Isn't it just supernatural? You'll see. Zhao Ling said and really took out his cell phone and searched for the mantra of the past life there. The same is true for Kia. Chapter 28. What can a past life mantra looked up on the internet do? Neither of them said anything and actually started playing with their cell phones face to face. Xiaodongqing was speechless. Will people pass this kind of spells to the internet? The things on the internet are all fake at first glance. Since you all want to learn spells, why don't you find a monastic or Buddhist to learn? A word woke up the dreamer. This side of Zhao Mandarin pondered. But the other end of the shoya is still in the hands of non-stop juggling cell phone. Head also did not raise. How do you know that the news passed online is not true? People nowadays, all news is passed online. So they are able to find a large portion of information by going online. I really don't know where the sophistry comes from. Zhao Ling, on the other hand, set his eyes on the location of the blacksmith store. After all, it was Song Yuan, the owner of the blacksmith store, who had suggested that he should go to the overworld. So Song Yuan must have a method on how to overworld there. Why don't we ask in the morning? I've found it. I didn't expect Xiaoya to pop up at this time. This is it. The mantra for the living. I'll go and chant it with the little girl now. Zhao Lingren was dumbfounded. Does it work? You're not a monk. What effect can what you recite have? However, Xiaoya didn't want to pay attention to Zhao Ran at all, and directly walked to the female ghost wearing a student uniform at the door, and in front of that female ghost, she began to recite the mantra of the past life. All of them came out from inside convenience store number 444, and Zhao Ling clasped his hands and just quietly watched Xiaoya perform. Not to mention, Xiaoya's mantra for the afterlife really did have some effect. As she recited it, a layer of white light surfaced on her body. I'll go. Zhao Ran was really dumbfounded. The flash of white light from Xiaoya's body enveloped the female ghost standing in the doorway, and that female ghost stepped back, her face filled with disgust. Xiaodongqing lowered his voice and asked Wang Xiaoya next to him, "Is this sister of yours a cultivator? Is it a Taoist monk?" Wang Xiaoya looked at Xiaoya with burning eyes. Her expression was full of excitement inside, a look of a little fangirl. If it wasn't that the scene wasn't quite right, maybe Wang Xiaoya would have kept clapping on the side. Not getting an answer, Xiaodongqing touched a snub, a somewhat depressed expression on his face. However, even Xiaoya, who was reciting the mantra for the female ghost, had a smile on her face at this moment, as she saw the female ghost's figure slowly fading, and felt that it was the mantra for the past life that had taken effect. Zhao Ling, seeing Wang Xiaoya ignoring herself, Xiaodongqing turned her head to Zhao Ling next to her again. It seems that this ghost Wang Xiaoya's sister will soon be able to be overpassed, and you're probably not going to be able to do so. What I can't transcend? Zhao Ling was furious and directly red warm as he took 2 steps forward, intending to give a demonstration to the crowd. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred, only to see the original gentle female ghost in front of me, suddenly changed her face. Her face was iron blue, and there were even a lot of red cracks. Her eyes turned blood red, and her hands were full of long red nails, so it can be said that she became hostile in an instant. I said I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. The female ghost suddenly shrieked miserably, and the aura on her body was so powerful that it directly bounced Xiaoya out of the room. Xiaoya slammed directly into Zhao Ling's big jeep with a flat sand falling geese F** king backward style, and that big jeep made a sharp popping sound. Originally hesitant to go up to help the Zhao Mandarin footsteps a turn, immediately heartbroken towards their own big jeep flew away. Anxious dialect are out. I go. Xiaoya, you cannot be careful. Look at my car but asterisk above this big pits. Tomorrow you have to go with me to repair. You have to pay for it. After all, Xiaoya was a Ganma known as a war goddess. People's bodies were so strong that Zhao Ling's 2 big jeeps couldn't carry them at all. Shouldn't you be helping me up at a time like this? Xiaoya shivered with anger. And you care about your stupid car. I spent $400,000 on this car back then. Zhao Ling bought the car by embezzling public funds. This car can go to both the underworld and the earth. What do you know? It's a pain in the ass to repair, so you'll have to go to a workshop in the underworld to get it fixed. Although Zhao Ling said so, he still mercifully gave Xiaoya an arm as a support, allowing Xiaoya to slowly stand up. I'll burn you one in a hurry. Xiaoya, rich and powerful, rubbed her back and couldn't help but spit. I'll kowtow to you. Although Zhao Ling said this on his lips, his body didn't move at all. I'm not a ghost. What's the use of you burning it to me? This car is from the underworld. Only the underworld can make it. I don't care. Tomorrow you'll go with me to fix the car. You pay for it. You two don't say it. See Zhao Mandarin and Xiaoya a patronizing check the car. A patronizing check yourself. Aside watching Xiaodongqing shivering, that female ghost. All over. All like this. You guys don't care about it? It was only at this moment that Zhao Ling and Xiaoya looked in the direction of the female ghost. Both of them were slightly stunned. The reason why the two of them had just kept to themselves and not looked at the female ghost was that they felt that the female ghost was not enough to be feared. A 9-heaven Xian Nu, an underworld deaconess. That has to be pushy and rehearsed. What's a mere ghost? Zhao Ling was indeed originally a good soul ferryman. but now is in charge of the reincarnation of the demon race of the underworld, so to speak. Usually if you see those two judges, those two people have to give Zhao Ling salute, so neither one took the female ghost seriously, and at this time to see that the female ghost is all changed. The original white student uniform shirt, now turned red, like completely soaked in blood, the whole person exudes a fishy and unpleasant smell of blood. Cloaked hair was messy and unruly, even windless, and her hands were covered in red, pointy nails, staring at Xiaoya with a face full of fury. How did she suddenly become like this? Xiaoya was also startled. Isn't the past life mantra that pacifies the soul to allow the other person to reincarnate? But people don't want to leave. I've been saying for over 100 years that no one can send her away. On top of that, the severe ghost aura on her body isn't really that serious, and she doesn't want to hurt anyone. People just want to find a place to stay quietly. You're good. You go up there and want to send people away. Zhao Ran really couldn't help himself. After all, this female ghost in front of him was also considered an old acquaintance, one of the few nail-biters in the entire precinct. The female ghost stared at Xiaoya dead in the face. At this moment Xiaoya hardened her head and went to apologize. I'm sorry. I know you've been wanting to see that person. I'm not going to send you away, okay? Tell me what that person looks like and I'll find him for you? Xiaoya repeatedly apologized with a very sincere attitude, and the female ghost swept a pair of sharp eyes over Xiaoya as well as Zhao Ruler, and even lingered more on the faces of Xia Dongqing, who was watching the show from the side, as well as Wang Xiaoya, but the female ghost's eyes, which were already red, now saw that all these people around her felt that they were jackals, and that they were trying to drive themselves away, and her face was even less favorable. Zhao Ling rushed forward to try to pacify. No one wants to send you away. You can stay here as long as you want to stay here. It has been a long time between the two of us, and you know that I am good at talking. The female ghost glanced at Zhao Mandarin before the expression on her face grew softer and softer, and the entire person gradually quieted down. Her hair faded into a meticulous mane and the nails on her hands disappeared as she stepped aside in silence and stood halted under the large willow tree. The female ghost had become that same being as a lookout stone again, and she stood under the big willow tree with an expectant face, as if she were waiting for something. Zhao Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, Zhao Ling heard a familiar voice. What are all standing at the door? That, you, have 1 guandong, 2 guandong boiled. Song Yuan's voice appeared at the entrance of convenience store No. 444, and Zhao Ling was overjoyed. Chapter 29, that's 30 days on Earth. Zhao Ling was happy the moment she saw Song Yuan, and hurriedly greeted Xia Dongqing. What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and go to do guandong cooking to be the freshest ingredients. Hearing Zhao Ling's words, Xia Dongqing was speechless. Just that Kanto boiled cooking that you let me down every day. Which ingredients in it are fresh and which are not? Aren't you clear about that? You have all kinds of tricks in order to save ingredients. Zhao Ling did not expect to actually receive Xia Dongqing's rebuttal. Then all anxious, you can shut up I use the best ingredients. If you do not know where it is, I'll go and get it myself. The cold storage inside my collection of good ingredients are taken out to entertain. Song Yuan, however, stopped Zhao Ling. Just have some random food. I want to eat some junk food. Zhao Ling? Kind of hard to see what's going on with the guy on credit in front of me. However, Song Yuan was about to enter the convenience store when he suddenly saw the beautiful woman under the willow tree, with her hair as black as ink, casually draped over her shoulders. She was dressed in Republican student clothes that didn't match the era, and her whole body looked delicate and lovely, as if she had just gotten angry and her hair was slightly messy. Having just calmed that old ghost down, Zhao Ran even felt that if it wasn't for the fact that he had known the other party for many years, I'm afraid, it wouldn't have been that easy to fool him. Luckily the ghost girl herself had an okay temper, and besides, she had to wait by the roadside for a moment, so maybe, that he would be back soon. That's why it didn't continue to be more serious. Otherwise, where just a few words would have appeased it. Zhao Ran had already made up his mind that when he got Song Yuan to eat and drink well, he would specifically bring some small snacks that the female ghost loved to eat to appease the female ghost in front of him. But it didn't occur to me that Song Yuan at this time stopped. He turned his head to look at it, and the female ghost was a bit surprised. Isn't this one of the rings of the two of you play? Hearing this, Zhao Ling's head was filled with questions. Ah yes. Seeing the shocked +1 question look on Zhao Ling's face, the god's perspective Song Yuan coughed. What are you looking at me like that for? It's also true that ever since you've been a soul pendulum, your brain capacity has become smaller, and you often forget things that happened before. Speaking of which, Song Yuan felt that Zhao Ling was also quite pitiful, patted the other party's shoulder, turned his head and entered the convenience store No. 444. Zhao Ling didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Song Yuan was right about everything. Very senior soul ferrymen, especially those who had lived for more than 1,000 years, repeated their mechanical and generally more or less the same job every day, and as time passed, they would forget some things. You seem to know something? Zhao Ling immediately regulated his emotions and piled a smile on his face, lifting his feet and chasing after him. When passing by Xia Dongqing, Zhao Ling incidentally patted Xia Dongqing's shoulder. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and hit your canto boil. Don't forget, this is your night shift. Xia Dongqing patted her shoulder that was sore from the beating, full of helplessness, and turned her head into the convenience store to get Song Yuan some canto boiled food. Song Yuan chose the ingredients while replying to Zhao Ling with a light expression. I know a lot of things. It depends on what you want and what price you can offer for it. Because of the fact that there was also a sword inserted above the heavenly gate in the heavenly realm, Xiaoya had specifically looked up the occupation of credit knife man, and when she heard Song Yuan's words, a smile appeared on Xiaoya's face. Your name is Song Yuan, right? The profession of credit knife man is able to prophesize, which means we pay money for your prophecies, right? Right and wrong. Song Yuan explained. Ordinary prophecies can be purchased with money. The more special ones will have to be purchased with something else. For example, the 100 billion merits of the Queen Mother of the West. What was the result of the discussion on Kunlun's side? Song Yuan was kinda curious. After all, he had only been contacted by the Hellmouth so far. At the mention of this, Xiaoya blushed a bit. Seeing such unsightly faces, Song Yuan also realized, it seems that there is no agreement. But you guys don't think that the 30 days I mentioned is the time in the heavenly realm, do you? 30 days in the heavenly realm is equivalent to 30 years on Earth, Song Yuan said, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. I'm talking about 30 days on Earth. Xiaoya's face changed and Zhao Ling gloated. The bastard took out a grilled sausage skewer from inside the canto boiled and said while eating it, I say Xian maiden, if you have the time to fight with me for the merit of the supernatural here, why don't you go back and persuade your family's Queen Mother of the West that the 30 days on Earth are over in the blink of an eye. Speaking of this, Zhao Ling even felt that it wasn't enough. I remember that in that era of the progenitors, Kunlun and the Earth were connected by a celestial pillar. Later on, this heavenly pillar was broken, and Kunlun left the Earth completely, becoming what is now known as the Moon. Ever since Xiaoya had arrived, Wang Xiaoya had become a backdrop, but Xia Dongqing kept looking at this and that with her big inquisitive eyes. Hearing Zhao Ling talk about these strange words, Xia Dongqing rounded her eyes. Zhao Ling, how come I've never heard of what you're talking about? It's not depicted like this in the myths either. That's for sure. By the time the myth appeared, these things had already happened. The great flood cleansed the earth, and everything that had happened before all disappeared. Zhao Ling had a smile on his face. Just listen to it. Don't bull asterisk me there. I don't want to bother with you. Xiaoya also felt that it was strange for Zhao Ling to talk about these things in the past. What are you doing mentioning Tianzhu? What he means is that if that knife above your heavenly gate isn't resolved. Song Yuan said the most vicious words with the gentlest and kindest smile. Maybe one day Kunlun will fall back down. Here Song Yuan paused. You don't think that all the original people are dead, do you? Have you ever heard of the Yelong clan? At the mention of the Yelong clan, Xiaoya's face paled. The Yelong, the one clan chosen by Amber, were all saved from the flood by the influence of Amber's power. Of course it wasn't just Amber's influence, but the medicines as well. That was decided by the Queen Mother of the West. Mentioning Amber, Xiaoya's breath went haywire. Did you know about the night race in Amber? Do you know where Amber is? Song Yuan spread his hands. Don't forget, you still owe me 150 million merits. I can't possibly give you a second prophecy before the account is paid off. Xia Dongqing beside him secretly smacked his lips. What kind of person is this Song Yuan, to actually make Xiaoya owe him $150 million of merit? Although it's not clear how the merit is actually calculated. This 150 million would be hard for Xiaoya to return even if it's converted into RMB, right? How come this sister of yours still owes money? Xia Dongqing lowered her voice and said at Wang Xiaoya next to her. It doesn't feel like a good person. Xia Dongqing thought that she had lowered her voice, but the fact was that all the people inside the entire store were able to hear it. Zhao Ling directly laughed and sprayed. Xiaoya blackened her face in that moment, and had an urge to directly kill Xia Dongqing to prevent Qi from descending. Chapter 30, Maybe the king of the underworld wants a whole banquet. Xiaoya and Zhao Lingnan both had a lot of things they wanted to ask Song Yuan about, yet Song Yuan was just casually eating a meal and seemed ready to leave. Zhao Ling hurriedly told Song Yuan about the decision on the hell side. Our side is planning to specially set up a Hades division that can be in charge of the reincarnation of demonic souls, and all the merits generated from the reincarnation of demonic souls will be used to pay off the debt. This was quite interesting, and what Song Yuan asked was no different from Xiaoya. You still have this kind of function in the underworld? You can beat the spirits of the demon race? It would be meaningless to chat like this. Zhao Ling was full of depression. Do you see, when you are free, we can sign a contract. You don't care how we pay it back, right? Anyway, we are able to pay it back, and 10 billion merits is no big deal. These are the original words of the Underworld King Acha. Signing a contract or something is fine. Song Yuan nodded, his face full of indifference. I'll be free tomorrow, after signing the contract. By the way, I'll help you guys pull out the sword. Zhao Ran smiled with an open brow. Then I'll look for you tomorrow. Xiao Ya, however, spoke in a cold voice from the side. Credit Blade Man, I advise you not to think too brightly and optimistically about this matter. The Underworld King is not a good person. Point to point, Xiao Ya refused to say one more word. In fact, she was both warning and fishing. After all, Xiao Ya had questions she wanted to ask Song Yuan. Now she took what she knew to whet Song Yuan's appetite. Maybe she could exchange it for news about Amber. But Xiao Ya was in Zhao Ling's presence when she said this, and Zhao Ling instantly quit. What nonsense! How did our Underworld King recruit you? Kia just smiled and didn't say anything. However, Song Yuan acted particularly defensive of the Underworld and the Earth. This you may be measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart. What the Underworld said is of course a promise. She said that she can return the merit to me. Then she will definitely be able to return the merit. Speaking here, Song Yuan even pulled a stomp on one. Unlike the Queen Mother of the West, what she has done in her own heart does not count. But also think that I charge expensive. Xian Nu, I have to remind you, the last few days I'm in a good mood. As long as $100 billion, after a long time, that's not necessarily. Xiao Ya's eyes widened. Not calm this time. How can you still raise the price? No way. Song Yuan was suddenly happy. Why don't you go back to Kunlun now and take a look? There might be a surprise. After all, 30 days on Earth is very fast for Kunlun. It might just be a snap of the fingers. Seeing Song Yuan calmly facing Xiaoya, to be honest, Zhao Ling also felt hairy in his heart, and even had a feeling that the rabbit had died, and the credit blade man came out of nowhere, hamstringing Kunlun and the Underworld all by himself. This credit knife man came out of nowhere. Alright, I'm full too. The flavor is okay. Song Yuan dropped this sentence, got up and turned around to leave. Zhao Ling looked at Song Yuan carefully, and even helped Song Yuan open the door with particular solicitude. Seeing the other party off, and was particularly eager from start to finish. Didn't you say you wanted to eat junk food? Potato chips or something? Do you want a bag of them? The newest ones that are on the shelves are particularly tasty, such as this one with cucumber flavor. Cucumber flavor is my favorite. Are you sure you don't want a pack? Until Song Yuan left the convenience store number 444, Zhao Ran was still shouting at the top of his lungs. However, Song Yuan didn't answer him, but Zhao Ran saw the woman standing on the side of the road. What do you mean I played a ring with him? The one ring I played with who? Zhao Ran suddenly thought of what Song Yuan had said earlier and was filled with curiosity. But Song Yuan didn't hear it and wouldn't answer if he did. Xiao Yao pondered whether or not she wanted to visit Kunlun again, but she suddenly was thinking of something. So the moment Zhao Ran turned his head, he saw a sly-faced Xiaoya. Can I go to the Underworld? You can pull it down. Zhao Mandarin's sweat hairs are erected. When you did what things? You do not have a little bit in your own heart count? That old CU, can Ra tear you? Believe it? Xiaoya rubbed her nose sheepishly and instantly rationalized. How many years ago was that? Besides, at that time each went their own way. Don't you say that again. Zhao Ling's scalp exploded. Ask Holly, can the people of the Dragon Kingdom forgive the people of the Cherry Blossom Kingdom? Can the crimes committed be forgiven? What's this all of a sudden? Xia Dongqing instantly anger was provoked, although it is not clear what the two of you say. But if you ask this question to any of the Dragon Kingdom people to give out the answer is unforgivable. Did you hear that? Zhao Ling turned his head to look at Xiaoya. You should know how miserable the original people were in that battle between Kunlun and the original people. And you're that most crucial link. Do you think that if you go to the Underworld you'll be able to come back? That said, what are you doing in the Underworld? Xia Dongqing couldn't understand what Zhao Ling and Xiaoya were saying again. Xia Dongqing lowered her voice and looked at Wang Xiaoya next to her. What are the two of them talking about? What year did the war they are talking about happen? It should be the ancient period. The year when mankind was just born from the earth. I'm not sure which year. As Xiaoya's doppelganger, Wang Xiaoya was quite clear, but this answer made Xia Dongqing listen dumbfounded. What's the mess? And ancient times? Xiaoya looks like there is no difference with Wang Xiaoya. It is also in the early 20s. If the ancient period to the present, then how many years must have lived? Old demon. Right. Because I think that Acha is setting up a trap for Song Yuan to walk into. This contract doesn't exist at all, and it's impossible for you guys to reincarnate the souls of the demon race. Xiaoya looked straight into Zhao Ling's eyes. You guys are trying to introduce Song Yuan into the hell and then kill him. Zhao Ling hadn't really thought about it that way. Compared to the Undertaker, Zhao Ling was considered simple. Being reminded by Xiaoya, Zhao Ling immediately had a bad feeling that perhaps the Underworld King really thought so, but he stiffened his lips. How could we possibly think such a thing? Absolutely impossible. Xiaoya stared straight into those eyes of Zhao Ling's and didn't say anything. Zhao Ling's heart panicked a little. Maybe the Underworld King has this idea. It's only normal for the Underworld to have this idea. she's no pushover. Xiaoya clasped her hands to her chest, even understanding the underworld very well at that moment. If you guys succeed in killing Song Yuan, then the so-called debt owed or whatever won't have to be repaid. Zhao Ling was a bit moved, but this mood quickly dissipated. No, it still has to be returned, only it has to be postponed. The credit knife people are passed down from generation to generation, and this Song Yuan, he's not the same credit knife person from the distant past. Speaking of this, Zhao Mandarin looked at Xiaoya beside him with a smile. If I were the king of the underworld, I wouldn't let Song Yuan die. I would let Song Yuan become a soul ferryman as well, and then let Song Yuan take down that sword of the underworld. As for you Kunluns, that would depend on my underworld's mood. Xiaoya's face changed greatly. You think beautiful. I definitely won't let you guys have your way. I won't let you guys kill Song Yuan or make him a soul ferryman. If Song Yuan dies now, what about that knife on Shi Wangmu's side? Or if Song Yuan becomes the underworld, what about the whole thing of holding the Queen Mother of the West in turn? This cha. No wonder Zhao Ling has always said that she is an old woman, really a belly of bad water. Zhao Ling actually thought the same thing, and even Zhao Ling thought of himself, who had originally been that kind of an accomplished monk who had transcended many souls. It's because of overtaking too many souls that he was targeted by the underworld and he ended up becoming a soul ferryman. Could it be the same for Song and Yuan? Chapter 31 Maximum Confidence. Day 2 at 8 a.m. sharp. Zhao Ling then arrived in front of Song Yuan's blacksmith store. However, at this time, the blacksmith store was not yet open, although Zhao Ling already had Song Yuan's means of communication. At this time, Zhao Ling did not dare to disturb Song Yuan at all. He had spent the night yesterday internally, and even directly sent a message to the king of the underworld. Only that the message from the king of the underworld side was like a mud cow entering the sea, and there had been no response whatsoever. However, when Zhao Ling came to the doorway of Song Yuan's room, he found a short middle-aged man with a tray in his hand, and that tray was covered with a special silver lid to cover the contents of the tray. But as Zhao Ling stood beside that, it seemed that he could faintly smell the aroma inside the tray if anything, and he concluded that it should be dishes. Zhao Ling was full of envy. Is the life of the people of Credit Knife so luxurious? This takeout delivery is all done by special people, wearing suits and tuxedos. Little brother, what's inside this tray of yours? It smells so good. The fifth prince originally did not want to take care of Zhao Ling behind him. After a night of self-brainwashing and strategy, the fifth prince had completely brainwashed himself into Song Yuan's most loyal servant. What should we do? You can't beat them. You can't kill them. Song Yuan was almost invincible in his place, although the fifth Gongzi couldn't figure out why that was. Having already signed the contract, fifth Gongzi could only think about Song Yuan. He had to use a bunch of heavenly ingredients as well as delicious food to raise Song Yuan to be white and fat, preferably to live for 1,000 years. Otherwise, the life of the fifth prince would probably be a short one. So, early in the morning, the five dukes directly killed to the Kunlun. In the Kunlun inside the selection of good spirit pig, that after all is in the Kunlun under the spiritual chi of the pig's bread. Not yet open spirit wisdom is not considered to be a heavenly maiden. He just carried off the pig in a big way, and no one actually dared to stop him along the way. The fifth prince himself chopped the filling, mixed the noodles, and wrapped the dunked soup dumplings. With his craftsmanship, he should be very pleasing to Song Yuan. Hearing Zhao Ling's voice in the morning, the fifth prince would have disdained it and didn't want to look at it more than once, but the fifth prince felt that the voice was a bit familiar. The fifth prince turned his head just in time to meet Zhao Ling's eyes. Ouch! Isn't this Zhao Ling? We haven't seen each other for quite some time. The last time I met with you, it was still the period of the 5 Hu rebellions. This opening, to Zhao Ling all shocked, Zhao Ling carefully looked at the 5 dukes in front of him, instantly understood. You, 5 dukes? Zhao Ling was quite good at acting. On the surface he seemed to be just a little bit shocked, but in fact his heart had already set off shocking waves. Zhao Ling looked at the fifth prince with unblinking eyes. Why are you here? That's Tao Tai. This one was already eating people during the 5 husband rebellion. He even called people two-legged sheep. He ate a lot of them that time, causing a big mess all over the underworld side. Because Tao Tai eats human souls, it doesn't just eat human bodies. For the 5 dukes, the most delicious thing was a human soul. So the fifth prince at that time also alarmed the king of the underworld, who united with the dragons of the East China Sea to drive the fifth prince away, but only just to drive away. After all, it was one of the 4 great fierce beasts. Even if the fifth prince had eaten his own body back then, this one was just as good as nothing, and he was able to recover. This guy was a bit similar to Tai Yu. Even if there was only a piece of flesh left on his body, he could grow it back, unless the entirety of the 5 males were completely wiped out. But even if it was annihilated, this heaven and earth would still use the turbid chi to rebreed a new Tao Tai. And this fifth duke in front of him had been around for a long time, and his character was still passable, able to understand human reasoning. so you don't have to beat him to death if you don't have to. Although the underworld only drove away the 5th Duke that time, the basket the 5th Duke had stabbed was still there, losing so many souls at once, and the underworld was punished by the heavenly Tao. The current Undertaker's head was spinning at the thought of the 5 dukes. Zhao Ling didn't understand what the 5th prince was doing standing in front of the credit knife man's door early in the morning. You owe that man a sword as well? Zhao Ling asked the 5th prince curiously. Among the people of the underworld who drove the 5th Duke away back then, Zhao Ling performed very well, so the 5th Duke had a better impression of Zhao Ling, who liked strong people and capable people, saying what you owe or not. That's the sword that the master fought especially for me. Master? Zhao Lingliang was in a whole big shock. The 5th Duke was full of scorn. You don't understand this, do you? The credit knife man is my master. Zhao ruler, no matter what bad intentions you have, I advise you not to hit on him. I can eat people, and I can eat soul pendulums as well. Anyway, for the 5th prince, wasn't it just a matter of devouring? If he could eat souls, why couldn't he eat a soul ferryman with only a yuanshan? If you're not looking for flavor, the 5 dukes can even eat dirt. Where can it be? Zhao Ling smiled with a far-fetched smile, but in reality, he was weak, because he always felt that this time, Acha was probably giving Song Yuan a whole hongmen banquet. I'm specifically inviting the credit blade man to be our guest in the underworld today. Oh yeah? The 5th prince nodded. I will go wherever my master goes. So you're going too? Zhao Ling was shocked, but apart from the fiery nightingale day when the living can enter the Yellow Springs, the rest of the time only the dead can enter the Yellow Springs, unless you play out of body like the credit blade man. Zhao Ling felt that if Song Yuan wanted to go to the Yellow Springs this time, then he would definitely have to have an out-of-body experience. The 5th prince glanced at him. That's my master, and I'm one of the 4 ferocious beasts of Tao Tai, the only one between heaven and earth. I'm going to the underworld with you in the state of my soul. Won't you disgrace me then? But your master is likely to be out of body. Zhao Ling warned carefully from the side. The 5th prince didn't reply with a cold snort, but the truth is that there is some tension. If Song Yuan could only go out of his body and enter the underworld, then it would be better for him to not have this face, and he had to protect Song Yuan's body today no matter what he said, and he always felt that the underworld did not have good intentions. That won't be necessary. The voice of Song Yuan speaking suddenly came from the doorway. The roller shutter at the entrance of the blacksmith store was lifted by Song Yuan with one hand. Just take your car and go straight over there. There's no need for me to go out of my body. It's just a contract. It's not like the underworld is paying the bill. As long as the underworld didn't pay off that debt for one day, Song Yuan could enter the underworld at will. This was the result after he communicated with the system panel. Just as during the time of Song Yuan's contract with the 5th Duke, Song Yuan always had absolute control over the 5th Duke, and absolutely followed his words. This paper contract between Song Yuan and the underworld, as long as the underworld didn't pay off all of its bills, Song Yuan would be invincible in the underworld in the meantime. Not to mention entering the underworld directly in the flesh doesn't affect anything in the slightest. Originally, when he needed to return the demon blade, Song Yuan was just invincible in front of Acha. Now that it has been changed to merit, the requirements above the system panel have also changed accordingly. It can be clearly written there, before the underworld returns all the merit, in order to protect the safety of the credit knife man. The credit knife man is invincible to the entire underworld. No one inside the underworld shall hurt the credit knife man, and the environment of the underworld will not have any effect on the credit knife man. This was the biggest undercurrent of Song Yuan's courage to travel to the underworld alone. When Zhao Ling heard Song Yuan's words, a fawning smile immediately piled up on his face. That's for sure. You are definitely different from us. Unlike me, I'm all Arahant, and I'm still a soul ferryman. He was using his own experience to remind Song Yuan understood and glanced at him. Alright, come in. Have you eaten breakfast yet? If you haven't eaten it, try the dunked soup dumplings made by the 5th prince. You didn't just make one, did you? The 5th eunuch's face was piled with smiles. How could that be? I'm not sure of my master's meal size, so I made 3 servings, 10 per serving. Chapter 32, Delicious. 5th Duke stingy to leave a dunking bag to Zhao Ling meaning, and then put the tray he brought in front of Song Yuan, where in addition to the 3 dunking bags, there are also 5 plates of small dishes, all of which 5th Duke went to the Kunlun now plucked. These are all ingredients from Kunlun, the 5th prince said as if offering a treasure. After I personally cooked them last night, the flavor should be quite good, and the nutritional value in here is rich, suitable for you to nourish your body. Master, Zhao Ling on this side hadn't even had time to put it in his mouth when he heard the 5th prince say this, and was immediately filled with shock. Kunlun? You went to Kunlun to gather all these ingredients? Kunlun's ingredients that are definitely all charged with aura. Unlike the earth, it has entered the end times. Zhao Ran was filled with envy, and even felt that this bun in front of him was rare and valuable. Yet Song Yuan simply said, not bad. Zhao Ling instantly remembered that yesterday, Song Yuan Fei had said that he wanted to go to the store to eat a bit of junk food, and instantly he all but felt that that convenience store in his house could be left open. I'm afraid that Song Yuan won't be able to eat any junk food in the future, with Tao Tai busy at the side, even helping Song Yuan to gather ingredients from above Kunlun. How much junk food can this Song Yuan still eat? Guess yesterday was the last meal. Song Yuan took a look at the dunk soup dumplings in front of him, not to mention that the handiwork of the fifth prince was really good. The thin, cicada-like crust was crystal clear, and you could vaguely see the rich fillings and mellow soup inside. At this moment, Song Yuan carefully took a bite, and the instant burst of flavor was intoxicating. The soft noodle crust melts in your mouth with a light wheat flavor, followed by a delicious soup that gushes out like a flood from the dike, rich and mellow and full of aroma. In that instant, the entire inside of the room exuded a captivating aroma, and the soup tasted extremely fresh, salty and light, with every drop filled with the essence of the ingredients. The moment your tongue touches the broth, it's as if your taste buds are doing a joyful dance on your tongue and you can't get enough of it. Even if Zhao Ling was just beside him and smelled the flavor, he felt overwhelmed. At this time, Zhao Ling was more and more careful to treat this dunking bag in his hand, knowing that Song Yuan had a lot of them there, but he only had one in his hand. The fifth duke was obviously very unimpressed with Zhao Ling. That was one of the four great fierce beasts. Even if Zhao Ling had more guts, he would be too embarrassed to ask the fifth duke for another one. He was afraid that the fifth prince would be angry. You sit over and eat too. You didn't eat in the morning, did you? Song Yuan was very satisfied with the meal, and in passing, he greeted the fifth prince standing next to him. Just sit across from me. However, the fifth prince in a suit and tuxedo didn't move at all. At this moment, the fifth prince looked at Song Yuan respectfully. How can this be a good thing? Master, you eat first. If you can't finish it, I'll sweep up the rest. Zhao Ling tried to minimize his presence as much as possible. Mother asterisk 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 does he know something terribly important? If this kind of thing was known to an ordinary soul ferryman like him, the fifth prince wouldn't silence him in the future, would he? That's totally the black history of the five males. A Tao Tai was actually standing respectfully in front of a human, and even if it was enough to saddle him with a horse, now he actually had to eat his leftovers. What's the difference between that and feeding a dog? Although Zhao Ling thought so, he didn't dare to utter a single breath, silently finished the dunk soup bun in his hand, stood up, and said respectfully, Lord of the Credit Sword, I had breakfast in the morning. Thanks for your hospitality. Although it's just a bun, I think I'll be fine if I just stand at the door and wait. He was not daring to utter a single breath, and after he finished saying this, Zhao Mandarin even bowed slightly. He didn't dare to raise his head, and his entire body was incomparably humble. Song Yuan waved his hand indifferently. Go! Zhao Ling was as if he had been pardoned. He quickly retreated from inside Song Yuan's store and hurried to the side of his big jeep. Just lit a cigarette. There was a kid passing by. The kid pointed at Zhao Ling chase but asterisk shaft and laughed loudly. But asterisk shaft sucks. Zhao Ling's anger rose from his heart. Dead child. What ass asterisk T sucks. He was so fierce that the boy cried out in fear and ran away instantly. Zhao Ran squatted down and looked at his big jeep with a face full of heartache. If you ask me, what's Xiaoya doing eating so much and growing such a robust body, just to come over and destroy my car? Speaking of this, Zhao Mandarin quietly glanced in Song Yuan's direction. At this time Song Yuan seemed to still be eating breakfast. He hurriedly took out his cell phone to send a short message to Acha. Acha-sama, you're really planning to sign, right? There are no other ideas, right? I advise you to better not have any other ideas. This Song Yuan is a strong batch. Even Tao Tai is under him. That fifth prince stood in front of him in submission. That was like a dog. Zhao Ran had all but warned Acha, and even though Acha didn't reply, Zhao Ran still felt apprehensive. Actually, Acha had seen those messages sent by Zhao Ling. She casually tossed her phone aside and looked at the Mamian in front of her. It's all ready, isn't it? Mamian's cold face had a cruel smile on it. It's ready, just waiting for that Song Yuan to come to our hell. Last time we were all away and he was wreaking havoc on top of the ghost gate. This time we're all here. He won't be able to run away. Acha tapped the table with her knuckles one by one. The occupation of Credit Blade Man. If the other party was from that period of time of the progenitor, it would be a bit scary. But now, it's not fearful in the slightest. It's just a young brat. Acha had a chesty smile on his face. If I can swindle a Zhao Mandarin, I can naturally swindle him. And if all of the credit knives become soul pendulums, then I'll have too much of a face for the hellmouth. Maybe I'll even be able to take charge of Kunlun through him. I heard that Kunlun seems to be in disarray right now. They haven't been able to take down that sword from the man with the sword on credit until now. Acha felt like she had everything figured out. All we need is an east wind. Horseface bowed slightly and respectfully. Of course, you are Lord Hades. As Acha said, Kunlun was now in a mess. Originally, Shi Wangmu thought that the 30 days mentioned by Song Yuan would be very slow. After all, 1 day in Kunlun was equal to 1 year on Earth. But I didn't realize that the 30 days this guy was talking about were actually 30 days on Earth. Kunlun was almost a change every so often. Song Yuan's knife had directly chopped at the entire Kunlun's central axis, the place where the feng shui spiritual vein originated from, and he was directly cutting off the entire spiritual vein. Back then, when the Kunlun connected to the Earth, the spiritual veins of the Kunlun were also able to provide the Earth with a certain amount of spiritual qi, and both heaven and Earth were filled with a huge amount of spiritual qi at that time. Later, the Kunlun returned to the sky, and the aura also collapsed from then on, but the aura of the Kunlun was more and more intense day by day, and naturally many tall jade trees and agar trees appeared above the Kunlun, giving birth to a particularly large number of living creatures, that is, heavenly maidens. It was set up by the ancient gods. However, it was actually chopped off by that mortal boy, and now the whole Kunlun is in decline. It feels as if there is not much aura inside the Kunlun, and many of the tall jade trees and agar trees wither as a result, and many of the creatures that have just been born even die prematurely. What had been a peaceful Kunlun now looked incredibly run down. Chapter 33, The Decaying Kunlun. The Queen Mother of the West herself went to try to pull out the sword on the heavenly gate, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not get it off, couldn't even destroy the handle of that knife. What exactly is this material? The Queen Mother of the West was all shocked. It's completely impossible that a mortal boy could casually use this to insert himself directly into my heavenly gate and I can't get it off. But the Queen Mother of the West tried many times, and in the end there was nothing she could do, so she had to ask for help from heaven. In fact, the power of the heavenly court was also mentioned in Soul Pendulum. The line that Shoya said, practitioners will not enter the underworld after their death. They will return to the same world that they practiced in. For example, a nameless person of Arahant cultivation, if he dies normally, which in Buddhist terms is not death, it's called rounding off. After that he will go straight into the Spirit Mountain, where he will continue to cultivate. And Spirit Mountain is the place where the Western Buddha is located. The monk Nameless once entered the Spirit Mountain to bring back a flower that also now grows all over the Yellow Springs. That flower is called the other side of the flower. The flower blooms for 1,000 years. The flower falls for 1,000 years. The flowers and leaves never see. And Taoist practitioners, they die is not called dead. That is called ascension. The soul swing that movie inside. There have been a lot of console out of body of the Sword Fairy. And ultimately it is also this gang of Sword Fairy stabbed a big basket. And this gang of Sword Immortals after death, they do not return to the Underworld tube, they will directly ascension to the Heavenly Court. Of course that is the ascension of success. Ascension failed will enter the Taishan Fujun in charge of the real country of the dead. And the Heavenly Court is no different from the legendary Heavenly Court. This side of Kunlun is basically all ancient gods, hidden in the depths of Kunlun, and usually not to be seen. At best, you'll see a reincarnated stream of consciousness from someone, or whatever. For example, Pangu Dada. Nowadays, the person in charge of the Kunlun Divine Palace is the Queen Mother of the West, but the Queen Mother of the West is not the boss of the whole Kunlun. The boss of the whole Kunlun is of course Pangu, but that is already a very old ancient god, and he hasn't been seen since the beginning of the heavens and the earth. There were also gods that were born by adhering to the aura of heaven and earth, such as Nian and Shi. These gods have innate duties. Zhaoling once said in Soul Pendulum that the gods are sometimes just an action, i.e., the offering itself. These are the gods that have been enshrined and fabricated in novels, such as the Monkey King. Once someone believes, once someone feels they exist, once someone makes an offering, it's not as if this act of offering doesn't make a god. The deities of the Heavenly Court usually had no dealings with the Queen Mother of the West, but this time, when the Queen Mother of the West sent out a distress signal, not to mention the Heavenly Court, even the Spirit Mountain sent a Maitreya Buddha over. Usually these three places, that is completely nothing intersection, unless the Queen Mother of the West to open what the Peach Blossom Society, their relationship is also mutual constraints, is considered equal, but since the Queen Mother of the West had asked for help, Neza was sent over from the Heavenly Court side. The number one rebel in the Heavenly Court, a Maitreya Buddha was sent from the Spirit Mountain side. Neza, that violent temper, listened to the Queen Mother of the West's cries, but unexpectedly stood still, frowning, and the first sentence gave the Queen Mother of the West a confused question. You owe someone a knife and do not return it? Are you good enough, Queen Mother of the West? No, man, what side are you on? Spirit Mountain's Maitreya Buddha was also startled to see the decay of the entire Kunlun Divine Palace, but on the surface, he was still cheerful. This little friend superficially looks like he chopped into the door, but in essence, he chopped off the entire Kunlun Divine Palace's spiritual vein. This is the first time I've seen such a tactic. He had a curious look on his face. Queen Mother of the West gritted her teeth in anger. Let's find a way to pull out the sword first. Neza, however, still wanted to ask, where did you throw that divine sword? That was a good thing, and you actually threw it away. Queen Mother West rolled her eyes. Neza, what did Heavenly Court send you here for? Neza was slightly more restrained. As the number one rebel in the Heavenly Court, he actually wasn't afraid of the Queen Mother of the West at all. Even if the Queen Mother of the West was above him in rank, what's wrong with asking a couple questions? It's not like they owe you the sword, you owe them. He spoke in an impulsive manner, which also made the Maitreya Buddha next to him curious. You've seen this credit knife, man? Ouch. I've more than seen it, Neza said without a trace of anger. Do you think I can stand here properly now because of who said something to my mother back then? When that awful old man Li Jing destroyed all my temples and sent my soul flying. If it wasn't for a man with a sword on credit who said a few words of prophecy to remind my mother, how could I have this lotus root body? The lineage of the credit knife people are all very kind. I've heard that 100% of their prophecies are correct. They will also lend a knife to each other. The credit knife people of the ancient times gave that are all divine knives. Those are very powerful weapons. Back then, when I cut myself alive and cut my flesh to return the favor, what kind of knife do you think I used? I didn't realize that Neza had actually seen a man with a sword on credit. There's also a connection to this credit knife guy. Queen Mother of the West's head hurt more. Originally this heaven's first rebel was not too good to control. Now talking that is called a rush. She had no choice but to press heavily. Maitreya, do you have a way? Poor monk try. Maitreya Buddha's face was also a bit ugly. How did he take on such a job? No wonder not a single Buddha in the entire Spirit Mountain stepped forward, but he was the one who was curious, so he came over. The credit knife man was also kind to the Buddha back in the day. It wasn't Song Yuan, the credit blade man, though, was it? But that's still a lineage of credit knife people, the Maitreya Buddha said, reaching out his hand towards that heaven's gate, and began to exert his power from a long distance away, wanting to harden it, and yank that sword down. But no matter how hard he tried, the blade still didn't move a bit. Neza even flew to the side of the blade and studied it carefully. The material of this blade is extraordinary. It looks as if it's just ordinary iron, but the hammering method is very special. Unless I come here, you can't pull it out at all. And even if you can shake it in the slightest, I can conclude that as long as you don't accidentally move a little bit, Kunlun will decline even more. Neza was equal to a hammer blow and directly told Queen Mother West all the results. The last thing Mother West wanted to hear right now was this. Her whole body was bad. What are you babbling about? Then you'll see if I'm talking nonsense. I know that Maitreya Buddha must have a way to shake this sword, but even he knows that it has serious consequences. Neza clasped his hands and flew aside. The Queen Mother of the West had a headache just looking at him. Had she known it was him coming, she should have beaten him back. What a pissed off headache. Maitreya, if you can shake it, then try. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Maitreya Buddha and said in a pleasant manner, then poor monk will try. Maitreya Buddha's face was serious, but it was the Queen Mother of the West herself who had asked for this, so she couldn't blame anyone else. At this time, the Maitreya Buddha's one-handed power, a slight movement, the sword above the heavenly gate, the end actually trembled, emitting a burst of buzzing sound. It was as if it was capable of falling off the top of the heaven's gate at any moment. Even a number of cracks appeared around that sword. The Queen Mother of the West felt that as long as she could pull off this sword, even if a crack appeared on the side of the heavenly gate, it would be worth it. Quickly, the Queen Mother of the West was full of excitement. Take it down. However, at this point, Maitreya was already sweating profusely, but the blade only made a buzzing and chattering sound at the end. But, it simply wouldn't go down. Neza snorted. Told you it wouldn't work. If you're only going to make snide remarks, then you'll go back. Shi Wangmu had thought Neza was quite cute the last time she held the peach banquet, but now she wanted to beat him up just by looking at this anticlimax. However, as soon as Queen Mother West finished saying this, she felt the entire Kunlun vibrate. Maitreya flew directly backwards, breaking an agar tree behind him, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and collapsing to the ground withered. However, the next sight silenced both Western Queen Mother Neza and Mile. Chapter 34 Reduction in Time. Maitreya directly crashed through a jonquil tree, which at this season would be covered with lavender flowers in its crown, and those flowers looked as crystal clear as emerald. But the broken jonquil tree, the flowers on the tree rustled and fell to the ground, and the flowers that fell to the ground quickly turned into white powder and disappeared cleanly. The roots of the tree had also turned a grayish color, and it looked like it wouldn't survive. But Maitreya didn't care about that right now. After all, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and he hadn't been injured this badly in years. However, after he flew out backwards, a vibrating sound was emitted from within the Kunlun Divine Palace, and when he looked back, he could see that the high-soaring Kunlun Divine Palace had suddenly collapsed in half. That blade was right on the center axis of the entire heavenly gate, and also the center axis of the Kunlun Divine Palace, and a crack appeared on the heavenly gate. and the end of the blade's handle vibrated, but it caused the entire Kunlun divine palace to follow suit. A crack suddenly appeared directly from the ground where the heavenly gate was located and extended rapidly, and as Mile flew out backwards, the crack opened up to be several meters wide and hundreds of meters long, directly extending to the central axis of the Kunlun divine palace. That crack extended directly to the middle of the Kunlun divine palace, bisecting the entire divine palace in two. That crack wasn't much wider when it first appeared, and when it reached the Kunlun divine palace, it was suddenly tens of meters wide. There was an Eastern Emperor bell placed in the main center of the Kunlun divine palace, probably because the Eastern Emperor bell existed, so the crack reached the vicinity of the Eastern Emperor bell and stopped, but it didn't go away. Instead, it quickly turned a corner to the right, bypassing the East Emperor's bell and extending out towards the throne of the Queen Mother of the West, and so it led to the entire Kunlun divine palace not being divided very evenly, and the lesser divided half suddenly collapsed. The original Kunlun divine palace is colorful, in the sunlight under the color meandering. This is the entire Kunlun divine palace on the shroud of divine power and formation caused, and that crack ferociously tore open the formation above the Kunlun divine palace, causing all the formations to fail. The entire Kunlun divine palace from the color meandering lofty as a cloud-like appearance into a piece of gray. In that instant, just say this Kunlun divine palace is a thatched hut. There are people to believe. Neza was also only slightly stunned for a moment before this heavenly Antipodean laughed. Ha 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 ha, I told you that this sword can't be touched. Queen Mother of the West. What kind of idle person could the one who was able to borrow the sword for you in that great battle between the progenitors and the Kunlun back then, even if his descendant came to ask for the knife, if he didn't have the backbone, would he dare to come? Laughing me to death. Now look at this Kunlun divine palace of yours. It's even worse than the heavenly court's garbage dump. Neza dropped the sentence and actually planned to leave. The Queen Mother of the West waved at Neza from a long distance away. A majestic divine power directly wrapped around Neza, and the anticlimax fell to the ground before he had a chance to fly. And the Queen Mother of the West retracted her hand and said angrily, "It's just that your master wouldn't dare to be so disrespectful in front of me. Neza's skin is so thick that it doesn't matter if he falls on the ground. This anti-bone boy lies directly on the ground and screams. Then I am at least honest and trustworthy. When the person who received the knife on credit came to collect the bill, I returned the knife to him and gave him a lot of interest. How about you? It's just as well you threw the knife away. What about the solution? How do you pay it back? Or can't you afford to pay it back? Back then, how many sins of murder did you Kunlun create in that great battle between you and the progenitors? So much so that you later invaded the entire earth with floods? You shouldn't have forgotten that 90% of our gods in the heavenly court were once human beings, and they all ascended from the human race. My master speaks respectfully to you. That's because my master is nice. But I'm not a nice person." Neza is visibly annoyed. "I'm already annoyed, but I've been sent out to do this kind of thing. Do you have something to do?" "Nothing. I'm going back. My working principle is 9 to 5. Never be sent out. This knife, not to mention I can't pull it out. Even if you invite Hao Tian here, he can't pull it out." "Right. Maitreya Bodhisattva?" Maitreya Buddha, also known as Maitreya Bodhisattva, is the Bodhisattva foretold by the Buddha to succeed Shakyamuni as the future Buddha in Buddhist legend. So Neza is right to call it that. Hao Tian is talking about the Jade Emperor. Queen Mother West's face went green. Seeing that Shi Wangmu couldn't say a word, Neza continued to dislike her. "If you want to solve this matter, you can only go to the one who stabbed you with a knife. You know your Kunlun's boss, Pangu Dada, right? According to legend, the person who zapped the knife on credit once lent Pangu Dada the heaven opening axe. Of course this is just a legend. Inside your Kunlun legend, Pangu is greatly omnipotent. The heaven opening axe was built by himself. You can go and ask. Of course now that you can see him at your level, it would really be God's blind eye." Neza is very careful. This time still do not forget to step on a foot if there is really nothing. I can go back. Day after day net overtime. What time is still scroll? A bunch of immortals have nothing better to do. This time Nezha was directly transformed into a streak of light and fled from Kunlun, with a speed that made the Maitreya Buddha so envious. Maitreya wiped the blood from the edge of his mouth. I think that little friend just now said it well. He was calm and peaceful, and didn't even bother to look at the Queen Mother of the West's increasingly ugly face. The bell must be untied. Speaking here, Maitreya folded his hands. The poor monk did not have enough magical power to yank that blade down, but the poor monk just touched that blade and understood one thing. The Queen Mother of the West held back Neza's anger for contradicting herself just now, and secretly made a note of it, but there was nothing she could do about it. And the most she could do was to let Li Jing take the pagoda and go in front of Neza to purposely piss him off. And you can't lose the tower. Otherwise Li Jing could have been stabbed to death by Neza. After all, the tower is dead. At this time, the Queen Mother of the West heard Maitreya beside her again, and she had to inquire. "What is it?" "The person who used this sword is very powerful. I didn't expect Mithraea to open his mouth and boast. Even if the heavenly gate is removed, the power of this sword still remains. Please also ask the Queen Mother of the West to consider what the poor monk said just now. To unring the bell. Queen Mother of the West gritted her teeth. Got it. While the two were conversing, the Queen Mother of the West and Mithraea realized that an image of a person had appeared near that heavenly gate, and that person was Song Yuan. When the Queen Mother of the West saw Song Yuan, she even threw out a divine light towards Song Yuan's shadow, which pierced through Song Yuan's shadow and hit the Kunlun divine palace behind her. Half of that Kunlun divine palace had already collapsed, and after being struck by the divine light of the Queen Mother of the West, the other half was also shaking. Queen Mother West's face darkened. Song Yuan's virtual image was not seeing the scene as if it were a holographic projection, but of course it could not be seen at all, because it was a small egg left by Song Yuan, which was allowed to be set up by the credited Blade Man system, which was actually a small video of a holographic projection. You shook this blade? You can do it. You guys are quite powerful. Song Yuan's voice resounded throughout the Kunlun Divine Palace, and even Neza, who had just walked away in the distance, could hear it. Neza stopped in his tracks, and when he saw the silhouette emerging from the Heaven's Gate, his eyes glazed over. Is this the credited Blade Man of this generation? I'll have to ask him if he has the kind of weapon that can ignore that tower in my old man's hand. I desperately need it. Song Yuan, however, was still talking. Shaking this blade is not a good thing. Originally the time I gave you was 30 days, but you shook this blade to start it early, so now there may only be 10 days left, possibly less. If it's the Kunlun Divine Palace, it should have been ruined by now, and for the rest of the time you'll have to salvage Kunlun. The tone was light-hearted and pleasant, but the words were said in such a way that no matter if it was Neza or Mithraea or the Queen Mother of the West, their faces were all ugly. Chapter 35, it doesn't seem too expensive. Neza went and returned, standing right near the Kunlun Divine Palace, his face very complicated. If Shi Wangmu's disaster was limited to the Kunlun Divine Palace and to herself, it wouldn't matter. So what if it's for the whole of Kunlun? The depths of Kunlun is where the ancient gods reside. This included the existence of Pangu, Nuwa, Fuxi, the 12 ancestral witches, and so on. According to the legends of the Heavenly Court, most of the ancient gods only left behind a single divine thought in the depths of Kunlun, and as for themselves, they might be somewhere in the corner of the universe, living a fast life, or they might be sleeping right in the depths of Kunlun. Thinking of this, Neza thought of Sun Wukong, the second most rebellious boy in heaven. Sun Wukong's qualifications were so rare that he had another name, the Cosmic Epiphany Man, who had disappeared since he entered the Spirit Mountain to become the Dujang Buddha. According to legend, it also travels the heavens like the ancient gods. If what Song Yuan had destroyed was only the front-end Kunlun Divine Palace inside Kunlun, that is, the Queen Mother of the West, who currently ruled the periphery of Kunlun, the culprit of the Great War between the progenitors and Kunlun back then, it wouldn't have mattered. Isn't it just a few peaches missing? But if Song Yuan was targeting the entire Kunlun, including those ancient gods in the depths of Kunlun, if the ancient gods were enraged, it would not be a joke. That shadowy figure of Song Yuan quickly disappeared, and it seemed that its role was limited to transmitting messages. The Queen Mother of the West let out a cold laugh. He's got a lot of guts. After alerting the ancient gods, will the ancient gods still back him up? Mithraea hadn't said anything yet. Instead Neza, who was floating in the sky, spoke up. That's not necessarily true. As far as I know, there are quite a few ancient gods inside who have been favored by the Credit Blade Man. Of course it's not the same Credit Blade Man, but it's the ancestor of the Credit Blade Man. So why should they help you? Besides, isn't it still your fault that you owe someone a knife? And isn't it over if you pay it back? Do you have to be a scoundrel? Interesting. Neza was somewhat unable to understand Western Queen Mother's brain circuitry. Not to mention Neza didn't understand. Even Mithraea didn't have the means to understand. In short, to unring the bell. The 10 days this little friend is talking about should not be the 10 days of the heavenly realm. Mithraea glanced at the location of the Kunlun Divine Palace, which was once incomparably majestic, as the other half had collapsed even while they were talking. Even when that monkey stole 10 acres of peaches back then, the Kunlun Divine Palace didn't move at all. Now, it actually looks like this. There are still a multitude of unfinished business on Spirit Mountain, so the poor monk will leave first. Mithraea felt that he had already done his benevolence in words, and there was almost nothing left to talk about. When he finished, he left on a cloud. Of course, Neza also left with him, and Neza left on his wind and fire wheels. I'll talk to Hao Yen about this. At least it's the habitat of the ancient gods, and if it's really gone, it'll be a big deal. These two have left, leaving the Queen Mother of the West to look at the ruins of the Kunlun Divine Palace. This Kunlun Divine Palace fell, the surrounding planting of immortal trees and immortal plants, followed by withering. There were quite a few little celestial maidens that hadn't yet transformed into forms and just disappeared straight away. The heavenly maiden who had already transformed was shivering, but the divine artifacts inside the Kunlun divine palace were not much of a problem. With these divine artifacts, they could still barely maintain the aura inside the Kunlun divine palace, but it also looks precarious now. The Queen Mother of the West stretched out her hand and pinched it in the void above the Kunlun divine palace, which was already in ruins, only to see a big golden hand shadow appear in mid-air. That was the hand of the Queen Mother of the West. She used her own big hand to slowly reshape the Kunlun divine palace on that ruin, just like building blocks. Originally, she was careless and used only one hand to build it, but later on, she had to use two hands to do so, and cold sweat gradually appeared on Shi Wangmu's forehead. In about half an hour or so, cold sweat was pouring out of Shi Wangmu's forehead and her body was drenched in sweat, but she had finished rebuilding the entire Kunlun divine palace. The beautiful and lofty Kunlun divine palace reappeared. The sunlight appropriately hit above that Kunlun divine palace, and the gorgeous palace was surrounded by all the broken trees and flowers, making it look a million times weirder. Mother West's hands were shaking, something she hadn't done in years. Then, she made seals with both hands and reapplied beautiful formations for the entire Kunlun divine palace. As long as the Kunlun divine palace was reset, then those beautiful immortal plants around it would also be able to grow back. The little celestial maidens shivered and trembled as they looked at the Queen Mother of the West, restoring the Kunlun divine palace with a cold face. One seal after another was struck out. The layers of divine power above that Kunlun divine palace piled up, more meandering than before, like a pavilion in the sky, incomparably magnificent. Isn't it just restoring the divine palace? So what if we destroyed the center axis as well as the spirit veins? The Queen Mother of the West was confident, and the seals in her hands couldn't help but speed up. Isn't it good again? The last seal was struck out, and the Kunlun divine palace was restored to its former self. The little celestial girls cheered and hollered. The Queen Mother of the West had a smile on her face as she casually waved her hand, and a large area of divine power was waved out, and the grayed out ground was regrown with immortal grasses and immortal trees, and a number of immortal finches were standing on the tall and prosperous agaric trees, chirping with joy. Everything looks normal except for the huge crack that extends out from the center axis that is still there. The little celestial maidens were quick to suck up to the Queen Mother of the West. Your Majesty's magic power is getting more and more refined. Just now that fat man from Spirit Mountain and that child from heaven were both hoodwinking you. Wasn't it just restoring the Kunlun divine palace? That fat guy and the kid talk real tough. Especially that dead kid. That boy is the son of Li Jing, himself a rebel, and they are so short-sighted that they don't know the power of my lady. It's not just restoring the Kunlun divine palace? What a simple matter. By them it's said as if the sky is going to fall. I thought it was so powerful, but it's nothing more than that. That's right, my lady is the best. The flattery of the little celestial girls is nice to hear. The Queen Mother of the West breathed a sigh of relief. However, before the Queen Mother of the West could speak, a strange soft sound came from the depths of the Kunlun divine palace. Ka-chow. The Kunlun divine palace, which had just been erected, looked like someone had very mercilessly slashed diagonally at the entire Kunlun divine palace, and the roof of the Kunlun divine palace just fell halfway down without warning. The group of little celestial maidens were all silenced, and no one dared to speak. The expression on Queen Mother West's face froze. The next thing that happened was a large and loud sound like glass shattering, and at the same time the Kunlun divine palace, which had just been built up, also had large and small cracks appearing on it. The crack was like a spider's web, spreading rapidly, and in the end, in front of everyone, the Kunlun divine palace was like a fragile glass jar that clattered and fell to the ground. When it collapsed before, the divine artifacts inside the Kunlun divine palace were all still in good shape. Nowadays it's true that I don't know what happened to the artifacts in there. The entire Kunlun divine palace was now like a large balloon that had been poked through a hole, the aura inside leaking out crazily, and it didn't take long for it to unload cleanly. The Kunlun divine palace that had just been pieced together instantly collapsed, and a deathly aura actually began to spread from the surroundings of the Kunlun divine palace, spreading until all the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees were all dead again, and all the birds, and beasts fell to the ground wailing miserably. The Queen Mother of the West took half a step back, and this deathly aura spread all the way to the heels of the heavenly gate of the Kunlun divine palace, as if it was about to spread over the land under the feet of the Queen Mother of the West. The entire Kunlun divine palace was in a state of disrepair, even worse than before. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Queen Mother of the West's face changed drastically as she regathered her divine power and began to build the house. She's as mad as a hatter. Neza and Mithraea, who hadn't left in the distance, both froze at the sight, and Neza rubbed his nose. This old woman is as crazy. Mithraea Bodhisattva. I remember that the original voice of the Queen Mother of the West described in the Sutra of the Mountains, and she seems to be a tiger-faced person. Mithraea Buddha touched his nose. Something happened in Kunlun that's a big deal, so you should say less. By the way, What did the man with the sword on credit look like back then? Much younger than the one just now? What is the origin of this credit knife man's lineage? Do you know? How am I supposed to know that? I don't know anything. Neza resumed his previous hangdog appearance. I am the first, third dude in the heavenly court, and there are Erlang Shin and Wukong above me. You find him, the more the Queen Mother of the West puts together. In fact, in her heart, she understands more than anyone else that the Kunlun Divine Palace is considered to be really ruined. There are still 10 days to go before it spreads to the entire Kunlun, and even the Queen Mother of the West will be punished if it disturbs the ancient gods in the depths of Kunlun. Is it hard that we can only go to Song Yuan? 100 billion merit where the Kunlun mirror doesn't seem too expensive. It's better than the whole Kunlun following the bad luck, right? When the Western Queen Mother thought that she had to bow down to a mortal, she felt her heart rise from the fire, and she could not wait to bite off a piece of flesh from Song Yuan. Chapter 36, Entering the Yellow Springs Again. Ah, sneeze. Sitting in Zhao Ling's car, Song Yuan couldn't help but sneeze. Zhao Ling's car started out on the same earthly path, driving towards the edge of the city and entering the ghost path in a sparsely populated area, which is basically how soul ferrymen enter the underworld. It's a bit cold along the way, especially for the living. Zhao Mandarin, who was driving the car, quickly said, with a pleasing smile on his face, "It's only the fiery nightingale day that's special. It happens once every 300 years. In between, the underworld rises up in a gale, covering the sky and the sun, and the living can enter the Yellow Springs." But there weren't so many flowers in Yellow Springs at that time. There were yellow sands all over the place, and that gale blew. It's just like a sandstorm. Along the way, Zhao Lingji introduced the terroir of the underworld to Song Yuan. The underworld now pays a lot of attention to greening. And look at the little red flowers on the other side of the river. They're so pretty. Entering the underworld is indeed a bit cold, and the depths of the underworld are even colder. Zhao Ling even found a blanket from inside the car and thoughtfully handed it to Song Yuan. Great credit, Blade. If you feel cold, you can put the blanket on. The deeper you go into the underworld, the colder it gets. Song Yuan waved his hand and said, "No, it's not that I feel cold. Why do I feel that someone just scolded me? It can't be the king of the underworld, can it?" Zhao said. "Isn't it normal for someone to scold you for what you've done?" But Zhao Ran didn't dare to talk nonsense in front of Song Yuan. He had a fawning smile on his face. "That's impossible. Our Lord Underworld King has said that he is sweeping you off your feet." Song Yuan sat on the co-pilot. The fifth son of a man hogged the back row. This good suddenly stretched out ahead, close to Zhao Ling, said, "That what? Zhao Ling, you guys in this Yellow Springs road for a period of time that Meng Po super stinky. Soul Pendulum True Food Master, Tao Tai Fifth Prince is estimated to have tasted a lot of things." Mentioning that the soup is stinky, Zhao Ling's eyes have a hint of nostalgia. That didn't tea stink for long. Not just a few hundred years. Although Zhao Ling's face was wearing a smile, the smile did not reach the bottom of the eyes. If you look carefully, there are even tears in the depths of the eyes, full of flickering light. The fifth eunuch naturally didn't notice and just spat there. "Master, you don't know. Originally there was a Meng woman in the Yellow Springs. The ancient book said that Meng woman was a natural goddess born and bred in the underworld. Smart and beautiful. Loved to eat evil spirits that didn't enter the 6 realms of reincarnation and could make soup." He even licked his lips when he said this. "I've tasted the soups made by successive generations of Mona, and they taste sweet. Sweet as first love. Except for that Mona called Sanchi. Her soups are all stinky. Do you know why?" Song Yuan laughed. "Meng woman is actually a human head with a snake body, born by upholding the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. All of them are women, and each of them looks spiritually beautiful asterisk. They all possess the 7 apertures of the essence spirit. In fact, all of them are the descendants of Nuwa." At the same time, Song Yuan also answered the question of the 5 males next to him. As for why the Mona soup of that one called Sanchi is stinky, it's because she herself is missing a body of essence. Am I right? The 5th Duke was full of excitement. "How do you know? By the way, you're the credit blade man. Your lineage knows everything. It's me who's making a fool of myself." Zhao Ling was quite curious. "You said that you drank so much Meng Po soup. Weren't you affected? You think I knew?" "Oh." The 5th prince rolled his eyes. "On your broken memory, even if you don't drink Meng Po soup, after a while the inside of your head is automatically cleared for a period of time. You soul ferrymen are all of this virtue. After all, you don't have a soul, only the Yuan Shen. Actually, right, Meng is the watcher." Song Yuan shocked both the 5th Duke and Zhao Ling as soon as he opened his mouth. Song Yuan continued, "What's so strange about that? How do you guys think the underworld came to be?" The underworld was established by the ancient gods of Kunlun with Chiyu's grievances, the purpose of which was originally to imprison Chiyu's soul and punish humans for their rebellion. To say that in that great war back then, there were also a lot of primitives who survived in the flood-cleansed earth, yet some of them escaped the detection of the gods and died out, such as the Yelong clan. there are others who have no way to escape the detection of the gods, such as Acha, and making Acha the lord of the underworld sounds like a commendation, but is essentially a punishment. You guys are very afraid of the underworld king running out, right? But whenever Acha tries to come out from the underworld, the entire underworld is on standby and has to catch the other party back. Zhao Ling, tell me why. Zhao Ling froze. Ever since he became a soul ferryman, he didn't know why. Anyway, every time Acha tried to escape he would get the other party back. The fifth eunuch laughed out loud beside him. You ask him? He doesn't know. The Queen Mother of the West is actually quite treacherous. It's obvious that they are the ones who committed the murder. Heaven has the virtue of good life. The original man is not just in love with the heavenly maiden. What's the big deal? The Queen Mother of the West. They killed so many primitives. What was the final result? Later on, people practiced cultivation, and a lot of them directly ascended to become immortals to form the current heavenly court. And the relationship between the heavenly court and the Queen Mother of the West, that's really bad. But don't really say that when the Queen Mother of the West established the earthly underworld and lowered Meng to the Yellow Springs, it was actually for the purpose of surveillance. It's a pity. The Manhwa clan eventually dissipated, leaving only one earth immortal with a 6-knuckle essence, and that Manhwa soup of his has made him whole into a pre-made dish, mass-produced, and just packed into small cans and jars, completely lacking the kind of flavor that was boiled by Manhwa in the first place. The 5 dukes have always cared about food. As Song Yuan looked at the 5th prince and turned the topic to food, he was a little confused. You shouldn't eat everything, right? The Yellow Springs Pichuan flower. You shouldn't have eaten it too, right? The 5th prince sheepishly touched his nose. I am just curious what happened. Not to mention, the flowers on the other side of the river are extremely beautiful when used to make soup. Looking at the red pishy flowers outside the Yellow Spring, Song Yuan shivered. You can forget about it. By the way, Master, do you have any way to make this male Meng Po, who is now a 6-vessel essence, into a 7-vessel essence? Mona soup hasn't had much flavor since it was mass-produced. It's the same as drinking water. The 5th male was filled with disgust. When Zhao Ling heard this, the speed of the car couldn't help but slow down. He was cautious. A person with a sword on credit. Can you really change back to a 7-knuckle essence? Wasn't it you who killed the 7th spirit soul at the end? Song Yuan smiled but not smiled as he looked at Zhao Ling. That was a 1-orifice essence. The entire soul flew away and couldn't be found. Do you think that a 1-orifice essence can be found after it has disappeared? Zhao Ling's eyes immediately dimmed. It seems that you can't, but I didn't expect Song Yuan to say. In essence, it can be done, but at a price. Theoretically it means that you have to take whatever you want in exchange. Think about it. Where can you find a 7-vessel essence earth fairy to exchange for your family's Manhwa? You'll have to say when you find one. Zhao Ling subconsciously looked in the direction of the 5th prince. The sweaty hairs on the back of the 5th prince stood up. Although as a Tao Tai, he wasn't afraid of Zhao Ling. It's true that those like me are born with 7 apertures of essence, but if you dare to make a move on me, Zhao Ling, I'll kill you. No, 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 how dare I? Zhao Mandarin immediately replied smoothly, fearing that the 5th prince would misunderstand. Speaking, a few people have driven to the ghost door. Zhao Ran parked the car. The original smooth as a mirror above the ghost door actually more than a Zhao Ran has never seen the ghost face. No, it was also seen. When Zhao Ling entered the illusion of High Priest Nameless, he had seen Nameless slashing that ghost face with his sword. The ghost face looked at Song Yuan with a kind of pleasing smile. The ghost face was crisscrossed with many knife wounds, and there was even a knife stuck in the center of the face. Indeed, the illusion that Zhao Ling saw in the beginning was that the ghost face turned into a plaque after Nameless slashed it, and Song Yuan just happened to stick his sword right in the center of that plaque. Doesn't the ghost face on that door possess a knife in its face? That face of the ghost face would have been green and scary to look at. It was even more terrifying now that it was in tatters, and squeezed out a fawning smile. It's this generation's credit knife man, right? Gu, please come in, please come in. The Underworld King greatly sent me to receive you. The entire Underworld has been waiting for a long time. The way this was said, even the Zhao Mandarin behind him felt that there was a problem. Chapter 37, like tofu. With the extra words, Zhao Lingnan didn't know how to remind him, and when he was about to say something, Song Yuan had already stepped into the ghost gate. To say that this ghost door usually even if the soul ferryman himself over is very difficult to open, Zhao Mandarin has always felt that this broken door has a kind of loving feeling. Now it seems that this ghost door originally is conscious. That plaque is the face of the ghost door. It all makes sense. And when he opened that door, Zhao Ran saw the eerie face above the ghostly doorway, smiling strangely at him, and there was even a vague warning in the huge, quartered eyes. Advised the Zhao official not to mind his own business. The 5th prince was instantly alarmed and walked directly in front of Song Yuan. To him, Song Yuan's life was supreme. Master, I'll go in first. There must be something wrong here. This ghost face's smile is not right. I heard that this ghost face is the earth immortal who possesses the 7 vessels of essence. If he dares to play any tricks, I'll cook it up in a while, the 5th eunuch said and took the lead to walk in. Then, he felt uncomfortable all over. He was stiff, and the moment he entered the ghost gate, the 5th male felt as if he was bound by something. Surprisingly, he was unable to mobilize any mana within himself. Although Tao Tai had been a no-nonsense dude since he was born, eating and drinking all day long, he didn't learn much of those spells that Father Dragon had taught him. Still, it was the first time he had lost contact with the aura inside him. This caused the 5th prince's face to change drastically, and he turned back with an angry face. Master must not come in. There is something wrong here. Hell is really so dirty-minded. They don't even want to make a contract with you. From start to finish this is a scam. The ghostly face at the doorway laughed out loud, and a red light erupted from that ghostly face's body, enveloping everyone at the doorway. Even Zhao Ling felt like he was bound to his body. What's gotten into you? Zhao Ling said with an ugly face. This is a distinguished guest that Lord Hades invited over. We'll have to sign a contract later. However, the ghostly face turned its head with scarlet eyes to look at Zhao Ling. A hideous smile appeared on its green-fanged and quartered face, which could only be seen halfway when the door was open. But it was enough. That ghostly face laughed wildly. Zhao Mandarin, right? Although it was your past life back then, you also left a scar on my face back then. You deserved it. I've been wanting to take this revenge for a long time. What do you think you are? It's still Lord Acha who is more decisive. You shouldn't be told about this kind of thing. Zhao Ling, do you really not know what this person is doing? Do you really not know how bad our hell is right now? You holy mother, you actually help him? Lord Acha could have said, let me be as happy as I want. Zhao Ling, then you will accompany this credit Blade DD and go to hell together. Ha 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 ha. The key is that there is also a Tao Tai with him. Hell's 3-headed dog is my little brother, and my little brother is missing a playmate. So you're it. After the ghost gate finished speaking, the red light emanating from that body grew stronger and stronger, enveloping all of them in it. Zhao Ling immediately felt that he could not breathe well. It was as if a layer of transparent red plastic film covered him, and that plastic film blocked his senses and breathing. At this time it was as if he was in the vacuum of the plastic film. The air was getting thinner and thinner, and was about to be gone. Ghostsek's ghostly face grew more and more excited, as if all victory was in sight. But at this time, Song Yuan just took a step forward, as if he stepped on the red ice. From the bottom of his feet, the richest substantial red ice shell cracks like a spider's web quickly spread. What the hell were you talking about just now? Song Yuan looked at the 5th prince in confusion, while the 5th prince, who had originally seemed to have been strangled, suddenly felt his breath flowing smoothly at that moment, and the restraints imposed on him, or that red color like an ice shell, completely crumbled. The 5th Duke and Zhao ruler were breathing heavily. Both of them had a feeling of having survived a robbery. Song Yuan was confused. Was there something just now? You are awesome. Zhao Ling said this as he pounded on that ghost door. In fact, it did no harm to the ghost door. On the contrary, his hand was whacked with raw pain. Zhao Ling wanted to cry, but Zhao Ling held back. Ghost door above the ghost face, surprised open mouth, as if a broken old bellows, issued an unknown ho sound, a pair of eyes staring at the boss, but also covered with red blood. Was it something strange that you just moved? Song Yuan put his eyes on the ghostly door. He's asking knowingly. Just now, he did also see the boundary that was like a substance. Zhao Ling and the 5th prince were instantly wrapped up in that red, film-like boundary, and even lost their breath. It was as if the two of them were shrouded under a thin cocoon, and in that instant, the mana on their bodies was lost, as if all of it was going to be sucked clean by the red film. But these attacks were useless to Song Yuan. Under the influence of the Credit Blade Man system, the entire Hellmouth was useless against any attack by Song Yuan during the survival of the debt, because Song Yuan was invincible inside Hell. Therefore, Song Yuan gently stepped on the ground, and the red film boundary that looked like substance completely disappeared. Before the ghost sect had time to be happy, they felt the boundary disappear, as well as the oppressive feeling that was like a substance on Song Yuan's body. That ghost's face showed a frightened and fawning look. I just. Ow. Light. The ghostly door had been scared to death at the sight of Song Yuan approaching, screaming at the top of his voice. However, Song Yuan approached the ghostly door and suddenly reached out and pulled out his hand in the direction of the ghostly door's ghostly face. As he yanked on one of Ghost Gate's eyes, he actually single-handedly yanked Ghost Gate's eye out hard and crushed it, then stomped on it. In fact, that face of the Ghost Gate was indestructible. So when that eye was stepped on by Song Yuan under his feet, like a crystal ball, it suddenly crumbled and finally turned into a pile of white powder. Zhao Ling and the 5th prince didn't even dare to look at it with their eyes closed. Just listening to the screams of the ghost gate was gruesome enough. The fifth prince also lowered his voice and spoke to the Zhao Mandarin next to him. This ghost door of yours should be impenetrable, right? Especially that ghost face. It looks as if it is soft, but it should actually be hard. To tear like this, right? Zhao Ling took a careful look and hurriedly nodded with his eyes closed. Theoretically, I've actually never seen this face before. Thinking of the visions he'd seen before, Zhao Ling added cautiously. Just seen it, it's been once. Indestructible? Song Yuan looked indifferent. As soon as he dug out that ghost face from amongst that entire ghost door, that ghost face still had that knife that Song Yuan had inserted on top of it from before. He made an immediate decision to dig out the other eye on the ghost face alive and stomped on it as well. I feel like tofu. Regardless of whether it was Zhao Ling or the fifth prince, both of them followed Song Yuan's movements and shivered in unison. Chapter 38 Acha, why don't you go to heaven? The entire neighborhood of the ghost gate echoed with the screams of that ghostly face. Don't dare. Spare me. Let me go. It was Cha. It was Acha who told me to do this. I was following orders. Following orders. I'm telling the truth. It's all the truth, ayaha. Even though that ghost face screamed so miserably that even the judges were attracted to it, none of the female judges holding the dog or the male judges wearing mink coats dared to look directly at where Song Yuan was. They already didn't dare to move just by hearing Ghostface's miserable screams. Zhao Ling even didn't want to persuade him, because just now, that Ghostface was the one who even wanted to kill him, clearly communicating a personal vendetta. After all, back when Zhao Ling was still nameless, he had once used a sword to split Ghostface. It would be a ghost if this Ghostface didn't take revenge. The female magistrate hugged the puppy and kept shaking, shivering and saying, Zhao official, you should persuade this is a Ghostface. This is the face of our ghost door. Let that guy cause that ghost appearance. In the future we still want to have a face or not? I didn't expect Zhao Ling to sneer. Ouch. You guys still have a face? He was worthy of being a master of yin and yang. Once he said this, almost everyone did not dare to meet Zhao Ling's eyes. This bureau today was indeed a hongmen banquet made by Acha. I had thought that the ghost sex side would get it pretty well, but I didn't realize that it was almost letting people get killed. Seeing that no one was talking to him, Zhao Ling was happy. What did you tell me in the first place? Now that you've invited people here, what's this whole thing about? Let me persuade. I can't. Isn't it just a broken gate? The underworld is nothing but entertaining all those ghosts. The big deal is that in the future you will get another Meng Po chuang in the Yellow Springs, so that they can drink the Meng Po soup before it's too late and directly reincarnate, so that they don't have to see this shabby thing when they enter the ghost gate. Isn't that what Mona did back when she was still around? After all, Zhao Ling was almost killed by the ghost sect, and now he couldn't wait to go up and make up for it twice. So how could he possibly help the ghost sect? The fifth duke gave a thumbs up beside him. In terms of the sharpness of your mouth or you're good. I don't have so much to worry about. You guys have one or the other. Just let me eat it. The guy said and released his unique Taotia's aura. A group of judges, bull-headed and horse-faced, suddenly had their eyes rounded. Numb nuts. Song Yuan, he comes as he comes, and he brings a Taotai? Taotai this thing? He said he wanted to eat the judge. That is really can eat. This guy who dares not eat, he even dare to eat himself. Therefore, when the fifth prince stood in front of Song Yuan with the look of a man who could not be defeated, those soul pendulums as well as the judges retreated back and forth, afraid that the fifth prince would release his own body and give them a bite one by one. Then they wouldn't be bitten to pieces? When the news reached Acha, she was wearing a mask over her face, which fell off in shock. What did you say? Acha hurriedly took the mask off her face, and while walking forward anxiously, she changed her clothes and spat. I was saying how reliable that ghost gate is? After all, it was given by an ancient god, saying that the defense is equivalent to an earthy mortal. And this? Can't even a mortal. What's the situation now? Acha was on fire. Originally, Ma Mian also wanted to give Acha a mirror. That mirror above can clearly reflect the current situation in front of the ghost gate, but Acha pressed too late to look. At this moment, Acha's figure flashed, and the person appeared directly near the ghost gate. At this time the ghost gate that Ghostface screams the sound has been very small, weak like a kitten. Acha slightly fixed his mind. It seems that Song Yuan is not so violent, is also considered a little bit of the hand, which also did not put the ghost gate how well, called the sound of such a small weakness. However, when Acha got closer, she was dumbfounded. The reason why the ghost gate is now begging for mercy with less and less voices because the ghost face cage above this ghost gate is not much bigger. Song Yuan, that violent maniac, had almost torn the entire ghost face alive, leaving only a small piece of the palm, and on top of that small piece of the palm happened to be the handle of the knife that Song Yuan had left behind. The rest of it was destroyed by him. Seeing Acha's arrival, Song Yuan casually threw the last small fragment of the ghost gate towards the top of the doorframe, and the small fragment hung honestly on the place where the ghost gate had originally hung the plaque. but only a small fragment remains. So now the most conspicuous thing is not the Ghost Gate Pass plaque on the Ghost Gate, but the sword left by Song Yuan before. It shone coldly in the virtual sunlight of the underworld. Song Yuan glanced at Acha and patted his hand in passing, which was covered with the residue of the ghost face, which was also bestowed by the gods in the beginning, saying that it possessed the essence of the 7 orifices, and now it is hard for Song Yuan to dry and shatter 6 orifices, if not for the fact that the last orifice, which happens to be connected to the entire hell and was nailed by Song Yuan to the Ghost Gate Pass. I'm afraid it's long gone. Yo, isn't this the king of the underworld? Song Yuan didn't know when he had also learned Zhao Ling's eerie manner. What wind has brought you here? Acha had a smile pile up on her face. At this moment, she did not dare to anger Song Yuan at all. She calmed Song Yuan down. What you said, a great person like you has come to visit. Of course I have to go out and greet him personally. After all, today is a good day for us to sign the contract. Song Yuan smiled and didn't say anything. The 5th eunuch was filled with righteous indignation and spat madly, almost pointing at Acha's nose. You Hellions don't have any sincerity at all. What's the matter? Just arrived at the door and you're planning to get us all killed? Originally, Acha thought that Zhao Ling would help speak for himself, but he didn't expect Zhao Ling to follow the 5th prince and concur. That's right. He spoke in a not-so-low voice, and T, thinking she had misread him, signaled the other man with her eyes. However, at this moment, Zhao Ling was acting as if he couldn't understand. He was unusually angry. Acha, you don't know. Just now that thing even tried to kill me? What did I do to him? I am the gold medal soul ferryman of our hell and am currently the Underworld division. I'm a mainstay. I've done so much for the Underworld. You guys are trying to unload on me, aren't you? No wonder I've often heard on Earth that people inside the company treat their cattle and horses with reckless abandon. I'm not Horseface, and I'm not Bullhead, but I feel like I'm no different than the bulls and horses I'm with. Zhao Ling was so angry that he shivered as he spoke. Oxhead stared wide-eyed and touched his head. I didn't expect you to have this kind of aesthetics as well. Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling? Bullseye continued. I think my bullseye is pretty cute too. You go play on the other side. Zhao Ling gritted his teeth. What's it got to do with you? The judge and ox-headed horseface still wanted to speak. At this moment, Acha gently waved his hand, and both the judge and ox-headed horseface disappeared. Acha flashed a bright smile at Song Yuan. Look at you. You're out of gas. That ghost door has turned into that bird. It's hard to recover. Let's go to my parlor to talk about what we have to say. Don't stand here and talk about it. What do you think? Hell still wants a face. Song Yuan lightly glanced at Acha. Indeed, discussing such a matter at the Ghost Gate would be discussed by the ghosts who were lining up and had not yet had time to reincarnate. Since there is no reincarnation, those ghosts don't have to drink Meng Po soup. If these ghosts wait too long, if they make this known, they will lose the face of the hell. Then go to the parlor. Song Yuan's expression was light. The hell should also come up with some good things to entertain me. I want to drink Rainy Day Dragon Well, the new crop. I can drink out of the old ones. Acha's face went green. It's in the Underworld for S sake. And Rainy Day Dragon Wells? Why don't you go to heaven? But she didn't say it out loud. The smile on her face grew wider and wider. Acha turned her head to look at Zhao Ling. What are you waiting for? Get the Rainy Day Dragon Well from Mamian. As he spoke, he kept signaling Zhao Ling with his eyes. Zhao Ling sighed. Okay, you wait. Actually, Zhao Ran also had a stomach full of words that he wanted to say to Acha, but right now, it wasn't a good time. After all, Cha had to appease Songwon. Chapter 39. There seems to be no sincerity in the negotiations. On top of the exquisite gold Nanmu wood small coffee table, there was a cup of freshly steeped Rainy Day Dragon Well, or Acha hand brewed it. Song Yuan was sitting on the sofa, and to his left, standing there was Tao Tai, one of the 4 great beasts. On his right stood Zhao Ling. That being said, this look almost made Cha laugh. Zhao Ling was clearly Acha's own person, but he ended up standing on the opposite side of his own, standing firmly behind Song Yuan like a bodyguard. What the is this? But Acha could sense that Zhao Ling's aura was all wrong, and he had the aura of the ghost sect, so he thought that it should be the ghost sect's communique of a personal vendetta, and Zhao Ling had done something. As soon as Acha closed her eyes and meditated, she knew what had happened. This was her Acha's place after all. After learning what had happened, Acha opened her mouth and drew a pie for Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, don't be uncomfortable. That ghost door will turn around and I'll teach him a lesson. Nay, Zhao Ling doesn't eat this cake at all. Even after Acha finished the sentence, Zhao Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's not necessary. The credit knife de has already helped me out of the gas. Looking at the ghost sect in that state now, wanting to recover from it is probably very difficult. All the 7 essence souls had dried up and shattered 6 of them. And back then, Sanchi was also like this, with only 1 essence soul left, and there was no way to even maintain his original form. It was truly unexpected that that ghost sect was actually an earthy mortal that possessed the 7 vessels of essence as well. No wonder Song Yuan had said that the entire underworld was like a giant cage. This cage blockades Hades' ACHA and is both a commendation and indeed a punishment, because that year that the original people in Kunlun war in the middle, a tea by Xiaoya's compulsion, let Xiaoya close to their own brother Qi, only to let Xiaoya that dead liar got his hands on, resulting in the original people in Kunlun that war actually lost. In fact, the ancient god who made the protoids back then was Nuwa, yet the Queen Mother of the West drove all the protoids to extinction because of the romance between the Heavenly Maiden and the protoids. The reason why the entire Kunlun Divine Palace where the Queen Mother of the West was located, regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Maiden or the deities inside the Kunlun Divine Palace, all of them had negative merits was just such a reason. In fact, the original proto-humans, Nuwa was made in her own likeness, so the earliest proto-humans possessed a lifespan as long as that of the gods, and they were in fact, from a certain point of view, gods. They were extraordinarily powerful, and they had the ability to fight against the gods, and in that battle between the progenitors and the Kunlun, if it wasn't for the gods despicably using certain tactics, I'm afraid that the gods inside the Kunlun Divine Palace would have really lost. However, after that great war, the gods also suppressed the Protoss on all fronts. Before, Zhao Ling actually found it very strange why the entire underworld would be like an enemy every time Acha planned to flee. Now it seemed that this carefully woven cage was really getting more and more perfect. Even a ghost gate in the district was constructed so perfectly, even at the level of an earthy mortal. Thinking of this, Zhao Ling looked at Song Yuan with a bit of horror. Right, he had forgotten that the ghost sect was at the level of earthy mortal. So what level was Song Yuan at? Just now, Song Yuan had casually torn his opponent apart with his bare hands. Can an ordinary mortal have this? No wonder even Acha couldn't do anything about Song Yuan. Seeing that Song Yuan didn't say anything, and that his own henchman, Zhao Ling, actually drew the cake and didn't eat it, Acha coughed. Then since everyone is here, I'll treat everyone to a meal. Song Yuan on this side hadn't said anything yet, but it was the 5th prince who stood out directly. That's not necessary. I'll finish the meals that my master eats. The ingredients from the underworld usually aren't too good for the living, and it's not recommended to consume them. Cha's smile froze on her face. Actually, the 5th prince was still quite brave to say that in front of Acha. Song Yuan also said at the side, the current prosperity of the underworld is all false. I can feel it, and without dragging things out, I suggest stepping straight into the thick of things. It's better for everyone. Being tossed by the ghost gate was not in the mood, not to mention that Song Yuan still came to the hell in the body of a living person. And a living person entering the Yellow Springs was not a good thing after all, even if Song Yuan was invincible in the hell. Acha was a bit embarrassed, but quickly recovered. That's fine. Zhao Ling should have told you about some related matters. I've long prepared a detailed contract here. Take a look. Even in the underworld, contracts and deeds had to be signed. And what Acha took out was a jade board made of a material similar to jade, green in color. And what was written on it was bilingual, one being the official language of the underworld, and the other being Chinese. The official language of the underworld looked a lot like the small seal, but not a single word could be read. And there were some strange symbols interspersed in between that were hard to recognize, but the Chinese language Song Yuan was able to read and understand. The language of the underworld is not so good, but Song Yuan has a credit knife people system. Roughly scanning the Chinese version, Song Yuan's face stared. You this, I cannot accept. Originally it is your hello's a debt. Do not return my knife even if, a total of a district of 10 billion merit. You still plan to infinite installments? Although the 5th prince wasn't very good at signing contracts and whatnot, he understood Song Yuan's meaning, and he narrowed his eyes and said in his most ferocious state, what? You hells are planning to stay up for 1,000,000 years? It's fine to stay up for 10,000 million years. Song Yuan had a smile on his face. Anyway, we credit Blade people can find disciples, and one will just be passed down from generation to generation at that time. We can afford to accompany you for as long as you stay up. Acha smiled a big smile and said on her lips, how could it be? The contract must have accidentally carved the wrong one. The 5th male was not fooled at all. He even felt that it was simply too wise for the boss to bring him here. He was as discerning as a torch. He could help his master avoid risks. Underworld King, the material of your contract is the jade of heaven and earth, upholding the chi of heaven and earth to be nurtured. It was the same kind that was used when your underworld and the ancient gods signed the contract. Such a precious material is carved incorrectly? You are really generous. Acha's face stared slightly. This 5th prince was really a bit annoying. She waved her hand without changing her face. The Zhao official who was just drinking tea was gone. The teacup fell to the ground and shattered in half, but Zhao ruler just straight up disappeared. I guess I let tea fling it somewhere. This was Acha's special skill, randomly dumping people. Zhao Ling, who had just been drinking tea, now actually appeared in the river Styx, choking and coughing. Nima! Zhao Ling directly broke his defense and roared. Where is Ah Cha doing this to me? Doesn't she teleport people without saying hello to others? Just throw it around like that? It was just thrown out randomly. It used to be thrown that way, only it used to be thrown at others, never at Zhao Ling. In a moment, the fifth prince will probably dive headfirst into the river Styx next to me as well. Zhao Mandarin walked slowly back to the bank with both hands. In a moment, I'm going to find a better angle to capture the scene of the fifth prince diving headfirst into the river Styx. However, in fact, the current Ah Cha was also quite surprised. She had wanted to throw out both Zhao Ling and the fifth duke. She felt that it would be relatively easy for her to deal with Song Yuan on her own. If there were the fifth duke and Zhao Ling, it would be hard for her to fool around instead. However, when she waved her hand, the only one who disappeared was Zhao Ruler, and the fifth prince was still standing in the same place looking at her with a confused face. Fifth duke. Ha, did you just throw me? In fact, the fifth duke felt that sensation of striking flying from his soul. The moment Ah Cha waved his hand, the fifth duke felt as if his soul had flown out. But, again, it was pulled back forcefully. The reason for this was that Song Yuan had one hand on the fifth duke's arm. It was like a large pincer, and after grabbing the fifth duke, it caused the fifth duke to stand in place like a C-pin, unable to move the slightest bit at all. Letting my people fly out in front of me, Song Yuan tapped the table with the knuckles of his other hand. Your underworld doesn't seem to have any sincerity in negotiating. Chapter 40, Adding Interest. That's a bit of a serious statement. Even Ah Cha's face changed. How can it be? A smile piled up on Ah Cha's face. It even looked so flattering. Ah Cha hurriedly walked over to Song Yuan's side and gave Song Yuan a squeeze on his shoulders. Although it was only symbolic, these few strokes were still very much appreciated by Song Yuan. You know, this is the king of the underworld. Song Yuan coughed softly and took out an A4 paper from his own bosom. It's the same kind of paper that was used to sign the contract with Zhao Ling and Xiaoya before. The contracts are even printed out on your own computer. Unlike the contracts in the underworld, you have to use some kind of heaven and earth jade. Take a look at this contract of mine. Basically my wishes have been written in it. And you, the underworld, need to pay my debt. Song Yuan handed the A4 paper to Ah Cha behind him. What else could ACHA say? People even have A4 paper ready. So ACHA could only quickly scan over the contract on top of that paper. A 100-year contract? We need to return all 10 billion merit in 100 years or else we'll return the magic sword to you? Ah Cha's brow furrowed. Doesn't that mean we have to return 100 million to you every year? That's right. Song Yuan nodded. Paying back 100 million every year, without stipulating a little pie for you guys. Do you really intend to drag me on for 1,000,000 years? There is no interest counted on you, so you can just sneer. Otherwise it's fine to give me the magic sword. The contract Song Yuan gave out was actually quite simple. It's just 2 sheets of paper, clear and concise. Ah Cha, however, smoothly pushed the fifth male standing next to her like a door god out of the way. And then, in her shorts, she sat on Song Yuan's lap in such a submissive manner. Her index finger gently lifted Song Yuan's chin and murmured softly, "Isn't it possible to bargain?" The fifth male covered his eyes with both hands, wanting to look but not daring to. Song Yuan, however, did not answer Ah Cha, but as Ah Cha did, he gently waved his hand. The fifth prince, who had just been protected by Song Yuan, simply disappeared. Because Song Yuan was invincible in hell, he could also use certain functions, like throwing people around as you go along. The fifth male really did not think that this old sixth master is directly throw him, and coincidentally, the fifth male this landing direction is similar to the Zhao Mandarin. Both are in the river Styx. The only difference was that Zhao Ling appeared inside the river out of nowhere, but the fifth prince fell from the sky. Zhao Ling had just vaporized the moisture on his body with a spell when he saw the fifth prince dive headfirst into the river Styx. I thought you wouldn't be thrown out. Zhao Ling was standing right by the river, a smile on his face. I didn't expect you to fall even worse than me. The fifth prince angrily punched the river. That underworld king of your family, that's really a mouthful. Zhao Ling laughed out loud. Isn't it just throwing you out no big deal? As a result, Zhao Ling heard the fifth prince say indignantly, your family's underworld king actually seduced our master just to get a discount. Do you want to be ashamed? Zhao Ling's face changed completely. What did you say? Say it again? There's nothing to disturb us now. Ah Cha leaned into Song Yuan's arms, wrapping her hands around Song Yuan's neck and slowly moving closer. The two of them moved AI obscene and lingering asterisk, as if they were a couple that hadn't seen each other for a long time. However, just as Ah Cha approached Song Yuan's neck, her hand suddenly pinched hard towards Song Yuan's neck. There was even a hint of a blue shadow on her hand, and if one looked closely, they realized that the shadow seemed to be a blue dragon. One could even faintly hear the sound of a dragon chanting in the ninth heaven, but Song Yuan didn't move at all. Ah Cha's force suddenly stopped when it was still about a centimeter away from Song Yuan's neck. unable to advance a single bit. It was as if there was a wall of air, invisible to both of them, separating all. Ah Cha frowned and poured out her entire body, trying to break through the layer of defense above Song Yuan's neck and strangle her opponent. Her force continued to climb and her mana pooled, and the two of them were now in a very spacious parlor, while dark clouds gathered in the sky above that parlor. A thick cloud of darkness gathered as quickly as a vortex, squeezing all the darkness of the entire world all in one place. There was even black lightning on top of that dark cloud that kept flashing. When Zhao Ling and the fifth prince saw this scene from a long distance away, their hearts thumped. Bad. This is definitely a fight. Zhao Ling ran towards the parlor where the two of them were in a hurry while spitting to the fifth prince behind him. I'm telling you, that's an absolute impossibility. That's the Underworld king. How could he just casually seduce your family's master? Don't use words so inappropriately. The fifth duke was completely led by Zhao Ling. I don't think it looks like a fight. Maybe the dry wood is falling apart. Your Underworld king is sitting on my master's lap. You have to admit it even if you don't want to. I really didn't expect it. Ah, a Hades king would use such tactics. The fifth prince wasn't as anxious as Zhao Ling, idly walking as if he was strolling through someone's back garden. In fact, quite a few people in the underworld heard the thunder and lightning. They were even able to feel a strong and incomparable aura outside the parlor where Song Yuan and Ah Cha were. They don't even dare to come close. Even Horseface, who was standing outside the parlor, was a little unsteady, but she was staring ahead, like she couldn't even hear the movement behind her. On this side, Ah Cha used all her strength, concentrating all her force into her fingertips, and insisted on breaking through the defense on Song Yuan's body. However, Song Yuan sat paralyzed on the sofa, as if he had no bones in his body, and still had a smile on his face, even though Ah Cha's finger was only a centimeter away from his neck. ACHA felt that she was right to do this. When all the force was gathered in her fingertips originally couldn't move the slightest bit, but now they seemed to move forward a little bit. But then Ah Cha's face changed. Just the little bit she advanced, it was as if a mountain of force bounced back. ACHA was directly rebounded out by this force. She flew out, then smashed into the opposite wall, then fell to the ground. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and 9 dragon chants rang out from her body as the pressure from the Underworld king spread out completely. The 9 black dragons, exclusive to the king of the Underworld, appeared on her body, circling up and protecting ACHA. And Song Yuan just changed his sitting position, and it was as if a fierce wind targeting Ah Cha appeared on him. And even though Ah Cha was protected by the 9 black dragons, Ah Cha was still blown upside down by that fierce wind. She let out a screaming sound, and a large golden hand condensed out of the void, grabbing ACHA and slamming her hard into the ground. After the floor, smashed the ceiling, smashed the wall after the ceiling. The entire parlor was smashed into pieces and devastated. Ah Cha also spat out a lot of blood, and eventually thanked all the strength in his body. Even the 9 black dragons disappeared. Ah Cha lay on the ground, a smile on his face, a smile that was so flattering. I admit defeat. Don't fight. How can you not be able to take a joke when you're so young? She was recovering quickly from her injuries, which was ACHA's reward and price for being the Undertaker. With such a reward, the Underworld was ageless and immortal. And yet, it's not a good thing. However, in a few seconds, Ah Cha resumed her former graceful and noble appearance. She twisted her water snake waist and walked back in front of Song Yuan. You can't afford to joke around. I just feel that the light signing contract is a bit boring. Let's play with each other to increase the interest. Chapter 41, An enemy's bad luck is his own happiness. Ah Cha looked no different from before, and even calmly picked up the cup of rainforest dragon well she had made for herself on top of the table. In fact, a closer look reveals that Cha's hands have been shaking the entire time. Ah Cha even kept cursing Song Yuan in his heart. Numbnuts. What the hell is that? In my territory. I can't even beat it? Is that reasonable? Does it fit? Inverted Big Dipper. At this time, Ah Cha wanted to shout to the sky. However, she maintained her usual graceful and very calm face, smiling on her face and MMP in her heart. Ah Cha didn't directly agree to the contract Song Yuanxin gave out. She eventually put the piece of paper on the table. Not to mention, this piece of paper looks just ordinary A4 paper. But just now Song Yuan and Ah Cha had a fight, and Ah Cha was viciously smashed into the ground by Song Yuan's illusory hand. With that kind of intensity, it was surprising that A4 paper didn't even break a single edge. If you didn't know better, you'd think it was a knife. Ah Cha placed the piece of A4 paper on the table and changed the topic in front of Song Yuan. I know that there is a legacy of the credit knife people. In fact, if I give you back that magic knife, it is impossible for that knife to be returned to you. Perhaps that knife will lose all its mana in your hands and turn into a commonplace knife. For the special occupation of a credit knife man, Ah Cha had checked out a bit, and that was why he could now stand in front of Song Yuan with such certainty and say these words. So, Song Yuan never liked to beat around the bush, so he asked directly, It's not like you can gain any kind of benefits by charging these things, but if you give me a little favor, I can give you a little favor. Mentioning this, Cha eagerly moved in Song Yuan's direction. Isn't it good for us to swap resources? What kind of favor can you give me? Song Yuan asked directly. No matter what, you are a human being, I can give you longevity. Cha had a smile on her face. Although I can't find out your name on top of the scrolls, and I can't make you immortal and jump beyond the cycle of reincarnation, I can give you an endless lifespan. There's no place that has more lifespans than our hell, and I've even known Zhao Ling to resell lifespans at one point. Cha's voice was soft like a demon's whisper. What do you think? Someone looked like he was unmoved, so Cha could only throw out even more tantalizing news. Another way is for you and I to get married, and once you're married to me, since I'm ageless and immortal, the gods, in order to comfort me, will turn you into ageless and immortal as well, and you'll be with me in hell from now on. The whole hell. You can go wherever you want and buy whatever you want. Speaking of which, Cha felt as if Song Yuan was intent on doing so, as Song Yuan wore an amused expression on his face. So Cha bravely resat back on Song Yuan's lap, and Song Yuan was particularly cooperative at this time, as he rested his hands on Cha's lap in a very natural way. When the time comes, Cha continued to draw a big cake for Song Yuan. Her voice became more and more gentle. Her small hand climbed up Song Yuan's arm. When the time comes, you can play as much as you want. You no longer have to worry about food and clothing, and you don't have to run around collecting any laborious accounts, and it's a great honor to be the husband of the Lord of my underworld. Song Yuan gently slapped on Cha's body. Cha let out a ah sound. The atmosphere is a little AI. Cha's face with a smile. I thought Song Yuan would agree, but I didn't expect Song Yuan to come up with. Don't be gracious. When the time comes, I'll be a puppet of the hell. I can't go anywhere except I can do whatever I want in the hell, right? Cha's face stiffened. It seemed that this credit knife man was not a good con artist. Is hell not good? Our hell is prosperous and our rules in hell are more perfect than those on earth. Our ghosts here never do bad things. There may be some bold ghosts who dare to do bad things, but these ghosts end up in a very miserable place. Don't forget who I am? I'm the one who made the rules, and we have plenty of places to have fun here. Not to mention, where is the ennui in staying with me? Song Yuan let go of Acha with both hands and stretched, shaking his legs as if he almost shook Acha out. If hell is as good as you say it is, then why do you yearn for the outside, especially yearning for the sunshine outside? With a single word, Song Yuan brought Cha into a painful memory. Originally, Cha wanted to brainwash Song Yuan. Instead, he ended up being brainwashed by someone. Light, sunshine. Cha's eyes were red. I really haven't seen sunlight for a long time. The sun created by the hell is just too inferior. Speaking of this, Cha stood up excitedly. That sunshine on the Yellow Springs Road. Did you see it? How dare they? They just placed the violet light in the sky after enlarging it. Do they think that the flowers on the other side are succulents? I really love the sunshine so much. If I could perish in it one day. Acha mentioned that sunshine was a real love, and the whole thing felt like it had suddenly hit the fan. Song Yuan said indifferently, do you see? Even you yourself are longing for sunlight and freedom, and you dragged me in to accompany you to jail. What is this if you are not being gracious? Elder sister. Song Yuan, an address almost made Cha angry, only to hear Song Yuan continue. I've already had a good discussion with those credit knife people seniors above me. 10 billion merit is really the cheapest price. That the Queen Mother of the West is a full 100 billion. Do you want to go to Kunlun to see what's going on now, Queen Mother of the West side of what scene? The pain of your enemy is your own pleasure. Cha's two eyes glowed. That means Kunlun side also owes you something? Realizing that this term might be a bit inaccurate, Cha added, Kunlun owes something to your ancestor as well? Song Yuan nodded. Actually, to see what Kunlun looks like, you don't even need to go out. Acha said and waved her hand, and an extra TV appeared inside the empty parlor. Cha turned the TV on, which is like surveillance, but seeing the picture inside that TV, Cha even muttered, it looks quite advanced, allowing real-time monitoring, but why is it a black and white one? It's not like this thing involves any technology or not. Is it that hard for you to adjust it to color? Cha was also all shocked to see the picture above the TV. However, she looked at it carefully for half a day. No, of course I'm in color here. It's just that Kunlun seems to be in ruins right now. I remember that back then, there was very tall agar tree in this location. That could be said to be the biggest tree in the whole of Kunlun, living for I don't know how many thousands of years. And now, all that's left is a rotten wooden stump that's still black. This location should be the Kunlun Divine Palace. I'll go. How did it become this bird? Someone is rebuilding. The technique is quite impressive, directly restoring it with divine power. And this divine power should be the unlucky one of the Queen Mother of the West. Ha 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 ha. How did it collapse again? Looks like even the Queen Mother of the West is useless. That's right. What Ah Cha was seeing now was the sight of Kunlun. In fact, Song Yuan was shocked when he saw Kunlun become like this. It shouldn't be. What the hell did they do? They should have triggered that mechanism, but the collapse couldn't have been so fast. Song Yuan couldn't help but say. Chapter 42, hold on. It's gonna hurt a little. What did they do? Aren't you aware of that? Ah Cha thought Song Yuan's sentence was pretentious. However, Ah Cha's reaction speed that was fast enough. Her face was a bit ugly as she looked at Song Yuan incredulously. So if the Hellmouth refuses to sign a contract with you, there will be a day when the Hellmouth will also become this ghost? It might be a bit more serious. This I can't say very well. Song Yuan scratched his head, an action that rather made him look like an innocent college student. Bull ***** innocent college students. ACHA's whole body was bad when she thought of all the things this one had done to Hell. Hell is a very pretty cage nowadays. Regardless, that's a nice cage that highlights pretty well. At least in here ACHA lived well and tasted good, and the Underworld didn't get blown away when there was a gale. But if the Underworld really became as ruined as Kunlun, then T will be in for a rude awakening. After all, Song Yuan had only turned the entire Kunlun into a ruin and had not directly broken the entire Kunlun. Put it on top of Hell as well. Expecting Song Yuan to completely break the Hell to release the Underworld by this means was absolutely impossible. The greatest likelihood is that Pluto will have to face a pile of rubble. The rabbit is dead. To say that ACHA is still kind-hearted, even when Kunlun, where the Queen Mother of the West was located, turned into this hellish state, she was only happy for a moment before thinking of herself, that once you substitute yourself, the whole thing is bad. Cha looked at the TV with a forlorn face, but suddenly saw a young face on top of it. Is this the Queen Mother of the West? Song Yuan was shocked. Didn't you say that the Queen Mother of the West is supposed to be an old woman? She is at least a fairy, and a female fairy. Female fairies all love beauty. Ah Cha rolled her eyes, but this guy has bad aesthetics. Even if he turns out to be a beauty, he's definitely not a woman. Have you ever read the classic of Mountains and Seas? The Shi Wangmu depicted on top of the Shanhai Jing is what he looks like in his original form. It's ugly. I don't know if Ah Cha is telling the truth or not. After all, Ah Cha and the Queen Mother of the West are in a state of hostility. Isn't that a normal operation to discredit haters? However, Ah Cha was startled when she suddenly saw Shi Wangmu's face coming so close. What is she doing suddenly coming so close? Can it be that she has discovered me? The words just fell. Western Queen Mother's gloomy face began to speak. King of the Underworld, you really have a lot of guts. How dare you put a white-dyed crow in my Kunlun to spy on me? Do you really think I'm blind? After saying this, the entire screen went black. Ah Cha didn't hold back and burst out a foul mouth. This old woman doesn't have any quality at all. That crow I spent a lot of effort to dye white. It looks immortal. She actually killed it for me. Song Yuan cried. Do you want to hear what you're saying? That's a reverse Big Dipper. Kunlun, that's where the gods live. Even the Underworld was created by the gods. Ah Cha became one of the ancient gods and actually made this whole thing up. Using a little bird to spy on the Queen Mother of the West. Laugh out loud really. Isn't it a normal operation to be discovered and then destroyed? Ah Cha was a bit angry, but she was also heartbroken when she saw the horrible scene on the Queen Mother of the West side. So this contract, if we don't sign it, there will be a day when the hell will turn into that bird too? Even if we use our divine power to reorganize it like the Queen Mother of the West, it will still be unsuccessful? Song Yuan nodded. So just sign my contract. Don't haggle here. This contract of mine is already quite cheap. Besides, someone is working for you. What are you afraid of? You're right. Ah Cha was lulled into a pit by Song Yuan's simplicity. It's not like I'm paying it back. In the end I promoted Zhao Ling. He can't eat for nothing, right? Song Yuan nodded. That inevitably can't be done. With so many men under you, it's easy to get 10 billion merits. But I've heard that you're going to take over the reincarnation of the demon race? Are you sure you can take over? That's the demon race. The death of the demon race shouldn't be under your control in the Underworld, right? Ah Cha was helpless. Originally it was nothing to do with me. But isn't it now the age of the end? And the so-called demon race in this age of the end will just be that little bit of a cross with the genes of the demon race. Speaking here, Ah Cha thought for a moment, weighing his words before continuing. Ever heard of orcs? The demon race of the end times is very much like orcs. Just like the earthworm demon. Ah Cha continued to give an example. Not to mention the era of the flood. Even if it's the era of the journey to the west. Just an earthworm. That little guy has mana. And some of those who are famous for their masters can even fling a few spells for you to see. Without further ado, the simplest point of view is to be had, right? However, the earthworm demon of the age of the end has just one special natural attribute. After being cut in two at the waist, both segments can regenerate into a new earthworm demon, which is the legendary split, and it consumes a huge amount of energy every time they split, so they won't split easily. Do you think something like that is still considered a demon race? Are they related to demons? Then the demons of the Western journey were able to capture a Tang priest, and now the demons of the end times can only be pressed and beaten by the Tang priest. What Ah Cha said didn't make sense, and Song Yuan said curiously, So the demon god quit. Ah Cha was full of speechlessness. The demon god feels that these so-called demons are not called demons at all, and at most count as a half-orc. So the dead demon race directly enters the 6 paths of reincarnation, which is considered to be from inside the path. This angle had not really occurred to Song Yuan, but even though the age of the end, there are still some very powerful demons that will appear inside the great clans of the demon race. Ah Cha did have a bit of a dry mouth when he spoke, and took a sip of water in passing. Some of them have been taken in by me to become soul swappers, and some of them just go into reincarnation. Therefore this part of the demon race can indeed be carried out separately to set up the Underworld division. Originally we helped the demon god to send these reincarnations to reincarnation is able to gain some merit, but most of the demon clans still choose to believe in the demon god, but their demon god doesn't want them, and many of the so-called demon clans on earth have survived to the end of their souls. Ah Cha sighed, faintly unnoticeable, just let Zhao Ling toss it around. When it comes to this, Ah Cha still feels a little reluctant. After all, even she herself said the mouth is dry, but even a 20% discount did not hit. I always feel like I'm losing money. Ah Cha said helplessly, I've been telling you nice things for half a day. Can't you give me a discount? Song Yuan glanced at Ah Cha, especially that little bit of flab between his belly. How about I attach a weight loss package to you? ACHA, huh? Only to see Song Yuan's fingertips flipping a special blade. This blade was very strange. This blade possessed 2 shadows. One shadow was red and the other was black. The entire blade is streamlined and exceptionally nice to look at. This knife is named Bone Scraper. Song Yuan introduced it. It can easily and painlessly scrape off the fat on your body, thin wherever you want, and make it bigger wherever you want. Want to try? It sounded quite tempting, and lately ACHA had been eating a lot and had indeed gained weight. Then try it. The 2 ingrates, Zhao Ling and the 5th prince, crossed half of the yellow springs from the river Styx outside, and ran back to the previous meeting room with a whimper. Before he could get inside, he was stopped by Horseface. The cold Horseface had no expression and looked at Zhao Ling all with contempt. What for? We were just in there. Zhao Mandarin tried to reason, and because of some coincidence, we accidentally got out, so we're going back now. Lord ACHA needs me badly. Hearing this, the 5th prince rolled his eyes. The earthly rolls even more. The 5th prince followed and added, my master also needs me very much. Horseface was expressionless. No going over there. Zhao Ling and the 5th prince both wanted to break in hard. However, just as they approached, they heard a strange sound inside the door. Just bear with me. It's going to hurt a little. Aha! Don't scream so miserably. It's just a little bit of pain, and gradually it will feel very soothing. Well, seems like the whole thing is floating. Zhao Ling and the 5th duke looked at each other, their faces full of shock. They both took a silent step back. His toes gripped the ground awkwardly, and for a moment he didn't know where to look. Chapter 43, Life is Good. In fact, even Horseface didn't expect this to be the case. She coughed sheepishly and silently moved away a bit. The soundproofing of the parlor was not particularly good, and only by moving away a bit could she not hear the sounds coming from inside the door anymore. Ma Mian looked up just in time to see the expression on Zhao Ling's and 5th Gongzi's faces as Ma Mian stared at them. What are you looking at? Back off. The 5th Duke and Zhao Ruler hastily backed away, both of them retreating to the opposite wall, resting on a center corridor and Ma Mian's face. How long is this actually going to last? The 5th prince asked in all sincerity. After all, he was a Tao Tai, as a foodie whose head had been full of food for so many years, when it really wasn't clear about this kind of thing. Horseface was expressionless, but the fidgety eyeballs could tell that she had a hint of embarrassment. Zhao Ran didn't have an idea, and in order to cover up his embarrassment, he even turned the tables. No, your family member really isn't a picky eater. Ha! With a frosty face, Ma Mian shouted. Zhao Ling, what's wrong with that? Zhao Mandarin justified. Can't I say it? How old is the underworld? Really? This can go down. ING. Zhao Ling didn't finish his sentence when he felt 2 burning eyes staring at him all the time. Well, I'll just emote. Zhao Ling didn't dare to speak. He might not be able to defeat Horseface, but Tao Tai, he definitely couldn't. Although it was confusing how exactly Song Yuan had signed a contract with Tao Tai. As a result, Zhao Ling had just stopped, and Tao Tai himself spat on it, but from a completely different angle than Zhao Ling. The damned king of the underworld is old, and he actually still wants our family's young master. How shameless. When the 5th eunuch finished saying this, Horseface across the room glared angrily, but the 5th duke was not the least bit afraid. What are you looking at? Seriously, I've never tasted a cow's head or a horse's face before, and in your essence, One of you has a cow's head and a human body, and one of you has a horse's head and a human body. What exactly do you taste like? Horseface was now in human form though, dressed very high and low, but now when he heard these words from the fifth prince, he still shivered and closed his mouth in silence, fearful that the fifth prince had nothing better to do than to use her as a hot pot. Just now, Ma Mian could still look at Zhao Ling angrily, but now he didn't dare to let out a single fart. Zhao Ling has been looking at the fifth duke. This angle of yours never occurred to me. I also think that old is a little too shameless. Your master is so magnificent that he was actually bewitched. This was something the fifth prince loved to hear. Official Zhao, you're really on the ball. The faint sound inside the room lasted for about half an hour or so. It finally subsided. Then that door opened. Song Yuan walked out from inside the room. The two of them were slightly disheveled, especially Song Yuan, who seemed to be a bit tired. Zhao Ling quietly approached the fifth prince. Your master is a bit weak. Turn around and fix some goji berries to make up for it. The fifth prince also nodded on the side, and instantly shook his head and changed his words. What are you talking about? Can that be our family master's pot? You don't even look at how old your family's underworld king is? That mustn't take all that effort? The two of them just crickets in front of each other. However, Song Yuan had no time to care about the two of them right now. He still had to take care of the knife above the ghost gate. After all, the contract had now been signed. When Song Yuan walked out, he had already asked Acha to put his handprint on the piece of A4 paper. Originally, Acha was quite curious as to why Song Yuan didn't bring out that A4 paper. As a result, he saw that the A4 paper that was quietly placed on top of the table suddenly fluttered and turned into a flash of golden light, completely disappearing into the heaven and earth. Although it had disappeared, Acha felt as if she had signed something special with Song Yuan, and there was an unspoken bond between the two of them. That's right, it's a detention. Cha's eyes lit up. I didn't realize that the mediocre A4 paper actually had such strange energy, which was much better than whatever jade the heavenly realm gave. That piece of broken jade would be a waste of material if you had to start over if you carved it wrong. The A4 paper floated directly into the air, and in that instant, Acha felt that she had already signed a contract with Song Yuan that could not be broken. Acha's smile was like a flower. For Song Yuan's means, she was also very much recognized. At this time, Acha's whole body was glowing. Her body was more proportionate and tighter. She twisted her waist and chased after him, pulling Song Yuan's arm. You're living pretty well, as long as you're satisfied. Song Yuan intended to let Acha publicize himself, although, the credit knife man system had given him a bunch of quests, but this group of debt repayment was basically staged, and he also had to eat. The two of them passed by as if no one else was there. The already stunned Zhao ruler and fifth prince, as well as that horse face who didn't even know what to say. What's this talk of tigers and wolves? The fifth prince's eyes were red. Zhao Ling also beside the righteous indignation. Right, is really the world trend. The people's hearts are not ancient. How can anything be said nonsense really is? But, Zhao Ling said here and suddenly froze for a moment. Have you ever felt that Acha seems to have become radiant? Her whole body is different, and her figure seems to have gotten better. That's for sure. The fifth eunuch gritted his teeth. That's all because of our family master. That old of your family eats really well. When the fifth prince said this, his eyes were vaguely watery inside. I must give our master a little popularization. He is very precious. You can't be so casual. The waste is your own essence. Tao Tai gritted his teeth, but his gaze swept eerily over Horseface standing in the doorway. Can this stuff be stewed and drunk to strengthen the body? Horseface was alarmed. Zhao Ling also had a black line. Don't come up with bad ideas. If you really want to strengthen your body, you go to Kunlun to catch creatures. It is said that Kunlun are all blessed with spiritual chi. The ingredients there should be better. Where do you think you got your morning bun? The fifth prince dropped this in anger and turned to leave. Zhao ran hurriedly followed behind. However, when the two of them were almost close to the ghost gate, they suddenly felt that the entire hell was different. It was as if there was an unseen wind that moisturized the whole of hell. The original hell because the spirit vein was intercepted. On the surface it looked as if it was peaceful, but in fact many places were on the verge of collapse, especially the 18 layers of hell. The evil spirits imprisoned inside that hell can't suppress them anymore. The spirit vein was cut off. It means that many devices inside the 18 layers of hell will slowly lose their original effect. The cold ice inside the cold ice hell had all melted for the most part. This punishment was on the verge of turning into a reward. And the evil spirits lying inside the cold ice pools all seemed to have been nourished quite a bit. Now that the entire hell was like it had shaken in place, the fifth prince didn't feel anything else. But Zhao Ling was the one who had always stayed in the underworld, and knew the situation in the underworld very well. The moment the underworld changed, even Zhao Ling himself felt that he was being nourished. He stepped forward quickly to see what was going on. Chapter 44, TT pouring tea, Queen Mother's shoulder pounding. That ghost gate's plaque had previously been torn by Song Yuan with only a tiny corner left, and on top of that tiny corner was inserted Song Yuan's knife. It was casually placed by Song Yuan on the doorframe of the ghost gate. Since the contract had already been signed, it was only natural for Song Yuan to keep the agreement and pull down the sword above the ghost gate. Ah Cha was there specifically to see how Song Yuan drew his sword. However, when Ah Cha followed Song Yuan to the doorway of the ghost gate, he saw Song Yuan just gently snapped his fingers, and the knife that was originally indestructible and couldn't move at all turned into a puddle of silver water without any warning. Acha was surprised. It wasn't that he was surprised by Song Yuan's ability to control the sword, but he was surprised that the silver-colored water in front of him actually vaguely carried a hint of the power of the ancient world, which even the gods were incomparably desirous of. Even the ancient gods of Kunlun would have loved such a power, and in that era of the progenitors, when mankind communicated with the gods through the celestial maidens, there were often things emanating from the earth, the world where the progenitors grew, that emanated the power of the ancient ones. That power was purple, either light or dark purple, and it was said to be at its most intense before Pangu opened the world, and when that chaos gave birth to a new world, the power became lighter and lighter. The power of the ancient one has another name, called Hongmeng Purple Chi. It's what humans are called in post-apocalyptic fiction. The call of Acha belongs to the original human call. I didn't realize that the sword of a person with a sword on credit could also emit this power. Vaguely remember that the magic knife seems to also contain a little, but the magic knife was chi refining over, that a weak trace of the ancient power seems to be chi to absorb. Not that obvious. What kind of being is the credit knife man, anyway? But not to mention, for the craftsmanship of Song Yuan's weight loss, Ah Cha really wanted to give a nod of approval. That strange bone scraper was divided into two knives. The red shadow entered the bone marrow, and the black shadow could enter the meat. Casually, I was able to cut out all the fat. Nowadays, Ah Cha's figure is more and more good-looking, with meat where it should be, and thin where it should be. Just as Ah Cha was contemplating but noticed that the liquid from the blade above Song Yuan's ghost gate had melted directly into the plaque. Although the plaque on the ghost door was just the size of a coin, after incorporating the liquid from the knife, all the cracks in the plaque above the ghost door completely disappeared. It was as if the liquid directly replenished the entire ghost gate. Ah Cha at this time suddenly felt the whole hell shake. A reviving power spread out from the plaque above the ghost gate, instantly moisturizing the entire hellmouth. Originally, the hellmouth was in a state of gloom, and although it appeared normal on the surface, Acha herself had spent a great deal of strength to maintain the stability of the entire hellmouth. However, now that Ah Cha didn't need to expend such power at all, the entire hell seemed to have become strengthened a bit. Why do I feel that the bond between me and the hell is a little less, or has become softer? Energy flowed from Ah Cha's body, and chain after chain appeared behind her. A full 9 bars. Every single one of those chains extended out towards the distance, and the end of that extension was the black ground of the hell, which was a chain from the depths of the hell. It has been said long before that the underworld is not a commendation at all, but rather a prison used by the gods to trap the king of the underworld. It was only when Acha let her energy flow that the rest of the group was able to see the chain after chain on Acha's body. Now that Ah Cha could clearly see that one of the chains tied to her body had become less solid and seemed much more illusory, she exhaled softly. I feel as if I'm more comfortable. That's for sure. Song Yuan also saw the chain, but he didn't move. Earlier, I used my blade to cut off the entire spirit vein of the Earth's capital. The damage or gap caused by this has no way of healing, but my blade can fill it in perfectly. In that case, the entire spirit vein of the Earth's capital is being nourished, which of course is also equal to nourishing you. The most crucial point was that the ghost sect was completely out of the control of the divine realm at this time. In front of Ah Cha's face, Song Yuan's knife actually slowly reformed a new plaque at the ghost gate's plaque, wrapping around the original tiny one that was the size of 3 coins. The material of the new plaque was just silver, a color that belonged to the metal, but after gradually taking shape, it slowly turned into the exact same color as the previous one, the ghost gate plaque. What little remained of the original seemed to disappear completely. In fact, the ghost gate is also the handiwork of the gods and belongs to the watchers just like Meng. The new ghost gate appeared. Ah Cha felt some relief in her heart. She wouldn't even count the fact that Song Yuan had killed the original ghost gate. On the contrary, only in this way would Ah Cha be a bit more comfortable. You're good, very good. Making a contract with you is the best decision I've ever made in my life. The chains behind Ah Cha disappeared and looked at Song Yuan with rather fiery eyes. It was only that he couldn't beat him himself, or else if he could really turn him into a soul ferryman, that would be great. Zhao Ling and the 5th Duke ran out of the ghost gate just in time to hear these words. The two men looked at each other without words. In a sense, Song is pretty awesome. It was that in the future, Zhao Ling did not know how to face Song Yuan. This was a man who had once been with the Underworld King. Alright, I'm tired too. Song Yuan signed the contract, and finally a stone was about to fall to the ground in his heart, so he planned to leave. The driver is of course still Zhao Ling. Song Yuan and the 5 males sat in the car. The driver Zhao Ling was instructed by Acha for a long time. After, you will be sent 100 Underworld police. I added a special positioning on top of your cell phone. You have to do a good job on the mission, and help the Underworld to pay off the debt earlier. You have to know that the demon race itself is less. As long as there is a demon race will die in the global jurisdiction. You can receive a prompt, send people or you can go yourself. Zhao Ran was dumbfounded, glancing at Song Yuan behind him, then at Acha, his face full of disbelief. No, what did you two discuss together? Discussing how to screw me over? Why do I feel so out of place? How can I? You're my right-hand man. Acha directly drew a pie. Dagon round. I'm relieved to leave this matter to you. Not to mention that you can send people to collect the souls of the demon race. So what's the trouble? Zhao Ling still felt that nothing was right. I'm working in a job by myself. Is it easy for me? You don't want the customized version of Steve Jobs' iPhone? If you don't want it anymore, I can exchange it for someone else. Acha he also knew how to hold the current Zhao Ling. Zhao Ling, when you first gave me your soul, you begged me for one thing. Acha continued when she saw that Zhao Ran was unmoved. After carefully calculating it, I guess it won't be long before you fulfill your wish of giving me your soul to ask for that one thing, and I'll give you a chance to change it. It's up to you to pick whatever you want to become. It's all trivial for Cha anyway, as long as Zhao Ling, the drudge, is still in the underworld. This thing would be perfect. That's what you said. Zhao Ling's face changed. What if my conditions are too outrageous by then? Too outrageous is not good. You have to think about it. First of all, you have to accomplish $100 million a year. The first condition that Acha uttered stunned Zhao Ling. Acha ended with a pat on Zhao Ling's shoulder. I'm looking out for you. And talk to the credit knife man more often. Make a good relationship. Maybe he can get a discount. Twisting her delicate body, Acha just left without any psychological burden. Because Song Yuan said that the program of losing weight as a discount is for life. Acha can finally eat openly. And when she gets fat, she will go directly to Song Yuan, which is just perfect. As for working, then leave it to the people below. Zhao Ran sat back down on the big jeep, all out of breath. You two discussed it for half a day and then sold me out? How can I make $100 million of merit? You collected those miserable demon clans and sent them back to the underworld. Or you directly transcended them. Then the merit gain should be a lot. Song Yuan was indifferent. Watching the show, I also have my eye on you. The 5th Duke chimed in. Watch you. So drive. He was already thinking about how to find some ingredients to replenish Song Yuan's body. The earthly ingredients were not very good. He had to go to Kunlun. And if Kunlun didn't work, he would have to go to the heavenly court. But those gods in heaven are too hard to fight. The 5th prince was sad. If he had known that there would be today, the 5th prince would not have eaten anything. He didn't even know how many heavenly treasures he had eaten back then. Who knew that one day, one would actually have to exhaust oneself for a master? I don't know if Shi Wangmu's peaches can prolong Song Yuan's life. Right. The 5th prince's eyes suddenly lit up. Medicine. What medicine? Song Yuan was confused. Boss, I will definitely raise you to be white and fat, and when the time comes, you will be 24 hours at a time, so that old man will have a long time to see. The 5th eunuch swore. Song 1? What the 5th prince just said was medicine. And that dimension where medicine is located is higher than even the one where the heavenly realm is located. It was a very special creature. The 5 failures of celestial beings. Even celestial beings or soul ferrymen in the underworld will have the agony of aging. Why else would the entire journey to the west unfold with the 4 words of immortality? How else can immortality make all the monsters and immortals in the journey to the west so eager to live? Why is the ginseng fruit so precious? The medicine, on the other hand, is the equivalent of ginseng. Even celestials, even soul swingers, seek this contraption. The 5th prince already had a plan. After all, things like medicine liked to parasitize people, and it was simple to identify the parasitizer and get the medicine from the parasitizer's body. The car wobbled back to Song Yuan's blacksmith store, but Song Yuan was stunned the moment he saw it. The 5th prince was also stunned, not to mention the 5th duke. Even Zhao Ling didn't know what to say. Did you use gold to create all kinds of knives inside that blacksmith store of yours? After all, I think those knives of yours seem to be alloys with a lot of things added to them. Otherwise how could they be missed by thieves? Indeed, the smithy was now open, and some of the contents of the smithy had been rummaged through and piled haphazardly in the doorway. There was a sense of being robbed straight away. When they came over, Xiaoya was standing at the door, and Wang Xiaoya was also standing under the tree in front of Song Yuan's store as if she was lifeless. Xia Dongqing stood next to Wang Xiaoya and seemed to be talking to the other party. Only at this time, Wang Xiaoya was like a robot that had cut off the power supply. His eyes were unfocused and he didn't say a word. The car drove up to the entrance of Song Yuan's blacksmith store. and at that moment, neither the fifth prince nor Zhao Ran could move. A strong and unparalleled force controlled Zhao Ling, as well as the fifth duke. Zhao Ling was completely dead, and his current state was no different from Wang Xiaoya's, but the fifth prince's eyes could still move, and he even squeezed out 2 words from inside the cracks of his mouth. Heavenly realm. The 2 words he squeezed out made it hard to hear, and the fifth prince was anxious. Queen Mother. This fifth prince often went up to Kunlun to get things. It was not surprising that he was able to sense the aura of the Queen Mother. Song Yuan did not feel any pressure. As long as the mission existed and was not completed, Song Yuan was invincible in front of Shi Wangmu. Thus the divine pressure of the Queen Mother of the West was nothing to Song Yuan. Song Yuan got out of the car and idly walked into his blacksmith store. Xiaoya at the doorway revealed a very complicated expression that Song Yuan didn't understand anyway. In the midst of the mess, Song Yuan saw that there was a woman sitting in his usual ironworking position, holding one of the knives he hadn't finished building before, and was scrutinizing it. Song Yuan even closed the roll-up door behind him when he came in, isolated from the outside world. Lightly snapping his fingers, all the knives inside the entire store instantly flew up, the tips of the knives pointing straight at the Queen Mother of the West. Song Yuan walked up and slapped the knives out of the Queen Mother of the West's hands. Who gave you the right to touch my things? The Queen Mother of the West raised her eyes and instantly locked onto Song Yuan with her spells. However, her spells were of no use at all. Not even a single strand of hair moved on Song Yuan's body. On the contrary, the Queen Mother of the West received a big ing pocket from Song Yuan. This big ing bucket was quite insulting to the Queen Mother of the West. No one had dared to treat her like that since she was born. Song Yuan wasn't afraid to roll over and just hit with a slap of water, because he felt that the Queen Mother of the West this stingy strength. With the Kunlun mirror to pay off the debt, this kind of thing she absolutely cannot do. Now that the Kunlun Divine Palace is in ruins, isn't it still dead? However, Song Yuan's slap on the face of the Queen Mother of the West has changed. In the classic of the mountains and seas, the Queen Mother of the West is described as such an image, half man, half beast. The shape and human looks the same, but has a tiger's teeth and a leopard's tail, and the head also wears a jade victory. The hair is dense. The Shanhaijing describes various creatures with little or no adjectives, and writes about whatever is there. So just now Song Yuan that slapped down found that the face of the Queen Mother of the West had changed. She seemed to reveal the appearance of her original body. A mouth open, 2 tiger teeth appeared in front of Song Yuan. Long and furry leopard tail suddenly appeared, swept in the direction of Song Yuan. But when that leopard tail hit Song Yuan's body, it was as if it had kicked on an iron plate. The Queen Mother of the West wailed, only to hear a crisp sound. The Queen Mother of the West's leopard tail actually broke. Even Song Yuan felt the pain. Don't waste your energy. It's only natural to pay your debts. Besides, you can't beat me. The Western Queen Mother hated to bite off a piece of meat from Song Yuan's shoulder. Her ferocity revealed. Who allowed you to make a move against the Kunlun Divine Palace? Song Yuan swept a glance at her with a pale expression, and then Song Yuan pressed the Western Queen Mother to violently beat her for half an hour, even without noticing that Ah Cha had come in. Ah Cha purely and simply came to watch the fun, only to see Song Yuan being so ferocious. She suddenly felt as if none of the beatings she had taken seemed heavy. The nose and face of the Queen Mother of the West begged for forgiveness, and only then did Song Yuan let go of her. When Song Yuan stood up, Ah Cha immediately said, I just came to take a look at. After all, I am an ally with you, and I don't want anything to happen to you, and it seems that you are quite powerful now. Ha, I will pour you a cup of tea. Hearing Ah Cha's voice, the Queen Mother of the West's face changed, and her just now nose and face quickly changed into the appearance of an imperial lady with a concave and convex figure, and even, the Queen Mother of the West was wearing a JK plaid skirt. She can pour tea. What's the big deal? Let me rub your shoulders. I'm good with my hands. There was an inexplicable sense of climbing between these words of the Queen Mother of the West. Song Yuan rolled out a recliner from inside the back of the house, sipping the tea that Ah Cha poured while enjoying Shi Wangmu's shoulder draping service, and sighed. I didn't want to be that violent. After all, I've just come back, and the store has turned into this hellish state. The Queen Mother of the West waved her hand, and the store that had been messed up immediately returned to normal. Everything was put back to its original position, and everything was normal except for those knives that were still floating in midair that had been hung up by Song Yuan. After doing so, the Queen Mother of the West asked, Are you satisfied? Can you give me a discount? 100 billion merit is too much. You also know that after that last big battle, this merit of our Kunlun is a negative. Do not care if the side is not standing. Ah Cha, the Queen Mother of the West directly bargaining. She is really cannot beat each other. Evil, really speechless. Chapter 45, this means, it's heavenly, isn't it? The Queen Mother of the West is really capable of giving and taking. She was even thinking of going to the Spirit Mountain or the Heavenly Court in a while to bring in some help. Well, now, in Song Yuan's hands, it didn't matter if it was slightly humble. Of course it would be nice to be able to sell misery to bring down the price of the contract, but if there's only Shi Wangmu and Song Yuan here, even if the Queen Mother of the West really pulls her face down and pouts here in Song Yuan, maybe Song Yuan will really be kind and really give the other party a discount. Nay, the people of the heavenly realm, even if they wanted to please others, were just like Xiaoya, especially rigid, not to mention that Song Yuan had a freshly signed Acha on his side. How is it possible to get a discount? Sure enough, after the Western Queen Mother finished her sentence, Acha was the first to retort. Oh, you still want a discount? It's impossible to get a discount even if you pull out all the stops. Still trying to be cute at your age? Queen Mother West finally noticed Acha at this moment, and was furious. What kind of a thing are you, talking to me like that? Sister is now also considered an old god. Acha looked at the Queen Mother of the West with a smile. At least for so many years to support the entire human world, ferrying souls, accumulate a lot of cultivation. You want to fight, is it? The Queen Mother of the West felt that she should have failed to read the yellow calendar when she went out. Yes, after tens of thousands of years of evolution, Acha was the first humans created by an ancient god, and that ancient god was Nuwa. Nuwa's rank is above that of the Queen Mother of the West. After all, people are the creator god. There is a saying that the Queen Mother of the West is the descendant of Nuwa, and there is another saying that the two gods are actually not very related, but just different manifestations among the two systems. The first batch of humans created by Nuwa had the same lifespan as ordinary gods, except that they did not know spells, and at that time Nuwa even sent the celestial maidens down to teach people spells and how to live on Earth in order to collect the Hongmeng purple chi left on Earth. After so many years of evolution, Acha had grown up, and she also possessed the abilities of a god, and she was considered one of them. The Queen Mother of the West comes to this nasty blacksmith store. Firstly, she can't beat the owner of the blacksmith store, who is evil as hell, and secondly, she is threatened by Acha. You have to realize that tens of thousands of years ago, Acha was just a small proto-human. Nowadays, Acha has grown up to be the leader of a party's power. It even had the backbone to call the shots with the Kunlun divine palace. The Queen Mother of the West could no longer kill Acha casually. This whole godhood and combat power thing isn't about the fact that the earlier you become a god, the more powerful you are. If you ask Queen Mother West to fight with Wukong, would she dare? Can she beat him? Can't she just accuse the monkey of stealing her 10,000 acres of peaches? Just that one little monkey can eat 10,000 acres of peaches a day. You guys are really good and nice. You don't even allow a discount. The Western Queen Mother's face changed. Then give me back my sword. Ah, that's the sword my ancestor borrowed for you. You don't think that if my ancestor borrowed the sword, it's a gift to you, right? Song Yuan said here, pretending to take out a book without a cover from inside his smithy. It's actually a novel. If he wanted to see the details of the mission, he could just directly call up the system panel inside his mind. He pretended to casually flip through it, then looked at the Western Queen Mother in front of him with a pale expression. According to my ancestors' records, back then, people were not willing to lend you a sword, because after all, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu at that time had already gotten the sword that was lent out by my ancestor, and your Kunlun divine palace was victorious, and you were already able to hold down and hammer all of the progenitor people on the ground. Although, the means might not be too pretty. Song Yuan rambled on, but between these words, although the Western Queen Mother's face changed many times in a row, in the end, she still didn't say anything. But at that time you had to find our ancestors to borrow the sword. My ancestors spent a whole 7 days to build the sword you wanted and spoke the prophecy and the time to return it. Now the time has come. I ask you, where is the sword? Song Yuan reclosed the book with no cover and looked at Shi Wangmu blandly. It's only right to pay what you owe. You should know that, right? Yes, and chances are you don't know that above the battlefield. If you guys can do something that underhanded, what else is there that you can't do? I thought it was that group of proto-humans who were playing the scheming game, but I didn't realize that it was actually you gods. That's amazing. With every word that Song Yuan said, the eyes of the Queen Mother of the West looked at him with a few points of venom, and when she said it, the Queen Mother of the West's face couldn't be looked at anymore. She took a deep breath. 100 billion merit is too much. Then you take the divine artifacts to offset your heavenly realm. You bunch of gods should have a lot of divine artifacts. Song Yuan touched his lower bar, pondering, and even opened his cell phone in front of the Queen Mother of the West, and posed the degree to search for divine artifacts of the Dragon Kingdom. What kind of Fushi zither? The Donghuang bell or something like that, bring it, and see if it can offset my family's old ancestors' craft. Western Queen Mother's face changed drastically. Don't you dare. You are thinking quite beautifully. That is our Kunlun's divine weapon. That's the product of the entire heavenly realm. Then why didn't you guys take the product of your heavenly realm to kill my brother in the first place? Acha listened back from the side and grimaced. It's not possible that you don't have that ability, is it? Queen Mother of the West, oh, it's not having that skill. But could she admit to such face-saving words? Necessarily not. Why else would you be looking for a credit knife man to fight a new weapon in the first place? Queen Mother of the West also regretted. Although that knife was later stained with Chiyu's blood, it should not be thrown away. This time the knife cannot be taken out. Must pay the debt. Why are you so embarrassed? In the end, you are ahead. So many heavenly maidens under your hand are just for show? Let them earn it for you. If you don't want to give up the artifacts, the land is fine. If I remember correctly, you said that the monkeys ate how many acres of peaches you had back then? Song Yuan asked rhetorically. Queen Mother West's face was like frost. Don't even think about it. Song Yuan was silent. Are you sure you want to renege? Are you sure? The Queen Mother of the West didn't say anything. Cha added oil to the fire. I did not expect the Queen Mother of the West also want to do the old scoundrel. This thing I can talk to that fat man in the Spirit Mountain. After all, Huan Chuan's Pishaban flower are still from the Spirit Mountain Buddhist soil. This matter was known to the Western Queen Mother. If that Buddha knew that you had abducted the Arahant under his seat, he would not know how to get you. Oh, it's not like I'm the one who broke his cultivation, Cha said indifferently. Ever since that female ghost, his cultivation has been broken. The Queen Mother of the West was still about to speak, but she realized that Song Yuan had already walked up to her. This Song Yuan was born tall and his figure enveloped the Queen Mother of the West, making the Queen Mother of the West inexplicably a little scared. What are you doing? Song Yuan reached out and gently tapped on Queen Mother West's forehead. A red dot appeared in the center of Queen Mother West's eyebrow. Song Yuan's voice echoed inside Queen Mother West's mind. From now on, you're a long-time worker under my name. Named Xiaoxi. You'll forget the past. Hide your face. Forget everything. Don't know your name. Don't know where you came from. I'll eat bananas and you'll eat the skin. I'll sit in a chair and you'll sit on the floor. Don't know the years. And until the debt is paid. Saying that, Song Yuan reached his hand to the printer. And that printer actually worked by itself, diligently spitting out a piece of paper. While Song Yuan was speaking, a red dot appeared on the center of Shi Wangmu's eyebrows, and the aura around her body quickly converged. The power of the gods all collected into her body and completely disappeared. Her appearance changed along with her, and in an instant she became someone else, also beautiful and dignified, but not related to the person she was before. The Queen Mother of the West wasn't as tall as before, and her body shape had changed slightly. In short, she had hardened into a different person in front of Cha. Acha has gone numb. That's the Queen Mother of the West. Just watered down and changed in front of her? Is that reasonable? That's a hell of a way to get through, isn't it? Chapter 46, Long Worker Shi Wangmu holds license to work. Cha on this side had been immovably observing the Queen Mother of the West. At this time, the Queen Mother of the West did not have any expression on her face, and her original bright eyes were now like two dusty glass beads, devoid of any spirit. The printer's sound stops. Acha then saw Song Yuan pull out an A4 sheet of paper from inside the printer. Plain-looking A4 paper. It's just like the contract Acha signed before. That doesn't even have a formal contract title. It's like a joke. Only Song Yuan could be heard sighing. I really didn't think that there were actually people who chose to play tricks this way. My family's old ancestor has never seen this kind of outrageous request even after hundreds of thousands of years across the world. To know that the chaos first opened that moment. My family's first generation of old ancestors. When you create the original man, that are not sure how many generations of my family's old ancestors. Anyway, I cannot remember. I'm not as powerful as they are, able to build divine weapons with my hands, but I have only one duty as this generation's credit blade man, collecting accounts. Speaking here, Song Yuan picked up the thumb of the Queen Mother of the West, and without even dipping it in the sealing clay, he directly pressed it on top of the A4 sheet of paper. When the Queen Mother of the West's thumb and the A4 finger came into contact, a golden glow appeared between her thumb and the A4 finger, as if there was actually a handprint imprinted on it. Acha looked at her thumb a little skeptically. It turned out that she didn't need to use the sealing clay to do it. It seemed a little silly that she had used it to leave an imprint on top of that A4 paper in the first place. This golden light gradually wrapped around the entire A4 paper. Finally the piece of paper floated away in the air, and Song Yuan completely signed a contract with Xiaoxi. Of course, you are at least the leader of the Kunlun Divine Palace. I will temporarily slow down the progress of the collapse of the entire Kunlun Divine Palace, and you have 1 month's time to renege on the contract, and every day, around 12 o'clock in the evening, you will regain the memories of the Queen Mother of the West, which lasts for 1 hour. Cha was a bit offended and poked her eyes darkly. How can you still be nettlesome? You mean she can use this hour to deliver a message back to Kunlun, or renege and compensate you for the rest, and she wouldn't have to do the hard labor here? That's not fair. Song Yuan gritted his teeth. How is it unfair? Look at my land. I only have a total of how much work here. She owes 100 million merit. How much work does she have to do here to be able to compensate? I meow and not a rag collector. If she backs out, just take a powerful artifact. Just take 10,000 acres of peaches. This debt is not offset? It's decided. Song Yuan's words were unquestionable. I've written it all in the contract that every day she possesses 1 hour to unseal her memories, and within that hour she will be able to remember not only that she is the Queen Mother of the West, but also what kind of treatment she suffered from the cattleman in my place. I'm not a pervert either. I'll treat her like a normal cow or horse. Such a time lasts for a month, and during this month, the Kunlun Divine Palace will not continue to collapse, but she has to make a decision between the month whether to compensate me in some other way or else this contract goes into effect and she will be my longtime worker here permanently. After saying this, Song Yuan glanced at Queen Mother West. What did you say your name was? The face of Queen Mother West gradually took on a glow. She seemed to be very joyful. My name is Xiao Shi. I work here. Washing, cooking and sweeping. I can do everything. See? Song Yuan pointed at Xiao Shi. How perfect are people? No need to train. Just go straight to work. What the hell? The roll-up door at the entrance suddenly lifted up, without the Western Queen Mother's divine power to suppress it. Both Zhao Ling and the fifth prince outside could move around, and the fifth prince revealed a head that was a bit angry. She's cooking? What am I doing? The fifth prince's speech even trembled a bit. Master, you don't want me anymore? Song 1, forgot about the other cowhorse. Where did you get that demonic S? The fifth prince didn't recognize the current Queen Mother of the West at all, not to mention that the current Xiao Shi didn't have any semblance of divine power in her body, and she didn't look the same as the Queen Mother of the West anymore. The fifth duke rolled up his sleeves aggressively, walked over to Song Yuan's side, and pouted Xiao Shi to the side with a F***ck, you cook? Who are you to cook? Do you know how to cook? Do you know how to cook? Honestly, the 5 males are a bit of a broken defense right now, and Ah Cha looked at the fifth duke thoughtfully, and finally understood why the fifth duke would follow Song Yuan's side, and it was estimated that the fifth duke also owed something to Song Yuan's ancestor, and then was unable to pay it back. Thinking about it, Tao Dai thinks about food all day long. Whatever stuff goes into his stomach, I guess the poor can only pawn themselves. Ah Cha shivered. Fortunately, she had never moved such a crooked mind, or else she might have to be one more in the little maid who washes and cooks. I think she'll just do your laundry and cook for you from now on. It's quite good. Just this stingy energy of hers. You don't want to come back, Ah Cha said while also specifically taking out her cell phone and pointing it at Xiao Shi. At this time, Xiao Shi did not have the flightiness of the Queen Mother of the West at all. Her eyes were pure and clear, simple and stupid, coupled with a clear, and even saw the 5 dukes coming in a huff, but also carefully hid behind Song Yuan. Ah Cha was secretly happy to watch from the sidelines, but she felt that Song Yuan was quite black-hearted as long as she thought of this current scenario of Song Yuan. If Song Yuan directly turned Shi Wangmu into a Xiao Shi who knew nothing, and let Xiao Shi give Song Yuan a black job, this would indeed cause the Queen Mother of the West to break down outright. But what could be more devastating than personally knowing this fact and still having to work for Song Yuan every day? In fact, ACHA wanted to stay all the way through the night. She just wanted to see the look on Sai's face when she regained her senses at 12 o'clock and realized what a ridiculous thing she had done today. Ah Cha added oil on the fire. Fifth prince, you don't have such a big fire. Your master is nothing more than looking at you more tired, so he specially arranged a little brother, little sister for you. The fifth prince froze. Really? Song Yuan quickly reacted, following the words of Ah Cha. Yes, this is for you to arrange. The dishwashing girl, that housework, hand to take the pinch. You cook so delicious a pair of hands don't wash the dishes. You can let her wash, as well as washing vegetables and so on. You arrange yourself. The fifth eunuch suspiciously approached Xiao Shi. It's true that you don't have a human aura on you, although I'm not sure what exactly you are, but from today onwards, I'm your boss, and you must listen to my orders. ACHA laughed as she filmed. Song Yuan was rather worried about the fifth prince, and it would be best for him to sleep with his eyes open tonight. When Xiao Shi's consciousness returned and she knew what she had done, it was expected that tonight, instead of going to repent for not agreeing to the repayment program, the first thing she would do was to beat up the fifth male first. Otherwise, why don't we just send the fifth duke out to gather ingredients tonight? Save yourself from being beaten to death by the Queen Mother of the West at 12 o'clock at night. The Queen Mother of the West has no way to deal with Song Yuan, but she has no way to deal with the 5 eunuchs. Chapter 47, You're still the Queen Mother of the West, Goddess of Gold. No, what do you think? Ah Cha was holding a freshly opened packet of 5 spice melon seeds in her hand while she watched the commotion over at the cash register. Ah Cha tried her best to lollygag around Song Yuan's blacksmith store for the afternoon until 12 p.m. When she watched Shi Wangmu, who was working hard, sweeping the floor and wiping the table in a very positive manner, suddenly straighten up. A pair of eyes went from confused to slowly becoming clear. Then came the anger. But the Queen Mother of the West didn't directly look for trouble with Song Yuan. Firstly, she couldn't beat Song Yuan, and secondly, Song Yuan, although she had allowed the Queen Mother of the West to recover her memories within this short hour, she hadn't regained her godly power or appearance. The current Sai didn't look much different from the previous Sai. That's why Acha said that Song Yuan seemed to have left a bug. You only restored her memories, and you didn't restore her divine power. So with her current ghostly appearance, how can she sign a new contract with you? And how can she possibly back out? Song Yuan was puzzled. If she backtracked, she wouldn't need to possess divine power. After she came to her senses, she would remember what had happened during the day. I think as long as the Queen Mother of the West isn't stupid, she should choose to backtrack on her dealings with me instead of playing tricks on me indefinitely. After all, she doesn't want to be like this forever, does she? She'll have to pay it back to tens of thousands. If I die, there's still my disciple. Our lineage of credit blade people can continue for hundreds of thousands of years from ancient times. So she's planning to spend it with me? That's not a good way to go about it. Originally, Acha was still thinking to say that after Song Yuan died, this matter would change. I did not expect Song Yuan to say that the lineage of credit knife people that has been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years. I'll be damned. Which meant that if the Queen Mother of the West didn't make a decision soon, there was a chance that she would become the ancestral cowhorse of the credit knife man's lineage. This whole thing. However, the sober Queen Mother of the West first went to her own complimentary seal of honor. The heavenly maiden are the work of the gods. Xian knew, but it was the middle of the night and Yaya had long since gone back to her beauty sleep. Inside the entire convenience store No. 444, only Xia Dongqing, the night shift duty officer, and Wang Xiaoya, who was planning to leave, remained. This Wang Xiaoya is in love with Xia Dongqing every day, a bilocation as if it has self-consciousness. At this time, the two are you and me, cannot be separated. And the two of them were staging the sorrow of men and women separating at the entrance of convenience store No. 444, and as for the old ghost of the Republic of China who was unwilling to leave, he was now also standing indifferently at the entrance of convenience store No. 444, casting an inquiring gaze in the direction of Xia Dongqing from time to time. Wang Xiaoya looked petulant. So I'm going home now? But it's so dark. I want you to give me a ride. Xia Dongqing's face is also a red temperature. He just walked to the door. Still want to speak to Zhao Ling, also being high on melon seeds. Zhao Ling, a sentence to him back, get lost. You don't want your night shift pay anymore? Dare to skip work, I'll deduct you 3 times. Zhao Ling rolled his eyes greatly. Really stupid. That's just a puppet. Not even flesh and blood. How can you get down? It's not like what you can see is tea. He's same as what he can see. Song Wan unwrapped another bag of fries and gave Cho Mandarins a look out of the corner of his eye. If memory serves, this convenience store seems to be his. This Song Yuan just hogs the snacks in his store and doesn't pay for them, and he has to work for him himself. Zhao Lingwang felt his heart ache just thinking about it. However, just as Acha also grabbed a melon and started to get high, the Queen Mother of the West straightened up and headed in Wang Xiaoya's direction, patting Wang Xiaoya's shoulder expressionlessly. I want to find your original body. What kind of instasplit? Wang Xiaoya carefully perceived the person in front of him. In front of her, this Xiao Shishi also noticed. Today just went to the opposite side of the blacksmith store to work inside. Is a very diligent dishwashing girl. But, the other guy was just a mortal. There was no aura of divine power or anything else. Nor was he a soul ferryman. Wang Xiaoya's first reaction was to look over in the direction of Zhao Ling and Acha. Acha was gloomy. After all, Acha had always felt that Xiaoya was a traitor. If given the chance, maybe Cha would just kill Sayaka. Even when he saw Xiaoya's doppelganger, that wasn't much of a good look. However, Wang Xiaoya felt that it was Zhao Ling who had sold himself out, because the only ones who knew about the matter of the split body were Zhao Ling and Song Yuan. Song Wan shouldn't be that bored, but Zhao Ling can be really indebted. Wang Xiaoya said loudly, who are you? Don't talk nonsense. I'm only one person. Especially Wang Xiaoya has been hitting it off with Xia Dongqing recently. Didn't want to expose himself in front of Xia Dongqing at all. It was not easy for Wang Xiaoya to let Xia Dongqing really believe that Xiaoya was her sister. Xiaoxi's face darkened as she grabbed Wang Xiaoya's arm. Although Song Yuan had sealed away the divine power of the Queen Mother of the West, the Celestial's physical constitution was different from that of the human race in the end. The Queen Mother of the West was so strong that she almost yanked Wang Xiaoya's arm off her body. After all, Wang Xiaoya was just a puppet. I, the owner of the Kunlun Divine Palace, I am the Queen Mother of the West. I am now demanding that you call your original body over to me, or else, old me will demolish you. Not to mention, at this moment, the Queen Mother of the West looked like she already had her aura. Fierce and vicious. Ouch. You're still the Queen Mother of the West? Wang Xiaoya almost laughed out loud. Then I'm the 9 heavenly maiden descending to the mortal world? Where's the psycho really? Xia Dongqing full of heart full of eyes. Only Wang Xiaoya, Even if Wang Xiaoya this goods also burst out of foul mouth. Xia Dongqing still implied affection, in my eyes. You can be better than the 9 heavenly basilisks. Really? Wang Xiaoya's face reddened again. She stomped her feet, cupped her red face with her hands and ran a few steps forward. I'll go back first. She was sunny and happy, and with an excited heart. That heart seemed to be jumping out of her chest as a bunny. She quickly ran away, but did not run 2 steps. By a face of angry Queen Mother of the West yanked by the hair. That rawness, so that the group of melon eaters in unison to draw a breath of cool air. You, what are you doing? Xia Dongqing also did not expect that there would be someone so blatant as to victimize someone else in front of him. Xia Dongqing wanted to block it, but with that small body of Xia Dongqing, how could she carry the Queen Mother of the West? Even if it is the Queen Mother of the West who has been sealed with divine power, that strength is also very big. Xia Dongqing only just got close, was kicked away by the Queen Mother of the West. Ugh, I'll go. Zhao Ling was startled and hurriedly threw the melon seeds aside and went out to assist Xia Dongqing. After all, Xia Dongqing still lives inside the body of Qiyu. That's not a good thing in case it wakes Qi up. What's more, Zhao Ling's top boss, Ah Cha, was sitting next to him watching, and Zhao Ling said that he wouldn't let Xia Dongqing get hurt. But at this moment, Ah Cha didn't have time to care about Xia Dongqing. Her eyes were focused on Wang Xiaoya. The Queen Mother of the West dragged Wang Xiaoya and threw him to the ground. Wang Xiaoya's head knocked a big bag on the ground and he grimaced in pain. Who the hell are you? What are you doing? Who am I? I am your ancestor. The Queen Mother of the West went up and slapped her. Xia Dongqing, who had just been helped up by Zhao Ling, saw this scene and was in a rage, itching to rush up and fight with the Queen Mother of the West, but he was tugged by Zhao Ling and couldn't move a bit. What did I tell you to come down here for? I asked you to spy on Qi. Did I ask you to fall in love with him? Oh no. You're a doppelganger. You don't have her scent on you. You're just a puppet made by a formation. The Queen Mother of the West approached Wang Xiaoya, carefully observed her, and suddenly pinched Wang Xiaoya's neck with one hand. Don't, Xia Dongqing said with wide eyes. You like her? Laughing, then you at least have to see clearly. What exactly is it that you like? The Queen Mother of the West let out a cold laugh, and in front of Xia Dongqing, she tore apart the formation on Wang Xiaoya's body, revealing Wang Xiaoya's original appearance. Ouch, I'm going. Zhao Ling was speechless, another brainwashing. Now this picture really cannot let the psychological quality of such a low Xia Dongqing remember. Maybe what will happen in the future. Chapter 48, Moving for Help. You're the man with the sword on credit, aren't you? You're going to die. Song Yuan ate and watched. This is puppets and doppelgangers. Ha! Originally thought that the doppelganger and puppet are at least flesh and blood. Did not expect. Actually really is a puppet above the engraved array. A little crude. That's right. Zhao Mandarin nodded on the side. This is a puppet. A doppelganger. Or a rather crude doppelganger. Because I had once seen how Xiaoya debugged her. So now when I see Wang Xiaoya, the puppet automatically surfaces inside my head. The heavenly maiden spells are all from Kunlun, a tea who also ate melons and watched the show bloated. During that big battle Xian Nu coaxed my brother. Now Xian Nu is using her doppelganger to coax Xia Dongqing. The means is underhanded. Just like the same, Kunlun doesn't have any other way except this way? Really funny. Xia Dongqing's eyes tailed red as she looked at the puppet on the ground with runes carved into its body, taking a few steps backward with an unbelievable face. Impossible. You're all lying to me. She was talking to me just now, and she even has a human expression. How can she be a puppet? He was so excited that he had to pounce on him to see what was going on, but Zhao Ling was as steady as an old dog, grabbing the back of Xia Dongqing's neck collar with one hand and not moving a muscle. Surprised? I'm surprised too. The Queen Mother of the West was furious and slapped the face of Wang Xiaoya's puppet twice, making a banging sound. I gave Xiaoya a task, and she's just going to finish it for me, isn't she? Where it was directed at Xian Maiden. Ah Cha hated to fall on her sword. I think people finished quite well. You let her watch my brother, right? Don't you know that in the middle of that big battle, Xiaoya herself was secretly working with my brother? Zhao Ling's head hurt. Have you used secret communication like this? Ah Cha rolled her eyes and continued with the eye candy. So it would make sense for people to be unprofessional and fall in love with Xia Dongqing. Xia Dongqing didn't recognize Ah Cha and didn't know what Ah Cha meant by that. Xia Dongqing looked up very confused, looked at everyone, and suddenly fainted. A reasonable, an exceptionally kind smile appeared on Zhao Ling's face. Everyone eat, drink, and play well at my convenience store, and cook your own kanto if you want. I'll go ahead and brainwash this one. At this point in time, Zhao Ling actually missed the animal control song that was given to humans specifically for brainwashing. I've heard it works exceptionally well. Although the Xia Dongqing had Qiyu's soul in his body, he was only an ordinary person in the end. Dragging Xia Dongqing to the third bureau of the Animal Control Bureau and letting them help brainwash him should be no problem. The Queen Mother of the West was sitting on that puppet of Wang Xiaoya's, and sure enough, It wasn't long before Xiaoya came barging in furiously. Fight fight fight, T said, really watching the action, even grabbing an extra handful of melons. Song Yuan was actually quite eager to see this kind of drama. Who are you? Why are you destroying my doppelganger? What are you? Xiaoya had just entered convenience store number 444. Her eyes quickly scanned around and her gaze locked onto Xiaoxi. You don't even recognize me? The Queen Mother of the West glanced angrily in Song Yuan's direction. If it wasn't for this brat, she wouldn't have become like this. I am a god. After all, the Queen Mother of the West knew that the change in her body was too great. Her face had changed, her divine power had disappeared, and she didn't look any different from an ordinary mortal. But, the Queen Mother of the West felt that she was the master of the Kunlun Divine Palace, and that Xian Nu had at least dangled in front of her for so many years, and had once been called the God of War. Even though the Queen Mother of the West had changed her original appearance and had all her divine power sealed, the Queen Mother of the West felt that Xiaoya should be able to recognize her when she stood in front of her. Where did the psychopath come from? I didn't expect Xiaoya to blow up directly after hearing what Shi Wangmu said. With this appearance, you still have the nerve to say you're a god? What kind of relationship do you have with a god? If you ask me, there are just too many psychopaths on this earth. Xiaoya was even a bit exasperated. 2 days ago I met a psychopath who insisted that he was the reincarnation of Guanyin. Can there be fewer psychopaths on earth? Song Yuan said as he ate his melon. That's not necessarily true. Maybe the person is really the reincarnation of Goddess of Mercy. ACHA had a gloomy face ever since Aya came in, and Aya didn't even dare to meet ACHA's eyes. Ever since she sensed ACHA's scent, Xiaoya had simply opted for stealth and let her doppelganger go on top. ACHA wouldn't go so far as to do it to the doppelganger, but she would certainly do it to her. The main body. The Queen Mother of the West slapped Xiaoya's face. You don't even recognize me? I am the Queen Mother of the West of the Kunlun Divine Palace. Xiaoya covered her face. Furious. Damn you. How dare you hit me? The force is strong. Worthy of being a former god of war? Her hands were wrapped in blue power as Xiaoya pressed the Western Queen Mother to explode her hammer. The bad anger that Xiaoya hadn't let out when she was hung up on by Song Yuan before. Now, that bad anger could be released in full. Originally, Song Yuan thought that by only restoring the Queen Mother of the West's memories and not unbinding the other party's divine power, the Queen Mother of the West might be hanged by Xiaoya. However, he did not expect that after taking a few punches, the Queen Mother of the West did not have half a scratch on her body, and then later on, she directly caught Xiaoya's punches. The scene reverses. The Queen Mother of the West sat on Xiaoya's body. It was one big pocket after another flinging a big pocket at someone's face. I am the Queen Mother of the West. I taught you all your spells. Even if I can't use my divine power now, can't I cure you? And a lot of strength. You've got a hole in your head, don't you? I only have an hour. I came to see you. That's business. You're good. You're holding me up. Shi Wangmu's timing was stuck well, and after solidly cleaning up Xiaoya, that Xiaoya still recognized her opponent through Shi Wangmu's incomparably familiar moves. Although Xiaoya didn't know why the Queen Mother of the West had become like this, she was much more honest than before. You go to the heavenly court and bring me a message, saying that I am trapped here with Song Yuan, the man with the credit knife, and ask Haoyan to come and rescue me, and after this is accomplished, my entire Kunlun Divine Palace will bring gifts to thank him. With that, Queen Mother of the West instructed Xiaoya in front of Song Yuan. Xiaoya covered her cheeks. She was on the verge of being beaten into a pig's head by the Queen Mother of the West. At this time Xiaoya probably understood what was going on. This definitely had something to do with Song Yuan. Previously, the Queen Mother of the West never came out after entering Song Yuan's store, and Song Yuan's store had an additional maidservant named Xiaoxi inside. Xiaoya was quite skeptical, but the Queen Mother of the West herself was a very free-spirited character, and it seemed normal if she left early. Now Xiaoya finally understood that the Queen Mother of the West could not leave at all. This Song Yuan did not know what means he used to make the Queen Mother of the West become this ghostly appearance now. She's going to get help in front of you. Acha was all confused about this brain circuit of Queen Mother West. You're not in a hurry? That's the heavenly court. You should have read Journey to the West, right? Song Yuan didn't answer, but took out the system panel. No one could see the words above that system panel except himself, and he just started looking for the Jade Emperor's account in a dignified manner. After all, those old ancestors of the credit knives people dared to credit anyone. After doing this, the Queen Mother of the West already felt that she was winning, and coldly glanced in Song Yuan's direction. Credit knife man, right? You'll just wait to die. Chapter 49, if you can call the Jade Emperor here, then thank you. To be honest, Song Yuan's person went numb when he saw the series of red fonts above the system panel. Hao Tian Da Di, also known as the legendary Jade Emperor, was promoted up by the human race's cultivation. On top of that, legend has it that the Jade Emperor has to go through 10,000 reincarnations, with his physical body being reincarnated more than tens of thousands of times in the human world. and in almost every one of those tens of thousands of times, there has been a person with a sword on credit. Inside the information that Song Yuan searched out, it showed that the accounts that had already been paid off were probably less than 100 lifetimes. The ones that hadn't been returned were densely spread across the entire credited swordsman system panel. Holy, there's even a button that allows you to total up your accounts on the top layer of the Credit Knife Man system panel. The Credit Knife Man counts all the things in the world. I really didn't expect these old ancestors to be so good at counting. Song Yuan can all be numb. Generally speaking, like the Jade Emperor this level, if reincarnated to reincarnation, then even the Book of Life and Death above will not have any record. Either that or a bunch of gibberish. Give a name and a picture at most. Heavenly God reincarnation. Basically so, even the reincarnation of Chi-Yu are a bunch of chaos. Kunlun did not know how much effort it took at first, before finally projecting the location of Chi-Yu, sending Xian female to kill it, but did not think that the Hellside has long made arrangements for Xia Dongqing to become a vessel to carry the soul of Chi-Yu replacement. Normally, this vessel cannot have any soul or consciousness. However, the soul of Xia Dongqing appeared, which is why it was said that Xia Dongqing was a bug. You seem to be quite happy? ACHA couldn't understand. My family's old ancestor, Tong Tian, Song Yuan had a smile on his face. Originally, at my level, if I wanted to cultivate to the right fruition, and enter the heavenly court after suffering the thunder tribulation, then I don't even know how many years later. After all, this is the end of the era now. If you can really invite the Jade Emperor to me, then I can thank you. I will reluctantly give you a little bit of discount. 100 billion merit. You pay back a little bit less on it. ACHA's mind was blown. You're really quite compassionate with this discount. It was only then that Queen Mother of the West remembered Nez's words as an afterthought. There are quite a few people in heaven who owe credit to the swordsman. The Queen Mother of the West's face changed, and she had wanted to pull Xiaoya back and urge her to do something, but she hadn't thought that Xiaoya had already left the convenience store number 444, the SF Express, which had taken a beating, ran even harder this moment. That's the Jade Emperor. The Queen Mother of the West had a cold face. What you say is what you say. Master, why is Xiaoxi here? A moment ago, the imposing Queen Mother of the West, when the time came, instantly turned into Xiaoxi. The speed of the switching made Ah Cha whack his chest. Damn, I can't believe I didn't take a picture of it. You hurry back. Song Yuan cried and laughed. It's so late. I should go to sleep too. Don't let me wake up in a while with a group of Underworld police squatting beside my bed. Although Ah Cha was able to temporarily leave hell, this time should never be too long. Otherwise the Underworld police in hell and the soul swingers will come and arrest people. I'm worried about you, not understanding the flavor. Ah Cha said here and waved her hand. All the snacks inside convenience store 444, including the ones inside the warehouse, were taken away by her. Turn around and tell Zhao Ling that I'll eat something from him. He shouldn't mind. Ah Cha's figure then simply disappeared. Song Yuan even spat it out. Your disappearing is also too impractical. You should do the same as Journey to the West and make the entire inside of convenience store 444 covered in white mist and then disappear with a swoosh. That's what's so impractical, especially since the entire top of the shelf is empty of any contraption. If you didn't know, you'd think there were bandits. Whose boss comes to an employee's house and takes food with him? Song Yuan had just finished saying this when white mist really rose up inside convenience store No. 444. The constant flow looked like a scene filmed inside Journey to the West, and then with a swoosh, all the mist quickly gathered in a certain direction, and even formed a vortex before finally disappearing completely. It really did as it was told. How cute. When Song Yuan saw the scene, he couldn't even help the corners of his mouth from rising. There was nothing left of convenience store number 444, and when Song Yuan left, he happened to see a bag of potato chips actually stuck in a dead corner above a shelf. He took the bag of chips with him in his hand, and with only a lone puppet on the ground, Song Yuan just returned to his store without any burden in his heart and went back to sleep. Xiaoxi was just like a little daughter-in-law, diligently guarding behind Song Yuan and following in his footsteps. Even when Song Yuan passed by the female ghost who was waiting for her sweetheart under the willow tree, he even greeted the person. It was just that the female ghost was looking at Song Yuan with a bit of a strange look in her eyes. Zhao Ling. So, whether or not Zhao Ling, who had returned in the morning, was broken inside, that was not a matter of concern to Song Yuan. On the morning of the second day, Song Yuan was awakened by a loud noise, determining that he was still in the world of the soul pendulum drama synthesis. Song Yuan washed his face and went downstairs to find the entire store dressed up in pink *tender. Even the knives he usually built were carefully tied with bows of pink silk. It made Song Yuan feel like he was in a sea of pink. So Song Yuan, that brain circuit, the first reaction is that 100,000 heavenly soldiers are coming to arrest him with pink bows? It's not that bad, is it? Although those ancestors, when the Jade Emperor's physical body went through 10,000 reincarnations, taking the trick to help others, lending them swords, and giving them prophecies was indeed a bit of a suspicion of taking advantage of the fire, but that's one way or the other. After all, business is done, isn't it? No matter how shameless this Jade Emperor is, then he can't send heavenly soldiers to beat him up. You are the boss? A little girl bounced over. Song Yuan kept sizing up the other party. She was indeed a little girl, not a hardened heavenly soldier made up as a little girl. I want to buy a sword. Only then did Song Yuan come back to his senses and sold the knife to the other party, selling dozens of knives in the morning. Arguably the best record since Song Yuan came to this world to open his business. Xiao Shi just stood at the door to hand out flyers, and the fifth prince went out to get busy after preparing breakfast for Song Yuan, during which Song Yuan didn't even suspect anything. It wasn't until Song Yuan heard the cheering at the door that he finally came back to his senses, and when he reached the door, he was filled with confusion when he saw the fifth prince surrounded by a group of little girls. All line up and register properly, and you'll all be satisfied and have your hearts in the right place. The fifth prince threw the job of lining up and registering to Xiao Shi as well, before finally squeezing his way out from amongst the group of girls. He even had a few suspicious lipstick marks on his face, burped very suspiciously, and flung Song Yuan a long list of names. These people all have drugs on them. What kind of medicine? Song Yuan didn't respond. The fifth prince, however, thought that Song Yuan didn't know. Within this world, there is the human realm and the heavenly realm, but above that dimension of the heavenly realm is the dimension of medicine. Okay, you don't have to explain it to me, Song Yuan responded, holding the pile of lists in confusion. But how did you find out? Or yesterday master you gave me a vacation. Let me go out to shop. I went out to play a circle. Suddenly thought of this trick. I can help them lose weight. The process of losing weight. I will find the medicine on their body, able to use the medicine, are wanting to make themselves become particularly perfect. Before they have not yet completely fused with the medicine, they will continue to pursue the beauty or body shape, the 5 males and the plate. So, it's pretty good too. Actually, Song Yuan had something to ask. This fifth duke kept burping. He could reasonably suspect that the way the fifth prince helped people lose weight was by directly gnawing off the other person's fat. Originally, Song Yuan was planning to ask, but felt that it was too outrageous, so he simply kept his mouth shut. Besides, the fifth prince had good intentions. He had gotten the medicine, but it was not for the sake of his master, hoping that Song Yuan would live a longer life. In fact, Song Yuan himself doubted that this medicine, could he take it or not? Chapter 50. This medicine can be consumed by living people? Song Yuan still asked directly out of the mouth. It's impossible to eat it directly, and there have always been people on Earth who eat medicated corpses. But medicated corpses can cause people to have all sorts of fantastical sensations or hallucinations or whatever, which is not good for the body. The fifth eunuch revealed a particularly flattering smile, with a face that swore to the heavens. But rest assured, Master, I am able to make health potions that can be customized for you. After all, you and I are ropes on top of the same grasshopper. Song 1, don't blame the other side. The fifth prince was just a Tao Tai, and was able to understand that his speech was upside down. Song Yuan gently patted the fifth prince's shoulder. It can be quite good. Go for it. Yes, I'll cheer, Master. The fifth male clenched his fists with excitement. Across the street from convenience store No. 444, there was already a van parked there, and Zhao Ling pulled Xia Dongqing and cursed. What's wrong with you? I asked you to honestly stay inside the store yesterday and watch the store for me. What are you doing? Everything inside my store was taken away. The scolded Xia Dongqing seems to return to normal. No longer has the memory of last night, now lowered his head. The whole person cannot speak. When Song Yuan walked over, he saw the workers busy replenishing the shelves. This one has a brain. Zhao Ling made an okay gesture, then lowered his voice. This store of mine was robbed by robbers yesterday? Don't you know if you check the surveillance? Song Yuan spread his hands. The other person, cha, took it away openly and honestly. That is, he even made a smoke cloud and swooshing disappearance scene inside convenience store number 444 as Song Yuan had said. Zhao Ling then felt his teeth ache. Although money on earth is good, it's not so the money on earth is certainly not good to earn. Capitalists like you. Xia Dongqing rubbed his aching head, always felt as if he had forgotten something. But he was furious. Zhao official. The one who took away the last packet of snacks inside your store was Song Yuan. And he also knew the girl who took away all the goods inside your shop. Why are you looking for me to pay for it? The one who took the last pack of snacks from your shop is Song Yuan. And he also knows the girl who took all the goods from your store. Why are you looking for me to pay for it? I'm just a poor student. I have nothing. Would you have caused that much damage if you were there last night? Zhao Ling backtracked. While several people were talking, Xiao Shui walked over from the blacksmith store side. still holding the flyer Xiao Shi had sent out. She glanced at Xia Dongqing. Dongqing, is there any guandong boiled right now? Yuki is a young nurse inside the hospital and is also considered a regular customer of convenience store number 444, often coming here to eat kanto boil. Yes, Xia Dongqing wanted to get rid of Zhao Ling now and immediately said, I'll get it for you now. Xia Dongqing was a batch of goons, feeling that if he continued to stay with Zhao Ling, he would one day be rubbed to death by Zhao Ling. The money for this one will be deducted from your paycheck. Zhao Mandarin looked like a capitalist with no conscience, but he had one pair of eyes dead set on Xiao Shui. She has medicine on her body. Don't hit on her. She's already a target customer on our side. Song Yuan stared at Yuki as well. Early in the morning I realized what that Tao Tai of yours was tossing around. No, when did he get this fetish now? He used to just eat people. He's eating human fat now. He's good at it? Zhao Ling wanted to vomit at the mention of this. In the morning, he had watched the scene of the fifth prince helping someone lose weight. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but he could see it clearly. A huge shadow extended behind that fifth male. That was the fifth male's body. The body appeared and took the fat directly on that commoner's body. The man's weight dropped miserably. The fifth prince is a master of no profit. He would never do that if he had nothing to gain. I have a bone scraping knife. It can give people weight loss. Your family Cha used it and all said it was good. Yesterday she even praised me for living well. Didn't you hear it? Song Yuan patted Zhao Ling's shoulder. The blade in his hand flipped, letting Zhao Ling see that particular bone scraping knife. If you have a need, I can help you. Season 1's Zhou Minoru didn't have the need for this, but Season 2's Zhou Rin should be much needed. Though the world has changed a bit due to Song Yuan entering and the timeline or some minor plot points have been disrupted. At this point in time, Zhao Ling isn't exactly mellow looking either, but it's not good to say that he'll still need it later. Dude has a great body and abs. Zhao Ling patted his stomach. No need. What confidence. As they both spoke, a voice came from the side. I didn't realize that after so many years of not seeing you, your body is still as good as before. Song Yuan and Zhao Ling turned back at the same time. The person standing in front of them was somewhat shorter. A man. And with a turn of the eyes both of them were in a bit of a trance, as if they saw a fox face in the man's face. Demon race? Zhao Ling narrowed his eyes. I seem to have seen you somewhere. The man's face was laced with a smile. How quickly did the Zhao official forget about me? 100 years ago you were still in love with my sister. Zhao Ling looked a bit flustered. 100 years ago. Time has passed so far. Remember so clearly? Your sister wouldn't be happy to have a son, so she wants to catch a father, right? Song Yuan, however, started the trigrams at this time. All people who take credit for knives are in fact essentially divine calculators, and a knife is nothing more than an appendage. The trigram showed that the sister seemed like she could be Song Yuan's client. Don't look at the fact that Song Yuan had recently signed contracts with quite a few people to force them to pay back their debts, but so far, these were all installment contracts. I don't even know how many years it will take when the gang is all paid off. Someone still has to live and eat. Besides, this sister of the Fox clan is quite rich. How can that be? The short fox brother fumed. I'm here to deliver wedding invitations to my sister. My sister is getting married, and banqueting all the ex-boyfriends she's ever gotten along with. By the way, I've heard that the fifth eunuch, the legendary Tao Tai, is also in the neighborhood, and that you're the sole pendulum of the district. Do you know where he is? Song Yuan and Zhao Ling, in unison, pointed across the street at the fifth prince inside the blacksmith store. Over there. Thanks a lot. The short fox brother spotted Song Yuan this time. He felt that Song Yuan had a different aura on him. My sister likes to be lively. You can come too. It doesn't matter if there are more people, said the short fox brother, handed the red invitation to Xiao Dongqing, and went to the fifth prince, who also seemed to be delivering the invitation. Song Yuan was like a blind student discovering a flashy spot. So you and the fifth prince used to have the same girlfriend, and you've been in love with a leprechaun? Zhao Ling's face changed. She also didn't tell me I don't even know that she is a goblin. I am innocent. As he said that, he happened to see Xiao Shui coming out from inside convenience store no. 444, and Zhao Mandarin hurriedly threw down a sentence to Song Yuan, to each his own. Then Zhao Ling quickly took out his cell phone. Beauty at a Weibo. I'm the owner of store 444. I'll give you a discount if you buy guandong cooking in the future. Song Yuan, who was standing in place, stared at Zhao Ling's back and spat out two words. Oh it. Chapter 51 Jade Emperor's visit. Nothing happened today either. Cha was probably busy with her own business and brought back a bunch of snacks back from Maisie, so there was no way she could have come over. During the day Song Yuan watched as the fifth prince very joyfully made Xiao Shi. Tao Tai is like a big cheerful baby who keeps getting killed and doesn't know anything. Currently, the only people who know Xiao Shi's true identity are Song Yuan and Cha, as well as Xiao Ya. But Yaya went as a courier. This went back to a little after 6 o'clock in the evening, when the fifth prince looked at Song Yuan with some frustration. Master, can I take leave to go out this time? So self-conscious? Song Yuan thought that the identity of the Queen Mother of the West had been exposed, and after this fifth prince had finished making his call, he finally realized that he was afraid. What are you going out for? Although Song Yuan, who was himself trying to give the fifth prince a vacation, still had to ask in bad taste. The fifth duke's face was unsightly. During the daytime, that Fox tribe's beautiful woman sent me wedding invitations, and I realized that he Miami and Zhao Ling actually talked about the same woman. Probably that vixen was very beautiful and seductive, because even the fifth prince couldn't help but look up at the sky, as if he had suffered some great injustice. It was necessary to use such a posture to force back the tears in his eyes. Granted, Song Yuan was actually quite curious as to what that vixen actually looked like, but I'm going to be there on the wedding day. After all, Song Yuan himself had calculated that the other party was his future client. It's good to meet at least once. The fifth prince agreed with joy. Then, twisting his head, he went out. The inside of the blacksmith store quieted down. Song Yuan boredly watched the TV. Close to 12 o'clock, Song Yuan suddenly ordered Xiaoxi, who was lying on the ground and wiping the floor with a rag. This is the fifth time she cleaned the floor today, originally using a mop. The fifth prince insisted that the mop could not be cleaned, and insisted on letting Shi Wangmu kneel on the ground and take a rag to wipe it there. Come over here. Song Yuan glanced at Xiaoxi, who was lying on the ground, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Come over here and whack my legs. It's almost 12 o'clock and some people should be showing up soon. Whether it was to establish authority or to deliberately disgust the Queen Mother of the West, whacking the legs was necessary. It's always good to fish more these days before the psychological defenses of the Queen Mother of the West break down. The time soon came to 12 o'clock. The Queen Mother of the West, who had been particularly attentive in pounding Song Yuan's leg with her own small hand, suddenly looked embarrassed. She looked at her hand and then at Song Yuan's leg. Furious, why did you just have an excited face and your tail is wagging? Now you don't want to? Song Yuan took out his cell phone. The picture on top of that phone happened to be a particularly beautiful maid outfit. I've already placed an order. You'll wear this tomorrow. But it wasn't a particularly decent maid's outfit, and a few little props to go with it. The Queen Mother of the West's face reddened as she took one look. She cursed it out. If you don't give it back, do you believe I'll make you run around naked in the middle of the night? You know, the one who turned into Xiaoxi. You listened to everything. Song Yuan didn't feel that there was anything egregious about what he was doing. After all, the fish bait, the Queen Mother of the West, was not yet known to be able to catch a few fish back, but Song Yuan felt that it was definitely not many. As far as the attributes of that Joe pickpocket of the system panel are concerned, when the time comes and the news spreads, where are the unlucky ones who are willing to come over? The Queen Mother of the West is not as valuable. Just as the Queen Mother of the West was thinking about how to take revenge on Song Yuan, a person appeared at the entrance of the blacksmith store. This person wore ancient robes and tied his hair, looking like a male protagonist who came out from inside an ancient costume drama, and his body even came with a touch of seven-colored streaming light, which only just flashed and then disappeared. That person looked like an ordinary middle-aged uncle without any difference, like a civil official in an ancient costume drama who was serious and straightly admonished the Son of Heaven. Obviously an emperor, but dressed up like a vassal? Song Yuan didn't recognize the Jade Emperor. It was just that when this guy came over, the system panel instantly popped up. Song Yuan had searched for quests that had something to do with the Jade Emperor, and densely packed all popped up. The system panel was even trembling slightly. You could tell that the other guy was excited as hell. That's over 10,000 tasks. This shall not be earned. Song Yuan knew that in fact, the quests released by the system panel, the things that the debtor was required to pay back were all worth more than that knife and those prophecies back then. And the question was the interest. The system panel will automatically add the interest to it. If the other party repeatedly resisted, as in the case of the Queen Mother of the West's current attitude, the quest panel would also change. And as for talking about conditions, there are actually no conditions to talk about. The Kunlun mirror became 100 billion merits because it can be exchanged equivalently. Inside the credit blade man's feats, there were equipment built with merit, and that one was a divine weapon. 100 billion merit was actually enough for the credit blade man to build 10 artifacts that were similar to the Kunlun mirror. And with this repeated resistance from the Queen Mother of the West, that mission panel has changed above, and the system panel has included the interest, as well as Song Yuan's mental damages. Mr. Still recognizes me? The Jade Emperor's face was filled with excitement when he heard Song Yuan's voice, even as he walked quickly to Song Yuan's face without even glancing towards the Western Queen Mother beside him. Mr.'s appearance is no different from back then. What do you mean? Song Yuan was dumbfounded. So all the creditors have the same face? How is that possible? It's no use getting close. Little T. Honor, do you know how much you owe? Are you going to pay them all together, or one by one? Song Yuan directly opened the system panel and then tapped out that total. There are two ways to pay off the bill for Hao Tian. Either that or the 10,000 or so, one by one still. Either that or merge the statistics. The system panel will do its own math anyway. In Song Yuan's opinion, it was definitely more comfortable to merge them together. But Song Yuan didn't want the Jade Emperor to return all of them in one breath for the time being. After all, there was no way for him to get stuck with a bug. As long as one of the quests remained, then Song Yuan was invincible in front of the Jade Emperor. This particular setting would allow Song Yuan to keep getting stuck in bugs. Of course, it would be good for Song Yuan if the Jade Emperor was able to pay it all back in one breath, because the total method of paying back the debt was to charge the Jade Emperor half of his cultivation. How much of the total needs to be returned? The Jade Emperor's face was a little hard to see, and his smile was very forced when Song Yuan spoke out the conditions. Not to mention the Jade Emperor. The one who was most agitated was the Queen Mother of the West. Half. Are you kidding? According to the Journey to the West, the Jade Emperor has gone through 1750 kalpas, each kalpa lasting 129,600 years, which means that the Jade Emperor has more than 200 million years of cultivation. Half. That's 100 million. The unit of cultivation is all years, and this year refers to the time of cultivation. That is, the dry time of each year. After all, everyone still has to eat, drink, and sleep when they initially cultivate, and all of this time is not counted. Only the time of cultivation. After becoming a god, you can abstain from eating, and you only have more and more time to cultivate. Of course, this 100 million years of cultivation was all returned to the system panel. As for Song Yuan's reward, it was that only 1% of it could be extracted. That is, 1 million years of cultivation. But this 1 million years of cultivation is sealed inside a ball of experience. If Song Yuan wants to use it, he has to make sure that his physical body is able to carry the Thunderbolt. And this thing invites 100% Thunderbolt once it is used. And it definitely invoked more than one Thunderbolt. It would be best to get the early moon. According to the contract between Song Yuan and Zhao Ling, by getting the early moon, Song Yuan would be able to have the body of an Arahant, and Zhao Ling would have to pay back 1 million merits to Song Yuan. Of course, you can also just give Song Yuan money, but Zhao Ling didn't pick the money. The bastard still wanted to train himself to be as powerful a monk as he was in his previous life. After hearing Song Yuan's words, the Jade Emperor's face was ugly. Cultivation is absolutely impossible. I have cultivated for more than 200 million years to reach my current position. If my cultivation is lowered, then the demon race will be foolish, and the Shura race will also, and the Night Forks. He couldn't even begin to think how messy it would be. It's not impossible to use other to offset the debt. 100 million years of cultivation. I estimate that if you move a heavenly court to me, it should be just about. Thinking of the stingy energy of this group of immortals, Song Yuan said with a face full of speechlessness, you wouldn't want to renege on the debt too, right? The Jade Emperor subconsciously locked eyes with the Queen Mother of the West next to him. The Queen Mother of the West was wearing tattered and torn clothes, kneeling on the ground to give Song Yuan a leg whack, and at this time, the Queen Mother of the West didn't even react to how wrong her actions were, making a pitiful expression. Brother Jade Emperor, can I return them one by one? The Jade Emperor was on the verge of tears. It's okay. Song Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the Jade Emperor would be a simpleton and really pay it off all at once. Then how would he get stuck with the bug? This dog system, all the things that are returned go directly into the mouth of the system, and Song Yuan intends to gather some wool for himself. But there was one thing that Song Yuan hadn't reminded the Jade Emperor about. Returning one article at a time could be much more expensive than batch counting, and each specific article would have to be sold for a price. Chapter 52 Wool Gathering, Regulus. Mission accomplished. How many things did you bring with you today? Song Yuan's eyes were like scans as he scanned towards the Jade Emperor's direction. In fact, it was the system panel that was aimed directly at the Jade Emperor. Although the Jade Emperor couldn't see the system panel. After all, with 200 million years of cultivation, he still had a feeling. He could feel a pair of unseen eyes staring at him all the time, sending chills down his spine. The system panel scan is complete. A task quickly climbed upwards from the bottom, and finally jumped directly in front of the one totaled, glowing with red light, as if afraid that Song Yuan would not be able to see it. Just now I took a look at the things you have on you, including those you brought with you. There is an account that you can pay back, but it is limited to just one. Song Yuan smoothly opened the system panel and read out the contents. Back then, your physical body was reincarnated for 10,000 lifetimes, actually 18,000 reincarnations, and one time your physical body turned into a woman and underwent reincarnation. That year you were 18, beautiful as a flower. This description makes Hao Tian's face black, but Song Yuan so right. The reincarnation of the physical body and cannot fix the gender. Drink Meng Po soup randomly cast into a mortal. Under normal circumstances, 50% is a man. 50% is a woman. Of course there are special cases, such as being physically a man and mentally a woman, or being a man for over 20 years and suddenly realizing you have a uterus, etc. If you add in the Western ABO setting, that could be over 100 genders. Song Yuan continued. The reincarnation of that physical body of yours has actually always been coveted by the Demon Clan or the Night Fork Clan as well as the Shura Clan. Back then, when you were reincarnated and became an 18-year-old girl, your country was broken and you fled to a particularly small city. At that time, my family's ancestors gave you the divine weapon used for defense, and then you couldn't look at that small city, so you planned to go to other countries to develop inside the big cities. However, on the way here you were chased by over 100 Nightbloods, and if it weren't for the blade my ancestor gave you, you wouldn't know how many times you would have died. The Queen Mother of the West snorted coldly at this time. You're interfering with him. He can obviously die back earlier and enter the next cycle of reincarnation. The reincarnation on Earth is the most complementary cultivation for the immortals. You shut up. Unexpectedly, Song Yuan hadn't opened his mouth yet, but on the contrary, Hao Tian beside him couldn't help himself. Where is the part for you to speak? What do you know? Queen Mother West had the feeling of being stabbed in the back. What do you mean? I am speaking for you. Hao Tian sneered. Is it speaking for me, or exposing your ignorance? Song Yuan also nodded his head on the side. Because of that divine weapon, your physical body dodged the attack of the Night Fork. You went to the big city and became a female general, and because of that divine weapon, you were invincible on the battlefield. Also comprehended a new sliver of law power, am I right? Then we're going to have to raise the price of this blade upwards. This new line of law power, although it's crippled and there's only a sliver of it, it lays the foundation for you to comprehend the complete law power in the future. As soon as Song Yuan said these words, the Queen Mother of the West looked at the Jade Emperor next to her with a face full of shock. The ancient gods were powerful because they naturally held the complete power of the laws of this world. Under the heavenly Tao, the power of the laws was numerous. Especially later on, the number of gods cultivated by the human realm in the West and the East increased, and underneath the dome of the heavenly Tao, the power of the engraved laws had grown densely over the entire dome. There is a difference between gods and immortals in the Dragon Kingdom. Immortals didn't actually possess the power of laws, and some had even just touched a threshold, but the gods, must have the power of law. The generalization of all gods within myths and legends as gods and goddesses is not really particularly accurate. Nowadays, the power of laws has reached a level of abundance. If a new god has comprehended a new power of laws, first of all, we still have to see whether the heavenly Tao recognizes it or not. If the heavenly Tao recognizes it, then this new god also recognizes it. There is also the case where the old god dies and the power of the laws that god has mastered is inherited to the next new god. Then the new god is also able to be established. Queen Mother of the West also grasped the power of laws, but not much, only one law, the main battle. It wasn't particularly complete yet. However, the Jade Emperor's body of the power of the law is indeed very much, according to legend, is because of that 10,000 worlds of reincarnation, tasted the world of the world, know the sorrows of the 10,000 worlds, in order to gradually comprehend. But for this method, at least the Queen Mother of the West scoffed, and there was not a single one in the entire Kunlun divine palace who looked at the people, because they had fought the progenitors before. What could the power of the laws be that could be comprehended in a hellhole like that on Earth? What are you looking at me like that for? The Jade Emperor's face was ugly, even a bit panicked. Let me tell you, I have 200 million years of cultivation. I have accumulated a lot of the power of the laws in my 10,000 reincarnations. If you make an agreement with the Credit Blade Man now, even if you recomprehend it, it won't necessarily be recognized by the heavenly Tao. You die of this heart. The face of the Queen Mother of the West became even more ugly. She was just expressing her shock. I didn't realize the Jade Emperor was still protecting food. That's all I can find out right now. Everything you're carrying on you can only return this one. Song Yuan spread his hands and pointed to his desktop. Let's begin. The Jade Emperor's face paled slightly. Then he removed the storage pouch from his own waist, and took out as shiny as new knife from there. This is the knife. Not enough. Song Yuan glanced at the blade and suddenly became happy. Don't you fool me. You think you can fool me by building a blade that is exactly the same as back then? You're too funny. Back then that knife helped you comprehend a trace of the power of the laws. There should be the aura of the laws on the blade, but there's none on this knife of yours. The Jade Emperor's face changed. In fact, he didn't even want to give that sword back to Song Yuan. He was afraid that if that knife was returned, along with the power of the law that he had comprehended, it would also be gone. Where was the power of law attached to that knife? That was the source of the power of law. That was the origin. How can such a precious thing be handed over so casually? But you just said that I can return on my body. The Jade Emperor staggered. Song Yuan did not say anything directly on the hand. The storage bag directly let Song Yuan snatched. Bring it to you. The things inside your storage bag are still worth some money, but it is only an immortal weapon. Take it off. Jade Emperor? This is what you told me to do, Song Yuan said, and went straight to work, stripping the Jade Emperor across from him. This robe may look old-fashioned, but it's a divine artifact with extremely strong defense, right? Oh yo, out of a door you still bring Regulus. Want to cut who? Queen Mother of the West? Yes you can. And a pair of lotus root silk walking cloud shoes. If I remember correctly, isn't this what monkeys wear? The Dragon King of the Western Sea is so generous that he prepared a pair for each of you immortals? 3 down 5 out of 2. The Jade Emperor was stripped down to his pants by Song Yuan. It wasn't that the Jade Emperor hadn't resisted. The problem was, he couldn't fight, and he was still being pressed and whacked by Song Yuan. The Queen Mother of the West beside him was dumbfounded. She really didn't expect that the Jade Emperor would actually end up like this. Originally, that pants Song Yuan also wanted to peel off, looking like a divine weapon, but the Jade Emperor would rather die than obey. Hands dead guard. The two are on the verge of tearing that golden pants. In the end, Song Yuan could only stop. He even kicked his feet twice in displeasure. In fact, both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West do not know that this tasked Jade Emperor wants to pay back the debt, and does not need to pay so much. Song Yuan took all the things that the Jade Emperor was covered in and summoned the system panel in front of them. At this time, the system panel became a black hole, and only he could see it. And although Shi Wangmu and Jade Emperor couldn't see it, they could feel that something had been summoned by Song Yuan. Then Song Yuan threw all those messy things of the Jade Emperor inside that hole, except for Regulus. In his estimation, Regulus shouldn't need to be thrown in. The thing belonged to him. Sure enough, after Song Yuan threw in all of the Jade Emperor's socks, that hole in the system panel completely closed. The pleasant sound made Song Yuan incomparably excited, and he didn't even notice the two miserable faces of the Queen Mother of the West and the Jade Emperor. The mission has been completed, and the rewards are now being distributed. Chapter 53 100 Years of Slavery, 300 billion merits. Deserved. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West didn't dare to speak at all. These two people couldn't see that system panel. In their eyes, it was Song Yuan who had summoned a dark hole in front of them. A hole that was actually invisible to them as well. But they had a feeling. They could sense that there was something in front of Song Yuan, as if it was an abyss, and it was emanating a rich Hongmeng purple qi. Not to mention, that thing had a kind of fatal attraction to both the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West, and even their gazes couldn't help but follow there. And even though they couldn't see anything, they wanted to throw their entirety into it. It seemed to be a large mouth that devoured everything. However, the large mouth quickly closed, and Song Yuan seemed to have heard the sound of hiccups as he closed the large hole, as if something had gotten full. But soon Song Yuan was immersed in an evaluation sheet that appeared on the system panel. Congratulations to Song Yuan, the man with the sword on credit, for completing the quest. Completion rating, 5 stars. Evaluation of mission accomplished. You were quite brave and performed exceptionally well. Mission reward, based on the description of the ins and outs of the entire quest, as well as the eventual interest and principal gained, the following rewards will be given to Song Yuan. The Credited Knife Man. Gain 10,000 years of cultivation. And, Jinhua Artifact Manufacturing Diagram. Note, this 10,000 years of cultivation will be stored in the Experience Orb. You must make sure that you can successfully pass the Thunder Tribulation as well as you need to have a body that can cultivate immortality. Otherwise, this 10,000 years of cultivation will only allow you to become an experienced baby. Song Yuan only wanted to say AF** King Egg after reading it. However, the entire mission evaluation sheet above did not pursue the issue of Regulus, and even rewarded Song Yuan with a diagram of the manufacturing of the Jinhua divine weapon. Theoretically, divine artifacts should be able to help carry Thunder Tribulation. Song Yuan's brows loosened. Perhaps this Jinhua divine artifact manufacturing diagram could even help with Thunder Tribulation. But before that, Song Yuan has to cleanse his essence. Just as the immortal cultivation novels say, not everyone is with spiritual roots and suitable for immortal cultivation. Song Yuan quickly swept through all the rewards, his eyes placed on the Jade Emperor who was shivering not far away. He pretended to sit down. Now so far, you've only accomplished a small goal, but I still have more than 10,000 entries here, so I'd advise you to just pay it off in one breath. The Jade Emperor covered his pants. Do you have any clothes here? That's not true. Figure it out yourself. Song Yuan deliberately shook his head. The Jade Emperor looked again at Shi Wangmu next to him. Do you want the dress? The Western Queen Mother could have just ripped open the space and taken out some of the things she had placed inside the extra-dimensional space. The Jade Emperor's face turned green. Never mind. It's unlikely that these mortals will notice me. After saying that, the Jade Emperor pulled his legs out and ran. He felt that if he continued to stay, he wouldn't be able to keep the last of his pants. Those pants were all deformed by Song Yuan. Half of the golden fabric froze and Song Yuan directly yanked it down, and when he was running, he even felt that it would fall off any time and anywhere. However, he had just taken 2 steps when the Western Queen Mother behind him pulled him by the ankles, almost staggering and falling head over heels as she looked at the Jade Emperor with a pair of tearful eyes. "What did I call you over for?" The Jade Emperor tugged at his pants with one hand while looking helplessly at the Queen Mother of the West. "I advise you to pay it back as soon as you can. Do you have as much debt as I do? Moreover, the longer you resist, the more you will collect when the time comes. Besides, when I was reincarnated for 10,000 lifetimes, it is also true that the person with the credit knife helped me a great deal, and only then did it allow me to comprehend so much power of the law. When the gods, you can't be too conscience absorbed." How could the Queen Mother of the West not think that the Jade Emperor was actually specializing in helping Song Yuan speak? Originally the Jade Emperor was planning to leave, but by the Queen Mother of the West begging so much, suddenly the plan came to him. He felt that if he could help Song Yuan solve the problem of the debts owed by the Kunlun Divine Palace, he might be able to get Song Yuan to give himself a discount. The Jade Emperor thought so, and did so, directly helping up the Western Queen Mother who had fallen to the ground. Then looked at Song Yuan. "The Western Queen Mother is not particularly knowledgeable about your affairs. That's why she resisted. How much does she need to pay back now?" Originally, only a Kunlun mirror was needed to write off this account. When Song Yuan opened his mouth this time, the Jade Emperor gave a vicious glare in the direction of the Western Queen Mother in displeasure. Such a simple condition. It was so much better than having all of his immortal artifacts and divine artifacts all fed into that big hole of Hongmeng purple chi, right? But does everything that's returned have to be thrown into that big hole? Wouldn't that be like just disappearing? The Jade Emperor glanced at the Regulus sword in Song Yuan's hand. But it's probably not going to come back. He could see that. Song Yuan seemed to like it. However, the Jade Emperor had his own ideas, and although this current man with the sword on credit was very powerful, he wasn't necessarily able to use the Regulus sword, which had already been recognized as his master. Divine artifacts were all self-aware and could not possibly be subservient to anyone other than their masters. So Song Yuan took it for nothing. Noticing the Jade Emperor's gaze, Song Yuan looked at the Regulus sword in his hand and grabbed it very fondly. "Don't even think about this thing. The deal between us is over. To pay back the second and third accounts, you have to show your sincerity. Now you have only one pair of pants left on your whole body. Do I strip or not?" When it came down to it, Song Yuan really looked disgusted. The Jade Emperor coughed. "Then the Western Queen Mother will simply pay her debt today as well." The Queen Mother of the West was filled with shock. The Jade Emperor manually closed his mic and directly sealed the Western Queen Mother's mouth with a spell. "How many things do you figure you'll need in total?" Song Yuan pulled up the system panel about the accounts owed down by the Queen Mother of the West. At this time the restitution conditions above the panel had changed, due to her violent resistance and not particularly good attitude. "So what? This repayment has gone up. They are all immortals. They have to be true to their word. Don't you think so?" The Jade Emperor nodded beside him. "Reasonable, very reasonable." The Jade Emperor now hates for Song Yuan to rise straight to the sky. If it wasn't for the unlucky Mother of the West who had to let him come over, he wouldn't have come over. The Jade Emperor is a man of promises, and besides, the man with the sword on credit did help him a lot back then, which is why he came over. I did not expect this generation of credit knife people that call us strong, just now pickpocket his clothes, unusually strong, simply cannot resist, even recognized the master of the Regulus sword for others to snatch. The Jade Emperor had a ball of fire in his heart to send out long ago. Let's take the Queen Mother of the West. Those things of hers originally only required 100 billion merit. Now the price has increased to 300 billion. At the same time it requires her guy to work as a minor laborer with me for 100 years without compensation. Of course during this time as a minor laborer, your memories are still there, spells are still there, you just can't rebel against me. Song Yuan simply read from the system panel and turned around to find the Jade Emperor wincing. "That tough? If I die during this period, you die with me." Song Yuan realized that this contract was very similar to the one signed by the fifth prince. "If you accidentally die, it will be of little consequence to me. If you agree, sign the contract now," Song Yuan said, snapping his fingers, and the printer behind him was already working. The Queen Mother of the West was just about to say something, but then the Jade Emperor hit her with a spell and the old woman couldn't move. "We sign. Of course we sign." The Jade Emperor was pissed off. "Telling you old woman to shade me. I've been stripped naked all over by this kid. Be a slave for 100 years. Serves you right." In the end, it was the Jade Emperor who grabbed the hand of the Queen Mother of the West and imprinted his hand on the top of the contract. As for the $300 billion of merit, it would have to be paid back slowly on the Kunlun Divine Palace's side. The Kunlun Shrine, like the Hellmouth, also signed 100-year installment contracts. Before the Jade Emperor left, he released his hold on the Queen Mother of the West and lowered his voice, whispering in a voice that only the two of them could hear. It's not like you haven't seen that big mouth. This generation's credited blade man is the one with the most energy of almost all the shot to men. The ones we owe have to be paid back. You're fine the way you are now, not helping out with a job for a measly 100 years? This Jade Emperor is worthy of being a leader. The big cake is drawn big and round, and he is especially good at comforting people. Chapter 54 The Jade Emperor's Black History. The Queen Mother of the West really didn't think about it, originally calling out to the Jade Emperor to come over and solve the problem. But I didn't expect the bastard to sign the contract straight away. The most frightening thing was that the Queen Mother of the West realized that there was no way to back out of that contract after it was signed. As if the heavenly Tao had tied the two of them closely together. Now it's a case of not even having a chance to backtrack. And despite recovering his memory, he's still a slave. It was like she had to do whatever Song Yuan said. The original 100 billion had also turned into 300 billion. The Queen Mother of the West even felt a loss. Although before leaving, the Jade Emperor's pants are broken, but does not affect his good mood. And even he also made up a knife. You look at you. You are purely redundant. You redundant resistance so a bit. Before 100 billion how comfortable? And do not need you to earn a person. You have the whole Kunlun divine palace. You so many heavenly maidens as a pose. I think you're in over your head. And you're not giving me a ride. I'm going back. With that, the Jade Emperor headed out and he used a very simple blindfold and went straight up into the sky. He thought about the fact that there were humans all around him, and that this barricade would be alright as long as it could protect against those humans, and that he didn't need to use any particularly profound spells. But what the Jade Emperor doesn't know is that there are two Antipodeans inside convenience store number 444, plus a Tai Bai. Who caught it all on camera? Neza, the anti-bone boy number 1, was snapping away with his cell phone. Egu, a simple blindfold. Who are you looking down on? Jade Emperor, you're really trying to save a lot of trouble. Can you stop me? Neza pinched his magic and tapped on his cell phone. Break it for me. Sure enough, the Jade Emperor standing in the doorway could be seen above the cell phone. And Neza laughed exaggeratedly. 200 million years of cultivation, 10,000 reincarnations, and his leg hair isn't actually white? Tai Bai glanced over the top of his cell phone and also found it spicy. Don't keep this kind of picture for the third prince. It's not good for you. Antipodean number 2 Erlangshan also gave his device a false break. Indeed, no photos are allowed. We must take a video to save the Jade Emperor from saying that we're both pictures. That makes sense. Antipodean number 1 Neza nodded. Tai Bai couldn't help himself and took out the Nokia he had carefully selected years ago when he came down to earth. The oldest kind of model didn't even have a camera. Turn around. I'll go buy a new cell phone. So why don't you two pass the resources to me? I can tell you too why the Jade Emperor's leg hair is not white. Flying into the night sky of the Jade Emperor, suddenly felt his crotch a cool. Thought to this, the Jade Emperor pinched a magic trick. Directly instantaneous disappearance. That simple blindfold could only protect against ordinary people, and when they reached the southern heavenly gate, it would be bad if they were recognized by the heavenly soldiers. The two Antipodeans from heavenly court hemmed and hawed and gestured an OK sign at Tai Bai. Xia Dongqing tidied up the bursting shelves while looking towards the three psychopaths at the door. One wearing all red, one wearing a golden armor, and the other one looked relatively normal, but was also a white-bearded old man wearing an ancient costume. Either the crew ran out. Either that or run out of the mental hospital. Judging from their conversation, they should have run away from a mental institution. Xia Dongqing sneakily looked towards Wang Xiaoya's direction. His memory was washed by Zhao Ling, completely forgetting the puppet like Wang Xiaoya from yesterday. Xiaoya came back and then put the new Wang Xiaoya back to Xia Dongqing's side. The new Wang Xiaoya is also a puppet. Only this time the wood used for the puppet is the unique agar tree of Kunlun, which is tougher and also good for carving spell formations. It was just that every puppet gave birth to a different character. Even though the current Wang Xiaoya didn't look any different from the former Wang Xiaoya, however, the character has changed, and is also loving towards Xia Dongqing. Just as Xiaoya was fuming, he heard Neza, Heaven's Antichrist number 1, say carelessly, "Do you two owe him?" Erlangshan froze. That's never going to happen. Tai Bai, however, laughed and stretched out a hand, gently counting. You're a bit early to say this. I advise you to go back and ask, especially that great nephew of yours. What about you? Erlangshan asked rhetorically. Tai Bai didn't say anything inside, looking at the dark sky with great frustration. Let's go back first. I think, Neza, however, put away the cell phone he was holding. I think that when the Jade Emperor returns to the heavens in a little while, he will definitely still be remorseful. I don't know how much he's actually paid back. He borrowed more. For this matter Tai Bai was quite knowledgeable. It should be possible to pay back half of it, but it's impossible to pay it all back. It seems there are some things he still knows. By now the Jade Emperor had already changed his clothes again. He was in an excellent mood. He had specifically changed into clothes that weren't particularly valuable to find Song Yuan. except for that Regulus. Little Shin Shin, come back quickly. The Jade Emperor was in an unbelievably good mood as he played a spell. Even this spell was played carelessly. After all, in his opinion, Regulus was a sword that had already recognized its owner, and it was absolutely impossible for it to betray itself. Yet the Jade Emperor was unable to sense Regulus' aura. That Regulus sword was like a stone sinking into the sea, completely disappearing. Little Shen Xian? The Jade Emperor frowned and stood up, his hands restriking a set of spells. Regulus, get your ass back here. The Jade Emperor was a bit anxious. Even his address changed, breathing heavily, and was very upset. Still no response. The Jade Emperor began to try various methods of summoning. The Jade Emperor's voice came from the middle of the splendid hall. Regulus, 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 where the hell have you been? Where did you go? Where the hell are you? This guy must still be caught by Song Yuan right now. After all, Song Yuan is also very powerful. It's been 2 hours. Did Song Yuan catch you asleep? Why don't you get your ass back here? You, hurry, back, come. Neza couldn't help but whistle as he heard the Jade Emperor shout out the last line and pick up. I can't take it alone. Looks like the Jade Emperor is in a good mood, and this is even singing. Why do I hear a sense of despair in it? Tai Bai still knew the Jade Emperor very well. I can't, can I? Erlangshan was already frantic with his cell phone at this point, sending message after message to his nephew, yet that great nephew wasn't answering a word. What do you mean? Is it really possible that they borrowed Song Yuan's sword? Wait a minute. Erlangshan blessed to the heart. What was used by the great nephew when he split the mountain to save his mother? Regulus, which the Jade Emperor had been trying to summon back, now hung honestly on the wall, as if it couldn't hear the Jade Emperor's call at all. Kidding aside, just now that person almost threw it inside that hole, although it was not clear what was inside that hole, and even, Regulus could not see where that hole was. It was just that he could see that quite a few things were disappearing in mid-air, and at that location, there was a very dense Hongmeng purple chi emanating out. A little bit, this Regulus is going to be gone. Seeing that the person in front of him, called Song Yuan, seemed to like himself a lot, Regulus knew what he was doing and decided to always follow the person in front of him. What if Song Yuan doesn't like it anymore and throws himself inside that invisible hole too? Boing boing. After thinking about it for half a day, in order to keep the Jade Emperor from continuing to summon himself, Regulus side unilaterally cut off the connection with the Jade Emperor. Jade Emperor Palace, sword come? Chapter 55, Regulus, Fear of Death. Boing boing. Song Yuan did get his hands on the Xian Yuan sword, but he didn't cherish it much and casually threw it on the table and prepared to go to sleep. Oh, right. Seeing the Queen Mother of the West who still remained inside the store, Song Yuan stopped in his tracks. Where's your bird? The Queen Mother of the West had indeed become Song Yuan's slave now, and for what Song Yuan had said, that had to be carried out as well. You're talking about the 9 heavenly Xian Nu? That's right. Song Yuan nodded. You asked the 9 heavenly mysteries to carry a message for me. Just tell that fat man from Spirit Mountain directly that you know quite a few of his secrets, that you were accidentally caught by me, and that if he doesn't come to save you, you will make all of that fat man's secrets public. The Queen Mother of the West had a hellish expression on her face. Are you kidding me? Why should I listen to you? Speaking of this, the Queen Mother of the West was also stunned, suddenly reacting to the fact that she was now Song Yuan's subordinate, and the Queen Mother of the West really had to listen to Song Yuan. This kind of thing is too risky. How can I say that? Song Yuan looked indifferent. Then, or else if you ask him for help, will he come? As far as I know, the Buddhas of the Western Heaven are one more refined than the other. Then isn't Journey to the West a big variety show produced by the Western Buddha specifically to promote himself? Those bald dippers looked particularly naive one by one, but in reality, they were all more shrewd than one another. The Queen Mother of the West was silent, and only after a long time did she say, I hold a peach party every time I have a big festival, and I specifically leave peaches that are more than 9,000 years old for the Spirit Mountains. Then say that you're trapped here and need him to save you. Song Yuan directly interrupted. See if he comes. If he does, then it means that you're not too bad of a person. So tomorrow you'll let the 5th prince cook and you'll wash the dishes. Mother of the West was confused. And what if he doesn't come? If he doesn't come, then you'll wash the dishes and let the 5th prince cook. Song Yuan spoke nonsense. Queen Mother of the West. Why do I think these two conditions you mentioned are similar? Then will you do it or not? Song Yuan was suddenly impatient. His fleshly eyes could be seen as ferocious. If you don't do it, it's the same as violating my password. We are in a slave contract. Don't forget the punishment on top of the contract. The punishment between Song Yuan and the Queen Mother of the West is that if the Queen Mother of the West doesn't do what she's told, the length of time is increased by 100 years at a time. If Song Yuan accidentally dies, then the eldest male of the Western King's mother will be passed on as a legacy to the next person with a sword on credit. Of course, Song Yuan is still pinching 10,000 years of cultivation in his hand nowadays, and if he takes the path of immortal cultivation, Song Yuan won't die that easily. I know. The Western Queen Mother had an ugly expression on her face, but in the end, she could only glare fiercely at Song Yuan and went to look for Xiaoya as Song Yuan had said. Regulus, hanging on the wall, witnessed the whole thing and shivered. Originally, Shen Yuan was already scared when he saw Song Yuan throw that pile of messy things from the Jade Emperor's body into an unseen place, because Shen Yuan Jian was able to clearly feel that there was a very terrifying aura inside that unseen place. Shen Yuan's sword as a divine artifact for all kinds of breath is quite keen. It can feel that inside the Hongmeng violet cheese breath can be that rich, that are devoured do not know how many heavenly treasures and divine artifacts. Maybe once upon a time, Song Yuan threw a lot of stuff in there too. Regulus was afraid that Song Yuan would be upset and refine it. And now Shen Yuan actually saw Song Yuan blatantly threatening that fat man from Spirit Mountain in front of the Queen Mother of the West. And a bet. Isn't that a bit much? However, there was no time for Regulus to think more. The inside of the store was soon silent, as was the entire store. Only then did Regulus sneakily reconnect to the Jade Emperor, which just connected. Regulus' sword spirit brain buzzed, because this Jade Emperor actually gave Shen Yuan Jin tens of thousands of divine thoughts to bombard him with. Little Shen, where have you been? Why aren't you back yet? It started out as blah, 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 and pleasant. Threats started in the back. Shen Yuan Jin, you've gotten hard, haven't you? You think you've escaped from me just because that person with the sword on credit left you behind, right? Why don't you get your ass back here? And then, later, it's just broken. Regulus, you are really good. Unilaterally cut off the contact to the old man. Are you still back or not? When it was finally over, the Jade Emperor cursed for a long time and reverted to pleading. Come back here. You're not really leaving me, are you? Have you forgotten how I used to treat you? Being a sword has to have a conscience. Before the sword spirit of the Shen Yuan sword could digest the tens of thousands of divine thoughts transmitted by the Jade Emperor, the Jade Emperor's divine thought shadow appeared in front of the Shen Yuan sword. At this moment, that virtual shadow also realized that there was no one inside the entire store. The Jade Emperor reached out and grabbed towards Regulus. Rabbit, you stay addicted to it. Follow me. He had just touched the Regulus sword, and as a result, blue arcs of electricity appeared on top of the Regulus sword, which would not cause any harm to the Jade Emperor, but just appeared suddenly, giving the other party a fright. But at the same time, the Jade Emperor suddenly felt a terrifying aura lock onto him. This store seems to have something other than Songwon inside. The Jade Emperor's silhouette all became stiff as he slowly craned his neck and surveyed the entire store. On top of the table were the knives that Song Yuan had created. In fact, in his opinion, the knives that the credit knives people fought with were really not as good as one generation. I also wonder if the current generation of credit swordsmen will be able to build a divine weapon, but none of these knives were enough to threaten the Jade Emperor. On top of that, there was a computer and a printer just inside this room, and the previous contract was created with that printer. Those contracts are very strange. Belonging to the Jade Emperor have not seen the material. Could it be that the printer is not right? The Jade Emperor was just about to approach the printer when he suddenly sensed something, and when he looked up, he realized that there was suddenly an extra eye the size of a faceplate on the ceiling of this blacksmith store. That eye was red and suddenly appeared, as if there was a sea of stars at the eyeball, and the entire eyeball was actually coalesced with Hongmeng violet chi, as if it was substantial. Even the Jade Emperor would be attracted by such a Hongmeng violet aura. He couldn't help but move closer, and that eye had unknowingly turned into a purple vortex, as if it could suck the Jade Emperor in. Regulus hadn't dissolved the relationship of recognition with the Jade Emperor yet, and although Regulus wasn't willing to follow the Jade Emperor, he also didn't want to watch the Jade Emperor's divine thought vapors being sucked away by the vortex on the ceiling just like that. One should know that if this divine thought shadow was sucked away, the Jade Emperor in the heavenly court should vomit blood and should lose a lot of his power. Regulus was very anxious and immediately flew out, but it was unable to move when it reached mid-air, as if there was a big invisible hand giving it a grip. That eye on the ceiling also seemed to have swept towards Regulus' direction intentionally or unintentionally. That Regulus didn't dare to move anymore. It was afraid to die. Chapter 56, Reclaiming the Master. So casual? However, at this time, that divine thought shadow of the Jade Emperor was actually getting closer to that purple vortex above the ceiling little by little. The eyes of the divine thought void were filled with fascination and excitement, as if he had seen a scene like a utopia. However, just as he neared the ceiling of that purple vortex, it was like he suddenly snapped out of it. The Jade Emperor's divine thought shadow stared at the purple vortex in front of him with a pair of big eyes full of incredulity. He knew it. This breath. The breath. He felt it. He knew what it was. He also wanted to get up. The Jade Emperor used to reincarnate for 10,000 lifetimes in his physical body, and at some point he would become a cultivator. and there were times when he was able to touch some of the truths there were about the world. With the help of the man with the sword on credit. What's the backstage of the credit knife man, and why the world is the way it is? He knows. He knew all about it. The Jade Emperor's divine thought shadow was scared. Especially scared. He's going to run away. Must escape. The Jade Emperor's divine idea shadow trembled and wanted to get out of the control of the vortex of Hongmeng violet chi. But it was already too late by this time. It was as if two large hands had appeared around him, which held him in a death grip, preventing him from moving a single inch. That divine thought shadow of the Jade Emperor was slowly swallowed up and finally disappeared completely under the horrified gaze of the Regulus sword spirit. From beginning to end, that divine thought shadow of the Jade Emperor didn't move to struggle a bit. Even Regulus sword spirit also heard the sound of something burping at the end, seemingly from amongst that purple vortex in the ceiling. The voice is loud and clear. Then Xianyuan Jian saw an eye reappear at the vortex condensed by the ceiling Hongmeng purple chi, and that eye looked at Xianyuan Jian. Regulus trembled. It also wants to get out of its bondage. However, even the Jade Emperor's divine mind void had no way to get rid of it. So how could it possibly get rid of it? There was no way for Regulus to struggle. One can only watch as he got closer and closer to that vortex of Hongmeng purple chi. Getting closer. Getting closer. After all, Regulus is still under contract with the Jade Emperor so far. Instead, it's a contract with someone. Therefore, it had no way to contact Song Yuan at all. Just as the Regulus sword spirit intended for the groundhog to scream, he only heard an emotionless, but childish-sounding voice coming from inside that vortex. What should I do? Song Yuan is looking at it and can't eat it. Then lick it alright? I'll just taste it. He won't blame me. Regulus shuddered. Then that sword spirit incredulously saw that in midair Hongmeng purple chi actually condensed a tongue in front of him. A particularly flexible pink tongue that was still large, just like a big dog. He was licking at Regulus. Regulus. Regulus? Regulus, hashtag, I'm not clean anymore. So on the second morning when Song Yuan saw Regulus hanging on the wall, he always felt that something was not quite right. Why does a good artifact look like it's lost its essence? It's like being strong-armed. However, what Song Yuan didn't know was that something incredible had happened here last night, and the Jade Emperor's divine thought shadow had been directly devoured, and there was no way for that divine thought shadow to resist at all. The Jade Emperor went back not long after the painful loss of his own divine idea shadow. A mouthful of old blood directly sprayed out. This Nima, my divine idea shadow. At least the loss of 5% of the cultivation, right? Inside the store of the Credit Blade Man. By the way, that thing seems to be just the Credit Blade Man's dog coming. That thing isn't even a backer. Their backer seems to be. The Jade Emperor felt as if he had instantly forgotten what he had just remembered. And just as the Jade Emperor was thinking hard, he suddenly heard a loud noise outside. A noise that was not at all powered by the power that Thunder Goddess could create. This was the heavenly thunder that could cause harm to the Ling Xiao Palace, to the entire heavenly court, and was the heavenly thunder that every immortal had to go through when they were promoted. That thing was so imposing that it seemed to resonate right above the entire Ling Xiao Palace. It was as if as long as the Jade Emperor continued to name the name of the backer behind the man with the credit knife, the thunderbolt could have just struck down and smashed hard on the Jade Emperor's body. This feeling of being targeted is all too familiar, even the Jade Emperor. So the Jade Emperor shut his mouth at that time. He was afraid that if he said any more, he would have to use all his cultivation to harden himself against the thunderbolt in a while. There's been enough damage for today. So the Jade Emperor counted all these losses to the head of the Queen Mother of the West, a good Kunlun divine palace. You are not in charge. On a Kunlun mirror can be resolved, you pull me into the water. Well, you play so right? The Jade Emperor feels that dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. There are bitter and difficult. Everyone together to carry. So the Jade Emperor thousands of miles to transmit the sound of the spirit of the mountain of the dead fat. Small to come. I have a matter of so many years of your left behind the small secret, the big thing that is about to be exposed. Do you want to listen to a listen? That fat guy from Spirit Mountain wouldn't care about anything to do with the face of the Queen Mother of the West. The only thing that could threaten him, it is about the year. That fat man in the West tour inside the tampering. In fact, many gods know, just did not say it. In the morning when the fifth prince was cooking for Song Yuan, he found Regulus. This is a divine weapon. Where did you get it? The Queen Mother of the West was now still maintaining the appearance of Xiaoxi's face, the same face that Song Yuan had pinched for her earlier. I can't help it. If you use your old face, you'll be ashamed of yourself. It's a god who recognizes it. So the fifth prince until now, do not know the real identity of the Queen Mother of the West. Make the other side to make the call can be smooth. The Queen Mother of the West certainly couldn't have put herself out there herself, to save face. Yeah, for self-defense. Song Yuan always felt that Regulus was dull, and he took it off the wall as he spoke. That Regulus sword shook and emitted a flash of ghostly light. The fifth duke was eyeballing it from the side. I've heard that all such divine weapons have a sword spirit, and it must have one as well. But this thing must have signed a contract with the person who gave you the sword, so if you can't use it, it's just a burning stick. Burning fire, Regulus, stick. I want you to talk more. Dead Tao Tai. Why do I feel like he's cursing me? The fifth duke was at least a ferocious beast born from upholding the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and was sensitive star. Yes? Song Yuan pulled out the Xian Yuan sword with ease. In fact, when he pulled it out, both the sword spirit of the Xian Yuan sword and the fifth duke were filled with shock. Actually, the fifth prince was right. Before recognizing the owner, even if the Regulus sword actively followed Song Yuan had no way to pull out the Regulus sword, but he plucks so easily. Song Yuan felt that there seemed to be some white cobwebs on top of this Xian Yuan sword. This is also too buried. What's the situation of a good sword with so many cobwebs on it? Neither the Queen Mother of the West nor the 5 males standing next to her saw any so-called cobwebs. However, they all saw Song Yuan grabbing the top of that sword haphazardly twice, seemingly pulling something out of it, but there was nothing at all in Song Yuan's hand. That thing was thrown away haphazardly by Song Yuan, and Regulus seemed to have become as good as new. This is much better looking. As he spoke, Song Yuan's finger cut out a small opening on top of the sharp Regulus sword, and the blood was instantly absorbed by the Regulus sword. Song Yuan casually threw the piece on the table and went to look for a band-aid, but Shi Wangmu and the 5 males were dumbfounded. Recognized? No, are you that casual? The fifth prince was filled with shock. That was a reclaiming ceremony just now, wasn't it? In the meantime, the Jade Emperor, who is on the morning court in the heavenly court, is full of smiles and looks at these people above the hall, especially when his eyes touch Tai Bai. He always feels that the old man is looking at his own eyes strangely. What's this old man staring at his legs for all the time? The Jade Emperor just wanted to ask. Before he had time to say anything, PFF a mouthful of blood spit out again. Chapter 57, You Forcefully Divested? After spitting out a mouthful of blood, the Jade Emperor waved his hand as if he had come back to his senses, and he disappeared. In fact, is back to their own chambers. The Jade Emperor so many years is bound to a lot of artifacts. Who knows actually will appear Regulus this 2/5. Bound to the contract are still able to unlock the contract? The recognition contract won't be so easily undone. Is there anything else I don't know about this generation's credited blade man? He looks so ordinary. The Jade Emperor's blood churned in this chi, and it was so unpleasant. And there was no one happier than Erlangshan at the top of the Great Hall at that time. Don't look at the Jade Emperor as his old uncle, but his mother was not pressed by the Jade Emperor to suffer under the Peach Mountain back then? Wasn't Erlangshan also the one who split the mountain to save his mother? Erlangshan, the #1 Antipodean in heaven, had already given face to the Jade Emperor by not shaving his head every day during the first month of the year. What's wrong with his appearance? What exactly did the credit knife man find him to collect? Why do I feel as if his cultivation has regressed today? Erlangshan's eyebrows were flying and his entire body was on the verge of jumping up. Neza glanced at the tower not far away and was silent. In a couple days I'm going to go down and ask. Let's see if there's a divine weapon that can ignore that tower, or one that can steal it. If that thing really existed, Neza would have to poke 3 holes in Li Jing. Tai Bai glanced at Neza and knew what was going on in this bastard's mind, silently pinching Li Jing in a cold sweat. This credit knife man reappeared in the world. Really do not know whether it is a blessing or a curse. I heard that this place of yours can help me lose weight. Inside Song Yuan's store, a woman with light makeup was looking at him with some entanglement. This woman was Xiao Shui. You've already used a special method to lose weight, right? You look a lot prettier than before. The fifth prince's eyes were glowing. He could already feel the medicine on Yuki's body. But I have a way to make you even more beautiful, and without any side effects. That thing on you has serious side effects. Nonsense. What did I use? Xiao Shui was already panicked. She had read on the internet that there were offerings about the little fox fairy, saying that if you made an offering to the little fox fairy, you could become especially beautiful and could have your heart's desire come true. You know what I'm talking about. When the fifth male opened his mouth that way, none of the teeth in his mouth were straight and it looked a little scary. The fifth prince's pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. That's not a good thing, but we have many ways to make you more beautiful, permanently and without any side effects. Yuki froze. Is there such a good thing? Then she was wary. You want money, right? We don't want money, Song Yuan said directly, but we ask you not to continue to worship that little fox fairy, with whom we have a grudge. One always needs an excuse, otherwise the other side wouldn't believe it. Yuki nodded, believing 2 or 3 points. So that's how it is. Then first give me a weight loss. I want a particularly slim figure. The fifth prince moved his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but was doing mental construction. After all, the fifth prince's method of losing weight, that is a Taotai gifted race hard swallow, devouring the fat out of each other. Previously, the fifth prince had said that the current people were too toxic to eat. Now he not only has to eat, but he has to eat exclusively his least favorite fatty meat. If it weren't for the master, Why would the fifth prince be here? Just as the fifth prince was about to make his move, Song Yuan looked bland. If you just want to lose weight, we charge cheaply here, and we can even charge you nothing. But if you want to shape up, such as where it should be big, and where it should be thin, then you'll have to ask for a little bit of money, but it's not very expensive. It can still be like this? Yuki's eyes widened with incredulity. Really? You believe in the little fox fairy? Why don't you believe in me? I'm just like little fox fairy. The way we make you pretty and beautiful is not something you can just meet in reality. Song Yuan gently lifted Xiao Shue's chin and slid his fingers along Xiao Shue's neck and onto Xiao Shue's shoulders, circling around Xiao Shue just in time to meet Zhao Ling's dumbfounded eyes. Zhao Ling came over specifically to look for Xiao Shue, but unfortunately Song Yuan got there first. You can order an experience card first. I'll change it slightly for you and just sign the contract. As Song Yuan spoke, the printer on the side had already started printing. Zhao Ling came forward, wanting to speak. Fine, then we'll get an experience card first. Yuki was overjoyed. Get it now. The contract had already been printed out. A simple contract that just said that Song Yuan could give Xiao Shui a molding, and Xiao Shue's body could be handed over to Song Yuan and the others to fiddle with. It's the last sentence that's critical. Yuki agreed without even looking. But that contract didn't just disappear. Instead it was solemnly placed in a drawer by Song Yuan. In fact, the contract had disappeared where Yuki couldn't see it. Then Song Yuan took Xiao Shui into the back of the store, where the fifth prince usually rested. A very simple wire crib. The door curtain was pulled shut by Song Yuan. The fifth prince cocked his head and watched Song Yuan's movements, his face full of confusion. Master, do you really not want me to help? No need. Song Yuan returned with a bland expression. Is this job something your master can play with? Zhao Ran had followed Xiao Shui all the way here, and in the past few days, he had chased after Xiao Shui inside someone's hospital to send her flowers. The relationship between the two is seen to be warming up. As a result, Yuki saw the advertisement distributed by the fifth prince and went straight to the blacksmith store. As soon as she entered the blacksmith store, Zhao Ling had the feeling that the cooked duck had flown away. That feeling has grown stronger now, although the fifth prince himself was skeptical. But Zhao Ling said this. How could he possibly lower his own master's face in front of Zhao Ling? What are you babbling about? This is my master. He's good at everything, okay? Zhao Ling was conspiratorial. Yes, that Song Yuan is your master. Decathlon everything. The two of them were quarreling, but Song Yuan inside was already done. He walked out, holding a glass bottle that was filled with pink medicine, and directly flung it to the fifth prince. Didn't you say you know how to make medicinal food? The fifth prince's eyes widened as he looked at the bottle of medicine. You stripped it? No. Is she dead yet? Zhao Ling said quietly. Forced divestment without the person's consent. This woman must be finished. The contract has been signed. What are you two talking about? The Queen Mother of the West spat while cleaning beside her, busy as a gyroscope. As Song Yuan's slave, the Queen Mother of the West had to do as she was told even though she didn't want to move. He just signed that contract. Is Zhao Mandarin envy death? Envy fast crazy? No, this is my prey. Big brother Iol. You do not know these days I invited this woman to eat. Give this woman to spend money. I used how much thought. Is it reasonable for you to just cut it off so easily? Zhao Ling was incredulous. Song Yuan opened his mouth. He was talking about a certain line from Eileen Chang's book. Eileen Chang said that to conquer a man, you have to go through his esophagus, and to conquer a woman, you have to go through her. Here Song Yuan patted Zhao Ling's shoulder, but times have changed. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Shui had already walked out from inside the room. That body called a concave and convex. You're really good. It doesn't hurt at all. Isn't this much faster than having plastic surgery? And your base is actually not bad. Song Yuan glanced at the next 5 males. The latter reacted very fast and immediately handed up a book of makeup. If you learn this, you'll know what is called one of the 4 great evil arts of East Asia makeup. You can change whatever kind of head you want to change. No need to worship the what little fox fairy. That's all bull ********. Let my little maid go home with you and destroy the little fox fairy's idol, or else if it sees the knife I moved, then you'll be in bad luck. Song Yuan had already made it very clear. However, Xiao Shui was a little less than happy. Then it's not necessary for now. I'll experience yours first. Speaking of which, she grabbed her bag and ran as fast as she could. Dr. Song, I'll see you some other day. Zhao Rin laughed out with a poof. And when he saw Yuki running away, he was a bit smug. I thought some people really succeeded in intercepting the nonsense. So what? We've received the medicine. Have you? She's not willing to give it up. Then the medicine will still breed inside her body again. Sustainable, understand? Song Yuan was quite open-minded. Zhao Ling's face turned green. 58. Participation in weddings. Actually, as a soul ferryman, Zhao Ling is really special in understanding what kind of thoughts these humans really have. From time immemorial, There has been no one. There would be no one willing to divest with the medicine. Someone is successful because he plays the rubric and he gets stuck with the bugs. He waited to even cajole people to strip them of their medicine. If you do this, Zhao Ling's reaction speed was quite fast. The medicine side will definitely get angry. And Yuki will definitely be fused deeper. Fusion. Song Yuan, full of indifference, reclaimed the small glass bottle from the hands of the fifth prince, looking left and right. Anyway, it's all to be collected. But why does this thing look familiar to me? The moment these words were spoken, all of the people inside the entire store all perked up their ears. Don't tell me that your family ancestor had a contract with medicine as well. That's another dimension. And that ordinary medicine looks like this. Even if you have a contract, what does your family ancestors look like? Zhao Ling made a bold guess. Song Yuan was actually curious and summoned the system panel, writing down the word medicine on it. But it was Amber's name that popped up first, for a mission related to the night race. Thus, Song Yuan fell silent and placed the small glass bottle on the table again. Actually, I would like to see just how greedy humans can be. Speaking of which, said the fifth male smugly, boss, let's attend that. My ex-girlfriend's wedding this afternoon. Let's primp and preen. Song Yuan gave him a suspicious look. Primping for what? What? Are you going to steal the marriage? Next to him, Zhao Ling couldn't help but laugh. The fifth prince looked at Zhao Ling with an expressionless face. What does God mean? Zhao Ling hurriedly collected his smile. No, as a Tao Tai, you usually spend most of your time eating and drinking. How did you think of talking about your girlfriend? And a fox? Don't you talk too? The fifth male narrowed his eyes. I met him at a bar. Zhao Ling clapped his hands and smiled a particularly cheap smile. Coincidentally, I also met someone at the bar. You two are half a catty versus 8 tails. Song Yuan didn't even have eyes to see. Both are exes. What's there to be proud of? But that woman married a mortal, an ordinary man who has nothing. The fifth prince suddenly spoke up, his tone tinged with resignation and righteous indignation. Song Yuan didn't want to take care of the two of them. At this time he only wanted to eat melon, asterisk 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 asterisk. One of you two is a ferocious beast Tao Tai, and the other is a soul ferryman. Who dumped who when you two were in love with someone else? Not allowed to tell lies. The fifth duke and Zhao ruler glanced at each other, both cautiously not opening their mouths. Song Yuan got anxious and slapped the table. Say it, say it. Zhao Ling was the first to speak. His voice was as small as a mosquito, and he also spoke especially fast. She dumped me. Ha 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 ha. The fifth prince laughed so extraordinarily loudly that it felt like the ceiling was going to lift. What about you? Song Yuan glanced at the fifth prince. This Taoye's brain circuits are just different. He seemed a bit smug. Me too. Such justified words directly rendered Zhao Ran speechless. Okay, then you two primping. I can understand. Primping. Go to the wedding. The demon tribe inside. I heard that the fox tribe seems to be quite rich. This must not prepare more some delicacies? Song Yuan can't wait. The fifth prince was attentive. Of course then. That's why I talked to her in the first place. Greedy boy. You're a real piece of work. The Queen Mother of the West stayed behind to watch the store. Across the street, Summer Holly stayed behind to watch the store. As for Xiaoya, she had been sent off to Spirit Mountain by Song Yuan before to send a message to that dead fat man in Spirit Mountain. Wang Xiaoya was still taking classes inside the school at noon, so there were not many people on the whole street. Be good and wait for us inside the store. If someone comes to lose weight, then you can only make an appointment to register your phone number. You should know how to do that, right? Song Yuan instructed the Queen Mother of the West on one side, while handing the piece of paper for registering the phone number to the Queen Mother of the West, who actually took it with both hands anyway. Quite polite. So Song Yuan's heart softened. I'll go out to eat at the banquet and bring some back for you. It was as if the Queen Mother of the West hadn't heard. At this moment, the Queen Mother of the West had her eyes glued to that piece of paper. This paper looks flat, but Song Yuan used this kind of paper every time he signed a contract. This kind of paper would simply disappear after signing the contract, turning into the power of the heavenly Tao binding the two people of the contract firmly. This kind of situation has never been seen before. This kind of paper is also unheard of by the Queen Mother of the West, so the Queen Mother of the West treasures it quite a lot. She carefully put the paper away and waited for Song Yuan and the others to leave, then went to the neighborhood to buy a $2 notebook. I'm a genius, said the Queen Mother of the West, quite pleased with her method of stealing the beam. Just what she didn't know was that all the contracts or the printers or that computer sitting on top of the desk, if there was no Song Yuan, then they were no different than scrap to the gods. It's not the paper that's special. Rather, it's Song and Yuan special. This should be the biggest hotel in this city, right? Zhao Ling looked at the gilded hotel and couldn't keep his mouth shut. Even though I'm the sole ferryman of this district, I haven't been to this place a few times. The fifth prince was full of contempt. Although your black trenchcoat is very windy today, and you drive a nice big jeep, I must say, with those 2 pennies you earn, how many times can you spend here? TSK, Zhao Ling was full of displeasure. Looking down on who? The fifth prince, who was used to eating mountain delicacies and seafood, simply ignored Zhao Ling, who was next to him. Instead, he publicized this hotel with Song Yuan. This hotel is awesome. All the ingredients they make are flown in from all over the country. But in the end, it's only earthly ingredients. So there are still drawbacks. If I have the money to open a big hotel in the future, I'm going to ship ingredients from the 3 worlds. Boss, you don't know. The sugarcane and spirit rice from Spirit Mountain are the best. Song Yuan hadn't even moved his chopsticks yet, and his mouth was watering. Really? Those monks still have that skill? They're fasting rice fragrant death, but not as fragrant as I do. That are all good ingredients. Last time it was not easy to steal an acre. Was 18 Luohan chased from the Spirit Mountain to the South Heavenly Gate? The 5 dukes mentioned the Spirit Mountain that a few dead monks, a belly full of fire. How much did you say you stole? Song Yuan thought he had heard wrong. A whole acre. It's not wrong for people to chase you. However, Song Yuan followed Zhao Ling and the fifth prince into the hotel. From beginning to end, Song Yuan did not feel much demonic aura. All the people looked very normal. Even from a long way away Song Yuan was able to see Wu Ai holding a wineglass and talking to someone. How normal is it that animal control appears inside the world of Soul Survivor? However, it was even if the demon race appeared inside this conference hall and people from the Animal Management Bureau appeared. And even not far away, there was a woman carrying a crossbow who was greeting Zhao Ling. That's the Soul Ferryman, Mulan. There was a white-haired person in the corner of the entire banquet hall. He had a very different aura and his hair was white. Song Yuan thought for half a day before realizing that this was Tsushan from within the Cedo. The same Tsushan who made Saito transform from a small white vine into a demon, and who kept chasing Saito. Mom, yeah, isn't this whole ballroom his target? It's just that the demon race inside this banquet hall is an alienation that belongs to the animal direction for Qiushan. You guys are here? A pretty girl walked towards their direction. This was not a character inside any TV series. She walked straight to the fifth prince and performed a special salute. I didn't expect the fifth prince to really come. Today is a good day for me to get married. Due to the fact that husband of mine is just an ordinary mortal. Please also don't expose yourselves in a while. He is timid. The girl was quite good looking, and she was wearing a toasting dress that was unbelievably beautiful. After all, it's a vixen, which is known for its beauty. The fifth prince licked his lips. That's not even a problem. Remember to prepare your Fox Clan's fine wine for me, otherwise I won't agree. Good, said the girl, following the words of the fifth prince. I'll be sure to have it ready for you. You sit at this table. Come. Chapter 59, have you done this enough? Following the girl, Song Yuan sat down at the same table as the fifth prince and Zhao Ling, who had just entered the hall not long ago. But this table was next to the one in Tsushan, and it was plain to see that all these tables around it seemed to be together, because the whole wedding setup, with a little blue fence, surrounded all of these tables. In contrast to this area, another area was enclosed by a small pink fence with a similar number of tables. Song Yuan felt that something was not quite right as he turned the large glass disc on top of the table. The fifth eunuch thought that Song Yuan wanted to eat the watermelon on top of the large round plate. Master, I'll transfer you whatever you want to eat. As a result, before the fifth male could get his hands on the table, Song Yuan got his hands on the stand-up sign on top of the table, the one that had written in blue pen, ex-boyfriend table. 6. Zhao Mandarin had just finished exchanging pleasantries with Hua Mulan when she saw that her ex-boyfriend table face was green. No, I have to change the place. I'm the one who wants to change the place. You two just sit here. Song Yuan cried and laughed, pointing to the area divided by the small blue fence. This area is probably all ex-boyfriend tables. No, you ex-girlfriends, you have a rich enough life? Upon hearing Song Yuan's words, a man with white pick-dyed hair on the opposite side of the room raised his head as he pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. All of you are seniors, right? Saying that, the man used his chin to point to an area across the street surrounded by a pink fence. See, across the street, the ex-girlfriend table. Can't believe it, can you? The groom plays with flowers too. Song Yuan had already been mentally built up, so he wasn't that surprised. The fifth duke and Zhao ruler said in unison, I'll go. However, Song Yuan did not recognize this person in front of him, or rather, he had no impression. But next to this white-haired man sat a person that Song Yuan found particularly familiar. It's a girl. That girl has long hair and looks white. Isn't that Feng Bao Bao in the middle of one person? After all, it was exactly the same as the one inside the TV series. So Song Yuan recognized it at a glance. So this white-haired man beside Feng Bao Bao shouldn't be any Zhang Chulan either. It was more likely to be Su San or Su Si. Then why is this girl at the ex-boyfriend table too? Zhao Ling asked curiously. She's my friend. The white-haired man held out a hand and made like he was going to shake Zhao Ling's hand. I'm Su Si, an employee of Wherever Pass. Zhao Ling shook the other party's hand in a submissive manner. I've never met you. My name is Zhao Ling. Feng Baobao had been watching everyone. She thought she was doing a very stealthy job. In fact, the sense of stealing was very heavy. She carries a notebook in which she occasionally records things. Su Si felt Zhao Ling's temperature. Your body temperature is very low. Ah, is the air conditioner here turned on low? In fact, Zhao Ling felt that Su Si in front of him looked like a cultivator, including Feng Baobao who was sitting beside him, and there was a very powerful qi inside their bodies. This is the origin of the cultivator. Cultivators in the Dragon Kingdom basically used qi to enter the Tao, and a few used their bodies to enter the Tao. As for the wife-killing orthodox ones, that's a cult. Su Si looked at Zhao Ling curiously, presumably thinking of Zhao Ling as an inhuman, but Zhao Ling's expression made it clear that he thought of Su Si as a cultivator. Song Yuan just watched the show from the side and didn't say anything. That girl is quite good-looking. I know her. The fifth prince suddenly came closer. A mouthful of tea, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. So hanging did not give Song Yuan scared pout over. Is also the little fox that family, called White Fiber Chew. Song Yuan didn't react for a while, but when he looked in the direction that the fifth prince was talking about, he froze. Isn't this the little white fox that Lu Feifei played? From second generation goblin. At this time that White Fiber Chew looks more lively and agile. Her face seems to be a little bit different from Lu Feifei. More than Lu Feifei, a trace of naivety and charming. But the key is charming and do not know. That's an ex-girlfriend's position. Song Yuan huffed backward. Isn't it true that your ex-girlfriend's husband is quite powerful, and he can even talk about this kind of heavenly dish? And also with the bride is the same family. Our fox as well. With these words, the fifth prince dangled and stammered. That's impossible. How could such a beautiful little fox look at a mortal? Song Yuan repeated his words back to him and asked, so how did your ex-girlfriend see it? Zhao Ling said on the sidelines, I see that. Bai Fianchu has an innocent face. It should not have been talked about, or it is sitting in the wrong position. Not to mention, it didn't take long for the bride to discover Bai Jianchu and take her away, and Song Yuan was slightly relieved. I'm suspecting that mortal could possibly be Su Xian. Zhao Mandarin sat on top of his ex-boyfriend's seat looking at those areas of his ex-girlfriends. The food is too good, isn't it? These ex-girlfriends of his are demons and devils and everything. The soul ferryman, after all, has a few tricks up his sleeve. It's also good for your business that you know a little more of the demon race. Don't forget that you still owe me a lot of merit. When are you going to start expanding your business? Song Yuan absently knocked Zhao Ling. This opening Zhao Ling was on the verge of tears. Credit swordsman, can I ask you a question? Zhao Ling had never been this serious before. Everyone above the table looked at Zhao Ling. Even Feng Baobao was filled with doubt as she left the 3 words credit knife man above her notebook. At this point, both Su Si and Feng Baobao began to suspect that there was a possibility that Song Yuan was also an inhuman. Release. Song Yuan did not hesitate. Zhao Ling took a deep breath. How do you transcend? Song 1? Are you out of your mind? Mr. Zhao. Next to him, the fifth prince couldn't stand it anymore. Look at what kind of questions you're asking. What kind of questions are you asking? Don't you have a job in the underworld? Wouldn't you just stuff those souls in there and be done with it? Zhao Ling nodded his head in a serious manner. The reasoning is so true. But there are very few demon races themselves, and since demon races have a very long lifespan, even fewer of them die. There weren't enough of them to begin with, and I wouldn't be able to fulfill my pie for a year if I simply stuffed them in, didn't fulfill the wishes of the person, and didn't send the person away according to the process of transcendence. Speaking of this, Zhao Ling looked at Song Yuan blearily. So how exactly do you transcend? 2 ways. Song Yuan's mouth was tinged with a smile. You go online to learn the Buddhist scriptures, and if that doesn't work, you go out of the house and find a master to learn from. The 5 males next to him let out a laugh like a barbell. Zhao Ling frowned. What about other than this solution? Only then did Song Yuan say, another way is for me to give you another knife. The one used for transcendence. But I'm very expensive here, so think carefully before you answer me. Zhao Ling lowered his voice. What do you want? 500 years of life. Song Yuan opened his mouth in a lion's den, and the eyes of the fifth prince sitting next to him were shining straight up. This one is good. This one is good. And it has to be a rich life of 500 years. The fifth male added a new condition. This one is good. The quests that Song Yuan had taken the initiative to issue were the ones that could determine their own rewards on their own. For example, the last time Song Yuan issued a quest to Zhao Ling to meet Chun, Song Yuan gave a prophecy that Zhao Ling would need to pay Song Yuan 1 million merits, or 100 million renminbi, at that time, and this merit and money would go directly to Song Yuan's pockets and would not be given to the system panel, as this belonged to the quests that Song Yuan had issued on his own. It is a basic skill that Song Yuan has as a credited swordsman. This time is also the same. If Song Yuan provides Cho Rim with the knife used for transcendence and meets certain conditions, Cho Rim will have to return that knife to Song Yuan, as well as give Song Yuan 500 years of life expectancy. Zhao Ling was in a hurry and his words flew. I'm a soul ferryman. How can I sell my lifespan? Song Yuan. Fifth Prince, have you done less of this? Chapter 60 Face Off. Zhao Ling was torn for a long time. Song Yuan also gave the person to add a code, now only 500 life. Not necessarily in the future. By the way, I want a spot. I do not support the installment. I know that you are able to get a day. After all, I've seen Soul Survivor as well. Zhao Ling that the means to get life expectancy is a bar. Morong's sweetheart, that can be Zhao Ling to provide. A shot is 70 years of life expectancy. It's not yet in favor of staging. Zhou Mandarin's teeth ached. I'd better think about it then. You really want to become a monk? As a result, after Zhao Ling finished speaking, the fifth prince said with a face full of astonishment, I really didn't expect you to actually have this idea. So powerful. Zhao Ling was exasperated. It's not necessarily true that only monks are able to study Buddhist scriptures, right? I think but all individuals are able to learn. That's true. As long as you don't mispronounce it, it's considered learning. Only in the Soul Ferryman. Zhao Ling later has eaten Morong's ghost dan. That ghost dan is made with the severe ghosts. After eating it can grow new souls. But the new soul isn't the original nameless anymore after all. So there won't be any memories. But Zhao Ling used to be a high monk. Some things were imprinted inside his Yuanshan. The Soul Ferryman only had Yuanshan but no soul. After having a new soul, Zhao Ling awakened a little bit of stunts about the soul. For example, use the Myoho Renchkyo for transcendence. But now Zhao Ling is an iron egg, and his brain is like lead inside. Isn't this pure iron egg? In this case, this overcoming is very difficult. Song Yuan spoke nonchalantly in order to sell his sword. Not everyone is able to recite the Buddhist scriptures, and not everyone is able to be transcended after reciting the Buddhist scriptures. Ask yourself, Zhao official, which one of those little girls you hugged agreed that you could be transcended if you recited the Buddhist scriptures? The fifth eunuch's eyes were glowing, accusing from the side, right. You also have the nerve to come to Yin Yang's wedding. You don't know how many you've talked about here. Yesterday I also saw you hanging out with two Gij female ghosts. Monks seem to be unable to eat meat or get close to women, right? Zhao Ling's mouth was stiff. What do you know? I cultivate the Buddha of joy. Cheer up. Song Yuan chimed in. You tried to sleep with Yuki last time. Zhao Ling was completely silent. I would have liked to sleep. Didn't I let you cut me off? You're quick with your hands. So big bottle of medicine. You can finish it alone? However, what Zhao Ling said was not heated at all. As the fifth prince was cricketing with Song Yuan, I even heard Zhao Ling say last time that he was going to open a hellish version of the Haitian feast. Zhao Ling's face turned red. No such thing. Feng Baobao curiously surveyed Zhao Ling, then wrote the words good color under Zhao Ling's name. Fortunately, Feng Baobao was sitting right across from Zhao Ling, so Zhao Ling could not see Feng Baobao recording anything in her book. Then who are you going to invite? Not to mention, Song Yuan was quite interested. Can anyone be invited? What about the four beauties? After all, the four beauties must have screwed up and reincarnated by now. Mentioning this, Zhao Lingnan had a smile on his face. You're talking about too long ago, but there are still a few from the Qing dynasty that haven't gone to reincarnation. That's not very interesting. But just as Song Yuan and the others were chatting, they realized that people started to sit above the groom's ex-girlfriend position one after another. Anyway, it wasn't time to eat the banquet yet, so Song Yuan and the others sized up the person on top of the girlfriend's seat in front of them. Not to mention, the ex-girlfriends this groom talks about are all humans. No wonder they told us to try to dress up as humans and never reveal ourselves, the fifth male said while silently observing. But I think some people have medicine on them. Song Yuan had also come into contact with it before. The medicine that had just been stripped from people. According to the setting of Soul Pendulum, these so-called medicines were actually parasites, living in another dimension, and their favorite thing to eat was the various emotions of human beings. And this setting sounded a little bit like Shura, but it could be something else like a sperm. Those medicines manifest like liquids in the human dimension and are normally seen as pink. The shimmering pink color, like quicksand, was especially nice. It didn't take long for the food to be served. These dishes all look sparse, but the fifth duke is a veteran, able to easily distinguish the precious parts inside these dishes. These are all treasures treasured by the Fox Demon clan, prolonging life after eating them, good for one's body. It's just that the practice is a little bit too trashy. As a cook, the fifth male couldn't stand it. When the wedding started to take place, Song Yuan couldn't hold back. In order to prevent the guests from eating the dishes in advance, the wedding held by this group of demon clans also did not issue chopsticks in advance, and had to wait until after the wedding was over. As a result, after that old father brought the yin yang, that Miss Fox sister, to the groom's hands, all of a sudden the whole venue sang and danced. It's mainly the yanya and the groom who have to put on a show, to celebrate their love. Even ex-boyfriends and ex-girlfriends are sent up to speak on their behalf. I don't think this is necessary. Zhao Ran was full of resistance, but Yen Yang placed a pair of beautiful eyes on Zhao Ran's body, looking like she intended to let Zhao Ran go up. I'll go. But he didn't expect Song Yuan to stand up at this time, having endured the sound of the bridegroom and the bride's mongoloid singing for half a day, and now it had finally stopped. In fact, when Song Yuan came up, Yen Yang's expression was clearly dismayed. She didn't quite understand why Song Yuan came up, and if she remembered correctly, it seemed like she hadn't talked about Song Yuan in the 300 years since she had become an adult. This Song Yuan seems to have come with Xiaoling, newlywed gift. Song Yuan held a knife in his hand. It was a short little dagger. It seemed to have been prepared long ago, and it was inlaid with jewels. I'm the man of the knife on credit. I'm sending you a prophecy and this knife. When the prophecy is fulfilled, you'll need to return this knife to me, and at the same time agree to me on a condition. This condition I haven't thought of yet. Are you willing? Yen Yang froze and was just about to say something when instead the groom next to her stepped forward. Wedding gift, you give a knife? As soon as the groom finished this sentence, he was pulled back by Yen Yang's father, and that old fox glanced at his daughter and patted the other's arm, signaling for her to hurry up and take it, as he hurriedly asked, I wonder what your prophecy is. Yen Yang caught Song Yuan's dagger with both hands, and Song Yuan simply said, when love disappears, return this knife to me. Zhao Ling's face changed. Doesn't the Song Yuan mean that this newly married young couple is one day heading for divorce? When love is gone, you're ing brave. He just got married and you're opening up in front of him? When these words came out, no matter whether it was the man's or the woman's family, their faces changed, especially Yen Yang, who was on the verge of tears at that moment. Yen Yang's father's face was also ugly. Is that all the contemporary credit knives people are capable of? You'll know if you're capable if you try. Song Yuan looked indifferent. Besides, the ones I sent out are good knives, and if the prophecy doesn't come true, it's not bad to use it to peel fruits. I wish you a happy wedding. Song Yuan finished and resumed his seat, and Zhao Ling gave him a thumbs up and waited for him. Chapter 61 $500 billion. Zhao Ling's side could have a lot of questions that he wanted to ask Song Yuan, but Song Yuan didn't give him any chance at all, and when he resumed his seat, the chopsticks had already been handed out, and Song Yuan started to eat. However, just as he started to move the chopsticks, Feng Baobao, who had been sitting across from Song Yuan, suddenly came to Song Yuan's side with her rice bowl. The white-haired Su Si on the opposite side looked confused. Baby you. Feng Baobao made a ceiling gesture and turned her head to look intently at Song Yuan. This girl's gaze of visual adultery was too obvious, and Song Yuan was uncomfortable. What are you looking at me like that for? You're the credit blade man? Feng Baobao tried to avoid his accent, but it still carried a bit of the accent of Sichuan province. Yes. Song Yuan nodded his head and continued to eat, as if he did not even see Feng Baobao next to him. There was once a man with a knife on credit who lent me a knife that worked well, and you told me that I could find my family by going to a certain place in this city, and I found Dog Wazi. Feng Baobao paused at this point. You look like him. The fifth male always felt that there was a big melon flavor in it. With whom does it seem? Dog Wazi? What is the relationship between the man who lent me the knife on credit and you? Father and son? Or brother? You look like him, Feng Baobao said directly. This familiar feeling, the fifth prince understood. The people on credit in this world look more or less the same. Moreover, the fifth prince had seen more than one person with a sword on credit, and when he thought about it, their faces did seem to be somewhat related to Song Yuan. Therefore, Song Yuan often said that his lineage of credit knife people relied on the inheritance of masters and disciples, and the fifth duke had always understood that he relied on finding excellent disciples to pass on his skills, but now it seemed that this was most likely a bloodline inheritance. How else can you explain that they all look alike? Song Yuan opened the system panel, and it was really strange that the system panel did not have a direct prompt. It used to be that if someone who owed a debt came near, that system panel hated to jump on Song Yuan's face and would add red and bold to mark out the mission. You think Dog Wazi is your family? Song Yuan had also seen one person. He knew what the problem was, but Dog Wazi isn't. Dog Wazi was once just someone who picked you up. What you're looking for is family, right? The name Wu is just what they gave you. Your name is Feng Baobao. You have a very nice name and should have a family that loves you very much. Song Yuan seriously finished the sentence with Feng Baobao and then started to eat. On the contrary, Feng Baobao froze there and didn't react at all. You are saying that I need to look for my family, and that Dog Wazi is also one of my family members. Then where is my real family? When Feng Baobao said the words Dog Wazi is also one of my family members, the system quest panel changed. The contract that had just not been reached was now complete, and Feng Baobao's order was shown to be in a state to be paid off. So if Feng Baobao doesn't say this, is the only way to complete the mission is to find Rubless? Song Yuan's head is big, so elastic? Pitiful. I can tell you where the rest of your family is and what their names are doing, but you have to settle your last debt. Song Yuan held out his hand towards Feng Baobao. Where's my knife? Feng Baobao looked at Song Yuan's white hand and froze. Knife? Yeah, the knife. Song Yuan nodded his head in a serious manner. The knife I lent you is incredibly sharp. It's what's going to keep you alive in the mountains, and you can't always fight pandas with your bare hands. Can you? In case there's a tiger? It should work well, right? Feng Baobao was completely stumped by Song Yuan's question. She turned her head to look at Su Si, who was already dumbfounded. In fact, Su Si completely froze when he heard Song Yuan say the name's Dogwazi. If Su Xian wants to have a face, how can he go around saying his nickname or a nickname like that? No one inside the company even knows that Su Xian's nickname is Dogwazi. Only Feng Baobao knows. But why did the stranger in front of me say it straight out? Why does he seem to know so much about Feng Baobao? Su Si was first shocked, but quickly reacted. Over the years the company had come into contact with many different kinds of inhumans. Those inhumans had 1,000 different abilities. Maybe this what credit knife man in front of him was also an inhuman, and also had abilities, or the ability to peek into people's memories. Otherwise how do you explain the whole doggy thing? Thinking of this, Su Si was not calm. Baby, what he said is not necessarily true. Don't believe him. He knows my father's nickname from who knows where, and one word tells you to trust him? This side of Song Yuan has not yet said anything, but instead, the fifth prince cannot look at it. You shut up. There is something you have not seen. That must be because you are an ordinary person. What are your qualifications to see the credit knife people? Su Si. Feng Baobao said calmly. Do you still remember the machete I was carrying when I first arrived at your house? Su Si froze. About this long. Feng Baobao began to gesture as if no one else was there, comparing the machete, which was Feng Baobao's treasure that she had carried with her all the way. Su Si tried to recall. It seems that there is such a knife, but when Feng Baobao entered their home after putting where? I've moved around a lot over the years, and it's been so long that I don't really remember. It's not lost, is it? Song Yuan's voice rang out at the right time. Both the 5th Duke and Zhao ruler had been in the rain before, so they couldn't see others with umbrellas, and as soon as they heard Song Yuan say that, both of them were quite gloating. Then it must be lost. Then you're finished. Zhao Mandarin had a smug look on his face. That's it. You're done then. The 5th prince was amused. You'll have to take something else against it. Money, reputation, or beauty? Without realizing it, the 5th prince had cultivated himself into Song Yuan's old mother, the old mom who was very attentive to all kinds of things in Song Yuan. Hearing this, Su Si's scalp exploded and he instantly became furious. Enough. What kind of people are you? However, Feng Baobao looked at Su Si with a serious face. Su Si, don't yell at me. My business has nothing to do with you. Su Si resumed his seat. The banquet hall was already high. Since the meal had started, those demons were a bit unable to control themselves, singing and dancing with great joy. That's why no one cares about the conflict over here. Su Si sighed indignantly and wanted to persuade again. When he heard Feng Baobao ask with a serious and solemn face, your knife, I'll compensate you for it. How much does it cost? Luckily, the Su family hadn't lacked for money over the years since they'd gotten into the wherever pass. Song Yuan fiddled with the system panel for a while. A smile appeared on his face. Forget about the money. You can't afford to pay for it. There's one thing you can pay me for. When Su Si heard that, isn't this hitting him in the head? How could there be anything that their family could not afford to pay? Besides, he was sure he had seen the machete. It was simply a machete. How else could the other man Leonize it? How much do you want? Our Su family can afford it. Su Si felt handsome as he said this. 5,000. Song Yuan confidently stretched out a palm, and Su Si's eyebrows relaxed slightly, and he was about to say something when he heard the other party say, billion, US dollars. Su Si, Su Si, Su Si. Zhao Ling was also scared because he had a debt of either 1 million merits or 100 million RMB. He already thought 100 million renminbi was an exaggeration, but this one, Bao Bao Feng. No, what kind of Jedi weapon is she borrowing? Chapter 62, 1 for 1. Zhao Ling was still a decent person after all, and although he was picking up female ghosts and selling his lifespan, it definitely wouldn't stop him from being a good person. That's why Zhao Ling asked directly out of the mouth. Then why is that mission of mine $1 million? Song Yuan gave him an expressionless look. What? You want to pay back more interest? Saying this, Song Yuan also took out the small notebook and pen he carried with him and looked at Zhao Ling with anticipation. How much do you want to add? Never seen such a need, but it's not impossible. There are always variations on this sort of thing. Zhao Ling? Zhao Ling. Su Si also looked over in their direction as if he had grabbed some kind of life-saving straw. You also borrowed a knife from him? For only $1 million? Then why do you, a crooked merchant, charge so much? It's just an ordinary firewood knife. It's not like it's a supreme divine weapon. The 5th Duke watched truly from the side, because of the difference in the karma caused, because of the difference in that prophecy. If the man with the credit knife hadn't told Feng Baobao where those loved ones of hers were, what would Feng Baobao have faced? Song Yuan knew too much about the plot and blurted out, "The odds are that she'll meet a trafficker. She'll meet a con artist, tricked into some nook or cranny and beaten up, draining her entire body of blood just to get her to sell her body. Your bull ting me." Where did Su Si listen to this? His hands grabbed the edge of the table and attempted to lift the table, yet the table, including the tablecloth, did not move at all. The fifth prince looked indifferent. One hand pressed on the table and tablecloth. The power belonging to Tao Tai enveloped the entire table, but in the end, this power was still too strong. The table made a very unpleasant friction sound, but the table and tablecloth were one, and with Su Si's little power, he was unable to shake it in the slightest. Su Si's face was ugly. After a few tugs on the tablecloth, I had to call it quits. What kind of society is it now? Song Yuan looked indifferent. If it is not for that old brother of my family telling Feng Baobao where to find you guys, how could Feng Baobao find it? I am talking about Feng Baobao's deserved end. Maybe you'll put off finding her for a decade or so, but the damage has already been done. Don't you think that Feng Baobao being alive and healthy is worth $500 billion? Of course, draining all the blood on the body even if it was broken, the wounds on Feng Baobao's body could still heal. This was clear even to Su Si. Can damage caused over? At least Feng Baobao hurt. Besides, who wants to make Bobo Feng look like that? Su Si resumed his seat honestly, and the fifth prince withdrew his hand, feeling as if the entire table had sunk a bit. Song Yuan immediately counted with his fingers, so he put the bowls a little lighter, so at least the table would not be scrapped after they finished the bowl. That it will be scrapped later or not has nothing to do with Songwon. You just said that there are other conditions. Su Si took a deep breath and asked this question. However, Feng Baobao still turned her head to stare at Su Si. Our family's assets. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Su Si. Cough cough cough, that's definitely not enough. Feng Baobao was a bit lost. The other conditions are simple. I know what kind of company you are. I want Chen Dao. Song Yuan directly stated his thoughts. This won't do. Su Si refused outright. His brows furrowed. Chen Dao's matter is classified. How did you know about it? There is nothing in this world that I don't know. Song Yuan was in a very loose state. Chen Dao is the most cost-effective. And as far as I know, your company doesn't have the ability to handle Chen Dao at all. But I do. Now can be the best time. If you miss this village you won't have the store. Next time if you come to beg me because of Chen Dao's matter, the price won't be the same. Inside the soul pendulum setting, the high-latitude medicine is actually compulsion. But then this soul-swinging world splices in one person. Chen Dao's body is full of parasites. Isn't that a coincidence? If these two things are the same thing, then Song Yuan and the five dukes have 100 ways this thing can be stripped off someone's Chen Dao. This medicine was also capable of prolonging life, not only slowing down the aging of the human race, but also the aging of celestials, and it could even be used by soul ferrymen. But if it's not the same thing, the bone scraper in Song Yuan's hand was also able to get the compulsion off of Chen Dao's body to see what kind of thing it was. Utilize it when you can. If you can't utilize it, forget it. Consider it a gesture of kindness. When Song Yuan first watched one man down, the most unfortunate thing about it was Chen Dao. Now it's not quite clear how far the Shandor line has progressed in the one man's time period, though, but it is not impossible to make conditions. It is good to try. I did not expect Su Si to know Chen Dao. Wouldn't that be a good idea? Su Si's face was ugly. He didn't know when the company's secrets had leaked out, but Song Yuan was really right about one thing. They really didn't have any way to deal with Chen Dao. A very deep compulsion was planted in Shandor. The little girl was full of holes. That's what happened when she was found. The opinion given by the company's top brass was shoot to kill. However, the opinions of the top management were not yet unified, and so far, they still felt that they had to keep Chen Dao under the company's nose. I'll trade for Chen Dao. I didn't expect that just at this time. Feng Baobao suddenly opened her mouth and spoke in a shocking way. I sold me to you. You said that if I didn't have that knife, I would have been sold and then drained of blood. Then that big brother of yours is my savior. This debt that I pay back to you is the same as paying back to your big brother should be the same, right? Song Yuan nodded. The same. I'm the only one who has a sword on credit in this generation. Then I'll just give it back to you. Don't you want Chen Dao? 1 for 1. I'll give it to you. Feng Baobao spoke decisively. Su Si, no. 1 for 1 is not the way to change. Su Si, don't you dare interrupt. I think this program is going to be a winner. There are times when I'm just such a witty bunch. Feng Baobao rewarded himself with a thumbs up, full of determination. Song Yuan saw the system panel change above and was just about to open his mouth when the 5 males next to him quit. What the hell? You put you against him, so what can you do? Why are you so excited? Laundry, cooking, sweeping, feeding the pigs, and yes, I can neuter a pig. I'm good with my hands. It's especially good. Feng Baobao counted her blessings. Originally, the fifth prince's face was getting darker and darker when he heard the first part, but when he heard the last sentence, he suddenly had a bit of egg on his face. Neuter means to castrate. As a Tao Tai, naturally, it was no match for those normal animals, but hated equally everyone who would spay or neuter an animal. No way. I'm the only one who cooks beside the boss, and there's already another maid, Xiao Shi, who does the laundry and sweeps the floor. What's wrong with you guys that you have to steal the work from me? I'm the most loyal slave beside boss. The fifth prince said this with a loud voice, forgetting for a moment that this is a wedding site. Yen Yan was making a toast with the groom when she heard this and was filled with surprise. If I remember correctly, wasn't this fifth prince a Tao Tai that was birthed by adhering to the chi of heaven and earth? Isn't it one of the four great beasts? The most loyal slave? Where's your platoon? Chapter 63, I can bury people. Feng Baobao looked at the fifth dupe with a surprised face, somewhat unable to comprehend that from the perspective of a cow or horse, the fifth dupe was a very qualified cow or horse. But Su Si's eyes had changed as he looked at Song Yuan. This person actually had slaves? What kind of family in this world, in this day and age, still has slaves? No wonder people are asking for $500 billion. Hopefully that little bit of money is nothing to him. You are awesome. Feng Baobao directly praised. The five dukes have never met Feng Baobao this kind of pure and good. For a moment froze, scratched his head. The corner of the mouth is unable to suppress the upward, that is, also do not look at who I am. Next to the Zhao Mandarin are looking silly. Original, can also smooth hair. Original just need to praise the fifth prince. The fifth prince will be able to not pursue other things, but such a fifth prince made Song Yuan feel a bit eyeless. Then I will be Song Yuan's bodyguard. Feng Baobao was very good at discovering her own value, and with a bright idea, she said with a serious face, I'll be your bodyguard, and I'll be able to do a lot of things. Before Song Yuan could reply, it was the fifth prince who spoke directly. You're his bodyguard? Are you sure? What can you do? Zhao Ling almost laughed out loud as well. Just Song Yuan's ferocious energy. He still needs bodyguards? I can do everything. Beating people up, burying corpses, especially burying people. I'm a professional. Feng Baobao was really bold enough. However, in this wedding banquet, there were hardly any normal people, and a large portion of them weren't even human. So they didn't find what Feng Baobao said to be strange. What demon hasn't risen to eat a few people? Su Si, however, was particularly nervous and grabbed Feng Baobao. Baby, don't talk nonsense. We are a serious company. Zhao Ling couldn't help but laugh. That company of yours isn't proper at first glance. But at this time Song Yuan spoke. That is not impossible. Sign a system with me to become my bodyguard for life. Then the debt contract you signed with my ancestor, my big brother before, will be called off. Feng Baobao's two eyes gleamed with special determination. Good. Become your bodyguard for life. Sign the contract then. Song Yuan said as he smoothly took out his notebook from his own pocket and then started to write the contents of the contract on top of that notebook, which looked both unprofessional and casual. Next to him, Su Si wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. That laptop looked particularly simple, not much different from those sold on the market. There should be no means in this. Moreover, that contract written by Song Yuan was also very simple, and Su Si felt that he would be able to renege on that contract anytime, anywhere, anyhow. Su Si, who originally wanted to take care of it, was too lazy to do so this time. Song Yuan and Feng Baobao signed that contract. That is not even a contract. Although Song Yuan this goods writing is quite good looking, but from beginning to end, not even a standard format. Notary public seal is not, so casually signed a word. It's not like IOUs. It's better to come with a formal contract. It seems that this guy, Song Yuan, is also a know-nothing. Zhao Ling did see what Su Si was thinking and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Do you really not care for a moment? Just as he finished saying this, Zhao Ling was pestled by the fifth prince. What's wrong with you? Which side are you on? I'm just being purely kind in reminding. Don't think that this contract is useless if you sign it. Zhao Ling had a smile on his face, like he had already seen through Su Si. But Su Si wasn't the least bit afraid. The baby is willing to accompany you guys through the house. That's because she has a good heart. Don't try to persuade him. Although he is a cultivator, I feel that it's a low-quality version. That's much worse than the one I met when I first met you. It's really the age of the end of the law. Nowadays the cultivators are just like the leeks in the ground. A crop is not as good as a crop. The fifth eunuch spat with precision. Cultivator makes a good point. It's just that the fifth prince said this as if he had lived for many years. However, just as Su Si was old and relaxed and complacent, Feng Baobao over there had already finished signing the contract with Song Yuan. Feng Baobao signed her name on that notebook paper. Then Song Yuan grabbed Feng Baobao's hand, Feng Baobao's thumb to be exact, and pressed on top of that notebook. There is no imprinting clay. Just press it. but Su Si saw that where Feng Baobao's thumb touched, there was a golden light that little by little started to shine and wrapped around the entire paper on top of the notebook, and in the end, that golden light wrapped up the entire paper, and that paper turned into ashes. At the same time, Feng Baobao felt that there seemed to be some special bond between herself and Song Yuan, and they seemed to be connected. I seem to be able to sense your presence. So amazing. Feng Baobao had a high level of enlightenment, and there was also powerful qi in her body. When she mobilized the qi in her body, Feng Baobao seemed to be able to detect Song Yuan's exact location. Song Yuan patted Feng Baobao's shoulder. Then you will be my bodyguard from now on. So can you tell me where my father is? What is his name? Feng Baobao had always been clear in her purpose and immediately stated her request. It's no problem to tell you where your father is, and I'll even give you a divine soldier, but you have to figure out what you're taking to return to me. In addition to returning that divine soldier, you must also have to give me an item. Song Yuan glanced at Feng Baobao as he said this. This can be your wealth, beauty, longevity, or even a certain trait in you, such as kindness, and also, just now, Su Si had seen Song Yuan's evil ways, so this time, without waiting for Song Yuan to finish, Su Si directly interrupted. Baby don't ever agree to him. If I say lifespan, you can do it? Feng Baobao looked at Song Yuan curiously. Zhao Ling also shot a glance at Feng Baobao. He narrowed his eyes and blurted out, what kind of thing are you? Your lifespan is all wrong for you as a person. With that, Zhao Ling took out his own cell phone and aimed it at Feng Baobao and scanned it. Zhao Ling's cell phone has the Book of Life and Death implanted in it. The fifth Duke also turned his head to look. Amazing. This female child has a long lifespan, but it can't be compared to Xian Nu. That's not nonsense on your part. Xian Nu is a product created by the gods. Song Yuan cried. I know you have a long lifespan, but it's not like I can't take it if you want me to. Baby, don't you promise him? Su Si felt his sweaty hairs stand up. What are you guys? What exactly are your abilities? Feng Baobao was thoughtful. Let me think about it. Just as the two sides were at swords drawn, Yen Yang came over with her own groom, and that groom's eyes were not eyes but nose when he saw Song Yuan, itching to see a hole in Song Yuan's face. We came over to make a toast. What are you guys doing? Song Yuan was not angry when they were interrupted between them, and they raised their glasses to congratulate the new couple. Chapter 64. Do you want to hear what you're saying? In this side of the rules, when the bride and groom toast, the guests need to stuff the bride and groom with red envelopes. Song Yuan's red packet was naturally helped out by the fifth prince, but the bastard was also stingy, and the 2 red packets added up to a total of $20. You're also too stingy. Zhao Mandarin stuffed in 100 in front of the fifth prince. At least you've been in love before. You too have no eyes. Su Si at least stuffed in 500, turned his head and saw what Zhao Ling and the fifth prince did. The sky collapsed. Zhao Ling felt that 500 and more cannot help but crickets on the side. Some people $500 billion to complete the task cannot take out. To spend money on his ex-girlfriend is willing to give up. Feng Baobao, if I were you, to give this scumbag a big do. Feng Baobao nodded and gave a thumbs up, then looked at Su Si with a serious face. Su Si, do you have the money to let me ask him for my father's name? It's best if you can find out the whereabouts. The kind that finds the whereabouts is very expensive. Song Yuan interjected from the side. Then we know a name on the line. Find the whereabouts of this kind of thing, let the company. Su Si hurriedly dispelled Feng Baobao's idea. This girl has already unknowingly sold herself. The contract on the body still do not know how to solve it. Now immediately planning to sign Songwon for the second one. Su Si's head was big. Although Su Si is Su Xiang's children among the most free-spirited one. After all, Feng Baobao's way 18. That can be Su Si's name. But Su Si now felt that there was no way he could suppress Feng Baobao, as well as the fact that this Song Yuan was just too evil. I'll have to find the other Inhumans and ask them what will happen after that strange golden light enters inside Bao Bao Feng's body. What was the unthinkable thing they signed between them? Then do you have money to buy his news? Feng Bao Bao was most concerned about this. Su Si looked stiffly towards Song Yuan's direction. Song Yuan just smiled. What I want might be something inside your company. You have to think clearly, even just knowing a name? Su Si drew in a breath of cold air. Yeah, even if it's just knowing a name. Song Yuan nodded his head in a serious manner. Then we still have to think about where I'm going to find you? Su Si was still slightly moved. After all, that was Feng Bao Bao's father's name. Song Yuan reported his address, and the banquet was about to come to an end. Song Yuan intended to leave, but was stopped by Yin Yang's father when he was at the door. That kind-looking old fox. That old fox's fur was presumably orange-red, so when this old father was in human form, his hair was also orange-red and a bit handsome. Credit Blade Man, what did you mean by your prophecy just now? Is it impossible for my daughter and that groom to have white heads? Speaking here, that old fox was a bit angry. I said long ago that I cannot find humans. Human life expectancy is too short. No, That's not necessarily true. Song Yuan dropped the sentence and turned around to leave with Feng Bao Bao and the fifth prince. The old fox was in the wind. What did the guy with the sword on credit mean just now? Yen Yang was at the age of a fox. That was still just coming of age. There was still a lot of time to be squandered. How could she die before that human? Could it be there was something else he didn't know would happen? Now that Song Yuan had gone far away, the old fox couldn't catch up, but he did catch Zhao Ling. Mr. Zhao, I liked you when you were in love with your little daughter, but you didn't get together. But you two were considered to have had a love affair. So can you tell me what that person on credit just now meant by what he said? Zhao Ling froze for a moment, probably thought of something, with a smile on his face. Back then, I did have a pretty good relationship with Yen Yang. Recently, the Underworld gave Assigned a job. I'm in charge of all the Underworld divisions of the demon race. Or else I'll take a look at Yen Yang's life and death book? The old fox rubbed his hands together, not expecting Zhao Ling to be so valued by the Underworld now, and actually still be the administrator of the demon Underworld division. He had two eyes that were shining straight up, and looked at Zhao Ling respectfully. That doesn't bother you, does it? It's fine. Zhao Ling was usually not a particularly disciplined person, still selling life expectancy after all. Still open the cell phone. Zhao Mandarin quickly checked there is a record about Yen Yang. That old fox still want to take a look. But was Zhao Mandarin avoided? I see nothing. You see a big problem. The old fox rubbed his hands together and smiled kindly. Then you see. Will anything happen to my daughter? Zhao Ling quickly scanned to the last line and his face changed. That old fox was accustomed to reading people's words, and when he saw that Zhao Ling had changed, his face suddenly became a bit flustered. What? Could it be that the little girl has met an untimely end? Zhao Ling coughed. That's not so bad. Do you know the details of the man with the sword on credit? Why are we suddenly talking about the man with the sword on credit? I only heard the Zhao official say slowly. The details of that person with the sword on credit. Even we in the hell are not quite sure. The old fox nodded repeatedly next to him. I only heard that there is indeed a credit blade man in this world, and that many great demons and clans have been helped by him, and those great clans that he has instructed have either ascended to the immortal realm en masse, and that those great demons are also exceptionally powerful, like the old ancestor of our family, who once received the favor of the credit blade man. Zhao Ling, after all, would have to be in charge of things concerning the demon race's reincarnation of the undead in the future. So when he heard that old fox talk about the old ancestor, his eyes immediately lit up. You're talking about Tushan Honghong? I'm talking about Qingqiu Bai Shao. The old fox smirked. Zhao Liang, you are a person who thinks quite far. Qingqiu Baishang is a nine-tailed white fox, a fox with orange and green miscellaneous hair. It's good to have that relationship with Tushan Honghong, but also think about Qingqiu Baishang? Zhao Ling in his heart cursed. The reason I can't see what kind of development Yen Yang has followed up on above the Book of Life and Death is because Yen Yang saw the credit knife man today, and to be honest, the Book of Life and Death doesn't have much of a record of the credit knife man, and even what the king of the underworld can see is one circle after another, and Yen Yang can't see anything even above the Book of Life and Death after she saw the credit knife man today. Zhao Ling said and turned the topic back. This time it was possible to show that mongrel old fox what the Ministry of Life and Death looked like. He put his cell phone specifically in front of that old fox. Sure enough, there was a blank space for whatever happened to Yen Yang afterward, and most of the circles took up the entire life and death book, making it impossible to see what was actually written in it. I can't believe it's like this. I can't believe this is happening. Even that old fox was startled. That little daughter's future development? Heaven's secrets cannot be divulged. Zhao Mandarin reclaimed his cell phone. But please also help me publicize and advertise. Which demon clan is dying? Tell me and I'll immediately take him away. The old fox. Old fox sad face _ do you want to hear what you're saying? Chapter 65. The Queen Mother was really not expecting it. Song Yuan took the people out for a round, and in addition to bringing back some meals from the mat, he actually brought back a little girl. It's a practitioner of the last days. However, there was no longer a way for cultivators in this era to ascend. The heavenly court had recently ascended a few minor immortals up there, but they were demons themselves. There were still residual spirit veins inside the demon clan's secret realm, but they were now depleted. Trying to cultivate in the midst of a human environment like this, and successfully ascending, was quite difficult. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother suddenly thought of all the weirdness in Song Yuan, and after receiving the meal that Song Yuan brought back, the Queen Mother of the West could only shake her head helplessly. The emergence of this lineage of credit knife man was very strange, not to mention the fact that the man in front of him even dared to pick the Jade Emperor's pants. So what did he not dare to do? It can be said that Sungwon is a strange flower inside the end times, and exactly how this strange flower opens up so far the big guys don't know. I will live in your store from now on. Feng Baobao stated that this bodyguard of his was very reliable. I will definitely keep your store safe. Su Si was already numb. Song Yuan didn't even invite Su Si when he took Feng Baobao away. He followed him on his own, and he crumbled when he heard Feng Baobao say that. Baby, you are not going to go back? Su Si were speechless. You don't have to protect him 24 hours a day. The contract we signed is 24-hour protection, and the contract has come into effect. Su Si, you go back and tell the dog Wazi. We're all through the temporary workers. I will not do. He packaged food and also packaged housing, and maybe I do a long time. He will also tell me where my father is. Feng Baobao's heart is very clear, and even has his own little plan. You don't even want to be a temp anymore? Su Si's eyes widened. No, Sister Bauer, you still have to do the temporary work, but I can't go every day. Isn't that considered absenteeism? Feng Baobao looked at Su Si in confusion. What can Su Si say? Not counted as absenteeism. I'll cover for you. If there's anything I'm looking for, you can give your boss leave. Your boss is very nice to talk to. Su Si looked back at Song Yuan. Right, boss Song? Song Yuan took one look at Su Si and knew what this bastard was playing at. Nothing more than wanting to break the contract between Feng Baobao and himself. It's a shame. That covenant is one that heaven recognizes and cannot be undone. Even Hades' ACHA didn't have a way to unravel it. How can an alien solve it? Feng Baobao, you can come on duty tomorrow. I have a flexible work mechanism here. As you can see, there is one other worker. If there is anything you can take leave with me, maybe I can even help you. Song Yuan wasn't too sure about the current timeline of one man down, but it seemed good if he could follow Nejiton to the Luo Tian Dajia. Even the timeline of Soul Swing is messed up, and the little stories and plots are all disrupted, so it's not unusual to infer from this that other TV episodes or vignettes are disrupted. Feng Baobao looked at Song Yuan with a blank face. So you're not working today? No need today. I brought you here just to let you recognize the place. Because of the special treaty that you signed with me, it's impossible for me to pay you. It's best that you and Su Si don't lose your jobs inside that company. I do include food here, and I also include housing, so feel free to pick out a room in the back. It's quite big back there. When Song Yuan rented the house in the first place, he specifically chose to be across from convenience store No. 444. But the house is also really quite large, with 2 floors in the back and quite a lot of room, so you just have to clean up after yourself. After all, it hadn't been lived in for a while and it was all dusty. Su Si was overjoyed. This would give him time to find someone for Feng Baobao who could unlock the contract. Then we won't be working today. Sister Baobao, let's go back first. Feng Baobao blankly glanced at Song Yuan and made up her mind to follow Song Yuan. Then I'll go back and pack my things first. I'll definitely stay at your place when the time comes. Fine. Come find me tomorrow. Song Yuan was unconcerned. What could he run away from after signing the contract anyway? It was just that he was surprised at the breadth of the business of those credit knife men before him, that it was all over the place, taking care of every corner of this world. The 5th Duke was quite interested in the knife that Song Yuan gave out on top of the wedding. Boss, what do you mean by giving out a knife specifically for Yin Yang at the wedding? Help her, but it seems that that knife can only help once. Song Yuan had come out in a hurry after all, and although he had previously calculated that Yin Yang might be his client, he hadn't brought much of an expensive knife over with him. That blade is called Shadow. Disposable consumables. After Yin Yang acquired that blade, whatever she threw that blade at would take effect. If anyone harmed her, the blade would transform into a black shadow and slash at the enemy. It was also able to give Yin Yang a chance to escape. Although it is a disposable consumable, for a demon race, as long as she resists it once she will have a chance to escape, as long as her strength is not too bad. Song Yuan spoke ambiguously. After all, when it came to matters of prophecy, he was not able to say too much to the onlookers. Originally, he had thought that Yin Yang would look for Song Yuan alone. All people had a basic curiosity. It was just a pity that Yin Yang did not. Song Yuan was still planning to elaborate on that prophecy. Turns out people didn't show up. The 5th Duke's face was full of smiles. So it's to protect Yin Yang. It's no big deal. Yin Yang is exceptionally strong. Then it doesn't matter much. Even Song Yuan didn't take this matter seriously. Although the Queen Mother of the West had now regained her magical power. Since she had signed a contract with Song Yuan, she could only stay inside Song Yuan's store as a slave. Now that the contract between you and me has come into effect, Mother West thought for a while, but still walked specifically in front of Song Yuan. But my Kunlun Divine Palace is still in ruins, and after signing the contract, the collapse of the ruins will be slowed down, but I always have to rebuild it as well, right? Granted. Go, just come back tomorrow morning. Song Yuan knew that Shi Wangmu wouldn't fail to honor the contract. After all, she didn't have the means to undo that contract either. The Queen Mother of the West was, after all, the boss of the Kunlun Divine Palace, and there were still a bunch of little celestial maidens inside that Kunlun Divine Palace who were homeless. The entire Kunlun Divine Palace was a mess and had to be cleaned up in the end. However, On the second day, both Feng Baobao and Shi Wangmu rejoined the store, and Song Yuan had been living an ordinary life for the past few days. Even Xiaoya, who had sent a message with Spirit Mountain, had returned. Song Yuan was still thinking that the time of the arrival of that fat man from Spirit Mountain should not be far away, but he did not expect that after waiting for a week, people did not come. 1 day in the sky is equal to 1 year on the ground, and with this time difference, it's normal even if it comes slowly. But how could Song Yuan not expect that a week later? What he waited for was the bad news of Yen Yang. To be exact, it was Yen Yang's dad who killed directly to the convenience store No. 444, hugging Zhao Rant's legs and wailing like a ghost. Zhao Ling had no way to solve the problem before he begged Song Yuan to come here. After all, in Zhao Ling's eyes, Song Yuan was the most powerful existence within the 3 realms. What did you say? Song Yuan thought he had heard wrong. Under Shadow's protection, she's all gone? As he said this, Song Yuan couldn't help but look in the direction of the 5th prince. The 5th duke also wondered. Yen Yang is very powerful. Are you mistaken? Chapter 66, A Vicious Tactic. Yen Yang's father, that yellow-haired old fox, was holding a soul tag in his hand that had broken, spreading his hands out and showing it to everyone in the blacksmith store. This is my daughter's soul tag, and it suddenly cracked that day, representing that my daughter had died. Soul tags cannot be faked, and immediately, I used a special invocation technique to try to recall my little daughter's soul, but I couldn't find her soul, and I searched for it many times. This is something absolutely impossible. Our demon race's souls are extraordinarily powerful. How could we not be able to find it? Speaking of which, Yen Yang's father began to tell them exactly how the search for his daughter's soul had taken a lot of effort, like going straight to the inhuman who passes everywhere, straight to the soul, in places where Huma used to live, in the new house, in places she used to love to go, lots of places, all of them. There wasn't a hint of soul breath, not a single trace of soul breath? Song Yuan repeated, his face ugly as he counted with his fingers. The more he counted, the uglier his face became. Zhao Ling also said cautiously next to him, I've read Yen Yang's life and death book. There's actually Yen Yang's death method behind that book. I've already called the police, and the police have already controlled the murderer, but I can't find the soul or the body. Song Yuan glanced at Zhao Ling. You couldn't find a soul or a body? Xia Dongqing, who followed him, was anxious. I heard that you are quite powerful. Song Yuan, why do you keep repeating our words? It's useless for you to call the police. Song Yuan basically figured things out, but the details needed to be verified. Do you have any evidence? Just a mouthful? Without evidence, the police will eventually let people go. That's a good point. There is absolutely no way that Zhao Ling Alarm can say that he got the result from reading the Book of Life and Death, right? The police haven't even filed a case until now because it's too short of a time to even be considered a disappearance. Resorted to animal control? Song Yuan asked rhetorically. I can't even look at the animal authority. Yen Yang's old father wiped the sweat from his forehead. None of them are as huge as our family's branches and leaves. Our family's oldest ancestor, that's a Qingxiu by Shao. When talking about this, the weedy fox was so proud of himself. Song Yuan was directly happy. Qingxiu by Shao, right? If I remember correctly, Bai Shallow seems to be a 9-tailed fox, and a white fox at that. How many do you have? Zhao Ling laughed out loud as well. You can only go to the animal authority for this matter, because the animal authority absolutely believes that your daughter is dead. After all, the soul tag is here, but the police won't believe in the soul tag. Song Yuan cried and laughed. You've got to get someone from animal control to talk to the police. Get them to build a case. Get the killer under control. And if they can get a trial out of it, that's even better. Xiao Dongqing was listening to the side of the confusion, so after talking for a long time, who is the murderer in the end? It's Yen Yang's husband. Their family killed Yen Yang. Zhao Ling replied quickly, then turned his head to look at Song Yuan. What should we do next? Next, take me to see the place where Yen Yang lives. If you guys can't find it, maybe I can. Song Yuan moved his arms and legs. These few days were just about selling swords. There was nothing else going on. Not even Xiao Shui appeared. Before he left, Song Yuan instructed Shi Wangmu to watch the store well, and to make sure to stall the dead fat guy from Spirit Mountain if he came over. The Queen Mother of the West nodded her head. There was excitement inside his eyes. Just kidding. She and the Jade Emperor had suffered such a big loss here in Song Yuan, and now that the Queen Mother of the West was twisted, she couldn't wait to see the dead fat man from Spirit Mountain plant a big head here in Song Yuan. That's what's cool. Song Yuan rejoined Zhao Ling's car. Feng Baobao stayed close to protect him. The 5th eunuch cooked at home, and the weedy old fox sat in Zhao Ling's car, his tears bearing down his face. Say, Song Yuan spoke up. Yen Yang's skills are not bad, plus I gave her that shadow blade to protect her. How on earth did she die? It's still a demon race. Moreover, the Fox clan was not considered weak in terms of the entire city. It should be that there were Fox clan members inside every city in the Dragon Kingdom. Whether their ancestors were Qingqiu by Xiao Song Yuan didn't know, but these fox clans should be more or less connected. I don't know, the old fox father huffed. Now that I can't see anyone alive, I can't see a corpse, and I can't find her soul. I thought her soul would come to convenience store number 444. After all, Zhao Rant's status is special right now, so if there's a dead demon race in the vicinity, they'll automatically run to convenience store number 444. The Fox clan is really powerful in this city. The house for my own daughter, that's in the center of town. The whole thing is like an estate. In a place like the city center where every inch of land was precious. Song Yuan actually saw a single house with a garden and pool covering an extremely large area. And coming in front of that villa, Song Yuan's face was ugly. The means are quite venomous. What do you mean? Zhao Ling stood at the entrance of that villa and only felt a little strange. Maybe Yin Yang's first crime scene was here. Maybe because of that, the whole villa was a little eerie. But such a thought was just a flash. And he didn't feel anything. What Song Yuan said, however, stunned Zhao Ling as well as Yin Yang's old father. You two froze and didn't feel a bit? A demon race and a soul ferryman can't detect a bit? Yin Yang's soul is in this villa. Everywhere. The last sentence really startled Yan Yan's father. What do you mean everywhere? Song Yuan didn't say much and took out a kitchen knife from inside his own backpack. And after Yin Yang's father opened the gate of the villa, he directly entered the villa. Song Yuan did not enter the door after entering the villa. Instead he was looking for something inside the garden and the pool. He was holding a kitchen knife in his hand, followed by Feng Bao Bao. The rest of the people also hurriedly followed behind Song Yuan. This place, someone suddenly bent down and made a mark with his knife near the garden, while also chopping hard in midair. The sound of breaking air rang out. The whole villa on like something had been broken. Suddenly the evil aura was exposed, and even the whole villa shook with it. Dig in. Song Yuan glanced at the old fox behind him. This kind of thing was definitely not something Song Yuan would do on his own. That old fox first froze, then rushed up to plow the soil. His hands turned into fox claws. Long very sharp nails fell also fast. Song Yuan reminded a word from the side. Be careful. This is a fragment of your daughter's soul underneath. At those words, that old fox was much slower. What are you guys doing? Just as everyone was fully focused on watching the old fox digging, a voice suddenly came from outside. Song Yuan glanced at it with a look of realization and blurted out without even thinking. Zhao Ling, your daughter-in-law is here. Zhao Ling? Who's the daughter-in-law? However, when Zhao Ling turned around, he locked eyes with the small woman behind him, which was Chun, whose full name was Xia Dongchun. In Soul Swing, that's the name on Chun's ID. Chapter 67, Soul Fragments. To be honest, when Song Yuan told Zhao Ling about Chun's story before, he was still a bit unconvinced. Who is he? Zhao Ling? The prodigal son of the flowers. Not a single leaf. Over the years, he has met many women or female ghosts. He's had his fair share of relationships over the years, but it's best for a soul swinger not to fall in love, because the relationship is bound to end in nothing, because eventually people are going to die. It's not easy to personally send your loved one away. I heard that some soul ferrymen fall in love with humans, and then when the humans die, they are unwilling to send away the souls of those people. Eventually, they were discovered by the Underworld king, Cha, and died without a burial place. Zhao Ling didn't want to turn out like this, so he has also rejected many wonderful relationships. But when Song Yuan said that the woman in front of him was Zhao Ling's daughter-in-law, Zhao Ling froze. Was this the woman who had made him? In his previous life, fight to give up all his cultivation and break into hell? Seems pretty tame too. But Zhao Ling and Chun felt something was wrong after looking at each other for a long time. Perhaps it was because the memories of his past life were affecting him. Although he had given all those memories about his past life to the Underworld king, some things might just be imprinted in the depths of his genjutsu. It is impossible to forget, even in reincarnation. He even felt that the Chun in front of him had completely grown on his aesthetic point. Every knit of her brows and smile could tug at the heartstrings. Daughter-in-law, us, snapped the Zhao official as he stepped forward. Song Yuan didn't have an eye for it and commented, wasted. Even the fifth prince whispered from the side, indeed, it is ruined. It was because when Song Yuan and Zhao Ling talked about Chun just now, they used a voice that only they could hear. The first time he met a girl, he called her his daughter-in-law. Chun was a trainee police officer, upright, immediately frowned. A tackle when Zhao Mandarin approached. He subdued him. What did you call me just now? You denizen, said Haru with vigor at the back. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's going to break. It's going to break. Zhao Ling didn't realize that this daughter-in-law's strength was actually so great, and her hands seemed to be quite good. Chun heard Zhao Ling's miserable scream and thought that something really happened to Zhao Ling, so he couldn't help but lighten the movement in his hands. Zhao Ling turned his head and flashed a smile at Chun, breaking free from Chun's restraints, and the two of them fell back to fighting back and forth. No eyes, fighting like flirting star. The fifth duke's teeth were sore and he directly approached Song Yuan. Boss, how do you know that's his daughter-in-law? Is that the daughter-in-law that God sent him? Can you send me one? Song Yuan blankly glanced at him. Your Taotai clan is very special, adhering to the aura of heaven and earthborn. That is to say that there is only one Taotai in the same period of time. More than one are not. You want to look for Taotai. Anyway, there is no chance. Widowed. The fifth prince felt thunderbolts from the clear sky, but he quickly realized the meaning of Song Yuan's words. Then I'm sure there's a chance for me to find something else. Wouldn't I just find one with the same lifespan in heaven and earth? You're talking about water bear bugs. Ha, that would be fine. Song Yuan's first reaction was the water bear worm. People lived long enough. Water, what the hell? It was obvious that the fifth prince had never heard of it. The old fox carefully dug out a black altar. The black altar is even labeled with a yellowed rune paper. And the old fox almost cried out when he saw the rune paper. Isn't this my child? Isn't this my child? He said, about to lift the talisman paper. Was Song Yuan to stop? I know you can feel the power inside this soul, but this is only one of the fragments. There is still it. Slowly find. Now there is no hurry. In broad daylight you lift. You have a grudge against your girl? In fact, all souls are afraid of daylight, especially when the sun is shining. But there are some highly cultivated souls who are not afraid of daylight. For example, a demonic soul, or the kind of soul that already has a fury in it. They will just be weakened a bit when they meet the sun, but not hurt at all. But hating the daytime is definitely annoying. Now Yin Yang's soul are just some fragments, sealed inside various altars. If they see the light at this moment, then they will really have to fly away from their souls. The old fox hurriedly held that altar carefully. While Zhao Ling and Chun were fighting, Song Yuan had already searched the entire garden with the old fox. A total of 7 small black altars were searched. Stop fighting. Do the right thing. Song Yuan walked to the middle of Zhao Ling and Chun. At this moment, the two of them locked each other up and did not move a muscle. Both of them were competing with each other. Both sides were evenly matched. However, Song Yuan acted as if he didn't see them, and with a left and a right, he froze and separated the two of them. Song Yuan carried Zhao Ling like a chicken. After all, until the debtors paid off all the money they owed, Song Yuan was invincible in front of them. We'll have to rummage around in the basement. Song Yuan tugged Zhao Ling towards the villa. Chun remembered his duty. Wait a moment. Who the hell are you guys? What is that black altar you guys are looking for? This is the residence of the suspect identified by the police. What are you guys doing? If you don't feel comfortable, just come along. He's the owner of the house. Let's find something. Song Yuan pointed at the old fox. The old fox didn't even look at Chun. Ever since those 7 jars were found, he was eyeballing those jars. Chun is just a trainee police officer. Someone reported that this family killed someone. Now all the people in this family have been brought to the police station. The whole villa has also been rummaged through 3 times. Frozen did not find any evidence. At most that family will spend 48 hours at the police station if no evidence can be found. It will be released in the end. Chun was assigned to keep an eye on the place, but he didn't expect to wait for Song Yuan and his group. I've already spoken to your brigadier, the old fox said as she cried, but pressed on without a glance in Haru's direction. Chun would naturally call to confirm, and only after he had done so did he honestly follow Song Yuan and the others. Song Yuan comforted the old fox a few more times. Hold these altars and go to the living room. We'll have our Hell's Gold Medal soul ferryman help you later. Zhao Ran was filled with confusion. How can I help? Supernatural. Big brother. Song Yuan rolled his eyes widely. Go to the basement first. Chun, however, was curious. We've gone through the entire villa many times. We haven't found any clues, and there isn't any basement in this villa. Song Yuan looked at the old fox, who reacted quite quickly. He put the 7 altars in the living room and quickly walked to the fresco hanging in the living room, which had 2 candlesticks next to it. The old fox turned one of the candlesticks, and the wall on which the frescoes hung moved slowly, and a step downward appeared before the group. There are still organs? The police really didn't find out that there were organs. The old fox was very puzzled as he opened the basement. I don't really smell my daughter in here. Then did you smell the dish? Song Yuan asked rhetorically. Zhao Ling frowned. He had a bad feeling. Taoye's nose was quite smart. Turnip soup. It's definitely turnip soup, or a random rotten turnip from inside the food market. The fifth prince was decisive. Chapter 68. Zhao Ling, you still need to practice. The old fox nearly cried out. When he heard the fifth prince say so, he was in a hurry and jumped in headfirst, and when he was not careful his feet slipped. This old fox rolled directly from the top of the stairs. Song Yuan and the others hurriedly entered, and at the end of the stairs, some goods were placed. This basement is very large. It's a full 5 layers. It contains a wide variety of collectibles, but in a room at the far end of the 5th floor, there were 2 cauldrons. The smell of turnip soup was emanating from inside this room. Before even opening those two cauldrons, Zhao Ling couldn't help but say of the fifth prince, "Nose is good enough?" You were able to smell the flavor of the radish soup from so far away. But when he turned his head he found the fifth prince looking like he was about to throw up. The old fox rushed over in a hurry, opened one of the cauldrons. The old fox cried up and down, "Miserable," froze. Half a sentence could not be said. Zhao Ling and Ah Chun both had a bad feeling about this, and Zhao Ling turned his head to ask Song Yuan, "What's in there?" Fragments of yin yang. Song Yuan had long ago calculated everything, but when he saw this scene, he still couldn't help but feel a vicious chill. Fragments of a body. 2 pots of turnip soup mixed with pieces of yin yang's body, to be exact. That's right, there was a large amount of side dishes placed inside. Song Yuan held back the discomfort in his heart. There were times when he quite hated his ability to pinch and count. He could see the picture when he was pinching and counting, in great detail, and even if he used a little bit more care, he was able to empathize with yin yang, experienced the whole process. Now he didn't even have to look at the image of the 2 pots of soup. He knew it was filled with pieces of Yanni's body with skin on, mixed with an assortment of side dishes rolling up and down. I saw it just now when I was pinching and almost didn't throw up in disgust. To say that this family is really ruthless. Song Yuan examined this room and found a huge slash mark, black in color, on the wall of the room, still emanating a black aura on top of the wall. Is that the knife you gave her? The fifth eunuch saw the knife marks and whitened his eyes. It shouldn't be. That knife of yours must be extremely sharp. Yin Yang's husband is just a mortal. After receiving this knife, Yin Yang should be able to escape. The reason why the fifth duke didn't care in the first place was because the Yan Yang essence itself was very strong. If the demon race really couldn't defeat the humans, most of them would give up their illusionary human forms and simply revert back to their original bodies. A fox spirit like Yin Yang, after returning to her original form, that size had to be as big as a heavy-duty truck. You can't clean up a mortal in this situation? Not to mention Yin Yang's husband. Even if Yin Yang's husband had everyone in his entire family combined, he definitely wouldn't be able to beat Yin Yang. What do you think is the most powerful magic weapon in this world? Song Yuan glanced at the 5 males, who were standing next to him, and added, I mean on Earth, and it has to be apart from me. The fifth duke had wanted to shake his hand and say that the most powerful magical weapons in this world were those knives that Song Yuan had built, but when he heard Song Yuan say that, his face was a bit helpless. How many magical weapons can there be in today's end of Dharma era? Lightning striking jujube wood? Vermilion sand? You are sick. Song Yuan rolled his eyes. Can even the most powerful lightning strike jujube wood and vermilion sand carry a nuclear bomb? Can it carry a hydrogen bomb? Zhao Ling, Wu Gongzi, Ah Chun, what is the truth on Earth? Song Yuan even felt speechless. Even if Yin Yang is more powerful, can she carry a bazooka? Besides, that Yin Yang in your family is a love brain, even though the shadow knife caused damage to her husband. Aren't there other people? And the most ridiculous thing is that she didn't resist in the end. Song Yuan was able to calculate even the details because he could pinch and count. And coming into this room, seeing the knife marks above the walls, and seeing the pieces of yin yang inside the pot, was this still not a good deduction? That's why Song Yuan, who had projected the entire program, was speechless, just a love brain. But the old fox didn't believe it. Impossible. Our yin yang would never be like this. Someone hurt her. Doesn't she know how to run? I'm not going to argue with you. Song Yuan was indifferent. You move those 7 jars here. We'll piece together the souls. And Yin Yang can see you before she reincarnates. Will you see them? The old fox's face changed. Are you guys really able to piece together souls? But I have a lot of heavenly materials there. Even if it's a yin yang cultivating ghost immortals. You wish. Zhao Mandarin instantly quit. Old man, don't think I don't know what you're up to. But don't you see what I do? If we put together the pieces of yin yang's soul, we can allow yin yang to reincarnate and reincarnate. This soul will only be able to reincarnate and reincarnate. And you still want to cultivate ghost immortality? This is a meritocracy delivered to the door. Yin Yang didn't want to go down, and they all let her go down. The old fox blushed hard. To be exact, no one in this world other than the demon underworld division can make Yin Yang's soul put together. It's useless for you to look for anyone. You know it yourself. Song Yuan arched another fire from the side. As long as this Zhao Ling did not go out to earn merit, it would be difficult for Song Yuan to get the rewards earned from the debt repayment quest. Song Yuan made up his mind to lead Zhao Ling into the door this time. And in the future, when this bastard works well, Song Yuan can sit at home and collect the accounts. The old fox eventually nodded his head. As a well-informed old fox, he knew that Song Yuan was telling the truth. The 7 jars were rearranged in the basement. Due to the fact that there was no daylight inside this basement, Song Yuan and the others opened those 7 canisters. As for Chun, he originally wanted to talk to his superiors when he found those fragments. But there was really no signal on the 5th basement level. It was restrained by the 5th prince. saying that when the invocation ceremony was over, they would report it to the Animal Control Bureau on their own, and let the Animal Control Bureau and the police do the rest. The ordinary police couldn't accomplish this kind of thing, and they had to look for a special force. Opening the yellow charm on top of the jar, the soul fragments inside the jar slowly floated out. When the old fox saw this, he almost pounced out, but was clutched by Song Yuan. With a complicated expression, Zhao Ling looked at Song Yuan, and as Song Yuan said, he took out his cell phone, opened the myriad lotus sutra that Song Yuan had asked him to search for earlier, and started chanting. A single arcane Sanskrit text slowly emerged from Zhao Ling's mouth and surrounded the Yan-Yang soul fragment. Zhao Ling was originally very rusty, and even had to struggle to bubble out one word at a time against the pinyin. But something reflected in the depths of his Yuanshan seemed to have been touched, and he felt like he was becoming more and more skillful. He felt like he had done a lot of this before. Haru, who was standing next to her, was dumbfounded as she felt that she had seen such an image many times before. Only the fifth Duke crickets beside him. Boss, he's transcending. He's robbing souls from the underworld. Mustn't I cha him to death? Song Yuan, however, said with great certainty. No, only with this method can the demon race's souls be revived and put back together again. Originally floating in mid-air Yen-Yang soul fragments, at this time also slowly cohesion. Yen-Yang's figure appeared in front of the crowd. The old fox looked at a wow cry, and Yanya's eyes were full of tears inside. It's okay, Song Yuan forcibly interrupted Zhao Ling. Originally Zhao Ling was getting more and more skillful. He could even not look at the mythical Lotus Sutra on top of his cell phone. Even he could not control his mouth a little bit, but he was forcibly interrupted by Song Yuan to cast the spell. The point is that Song Yuan also succeeded. On this side, Zhao Ling's blood churned and his throat was so sweet that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Song Yuan glanced at him. You still have to practice this, you can't even collect it. You almost let the scriptures sway you. After dismissing Zhao Ling, Song Yuan looked at Yen Yang. Explain this to your old man. And why you didn't run away when that knife clearly attacked your husband? Chapter 69, Obsession. Ask the question. Song Yuan felt like an old Chinese doctor who was asking questions with answers in his pocket. No eyes. The fifth eunuch saw Yen Yang's soul restored with his own eyes, and immediately looked at Zhao Ran with eyes that were not quite right. It really did not occur to him that Zhao Ran still had this ability. He had witnessed Zhao Ling and his own master checking out what the manhwarecap sutra was now learning. I'm learning now, on the internet, although a lot of people do upload some messy things, but most of them are not necessarily true. For example, this what is the Lotus Sutra of the Wonderful Dharma. The fifth duke but personally sought his own master and Zhao Lingji checked her own. At least there are a lot of typos. Even if there is pinyin, a lot of the pinyin is questionable. But Zhao Ling actually works. And it actually works? Nope. The fifth prince felt that there was something wrong with his thinking. It's not even a damn thing that Zhao Ling is awesome. It's that Song Yuan is awesome. Song Yuan was able to turn a mediocre notebook into a magical paper that could sign a heavenly contract. So what was so strange about letting Zhao Ling's decay turn into magic? When the fifth prince thought of this, his reverence for Song Yuan reached a peak. Boss, you're awesome. Song Yuan? The fifth eunuch looked again at Yen Yang who was hugging the old fox and crying furiously. Yen Yang's soul is finally back. Wait for it. The next thing is Yen Yang's endless retaliation. The Fox clan are all quite protective of their calves and hold grudges. Love brain doesn't count. Song Yuan remained unimpressed. Ah Chun had watched from the side for a long time. Even she had seen the demonic soul floating out from inside that black tile jar. This demonic soul was different from the human soul, because the energy was too strong, so ordinary people were able to see it. What's more, before Zhao Ling chanted the scriptures to transcend, although the spell was forcefully interrupted by Song Yuan to cast the spell, but the power of the scriptures could condense the power of the soul, and now Yen Yang even had a thin golden cloak condensed by the scriptures on her body, which was still semi-transparent and particularly beautiful. Is that the spirit of the dead? Chun was surprised. Since when can I see ghosts? As a matter of fact, said the fifth male with an oozing smile, what you are seeing now is not human. Oh yes, except for my boss. My boss is awesome. The fifth duke never forgot to kiss ass every now and then. Although Zhao Ling was forced to interrupt his spell casting by Song Yuan, he recalled the feeling he had just recited the scriptures. Song Yuan was right. At that time, he did have the feeling that he was being controlled by the scriptures. Soul pendulums didn't have souls, only Yuanshan. And just now, Zhao Ling clearly felt that his Yuanshan was being controlled, and the scriptures he recited weren't even the ones he had checked out. There is a lot wrong with the online scriptures. Zhao Ling did stumble when he first started to read, but later became more and more skillful, as if he had awakened some special memory. But when Song Yuan interrupted him, he seemed to be really controlled. Everyone had their own things to think about, but when Yanya suddenly opened her mouth after crying for ages, the whole room fell silent, kind of speechless, because Yanya said, "Daddy," Why doesn't he love me all of a sudden? How could he do this to me? Everyone except Song Yuan had a slow question mark on their heads. Even Yin Yang's her father was speechless. Yin Yang cried. I followed what he said. I followed everything he said. I did what he told me to do. I transferred this house to him. I did it. Ah, why did he harm me? Old fox? I also put dad gave me tens of millions of dollars or transferred to him. Yin Yang cried and wailed. He doesn't know. Or he knows that I am a fox demon. Saying that he wants to draw a line with me. And I said that I'm not. I said that I'm not. I have a special magic weapon given to me by my father. There is no way for the demon mirror in this world to recognize me. He said he was going to do an experiment. He said to slash at me, and if it didn't heal, then I must be human, and if it did, then I was a demon. The old fox closed his eyes. Couldn't he bear it, if it wasn't he for the fact that the daughter in front of him was already dead. The old fox even had to make a move to let this girl die again. Can she be any more stupid? You let someone drop your head? Zhao Lin held back for half a day, but still couldn't hold back. Come on, just like you. How dare you invite so many ex-boyfriends to your wedding? Do you want us to laugh you to death? Ex-boyfriend number 1, Zhao Ling, had just finished making his comment, and the 5 males next to him had the same reaction. No, you weren't like this when I first talked to you. What do you guys know? Yen Yang turned her head to look at the 2 ex-boyfriends, tears still hanging on her face. He's so nice to me, and he's so pure. He's just a human who doesn't know anything. And you guys, which one of you counts as a human? A ferocious beast and a ghostbuster. Ah Chun's suspicious eyes swept over the 2 of them, Zhao Ling and the 5th prince, and finally determined that Zhao Ling should be the ghostbuster. If it was really a ferocious beast, it should have pressed her to fight just now. The power of the beast is fierce at first glance. Convinced? Then what? Zhao Ran exploded and couldn't help but ask. And then I let him slash me, and it turned out to be the same guy who gave me the dagger, which I'd obviously tossed aside. That came out of nowhere and stabbed my boyfriend. Yanya was full of resentment. 6. Song Yuan did indeed calculate that Yin Yang was cut by her husband. Even, he could see that image during the process of pinpointing. What he was most puzzled about was that his shadow blade helped Yin Yang once, but Yin Yang actually didn't run away, and didn't even use the momentum to fight back. Instead, she stood there with an imploring look on her face as she cut her husband. The results certainly go without saying. Naturally, he was cut to pieces, and that mother-in-law of Yin Yang's put Yin Yang down with a straight shot. The whole family swooped in for a slashing. Even the most powerful fox demon couldn't hold it. You shut up. The old fox this gives angry. This rebellious girl does not see also. He panted. The credit knife man lent you the knife. Is to save your life? If that husband of yours is not trying to kill you, is not going to stab you to death, that knife will not come out to protect you. If it's really just an experiment, as the man said, why did the knife pop up to save you? The knife saved you once. You don't know how to run. You still stand still and let people cut you, and now that you've invoked your soul, you're even asking why people don't love you. That man never loved you from the beginning to the end. He loved your house. He loved your money. Only he didn't love you. How did I give birth to a thing like you? The old fox's heart ached from Yin Yang's anger. Song Yuan glanced at Zhao Ling. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and register. Send it to hell when you're done. Although the ability to pinpoint is able to see the picture, but cannot accurately predict what is in the mind of certain oddballs. After listening to Yin Yang's cries, Song Yuan all feel spicy ears. Ah Chun also all heartbreakingly looked at Yin Yang. You are really obsessed. So many people scolded Yin Yang. Yin Yang is not sad at all. She is the most sad. It turned out that the man really did not love her. So he really doesn't love me. Doesn't love me. Yin Yang murmured, her face full of sorrow. Zhao Ling didn't bring any ambiguity at all. Took out his cell phone to register. Then took out the black chains from inside his own pocket and directly gave Yin Yang a 5-fold tie. Looking at Zhao Ling, who was excited about tying people up, Song Yuan couldn't help but say, no, do we have to have turtle armor binding? Zhao Ling, you kid, you're designated to have a little side business in some special places, and in front of someone's own father. Chapter 70 Mission Reward, Arahant Body. After contacting the police department and animal control, Song Yuan didn't care about the rest. It is said that Yin Yang's husband's family died tragically at the police station that night. That being said, the image was a little creepy and animal control was a little overwhelmed. That night, inside the guardhouse, many foxes suddenly appeared. These foxes in groups, and a clear orange and red system, violently looking over, like the most brilliant section of the rainbow. These foxes came in groups, and the little buddies in the guardhouse didn't dare to stop them. And then these foxes swaggered right into the guardhouse and killed them. And after they went in, the surveillance inside the guardhouse was directly abolished. So, what exactly happened after they went in is anyone's guess. And all those people held in the detention center that day, as well as the police, basically all fainted and knew nothing about what happened at that time. Just some people saw that gruesome scene and are still in the hospital to this day, presumably leaving a very serious psychological shadow. And Yen Nyang's husband and his family, all of them were turned into pieces of the people. All of their bodies were covered with teeth marks. To put it bluntly, a bunch of wild beasts tore them out hard, and there was blood all over the ground. The battle was over in just under half an hour. The special investigation force of the police on Earth, with a glance, knew what had happened, and now all the people from the Animal Control Bureau were still negotiating. But since the one who had made the trouble was the Fox clan, the Fox clan was originally a big clan among the demon clans. What can the earthly police say when people froze and used several grandpas who had lived for more than 1,000 years to take the blame? Call animal control for anything. However, after this incident, the entire animal authority, including the entire demon realm, issued a decree forbidding the demon race to fall in love with humans. Originally, animal control was divided into two main factions, a kind of willingness to get along with humans, preferably intermarrying or something, to resolve the conflicts between humans and demons, and to develop peacefully for a better future. The other thinks exactly the opposite, strongly opposing intermarriage between human and demon races, believing that human and demon races should never be together. Do you think a human and a demon can fall in love? While reading the news, Feng Baobao gossiped that this matter had actually spread everywhere. Actually, it's normal when you think about it. Isn't the special human unit of the police an inhuman? What else could it be? It's normal to have information about this everywhere. I think love brain. It's not good to fall in love with anyone. Fifth Prince interrupted Feng Baobao's spellcasting. Why do you, a bodyguard, care so much? I'm going to pick lentils. Come over and help. For what happened to Yen Yang? The 5 males have comprehended this for so many days. Love brain. Not with anyone. Are sick. Pity that old fox. So white loss of a daughter, of course, is not particularly sympathetic. After all, the fox a clan of wind * flow amorous. Even if the demon race so low fertility rate, that old fox can give birth to 28, less than 1 or 2 pups. He estimates that he cannot be sad for a long time. This human-demon romance isn't the best thing about Bai Suzhen. A great story. Zhao Ling put a zither directly in front of Song Yuan. I've come to pay my debt. Credit knife man. Gu. This debt repayment tone is different huh? Replied the 5th male while picking lentils. Tough. Only then did Song Yuan open the cloth on top of that zither, and sure enough, it was the early moon, and raised his eyebrows. You can Zhao official. That day the two of you met with the fight of the green eyes of the crow's nest like. I really did not think that the two of you actually can be in the place. You're not stealing this, are you? Where can it be? Zhao Ran rolled his eyes in dismay. We were talking to each other, and when I told her that I was nameless in my previous life, she was so moved. Song Wenjie wasn't interested in listening to these love stories from Zhou Rin, and inquired in Zhou Rin's presence. Is it certain that you'll give me the early month to pay off the first account? Zhao Ling nodded. Then Zhao Ling sensed that an invisible thing seemed to appear between himself and Song Yuan, but there was an aura at that invisible thing that he had never met before but carried a fatal allure star, the Queen Mother of the West, who was sweeping the ground on the side. All stopped what she was doing. She knew that Song Yuan had opened another very special thing. This thing, however, had appeared in front of her and the Jade Emperor once before. At that time, both she and the Jade Emperor had a yearning for that particular thing, which could be full of Hongmeng purple chi. Even if they gained so much as a fingernail cap a little bit, their cultivation would be able to go to the next level. As a god, who would not aspire to strength? Zhao Ran watched dumbfounded as Song Yuan placed his own piece of zither on top of that invisible object. What the hell is that exactly? Zhao Ling is not sure. Maybe it's a giant beast. Or maybe it's a big mouth. Anyway, Early Moon just disappeared in midair as if he was swallowed by something, and everyone inside the entire blacksmith store all went silent. What a strong aura. This kind of aura I like so much. Feng Baobao was staring closely at that location in front of Song Yuan. Although neither of them could see the black hole created by the system panel, they were both able to feel the aura there. The kind of scent that makes all men yearn, but at the same time it scares all the people. But it's kinda scary at the same time. The 5th male was dumbfounded to see the whole process of Hiate's disappearance, and the man was already numb. No matter how many times one looked at this credit knife man in front of them, they were only surprised, or amazed. This person was simply too strong, and couldn't be compared to those credit sword people before. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been issued. Congratulations to the host on receiving the reward, the body of Arahant. Wait for me. With a random excuse, Song Yuan dismissed Zhao Ling and returned to his bedroom, directly unlocking the door. Song Yuan also had a smirk under his eyes, but this reward given out really didn't feel like it at all. There was no legendary pain, or any discomfort. It just felt seamless switching, and the inside of his body seemed to be full of power. Song Yuan thought and took out the regular sword and slashed at his own hand. It's just a very tiny opening. Song Yuan was actually quite satisfied when he saw that his blood had also turned into the blood of an Arahant, whose blood was just golden and very beautiful. Now is that 10,000 years of cultivation experience ball of mine ready to be eaten as well. Hard to carry the thunder tribulation. Song Yuan was quite satisfied with this effect and thought about when he would find a place where no one was, and first pass the thunder tribulation. Right. Now that he had the body of an Arahant, Song Yuan could take a look at the Dharma and sense the location of the spirit mountain. That dead fatso didn't want to come over, so Song Yuan had no choice but to go over to him. Chapter 71 Boss, ask him for 100,000 years. Yes, this debt of yours is considered cleared. Song Yuan returned to the blacksmith store after testing the Arahant body. Now you still owe me 1 million merit. With Song Yuan's words, Zhao Ling instantly felt that a certain pressure on him seemed to have disappeared, even as he seemed to hear the sound of shackles breaking. In fact, almost everyone inside the entire store heard it. However, they were not able to see the changes in Zhao Ling's body as clearly as Song Yuan. After Song Yuan was finished saying those words, he saw a golden chain suddenly appear behind Zhao Ling. That chain linked the two of them, and after Song Yuan finished saying those words, the chain broke. Zhao Ling also then felt a surge of refreshment. Perhaps it was because he had just paid off his debt, so Zhao Mandarin was extra confident. That, can I give you a negotiation? What do you want to do this time? As soon as Song Yuan heard Zhao Ling say this, he didn't even need to pinch himself to know what this bastard wanted to do. I want to borrow another one. Zhao Ling was confident. Before Song Yuan could say anything, the fifth prince who came up gave a thumbs up. Zhao Ling, you're good. For a customer to have such a request, Song Yuan felt very normal. He clapped his hands and attached his face without expression, just like a man machine. Good job. Of course, the client doesn't want to stay in business. What does he eat? Zhao Ling got straight to the point. I want her to stay with me forever. What's the solution? This. Song Yuan stuck for a moment, just finished reading that love brain of Yin Yang, and now seeing the second one. You should have many ways yourself. Trading lifespan stealing in scrolls or simply you kneel down and beg cha. This method is much more. The fifth prince was now on relationship brain stress, just couldn't look at all kinds of relationship brains, so after Zhao Ling finished speaking the fifth prince just said, 6. Speaking of this, Zhao ruler froze for a moment. There are quite a lot of methods, but I need a legal and reasonable way. And most importantly I need a soul. I don't have a soul, I only have a yuanshan. You want a little too much, or else think about it yourself. What exactly do you want? Song Yuan looked Zhao Ling up and down. That look made Zhao Ling very scared, because Song Yuan's eyes seemed to treat Zhao Ling as a cargo to be sold at a price. Zhao Ling thought for a while, I still need a soul. Without one, I feel like Chun and I are from two worlds. I don't have that memory. The fifth prince was curious, but wouldn't you have a memory if someone else told you? That's different. Zhao Ling was distressed, as Feng Baobao, who was also an amnesiac, understands the pain. What others tell you is always not your own. Speaking in dialect still, a mysterious smile appeared on Song Yuan's face. You want a soul? I am able to do this matter and let you have a new soul painlessly, but will that new soul of yours be able to regain its memories? That I don't know. This thing is quite interesting. The Western Queen Mother was decisive and directly sentenced Zhao Ling to death. It's impossible. Even if you regrow your soul, you won't have the memories of your former self, unless those memories are deeply imprinted in your yuanshan. Look, the other authoritative ones have said it's impossible. Song Yuan said as he pointed at the Queen Mother of the West next to him. Last time when the Queen Mother of the West hand tore down Xiaoya's puppet Wang Xiaoya, Zhao Ling took Xia Dongqing to brainwash her. So although Zhao Ling thought that the Queen Mother of the West looked like a high person, Zhao Ling didn't know the true identity of the Queen Mother of the West. He thought that she was not much higher than the fifth prince. After all, the fifth duke usually made people look like what they were. But Song Yuan is saying it's authoritative. That must be awesome. As a result, the fifth prince quit after Song Yuan finished speaking. What kind of authority is she? Does she know as much as I do? I'm a good hand at this aspect of the soul. Come, official Zhao, let me touch it. After hearing this, Zhao Mandarin's goosebumps rose, his sweaty hairs stood up, and his face was alert. What are you doing? What can I do? The fifth prince rounded his eyes and pointed at himself, his face full of incredulity. What do you think I can do to you? Although Zhao Ling was very apprehensive, Zhao Ling eventually stood in front of the fifth prince, who put his hand on Zhao Ling's pulse, closed his eyes, and was still spitting. That acha of your family is doing a very rough job. You're digging this soul out of the raw, and she didn't even bother to deal with the edges and corners of the digging out of the soul for you. The fifth prince shook off Zhao Ling's hand and disgustedly grabbed the paper towel on the table, wiping his paws carefully. Song Yuan, Zhao Ling broke defense. What do you mean? Your soul and your Yuan Shen are both in the middle of your body. After your soul is dug out, there will be quite a few soul threads in that location where your soul was originally located. Normally, Acha should be responsible for cleaning up all those messy soul threads of yours, but she didn't, so it was a rough job. Song Yuan briefly explained to Zhao Ling. This would explain why you are becoming more and more skillful and familiar in your chanting, because there are things that you simply haven't completely forgotten. Zhao Ling froze. He felt that what Song Yuan said was quite reasonable. I do have many ways to let you regrow a soul. This regrown soul rests on top of your original soul silk. It is possible to slowly recover your memories. Song Yuan looked at Queen Mother West after saying this. What do you think? There is this probability. The Western Queen Mother had a word for it, but she was also a looker, and her pet peeve was inevitably the underworld, which the gods had established in the first place with Yoshiro's body in an attempt to blockade all of the original people in the underworld. In the eyes of the gods, the proto-humans were not perfect creations, because, in the first place, the original man was designed to be too much like a god. On what grounds? They're just contraptions created by the gods for amusement. Why should I be like God? So the gods blocked all those last proto-humans who had not been cleared out by the great flood in the underworld. But it did not occur to them that after so many years, the underworld had grown and prospered. Even the god Tarzan was willing to release some of his authority to grant to the underworld. It led to the underworld and Kunlun actually being able to separate. What the Queen Mother of the West is most willing to see is the underworld going down the tubes. Zhao Ling is an extremely special being. Your memories must be able to be recovered. When you recover your memories, you'll know exactly what Acha took away from you. You're a high monk of the Buddhist land. The fifth prince was numb. Why could a little maid inside the store know all this? So this little maid in front of him is not an ordinary person at all? Then he won't retaliate later for treating people this way and that before, will he? If Song Yuan had known what the fifth prince was thinking, he would have told him amiably. The pack retaliated. Zhao Ran became more and more determined to restore his soul. Then I want a soul. I can continue earning merit for you. I said I want longevity. Song Yuan grinned. But the soul and how to override this approach is definitely different, haha. The fifth male lionized him. For 100,000 years. The boss asked him for 100,000 years. Asshole, the longer the boss lives, the longer he lives. The fifth prince looked at Zhao Ling like he was looking at the meat and potatoes, and his eyes were full of light. Chapter 72 stabbed Zhao in his dantian. Zhao Ran was numb. He looked at the fifth prince somewhat speechlessly. 100,000 years. Your boss wants to go to heaven? However, after he said this, he immediately reacted and turned his head to bow and nod at Song Yuan. I was just expressing my surprise. I didn't mean to scold you. After saying this, Zhao Mandarin quickly turned around and scowled at the fifth prince without making any sound. But, judging from the shape of his mouth, he should have cursed quite dirty. The fifth duke's eyes were glazed over, making a cock eye, and shaking his head and sticking out his tongue at Zhao Ling. It was a complete ghost face. This gave Zhao Ling anger. It wasn't like he could beat the fifth prince, and he couldn't possibly get angry in front of Song Yuan. This was Song Yuan's blacksmith store after all. 100,000 years is too much. I can't do it. Zhao Ling was on the verge of crying. Song Yuan looked at Zhao Ling and smiled very kindly. What about the time delay? You get me 100,000 years in installments. A little bit every month. A little bit every month. Don't think that I don't know what you've ever done. In that case, the Underworld King won't be able to find out. 100,000 years of life. The fifth prince is so bold. But it would be nice if this got done. Zhao Ling, sign or not? Song Yuan looked at Zhao Ling with a playful expression. Don't you want to know how to transcend? How about signing up and I'll include how to transcend? This is a discount for you. Lifespans have as many uses as souls. In addition to using it for yourself, you can also trade it in for someone else. Don't monsters need a lifespan? Lifespan was something he needed as long as he was a living being, as long as he was a creature. I can't imagine how rich those old credit knife people were at one time. It would have been very impressive. Unfortunately, the guys left nothing but a bunch of ledgers. 100,000 years is enough to last Song Yuan a long time. The fifth prince arched his fire beside him. Sign or not? I say Zhao Ling, when did you become so indecisive? You weren't like this before. After this village there won't be this store anymore. Our family boss is kindly giving you a big reward this time. If you hesitate, it's 1,000,000 years. Right, boss? Song Yuan nodded. 10,000,000 years. Zhao Ling's face was filled with horror. Can't I just sign it? You two are too exaggerated, aren't you? There's no such thing as sitting on the ground and raising the price. The Queen Mother of the West almost laughed out loud. The contract was happily concluded, and the moment it was concluded, Song Yuan spoke. In fact, even if I don't help you, you still have a way to get a ghost elixir to regrow your soul. It's just that you don't think that method is too reliable. How do you know? Zhao Ling's face was filled with horror. That way of Morong's. When he said that, he covered his mouth, not daring to say more. But although Song Yuan knew the plot and could pinpoint it, how could he listen to things like gossip only half the time? Are you going to say it or not? If you don't say it, I'll tell Acha. Feng Baobao was also quite curious. From the moment she came to this blacksmith store, she felt giddy. These people were talking about something in a serious manner. But all of these things were things that Feng Baobao had never touched before. It was like she was listening to a story. So she didn't comment later on. Having seen Song Yuan and Zhao Ling's means of signing the contract, Feng Baobao was now mainly observing and recording. After all, Feng Baobao was Song Yuan's bodyguard. How can you provide better service to your master if you don't know him? So Zhao Ran really had no choice but to open his mouth. It's that Morong. He should be a member of the royal family. In short, his origins are very mysterious, and we're not really too sure about it. In his hands there's an elixir formula passed down from the ancient times, and it's said to be able to refine an elixir that will allow a person to regrow their souls in their bodies. Mo Young actually has memories of his past life. All soul ferrymen are supposed to have no memories, but he does, because none of the soul swingers have souls, only metempsychosis. Zhao Ling told him what he knew, but Song Yuan still has to gossip. The Morong you're talking about is Morong Fu, right? Is he really with Fu Jian? He's talking about episodes that aren't aired in Soul Survivor, most of which are guesses by people who watch the show. Zhao Ling shook his head, not too sure, but he told me that their royal clan has finished pills, and he might have taken that. Song Yuan was a little disappointed. Sure enough, Zhao Ling didn't know particularly much, or else I'll go and ask? Seeing Song Yuan's look of disappointment, Zhao Ran couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, I'll wait for your gossip yo. Song Yuan did everything he could in order to eat melons. By the way, he said, and suddenly realized that the system panel jumped out and a bill flew straight to the top, which happened to be related to Morong. Song Yuan swept a glance and looked seriously at Zhao Ling. Morong can come directly to me if he has any requests. After all, he still has a debt here and hasn't paid me back yet. Don't make me go to him, it's very expensive. Zhao Ling sweated. What kind of magical organization was the Credit Knife people, and why were they in debt everywhere? And why didn't the previous Credit Knife guy collect? Never heard of it before. How come when it comes to Song Yuan, it's all about debt collection? If it wasn't for the fact that Song Yuan here could continue to issue debts and continue to trade with Song Yuan, Zhao Ren even thought that Song Yuan could possibly be the last of the lineage of Credit Knife people, specialized in coming over to collect debts. Right, so when will you teach me how to transcend? Zhao Ling remembered that contract he signed with Song Yuan earlier. And when will my soul be restored? Song Yuan didn't say anything, but stood up and strolled around inside the blacksmith store. Inside the entire blacksmith store, there were knives hanging in large and small sizes, all kinds of knives. Every day Song Yuan would also randomly build new knives based on drawings or according to his mood. Long and short knives and even daggers. There should be everything. And Song Yuan sharpened some nice scissors, nail clippers and such. It was casually placed in the store and did not indicate the price. So if an ordinary person entered the store and wanted to buy a knife, Song Yuan would sell it purely depending on his mood. Sell the knife when you're in the mood, and make a contract with the other guy in the process. When he was in a bad mood, he let Feng Baobao carry a kitchen knife and drive people out. And when Zhao Ling asked such words, Song Yuan stood up and circled around inside the store, and finally, stopped in front of a counter and took out a very small dagger inside. Zhao Ling just stood behind Song Yuan defenselessly. After Song Yuan picked up the knife, he turned around and directly inserted that knife into Zhao Ling's dantian. Zhao Ling's eyes widened, straightened up, and collapsed. Song Yuan's move startled everyone, but the fifth prince and the queen mother of the west were sharp-eyed enough to notice that not a single drop of blood flowed out of Zhao Ling's dantian. On the contrary, the knife that Song Yuan had inserted a moment ago actually flowed slowly in along with that wound and disappeared completely. The fifth prince was stunned. What the hell is this? The queen mother of the west observed carefully. This kind of tactic has never been seen before. It's really powerful. Chapter 73, Soul Raising Sword. Feng Baobao was also startled by Song Yuan's action and stammered. I'm your bodyguard. I won't give you away. Is this person going to be buried? Killing and burying corpses. I'm the best at it. Professional. It was the fifth eunuch who was about to faint from Feng Baobao's words. Big sister, what exactly do you normally do? Feng Baobao suddenly remembered Su Ci's instructions and quickly replied. We can all be regular companies. The fifth prince spat. Take a look at what you're saying formally. Feng Baobao was a little embarrassed. I'm definitely a professional. However, Song Yuan flattened Zhao Ling and slapped his hands haphazardly. Alright, it's done. He's probably going to wake up tomorrow morning. Fifth Gongzi, you can just make him an instant noodle then. Go to the convenience store across the street at No. 444 and get one. Understood. The fifth eunuch asked curiously. Boss, what did you insert inside his dantian? In fact, this is a question that even the Queen Mother of the West would like to know. Song Yuan's tactics were something that none of them, the old gods, had ever thought of. Soul-raising blade. Song Yuan spat out 3 words and frowned. It seems to be called that. I've given it a miss. Anyway, the specific function of this thing is to raise a soul again inside a person's body. It was an evil technique in the earliest days. While the 5th prince had lived for so many years and had never heard of it, the Queen Mother of the West was musing that this tactic always felt a bit familiar. Evil magic? How is it even related to evil arts? The 5th prince was filled with disbelief. What does this have to do with evil arts? Song Yuan, however, said, I'm not sure what era it is. Divine soldiers and the like don't have souls. They need to be nourished, but they don't know how to do that. The correct method would be to nurture them with the heaven and earth's aura, which we credit swordsmen are able to do. But those ordinary cultivators also wanted to obtain divine weapons that possessed the souls of swords or sword spirits. So they invented an evil technique to plant the artifact embryo of a divine weapon inside the body of a living being, which could be either a human or a god, and the more powerful the soul, the better. In fact, everyone's soul is different in terms of how powerful or not it is, and some gods' soul states are even inferior to those of humans. Shi's soul, for example, is better than the souls of certain gods. The artifact will mature completely inside that being's body, and that being's soul will become part of the artifact and be called the artifact spirit. Later, because this spell was too harmful, it slowly disappeared. But our credit blade man ancestors improved the spell. The soul-nurturing blade pierces the body with a blade and cultivates the soul in the same way that a divine artifact spirit is cultivated. And the soul that grows back is more powerful than the one before. Cheap for him, Song Yuan said with disgust, glancing at Zhao Ling. If it wasn't for the fact that the rewards are still generous, I wouldn't even bother to use this. Perhaps a simpler method would be a bit less costly. The 5th Duke was listening to the cold sweat coming down from the side. Their family boss actually had a lower cost method? This was the first time I had heard of such a thing of cultivating souls. It was simply unheard of. As it turns out, there's an easier way to do this on someone's side? Wicked. In fact, souls have many different roles. The 5th prince's eyes were full of light. For example, we, Tao Tai, are used for eating, don't you Tao Tai? Song Yuan frowned with a face full of disgust. You Tao Tai are the only one. It's just me, and I'm used for food. So boss, can you raise me a few more and I'll get you whatever you want? The 5th male rubbed his hands together, harumphing to the ground. For souls he was particularly S*XY. He was able to clearly sense that the soul that was now brewing within Zhao Ling's body was extremely powerful. It's just an embryo now. Though, have you forgotten what kind of contract you signed with me? Do you really think I'm easy to talk to? Song Yuan casually waved his hand and the Regulus sword suddenly flew out from inside the door, the tip of the sword pointing straight at the 5th prince. The 5th male immediately shut up. Boss, I was just joking. Song Yuan was rather satisfied with the 5th prince's sense of humor. It's good that you're honest. Zhao Ling just collapsed in the blacksmith store. Song Yuan lazy to take care of. The other people naturally also lazy to care. But the good thing is that it is in the store. But also did not let Zhao Ling come to the wind and sun. It was Feng Baobao who had nothing better to do than to draw an old bastard on Zhao Ling's face. Other than that, it's not a big deal. Presumably someone was wrong in his estimation. Zhao Ran slept for a full 3 days before he finally woke up. When he first woke up, the first thing that caught Zhao Ran's eye was Wang Xiaoya's head with short hair, and she tilted her head, staring at Zhao Ran with unblinking eyes. The two screamed together as Zhao Ling woke up, both seemingly terrified. Before Zhao Ling had a chance to check his soul, he stared at Wang Xiaoya. What's gotten into you? You puppet. It's not like the backstage is broken again, right? She's not crazy. Xiaoya came from outside with a tired face. You've recovered? Accompany me to find Holly. He's missing. It was only then that Zhao Ling came back to his senses as an afterthought, blinking his eyes and feeling his body. A tiny germ had literally grown out of the gaping hole in his soul that seemed to be the soul, and it seemed to be slowly growing. That soul absorbed the soul silk around it, expanding day by day. I actually have a soul? I'm going to grow a new soul? Zhao Ling was filled with excitement, and when he raised his head, he saw Song Yuan in the distance, who was currently commanding the 5 males to play the game. I have a soul. Zhao Ling was full of excitement and rushed directly to Song Yuan and the others. Although it's just a tiny, green bean-sized one, I feel filled with power, and I seem to have regained some of my memories. Alright, I know. Song Yuan was so impatient. You've been sleeping for 3 days. Go deal with the things in the underworld, earn a little more merit, and get me some life expectancy in the meantime. Okay, hurry up and get lost. Hurry up and get out. Hurry up and get out. The 5th prince covered his nose. That soul of yours is of too high a quality. It smells so good I can't even stand it. Taotia's sensitivity asterisk to food is very high. Zhao Ran had wanted to share his joy with them, but as a result of such a pot of cold water being poured down on him, Zhao Ran was not in the mood at all. With a face full of loss and a glance in Song Yuan's and their direction, Zhao Ran could only hang his head and walk over to Xiaoya and Wang Xiaoya. Then who am I going with? Of course it's with me. This puppet of mine will stay at convenience store number 444 and watch the store for you, Xiaoya replied in a submissive manner. Shi Wangmu, however, was a looker. Song Yuan, do you need me to send a few more messages to Spirit Mountain? But Song Yuan raised his head and looked at Queen Mother West seriously. Do you know where the entrance to the Spirit Mountain is? Chapter 74, like Nuwa. That said, when Song Yuan opened his mouth, he directly excited Shi Wangmu. Queen Mother West's eyes widened. You're going to Spirit Mountain? You're going to Spirit Mountain to collect debts. Then you go directly. Just like you went to Kunlun. You don't think you don't have the means to do that, do you? Before Song Yuan could say anything, the fifth prince directly exploded. Bitch, how do you talk to our family boss? You don't even call the boss by his name. What do you think you are? The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. The fifth prince, who didn't know who the Queen Mother of the West was, pressed her. This gave the Queen Mother of the West anger, and almost showed her original form. But after all, the Queen Mother of the West is the Lord of Kunlun, and people still wanna have a face. If she showed her original form in front of the 5 dukes, so that all the 3 realms would know that the Queen Mother of the West was working here in Song Yuan, then she would be disgraced to a great extent. So in the end, the Queen Mother of the West calmed down and didn't look for trouble with the 5th prince. But that doesn't mean the dark side isn't looking for trouble, only to see the hand of the Queen Mother of the West hidden inside her cuffs turn slightly, and a spell directly struck the 5th prince's body. The 5th duke immediately frowned and covered his stomach. Boss, I seem to have eaten a bad meal. Song Yuan waved his hand carelessly. If you eat a bad stomach, go and treat it. I'm not a doctor. The 5th prince ran towards the backyard with a look of urgency. The face of the Queen Mother of the West was a bit ugly. Her spells were actually quite powerful. After all, she was also the Lord of Kunlun, and there was no one in here who wasn't powerful. However, the Queen Mother of the West overlooked the identity of the 5th prince. The 5th prince is a gourmand. Tao Tai is able to swallow anything, including spells. Just now, the spell of the Queen Mother of the West froze the 5th prince. His stomach directly digested more than half of it, and the remaining half was just an uncomfortable stomach. The 5th male then only felt his stomach ache, so maybe a trip to the restroom would help. Taotia's stomach that was capable of digesting anything. It was rare to have a bad digestion. Spirit Mountain has been avoiding me all along. Song Yuan looked at the entire store and saw that there were no uninformed people inside the store. The 5th prince had a tummy ache. Feng Baobao had gone back to wherever he was to pass to do a small quest, and at this moment, only the Western Queen Mother and Song Yuan were left inside the store. No matter what method is used, Spirit Mountain is able to shift its position. If you ask me, that fat man of the others is much more savvy than you, and that Kunlun of yours is right there, not blinking or avoiding. That fat bastard seems to have locked on to the aura of our credit knife people, always avoiding me. It's just right. Zhao Mandarin has restored his soul. He was an Arahant before. Restoring his soul, he will be able to contact Spirit Mountain. Just right to make a locator. Song Yuan stroked his chin, looking at those debts owed down by Spirit Mountain Capital on the screen. Quite happy. This system usually doesn't talk much, and only appears when a mission is completed. Usually it's a flat look. Now that was called excitement. Shaking and shaking directly next to Song Yuan. It even popped up directly. Now the upper right corner of the system panel was rapidly scrolling up a row of numbers. Song Yuan had been stunned when he took a look at it. Good lord. 6 digits. It's still rolling along rapidly. It's counting how much the entire Spirit Mountain capital is owed. This is not chaos alone. And that system of the Spirit Mountain involves a branch lineage. The Elephant Kingdom divine lineage. In that case the numbers collected go up like crazy. Make Song Yuan cannot help but spit in the heart. This group of credit knife people old ancestor is really able to live. Day after day. Open your eyes, nothing to do. Go out to people, get prophecy to send the knife, is not it? No wonder. So many old ancestors of the credit knife people didn't even leave him a hair in the end. Assets are not available. A bunch of ledgers. SIXS. However, Shi Wangmu's person went numb when she heard Song Yuan muttering to himself. So you've been calculating from the very beginning? Help Zhao Ling to restore his soul. And by the way, take Zhao Ling to the Spirit Mountain, right? With so many monks on Spirit Mountain, surely you can restore the means of transcending souls to the former Arahants. When Song Yuan heard this, his eyes shone brightly. How did you know? I really thought so. Queen Mother West was truly numb this time. So from the very beginning you didn't even know how to transcend souls. And from the very beginning you wanted Spirit Mountain to do you this favor. How is it that Spirit Mountain helped me? I helped them find the Arahant. Shouldn't they be grateful and help this Arahant recover his memory? This is their companion. Song Yuan did not feel at all that there was anything wrong with what he did, but the Queen Mother of the West was a bit heartbroken for Zhao Ling. Obviously, it could be revived through other means, and even Zhao Lingji just relied on this Arahant body to directly break into the spirit mountain. At least he was once an Arahant. Remodeling his soul was simple. At least it was not a matter for the Buddha. After all, the Arahant was also a follower of the Buddha. As a result, Zhao Ling had to do business with Song Yuan, a big pitiful bastard. That's 100,000 years of life. That could be collected slowly every month without Acha being able to notice, and there was no telling how long it would take to collect it. The rabbit died and the fox grieved. The Queen Mother of the West felt that there was no difference between herself and Zhao Ling. Both of them had been pitted by the man with the sword on credit. What's with this generation of credit knifers? Why are they so pitiful? While the two were talking, a voice rang out from the store's entrance. May I ask if the shopkeeper is home? I am Xiao Shui. I seem to have become different. Yuki? Song Yuan had almost forgotten about this person. Yuki, however, with his position against the light, he couldn't see Xiao Shui's appearance at all, but he was able to see a slender figure. A figure whose proportions were even more ghostly than the last time Song Yuan had helped Xiao Shui lose weight. The Queen Mother of the West snorted coldly. Song Yuan? It's not you humming a chicken feather. What's it to you? Xiao Shui come in, just find a place to sit. What's the matter? What's the matter? Song Yuan acted quite enthusiastically. As he spoke, Xiao Shui slowly approached, and Song Yuan finally got a good look at the other party, at which time Song Yuan also drew a breath of cold air. Xiao Shui's posture is indeed very delicate. Xiao Shui also looks particularly good, not with the soul swing inside the kind of painted a big thick makeup good looking, is pressed to change a person. Do not put on powder but also can pour the country. Feeling in addition to the bones, the whole body's skin has been given a change. The whole person is white and glowing. The body is particularly good. That is simply a goddess in the hearts of men. It's rare that a pure vegan can look this good. Yuki in Soul Swing has to wear a big heavy makeup to emphasize her beauty. But the current Xiao Shui, the whole person was like being carved by the gods. When she raised her hands and feet, when she knitted her brows and smiled, she could be compelling. Even the Queen Mother of the West looked dumbfounded, incredibly looking at Xiao Shui's face, full of shock. Impossible. How can this be? Song Yuan was very upset. Why don't you pour the tea and go? What are you doing standing here foolishly? The slave contract was activated. The Queen Mother of the West could not resist at all, and honestly went to pour tea for Snow. But the Queen Mother of the West was still very confused as she stared at Snow's face, which looked like a deceased person inside the Queen Mother of the West's mind. An ancient god said to sleep in the depths of Kunlun. Nuwa. Chapter 75 Awake? It's not Chi, is it? Don't I look good like this now? Xiao Shui seemed to know her own strengths and specifically showed Song Yuan. Song Yuan's face was expressionless, but in his heart, he was screaming like a groundhog. Abortion. It's so good looking. Sure enough, it's a high-dimensional drug. The aesthetic is really TM advanced. After Xiao Shui displayed some, she realized that Song Yuan's face was expressionless, and she was slightly lost. You think I'm average? Don't forget, your body was molded by me. Although, now you are more excellent than before. But you should feel that you are no longer you, right? Song Yuan asked rhetorically. Yes. Yuki lowered her head sadly. The me that I am now. I'm long gone from the old me. I want to go back. You said so. You said so. Xiao Shui was very excited when she said this and grabbed Song Yuan's arm. You said that if I had a request, you could help me strip it. You can help me. Song Yuan was quite surprised because this Xiao Shui, even inside the soul pendulum, was obsessed in the end. She cried and said that she was willing to do so, even as a host, even if she was being used as a beautiful vessel. But why is Yuki actually willing to divest now? It doesn't make sense. You, Song Yuan pinched and frowned. You're not going to get anywhere with him, but the idea that you're going to divest is pretty good. Although you can see where things are going, you can't peer into the heart. After what happened to Yen Yang, Song Yuan had learned that in this world, there were just so many oddballs. It can't be predicted with a pinch. Even if you see the picture and plot of the development of things, you cannot predict the hearts of people, because the pinch is the future, can also be the past, but all of these are able to change because of the hearts of the people, and even instantaneous change, unless someone keeps pinching. How tiring would that be? Your bull ting me. Just when Song Yuan was spitting out that he could count but couldn't count the hearts of the people, the Snow in front of him angrily stood up and shouted, I do love him. We can definitely be together. He said that he doesn't care about the skin, he only cares about me, only cares about everything about me. Good. Song Yuan rushed to appease, smoothing his hair and skipping this part directly. The love brain is usually the first productive force. It can feed a lot of people. Didn't you say you want to divest? I can help you divest now, come on. Yet Yuki on the opposite side hesitated. What? Song Yuan asked curiously, could it be that you are unwilling again? It's normal for people to go back on their word. No, Yuki froze, let me think about it. Song Yuan now had a simple purpose, just wanting to get the medicine that could be right for stripping, and persuaded in a low voice, you don't really need to think about it much. I know it when I see you. That medicine you used again, right? Moreover, it's deeper than before. It's already fused. Speaking here, Song Yuan's palm rested on Yuki's shoulder. You'll turn ugly during the day. He used a declarative sentence. Xiao Shui had wanted to subconsciously retort that this was no small blow for a beauty lover, but she had to admit that Song Yuan was right about everything. But Song Yuan then said something that made Yuki's eyebrows slightly stretch. But at night, you'll become beautiful. Yes, Yuki blushed hard. I asked the seller and they said that's it, that's the price. But after you divest yourself in me, you will become just like before, with ordinary looks, yet you are always stable. Song Yuan said softly, although you can become beautiful at night, you can only be with men you don't like, and you don't have the means to resist yet. Yeah, Yuki was suddenly excited. I'm going to change back. He doesn't care, he said. He'll be with me, together, my ass. Can there be less relationship brain in this world? Song Yuan sighed and continued to guide. Right, that's why you have to change back. You have to divest yourself of that medicine, and I'm the one who can make you divest yourself completely. Yuki nodded her head full of excitement. Then strip it off. Strip it off completely. Don't have anything left. Same procedure as last time. Song Yuan didn't even let Xiao Shui feel any pain this time. He then easily stripped the drug from Yuki's body, and Yuki reverted back to his former gray-haired self. But she seemed happy. This time Song Yuan still didn't charge, because he had pinched another fortune in Snowy's body, and there was a possibility that this woman would come for the third time. So before Shui left, Song Yuan reminded, your body has already been eroded by the medicine twice. If there is a third time, your body will not be able to withstand it. That's why I suggest you don't even touch this thing from now on. I'll never touch it again. I'm going to be with my sweetheart. Xiao Shui's face wore a smile as she transferred $1,000 to Song Yuan. Despite Song Yuan repeatedly saying that he didn't need it, Xiao Shui remained persistent and eventually Song Yuan accepted the money. It wasn't much to him though. Yuki greeted the moonlight and left happily as if she had seen her future happiness. The whole person was so happy that it seemed as if she was going to fly. The Queen Mother of the West was all watching and couldn't help but say from the sidelines, this girl will come for the third time. Human lust asterisk can never be filled. And what she calls happiness isn't always happiness. Predicting the future is not particularly difficult for the gods. Your reminder is going to fizzle out. The Western Queen Mother gloated a bit. Song Yuan turned his head to look at the old woman. Is that so? How do you know I didn't do it on purpose? Said. Song Yuan began to study the medicine in his hand. This time the color of the medicine was even more intense than before, taking on a nice bright pink color. The dimension of creatures like medicine is different from even our heavenly realm. Even the gods are in great need of it. The Queen Mother of the West was full of envy as she looked at the large jar that Song Yuan held out in his hand. This girl will end up becoming a sacrifice for medicine, and there will be nothing left of her entire body. Song Yuan nodded his head with a face full of approval. That's something I also know. Queen Mother West's face froze. She suddenly felt very uninterested. Everything was under Song Yuan's control. The man's mind is just too deep. She's been bragging about it for ages. As a result, Song Yuan over here knew all of it, and was in control of all of it. This gave the Queen Mother of the West the feeling that she had punched her fist on cotton. The Yuki thing is kind of over. Song Yuan also gained a large bottle of medicine. A win-win situation. As for whether or not Yuki had found her true love, Song Yuan didn't care at all. A few days later, Song Yuan was preparing to take Zhao Lingnan to Spirit Mountain for a stroll. He hadn't caught Zhao Ling's people in the past few days, and thought that the bastard was too busy because of the matter of the hell. However, he did not expect Zhao Ling to not see him for several days, and as a result, he begged in front of Song Yuan with a lousy face, there is something you have to help me with. Song Yuan pinched his hand in passing and was indifferent. Waking up is waking up. It's no big deal. Next to her, the Queen Mother of the West was so frightened that she stood up directly. Awake? Who woke up? You're not talking about Chiyu, right? P.S. I have a toothache today, so I'll take a break from writing a chapter and make it up tomorrow. Chapter 76, One of the Fox Demon's Reparations, by Jianchu. To be honest, Song Yuan's words startled both of the people present, whether it was Zhao Ling or the Western Queen Mother. Their faces were ugly. The first reaction of the Queen Mother of the West was to lash out at Zhao Ling. How did your hell promise me? What did you say when you signed the contract with me? The fifth prince couldn't help but put his eyes on the Queen Mother of the West, always feeling that the Queen Mother of the West was very different. He turned his head and glanced at the stupefied Xiaoya, and the fifth male lowered his voice and asked, what's the situation? Why do I feel something not quite right about that chick's aura? Is it possible that that guy is one of your celestials? Xiaoya glanced back at the fifth prince before reacting as an afterthought that the chick he was referring to was the Queen Mother of the West. That's a lot of nerve. However, Xiaoya didn't dare to reveal Shi Wangmu's true identity here. After all, the very cheeky Queen Mother West had already reminded her many times that if Xiaoya dared to reveal her true identity, she would definitely make Xiaoya go back to the drawing board. After all, Xiaoya was also crafted by the Queen Mother of the West. But Xiaoya was very much looking forward to the day when the fifth prince knew the truth. I don't know if I'll be scared out of my wits. Your reactions are also too strange. Song Yuan looked at the two guys in front of him, his face full of helplessness. So you, a soul ferryman, actually have no way to save Xia Dongqing? There's no way. Zhao Ling didn't mind losing face now, and said bluntly, my weapon has no effect on people. At most it stuns the other party. I broke in 4 times single-handedly, all without success. Speaking of this, Zhao Ling was shaking with anger. If it weren't for the fact that it's not legal, I would have wanted to change the life and death book to get him killed directly. Queen Mother of the West doesn't care about that right now. So is it awake or not? As far as I know, woke up once. Zhao Ran glanced at Song Yuan a little less sure. Are you counting to see if you've woken up now? You also know Qi that energy. How is it possible to maintain an awakened state for a long time? Song Yuan said with a face full of indifference. Since it can't be maintained, so now so far it is not awake. It's just waking up. Song Yuan's riddle-like statement, however, made both Zhao Ling and the Queen Mother of the West inside the store breathe a sigh of relief. Just don't wake up now. Now that would be a real pain in the ass if he woke up. Song Yuan smiled. So what are you doing here looking for me? Zhao Ling's face was ugly. I'm a soul ferryman after all. But you're different. You're a living human being. So I want to ask for your help to help me get Holly back. Song Yuan stroked his chin and a word popped out. Gang firefight? Zhao Ling's eyes lit up. I knew that the Credit Blade man had a wide range of connections. You'll be able to find someone to help me, right? That's not a matter. Song Yuan laughed and directly called Old Fox. And in the midst of Zhao Ling's dumbfounded eyes, it didn't take long for more than 100 Ghostfire teenagers to directly surround the store. I remember that the agreement between that Old Fox and the master was to promise you one thing. The fifth mail was filled with horror. Boss, you're not going to use it just like that, are you? That's a deal you get on credit. Although Yan Yang is dead, it's not exactly used. The Fox Demon Clan gave me her in return. Song Yuan pointed at one of those 100 or so Ghostfire teenagers, one of them casually, from a long distance away. The 5 males were numb, and with a stiff face, they looked towards the 100 or so Ghostfire teenagers just to find a young girl in a black jacket and black boots coming out from there. White Fiber Chu, this fox demon they had seen before at the wedding site. Your most loyal slave, Ai Fianchu, has brought his brothers to provide support. Ai Fianchu's face was all innocence, but her gaze was firm, as if she wanted to join the party. Feng Baobao watched from the sidelines and silently said, we're through anywhere if we fight. We can provide people. What does it mean to be the most loyal slave? Isn't she, Feng Baobao, the most loyal slave of all? The only loyal slave in the world is Bai Qianchu? Alarm bells went off in the fifth prince's heart. No, the demon race is too perfunctory, right? Just by sending this as a slave, they want to return that great favor? Even though Yan Yang died, the Shadow Blade helped her. Song Yuan interrupted the other party's righteous indignation and said with a bland expression, that's not true. The Fox Demon Clan said that Bai Jianshu carries the bloodline of the ancient Qingqiu clan, and is a very rare Arctic silver fox of noble lineage, so they want to marry her to me as a concubine. They don't ask for the position of the main mother, just being a concubine will do, which was rejected by me. The fifth prince almost bit off his tongue, but then again, I think master is wise. It's best for her to be a slave. Time is permanent, right? Permanently. Song Yuan nodded. She is considered an indemnity from the Fox clan side, as well as the entire Fox clan will be subordinate to me. I think it's quite good. I don't have any feelings for Bai Jianshu. It's best to make her a slave. That being said, the 5 males next to him also breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it's a slave. This is if we let this really become a concubine. Even if it's just a concubine, the 5 dukes would all have to bow to Bai Jianshu in the future. The status of the master's woman and the master's slave was high and low. Zhao Ran was filled with confusion as he looked back at Song Yuan. No, I'm just going to take this group of people and have a firefight with them? These Ghostfire teens don't look very old. A less than reliable face. Song Yuan nodded. Yeah, why? After Song Yuan finished saying these words, the fox ears above the heads of those 100 or so Ghostfire teenagers directly lit up, along with sharp tiger claws and a pair of fiery red eyes. Zhao Ling was still looking disgusted just now, but now his heart was in awe. Aren't all of them demons? He felt that those words just now must have offended the 100+ demon flame teenagers in front of him, so he forced a smile and gave a thumbs up. Awesome. In the end, It was Zhao Ling's big red jeep that drove the way, with more than 100 Ghostfire teenagers following closely behind, in a large swathe of ooze, heading towards the place Zhao Ling had said he was going to. Where did you say the location was? Song Yuan thought he had heard wrong. Near Old Factory Street. Zhao Ran gestured. Isn't there a property being developed in that neighborhood? That property is the stronghold of those punks. I really can't figure out how Dongqing touched that hellhole. It was also locked up in the basement. Song Yuan's face was odd. What was the last name of the person who captured him? Zhao Ling was confused. Then I don't know. I don't recognize it. I'm also too lazy to take the Book of Life and Death to check. Didn't someone screw you? Song Yuan was filled with doubt. You said that if it's not legal, you'll have to change the Book of Life and Death to clean up the other side? They do have a leader called Gao Qixing. Zhao Ling was so angry that he gritted his teeth. All those punks who prevented me from entering the basement to save people all came from him. There are just too many of them. It's hard for me to beat them with 2 fists. Okay, stop it. Song Yuan felt that it would be normal for this drama to be mixed with a demon race. But how did this even get mixed with a police movie? So Xia Dongchun wouldn't be the reincarnation of the one who rewarded Ikejungbu, right? Gao Qixing. From Rampage. Chapter 77, Crazy Gao Qixing. Song Yuan's mind was messed up on this journey. From Pleasant Goat, I thought of Wolverine. And from Ultraman, I thought of the Page family. Right now he felt like the world was one big TV show stew. What kind of people are possible to meet? Until the car drove to that property near Old Factory Street. The Ghostfire team is not normally a big mover and shaker. This group of people came to the vicinity of that property with great vigor, scaring all the punks inside the entire property. Go! By Jianchu, as the doghead master of this group of Ghostfire teenagers, had just one order. The motorcycles all stopped. A group of Ghostfire teens lit up their fox paws and charged right in. Song Yuan did not go down, but it was Zhao Ling who ran towards the direction of the basement in a fiery and light manner. He's got to save people. The human race versus the demon race. Where was the fightable power in that? Not to mention that the weapons in the hands of these punks were knives at best. Not even a hot weapon. The defense of the entire property just doesn't seem like much to look at to Songwon. He also did calculate that Xia Dongqing was still being held in the basement where he was before. Zhao Ling alone should also be able to save. Song Yuan just sat on the jeep and sat steadily, watching the gang of Ghostfire teenagers kill directly in with a swift momentum. But wherever someone blocked it was a claw. Some of the more impatient ones almost turned into foxes. Song Yuan then stayed on voice call with Bai Jianchu. Tell your men to take it easy. Don't turn into foxes, or else you'll have to have the animal control come over to sweep up the trouble again. A young man with a pair of fox ears on top or gloves with fox paws can make sense. If you turn into a fox in front of a big living person, that would be a demon attack on a human, and that would have to rise to the jurisdiction of animal control. It's too much of a hassle to negotiate when the time comes. What's more, this was just a stronghold of Gao Qixing, and he probably didn't put in any special little seasonings. After all, when he was inside the TV series, Gao Qixing loves to sell a little bit of special small materials. However, Feng Baobao also arrived slowly on a shared bicycle. Song Yuan opened the car door and looked at her curiously. Why are you here too? I am also your slave. Feng Baobao felt especially useful. Su Si, she shouted, then got a little smug. I brought someone too. Then let's rush in. Song Yuan didn't know what kind of people she had brought with her. It couldn't be Zhang Chulan, could it? Or maybe it was one of the other employees of Wherever Pass. He made a gesture, and instantly 50 or so people rushed right in, all dressed in the garb of a courier company. The punks inside were falling apart, frantically calling Gao Qixing. What's the situation? It's just that a bunch of Ghostfire teenagers rushed over to beat us up. But why is there a courier company? You guys wouldn't have not paid the courier company, right? The leader of the group, a small punk, had a green face. At the same time the phone call went out. Since it was on speakerphone, the punk could clearly hear Gao Qixing's somewhat crazy voice coming from inside the phone. Every penny that falls from the sky, every cent, every dime, every dollar belongs to our Gao family. Hello? Speak. The leader of the punk stammered out everything, and Gao Qixing on the opposite side was puzzled. What? Ghostfire Jr. and the courier company? What's going on here? You wait, I'll send someone over. Gao Qixing, who hung up the phone, was filled with puzzlement. That's right, at this moment he was inside the KTV. Today was his big brother's birthday after all. Gao Qiqian looked over in his direction with some confusion. What courier company? Did you offend the courier companies? Gao Qixing wiped his face. Inexplicably. It's fine. You must not let your big brother know about the little spice. This big brother is good at everything, but he's too timid. The small spices are so highly profitable that big brother actually doesn't dare to touch them. Thinking about the man who had been locked into the basement earlier, Gao Qixing felt a little scared. Originally that person looked at something they shouldn't have and got some information they shouldn't have. It should have been done to death. but when Gao Qixing got the other party dead, the other party's eyes suddenly turned red. Then the man turned into a wizard. Yes, inside Gao Qixing's barren knowledge base, there was only one sentence that could be held back as a wizard. With a snap of his fingers, that person was able to unleash a fireball as big as a basketball. That big. That fireball smashed directly onto a junior's body. That little brother just disappeared. It was incinerated by the fireball and turned into a pile of gray dirt. Gao Qixing was supposed to personally execute the other party, and he pissed himself when he saw this scene. It was totally unexpected. He still remembered that the man's mouth looked particularly evil at that time. Almost all of his minions had died under the fireball. Gao Qixing ran out desperately, and probably because he's fatal. To understand it from the top of the game, the guy probably didn't have enough blue bars. Anyway, after throwing so many fireballs, the man fell headfirst to the ground, just fainted. Gao Qixing, who had escaped death, quickly took out his gun inside the other room, trembling with anger, and then wanted to come back and kill Xia Dongqing in front of him, but he realized that Xia Dongqing had actually fainted. So Gao Qixing directly locked Xia Dongqing inside the basement. Then there's a guy who calls himself the Soul Ferryman and tries to save the other guy. The man was holding a very strange gun. That gun can't hit people. It can only stun people. Taking such a piece of crap waste and still trying to save that magician, Gao Qixing couldn't understand it. But Gao Qixing knew that this magician must be especially important. That's all it took for someone to come to his rescue. That's why Gao Qixing sent quite a few people to encircle all around here. The strange man came 4 times. Every time he was able to escape in the middle of the encirclement, Gao Qixing guessed that the opponent's ability should be wall penetration or stealth. Anyway, it's the awesome kind, though the attack is not as powerful as a wizard. This made Gao Qixing touch a little bit of the strange part of the world, and then associated it with the Superman flying video, Xiaoya flying video, that had been circulated before. That video had been deleted many times, but there was still a preserved one. Gao Qixing was certain that there should be a part of the world that possessed supernormal capabilities. Originally, selling small spices was a very high-risk activity, but if there were some people with special powers inside this event to help him, then I believe it wouldn't be that difficult. That's why Gao Qixing hadn't re-killed Xia Dongqing. He wanted this magician to help him. But how could Gao Qixing not expect that the person who could be invisible had actually brought a bunch of Ghostfire teenagers and courier company people to surround him? The great concealment is in the city. Gao Qixing, who had read many books, was excited. Yes, that must be it. That magician's companions are that gang of ghostly fire teenagers and the courier company. Those people can all possess supernormal capabilities. Gao Qixing's face was filled with madness. If this group of people with special abilities could all be used for him, wouldn't he be able to walk sideways in the entire Dragon Kingdom? Not to mention that any penny that falls from the sky inside the entire city is their Gao families. That should be the entire Dragon Kingdom casually dropping pennies from the sky for their Gao family. Chapter 78 I Want My Big Jeep. Gao Qixing the madman. Knowing full well that the people who came were a bunch of people with special powers, he actually took hundreds of people as well as guns to kill directly at that property. But by the time he arrived the dust had long since settled. Song Yuan had long since left with Xia Dongqing and Zhaoling. Bai Jianshu left with the ghost fire teenager. As for Feng Baobao, she naturally followed Song Yuan, but was still riding a shared bike. But the people from wherever passed didn't exactly walk away as they found a bunch of small spices here. One of the basements here is Gao Qixing's warehouse, so they went straight to the police. The man who passes everywhere has been working with the police. Gao Qixing as well as those minions with guns just got off the bus and directly killed the entire building. But they just came to the most central location of the building but were held down by a group of armed police with real guns. Gao Qixing really has a lot of guts. What are you all waiting for? Let's go. We have guns, not necessarily the ones who lose. At this kind of juncture, Gao Qixing didn't think of surrendering. His first reaction was actually to resist. Just as Gao Qixing said so, a machete suddenly flew out, and the back of that blade directly and solidly struck the back of Gao Qixing's head. Gao Qixing just rolled his eyes and fainted. The boss has fainted. Can the little brother still resist? Of course you can't. Where this machete flew out, even the armed police at the time did not see clearly, but there was one ghost that kept looking at Gao Qixing fixedly. All of them can't see the ghost, but that ghost's entire body was relieved when he saw Gao Qixing being captured. He looked very enviously at the armed police around him. Watch them arrest people. The heart is extraordinarily happy. If Xia Dongqing was here he would be able to recognize that this ghost was Kong Xiaolong who had been looking for him. Seeing that Gao Qixing was captured, Kong Xiaolong's figure also slowly disappeared. At this time, it was as if he was being pulled by something, directly floating in mid-air, transforming into a flash of light. One of the armed police couldn't help but look at the sky and realized that there was actually a shooting star flashing across the sky, saying that everywhere passes. This job is done too meticulously. These people didn't notice us when they came over. What formation is really that powerful? Don't talk nonsense. That's clearly the brothers of wherever pass are giving us cover. Another armed police officer said in a bad mood. I just looked at that warehouse. There are so many things piled up inside the warehouse. Enough for these things to be shot 20 times. We've never had proof. And this time it's kind of a nail in the coffin. It's a meticulous job. Xia Dongqing also woke up leisurely with the help of Zhao Ling. But, when he had just woken up, Zhao Ling started casting spells on Xia Dongqing without saying a word. Before Xia Dongqing could say anything, he felt his head hurt. But Zhao Ling's face had no expression. Xia Dongqing himself couldn't see it. But everyone present except Feng Baobao was able to clearly see that Xia Dongqing had an extra black chain above his head. The chain fell straight into Xia Dongqing's head. It just went into the other guy's ceiling. The arm-thick chain drilled directly into the opponent's head. Could Xia Dongqing not have a headache? Perhaps because his head hurt too much. So Xia Dongqing directly fell to the ground, fainting again. But he fainted at the same time. A black shadow suddenly sprang straight out of his body. This black shadow had the exact same face as Xia Dongqing, like a ghost, and all that emanated from its body was a black and red aura. That black and red aura was like a flame in his body, constantly burning outwards. But that ghost had 9 complete chains as thick as arms on it. Yet a chain that had snapped could also be clearly seen at his feet. Queen Mother West was quite satisfied to see this scene. These are the soul-binding chains of hell. It was with Chi's spirit that the gods established the underworld in the first place. Acha once said that part of Chi's soul was stolen. The part that carries out reincarnation is not particularly complete. So when Chi woke up, there was only one thing inside his head, having a baby. Therefore, the current hell is also not wanting Chi to wake up, because the timing wasn't right. Zhao Ling. Chi has been inside Xia Dongqing's body. He was able to see everything that happened. So Chi also recognizes Zhao Ling. You can't shut me down. I will come out one day. The first day I come out I will. You owed a sword in the ancient times. You still remember, don't you? Song Yuan suddenly appeared in front of Chi Yu, the man with the knife on credit. Chi was forcibly interrupted from casting spells by Song Yuan, a look of reminiscence on his face. I remember you, but didn't my sister return that knife? You still want to ask me for it once more? Song Yuan's face was expressionless. Do you really not remember? Have you forgotten that you took a pair of scissors from my ancestor? My ancestor doesn't just credit knives. Scissors are also knives. At that time, you didn't trim to go after chasing Xiaoya, but you took that scissors and trimmed a particularly handsome hairstyle, and took down the heavenly maiden in one fell swoop. Have you forgotten? After Chi Yu was interrupted by Song Yuan's spell casting, the whole person's eyes quickly changed from evil to clear and stupid. He thought for a moment. There is such a thing. That's not just any scissors. That's a divine weapon. Where are the scissors? Compensate me. Song Yuan stretched out his hand towards Chi Yu. She is now left with a soul. Is not complete. The whole body is not even a fart. He is back to lie back in the body of Xia Dongqing. Gray a sentence does not say, as if falling into a deep sleep. Hey, Song Yuan's face was expressionless. How come you're all the same when it comes to paying back bills? Zhao Ling shivered. He's still a remnant soul, and you're asking for money. Is there nothing else in your head besides asking for money? Song Yuan turned his head to look at Zhao Ling and pointed at Xia Dongqing on the ground. This punk was the one I helped you save. So you don't have any indication? Zhao Ling face with a fawning smile. You are saving the world. You are maintaining the peace of the world. Think about it. If Chi is activated by that gang of unaware of the importance of it, then the world will be reset. The world will be destroyed. Destroy it? What's it to me? Song Yuan was full of indifference and stretched out a white hand. Indicate. And so Zhao Ling lost his favorite car. You have to know that Zhao Ling, that car is not an ordinary car. That is a car that can run in both the yin and yang worlds. Song Yuan went home contentedly with a string of slaves. And this time even Bai Jianshu stayed in Song Yuan's house. Only Zhao Ling was left alone in the wind at convenience store no. 444. Me, Zhao Ling, Soul Ferryman Ami. I want my big jeep. Aha! My big jeep. Chapter 79, Doubting Life. So, after what happened last time, I can basically come to a conclusion. That is that no matter what, you should never be approached because your asking price is very expensive. Zhao Ling resumed his seat in his big jeep, but as a temporary driver. So can you tell me why you came along this time? Idle and bored. So I want to see how you work. Not to mention Xiaoya's work must be on the agenda. Song Yuan looked pale, not feeling guilty in the slightest. Even though the car had changed ownership, it was still possible for Zhao Ling to drive it. Something like driving a car. Song Yuan would never do it himself. If you have a free driver, why don't you use it? Inside the car were only Xiaoya and Zhao Ling, as well as Xia Dongqing and Bai Jianshu. Originally, the fifth prince and Feng Baobao wanted to come along, but the big jeep didn't have enough seats unless someone squatted on the roof. Although both Feng Baobao and this Tao Tai said that it was a small thing, but it was still rejected by Song Yuan. Just kidding. What's with two of those things on the roof? In the end, it was the five dukes, by Jian Shu and Feng Baobao who guessed it the fist, and in the end, it was by Jian Shu who won, so the one who ended up accompanying them out was by Jian Shu. As for the Queen Mother of the West, laughed to death. At least she is the owner of the Kunlun Divine Palace, how could she condescend to come out? Not many people inside Song Yuan's blacksmith store know her background, but if she came out and was recognized, how humiliating would that be? So the fifth prince and the Queen Mother of the West continued their business of making people lose weight for free inside the blacksmith store. The fifth prince already possessed a list of more than 20 names there. All of them in contact with the medicine. This quantity staggered the Queen Mother of the West, knowing that the Queen Mother of the West hated the earth the most, so the earth was seldom visited by her, but the celestial maidens came often. Most of these celestial maidens were tasked with finding medicine, because medicine loved humans, they fed on human emotions, but were the Queen Mother of the West's favorite ingredient. The Queen Mother of the West used these medicines as fertilizers to nourish those peach trees. The peaches that were planted were then taken out by her as favors. As for why not just use the drugs to do favors for people? Joking. These medicines are very precious for the Queen Mother of the West. The quantity is so rare. Naturally, it is more cost-effective to dilute it later as fertilizer and then make pinto peaches to take as a favor. But the list in the hands of the five dukes is already enough to make the Queen Mother of the West salivate. You get so many lists. If you have something to do and nothing to harvest to wave, how many medicines must there be? Those foods with added medicine were not to be touched by anyone other than Song Yuan and the fifth duke. Of course, the fifth prince understood in his heart more than anyone else that as long as nothing happened to Song Yuan, the fifth prince was mostly fine, so most of the medicine went into Song Yuan's stomach. I'm telling you, you don't want to hit this idea. The fifth prince smirked and shot a glance at the Queen Mother of the West. Oh yeah, I forgot. You signed a contract with your master. There is no way to betray your master. I can feel that you should be a celestial being, probably a very powerful existence, but right now you're my master's slave, and still taken in after me. The fifth prince especially emphasized the last sentence, directly giving the Queen Mother of the West dry speechless. What's wrong with after you? I'm the first slave. You're the second. That's how the fifth male's brain was wired to look smug. Feng Baobao had been working very hard and started organizing the shelves after cleaning, and was a bit happy to hear this. Then I'm not the last one. Bai Jianshu is the last one. Thinking about how Bai Jianshu almost became the mistress, the fifth duke immediately said, yes, she's the last one. The Queen Mother of the West opened her mouth, originally wanted to retort, but when she heard this from the fifth prince, she felt that the other party was a little cutie, too lazy to argue. So where do we go next? Xia Dongqing looked at the leering Xiaoya by his side, a little scared. That said, now he had been able to tell the difference between Wang Xiaoya and Xiaoya. After all, Xiaoya looked ferocious, but anyone with eyes was able to differentiate between them. To be honest, Xia Dongqing was a little less fond of Xiaoya. Go make money. Zhao Ling froze and finally summarized with this sentence. I'm short of money lately. I need to buy a car. Don't you have a car? Xia Dongqing passed out in the back, not even realizing that the car was no longer Zhao Ling's. What do you care? Zhao Mandarin said in a bad mood. After all, she has already woken up once. So now the ghost messenger and the heavenly maiden had better not be too far away from Qi. If it is too far away, it is likely to wake up for the second time. Now Song Yuan the credit knife people are also here. It is estimated that Qi Yu a moment is not awake. Yesterday in fact, if Song Yuan does not directly ask for the bill, I am afraid that Qi Yu wanna break through the chains. After all, there has been a chain was Qi Yu ripped off. As for yesterday to Qi implanted into the chain, a new chain long good estimates to a long time. So the ghost and the sky girl cannot be too far away from Qi. Demon Clan's life and death book above there is a demon almost karma, or a foreign demon, Cherry Blossom Country. Zhao Ling said here, directly fill in Song Yuan this bug, you want to speak can, not allowed to pinch, you pinch want money, speak late. Someone has finished choking, but he coughed and didn't say anything. Instead Yaya was curious, Sakura Nation? Orochi, ha, ate your head, that thing even if it's going to die I dry? Besides that thing is not the Dragon Country's phase willow, run over? Zhao Mandarin a head too big, besides, the 8 big snake is not the Dragon Country's phase willow and not to mention, that after all, is the ancient things? By now, people have become a god, and what I just said is the demon, that Sakura country has a lot of demons. Song Yuan already knew what kind of demons it was just deliberately throwing smoke bombs. After all, that's a country with 8 million gods. People have 8 million gods of the named kind, not to mention how many demons there are. Speechless, Zhao Ling pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, then the one I met this time is also a god? The words of the gods should not be under your control. Xiaoya said bluntly, you are also too confident. The death of the gods, that is the matter of Taishan God. Taishan God is the real god of death, the underworld. Just Kunlun's gods to Chiyu's soul established, can only manage human things. Tarzan God is the real god of death? Song Yuan was actually a bit skeptical about the soul pendulum setting. Then what is the Empress Ho-Tu? One sentence asked silence to all. Xiaoya explained dryly. Ho-Tu, that's a legend. There's her inside the Kunlun ancient gods. It's said that she's in a state of slumber now, so I guess she doesn't have the time to manage it. Then how do we make money on this trip? Xia Dongqing was not particularly interested in other things, but was interested in things like making money. Because I took on a commission from a rich man, said by Fianchu, who hadn't been speaking much. Zhao Lingguan looked at it and said that we could complete it together, said the man, holding out a flyer for everyone in the car to see. Xia Dongqing looked skeptical. 400,000 yuan of remuneration. Rich people's money is so good to cheat? Of course, don't worry with me. I'll make him shell out $800,000. Zhao Lin was resolute. Chapter 80, List of Overturned Cars. It's a floral request for help from the jungle. A special plea for help handed out by the rich and powerful in the neighborhood. It seems very simple. That is, the family mansion is not right, and the family of people dead injured. But this is the ancestral home, so do not want to sell, do not want to change. On the wide range of rivers and lakes flower cards, hoping that there are strange people can solve this problem. And below that plea for help are a bunch of other oddballs who have folded, unsuccessfully solved the mansion problem and nearly flipped. The king of Wudong also failed to solve the problems inside the mansion, but was almost blown up by the ghosts and monsters inside the mansion. Zhuge Chang, the star scion of the Zhuge clan, led 8 Zhuge clan members unsuccessfully, and 2 Zhuge clan members were even injured. But there is a rich man's comment under this article. The Zhuge family is nothing more than that, and the rumors of the Jianghu really can't be taken as true. Song Yuan almost laughed out loud when he saw this comment. It's not uncommon for people who play Kaiman to break the ghosts and monsters inside the mansion, but now it's the Wind Queen Chiman and the Wuho Chiman that didn't work. One blew up the altar and one was injured. The Miao inside the inhuman world could probably die laughing when they heard this. So, from the 3rd article onwards, it's no longer the inhuman community that's taking the shot. Odd man out flower mullen failure, Richie Rich's review, it's a failure, but the man is awesome. Odd man out Mullen failure, Rich's review, this guy isn't as good as Mullen, but he's a lot better than the 2 loser snacks in front of him. Seeing these 2, Song Yuan was filled with confusion. These 2 should be soul swingers Hua Mulan and Moron? You soul swingers are also working on Earth? Why don't you work part-time? Zhao Ling is the one who was most confused. 400,000 the money spent by the soul ferryman to survive on Earth, that old won't reimburse us. Don't you bite an old? Song Yuan rubbed his brow. Maybe people are nearby. This was sort of a friendly reminder from him. After all, after this tycoon incident, Song Yuan was planning to take Zhao Lingnan to Spirit Mountain. And yes, by the way, Xiaoya would be brought there as well. That said, Xiaoya last time to the Spirit Mountain that fat man to send a letter, are still because with the handwritten letter of the Queen Mother of the West, there is the seal of the Queen Mother of the West. Because of this seal, the Spirit Mountain did not hide, will be greeted Xiaoya in. Therefore, just with Xiaoya, Song Yuan could not find the Spirit Mountain at all. The best way was still to bring Zhao Ling. As for why he brought both of them there, it was because Song Yuan intended to tell them both to practice and learn the Buddhist scriptures. The scriptures are the easiest way to do things like transcendence. Just be able to read it. After training these 2 employees, Song Yuan could reap the merits in peace. However, when she learns that Song Yuan is going to Spirit Mountain, Acha says that she intends to go over and hang out as well. But whether ACHA could actually find the time after all. The underworld wouldn't just let ACHA out of the house, that was unknown, but Acha would definitely transform into a monitor to keep an eye on their affairs. After all, Song Yuan had already informed her. I'm afraid of her? Zhao Ling didn't take Song Yuan's reminder in the slightest, and said without any good humor, who am I to be? Ouch. Zhao Ling had to hurriedly stop the car, then rubbed his cheeks with a cautious expression. She spied on me? After saying that, Zhao Ran felt like he had been slapped by something on the other side of his face as well. Ha ha ha. Only Xia Dongqing was present who could laugh out loud with impunity. Zhao Ling was still considered a qualified driver. After all, he hurriedly pulled over after being slapped by Acha. Song Yuan nodded, probably because of curiosity. Idle panic really. Zhao Ling lowered his voice. Yet just after saying this he was suspicious. Have you left yet? Song Yuan pinched and almost died laughing. Go away. But it's not likely that people will still peek at the screen. It seems that Acha shouldn't be able to follow him to the Spirit Mountain, because Song Yuan pinpointed that there seems to be a guest arriving on Acha's side, and this guest is still an old acquaintance, the Jade Emperor. What's the Jade Emperor doing at Acha's place? Forget it, the gods are not very good at pinching. Song Yuan for earthly things casually pinch. But pinch the gods. Small things deduct blue. Big things deduct life. After all, just now counted to the Jade Emperor to find out this matter. Directly take out most of Song Yuan's pipe blue. This time Song Yuan's face is slightly difficult to see. It may not be possible to get to the rich man's house. Song Yuan can't get back most of this tube of blue. Gotta rest to recover. I'll be more careful. Zhao Ling drove carefully, no longer daring to make a big deal out of it. Song Yuan proceeded to look at the flyer, on which a bunch of strange people were presumed to be aliases for quite a few soul ferrymen, and he was a bit worried. Official Zhao, are you sure you can fix this? He had already calculated that what was going on inside this tycoon's house was related to the demon inside Zhao Ling's Book of Life and Death. But of course, this matter was a bit complicated, that's for sure. Hearing Song Yuan ask this question, Zhao Ling, who had 2 slap marks on his top, was confident. I'm the elite among the soul ferrymen. Can I compare myself to those punk snacks? Xia Dongqing grimaced. Thank you. Please say that we're just your assistants when you sign up for the header later. I don't want to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Take a look at the list of rollovers at the top of this flyer. Wu Tang, the Zhuge family. These are a great bunch of people to have on TV. Especially Zhuge family inside the Zhuge Qing. That is the fire of the whole network of the entertainment industry true cultivator. Talent show inside. Zhuge Qing a hand of fortune-telling to find things and fortune-telling to answer questions to make all the people amazed. Who would have thought that a star like this could flop on this? Zhuge Qing is a big deal in the entertainment industry, and such a star is nailed to the pillar of shame. Don't worry. Zhao Ling's face turned green. I'll definitely be able to solve this matter. By the way, the credit knife man. You mustn't make a move. Even if you figure it out, don't tell me. Take credit knife man is too expensive for one shot. Zhao Ling's heart twitched. Don't worry. I'm just your assistant too. Song Yuan said seriously, a little less assured. If you get nailed to the pillar of shame, don't report my name. Xiaoya stifled her laughter. If the soul pendulum knew about Zhao Ling's cartwheel, Hua Mulan and Muyang wouldn't die of laughter? Song Yuan was serious. That is something that has to be laughed at. Maybe it can even spread throughout the entire hell. You have to know that the current Zhao Mandarin is not a soul ferryman. That's the demon's Underworld division. That's the Underworld division. And I can't afford to lose that person if this flips over. Xia Dongqing nodded deeply. The Zhao Ling who had just received 2 slaps from Ma Cha was able to drive calmly, and the current Zhao Ling nearly drove the car into a tree when he heard the words of his little friends, and the whole thing cracked. Don't worry, I will absolutely do everything for one person. Bai Jianshu sighed in relief. And don't mention me, I'm the Arctic Silver Fox of the Demon Clan, with a noble bloodline. I can't stand it if I'm nailed to the pillar of shame after overturning the car, she said, pointing to the records that the flyer had flipped over. Animal control Wu Belch's failure. Richie rating, average. Song Yuan almost laughed when he got close to look at it. This Nima, the Animal Management Bureau, still has the nerve to put up his own name. Chapter 81, 20%. The rich man's house is really very rich. That said, such a big mansion, I wouldn't be willing to give it up if it were me. After seeing that big mansion of the old fox, Song Yuan once again opened his eyes and saw an even more exaggerated big mansion. This mansion is also in the center of town, only it's the center of the next city over. This big mansion inside the rich man's house could be said to be 5 times as big as the mansion inside the old fox's house, equivalent to 6 soccer fields. The key thing was that the city next door was much more prosperous than the one Song Yuan was in. The house in this place seems to be a few $100 million at least. Bai Fianchu got out of the car, stretched herself, and said decisively. Xia Dongqing had already looked dumbfounded. Such a good house. No wonder people don't want to move. Zhao Ling was merciless. Any good house has become a murder house. We are here to solve the murder house. Song Yuan looked at the black grievances that looked like substance over the mansion and frowned. He always felt that there were some other messy things inside the mansion besides the demon race, but it was not enough to worry about. Xiaoya had always thought Song Yuan was quite powerful after all, and following Song Yuan's line of sight upwards, she asked curiously, "What? Is the credit blade man discovering something now?" Song Yuan turned his head and flashed a mouthful of big white teeth at Xiaoya. "Don't forget that I charge quite expensive." Xiaoya didn't dare ask. She hadn't made a name for herself on Earth. After all, even the other Zhao mandarins had a car, but she didn't have anything. "Zhao Ling," Song Yuan said to Zhao Ling with a smile, "Aren't you going to share some of this 400,000 with me?" Zhao Ling directly laughed out loud. "Big brother, if I finish this thing, that 400,000 must be mine." "What do you mean I'll share a little with you? Then don't blame me for stealing business." Song Yuan looked at the mansion from a long distance away with a feeling of being a must-have. Zhao Ling's face was green. With Song Yuan's ability, solving the problems of this mansion was a breeze. He had originally come over to solve the dying old demon inside the mansion, and incidentally, he had just solved the problem of the tycoon. He can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He can get the $400,000 and also pay off his debt by overtaking the demonic souls. A 2-for-1 thing, which if Song Yuan intervened, wouldn't he be working for nothing? Zhao Ling's face was unsightly. I'll give you a 20% share alright, ancestor. You mustn't intervene in the whole process. And don't give me any hints unless I ask you. You're asking for too much. I can't handle it. 20% is fine. You can't deprive too hard either. Xiaoya's eyes lit up and she asked in a clipped voice. Zhao Mandarin, get over it. He is really that capable of stealing this business from my hands. You? Zhao Ling almost laughed out loud. Do you know what's going on here? Isn't that just a mess tossed out by a dying demon soul? I'm at least a heavenly maiden, Xiaoya said defiantly. Just that heavenly maiden of yours. Song Yuan opened wide directly against his face. Without eating, you don't even have the strength to walk. Zhao Ling directly laughed out loud. After all, every time he stayed with Xiaoya, he always felt like Xiaoya was a starving man who had to eat fish and meat to death. I'm a war god. Our war god was originally like this. The Earth's aura is thin end of the era. I can only get energy through food. I was forced to do so, but I'm full of food. Can have energy. Xiaoya argued with reason. Zhao Mandarin took all sorts of props from the trunk while he put all the props he could use into the luggage. Song Yuan watched Zhao Ling take out a bunch of paper figures from inside the trunk, as well as ghostly talismans and various incense burners, and couldn't help himself. Aren't you a soul ferryman? Why are you still doing the work of a Taoist priest? You don't understand. Zhao Ling was full of helplessness. That's why your clients are basically non-human. We know you're very powerful, but if you take a few human clients you'll know. The life and death book of Yin and whatnot. They don't know what kind of stuff it is. But if you don't wear these Taoist robes and these robes and dance around a little bit, it's not even forced. That's a major reason to get more money. Zhao Ling also explained to Song Yuan. Xia Dongqing on the side as if watching a big show. Zhao Ling, you do not learn these props from the TV, right? Fighting zombies? Shut up. Zhao Ling could calmly explain to Song Yuan. But it didn't mean that Zhao Ling could tolerate Xia Dongqing. I don't think it's that hard to make money. Why don't we go our separate ways? Xiaoya thought she could grab the business. You can pull it down. Just your 2 tricks. Might as well follow me. Don't come to the time when a penny is not cheated, and not earned. Zhao Mandarin uttered a big truth. You want to follow me together, even if I hired you. So how much are you offering? Yaya asked curiously. Give you $50 for ribs? Zhao Ling picks and searches and really pulls out a crumpled 50 from the inside of his own pocket. What do I care about your 50? Said Yaya, blushing. Just as the two of them were arguing, a big gold cup drove up next to them. The big gold cup stopped beside them, and a group of men dressed in Taoist garb stepped down from the top of the car. These were minions, about 6 or 7 of them. On the co-pilot's side, there was a person wearing a purple Dao robe that had all sorts of beautiful patterns embroidered with gold and silver threads on it. Anyway, Song Yuan and Zhao Ling were not people with much of an aesthetic and didn't see what the pattern was. The line of people in Taoist robes were neatly organized, holding their gadgets in their hands, glancing at Zhao Ling and Song Yuan, and leaving without a word. Still quite arrogant? Zhao Ling narrowed his eyes and said, so what if he's arrogant? You're still driving a van? Pulling ashes after the dead? Xia Dongqing frowned. Can Zhao Ling listen to what you're all talking about? Zhao Mandarin shoved that 50 directly to Xiaoya. It's a deal. I'm a soul ferryman. I'm in a dark costume. I lose him? I'm not more racy than him? Xiaoya was full of disgust. Xia Dongqing came closer, salivating. Xiaoya, if you don't want this money, give it to me as well. Asterisk 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 off. Xiaoya busily stuffed the 50 into her own pants pocket and followed Zhao Mandarin's footsteps. $50 won't be enough for me to eat ribs. I'm a heavenly maiden. A 9 heavenly maiden. Who would have enough of that to stuff their teeth? Xia Dongqing looked at Zhao Ling with bawling eyes. Zhao Ling, you can't be thick-skinned. Xiaoya can steal your business. I can too. Why don't you share 10% with me? I'll split my ass. You think you're the man with the sword on credit? Zhao Ling was furious and walked at the front, while Song Yuan walked at the end idly, as if taking a stroll, entering the tycoon's mansion, led by the butler through a bunch of wigwams and long corridors. All of them eventually came to the empty lot in front of the tycoon's villa. The whole mansion was just like an ancient prince's residence, with 5 entrances and 5 exits. To be honest, with such a courtyard, Song Yuan would have to get lost coming in. It's too winding. Chapter 82 Wang Yuya Zhugeqing's second brooch discovered by Song Yuan. However, when Song Yuan and the others arrived, they found that there were already quite a number of people waiting on top of that open space. Seeing so many people coming over from Song Yuan, the group of Taoist priests from before glanced toward Song Yuan's direction in great confusion. Then they turned their heads to stare at the housekeeper's sister and asked in a chorus of questions. Why are there so many ordinary people? What are they coming over for? Leave the professional stuff to us professionals. This common man is a fraud at first glance. That's right, Rich people can just invite us, they don't need to invite anyone else. We're a shoichi. Shoichi, do you understand? Look at what our boss is wearing. It's a purple robe. There are less than 3,000 of them in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Song Yuan leisurely said from the side. Then you're talking too much. Purple robe has less than 30 people in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Where did you get 3,000 people? As soon as his words fell, the little brother in the purple robe turned his head towards Song Yuan and said menacingly, "Who are you?" "You know." Song Yuan smiled playfully. Yes. Just hold the position you're in now, and after 3 seconds, something good will fall from the sky for you. As soon as the words left his mouth, a pile of bird poop fell right on the purple-robed little brother's face. The brother who pooped the bird's poop may not have eaten very well lately. This pile of bird's poop was a diluted one, and there was even a little bit of it that almost went into that purple-robed little brother's mouth. Ah! The purple-robed boy screamed in terror. While covering his face, he pointed at Song Yuan. "That's the bird you raised, isn't it? Just wait for me." Standing around him those few Taoist priests hand and foot to find wet paper towels. To that purple-robed little brother wipe. Toss down a good mess. What does it have to do with me? Song Yuan rolled his eyes without any goodwill. Good fortune telling. Bro. The tall boy next to him with a ponytail and a white baseball cap, and wearing a sweatshirt, chimed in. Wudong Wang also ah? Song Yuan recognized the other party at the first glance. Not to mention, it looked exactly the same as inside the TV series. Didn't you all give a failure nailed to the pillar of shame? Wang was also anxious and was close to stepping forward to cover Song Yuan's mouth. Keep your voice down. How do you know me? Song Yuan seems to smile. Wang also coughed. Zhang Hu's flower card order you also saw. This rich man, he is not local. Obviously I was the first to find out that there is a problem with his mansion. Obviously I was the first to find out that he himself has a problem. It was the first time I tried to help him solve this problem. Speaking here, Wang also coughed. Although I'm not a good learner. Right. Although I failed, then he can't nail me to the pillar of shame. Right? Do you say he is not excessive? Song Yuan nodded his head in a serious manner. It was indeed excessive. So you're here now with a clean slate? Wang also nodded. That's for sure. I came over again in disguise this time, and even used a fake name. If I succeed, I'll be able to snowball my previous shame. Big brother, you know how to pinch and count. You should also know that it's not simple inside this mansion, right? Having said a snowball's worth of words, the latter is just being tentative. Song Yuan didn't say anything and swept a glance inside the crowd, locking onto a target. It seems that the kind brother wearing sunglasses has the same idea as you. Sunglasses? Wang was also curious. Zhuge Cheng? Song Yuan directly said the other party's name. The distant Zhuge Cheng who was eavesdropping on the gossip with listening to the wind chanting's face changed. While Song Yuan didn't care about the other party, but also looked at Wang Yuya who was next to him. You don't recognize it? Wang also shook his head like a rattledrum. Do not know, but I have heard of it. Zhuge family's star offspring well, with me the same as nailed to the pillar of shame. I'm telling you, Zhuge family can be almost laughed to death in our industry. Zhuge Cheng, big enough to not have to laugh so hard. You haven't seen him? Song Yuan narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the current Wang Yuya didn't know Zhuge Cheng, and Zhuge Cheng didn't know about Wang Yuya's Wind Queen strange door, which meant that the Luo Tian Dajia hadn't been opened. Never met. I haven't even met you, but you know me. Big brother, what's your name? Wang also looked at Song Yuan seriously. Song Yuan gave his name, and his occupation. A person who gives out knives on credit? Wang also looked at Song Yuan curiously. I have heard of it. It says that there is a kind of people in the folklore who specialize in giving out a knife to others in times of distress and accompanied by a prophecy. When the prophecy is fulfilled, they will go and collect the knife. That's you, isn't it? Song Yuan nodded. That's right. Zhao Mandarin in the side of the silent listening to the old half a day. Also thought that the male ponytail in front of the eyes is Song Yuan's customers. Did not think that the two do not know each other at all. Say, chat's so happy. I thought he was your customer. The future may be. Song Yuan smirked as he sized up Wang Yuya. Want to make a deal with me? Wang also immediately had the feeling of being seen through all over. The Feng Ho Chi man he had learned could keep Wang Yuya in an auspicious position at all times, and he subconsciously mobilized his gongfu. But even then, Wang had the feeling that he was being seen through, only to hear the opposite side of Song Yuan directly said, doing business with me? I will give you a prophecy that is 100% true. It is better than you directly asking Nei Jing. After all, your family's Nei Jing has to charge a price. Wang was also filled with shock. But you don't charge a price when I do business with you? Collect. Song Yuan took it for granted. But this price of mine, at least you can afford it. I have nothing to ask now. I have no idea about the future. Anyway, I am Buddhist. This business I don't do. Wang also got a look from Song Yuan and the person stuttered. You'll need me someday. Song Yuan handed Wang Yuya his business card with details of his name, address and phone number. Maybe we'll meet one day. What this credit knife guy says is basically true. And the king was not in doubt. While they were chatting, Zhuge Cheng had a pair of eyes that were dead set on Song Yuan. Mother asterisk 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 That's the legendary man with the sword on credit. What a rare profession. When Zhuge Wuho borrowed his life from the heavens, he seemed to have contacted the credit knife man. The number of strange people gathered in the open space was increasing, and Zhao Ling looked around, inexplicably satisfied. It seems that we soul ferrymen are still relatively busy, and we didn't think of a second brush even though we were nailed to the pillar of shame. This precinct is Huamulan, right? Song Yuan glanced at Zhao Ling. The two of them didn't avoid anything at all between their words. Anyone would be able to hear them. Only the crooks and the clueless ones don't take the joiners seriously. However, Wang also looked at Zhao Ling 2 more times, and then felt that it was not quite right. You should be black and white in official terms, right? That's what you call it. Zhao Ling corrected. My real name is Soul Ferryman. Chapter 83. Wang also looked at Zhao Ling with a face full of astonishment. In fact, he was unable to understand. Such a small case can actually alarm the black and white irregulars? At this time, Wang also noticed that Zhao Ling had a shadow in the sun, which meant that Zhao Ling had an entity. Wang also couldn't help but say, you should be the black and white irregulars, or yang irregulars, dispatched by the hell to reside on earth, right? Call it whatever you want, it all means the same thing anyway. Zhao Ling looked pale. This configuration of yours is awesome. Wang could also see that Song Yuan and Zhao Ling were in cahoots. With the credit knife man plus Yang Wu Chang, this case will definitely be solved by you guys, and we'll be spectators at best. Those few Zhangyi's Taoist priests just now, those are all liars. Where are there so many purple robes? Anyone who casually wears a purple robe to woo people is bound to suffer a backlash. Wang Yuya's pair of eyes balked inside the crowd, just in time to lock eyes with Zhuge Cheng, who couldn't dodge. As for the Zhuge family, I have to admit that Marquis Wu was indeed amazing back then, but I don't know if he's powerful or not. There aren't many with real skills in here. Wang also came to a conclusion. As he was talking, Song Yuan realized that Xiaoya's eyes were straight, her eyes staring dead at the corner. Amber? That seems to be Amber. And Xiaoya glanced around as she said this, and only after doing so did Xiaoya realize in hindsight that the Queen Mother of the West hadn't followed her. Otherwise, if the Queen Mother of the West found out about Amber's existence, she might just obliterate it. Back then, Amber was the most beautiful, the one with the title and the highest power among the Celestial Maiden clan, and also the favorite Celestial Maiden of the Queen Mother of the West. Yet it was such a Celestial Maiden who actually fell in love with a human and betrayed Kunlun, even during the Great Flood, and stood steadfastly on the side of the human camp. The offspring they bore were known as the Yalong. That human bloodline with the Celestial Maiden Amber was so special that they tamed the medicine that no Celestial had been able to tame. The dimension where the medicine was located was one that had hundreds or even tens of thousands of races, the specifics of which no one was quite sure of. But the only thing that was clear was that there was a fusion of one of the races and the human bloodline, and that kind of medicine was known as a compulsion. All the people of the Nighthawks were called medicine men. What Amber? Hearing her words, Bai Fianchu said in confusion, there's someone you know here? Kia looked in Amber's direction with incredulity. I think so, but I still need to be sure. People called Jade. Song Yuan found Jade's account on top of the microblog. A big blogger with millions of followers. People specialize in reading horoscopes and tarot. People are not called anything like Amber. What a cute little girl. Still full of unbelief. Xiaoya stared off into the distance and shook her head. It can't be. She's Amber. Song Yuan was also too lazy to take care of Xiaoya. In fact, Xiaoya was right. The probability that Jade should be the reincarnation of Amber, but it is also possible that it is just the descendant of Amber, not the reincarnation. After all, Amber is a celestial maiden, and celestial maidens live for a good long time, so maybe Amber is still alive. Just as they were chatting, the housekeeper's sister suddenly came over. This time we have invited strange people from all sides. We will register each and every one of them. Please show your ID cards. If you are able to free our master of the house, then our master will also spend quite a bit of money to publicize you. But if you fail, then you have seen the previous order of the jungle flower cards. This is my master's style. If you are willing to accept it, register your names and IDs for all kinds of information. If you are not willing to accept it, you can leave now. I didn't realize that I would have to register my ID information when I came over to subdue the demons. Song Yuan didn't care. His ID information was provided by the system panel, and he suspected for a moment that the thing was a fake. As for Zhao Ling and Xiaoya, they all have their own identities on Earth, and ID cards and such are essential. However, there were quite a few people inside the crowd who twisted their heads and left after hearing the housekeeper's sister's words. The Taoist priests from earlier, who were said to be Shoichi, had also left. It was quite spacious for a while, After waiting for about 10 minutes, the housekeeper's sister continued. It seems that the ones who stayed are all masters, but some pseudo-masters appeared here before we were rich, and even the Zhuge family's people didn't succeed. Hearing the housekeeper's sister say that, Wang also almost laughed out loud. Zhuge Chang had a green face. What kind of people? I can't believe they nailed him to the pillar of shame. Talking about the Zhuge family like that in front of so many people? Zhuge Chang was directly anxious at this time, but he spoke with his voice clamped down and was probably afraid of being recognized. Who said that? That's Zhuge Chang's uselessness. How come the whole Zhuge family is involved? I'm also a member of the Zhuge family, and I'm here to wipe out my past shame. Hearing this, the housekeeper's sister looked curiously in Zhuge Chang's direction. May I ask who you are? My name is Zhuge Green. Zhuge Green was really open-minded enough to come up with such a sentence. Wang also looked at him with a changed expression. It's so easy to be so open-minded. The housekeeper's sister had seen quite a few strange people during the period of time that the tycoon was in trouble, and to be honest, she had long forgotten what Zhuge Chang looked like, and surprisingly, she didn't have any suspicions for a while. I see. I hope that you can wash away the shame of the Zhuge family. It's not that our master looks down on everyone. The housekeeper's sister probably just said that in passing, before looking at everyone with a serious face, but it's true that a lot of crooks have come out of the woodwork before, so we're going to have to do a little test before you all go into the mansion and find out what's wrong, said the housekeeper's sister. Let the people carry up a table, which was covered with a red cloth. The housekeeper's sister surveyed everyone seriously. We'll play a little game called Shoot the Covers. Shooting replies is a small game played in traditional numerology and has been featured in Journey to the West, which simply means guessing the items on top of the table. The housekeeper's sister looked indifferent. There is a red cloth on top of this table behind me. Underneath the red cloth there is a stainless steel basin upside down on top of the table. While underneath this basin I have placed something. The one who guesses it will be able to enter the master's mansion. You need to write your answer on a slip of paper and give it to me. Let's begin. Why do I feel like I've seen this kind of thing inside the Journey to the West? Xia Dongqing's reaction speed was quite fast. After the housekeeper's sister finished her sentence, he said it the first time. Do you need my help? Song Yuan took one look and already knew exactly what was underneath that stainless steel iron basin. Zhao Ling, you're not going to die on level 1, are you? Zhao Ling, how is that possible? Song Yuan ignored Zhao Ling's stiff upper lip and walked directly to the housekeeper's sister and wrote down his answer on a piece of paper, a gold bracelet. The housekeeper's sister glanced at him with a smile on her face and made way for an invitation gesture. Please come in. You can pick a guest room as you wish. During the daytime we will have maids dedicated to bringing you meals. The last meal at night is at 5 p.m. The ancestral mansion is a bit sinister. The maids don't dare to show up at night. All the guest rooms are numbered. You can pick as many as you like. Song Yuan nodded his head and entered first, and at such a speed that the faces of the group behind him who were still measuring were green. Wang also raised his eyebrows and quickly measured up, a look of determination all over his face. Chapter 84, Song Yuan, which one of you will sleep with me? Zhao Ling's face turned green and he turned his head to look at Xiaoya next to him. Aren't you a well-fed 9 heavenly metaphysical maiden? You're the one who received my money, so you have to work, right? Xiaoya was filled with confusion as she pointed her hands at herself curiously and asked, Me? That's right. Bai Jianchu's attitude was still considered good. Compared to Zhao Ling that was a lot gentler. I heard that you're the 9 heavenly maiden. The heavenly maiden should have a lot of means, right? Just find a perspective technique. Xia Dongqing also gradually understood the relationship between Xiaoya and Wang Xiaoya, but to be honest, Xia Dongqing still liked Wang Xiaoya. Even though Wang Xiaoya looks a bit grumpy right now, but he didn't much like the legendary 9 heavenly creatures. Xiaoya actually took out her cell phone and then started searching Baidu. Zhao Ling's head got big when he saw Xiaoya's behavior. What kind of abstraction are you playing with me? It's just that you searched Baidu for the method of transcendence before, but you also searched Baidu for this thing? That's your Kunlun spell. Are you kidding? Xiaoya thought she heard wrong. There are many spells in Kunlun, more than the ants on the ground. Can I remember them all? Some things people really upload to Baidu. The Buddhist scriptures you used last time weren't quite good? The scriptures and whatnot are still not very reliable. Zhao Ling actually seemed to have regained some basic spells, or things hidden deep within his Yuan Shun, after Song Yuan planted a tiny soul in him. Those things are impossible to forget in this lifetime. Zhao Ling's hands pinched, and a golden true qi wrapped around his hands and quickly traveled up the route he was using to transport his energy to his eyes. At this moment, Zhao Ling's eyes were golden. It was the first time he had ever used such a spell. With just a glance in the direction of that table, the golden color of Zhao Ling's eyes immediately dissipated. Xia Dongqing was full of excitement. So what did you see? I know the answer. Come with me. Zhao Mandarin walked alone at the front, but the rest of them didn't move. Even Xia Dongqing who had just questioned him. Don't you guys regret it? Zhao Ling said without a trace of humor. Xia Dongqing's answer was this. I decided that I still need to wait for Xiaoya, or else you'll go and try first. In case you fail and don't have the means to go in, we'll still be able to go in. Yeah, that's $400,000. Xiaoya nodded approvingly from the sidelines. Zhao Ling gritted his teeth and first shared his answer with Xiaoya and Xia Dongqing as well as Bai Jianshu as he lowered his voice. Underneath that pot is gold. Ha! Not expecting such a result, Xiaoya still felt she had to use Kunlun's spell to take another look. Can you see it right? That feeling just now was only for a moment, but I did see clearly what was in front of me. Zhao Ruler narrowed his eyes. I saw it clearly. The master has sent a message over. Bai Jianshu said with a face full of excitement, incidentally showing her cell phone to all of them. This is it. In order not to let the answer be heard or seen by others, Bai Jianshu appeared to be very vigilant, and even cast a small spell of the demon race on top of her cell phone, so that outsiders couldn't see the words on top of the phone clearly. Originally, Zhuge Qing also wanted to use listening to the wind chant to eavesdrop on the answer, but as a result, there was no way to see the words on top of Bai Jianshu's cell phone, and he was depressed. He was a little less convinced of the final result of Zhao Ling's perspective, so he could only bow his head and honestly measure it. After eavesdropping, Zhuge Qing has already determined that even the people from Wudong have come over. Maybe the king of Wudong is also using the same speculation method as him. It depends on whose method is superior to be able to get the answer first. But Song Yuan and the others were also very weird, especially the one with the sword on credit. Song Yuan, who had an answer almost as soon as the housekeeper's sister had finished her question, which was too fast. It's unbelievable. With Song Yuan's answer, Zhao Ling and the others also entered the villa without any problems. However, Song Yuan had already chosen a guest room and they had explained the situation to the housekeeper that they were with Song Yuan. The housekeeper's sister had a smile on her face. Since you're all together, feel free to stay as long as you arrange it. The guest room Song Yuan chose was rather large. A small suite with 2 beds and even a sofa and television as well as a mahjong room. It's no exaggeration to say that there's no problem with 5 or 6 people living in here. Then why don't we all live in the same room? Zhao Ling was resolute. We can take care of each other. After all, you have to take Xia Dongqing with you. The chains are yours to weld. Song Yuan hogged a bed. I suggest you'd better sleep with Xia Dongqing in your arms at night. And as for the 2 of you, who's going to sleep with me? Bai Jianshu's eyes immediately lit up. Me. A positive look on his face. Song Yuan was just joking. Being said by Bai Jianshu, he coughed straight. I'm just joking. Forget it. I'll sleep on the sofa. I see that the sofa is also quite big. You and Xiaoya will sleep on this bed of mine. No way. Bai Fianchu instantly turned into an Arctic silver fox, stopping to prevent Song Yuan from getting out of bed, nonchalantly rushing at Xiaoya on the side. You go sleep on the sofa. Find me a cushion. I'll hit the ground beside my master. I want to protect my master's safety. Zhao Ling's teeth were sore. Why should he only be able to sleep holding Xia Dongqing? He's a credit knife man. He even dared to collect the debt of the Queen Mother of the West. And you're still protecting him? This bastard, I doubt our invincible existence in this world. Zhao Mandarin gritted his teeth, but mentioning the Queen Mother of the West, he remembered one thing. He turned his head to look at Xiaoya, say, how is the Kunlun Divine Palace now? Is it rebuilt yet? Xiaoya didn't want to bring up the matter of the Kunlun Divine Palace. Her mind was full of Amber's business, and she smoothly replied back, none of your business. Zhao Ling touched a snub and didn't say anything, pulled out his own dick thing and started working. The so-called thingy was Zhao Ling's cell phone. Directly opening the life and death book of the demon race, Zhao Ling began to determine the specific location of the demon inside the mansion. What's the situation? Zhao Ling originally thought that it was particularly simple. As long as he found the demon inside the mansion, took the demon to the tycoon's face for a look, and then collected the demon, this matter would be over. After all, the demon was dying. Anyway, on top of the demon race's life and death book, it was already in existence with a short lifespan. However, when Zhao Ling took out the book of life and death, his face turned green when he determined the location. I'm now able to determine that Acha gave me this thing that's not useful at all. I'm saying, how is she sure that the book of life and death is able to record the information of the demon race? This can't even find the exact location of a demon race, but also said it's in this house. The house is so big, where can I find it? Wouldn't it be clear if you take a look at Bai Jianshu's life and death book? Song Yuan pulled out his own cell phone and had already started playing on it. If you are able to accurately know where Bai Jianshu is through the demon life and death book, then it's not a problem with the demon life and death book. It's the fact that that demon has a superb concealment technique. Song Yuan even took a selfie of the expensive-looking porcelain vase inside the room as he spoke, after shooting only to check the value of the vase, not to mention, this thing less than a few $100,000. Sure enough, he was a rich man. Even the inside of his guest's room was decorated with such expensive ornaments. You have a point. Zhao Ling also let Song Yuan give wool gathering fear now. By the way, Do you charge for this information you provided? A free gift for you. Song Yuan rolled his eyes. Am I that black-hearted? This is something that Zhao Ren didn't dare to answer for fear that if he said the wrong thing he would be whacked by Song Yuan at that time and he wouldn't be able to resist. Chapter 85, Can you do it, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Ling really did check Bai Jianchu's life and death book. Bai Jianchu's life and death book could clearly show where Bai Jianchu was now. But Zhao Ling saw the white fiber Chu life and death book was still taken aback. The back of the white fiber Chu life and death book because of Song Yuan's involvement. So, the white fiber Chu's life and death book above all one big circle after another. Can't see clearly what the back of the development in the end. Anyway, it's a piece of fog, or completely unrecognizable garbled code. Bai Jianchu was still curious. What does my life and death book look like? Can I read it? Zhao Ling really just showed Bai Jianchu the interface of the book of life and death. And Xiaoya also stretched her head to take a look, and immediately looked disgusted. I say that your hell's text is also too strange looking. This is completely unreadable. It's not that I can't read it, it's that it's all garbled up there. Zhao Ling quickly operated the book of life and death, and turned back to the picture of the demon inside this house. It's too strange. I can't find it at all. Bai Jianchu's position is clear. It's really that demon's problem. Even if he's almost dead, he's still hiding so deeply? Xiaoya, however, went straight out the door. I'll go out for a spin. The housekeeper's sister didn't say we couldn't go out for a spin. That's a no-brainer. And the housekeeper's sister even said that when you live in this villa, you'd better go out more often to see what's wrong with the whole villa. Bai Jianchu, however, didn't know when she got the floor plan of each floor of the entire villa. This villa had a total of 5 floors. The first floor had a total of 6 guest rooms, living room and dining room as well as the kitchen. In addition to that, there was also a chess room and fitness room. She took out the entire villa every floor plan. Song Yuan idly glanced at it and pointed to an empty space on the first floor plan. And Bai Jianchu immediately noticed, this tycoon. His mansion should have spent a lot of money to find someone to design it, right? How can there still be such an empty corridor? This empty space is not a good thing. After she finished saying this, she looked at Song Yuan like she was begging for a compliment. And Song Yuan nodded gently. Xia Dongqing was confused. What do you mean? Zhao Ling looked at the location. I'll go take a look. Xia Dongqing was curious and followed. Bai Jianchu looked back at Song Yuan. Master, you are still kind-hearted. In the end you still reminded him. However, Song Yuan was full of confusion. I didn't remind him. He wouldn't be able to find anything anyway. But this house is indeed a bit fierce. I don't know what to think when it was designed in the first place. Wouldn't you know if you did the math? Xiaoya was still quite envious of the credit blade man's divine calculations. However, Song Yuan shook his head. It's not interesting. It's not interesting to calculate it. It's only interesting to reason it out by yourself. I'm too lazy to calculate it. As they were talking, a servant outside walked in with a dinner tray, putting apples and pears and other fruits inside the room. The apples were red and attractive, and there were also some small tomatoes. These have been washed. Anything else you guys want you can tell me. The maid looked at all of them with a smile and said, you are all masters. So many have gone yet. They can't even do the simplest of shooting overlays. You guys are the fastest. Words just fell. Song Yuan has not had time to say anything, but instead Xia Dongqing mouth faster. I want to eat instant noodles. You. Song Yuan's eyes glazed over. No, you really like eating instant noodles? That stuff is unhealthy. Beware that your body glows when you die and doesn't decay for 10,000 years. Xia Dongqing still maintains the fine tradition of eating instant noodles to save money. I don't care so much when I'm dead. Even if my corpse turns into a zombie, it has nothing to do with me. The meals here are free. Xiaoya wasn't quite able to understand Xia Dongqing's brain circuits. How much do you like instant noodles? The maid did look at them respectfully, not slighting them in the slightest just because Xia Dongqing was being a jerk. Masters all have some special pet peeves. I can understand that. Dinner will be delivered at 5 o'clock, and we'll also provide your instant noodles. Xia Dongqing immediately laughed, but when that servant left, Xia Dongqing immediately added, I want to eat bubbly. I don't want to eat boiled. Don't add some messy ingredients in it. I'm not used to eating it. Song Yuan are speechless. If it is not because the qi in Xia Dongqing's body must be reinforced, otherwise, Song Yuan are not going to bring Xia Dongqing over. When in the world is he going to get rid of this nesting energy in his body? You guy, you don't even eat free meals. You really don't know what's so good about instant noodles. Song Yuan was filled with helplessness. The reason why Xia Dongqing only ate instant noodles everywhere he went in the drama was because he could only afford instant noodles. Now there's a free meal, and this one won't even eat it. That's weird. Xia Dongqing just smiled and didn't say anything. A few people were talking when the lights in the room flickered and the sound of a child's laughter appeared inside the room. Song Yuan's eyes were glowing. So fast. How efficient. Bai Jianchu stood beside Song Yuan with a face full of nervousness and made a fighting stance. Xiaoya also had a black eye and was full of incredulity. What kind of ungrateful demon dares to take liberties in front of us? Is Zhao Mandarin good or not? This is all jumping to the face. Between the flickering of the lights, Song Yuan and the others seemed to see a child wearing a belly band inside the room, which flickered, but made the other people inside the room's faces stare. This isn't a demon. Yaya frowned. This is a ghost. To be exact, it's a ghost that's been raised by someone and for a very long time. Song Yuan grabbed another small tomato on top of the table. Due to being subjected to very long-lasting incense offerings, that guy is capable of more than just being a ghost. Zhao Ling rushed through the door, used his cell phone as a compass, and held the gun directly against the kid's head. The child, who kept flickering as if he was going to disappear in front of all of them, appeared in front of them. But the way the kid looks, it makes you uncomfortable to watch. This is not what a normal brat looks like. The souls of the little ghosts usually had white skin. Not to say pink, but at least white and lovely. But this little brat in front of him, his lotus root-like arms were actually light green. There was a big hole in his head as if a special character had chiseled through it, and his face and body were covered with red cracks, like spider webs. Zhao Mandarin also froze when he saw such a brat, but he quickly loaded his gun. I told you that something wasn't quite right about this mansion's aura. Besides the aura of the demon race, there's also the aura of a ghost. Say, who raised you? Where did you come from? After all, he was holding that special weapon of hell, the gun. The gun in Zhao's hand. A single bullet can make the ghosts fly away, not to mention the ghosts, even the soul ferryman. In the drama of the plot of the TV series, Zhao Li had made every effort to get a gun for Xia Dongqing. The two went out to carry out the mission. Zhao Li can be afraid of Xia Dongqing fire, which if it goes off, Zhao Li will certainly be scattered souls, ashes and ashes. However, that child was not afraid at all of having a gun pointed at his head like this by Zhao Ling, and he let out a sharp hiss at Zhao Ling. That hissing sound formed a huge sound wave that rippled out from that child's mouth in a circle. Zhao Ling was the first to bear the brunt of the shock and froze, unable to say a word, even starting to roll his eyes, and blood flowed out of his ears. Xiaoya yelled, "Zhao Ling, you are a soul ferryman. Can you do it?" After saying that, Xiaoya blocked in front of Xia Dongqing, but Xia Dongqing's eyes instantly turned red, and there was an evil smile on his face. Only in that instant, he turned his head just in time to see Song Yuan, and those red eyes immediately disappeared. On Song Yuan's side, he easily and happily took out a kitchen knife from his back, and directly inserted the tip of the knife on the table, and those sound waves even dissipated into nothingness when they touched the tip of the knife. It didn't cause any harm to Song Yuan or the Bai Jianshu behind him, while everyone else inside the room was shocked speechless. Chapter 86. Ah cha, I'll wait for you. The brat at the door seemed to want to continue, and Song Yuan snorted coldly. The brat looked like he had sensed some terrifying presence. It ran out of steam in an instant. Zhao Ling staggered 2 steps. He had been holding onto the wall and almost fell on the ground. Zhao Ling smoothly touched his cheeks with his hands. His eyes, ears and nostrils were all bleeding. It could be said that it was not too much to say that he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. As for the gun, it had fallen to the ground a moment ago, and Zhao Ran casually wiped the blood from his own face before taking the gun back in his hand. Bai Jianchu's heart palpitated. She saw Xiaoya's lousy face, her also quite speechless. Did not expect the heavenly maiden is not good. That guy is on the verge of becoming a demon. Someone spoke up then, turning on the TV with a face full of comfort. It's hard for you guys too. Xiaoya managed to slow down. She checked Xia Dongqing again. It looks like she shouldn't have woken up. Xia Dongqing was full of confusion. In fact, when Xiaoya stood in front of him, he had a feeling that he was particularly touched. But the words that Xiaoya said made Xia Dongqing puzzled, not understanding what Xiaoya meant. Ha! Unexpectedly this time Ha actually is white fiber Chu, and white fiber Chu Ha after. On the small ya that pair of eyes and some goats standing behind Song Yuan. In fact, she just saw Xia Dongqing red eyes. The demon race for all kinds of breath is quite sensitive sense. She can feel in that instant Xia Dongqing body aura have changed. Is it hard to have woken up? Hearing Bai Jianchu's mocking voice, Xiaoya looked at Xia Dongqing in confusion, and Xia Dongqing just smiled. What are you talking about? Xia Dongqing showed a piece of pure innocence. I heard a particularly noisy sound just now. Are you alright, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Ling has already cleaned up in the bathroom. Every guest room in this villa is equipped with a bathroom, rather like a hotel. It's fine. Zhao Mandarin reinserted the gun back into his leg, his face that ugly. This is a man-made raised brat, something from over in Southeast Asia, and has been provided for hundreds of years, and has already become a climate. Song Yuan nodded. Yes, this tycoon. Is he looking for death? Zhao Ling's face was ugly. He took out his cell phone and flipped through the tycoon's life and death book. Inside his mouth he rambled. He still has nothing to do but raise these messes. Does he think that the inside of this mansion of his isn't messy enough? Xia Dongqing looked at Zhao Ling curiously. Then can you take it? Of course I can collect it. Who am I? I told you this kind of little thing, Zhao Ling said. suddenly looked at Song Yuan curiously and asked tentatively, "You just said that this thing is about to become a demon, which means that this little kid is not a demon now?" Song Yuan nodded his head, knowing at first glance what Zhao Ling's mind was. "You want to transcend?" Zhao Ling straight patted his thighs. "Of course, as long as the other party has not yet become a demon, it is absolutely able to be overthrown. If this is overthrown, how much merit must be earned?" He had just finished saying this when he felt a coldness in his back, as if something was standing at his back death-gazing. Before Zhao Ling could say anything, he heard the voice of Acha speaking from behind him, who was in the TV set at that moment. "Who are you going to transcend?" Acha's voice was very cold, and it undoubtedly sounded like a hypnotic charm to Zhao Ling. "All souls must go to the underworld, and all souls must pass through me to go to the 6 paths of reincarnation. So who are you going to transcend? Did I let you become the demon race's underworld division and let you transcend?" Zhao Ling didn't even dare to look back at Acha. However, Acha was staring at Zhao Ling with a deadly stare, and the temperature of the entire room was getting colder and colder, with frost even growing on the walls. Then, Zhao Ling's body floated uncontrollably, and little by little, he was forced to turn around. Suspended in mid-air, Zhao Mandarin tried to struggle, but was simply incapable of struggling, and was just forced to turn his head to meet Acha's eyes. Acha had a death-like smile on her face, but when she said the words, her tone was extraordinarily gentle. "Who do you want to transcend? Transcending is against our underworld, but it's robbing souls from me. Zhao Ling, you're my man. You're stealing souls from me? Are you tired of living?" Acha's pair of eyes were staring at Zhao Ran dead on, as if scanning for something. Zhao Ran couldn't move at all, afraid that the soul inside him, the one that hadn't grown up yet, would be discovered by Acha. Seeds of doubt once planted, the whole room was getting colder. As the swords were drawn, Song Yuan finally spoke. "He's talking about Xiaoya going to transcend souls. Don't forget that Kunlun also owes me merit." Song Yuan had a smile on his face. "Have you dispatched the guests on your side? When can you go to Spirit Mountain with me?" Since Song Yuan opened his mouth, the temperature of the entire room quickly warmed up. Before Xia Dongqing had frost hanging above his eyebrows. As a mortal, he really couldn't stand it. "Stop it. Do you know who came to me? The Jade Emperor came to me." Acha had a warm smile on her face, and the temperature around her was rapidly warming up. Zhao Ling, who was floating in mid-air, fell back to the ground, and Acha smiled extraordinarily gently. "He's going to watch the fun, too, so when will things end on your side? With him you can rest assured that you will definitely be able to find the location of the Spirit Mountain. That dead fatso can't move anywhere. My 800-mile yellow spring is planted with the flowers of the other side of the river, and those flowers are quite pretty, so I would like to see what other flowers from the Buddha's land side can be planted in my underworld." Song Yuan nodded. "As soon as this side of things is over, you can come and find me." "Okay, no problem." Acha smiled especially happily when she agreed to this matter, but when Acha turned her head and saw Zhao Ling, she was instantly furious. "That's our underworld soul. How could you let Xian Maiden snatch it first, daring to steal business from our underworld? Is she tired of living?" Acha kept rolling her eyes at Aya as she said this. "Xiaoya, that is a bird in the hand of the Queen Mother of the West." Acha already had the ability to fight against the gods, and Xiaoya wasn't even enough in front of her, so Xiaoya didn't even dare to fart. "Don't worry." Zhao Ling, who had returned to his senses, hurriedly revealed a fawning smile. "How could we possibly give up our souls to the heavenly realm? All the souls are yours, as long as I can bring them back." It was then that Acha smiled and sized up Zhao Ling. "If you weren't indistinguishable from your former self and hadn't grown a soul, I'd honestly have to wonder if you've remembered what happened before." Zhao Ling's eyes flashed. When Song Yuan planted a soul for him, he said that this soul, Acha, had absolutely no way of detecting it, and if it was raised strong enough, Zhao Ling was able to recover his former memories. In this situation, Zhao Ling of course cooperated with the act. "Once upon a time? Do you mean those things before I became a soul ferryman? I can't remember that. The only one I remember is Ah Hyung, but unfortunately Ah Hyung is no longer around. I also wonder what exactly Ah Hyung traded with Acha in the first place. If you don't remember, you're right. Kneel down and be at peace." Acha's face had already begun to put on a mask. Too lazy to take care of this hell's gold medal soul ferryman, Acha instead threw a wink at Song Yuan in the distance. "I'll be waiting for you. Oh, be sure to give me news. Oh." "Okay." Song Yuan nodded. Only then did Acha leave, satisfied. Chapter 87, The Room That Doesn't Exist. Zhao Ran waited in place for a while, waiting until the TV set was playing a TV series, and even Xiaoya was captivated by the content inside the TV series. Zhao Ran didn't dare to venture out. "Alright, the people have already left." Song Yuan looked at Zhao Ling that way and really found it funny and couldn't help but remind. Only then did Zhao Ling seem to come back to his senses, patting his own little heart and sitting on the sofa with a face full of hard feelings. "My God, finally gone. scared to death. Speaking of this, Zhao Ran gave Song Yuan a thumbs up with a face full of gratitude. Thanks to you this time, brother. If Song Yuan hadn't helped him hide it, I'm afraid he would have been exposed. Song Yuan had a smile on his face. There's no need to thank me. You'd better hurry up and solve this case. We're going to Spirit Mountain later. Zhao Ling froze. You think I don't want to? I just looked for half a day and I saw that one weird guy and it was so strong. I'll do it. Isn't it just a brat? Xiaoya immediately stood up. How great is that? Song Yuan, however, asked from the side. A soul ferryman shouldn't be that useless. Even if that brat has been artificially bred, it shouldn't be a problem for you. With Xiaoya's help, Zhao Ran suddenly gained confidence. The two went out together. But for Xia Dongqing still stayed beside Song Yuan this thing. Those two are not worried at all. That is the credit knife people. She will not wake up in front of the credit knife people. Zhao Ling in this villa inside back and forth shopping. Xiaoya originally followed out to help, but let her run into the Jade. So Xiaoya will directly follow the people wearing JK's emerald into another guest room. Zhao Ling shopping suddenly found no one behind. Full of confusion. That being said, there were still relatively few strange people who came in. Other than them, it was Jadeite, Wudong Wanya as well as Zhugacheng. As for the others, they either left because they had problems registering their IDs or because they couldn't guess the shot replies. Not to mention, after strolling around, Zhao Ling found that this entire mansion had problems. The first floor had a corridor that clearly looked like a murder house. That corridor was specifically empty, but there was nothing inside that corridor. It was a bit weird. The second floor was where the owner's family lived. The master bedroom was all here. But there was a huge painting which was filled with all sorts of beautiful peach blossoms. But this painting made people feel uncomfortable. Zhao Ling walked around that painting for half a day, and he always felt that something wasn't right. The third floor was the entertainment area of the villa. There was a gaming area, and even a movie area, as well as a snack area, and Zhao Ling even shunned a bottle of Coke. But it felt a little weird there in the collection area of the owner's house. This owner's home has a collection of hand-me-downs in the collection area, and they all look like they're worth quite a bit of money anyway. The fourth floor is the pet area and plant area. Although this owner's family moved away, but the puppy dog inside the pet area is still there. Zhao Mandarin was originally afraid of dogs, and when he went up, he was scared to death. The fifth floor is another huge collection area. This collection area is filled with antiques. The entire fifth floor is filled with surveillance everywhere. These antiques are locked inside safes. The stuff in here alone can be worth a lot more than the hand-me-down area on level 3. Zhao Ling wandered through the entire mansion several times, always feeling that there was a bigger problem inside the mansion, but he didn't find where the ghost was. He guessed that he would have to wait for the night. The smell of ghosts inside this mansion was actually very thick. A few of the other oddballs had come out except for the one named Emerald who hadn't. Both Wang Yuyat and Zhugacheng also researched inside the entire villa. Nothing was found to be wrong, but this whole mansion gave off a particularly gloomy and strange feeling. However, Zhao Ling wasn't completely unproductive. As he wandered through the mansion for the third time, he found, on the first floor, at the corridor that clearly looked like the entrance to a murderous mansion, the little ghost that he had just seen. The brat flashed a ghostly face at Zhao Ling and quickly ran away. Bear child. Zhao Mandarin just now but clearly remembered. That little kid attacked himself. Saw that little kid immediately fire. The little ghost was running towards the left side of the corridor, directly through the wall. It should have entered the room on the left side. That left side was an empty guest room. Zhao Mandarin directly opened the door, but he did not see the shadow of that little ghost. He could feel the brat's scent nearby, but it was clearly just a wall away, and he'd lost the man. I really don't believe it. Zhao Ling switched the screen of the Book of Life and Death on his cell phone. Recently the Hellmouth underwent an upgrade. The Book of Life and Death could sense the existence of ghosts or demonic souls in the surroundings. Previously, he could only enter a specific name or take a picture and scan it to be able to determine the location of the ghosts or demonic souls. Now it was equivalent to being able to directly scan for ghosts in the vicinity, except that this vicinity was within a circle of about 10 meters around the center of Jiaoling. It's not particularly far, but it was already a technological breakthrough for Steve Jobs. That's why Jiaoling quickly started scanning and instantly captured the figure of that little brat, then clicked in to check that brat's life and death book. As they had predicted before, this guy had been bred for centuries and was on the verge of becoming a demon. Can't find it, can you? Just as Zhao Ling was earnestly searching for traces of the little ghost, a voice suddenly spoke from behind him. It was Song Yuan. Zhao Ran was full of caution. Is there a charge? No charge. Song Yuan rolled his eyes. Just buy me a meal. I'm seeing you as too abrasive. Identifying the location of the brat but not being able to find the other side. Right? After hearing this, Zhao Ling spat out. That's right. If you look at the Book of Life and Death, it clearly shows this location. However, there is no brat inside this room, nor in the corridor. Did he run into the cracks in the walls? Song Yuan shook his head. Have you ever wondered what this empty hallway is actually for? Zhao Ling looked at him curiously while Song Yuan said, there's a room inside this corridor that you can't see. Of the demon race? Zhao Ling reacted extremely quickly and quickly said. Song Yuan nodded. That's right, but then again, you have to deal with the ghosts here first. I mean all of them. Eat first and come back at 12 p.m. Zhao Mandarin very unwillingly glanced at the wall of the room. It clearly showed that the brat was nearby, but he couldn't find it. There was no way. Since Song Yuan had reminded him of this, then he could only do as he was told. There was absolutely no problem listening to Song Yuan. However, after the two of them left, Zhuge Cheng popped up. An invisible room? The bastard had been using listening to the wind chant and knew the information around him like the back of his hand. Isn't it just a room? Wu Ho Chi Men. Finding a room isn't easy? While he said this, he heard Wang Yuya's rambling voice from the side. There should be a little money after this ticket. What does the Ghostbusters team want? Invisible room? Wind Queen Chi Men. Find a room is not easy? As soon as Wang also spoke, he met Zhuge Cheng's line of sight. Zhuge Cheng, Wang Yuya, you too? Zhuge Cheng, Wang Yuya, you know Chi Men? The Wind Queen's strange technique? One of the 8 legendary strange techniques? Really? Zhuge Cheng asked, holding his hands. Wang also, fake. Alright. You wait. Zhuge Cheng's eyes suddenly became sharp. His left foot slightly stepped towards the ground, and a blue Chi Men formation disc appeared underneath his feet. Wang also didn't want to take care of him, but he had to do it. But when he turned his head, he ran away with a face full of panic. The veins on Zhuge Cheng's forehead went straight up. What are you running for? You. The reason why Wang also ran was also very simple. The wall behind Zhuge Cheng suddenly transformed into a bloody mouth, directly wrapping Zhuge Cheng and swallowing him in one bite. And Zhuge Cheng completely disappeared into this corridor. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Yuya's eyes went wide at once. Chapter 88 by Jianchu Feeding Fruits. Zhao Ling and Xiaoya as cows and horses. Disappeared? Right here by the walls? Zhao Ling had a "you're donking me" expression on his face, and his eyes still couldn't help but look in the direction of the room. Wang also went straight to knocking on Song Yuan's gang's door, and he tried to use the Wind Queen's Chi Men to get himself into the wall, but none of them worked. Since Song Yuan had previously said that he would wait for the night to come, and also said that there was a non-existent room here, Wang Yuya thought that if he used the Wind Queen's strange door to change time and space, he might be able to make that invisible room reappear. However, no matter how hard Wang Yuya tried, he was unsuccessful and had no choice but to go to Song Yuan. It turned out to be exactly the villa's meal delivery time. Song Yuan and the others sent Zhao Ling out, but they themselves were inside the room, eating with a gusto. Tonight's food was beef bone stewed shaggy snails, peanut stewed pig's feet, chicken stewed mushrooms, and some vegetables and stuff. All in all it looked hard, and except for Xia Dongqing, that no good gizmo, who asked for a packet of instant noodles, the rest of the people ate rice. Zhao Ling felt that if he didn't go back, there would be no food in a while. As a result, he also met Wang Yuya, a roadblock. I am an heir of the Wind Queen's Chi Men. I can change time and space. I can even change the festivals, Wang Yuya said, and then he snapped his fingers, and a Chi Men formation disc appeared at his feet. Zhao Ling did feel the cold wind whooshing around him, and he had goosebumps when it was still summer. Wait, did you really change it or was it just an illusion? If you changed time and space, that non-existent room should have appeared. Zhao Ling was actually thinking the same thing. After all, Song Yuan had hinted before that he must come at night. It's really changed, and now it's night. The Chi Men formation disc under his feet performed a transformation, which was actually a bit similar to the Bagua compass, but Zhao Ran was unable to read it. Then how come there's no reaction at all? Zhao Ling stared at the wall. If it's really inside this room, that guy should have come out. Right, he's a demon. Zhao Ling suddenly seemed to understand. Although he's a dying demon, but that's still a demon. How can a demon be compared to an ordinary human? It makes sense that he hasn't come out now. Then Zhuge Cheng could die? Wang was also startled. That's not so bad. Zhou Man cut in. Wang also had a disbelieving look on his face. How did you know? I just know. Zhao Mandarin stepped out of Wang Yuya's formation disc as if it were nothing. Alright, I'm going to go eat, or else there really won't be anything for me to eat in a while. I'll let you have my meal. Wang Yuya, however, was persistent. I must find him. Before we find him, we must first get all the spirits inside the mansion. Ghosts, you know? Figure this stuff out first. This Song Yuan said. What he says is usually correct. Zhao Ling frowned, dropped this sentence, and went back to the house in a hurry. Xia Dongqing was still eating instant noodles, but his instant noodles had a few large pig's feet inside. Saving it for you. Song Yuan looked bland. Zhuge Cheng was eaten? It was eaten by that invisible room. That one called Wang Yuya. Quite interesting. Zhao Ling said as he swept swiftly. He said he could change time and space. but I didn't feel anything. I said that it would only work if all the ghosts inside the entire mansion were sent away. Song Yuan looked bland. It's useless even if he changed it to tomorrow night. Wang also carried his dinner plate and came directly to this room. There were quite a few dishes on his side as well, and Song Yuan's side was actually not a duplicate. This is delicious. The rice here is just too good. Zhao Ling's heart blossomed, and he also promised with the human king as well. Don't worry, we'll definitely help you find your brother out. Wang also cried and laughed. Actually, this is the first time I've met Zhuge Qing. It's just that they are both warlocks and both play chi men, so there is a feeling of sympathy. Soon it was 12 p.m. Zhao Ling came to the first floor with his dick, and Jadeite was also called out by Xiaoya, and after some liaison with Xiaoya, the two of them have become very familiar. You guessed that Emerald would be a descendant of Amber, or a reincarnation of Amber, but all in all, the other parties seemed to be of the Yelong clan, and Xiaoya could clearly feel the bloodline of medicine flowing inside the other party's body. Zhao Ling suddenly yelled, "All of you get out, or I'll tell you all to go up and smoke." He had a gun in his hand. Crowd. There was no reaction at all from the surrounding area. Quiet. Xiaoya couldn't help but laugh out loud, and Zhao Mandarin glared viciously in her direction. Zhao Ling also felt his face burning hot. A ghostbuster. A soul ferryman. If you can't command all the ghosts, what do you call a soul ferryman? Even ghosts can climb to the head of the Undertaker? Is that possible? Song Yuan couldn't look away and pushed Zhao Ling away. Get on the side. I'll do it. At this moment, Song Yuan cupped a kitchen knife in his hand and walked directly to the most central position of the entire living room, where the floor tiles happened to be drawn in the shape of a blossoming flower. It can't be helped that the aesthetic of the 50s and 60s was pretty much this virtuous. The place where Song Yuan was standing was exactly the center of the peony among the blossoming flowers. It seemed to be the center of the entire living room. After determining the place, without saying a word, Song Yuan drew out a knife and directly inserted it into the most center of Blossom Fortune. An astral wind whirled and swept rapidly towards the surroundings with the center of the circle at the place where Song Yuan had inserted himself. The people around them couldn't help but close their eyes, as if they were covered by a white mist in front of them. But after that astral wind blew away, everything around them was revealed. A large amount of blood seeped out of each blank wall, and the white walls quickly turned red, with a heavy odor of blood emanating from the surroundings. However, a figure appeared above the blank wall. Everything around it was colored red, but only the figure was white. The light above the ceiling flickered. Then, in front of each blank wall stood a ghost. Big or small, tall or short, fat or thin, anything. Zhao Ling's eyes beaded up. Get to work. What are you waiting for? Song Yuan said without a trace of anger. Overwhelm. If you want to take one back to hell, you won't be able to pay that debt of yours. I know. Zhao Ling was a bit nervous as he faced so many ghosts for the first time. I'll overpower them all at once. Ha, isn't that nonsense? Song Yuan rolled his eyes. And these ghosts have all been nourished. Some of them are on the verge of turning into demons. If such ghosts can be overtaken by you, that would provide quite a lot of merit. I'll try. Zhao Ling sat down on the ground and began chanting the Lotus Sutra of the Wonderful Law. Confused, Sayaka said, does it work? That's been raised to be a demon. Song Yuan swept a glance at Zhao Ling with a bland expression. Have you eaten enough? So many hard dishes just now. The latter basically went into Yaya's stomach, since the others were full and she was the only one who wasn't. That stomach of the 9 heavenly mysteries was like a bottomless pit, and it left Wang Yuya dumbfounded. I'm full. Xia licked her lips. I haven't been this full in a while. Eat enough to give me to go to work. Song Yuan moved a chair to sit next to him. In my this knife deterrent, they cannot leave that wall root. You see which face has a part of the expression or the expression of disobedience. Give me a hard hit. Hit until the other side to serve until. As for the merit, well, count you half. Xiaoya's head roared, instantly blessedly understanding Song Yuan's statement. Do you mean physical transcendence? That's not nonsense. With that power of his, do I count on him? Mustn't he do something special? Go. Song Yuan was impatient. Wang also vaguely felt that Song Yuan was the core of the whole team, looking at people, next to a beautiful sister feeding fruits to eat, commanding the ghost messengers and the 9 heavenly mysteries to work. Since when has there been such a terrifying presence on Earth? Is this all true? P.S. The storm starts tomorrow. Chapter 89, The Zashiki Kid. Not to mention, although the current Zhao Ling did not systematically learn the Buddhist scriptures, but Zhao Ling and Xiaoya joint work, the efficiency is quite high. But any grimace, let Xiaoya a passive old fists to the nose and face, can only listen to Zhao Ling is not too skillful Buddhist scriptures waiting to be superseded. Zhao Ling's Buddhist scriptures were becoming more and more skillful. From being manipulated by the scriptures in the beginning, he was now able to chant them skillfully. Moreover, when Zhao Ling was chanting the Buddhist scriptures, He was chanting with his legs crossed and his hands folded with his eyes closed, and there was a faint golden light slowly surfacing on his body, and there were also Sanskrit scripts inside that golden light, which was particularly beautiful. Even a huge golden lotus appeared underneath Zhao Ling's but *s, and that golden lotus was still stretching its petals, just like the appearance of an enlightened monk. If you ignore the resistance of the ghosts, then this is definitely a beautiful picture of a high priest overtaking a stern ghost. Under the intimidation of Xiaoya's pair of fists, these ghosts had honestly chosen to be completely transcended by Zhao Ling. It was only about half an hour in the mold. All of these ghosts were overdone and completely disappeared in a golden light. Zhao Ling also opened his eyes at this time, but looked at Song Yuan with a complicated expression. It was because he could clearly feel that the merit coming out of himself had already reached Song Yuan's side. Xiaoya was the same, and even Xiaoya was holding a cell phone, and the app created on top of this phone was also able to clearly calculate how much merit had been returned to Song Yuan each time. This time it was a 50-50 split between Zhao Ling and Xiaoya, and the two of them overcame a total of 25 evil ghosts that had been raised by people, and a few of them could even reach the level of demons. The two of them provided a total of 20,000 points of merit to Song Yuan. It's okay, this efficiency is okay. Song Yuan acknowledged the efficiency of the two of them in providing merit. If you, Zhao Ling, finish paying off your own accounts later, you can still pay off the accounts of the hell in this way. Zhao Ling only felt that his body was going to be hollowed out. Don't look at him just chanting there. But in fact, this is a dunking. The blue bar, this thing is also invisible. Specifically something similar to spiritual power. Both of Zhao Ling's eyelids were now fighting non-stop. As a soul ferryman, he actually rarely slept, but right now all he wanted to do was sleep. But he still braced himself and asked, obviously, it's my merit. How come it has to be divided in half to Xiaoya? Xiaoya had managed to give Kunlun a chance to be able to pay back the debt, so naturally she refused to give up. What are you saying? If it wasn't for the fact that I hadn't fully learned Kunlun's way of transcending, could I have helped you? I directly robbed your figure. If it wasn't for my existence, could these ghosts honestly leave? As she said this, Xiaoya raised her small fist, which still had blue energy on it. Like I said, I'm full, but I'm energized. Wang also looked at the scene with a face full of shock. He was curious. I'm not too sure about the overcoming of ghosts, but then again, this shadow above each wall should be the body of these ghosts, the place where their bodies are buried. As he said this, Wang also suddenly stepped his right foot towards the ground, and a Chi-Men formation disc appeared at his feet. His face was grave. These ghosts' corpses seem to form a special formation disc. It should mean to attract wealth. 5 ghosts transporting money. Song Yuan hit the nail on the head. Wang also came back to his senses. Yes. It's a spell from my Taoist sect called 5 Ghosts Transporting Wealth, by Jianchu, however, was full of confusion. But you guys are talking about 5 ghosts, and there are 25 of them here. So this has nothing to do with the 5 ghosts transporting wealth, right? The orthodox 5 ghosts to transport wealth requires the souls of those 5 people one is close to, as if they were the souls of 5 people, a wife, a father and mother, a son, and a friend. But this formation has been modified to use the corpses and souls of the rich and powerful's family branches of the same family name, as well as the bodies and souls of some small ghosts that have been raised for a long time. Song Yuan ate the fruit while answering by Jianchu's questions. Then he pointed to the knife that he had stuck in the ground and flippantly said to Zhao Ling, I want 70%. Zhao Ling naturally knew what Song Yuan was talking about. Song Yuan was talking about the $400,000 of payment, but he also understood that without Song Yuan's help, it would have been impossible for him to complete the transcendence as well. Even if he and Xiaoya were to join forces, they simply couldn't do this. Song Yuan's cut was crucial. Jade also looked at Song Yuan with a stunned expression. This person looked a bit familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. And before Jade also heard Xiaoya said, this Song Yuan is what credit knife people in Jade's family genealogy once recorded. Their family did receive credit knife people's favor. Even the credit knife people left their family that knife, up to now still subject to their family incense offerings. Song Yuan couldn't be bothered to take care of Jadeite at this time. He had to go to Spirit Mountain after this matter was resolved. What are you all standing there for? That non-existent room has appeared. Being reminded by him, all eyes focused in the direction of that redundant corridor on the first floor, when a door that appeared to be tightly sealed indeed appeared in front of that corridor. There really is a room. Wang also particularly excited to know that before he was watching Zhuge Qing just swallowed in. Wang also went directly to the front of that door, pulling the door handle to yank it outward. Nay, just cannot open. I'll do it. Xiaoya, as a 9 heavenly Xian Nu, had strength in her body. She directly jumped and ran over, intending to use her 9 heavenly Xian Nu's brute strength to forcefully yank the door open. However, Xiaoya tugged and tugged for a long time, but couldn't get that door open. Strange, said Xiaoya, drawing her hands back, full of incredulity. How is this door so strong? Just finished. The door suddenly opened on its own with a squeak, and this door opens inward. If you were slightly stronger, you might be able to yank the door handle off, Song Yuan commented directly. Xiaoya covered that face of hers, which was red at the moment, and was quite embarrassed. People didn't do it on purpose either. However, Song Yuan couldn't look at the 9 heavenly mysteries being pampered, and pushed the door and walked straight in, and Zhao Mandarin had to say when he passed by Xiaoya, "You're being too ugly with this pampering." Yeah, destroy it, really. After they finished overcoming all the souls, even Xia Dongqing came over to join in the fun, but he still felt scared when he saw the blood marks above the walls. Opening the door was like coming into a special little world. Inside the door sat a small girl with short ear-length hair wearing a coronation kimono. Zhuge Qing was lying on all fours on the sofa next to the little girl, and the person was still unconscious. That's the demon that's dying, Song Yuan reminded Zhao Ling, who was next to him. Zashiki Boy. Chapter 90, The King Treads Green. Actually, the Zashiki kid can be considered a genie, or a kind of sperm. Of course, in the special cultural records of the Sakura country, Zashiki is listed as one of the 8 million gods. Why would a demon from the Sakura kingdom appear on top of our Dragon Kingdom's land? Xiaoya was also quite confused. This is not obvious, is not captured over. That outside there are still from Southeast Asia brats. How do you not say? White Fiber Chu answer is very fast. Looking at the Zashiki child, that look is also full of sympathy. I was indeed captured here. Zashiki child looked like a small child, but spoke in the manner of an old man, his voice slightly hoarse and hard to hear. After they captured me here, they made me hold down this mansion, along with the 25 poor ghosts outside. As the Zashiki child spoke, his figure slowly grew old as well, his short black ear-length hair gradually turning white, and his face growing wrinkled. It seems like I've never seen this kind of god before. Xia Dongqing wasn't interested in foreign cultures, let alone those of the Sakura country. Zashiki child. Song Yuan paused for a moment. According to the legend, it is used to suppress the mansion. If they appear inside the mansion, it will become more and more prosperous. But the owner of this mansion used some crooked ways to keep her forced to stay in the mansion, including the 25 ghosts outside, all used to make the owner rich. This tycoon has really made a big mistake. It's actually not a big deal for this demon. After all, in the Sakura country itself, whenever they find Zashiki children, they will also get a high-level mage to confine the thing in their family mansion. It's mainly the 25 ghosts out there. The karmic backlash from that isn't half a star. And just watch, it won't be long before it's probably on the news above. Zhao Mandarin was originally in Zashiki child to determine the information, and reported the life and death book of the demon race. The next thing is to send this thing directly to the hell. Foreign demon, that is also a demon, since it is dying, naturally can enter the hell. As a result, when he heard Song Yuan say this, he was very alert. Then can we still get the money? Tomorrow morning should still be able to. The present is not that fast. How it will take a week. Song Yuan looked indifferent. Anyway, I want 70%. I heard that you are quite a bargain hunter. Zhao Ling understood. The original tycoon only gave $400,000. But Zhao Ling is sure to make the rich pay more. That Zashiki child was indeed at the end of his strength, with only one breath left in his existence. And after confirming the information with Zhao Ling, the Zashiki child intended to follow Zhao Ling and leave. It was the middle of the night, after all, and as long as Zashiki was still staying in this mansion, something that would make the entire mansion prosperous was bound to exist. Therefore, Zhao Ling planned to collect the money and then make plans. Right, Song Yuan added. I want the painting on the second floor that's full of peach blossoms. Help me negotiate it down. As you command. Zhao Ling was able to see that he was a specialized worker for Song Yuan. A proper cow and horse life. At noon on the second day, the group left from inside the rich man's mansion with satisfaction, but the Zashiki child was currently not yet gone, and Zhao Mandarin made an appointment with the other party to pick her up in 3 hours. As soon as the Zashiki child left, the formation laid above this mansion would completely disappear. Whether the owner of the mansion's family would be broken or his entire family wiped out at that time was not something that Zhao Ran was concerned about. As Song Yuan said, this backlash could be a week or a month. In any case, not more than this year. We can't just leave and be done with it, can we? There has to be a process, right? Zhao Ling finally negotiated a price of $1 million from the tycoon, and according to the principle of 30/70th split, Zhao Ling got $300,000 and Song Yuan got $700,000. But he was still a bit worried. We just left not long ago, and the tycoon's family died, so we didn't waste our time? Song Yuan said goodbye to Wang Yuya in passing before he got into the car. As for Zhuge Chang, he was still unconscious, and it was estimated that he would have to wait for an hour or two before he woke up. That's not so bad. Song Yuan resat on the car and put on his sunglasses. This process should slowly last for a year. It's all about retribution. Don't worry, it's nothing to do with us. Even if there is a relationship, I'm not afraid of him looking for me to get into trouble. It's the pseudonym we all use, so we can't lose face. The name available for Xiaoya's ID card was Wang Xiaoya. Only Xia Dongqing used his own ID card, and when he heard them chatting, his face turned green. Then it won't be just my name hanging on top of the Jianghu Wuhua order, right? Song Yuan sympathized slightly. It's possible. It is said that the wealthy family later rejoined the mansion, lived in peace for a week, and then died, froze a week later. Because of a variety of coincidental accidents, rich family died. All the money including that mansion all donated to charity. Xiao Yi Ah. A week later Wang also received a phone call from his own sheep father. I heard about the Zhao family's matter. The last person involved was you. That is to say, you didn't learn any real skills in Wudong. You can't even handle a murderous mansion. Really can't do it. You simply come back. Wang, who was preparing for the Luo Tian Dajia, was also filled with confusion. What the what? He couldn't help but think of the Ghostbusters and the 9 heavenly creatures he had met a week ago. No, that job is also not my doing. Why buckle the hat on my head? Wang also winds up commenting on being victimized. Furious, I'm just a chaperone. I don't know anything. The father on the other end was amiable. Zhuge family people said Zhuge Qing live interview can be so said. Wang also narrowed his eyes, his face rather ugly. Zhuge, Gu, Qing, that grandson was still carried back by me. Mentioning this, Wang was also furious. He actually put this hat on my head? Well and good, quite well and good, said Wang. Also opened Zhuge Qing microblogging account. After all, Zhuge Qing in this world, or a star, top stream idol star. After opening Zhuge Qing's microblogging account, but found that this account is live, and the distance from the king is not far away. In the live room, Zhuge Qing wearing a black suit, set off his whole person alo shiochi in one. I'd been to that murder house in Zhao's family, and Wang and I were the last to go there, and we sort of settled the matter then. Yes, it was Wang Ya who finally solved it, or at least that's what he told me. When I passed out, there was no way for me to solve what was going on inside the mansion. As for why their family appeared those things, it is because of the hurtful things done too much. Right, I heard Wudong's Taoist master Wang also said that their family that thing is not small Lu. How could Zhuge Qing, who was bursting with information, not expect that Wang would also suddenly kill out? At first, when Zhao Ling was leaving, he asked Wang Yuya not to talk nonsense about the soul ferryman and the 9 heavenly mysteries, so the Zhuge Qing who was unconscious the entire time didn't even know about the existence of Zhao Ling and Xiaoya and Song Yuan. And Wang also gave Zhuge Qing the word that he had solved everything by himself. Although Zhuge Qing was filled with an unbelievable look. But Wang also, how did he not expect that Zhuge Qing was so uncontrolled that he actually associated the Zhao family's accident with him? Before Zhuge Qing had a chance to go into more relevant details, he was directly shoveled over by a sliding shovel from Wang Yuya in the distance and stomped on his back. King also trekking the famous scene to play the card. P.S. I can't explode it, so I'll storm it tomorrow. Chapter 91, Peach Blossoms in Human Face. So, how are we going to get to Spirit Mountain? After returning from the tycoon's mansion, Zhao Ling looked apprehensive. Should I dress up? You should wash and dress up. Song Yuan's face was full of disdain. Come to my store together 2 hours later. By the way, reinforce the seal on his body. Don't let's go on a trip and he's still awake. Songwon is talking about summer holly. In fact, even if Song Yuan does not remind, Zhao Ling will not forget to reinforce the seal for Xia Dongqing. In his opinion, the current seal is already very strong. Shi Yu will not awaken. In fact, Song Yuan is not too worried. After all, the Queen Mother of the West is still there. At least here in the 444th convenience store. The Qi in Xia Dongqing's body is not too easy to wake up. Even if the Queen Mother of the West herself is not in convenience store no. 444, even if they are one street apart, the breath of the Queen Mother of the West is here. And the chances of Qi's soul waking up before it is completely complete are not great. Song Yuan thought it was the shock of the Queen Mother of the West. In essence, his own shock. Qi before waking up inside the rich man's house to turn his eyes to see Song Yuan, scared immediately fell into a deep sleep. This wave, it is impossible to wake up again. After roughly arranging Xia Dongqing, Song Yuan also put down his heart. Having just come back from the rich man's mansion, Song Yuan did not intend to contact Cha directly. There were quite a few who wanted to go to the Spirit Mountain this time around, and Shi Wangmu even wanted to follow her there as well, only to think that Cha was there as well. And if Cha knew that she actually had to work here in Song Yuan for so long, Shi Wangmu felt uncomfortable in her heart. Although it was possible that Cha already knew about this, the Jade Emperor definitely knew about it, because at that time, when the Queen Mother of the West signed the contract with Song Yuan, the Jade Emperor was also present. So in the end, Only the Jade Emperor knew about the fact that the Queen Mother of the West had to work here in Song Yuan. Acha should not have known that the Queen Mother of the West was finally willing to make a diversion and follow Song Yuan and the others to the Spirit Mountain for no other reason than that she wanted to go and watch a good show. This diversion was probably something that fat man in the western sky would be able to see, but Acha shouldn't be able to see it. The Queen Mother of the West had already made up her mind, but there was a delay in waiting for Song Yuan to come out from inside the room. It's just a trip to the Spirit Mountain. The Queen Mother of the West was full of confusion. Do you still need to freshen up? That's not true. Song Yuan returned to his room. After all, he had just been to that mansion of the tycoon, and as for that incongruous 5 ghosts carrying wealth, Song Yuan was filled with disgust. It is necessary to take a shower to remove the bad luck. In addition to that, of course, Song Yuan had one more important thing to do. He took the painting he brought from inside the rich mansion and hung it on his wall. That painting was still quite large, framed especially beautifully, that had an exceptional number of peach blossoms on it, layered on top of each other, and in the very center surrounded by a forest of peach blossoms, there was a painting of a beautiful woman in a tang suit, with a glass of wine in her hand, inviting Song Yuan outside the picture. It was as if he was inviting Song Yuan to enter the painting and share a drink with that beautiful woman, while Song Yuan was admiring the whole picture. The picture also changed drastically, and it seemed as if a beautiful face was hidden in the cascading peach blossom forest. Those peach blossoms seemed to suddenly come to life when Song Yuan observed them, glowing with a pinkish pale light. Last year today in this door, Song Yuan suddenly remembered a Tang poem, which was by Cui Gu, peach blossoms on the face of a human being. The face of a human being does not know where to be. The peach blossoms are still laughing at the spring breeze. At the time he looked at the painting and thought there was something odd about it. And when Song Yuan at that moment finished reciting this verse, this Tang poem also appeared on top of the layers of peach blossom pictures, hidden in the layers of peach blossoms, and it was golden in color, as if someone had put pen to paper. When the last word appears, Song Yuan felt the picture around him turn. The next thing he knew, he found himself actually inside the painting, in front of the beautiful woman who was inviting him with a glass of wine. That beautiful woman was indeed very good looking, and besides this beautiful woman, Song Yuan also found that in the middle of the peach blossom forest, inside the layers of peach blossoms, it seemed as if he could also see a lot of beautiful faces. The silver bell-like laughter rang in Song Yuan's ears. The beautiful woman held the wine cup in her hand and showed a smile at Song Yuan. Why doesn't the official try this peach blossom brew together with his concubine? However, Song Yuan was indifferent, as if he didn't hear the voice of that beautiful woman speaking. The beautiful woman who was carrying the fine wine was anxious. However, she was able to sense that there was a very large and particularly majestic aura on Song Yuan's body. This energy, if she could absorb it all, would probably take her to the next level. That beautiful woman stretched out a hand, resting on Song Yuan's body, her face smiling, soft and boneless, exhaling like orchids. Officer, this peach blossom brew is carefully developed by me for dozens of years. It's very good. Won't you come to taste it? Just how big is your place? Song Yuan asked curiously. His pair of eyes were still lighting up inside the peach blossom forest, and that beauty's face immediately changed, because that beauty knew that there was a peach blossom demon hidden inside this peach blossom forest. Although it's just a small demon that's less than 100 years old. Although it was also that Archmage's intention to let this little demon in the first place. It was mainly the ceiling, with that little demon to hold up this side of the world. But now that beautiful woman hates this peach blossom demon very much. The peach blossom demon originally has no appearance, but the peach blossom demon is good at imitation. Isn't the peach blossom face inside that peach blossom forest the peach blossom demon imitating the face of a beautiful woman and showing it? What is there to see in that little hoof? The beautiful woman broke her defense a little, and her whole body hung on Song Yuan's body, with a sweet smile on her face. Officer should drink with me, so that we can have a good time and enjoy ourselves. Only then did Song Yuan lower his head, and his eyes met with that beautiful woman, who was indeed extremely good looking and had an extraordinarily delicate figure. He took the wineglass from that beauty's hand, looked at it and directly crushed it, and grabbed that beauty's neck. What kind of thing are you? How dare you think of me? Then Song Yuan threw the beautiful woman aside. The beautiful woman fell to the ground. Her face was ugly, but the injuries on her body quickly disappeared and a smile reappeared on her face. So it's the man of the credit sword. I wonder if the man of the credit sword has heard of the name of Yang Guifei. You are concubine Yang? Song Yuan narrowed his eyes and instantly denied this. This is not that picture of concubine Yang, and you are nothing more than a shadow. Shadow of Yang Guifei. Presumably, someone made a copy of that chart. The beauty didn't deny it. Yes, be that as it may. This is not a place for you, a little man on credit, to encroach upon. Song Yuan laughed. This side of your small world is quite good. It would be good if you use it to contain the soil of the Spirit Mountain, he said and took out a knife and directly inserted it into the table. The the beautiful woman's figure couldn't help but become twisted, and she was even rooted in place, unable to move at all. This is a good prop, so bear with me for a while. I'll change it, Song Yuan said and re-grabbed a dagger. Surprisingly, right in front of that beautiful woman, he started to change the painting. Chapter 92 Purple Golden Blood. Not to mention, the person who made the painting in the first place was really ingenious. The person who made the painting in the first place presumably wanted to make it into a container for raising demons. The beauty inside this picture is the magic creature, but so far it's not raised. The beauty is supposed to live off of human essence, tricking those outside into the painting and making them use up all the essence in their bodies. It's the same thing as the picture of Yang Guifei, but a little different in that the picture of Yang Guifei was only used to nourish Yang Guifei herself. Inside the Soul Pendulum episode, even after burning that picture, Yang Guifei was eventually able to come out from amongst it, because for her, she had already absorbed enough essence. Xiaodongqing certainly not enough. Yang Guifei should be absorbed into the essence of qi. It didn't suck it all up, but there should have been a bite or two. So, later on, Yang Guifei can still appear alone, because she has become a demon. And although the beautiful woman inside this picture was also nourishing the demon, it was a little different because what needed to be nourished was the entire picture. In addition to that beautiful woman, someone used the energy of the peach blossom demon and the beautiful woman to make a small world over the entire picture. After Song Yuan entered, he found that this small world was quite spacious. This time when he went to the Spirit Mountain, Song Yuan made up his mind that if that dead fat man was not willing to pay back the debt, he would empty the Spirit Mountain of all the spirit rice sugarcane and other things inside the Spirit Mountain, including the land inside the Spirit Mountain. However, there has to be a mustard space for these things, right? There's no such thing inside the system panel's quest list, but the Credit Knife Man builds a variety of knives that have this similarity within them. Song Yuan flipped out the system panel amongst the various notes about the Credit Knife people building various kinds of knives, left behind by the old ancestors. Follow those notes to modify this painting. Cut off the excess with a knife. Eventually, with his efforts, he forged the entire image of the painting into a large ringed blade. Originally, the Queen Mother of the West was waiting impatiently outside, and it didn't even take long for even Zhao Ling to come over and rush her. However, when they arrived at Song Yuan, they found Song Yuan unhurriedly building a sword. Shi Wangmu immediately had a feeling of gloating. Letting the dead fat guy from Spirit Mountain move Spirit Mountain's position for nothing? Serves him right. This time the Credit Knife Man was completely pissed off and even started forging knives. Zhao Ling, however, had some worries. Could it be that the Spirit Mountain is hard to break into? Then you should take some of the divine weapons you once built, such as that regular sword. What's with you rebuilding a sword? It's not always fast to sharpen your sword in the battlefield. What's wrong with being clinical? Song Yuan didn't feel at all that there was anything wrong with him doing this. I do think it's quite good. It might have a special effect. He didn't explain to the crowd, so he quietly built the sword there. But when it was almost finished, Song Yuan informed Acha, who quickly appeared in the middle of Song Yuan's store with the Jade Emperor. The Queen Mother of the West was startled, but fortunately, the face that the Queen Mother of the West was now wearing was not her original face, but one that Song Yuan had remodeled. So she was sort of relieved that at least the current Shi Wangmu was less likely to be recognized by Acha. Only the Jade Emperor recognized the location of the Queen Mother of the West as soon as he arrived. Taking a deep look in the direction of the Queen Mother of the West, the Jade Emperor then looked at Song Yuan. I heard that the Credit Blade Man is going to the Spirit Mountain. I can also follow him over there to take a look. There is nothing to be busy with lately after all. After saying this, the Jade Emperor realized that the knife in Song Yuan's hand was not right. There seemed to be a small world inside that blade, one that didn't look very complete, but was sustainable. This isn't mustard space. It's a whole world. The Jade Emperor's eyes were rounded. It was hard to believe that the current Credit Blade Man was actually so strong that he was able to create a small world on his own. One must know that such a skill as creating small worlds was the skill of a creator god. However, Song Yuan was strictly following the knife-making methods left behind by his ancestors to produce a mustard space knife, only adding some of his own little creativity to it, and the knife had to recognize its owner with himself, so Song Yuan dropped his own blood inside that knife. However, what made Song Yuan a little confused was that nowadays, he should be in the body of an Arahant, and the blood of an Arahant should be golden in color. At least Song Yuan had verified this once before when he had just obtained an Arahant body. The blood of the Sungwon of that time was golden, but now Song Yuan's blood was a purple gold color, a deep purple with a golden edge next to it, which looked particularly strange, but the drop of blood quickly fused inside that newly crafted blade. The Western Queen Mother and the Jade Emperor's faces both stiffened when that drop of blood appeared, and they looked in that direction of Song Yuan with shock on their faces, having a feeling of deep aftershock. Fortunately, when he signed the contract with Song Yuan to agree to pay back the debt, neither of them put up much of a fight. Otherwise, The current Jade Emperor and Queen Mother of the West suspected that this Song Yuan might have the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth, because that drop of blood, which was mixed with a very thick Hongmeng purple qi, couldn't meet the outrageous point, let alone a drop of blood. The Jade Emperor was skeptical that if he was given half a drop, he wouldn't even be able to fully absorb it and would likely burst into flames. What kind of being is this credit knife man? Cha didn't feel it as deeply as Shi Wangmu and Jade Emperor, but when she saw that drop of blood, Cha also felt that Song Yuan was very scary. That kind of blood Cha had never seen before. Cha still calmed down a bit before telling Song Yuan, "How are you going to collect the bill this time?" Rather a question to the point. Everyone inside the store was more curious. Song Yuan glanced at the results of the Spirit Mountain searched out above the system panel, which owed quite a lot. It is, after all, the Spirit Mountain capital. Just stroll around. Song Yuan hadn't been to the Spirit Mountain, the legendary land of the Buddha, and was a bit excited. After all, this place had once been able to bloom even the flowers of the other side of the mountain. Back then it was Nameless who took the seeds of the other side of the flower from the Buddha, wanting to give Meng Mingqi to come, but unfortunately she did not appreciate, but instead let Sanchi pick back to carefully raised. Cha, however, got excited. Can it be that the entire Spirit Mountain has an outstanding debt? Holy, your old ancestor is too diligent, isn't he? Although neither the Jade Emperor nor the Queen Mother of the West had spoken, they were both keeping their ears open nowadays for fear of missing a bit of information. Song Yuan had a smile on his face. Yeah, my family's old ancestors are just so diligent. They do owe me all something. Ready. About another half an hour later, Song Yuan suddenly said, while the machete in his hand looked extraordinarily powerful. He was planning to carry this knife and go directly to Spirit Mountain to collect the debt. It could beat up people as well as serve as a mustard space. It was simply perfect. Only to see that when that knife was taken out by Song Yuan, there was actually a flash of a dragon with a purple color on it, and it felt like a strange picture was drawn on the handle of that knife. In the middle of the layers of peach blossom forest, there seemed to be a beautiful face hidden in it, so beautiful that people seemed to forget to breathe. Take a head count of those who are willing to come with me. Song Yuan had already presented his idea before the group could respond. Zhao Ling, Xiao Ye, Cha, Ud and the Western Queen Mother's gaze was fixed. Song Yuan said, "Oh yeah, there's little Wang." Mother of the West was relieved that her doppelganger was ready. The fifth eunuch almost cried, "Master, you have to bring me a master. Spirit Mountain has many ingredients. You have to bring a cook. Then I'll bring you along as well. And Xia Dongqing will be temporarily left in the care of Wang Xiaoya and the Queen Mother of the West." Song Yuan readily accepted good advice. "Depart." Song Yuan gave the order. Cha reacted quickly and waved his hand almost as if inviting credit, and a solemn gate appeared in front of everyone. P.S. I told you that there will be more updates today. Chapter 93, Entering the Spirit Mountain. That gate just looks particularly in keeping with the style of a Western Buddha. The entire gate was golden yellow in color and was glittering with Buddha's light, and on either side of the gate stood two tall figures, both looking like Buddhas, with kind brows. Shi Wangmu and Jade Emperor had slow hands, but they didn't have the first chance to show it in front of Song Yuan, and both had some loss for a while. However, Song Yuan had a smile on his face. "Is this the entrance?" "That's right." Cha's hand held a jade tablet. "This is what Buddha gave me back then. Something like a business card. He said that if I had a soul that I couldn't handle, I could send it to him." The Jade Emperor spat on the side as soon as the words left his mouth. How shameless. Does he want to meddle in the affairs of the Underworld too? Even if there are any souls that the Underworld can't handle, is Tarzan God just a pose? Do you still need him to do it? It's nothing more than trying to mix up some merit. Back in the day, isn't that what happened to the West? It's nothing more than a big variety show for the Buddha of the West, which is nothing more than a way to expand his followers. It's normally impossible for there to be a soul that the Underworld can't handle. Song Yuan nodded from the side and said, "That dead fatso is a bit shameless." The Jade Emperor man was here, and although Zhao Ling had never seen him before, he felt the very scary aura on the other party, and at this time, he didn't dare to say much, afraid to say one more word and touch the other person's mold, not to mention the fact that T is here. Cha took the lead, and when she stood before the stately gate, the Buddhas on either side of the gate suddenly seemed to come to life. The solemn look seemed to become a bit puzzled, but the words that came out were like a spring breeze. "So it's the Lord of the Underworld. I wonder what is the reason for coming to my Spirit Mountain. When Buddha gave me the jade tablet in the beginning, he once said that if I had something I couldn't solve, I could go to Spirit Mountain to hang out, and I heard that the sugarcane in Spirit Mountain is very sweet, so I want to go and try it." Cha said with a faint expression. Those two Buddhas standing at the door seemed to be able to see only that area in front of the door, not seeing the other people next to them, not even feeling the Jade Emperor's presence. Song Yuan knew that these two Buddhas were nothing more than sculptures, worse than that ghost gate in hell. After all, that eye of the ghost gate is dripping. If there is something in front of the ghost gate, it will be able to detect it in the morning. So it is. The Buddhas on both sides of that door spoke in unison. Respectfully, since the Lord of the Underworld wants to come and stroll around, then come in and stroll around. Saying that, the large door slowly opened and Acha turned her head to look at Song Yuan. Come on in. From here you can enter the holy land of the Buddha in the west. Acha said. Himself first, directly stepped into the door. The door opened. In the center is a gold, radiant gold among the Sanskrit wrapped, solemn and solemn. At this time, Acha had already disappeared inside the door, completely invisible, and that door was also a golden color, especially brilliant. However, Song Yuan really didn't move at this time. Instead, Shi Wangmu's puppet Little King, a plain-looking woman, took 2 steps forward. Queen Mother of the West and Song Yuan looked at each other. After a while Song Yuan nodded. Queen Mother of the West let out a sigh of relief and let Little King enter. The puppet Little King entered that door with ease. The Jade Emperor found it strange. Why didn't the man with the sword on credit enter? I'm afraid I'll step out of this door and run away. Song Yuan looked at the door with some emotion. It wasn't like he hadn't tried this method before, but it was as if the gate had memorized his scent. It hadn't been able to enter before, and it would be just as impossible to enter this time. The Jade Emperor was filled with confusion. It could still be like this? As he thought this, the Jade Emperor couldn't help but glance in the direction of Queen Mother West. The Underworld was, after all, crafted by the old gods of Kunlun, and it was understandable that they didn't have such high divine power. But the Queen Mother of the West shouldn't. The Queen Mother of the West should have moved the entire Kunlun in the first place as well, so that she wouldn't be approached by the credit blade man. Cough. The Queen Mother of the West froze as the Jade Emperor looked at her and made her feel like a fool, which made the Queen Mother of the West very upset. Don't worry, we are all here. Our breaths are refuted, and it is impossible for the door to run. What's more, the Queen Mother of the West had never seen such an image in all the years she had dealt with that dead fat man. The Queen Mother of the West was also quite curious. Song Yuan sighed. These 2 people were not convinced. He was a bit helpless. Zhao official, you stand at the door first. Although Zhao Ling was full of confusion, but now that Acha had already entered it, he felt that it was no big deal for him to stand in front of the door. So Zhao Ling very obediently stood in front of that big door. The 2 Buddhas had already stopped talking. Saw Zhao Ling, eyes burst out golden light. Even that golden light are up and down to Zhao Ling to scan again. Obviously 2 sculptures. Zhao Ling froze from each other's face to see some happy smile. At the end of the Dharma era, there is actually someone on earth who has cultivated into an Arahant. The 2 Buddha sculptures said in unison. Great goodness, please come in. Zhao Ling was not touched, because someone made him stand in the doorway of that door and didn't let him in. The 2 sculptures, as if it was an established procedure, stood still and didn't speak after saying this, and only then did Song Yuan pass by Zhao Ling. The 2 Buddha sculptures shook in unison, and even the Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West clearly saw that the door followed a step backward. The 2 Buddha sculptures said in unison. Song Yuan directly grabbed Zhao Ling and took 2 steps forward. What? You don't want the Arahant of the end times? No, said the 2 Buddha statues in unison, their voices trembling. Credit the sword man, you are not allowed to. The freshly minted blade that possessed a small world slashed at one of the Buddha sculptures, and golden blood spurted out. These 2 Buddha sculptures look like sculptures. In essence, they are the bilocation of a certain Buddha in the Spirit Mountain, and the puppet bilocation of the Queen Mother of the West cannot be compared. After all, this bilocation sculpture has spent a lot of effort to produce, and the body has inextricable links, and even if the bilocation sculpture is injured, the main body will be injured as well. Open the door. Song Yuan's face is ugly. There is Zhao Mandarin this Aloha in. These 2 gatekeepers actually want to run. Song Yuan directly took 2 small knives. To the 2 Buddha sculpture on one side of the head inserted a. These 2 Buddha sculpture completely no movement. The door is also stuck on this. It was only at this time that Song Yuan entered that door directly. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West who stood after Song Yuan froze, but they didn't think much about it, and followed behind Song Yuan, and entered in a fishbowl. And as for the 5th prince, Song Yuan was just blowing up the Spirit Mountain. He was waving the flag, and didn't feel anything wrong at all, and hurriedly followed him. Spirit Mountain Buddhist Assembly. The Buddha liked to argue with the disciples under his seat when he was not doing anything, and this Buddha meeting was held almost every day, each lasting many days, sometimes lasting 3 years. Just as a group of monks were engaged in a war of words, a slash suddenly appeared on the heads of the 2 Buddhas. Just like that, he fell straight to the ground in front of the Buddha. Golden blood flowed all over the place. Credits man sent. I don't know who shouted, and all of a sudden, the entire Spirit Mountain Dharma Assembly was in a frenzy. Chapter 94, The Great Thunderbolt Monastery. The first to sense Song Yuan's aura was Rudra. Originally, he was sitting at the very top, watching a group of little shamans who had just entered the spirit mountain not long ago debate the sutras. And it was quite interesting, but then he suddenly felt a scalp-inducing aura. Numb nuts. Are those two losers at the door for nothing? Before Rolai had a chance to lash out toward the two Buddhas who were guarding the entrance to the Buddha's gate today, he saw the two Buddhas themselves flopping to the ground, each with a slash mark on top of their heads, and felt that something was terribly wrong. Immediately, while the crowd was in disarray, Ka directly disappeared. Before the little shaman who was debating the sutra could see clearly what was happening in front of him, he realized that the Buddhas above today's puja had disappeared en masse, followed by the Guanyin who also disappeared quickly, and then there was that Rohan who also all ran fast. The only ones who could instantly move in the spirit mountain were Buddha and Guanyin. Those at the level of Arahant would just have to quickly collect the bushels on the ground and run as fast as they could. As long as they had fast enough, the credit blade people wouldn't be able to catch up with them and find them anywhere. As for those little shamans who did not have Arahant fruition, each of them stood in place, dumbfounded. These people were actually all accomplished monks outside, only that they would return to their old age after coming to the spirit mountain, and would keep their young and strong appearance. What the hell? What credit knife man? It just came to me. You've borrowed a knife from a man with a sword on credit, too? Are you kidding? That was how many years ago? Back when I hadn't yet entered the Buddhist sect and was occupying the mountain. I remember someone lending me a sword. You wouldn't also have borrowed the butcher's knife used in Lay Down the Butcher's Knife and become a Buddha from the man who borrowed it on credit, would you? Don't quite remember. It should be something that happened during the time I didn't become a monk back then. Who knows about that? We've all borrowed things from the credit knife man? It can't be that coincidental, can it? What are you still waiting for? Hurry up and run. This Miao is looking for us to pay off the debt. Aloha. Miao all ran out. Even the two Buddhas who had previously fallen to the ground suddenly stood up. The little shamans were filled with questions, but before they could ask the two Buddhas simply disappeared in place. There is no trace of it. The little shamans all panicked. The place where Song Yuan and his team entered was the entrance to the Buddhist sect. This time they entered the spirit mountain. And just when they were at the foot of the spirit mountain, Song Yuan smelled a strange fragrance. The fifth prince was familiar with the road, but to be honest, he hated this place. That scent just now is the sugar cane from Spirit Mountain. It should have just ripened. Boss, I'll go pick some? As you wish. Song Yuan looked indifferent. The fifth prince instantly didn't want to think about that much and ran out in a flash. Boss, where are we meeting? In front of that temple entrance? The entire Spirit Mountain, which is actually at the top of this mountain, has a particularly beautiful temple. This is a bit of a departure from the scenes of the journey to the west to get the scriptures back in the day, and the entire Spirit Mountain is filled with all kinds of spiritual plants. There is the manjushri that grows in the yellow springs. There's also sugarcane that smells especially good. The most famous thing about Spirit Mountain is spirit rice. Shi Wangmu's double whispered from the sidelines. She felt especially heartbroken just thinking about the peaches inside her Kunlun Divine Palace, which had followed the contamination along with the collapse of the entire Kunlun Divine Palace in the first place. Although she later looked for Song Yuan to sign a contract, after which the entire Kunlun Divine Palace was restabilized, the peach was still contaminated, and the Queen Mother of the West felt pain in her heart just thinking about it. Spirit Mountain is estimated to owe a lot, but how can this group of dead fat people who have always been precious to the spirit rice be spared from the poisonous hand? It's not like the relationship between Kunlun and Spirit Mountain is very good. One's own happiness was of course based on the pain of others, so the Queen Mother of the West spoke decisively. It is said that this spiritual rice can increase one's lifespan, just like the peaches I have there, which ripen once every 3,000 years, or once every 10,000 years. The fifth duke's eyes were glowing. I do know about the spirit rice, but I usually only dare to go to the periphery, not to go deep into the interior. Song Yuan looked indifferent. Do you want to go and get it? That won't do. We have to be polite first. To take it now would be stealing. It's not a good reputation to tell. But if the other party refuses to pay the bill, that's bright and shiny. Song Yuan walked all the way and found that these monks were really quite diligent. The whole mountain was filled with all kinds of plants, and the fruits borne by just any plant carried Buddha's light and Buddha's nature. Zhao Ling and Xiaoya scowled darkly, and were honestly both terrified, especially Zhao Ling. After all, there was Ah Cha waiting in front of him, and he didn't dare to say that he had come over specifically to learn chanting from a monk. Everything is at Song Yuan's disposal. Ah Cha had really come to Spirit Mountain for the first time, and grabbing Song Yuan, she instantly moved directly to the entrance of the temple at the top of Spirit Mountain. That is, the end of the Tang monk's journey, the Great Thunderbolt Temple. This temple is built in a lofty and magnificent manner, like a particularly beautiful palace, and in front of the Great Thundersound Temple is a particularly spacious square, which is where the group of monks held their puja before. When I arrived at the entrance just now, I clearly heard a lot of people here. There were quite a few people making a lot of noise. I guess it's those monks from Spirit Mountain who are debating the sutra. How come there's no one here now? Song Yuan came to the square and looked at the various futons littered above the entire square, his face full of confusion. The Jade Emperor has not come to the Spirit Mountain before, but that dead fat man is too fond of debating the scriptures. And, on the path of debating the scriptures, that dead fat man can be said to be from undefeated, and beat all the world without an opponent. The Jade Emperor's brain buzzed with pain every time he argued, but this is generally true of monks' practice. Increase your practice in apologetic and epiphanies. Then the Jade Emperor didn't like to come much. Originally, from the Heavenly Court to the Spirit Mountain is to come out to take a break. The Heavenly Court has meetings all day and night, and as a result, when you arrive at the Spirit Mountain you still have to have meetings. Who can stand it? It's true that there were many monks arguing the sutra here just now. The Jade Emperor also chimed in, but I didn't expect to actually see people leaving the building and running so fast. It's the first time I've ever seen it. Mother West's doppelganger was also seeing such a sight for the first time. Maybe they went to the cafeteria in the back to eat? Cha did not recognize the Western Queen Mother's doppelganger, but was just puzzled that the other party was actually able to strike up a conversation with the Jade Emperor, who should be in a high position of power, but had never seen it before. But it's a good thing that Cha isn't someone who gets to the bottom of things, or else let's take a stroll inside this great Thunder Sound Temple? It's my first time here. Makes sense. You can't say there's no one in the square and no one in the entire Great Thunderbolt Temple, can you? Song Yuan led all of them to the entrance of the Great Thundersound Temple, where they stood just in time to see the golden Buddha statue inside. There really wasn't a single person in this empty hall. While everyone was confused, Song Yuan took out a kitchen knife and slashed at the center of the Great Thundersound Temple plaque. Cha, Mother West's doppelganger, and the Jade Emperor, *******. Dead memories are attacking them. But don't tell me how it is to gloat so much when you see someone else in bad luck. Chapter 95, 9 Dragons True Chi. The previous Song Yuan had not been this lawless. After all, when Song Yuan had previously stuck a knife in either the Ghost Gate, or that gate in Kunlun, the bastard had not appeared directly in front of Cha or the Queen Mother of the West. But now, it was done so in front of Cha and the Western Queen Mother's doppelganger. It was also the first time the Jade Emperor had seen such a sight. The Great Thundersound Temple signboard was simply the face of the Spirit Mountain. But who would have thought that Song Yuan would be able to casually hit the face of the Spirit Mountain? That signboard. Even if the Jade Emperor himself had taken action, it would have been impossible for him to plunge his sword directly into the top of that signboard of the Great Thunderbolt Temple. That signboard was not gold or jade, and having been consecrated by the incense of the Great Thundersound Temple for so many years, it had long since ceased to be a plaque of ordinary material. It's no exaggeration to say that this thing has grown into a divine artifact. If one suffers an attack from an extraterrestrial heavenly demon, even if one doesn't know anything about Buddhism, as long as one can put this signboard in front of him or her, he or she can use it as a shield to dodge the attack. However, the knife that Song Yuan had just thrown out, whether it was Cha or the Jade Emperor, or the Western Queen Mother's doppelganger, they were all able to clearly feel that it was a very ordinary, plain and uninteresting knife, but the knife actually pierced through the plaque. Song Yuan's kitchen knife was not just the tip of the knife that was inserted on top of that plaque, but the entire body of the knife was completely gone, leaving only a handle on top of the plaque. And ever since the time Song Yuan stuck the chopper into the plaque, the entire Spirit Mountain shook with it. The sword seemed to have cut directly on top of the spirit vein of the Spirit Mountain. The Jade Emperor even felt as if the entire Spirit Mountain had shrank down 3 inches in unison. His mouth dropped open in surprise. It was fortunate that Song Yuan did not use this divine ability on top of the Southern Heavenly Gate. Otherwise he would probably be crying right now. No, the Jade Emperor thought with sudden horror. In case the knife that Song Yuan had sought to collect his debt from him had not been inserted above the Southern Heavenly Gate, in case it had been inserted above the plaque of his Lingxiao Palace, then he's really going to lose face. So what? The Jade Emperor spoke suddenly became like a spring breeze, especially polite. Of course before he treated Song Yuan's attitude has always been very polite. I came to the Spirit Mountain today just to see a hilarious scene. And that is, I prepared some magic treasures to see if I can offset one of the debts. Originally, the Jade Emperor did not have that latter idea. And yes, he came here specifically to watch the fun. But Song Yuan's hand had shocked him, and he felt that he should either be more aggressive and not let the credit knife man collect his debt. And this one was really vicious when it came to collecting his debt. After saying that, the Jade Emperor squeezed out an ugly smile at Song Yuan, the one that looked like he was about to cry. No problem. Collecting 1 was also collecting, and collecting 2 was also collecting. Not to mention that by collecting the Jade Emperor's debt, one could gain cultivation. By the way, Song Yuan still had the experience orb to come, and now that he already had the body of an Arahant, it seemed like he could be upgraded. But he's lazy. What's more, as long as the debts weren't cleared, he was invincible when he stood in front of the Jade Emperor. the Jade Emperor still had more than 10,000 quests, and that was still a long way from clearing them all. The Jade Emperor suddenly remembered that last time, he had been almost stripped naked by Song Yuan, so he took out a brocaded scented pouch from his own waist. You estimate whether these, which are all divine artifacts that I have arbitrarily refined, can offset one or two of the debts. He's still got a handle on it. This humble look made ACHA feel eyeless, but ACHA didn't dare to speak up either. The Underworld owed the Credit Blade man just one favor in the first place, but the Jade Emperor supposedly owes over 10,000 of them. It's awesome. Song Yuan took the scented pouch from the Jade Emperor's hand, but he felt the Jade Emperor looking at him rather warily. Song Yuan revealed a smile. Don't worry, if a quality customer like you returns it on your own accord, we will treat you extra favorably and will definitely not force you. Out of professional ethics. Song Yuan's voice seemed particularly loud and clear when he said this. After all, you have to knock on the door and talk to some fat bastard in particular. The Jade Emperor looked at Song Yuan smiling at himself. To be honest, that feeling was even more vicious than Song Yuan directly pickpocketing his own clothes. He was a little scared. I'm just asking if it's enough. If it's not enough, I'll go back and refine some more. You can't pickpocket my clothes after you've taken the brocade pouch. The last time he was stripped naked, the Jade Emperor had a psychological shadow. Acha and Zhao Ling heard, both eyes glistening. This Song Yuan is bold enough to pick the Jade Emperor's pants? Damn, why didn't they see such a good show before? The Western Queen Mother's doppelganger almost laughed out loud when she remembered the sorry state of the Jade Emperor earlier. You've been refining divine artifacts in the last few days? It wouldn't be all kinds of swords, would it? The Jade Emperor did not point out the true identity of the Western Queen Mother's doppelganger, and said with some embarrassment, you also know that I will only refine these. It is the bitter tie-by. The furnace let me blow up more than 70. Song Yuan heard this. You are not, but is quite curious about how many artifacts are loaded inside this brocade bag. There were specialties in the arts, and after all, the Jade Emperor wasn't a seedling who specialized in refining divine weapons. He took the pouch in his hands and then accessed the records of the Jade Emperor's unpaid bills. The system panel shows that this time the Jade Emperor can offset one of the more owed or offset 4 of the lesser owed debts in one fell swoop. Song Yuan gave the choice to the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor was indifferent. What about over 10,000? Do you think there's a difference between 4 and 1? Just directly offset the one of them that owes more. The good thing was that this time, he didn't have to be chased by Song Yuan to pick his pants off. The Jade Emperor felt soothed. It can. Song Yuan said and threw that brocade pouch directly in the direction of the system panel. And as the brocade pouch approached the system panel, a fist-sized hole appeared in the system panel and swallowed that brocade pouch. There were a total of 100 divine artifacts in there, and anything that was good enough to be considered a divine artifact as a criterion counted. And to be honest, the Jade Emperor's refining level wasn't great. Everyone present, including the monks who were onlookers, couldn't see the system panel, and naturally, they couldn't see the fist-sized hole that appeared above the system panel. They only felt as if a special aura had suddenly appeared and directly devoured that brocade bag without warning. Congratulations to the host for completing one of the Jade Emperor's debts. Song Yuan, you are truly the best employee of all the hosts. Congratulations on obtaining one of the Jade Emperor's avatars. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the 9 dragons' true chi. Song Yuan, dumbfounded, also really forgot. The Jade Emperor is actually very powerful. Only in the system panel settings, owed the Jade Emperor. Even in the face of Song Yuan, that is a small karami. Want to peel clothes to peel clothes? Want to peel pants to peel pants? But the truth is that the Jade Emperor is actually quite powerful. 9 dragons' true chi. One of the Jade Emperor's several divine powers. This is not talking about the true chi transformed by the 9 dragons, but rather the 9 breaths of the innate nature transformed by the 9 breaths that surround the Jade Emperor, forming a special spell shield that can circumvent all the spells in the world. If you take the game's understanding, it means that all spells are equal to ineffective against Songwon since this is in place, and spells attack miss. Seriously, ever since Song Yuan had received his reward, the Jade Emperor felt as if Song Yuan felt different when he stood in front of him. There was something particularly familiar about it. Chapter 96. The Jade Emperor, you can't just hobble me, can you? Not to mention that the Jade Emperor felt this way, even the Queen Mother of the West felt this way, and this feeling was becoming clearer and clearer. The Western Queen Mother's doppelganger was filled with confusion. Maybe it's because I'm merely a doppelganger. Why do I feel as if there's no difference between him and you? The Jade Emperor also had this feeling, and he remembered that this feeling was the feeling conveyed by the 9 dragons' true chi, and the 9 true chi within the 9 dragons' true chi, which contained the Hongmeng purple chi. However, the Hongmeng purple chi on the Jade Emperor's body was actually not particularly obvious, and among the various innate true chi, the Hongmeng purple chi was the most precious and the rarest. But the Jade Emperor felt Song Yuan body of the 9 dragons of true chi, That breath is very strong. This 9 dragons of true chi is not to say that after the acquisition of the end of the matter, although it can be claimed to circumvent all the spells of attack, but in fact still need to use their own cultivation non-stop feeding, containment, otherwise, such as the other side of the spells of attack layer after layer, or there is a probability that can be broken off. The Jade Emperor had been harboring it for so many years, but it didn't even feel as dense as the one on Song Yuan. Full level huh? Song Yuan felt it when his body was filled with the 9 dragons true chi. The key was that he could feel that the 9 dragons true chi on the Jade Emperor was not of an order of magnitude compared to his own. Sure enough, it has to be a fine product from the system. Giving a full spell shield straight away is awesome. Although the Jade Emperor didn't understand what the full level meant, he could comprehend it if he thought about it carefully. His face was a bit ugly. He clearly remembered that it was after he submitted the debt. Song Yuan suddenly had the 9 dragon true chi. Could it be that you can obtain various benefits if we submit our mission? The Jade Emperor was not a fool, and the Jade Emperor sensed the change in Song Yuan's aura. What favor? What my old ancestors left me. That's called a favor? Isn't that a ing legacy? I just suddenly remembered. You think I really don't know? Who stripped you of those pants last time? Have you forgotten? Song Yuan snorted. The Jade Emperor couldn't wait to plug Song Yuan's mouth. Can we not talk about this now? But the Jade Emperor was also filled with horror, which meant that Song Yuan might know all of his own divine abilities, and the 9 dragons true chi was only one of them. The fear of being stripped of his pants in the first place was still there. The Jade Emperor even felt a little cold in his backside. Damn it, this credit knife man is too evil. More evil than all the previous credit knife men. It's not like the Jade Emperor hadn't seen the credit knife people in the past. They could only get a little bit of a bargain. And even if the Jade Emperor didn't return it, there was nothing they could do about it. But Song Yuan was able to hold him down and pick his pants. Even back then, monkeys didn't have this ability. Deep in the Spirit Mountain, Rudra watched as the Jade Emperor took out a pouch. Whether or not there was really a divine weapon inside that pouch, as the Jade Emperor had said, was a toss-up. And in fact the Jade Emperor had sent himself a message a long time ago. Ka always has a sense of stress for people on credit. Maitreya looked at the image that Rulai had visualized, looked at the brocade pouch that the Jade Emperor had handed over, and asked curiously, I can sense that there are divine artifacts in here, but how much does the Jade Emperor really owe? Don't all the divine artifacts inside a brocade pouch cover the debt? Ka gave him a sidelong glance. Are you willing to give up everything you have on you right now if you're up against it? Maitreya was confused. Why not? Rulai looked at him fixedly, and Maitreya was jolted, thinking of some past events, but he was still cheerful on the surface. I shouldn't have to offer up all I have, right? You see, the Jade Emperor only took out 100 newly created divine weapons, so if I slowly pay it back, I should be able to pay it back. Guanyin coughed. Then maybe, we'll all have to work for this black-hearted credit knife man back there. Puxia was very curious, but the problem is that now people are blocking our door. I go, what is that? Speaking of this, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas as well as the Lohans looked toward the picture that Rulai had conjured up. None of them can see the system panel. However, they saw that the brocade pouch was thrown into midair by Song Yuan and directly disappeared. It's like something swallowed it. But it was the moment that brocade pouch was devoured that all the Buddhas in the depths of the Spirit Mountain sensed that something was wrong. The scent, it was tantalizing. Now figure out a way to deal with him? Rudra rubbed his brow and voted his position first. I will not return the sword. All the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and Lohans throughout Spirit Mountain expressed their opinions in 7 different ways. It would be fine if there was nothing on that knife, but that knife is inextricably linked to me, and I can't give it back. I really can't. As long as I don't return the sword, anything will do. Let me build a 10,000 year artifact. If you really want to build a 10,000 year old artifact, hitch my share to it and I'll pay for the materials. Asterisk 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 off. Who's going to negotiate? Who's going to negotiate with him? It's no big deal if we leave it hanging. What's wrong with him moving Spirit Mountain? He really can. Wait. This kid is quite powerful. Unlike the past people on credit, he actually knows the divine ability 9 dragons true chi that only the Jade Emperor has. No wonder that old boy Jade Emperor treats him with respect. We'll have to pick one that can negotiate with him. And by the way, you regular Rohan or whatever, you should be able to return your swords, right? Why should I pay it back if you all won't? Besides, I borrowed the scissors in the first place. Nail clippers. What are you borrowing a nail clipper for? Can't you chew on your own? By the way, Song Yuan opened the system panel that had already completed the mission. I have to tell you, what about this mission that you repaid? It was the year that you entered the reincarnation of the 10,000 lifetimes. The year that you were transformed into a green asterisk housewoman. A girl in a brothel? The Jade Emperor was filled with confusion. However, he knew that he had lived quite a miserable life in those lifetimes. And which one who practiced on earth did not live a miserable life? The Jade Emperor was still confused when he heard Song Yuan continue. Back then, you were transformed into a green asterisk housewoman, the kind that doesn't sell her body, and as a result, the extraterrestrial heavenly devil found out and bound your body to prevent the woman from committing suicide. And then day after day that what? Stop it. The Jade Emperor almost rushed up and gagged Song Yuan. Don't. Shi Wangmu's doppelganger watched to see what was going on. Keep talking, I love to hear it. You love to hear it, chicken hair. You love to hear. The Jade Emperor instantly exploded. Anyway, this debt is settled, right? I'm here today with enough sincerity. We should get down to business. You see, you've blocked the door for half a day, and no one has come out of the Spirit Mountain. The Jade Emperor intends to wreak havoc. We can't let Song Yuan hobble in one, can we? The Jade Emperor had long remembered that extraterrestrial heavenly devil. That thing ended up dying in his hands. Damn it, that bastard used a special means to confine his body, sauced and stuffed, and refused to let go. If it wasn't for the passing credit knife man giving him a body slash to wipe his neck, he might still be dicing in the hands of the extraterrestrial heavenly devil. No wonder this is a big bill with the knife credit people. Karma. There's just so much karma involved in this stuff. At this point, the Jade Emperor had a bit of insight into the truth. Chapter 97, Mithraea, right? Selling your body? That's quite a point. Song Yuan expressed his approval and directly entered the Great Thunderbolt Temple. Strutting around, he sat down in the top one. That seat was always originally occupied by Ka. Wait 10 minutes from now. Song Yuan spoke in a rather unimpressive voice. If no one comes, I'll move Spirit Mountain. The moment these words came out, the entire depths of the Spirit Mountain shook, and all of a sudden, the chickens were flying. Quickly, send someone to negotiate with him. What a big mouth. He also wants to move the Spirit Mountain. Does he have the ability to do that? He really has this ability. Just now that brocade bag, how suddenly no you forget? Although I yearn for that kind of scent, I'm not exaggerating when I say that I'm going to go in there. Surely no. What exactly is behind this organization? The people of the Credit Sword? The Heavenly Tao? Just as the man finished speaking, a thunderbolt struck the sky. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. I don't think this Credit Knife Man is any different from the Credit Knife Men of old. Those Credit Knife Men of old, they couldn't even find our location. Now even if they found the location, so what? I still don't think we should take this lightly and hurry up and find someone to negotiate with him. Is it hard to negotiate something like this? Wouldn't it be fine to just send someone over? I can't anyway. You can let the monkey go. Him? You can pull that off. It's settled. Let the monkey go. Won't we be discovered? The Jade Emperor is there too. Does it matter if the Jade Emperor is there or not? The entire depths of Spirit Mountain were in an uproar. Song Yuan, on the contrary, was sitting calmly on top of the bushes of the Great Thundersound Temple, and the fifth Duke was already stupidly excited. Boss, I could just look at it. This Spirit Mountain grows a lot of things, and that spirit rice that only matures once every 10,000 years can be so fragrant and aromatic. As a Tao Tai, there were just too many scents that could be sensed, and the fifth male was directly salivating. That harumph was about to lie all over the place. The Jade Emperor watched with trepidation, not daring to say a word. It's a good thing that these people are hobbling Spirit Mountain. If this were Huahua Heavenly Court, it is suspected that this Tao Tai would have eaten that laurel tree in Guanghan Palace. Song Yuan pointed to the Buddha statue of Rudra behind him. Then estimate the price of this thing. The fifth Duke froze and stuttered his words. No, boss, do you really want to empty everything here? Then what else? Song Yuan took it for granted. The entire Spirit Mountain capital. You can't just not pay back anything at all. Debt repayment, heaven and earth. Did I do wrong? Then this statue of Buddha is worth old bullnose money, said the fifth Duke while drooling. It's still a divine artifact. Ouch, hey, really didn't see it. Song Yuan looked back and was filled with amazement. It's so valuable? The Jade Emperor secretly sent messages to Rudra, but the other party did not reply to any of them. The entire Spirit Mountain was also silent, as if no sound could be heard. Zhao Ling suddenly popped up. If this is really the final destination of the longevity monk's quest for scriptures, there should be a lot of true Buddhist scriptures, right? Song Yuan looked at him with surprise. This guy is quite interesting. After reading the gossip for so long, he is actually still thinking about the true scriptures and the original idea. Those can certainly come to fill the bill as well. The entire Spirit Mountain is emptied without knowing if it can repay Rulai's debt alone. So let's not mention the others. Song Yuan spread his hands. I can only blame those old ancestors of my family for being too enthusiastic. That's really not the usual enthusiasm. Such a huge amount. Then it was assumed that the entire Spirit Mountain was involved, and everyone more or less carried a little bit of debt, and not a single one of them ran away. The fifth prince had been quietly waiting for Song Yuan's 10-minute countdown, and as he saw that it was about to end, the fifth prince was about to transform into his own body and go out to grab something to eat. and right at this last second, the crowd heard an awkward laugh suddenly coming from the entrance of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. So it's the Credit Blade man who has come to visit. We are truly out of our depth. In the distance came a fat man. That fat man has a big belly, double chin, and the whole person is happy, as if he has endless happy things to say. This is Mithraea. Even though Mithraea wanted to cry at the sight of the man on credit, she had to squeeze out a smile. I went to the cave earlier to prepare the spirit tea for entertaining the Credit Blade man, and I was a bit late, so you should quickly try it. This is a spirit tea that I only mature once in 10,000 years. Mithraea was carrying a tray in her hands, and on top of that tray was only a small teapot and a few cups. So close. Finally, Song Yuan narrowed his eyes, snuffed out the countdown of time, and just watched as Mithraea placed the tray in front of him. A cup of light green tea was poured by Mithraea, but he only poured out 3 cups as well, giving them only to Song Yuan, the Jade Emperor, and Ah Cha. As for Shi Wangmue's doppelganger, in the end, it is not the main body that comes over, and the doppelganger is not much use. Song Yuan looked at the spiritual tea and wondered if he could drink it, but now that he had the body of an Arahant, plus the Jade Emperor's 9 dragons of true chi, it wouldn't be so bad that he would explode and die, right? Taking a shallow sip, there seemed to be a warm current in his abdomen. Song Yuan was quite satisfied with this spirit tea, and there was not a feeling of bursting his body. I suppose it was the system at work. After all, he was invincible to Mithraea as well. You're here to repay your debt? Song Yuan was quite curious. You're Mithraea. You're the future Buddha. You're the future Buddha who is rumored to be replacing Sakyamuni as the future Buddha. Although, nominally a Buddha, in essence, it's only the Bodhisattva fruit position. You don't know much. 2. What the hell? Zhao Ling froze. The legendary Mithraea Buddha is essentially just a Bodhisattva fruit? You Baidu Baidu above the news should be largely different from what I said. Song Yuan looked indifferent. The 2 that you owe have been realized. Now you are returning the knife or debt? The Jade Emperor was listening to the cold sweat on the side. The credit knives have too much guts. It is not true that Mithraea Buddha is the future Buddha, but usually, no one dares to mention the matter of Bodhisattva fruition. Ka is the present Buddha and is known as the Buddha of the Western Paradise. Mithraea, on the other hand, is the future Buddha and is known as the Buddha of the East. These 2 people did indeed tell each other off inside the spirit mountain. But who sees the Mithraea Buddha must not respectfully say Don't lie Buddha? Even the monkeys back then had to bow their heads in respect. When you come to the person with the sword on credit, you say to people's faces that they are in the Bodhisattva's fruition. The words are true though, as long as Ka remains alive. A future Buddha can never become a true Buddha. But stabbing people in the face where they hurt, this Mithraea Buddha still has to smile and laugh alone. The Jade Emperor couldn't get his words out. Originally, Shi Wangmu's doppelganger was a little angry that she didn't get the spirit tea. But when she saw that the credit knife man was actually so capable of making a fool of himself, she was instantly happy. Finally, someone who can cure him. Do you really think they came to the spirit mountain to see that fat bastard Rudra's joke? Actually, they'd rather see Song Yuan sanctioned and cleaned up. After hearing Song Yuan's words, Miles' fake smiling face froze a little. This knife is impossible to return. I don't even know where to put it. That Mithraea was initially brought into the ditch by Song Yuan and suddenly thought of the purpose of his previous visit. I am asking on behalf of the entire Spirit Mountain. How much of our entire Spirit Mountain needs to be offset if we are to pay off the debt? When Song Yuan heard this, the smile on his face deepened. However, when he glanced at the system panel, the smile on his face became even brighter. Then I have a question to ask as well. Mithraea was laughed at by Song Yuan and his heart was furrowed. You may speak. Song Yuan was nonchalant. Selling your body? Chapter 98, this program, selling out? Mithraea's pupils widened. His first reaction was to think of a group of monks, fat or thin, tall or short, standing unclothed on top of the hookahs and tiles in an unbelievably enchanting manner, saying, Master, come and play. Ah shucks, what the kind of desperate association is that? Shaking this unsupportable thought from inside his head, Mithraea's smile was all a bit solemn as he stared at Song Yuan and said with an ugly face, Credit Blade man, are you serious? Looking at it was still a smiling expression, but even the lackadaisical ACHA could tell from within that smile that the other party seemed to be angry. Ah Cha clasped his hands, said a fair word, this debt repayment has always been the natural right, or else return that knife before. Why not? Because you do not want to? Mithraea turned her head to look at T. Her face was expressionless. Who wants to? He's on 2 accounts, but they're both 2 vital ones. The first stroke is the knife he used to gradient when he became a monk. In fact, Mithraea and Shakyamuni are the same era. In the first place, in fact, Mithraea did not want to become that person in the legend. Why do people become monks? He had to be a monk? Later still, I met the man with the knife on credit. The creditors showed him the way. It also gave him clarity on his future. The second stroke was the time when Maitreya became famous. He was in the inner courtyard of Tushio heaven to speak in all the heavens and universalize all sentient beings. He became famous in one battle, and he became rightly enlightened under the dragon tree in the Hualin courtyard. But this puja had a couple of extraterrestrial heavenly devils, who entered into the realm of the mind and disturbed the thoughts, and if it wasn't for the credit dagger man who provided him with a dagger, I'm afraid Maitreya would have been caught up in the middle of a permanent illusion. These two accounts don't look like just two, but the implications are far-reaching. The cause and effect caused is also very great. Those two knives were vital to Mile, a treasure of this level. He could never give it away. It wasn't like his head was squeezed by a door. Then, since you can't give a knife, you have to give some other equivalent item. But Song Yuan had confused Maitreya with this one sentence. To say that these credit knives were annoying in the first place. Why do they show up at the knuckleheads every time? But without them, there would be no Spirit Mountain as it is now. Almost all of the brothers of Spirit Mountain have received favors from the man with the credit knife. They are the ones who have to return the favor, but the knife can't be returned. Here's the bottom line. Before Song Yuan could say anything, it was the Jade Emperor next to him who colored up. Are you kidding? Isn't it just a sword? As for having to sell it? Credit knife man. How can you talk to Don Lai Buddha like that? This look is the archfire. Song Yuan did not give the Jade Emperor face at all, is that so? Do you know that those accounts of yours, even if you sell your body, cannot afford to pay? Jade Emperor. Then get over it. How is it that Song Yuan is directly in his face and opens up? The Jade Emperor scowled at Song Yuan as if to express that he didn't mean it that way, but Song Yuan didn't bother. Maitreya glanced at the Jade Emperor, still with a smile on his face, but inside his mind he was discussing with Rulai, and in fact, deep inside the Spirit Mountain right now, those people were also quarreling. Big, bold, what's selling out? You want us to sell ourselves? That's too much, isn't it? Where's the joyful Buddha? Are you happy to hear it? Roll. What do you mean? The credit knife people are really good at not giving a damn, aren't they? Is there such a person? To ask us to sell our bodies right out of the mouth? Which of the magic treasures we have on us can't be lost? Isn't it just a knife? That's easy for you to say. Isn't it just a knife? So you're giving it to someone else? Wait a minute. Just now Maitreya was talking about paying off the debt collectively. There's no need for us to pay it off collectively. We can totally pay it off one by one. Yeah, I'll just pay back my own. Can't it be that I have to pay back Rudra's lousy debts? Who on earth was the one who just said that? Rudra's voice carried in a deep corner of some spiritual mountain. It would have been. The voice was still more and more reckless. We're okay with our own accounts on the line. We can just pay them off one by one. We don't have to take on other people's accounts even though we're all staying in Spirit Mountain. I also don't think it should be counted on the collective's head. If this is counted on the collective's head, the entire Spirit Mountain lost to him, it's probably not even enough. He also wants us to sell our bodies, so if I go alone to pay for it, I don't even need to, okay? I'm not tainted with that much karma. That smile on Maitreya's face was about to become untenable. This bunch of fat asses, rambling on without getting to the point. So somebody tell him what to do now. Maitreya took a deep breath, looked at Song Yuan, and simply broke the pot to ask, so if it's about paying back the debt collectively, how is this selling of the body? Sold to my boss as a slave, said the fifth male, his eyes full of light. The routine was familiar to him, he just knows too much. However, after the fifth prince said this, he also made a patch. But the mansion that my boss lives in now isn't big enough, so if you guys want to work as slaves for my boss, then you'll have to go out and wander around outside. The fifth duke felt that his position as the Grand Master of Slaves could never be taken by anyone. Originally to Song Yuan as a slave is not his voluntary. After all, back then owed so much. The fifth prince and a little something directly dazzled the mouth of the guy, so really incapable of repayment, can only give Song Yuan black labor. Now suddenly it was realized that the entire Spirit Mountain was Song Yuan's black labor. Even Buddha had to do black labor for Song Yuan. There's something a little eerily satisfying about that. Maitreya's face froze, lips trembling with words. However, a smile appeared on Song Yuan's face. That's not so bad. What you Buddhists are best at is obtaining merit. You guys can just go and transcend the dead souls to earn merit for me. That won't do. Cha exploded at the sound of it. Overcoming the dead. Isn't that stealing business from me? If there were no souls in hell, and they all went this way to Spirit Mountain, what would be the point of playing? Then this definitely won't work. Song Yuan was filled with helplessness, then used divine weapons to offset it. Just like the Jade Emperor, refining divine weapons are going to exterminate the extraterrestrial heavenly demons. That's fine. When Song Yuan said this, his eyes suddenly lit up. The rice and sugarcane that only matures once in 10,000 years and the various fruits that you grow here are quite good, and they can also be used to offset the debt. Or even simpler, You guys give me the entire spirit mountain and it's almost 80% of the debt. Then all you monks, go out and earn merit and pay back the remaining 20%, which is fine, Ah Cha said coolly from the side. If you take this approach to earn merit, you can't rob the ghosts from me. If you guys dare to rob them from me, then don't blame me for doing something irrational. Maithreya was numb after hearing the program. Chapter 99, Maithreya, I'll just put a tough word, how come I'm still signed up? After the Jade Emperor had been disliked so much by Song Yuan before and straightened up his attitude, he felt that it would be better for him to stand firmly by Song Yuan's side. I had thought that the Buddha of the West would be able to clean up the credit blade man properly. If we can really clean up the credit knife people, then maybe they won't have to pay their debts, even if you pay it back again. It's all about the next person who gets a knife on credit, but it's still anyone's guess where the next person on credit is. The longer this drags on, the better. The result did not expect. Spirit Mountain's gang of dead fatties are also all waste snacks, one more than the other. I can't believe that they can propose such SAO operations as collective repayment. Did the big peacock chew on your brain? The Jade Emperor laughed beside him. I think you guys could have been less united, and it would have been good for you to sign a contract with the credit blade people one by one. Otherwise, if this Spirit Mountain is given away, there's no way to get it back. Maithreya coldly grunted, pressed the Jade Emperor next to him. His face was that ugly. This Spirit Mountain we have to give. He was going to put in a stern word. He had been about to say that they had to give it in Song Yuan, the man with the sword on credit. He couldn't afford to take it. However, he was only halfway through saying this when he let Song Yuan cut him off directly, halfway interrupting the spellcasting. Really? That's great. Then our contract is now a done deal. The Jade Emperor took a step back and looked at Song Yuan with a face full of surprise. One should know that before, he and the Queen Mother of the West had reached a contract only through the signing of a contract. And the paper on which that contract was signed wasn't even precious paper. It feels like a very common type of paper sold in kiosks on Earth. Just such a broken thing. Actually also able to sign a contract that possesses the majestic momentum of heaven and earth. A contract that possesses the binding power of the heavenly Tao. A contract that even the Queen Mother of the West has no way to resist. Originally, the Jade Emperor had some suspicions that this so-called contract of Song Yuan might really just be a formality. It doesn't matter if it's signed on paper, as long as a contract is reached, as long as that intent is there. And just now, after Song Yuan had finished speaking these words, Sensei Rulai, or the Jade Emperor standing next to him, or Maithreya, or not to mention the doppelganger of the Queen Mother of the West, all felt that something was wrong. There seemed to be some special agreement bound between Song Yuan and Maithreya, and between the entire heaven and earth. All of the great monks on top of Spirit Mountain were able to feel their scalps tingling, and when they looked up it was as if some golden heavenly power was binding them, leaving them defenseless, leaving them defenseless, leaving them without even a hint of regret. Deep within the Spirit Mountain, after Song Yuan had finished speaking these words, Rulai stood up from the top of the stool with a huff, unable to sit down at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk? Is Maithreya's brain squeezed by a door? To actually say something like that? What's wrong with him? Don't you discuss such things with me? This scenario doesn't sound very plausible at first. He can agree to such a thing? Rulai was trembling with anger, and from the time when he and Maithreya had exchanged words, he had felt that the bastard's brain wasn't a bit too good. Now it seems to be a really bad brain. Which predicted this? Not that this one is some kind of future Buddha? Ka called himself the Buddha of the Western Paradise. Maithreya then dared to call himself the Buddha of the East. Isn't that more than him? Rudra now feels that this thing and his own mutually different seedlings, said a future Buddha? That is simply disgusting themselves. The so-called future Buddha is to give away the spiritual mountain awe? How much effort has this spirit mountain accumulated for them? Just give it away? In fact, the entire spirit mountain is indeed divided into two factions inside, and now it is even more quarrelsome. What's the situation? It's not like Maithreya, he's brainless. How could he sign this kind of contract? This term's credit blade man is so good. Isn't this the legendary words? No, with the verbal contract that the two of them signed. Why do I feel like the entire spirit mountain is bound to it? Why do I feel like there's just a special force of heavenly Tao binding me right now? In fact, Maithreya just wanted to put in a harsh word. I guess what he wanted to say before was, we can give the spirit mountain. Can you, a little man with a sword on credit, take it? Then why doesn't he talk faster? Usually happy and smiling like a little cutie. Like, what's that saying people have on Earth? 3 smiles for nothing is a fool. You guys are really good. How long have I been on top of the spirit mountain? The steps above my cave are all polished from my disc. And now you're telling me that the spirit mountain belongs to someone else? Who offered to pay the debt collectively? Don't I owe 2 knives? Why don't I even have a house anymore? Cheer up. We're down to 20% unpaid debt so far. Shut up. This program is absolutely not okay. Never use this program. Spirit Mountain is noisy and messy. Maithreya directly spat out a mouthful of blood at this time. It was mainly Rudra who connected with his consciousness in the depths of the spiritual mountain and provided him with a direct mountain of spiritual pressure. Plus, Maitreya had just discovered to her horror that she and Song Yuan had already completed the Heavenly Dao contract. This kind of contract is not at all easy to unravel once it is made, unless both parties reset it. Spirit Mountain's side was willing, but was Song Yuan's side willing? Coupled with the fact that Maitreya's mind was now a mess inside, a number of voices rang in his ears, all of them condemning voices, and under the anger and rage, a mouthful of old blood was spewed out by the junkie, planted on the ground with a thud. It took the Jade Emperor next to him by surprise. The Jade Emperor even poured himself a cup of tea and said cheerfully, "This mental quality is also a bit too bad." As a result, Song Yuan stared at him. "In fact, there are quite a few of you in the Heavenly Court who owe me a lot, so you can also adopt such a program." The Jade Emperor's cold hairs stood up. "I was just being mean on purpose." "Well, at least he is the Buddha of the East. I'm afraid that he will be angry and unfavorable to you, so I was mean on purpose. I'm doing it for your own good." This bastard's brain reaction speed is quite fast. The bull's head is not the same as the horse's mouth. So Song Yuan suddenly remembered the words that the Jade Emperor said just now. Song Yuan waved his hand hopelessly. "Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who communizes personal revenge." The Jade Emperor found this completely unbelievable. "Even if someone says flower, just listen. I am sincerely suggesting," Song Yuan said in a serious manner. "You people in the Heavenly Court owe me far too much. You are at least the boss of the Heavenly Court. You can also adopt the way of collective repayment of the debt, and offset the entire Heavenly Court against me, so that including your debt will be directly reduced by 80%. As for the rest, you just use merit to pay back well." The Jade Emperor was listening to his scalp next to him, and the Queen Mother of the West next to him didn't dare to meet Song Yuan's eyes. Kidding aside, a group of ancient gods could live in the depths of the Kunlun Divine Palace. It's not like the whole of Kunlun is just Queen Mother West's. What's more, the Queen Mother of the West side had already finished signing the contract. "No, no, no, I'm not a good leader." The Jade Emperor frantically threw dirt on himself. "I'm just a mundane person, and it makes more sense to let the employees pay the bills they owe." He's not stupid. He wasn't going to fall for that. "And you're still putting words in Song Yuan's mouth at this juncture? Beware of people signing up directly with you." Chapter 100 ACHA's Rapture. Seeing Maitreya just fall straight to the ground, Song Yuan was speechless. This is Bodhisattva fruition. Why is his mental quality still so poor? The Jade Emperor glanced at Maitreya with some pity, glad that he hadn't met Song Yuan eye to eye and that he hadn't sold out the Heavenly Court in a few words. This is if the Heavenly Court has no. The Jade Emperor does not dare to continue to think about it. Song Yuan turned his head to look at the Jade Emperor, seemingly very interested in acquiring the Heavenly Court. "Look at you guys, it's weirdly pathetic to go to work every day. Why don't we do it this way? I'll simply take the seal of the gods as well, including your Heavenly Court. All of it will be sold to me against 85% of all the debts." Jade Emperor? Zhao Ran was aware of the list of sealed gods. He had never seen pork before. He had seen pigs running. After all, he had read quite a few similar novels. He directly laughed out loud. "Song Yuan, if you were to take away all the list of sealed gods, that group of deities could revolt tomorrow. They'd have to die of joy." The Jade Emperor thought so too. At the time of having the seal of the gods, there were only 3 antipodes in the Heavenly Court. Now if we really take the sealing list, then there will be more than 3 antipodes in heaven. That's a lot older. The ones that were uncovered on the spot were all over the place. Is the Jade Emperor still the Jade Emperor? I'm a leader with little humanity. And besides, it's not like every god in our Heavenly Court has a debt with someone on credit, right? I can't let those who don't have debts help those who do pay their debts, right? The Jade Emperor's reasoning was as good as it gets. He certainly wanted to get rid of the sealing list. But really, that's messed up. What's more, if Song Yuan had only collected the seal of the gods, that would have been just fine. The Heavenly Court has taken it all away? Then does the Jade Emperor have to float around in the sky every day? Be a wandering deity? Ha! Who can stand that? The Jade Emperor hurriedly vetoed Song Yuan's proposal. No. I think it's fine now. Let those employees come over to pay your debt themselves. Turn around and I'll put this matter on the agenda. I'll go to the meeting immediately. Zhao Ling was inexplicably a bit lost. Can it still be like this? The Jade Emperor is all numb too. What's with this soul ferryman? Why does he keep raising his hand? Of course it's possible. The Jade Emperor simply went directly to Zhao Ling's superior. That is, Ah Cha, and woe betide him. The Jade Emperor looked at Ah Cha with a face full of excitement. Otherwise, why don't you simply give your own world in the underworld to Song Yuan to offset the debt as well? The original goal of the bogeyman was to make things difficult for Cha. I didn't expect Ah Cha's eyes to light up when she heard the offer. Really great? The Jade Emperor was filled with confusion. What the hell? Well, at least it's the master of the underworld. Well, At least, it became a god because of the underworld. How is it that you look down on the underworld so much that you have to pay off the entire underworld? However, the Jade Emperor still thought that Acha was just pretending to make a good impression in front of the Credit Blade man, and he was still thinking in his heart that this lord of the underworld could really put up a good fight, when he heard Acha talking to Song Yuan with a face full of excitement. Can you really take it away? I remember I owe quite a bit, so why don't we can negotiate a new contract and I'll sell the underworld to you. Acha's eyes were crystal clear. Shi Wangmu's doppelganger was numb. What's wrong with this Jade Emperor? I don't agree. Acha and the Jade Emperor said in unison. Who are you to disagree? The Jade Emperor was watching the fun. Acha was really feeling annoyed. She didn't recognize the Queen Mother of the West at all. The Western Queen Mother's doppelganger. Her entire being was not well, and she couldn't let Acha notice her identity. So she found an excuse. The contract between your underworld and the Credit Blade people has already been completed. How can you still re-sign it? If you guys are able to re-sign it, then aren't we able to re-sign it as well? Although Acha couldn't see the true identity of the Western Queen Mother, she was able to sense that the other party was indeed a celestial being. Acha said without a good mood. That's a matter between us and the underworld and the people of the Credit Blade. It has nothing to do with you. What's wrong with celestials? Doesn't the Queen Mother of the West know what Acha is playing at? Originally, it was that group of ancient gods that created a cage for Acha. This cage is the underworld. It was hard to keep all the remaining Protoss all locked up, and this group of Protoss were slowly turning into gods over the long years. One day they might break out of this cage, but Song Yuan would have bought the underworld. Wouldn't that be the equivalent of letting all those original people out? Those proto-humans have quite a hatred for the heavenly realm. Don't say with Qi. Even if there is no Qi, it is estimated that these original people will not let go of Kunlun, and will immediately go to war. If it was the original people from before, so be it. Now they can all be gods. If there's a war, will the Kunlun Divine Palace be able to handle it? The Western Queen Mother's doppelganger wasn't slow in the head, and after thinking of this, she looked at Song Yuan with a horrified expression. Is it true that a signed contract can't be reversed? It can be reversed. Song Yuan replied in a submissive manner. Shi Wangmu's bilocation people are numb. Then you, Acha directly interrupted. Then the underworld can just give you a credit? Then I don't want it. Song Yuan let the Western Queen Mother's doppelganger back in with a single sentence, but it made Acha quite upset. Acha stomped her foot and pulled Song Yuan's arm with her hand and pouted. Why can't you do it? You can collect the Spirit Mountain, but you can't do it with my place? Nonsense. Song Yuan drew his arm back, his attitude like a pluck ruthless scum. Spirit Mountain has value. Does the underworld have value? This comment directly dumbfounded Cha. You even dislike the underworld. What is the nature of the underworld you don't know? What do I need a cage back for? Song Yuan was a bit helpless. The contract I signed with you before was the best plan. Acha also disliked the underworld. That was true. Now, Acha could instead roam every part of the underworld through her divine power. Knowing that before, she was suppressed in the deepest part of the underworld. Okay then. Cha was filled with loss. But the Western Queen Mother's doppelganger was overjoyed. This Credit Blade man had finally done something good. But the joy on the face of the Western Queen Mother's doppelganger stiffened before it could be expressed. Because Song Yuan said from the side, you don't have to be so lost. The underworld will still nourish you in the end. And when your godly power is strong enough, you can go out and stroll around well. For example, right now, you can briefly come out and stroll around for a while. Makes sense. Acha nodded, glancing at Xiaoya in passing. Maybe one day we'll be able to go to Kunlun. Xiaoya had been minimizing her presence. After all, there was a doppelganger of the Queen Mother of the West here. Being glared at by Acha, she didn't dare to dislike her back and stood there honestly, not saying a word. Chapter 101, Rudra swooshes up to the sky. After half a day's conversation, Mithreya is still lying on the ground, as if playing dead will avoid this contract. Song Yuan kicked Mithreya's foot with his foot and looked indifferent. Don't lie inside my great Thunderbolt temple. This place is no longer yours. Be sensible, get up and get lost, and pay the remaining 20%. The Jade Emperor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I really didn't expect Song Yuan to be so rigid. Just say that to people's faces. Mithreya, who was lying on the ground, was also anxious when she heard this, but he didn't want to open his eyes. It's good to be able to put it off. Just why Ka, at this time of the day, is not coming? Is it really necessary to give away the Spirit Mountain? Just as Mithreya was lying on the ground in a state of delirium, a solemn voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. So it's the credited swordsman who has come to my Spirit Mountain for a visit. I'm really sorry for being a bit slow. Although this voice opened the way, the next thing everyone saw was Rudra leading 20 or 30 heavyweight Buddhas as they stepped in from outside. With every step they took forward, a golden lotus bloomed on the ground. This is the secret Buddhist technique of step by step. As they came in, there was also the faint sound of Brahma music ringing out, and even the sound of people chanting sutras, and the smell of sandalwood filled the air. It can be said to be forced to pull full. Not to mention that round circle of light behind the head of each Buddha and Bodhisattva. That circle of light was simply blinding, and at that instant Song Yuan felt that he could not open his eyes. The people, the Western Buddhas, wanted this kind of ostentation in face, and they came slowly, with a compassionate smile on their faces. However, on closer inspection, this compassionate smile of theirs all had hidden sarcasm within it. Especially when they saw Song Yuan, there were a few young Buddhas who couldn't even help but show a vicious look. Originally, in the middle of the hall of this great thunder sound temple, there were many futons, and before that, there were also many Buddhas sitting here to listen to the sutra. And now these heavyweight Buddhas and Bodhisattvas have each found their respective positions and sat down cross-legged again. And the sound of Buddhist scriptures and Sanskrit music curled up inside the entire great thunder sound temple, calling for people to be mesmerized for a while. However, there was only one without a seat. That is Ka, who was occupied, letting Rulai pull down his face to sit in Maithreya's place. He didn't have the face to do so, and when Rulai came, he didn't even give the Maithreya on the ground more than a single glance as he folded his hands. Amitabha Buddha, the young master came over without saying a word to the poor monk? Is it laziness? That's not true. Your spirit mountain pays back its debts faster than even the Jade Emperor. Song Yuan gave a thumbs up to come up with a compliment, but this compliment froze the faces of the two big men present. The reason the Jade Emperor's face was dark was because he felt like he was wimping out too quickly. But honestly, he didn't dare to resist anything, for fear that Song Yuan would come and make a scene in the Hall of the Spirit, or directly stick his knife in the plaque of the Hall of the Ling Shao. So does he still want to lose this old face of the Jade Emperor? I'm called speaking honesty. The Jade Emperor hurried to save his honor, and after uttering a sentence, he immediately felt particularly strong. Chest out and waist straight, debt repayment, heaven and earth. You say right, shall I? Rulai face are green. When the monkey you cannot carry on just, after all, that monkey's force value is indeed very high. A credit knife people, you cannot hold on a little longer? Have to let this credit knife people to find his trouble? The Jade Emperor looked at Rudra with confidence, then grimaced. You don't want to renege on your debt, do you? Song Yuan also followed the Jade Emperor's tone and said in a conspiratorial manner, it's not possible that you want to renege on your debt as well, is it? The Western Queen Mother's doppelganger continued to be Yuri. This spirit mountain has been given away, so it's a bit late to renege on the debt, isn't it? Acha coughed and looked at the three shady lords and flashed a particularly bright smile at Rudra. If we weren't worthless in the underworld, I'd want to sell too. It's a wonder the underworld is worth anything. Song Yuan also wanted to take away the underworld, so that the gang of progenitors would be able to rush straight out from inside hell, and then they would directly start a war with Kunlun, and then he could move a small bench, get high and watch the show. Unfortunately, the system panel does rule that the entire underworld is worthless. The reason for this, then, is presumably because the underworld is just a cage. And how much can a cage be worth? Rudra stared at the four shady lords and thought that Acha as well as the Queen Mother of the West and the Jade Emperor had come over to help him, but he didn't realize that they had come over to be shady. Is this for Song Wan Tapua? Little Master, Rulai face ugly. Suddenly some regret, with so many Buddhas came over, originally to grow their own momentum. Now it seems, this is completely in their own trouble. This group of Buddhas is over to grow their own momentum. Clearly come to watch the show, we cannot be so count. But the contract has already been signed. Song Yuan replied with a smirk. Once it's signed, this place is mine. Rulai's fire also came up, and with a cold snort he said, is that so? Do you think you can hold it here? Are you sure you want to give it to me? Song Yuan did not answer, but asked a rhetorical question. The monkey back then was as confident as you are. Thinking that he had climbed over the five-finger mountain, Rulai brought up the monkey as both a threat and a warning. The spirit mountain is not so easy to collect. Then just give it to me and get lost. The remaining 20% think about how to pay me back. Song Yuan said this and waved his hand. The Rudra or any other Buddha in front of you is not moving at all. The bottom of Rudra's eyes were all smiles. A mere man with a sword on credit really thought of himself as something? Back then there was a man with a sword on credit who appeared on Spirit Mountain and was as arrogant as Song Yuan. But what happened in the end? He was eaten clean by the Buddhas of Spirit Mountain. That flavor, that effect, that ability, not to be outdone by the six-winged golden cicada. At this time, Rudra had a smile on his face, but that smile was not one of compassion, but of greed. The last credit blade man was so delicious, and the next few credit blades didn't taste as good as he did, but their souls were just as tasty as that credit blade man's, one after another. Why do the people in this world who take credit for knives end up disappearing? Every person with a sword on credit ends up coming to Spirit Mountain, but they don't always get out alive. The Jade Emperor glanced at Song Yuan. Cold sweat came down. This person is also too crazy. And the words here, that Ru Lai is not also motionless? Aha! A skinny Buddha in the doorway suddenly let out a scream, and just like pulling up green onions from the dry ground, he flew up into the sky, quickly transforming into a meteor in the sky and disappearing completely. Ka, got a bad feeling about this. This premonition soon became true. Next, all the Buddhas sitting on top of the bushes, tall and short, fat and thin, all of them flew straight up into the sky like cannonballs, transforming into stars in the sky. Even Rudra felt a demonic wind appearing around him at this time. He wanted to move, but realized he couldn't, and he wanted to speak, but realized he couldn't say a word. He stared with unbelieving eyes and flew into the sky with a swoosh. Song Yuan had a grumbling look on his face. He was speaking to the system panel, just that no one else could see it. Have these fat people in Spirit Mountain eaten too much? Spells can even give me a whole delay. Chapter 102, Song Yuan, Spirit Mountain is mine. Now the Jade Emperor next to him was filled with surprise. He had thought that this feature of Song Yuan's words not succeeding, but he had not expected that Rulai still flew out with a swoosh. In order to make sure that Rudra had really gone out, the Jade Emperor directly transformed into a streak of light and followed the meteors throughout the Spirit Mountain, just to see if these meteors had really drifted into the sky. And when the Jade Emperor stopped in midair, it was with a face full of shock, because he saw that all parts of the Spirit Mountain were literally as if they were pulling up from dry land, and there were quite a few people rising up into the air. Those monks were filled with horror, struggling and screaming in the air, but all to no avail. It's as if they don't exist in this world, it's as if they are naturally rejected by it. Obviously this was the Spirit Mountain where they had lived most of their lives. The voices of the monks speaking echoed in the sky for a long time, and even Song Yuan was able to hear it clearly, as if he was listening to a large-scale pop-up, with a number of divine senses echoing in the sky. What the hell? Why am I suddenly soaring? Didn't Buddha talk to the credit blade man? Not having a deal isn't enough to make us fly, is it? We were not like this before. We were not like this before. My Buddha beads, I've been coiling them for 200 years. I still have the sherds, aren't they all gone? This is to banish me? But isn't the Spirit Mountain ours? Soon it won't be ours. Credit Blade Man, you deserve to die. The Jade Emperor had gone out after him to confirm it, and that was really watching Rudra being rejected from the Spirit Mountain so directly. Throw it hard. Awesome. The Jade Emperor in the end did not directly chase out. There is a door he does not go. He hit what space wall, and is not idle. Now all that's left is Maitreya on the floor. Song Yuan was kinda curious. Is this because of the fainting, or is it because you, the Buddha of the East, are indeed more powerful than the Buddha of the West? It was then that Maitreya opened her eyes and laughed her ass off. The bastard had one hand dead to the floor tiles and wouldn't let go. He also felt an inexplicable suction, although there was no wind at all above this great hall, but for some reason, he felt like he couldn't control his body at all. Maitreya was alarmed. What kind of spell are you using? Song Yuan spread his hands. It's not much of a brilliant spell. It's just a simple cleanup of the individual. I've said that this Spirit Mountain is all mine, and you still don't believe me. Maitreya was somewhat convinced this time. The Spirit Mountain just thought too highly of themselves. They shouldn't have asked Song Yuan that. When the monkey was bouncing around in the palm of Ka's hand back then, he really didn't know the heights of heaven and thought that he had really escaped from Ka's hand, and he was finally crushed by Ka under the five-fingered mountain. No. Maitreya thought of those divine powers of Rudra from the past, and a bewildered smile suddenly swept across his face, realizing that all those previous creditors had disappeared in the Spirit Mountain, and that this one in front of him, although more arrogant than them, although slightly more powerful than them. So what? You won't be able to take the Spirit Mountain. Maitreya thought of this and persuaded, before the Buddha gets completely angry. You guys sit down and talk it over. You might be able to talk it over. You've pissed off Rulai completely. Then you should know what it means to fly into ashes. The last word Maitreya hadn't said. The fifth prince suddenly stepped forward and stomped hard on Maitreya's hand that was picking at the floor tiles. Maitreya was really caught off guard. Moreover, when the fifth prince stepped down with his foot even turned into a Taotia's paw. That's not a light kick. The floor tiles of the Great Thunderbolt Temple were cracked. It took the Jade Emperor next to him by surprise. The point was that this palm of Miles' hand completely loosened, and his entire body flew directly backwards as if he were on dry land, quickly turning into a flash of meteor that disappeared into the sky. It's quiet now. The fifth duke walked up next to Song Yuan like a lapdog, especially fawning. Boss, don't believe them. Have you forgotten what I am? Song Yuan raised his eyebrows. He hasn't said anything yet. The fifth prince, just as if he had responded to the stress, continued. I'm a Tao Tai. I can eat anything with this mouth. Big deal. I'll put the entire Spirit Mountain in my stomach after I eat it. Jade Emperor, Sigma, degree winky face. Think about the future of the Spirit Mountain above or Taotia's saliva. A little cannot be wanted. Queen Mother of the West. Sigma. Zhao Ling was silent. Ah Cha couldn't help it. Then your stomach won't burst? Tao Tai patted his stomach very proudly. How can that be? I can fit everything in this stomach. Song Yuan was a little helpless. If the entire spirit mountain is placed in your stomach, then in the future, all inside the spirit mountain will be filled with your saliva and your gastric juices. Who can stand this? Hurry up and be a human being. That's not a bad thing to say. And the fifth prince froze at that, a little embarrassed. Then Song Yuan looked indifferent. Since this spirit mountain is all mine now, it wouldn't be too much for me to take a stroll, would it? The fifth prince's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then I'll collect all the rice and sugarcane that ripens here once in 10,000 years. Harvest all the scriptures here. The Tang monk didn't take so many scriptures with him even when he was fetching scriptures from the west. Collect it. Feel free to collect it. Song Yuan waved his hand carelessly. The fifth prince then scurried straight out, directly turning into the Taoyu's body in mid-air. Running that fast, Shi Wangmu's doppelganger also followed. I'll also go out to look for food. Joking aside, that was a Tao Tai. If this wasn't careful, maybe the little bit of edible stuff above the spirit mountain would be gripped clean by this thing. If she doesn't take a more active role, I'm afraid there's nothing left of this. Of course the Jade Emperor knew what Shi Wangmu's doppelganger was thinking, and he was somewhat speechless. How can you be so shallow-eyed? Can all that stuff go into the Taoyu's stomach? You go and watch him. Song Yuan gave a command while the Western Queen Mother's doppelganger hadn't gone far. We have to be sustainable. We can't woolgather and kill the sheep. The Queen Mother of the West originally wanted to hide a little bit of food in private, but she did not expect to be seen through by Song Yuan. And thinking about that slave contract of hers, even the doppelganger of the Queen Mother of the West had to follow Song Yuan's orders. So, in the end, the Western Queen Mother's doppelganger looked back at Song Yuan. Don't worry, I'll make sure to supervise it properly. However, Song Yuan had long been eyeing the place where the true scriptures were hidden behind the Great Thundersound Temple. Buddhist scriptures. That a volume of scriptures is like the existence of God, but wear along eyes. As long as you do not read the wrong, as long as the volume of scriptures to read, the effect can be better than holding Baidu read. The better the results, the more merit is gained. Doesn't that pay off the bills faster? Song Yuan then led Zhao Ling and Xiaoya directly into the location where the true scriptures were stored. Don't forget your duties. You too. But you can't chew on greed. Just mainly look for the ones that transcend the dead souls. Ah Cha also followed, a pair of eyes staring straight at Xiaoya. This one wants to steal business from us too? Zhao Ling, you can take a little more. Zhao Ling is full of black lines. Coming to this place where the true scriptures are stored, he realized that not all the true scriptures can be taken casually. At least he can't. These scriptures recognize their owners. Chapter 103, Goku's Soul? Missing. But to Song Yuan, these scriptures were merely ordinary scriptures. Not that he thought these verses were all that remarkable. Casually picking up one of the volumes and glancing at it, Song Yuan felt a headache. The bastard's face did not change, and put that scripture back on the bookshelf. It's really a headache to see my head hurt, but in the future the entire spirit mountain will be mine. It doesn't matter. You two look for it quickly. Song Yuan left a task for Zhao Ling and Xiaoya and wandered around carelessly by himself instead. Zhao Ling walked up to the tall bookshelf, and a volume of scriptures flew in his direction among them. It was as if the scroll of scriptures had found a home, and it flew to Zhao Ling's face of its own accord in particular. Zhao Ling took a look, and sure enough, what was written on top of that scripture was the Lotus Sutra of the Wonderful Dharma. He made it easy, while Xiaoya was guilty of searching for a pile of scriptures for half a day, and eventually found a scroll of the mantra of the past life inside the corner. This was the simplest of the Buddhist mantras commonly used for transcendence, and was not even, for all intents and purposes, a scripture. This volume of the mantra of the past life, Xiaoya was still able to pick it up. Xiaoya didn't have as strong a compulsion as Zhao Ling, and was able to feel that not every one of these scriptures could be picked up casually. And after getting the mantra of the past life, Xiaoya also put her paw on top of a nearby volume of scriptures. She wanted to pocket that scroll of scripture, but when she grabbed it she realized that she couldn't grab it at all. That roll of scripture lines was like it was welded to the top of a shelf. No matter how much strength Xiaoya had exerted, there was no way to take it down. Knowing that he was the legendary 9 heavenly creatures, and the greatest thing about the 9 heavenly creatures was their strength. After all, they were known as the god of war. At this time, Ah Cha had already gone out after Song Yuan's footsteps. Song Yuan did not care much about the scriptures on top of the shelf, and as for the Jade Emperor, he did not care very much either. Zhao Ling saw Ah Cha go out before he told Xiaoya, "Don't waste your efforts. You can take one of the mantras for the afterlife. You can't afford to take the others or take them out. These scriptures seem to be alive and tempered. Why did some scriptures fly directly towards your direction just now? Can't it be that this is what you were studying before?" Xiaoya had heard about Zhao Ling's past life. She heard that Zhao Ling was a monk in his past life, Having a temper, isn't that normal? Zhao Ling's face wore a warm smile, and I feel like I'm home when I come here. All these scriptures feel especially strong to me. I have a deep sense of belonging. It's like I should have been here all along. If you don't understand anything you can ask me, but for the scriptures you'll just have to take the past life mantra. It's enough that you have the past life mantra. You won't necessarily be able to recite this thing. Zhao Ling rolled his eyes greatly and explained it specifically to Xiaoya. He even demonstrated it in front of Xiaoya, because just now, Zhao Ling had gotten his hands on a volume of the Myriad Lotus Sutra, and now he was holding that volume of the Myriad Lotus Sutra in one hand, while the other hand went to grab the other sutras. There are some scriptures that can be picked up easily, and some that are a struggle to even lift. Xiaoya just stood by and watched with a face full of incredulity, completely unable to understand. See, not all scriptures can be taken away. You can only take away the mantra of the Pathfinder, or else you can try something else, Zhao Ling said easily and happily. Anyway, he already felt that he had gotten the whole world by taking one volume of the Lotus Sutra of the Myriad Dharmas. He couldn't look at anything else. Besides, the current Spirit Mountain was already Song Yuan's, and even if he wanted to get a new one in the future, he could apply with Song Yuan to enter the Spirit Mountain. Although whether it was the Jade Emperor or Rulai, the gang felt that Song Yuan would most likely not be able to take the Spirit Mountain with him, and although the Spirit Mountain thing was now owned by Song Yuan, he could not take it with him. However, Zhao Ling was particularly confident in Song Yuan. He felt that Song Yuan definitely had a way to take it away. It's really funny if you can't take it with you. Weren't these monks certain that even if they gave the Spirit Mountain to Song Yuan, then Song Yuan would have no way to actually take the Spirit Mountain away? Isn't that what they're trying to say? Zhao Ling, however, had an inexplicable confidence in Song Yuan that these monks would eventually hit their faces. However, Song Yuan was really just wandering around as if it was very casual, and after strolling through the Great Thunder Sound Temple, he also headed for the 1000 Buddha Cave in the back. Many of the 1000 Buddha caves behind this are the residences of those Buddhas. There were statues of them in there, places where they often had epiphanies. However, not every Buddha's residence seems so simple and desolate. Some Buddha that inside the statue is a pure gold, and even were inlaid with a variety of jewels of the robe. Opulent light standing outside the door will be able to be that pure gold statue blind. The places where these monks live are too good to be true, aren't they? The Jade Emperor came out from inside a certain Buddha's residence, dumbfounded. I haven't even had a whole statue this exaggerated inside my cave. However, there are still quite a few people who cultivate in purity, the Jade Emperor said with a sigh from the side. Not necessarily. Oh, Song Yuan felt a lot of spatial power inside those caves. Maybe there is something else after going in. A few people were chatting when Song Yuan suddenly realized that a cavern was emanating a fury and murderous aura inside. This was the complete opposite of the peaceful Buddha's light throughout Spirit Mountain. Which god of murder has put down the butcher's knife and become Buddha again? Ah Cha said with a face full of helplessness. The murderous aura on his body is about to condense into substance. It's not appropriate to have such a great killing aura inside the cave after this person has left, right? Song Yuan quickly walked to the entrance of the cave and froze, unable to say a word. And the Jade Emperor froze when he saw that hairy face with the shark mouth at the entrance of that cave. Ah Cha blinked his eyes thinking of the black mythological Goku that he had fought for a long time but had not fought through, his face full of incredulity. This, fighting Buddha? Only to see that inside that cave quietly sitting there was a monkey wearing a monk's robe, covered in hair, with his hands folded, but holding his weapon horizontally between his own hands, with his eyes closed, quietly sitting there. His face was peaceful, but his body carried a fury. And he didn't wear a golden hoop on his head, but the killing aura emanating from his entire body was like substance. He was like a sword. He was like a pin in the sea, stuck quietly in the cavern, discouraging people from approaching. The kind of fear that the Jade Emperor had when he was beaten by the monkey came up again, always feeling that the monkey might open his eyes and swing a stick at any moment. It's his body. Song Yuan butts in, interrupting the Jade Emperor's recollection and heading in the direction of Goku's body in front of everyone. If the baleful aura emanating from Yukon's body was like a sword thrust into the midst of the soil, then Song Yuan, who was walking towards the monkey, was like a sharp knife that cut through the sword's baleful aura in a hard way. His soul is missing. Song Yuan counted the trigrams. His face was a bit odd, and he finally came to this conclusion. The Jade Emperor's eyes dodged. He knew a little bit about the monkey, but he hadn't expected Rulai to do such a desperate thing. Chapter 104, Such a Big Spirit Mountain. You actually took it? Song Yuan's trigrams didn't show where the Great Sage ended up, but they did show that the Great Sage's soul at least still existed, and in fact, as long as it existed, it was still pretty good. The Jade Emperor hastened to change the subject. In that case, the entire Spirit Mountain is yours so far? Are you sure you can take away the Spirit Mountain? The reason why those vultures from the Buddhist sect were so arrogant was that they were certain that Song Yuan did not have the ability to take away the entire Spirit Mountain. How is that possible? That's the whole spirit mountain. As soon as Song Yuan left this spirit mountain, Rulai would surely find a way to come back in. Wasn't it just a competition of divine power? Maybe Rulai would have already brought the gang of monks to think of a way by now. I think it's fine to make a scene, Ah Cha said bitterly. You can't really lose the spirit mountain where the Buddha resides, either, can you? Why can't I? Song Yuan looked indifferent. This place is already mine. There's no way to persuade him. They are perfectly capable of establishing a spiritual mountain once again. Song Yuan was even thoughtful enough to help Ka find a way to do so. Isn't it just a mere spirit mountain? That's easy to say. The Jade Emperor and Ah Cha looked at each other in dismay, not daring to say a word more for fear of offending Song Yuan. However, the Jade Emperor still remained skeptical about the matter of Song Yuan taking over the entire spirit mountain. Not long ago, the 5 males have been more than 10,000 years of maturity of all kinds of vegetables and fruits are all collected. This is for Song Yuan, our great tonic. Come back to Song Yuan to report the happy news, boss. This more than 10,000 years of maturity of fruits and vegetables I am all to retrieve. These previously can be Rulai's exclusive things. Every day will be someone's special inventory. Now I'll let you eat. Great tonic. However, Song Yuan didn't look as happy as he could have been. Just now, when he saw the remnants of the great sage's body, he had counted on a few things, including the fact that Spirit Mountain had once partaken of several Credit Blade man ancestors. Rulai felt that he had done his work more meticulously and that no one was able to notice. But Song Yuan felt that there were some things that Rulai was still not particularly aware of. Let's go out when the collection is done. Song Yuan waved his hand. Before Ah Cha and the Western Queen Mother Doppelganger and the Jade Emperor could say anything, these 3 goods had already gone up to the sky with a swoosh just like Rulai, painting the black night sky with 3 beautiful stars. Rockets don't even launch that fast. Xiaoya and Zhao Ling, who had chosen their scriptures, happened to see the scene, and the 2 of them were as quiet as chickens. I thought that Song Yuan was perverted, but I didn't expect Song Yuan to be so perverted that he directly made 3 particularly powerful characters directly disappear between raising his hands and throwing his feet. Boss, the one who was the most calm when he saw those 3 guys go up to the sky was probably the 5th Duke, as the 5th Duke had always felt that Song Yuan was the most powerful being in this world. Don't we live in Spirit Mountain? It was at such a time, and the 5th Prince was still very calmly asking such a question. Confused, Song Yuan asked, why do we need to live in Spirit Mountain? Let's go back to Earth. I still have to do business in my blacksmith store. The 5th Prince was even more confused than Song Yuan. But if we leave, the Spirit Mountain will be deserted. Won't the Rudra attack and come in? Speaking of this, the 5th Prince suddenly became particularly aggressive, and there was some excitement hidden in his tone. Boss, why don't you let me help you guard the door? That's not necessary, Song Yuan said and waved his hand again. And this time, the 5 dukes as well as Xiaoya and Zhao Mandarin flew out in unison, transforming into 3 stars in the night sky. It was only then that Song Yuan said the next unfinished words. You're all here. I'm afraid I can't take it in. As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Yuan snapped his fingers. The blade that had disappeared inside the Great Thunder Sound Temple's plaque automatically disappeared, filling the entire spirit vein of the Spirit Mountain. Just now, when Song Yuan inserted that knife into the plaque, it felt like the entire Spirit Mountain had shortened a few points along with it. And when Song Yuan finished this action, he felt that the entire aura above the Spirit Mountain was flourishing. The entire Spirit Mountain had undergone a sea change, and the aura seemed to be 3 times denser than before. At least it's my land. After doing this, Song Yuan was quite satisfied. At least there must be an abundance of aura. Then Song Yuan slowly walked over in the direction of the portal. Only the land under his feet was shrinking, coming down from the top of that high asterisk towering spiritual mountain. It was only as long as 2 steps. Not long after Song Yuan appeared at the entrance that the 2 Buddhas were looking at just now, Song Yuan took a step outside. At this moment, Song Yuan returned to his blacksmith store, and when he appeared inside the blacksmith store, all the people inside the blacksmith store also curiously looked in his direction. That's right, those people who entered the Spirit Mountain with him at the beginning were at the blacksmith store, but after they came, they looked around and didn't see the monks, and they didn't know where the monks had gone. The 5th Duke was just about to speak when he saw Song Yuan put the machete that he had been carrying on the ground with a bang. Originally the 5th Duke thought that Song Yuan would take this machete and slash the Buddha's face, but he didn't think that in the end, Song Yuan didn't use it at all. And after that machete fell to the ground, a huge vortex appeared, and in everyone's astonished gazes, they saw the entire Spirit Mountain, including that portal, slowly becoming smaller and smaller, and eventually being sucked into that machete. The technique, simple and rough, is like pulling a carrot. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother of the West were filled with dumbfounded faces. The 5th Prince was able to clearly feel that the breath of the entire Spirit Mountain had entered into that tiny machete. That was an entire Spirit Mountain. That entire Spirit Mountain was so big and covered such a wide area. It actually entered directly into the machete. How good should the boss be? The fifth prince looked at Song Yuan with a face full of excitement. Boss, I knew you had a solution. Song Yuan was also very proud. I told you a long time ago, Spirit Mountain is mine. The Jade Emperor was filled with shock as he surveyed the machete. You can actually fit an entire Spirit Mountain inside this machete? How big must this machete of yours be? Haven't seen a person with a sword on credit like me? Or have you never seen a sword like this before? Song Yuan's expression was indifferent as he swept a glance at the Jade Emperor behind him. What's so strange about it? It's just a big fuss. The Jade Emperor really made a big fuss about it. It's a spiritual mountain. A big spiritual mountain like that is just gone? The Jade Emperor felt like his three views were shattered. The Queen Mother of the West looked at Song Yuan with a rather wary look in her eyes. This Song Yuan was actually able to do such a ghostly hand. She felt that she couldn't even disobey Song Yuan in the future. It was too scary. What if he has nothing better to do one day and takes Kunlun? The depths of Kunlun are home to a number of ancient gods sleeping. And one day Pangu, having nothing better to do, awakens and suddenly realizes that he has changed places. That Queen Mother of the West is all skinned up. Alright, Song Yuan directly gave an expulsion order. You guys go wherever you need to go, do whatever you need to do, don't stick around my blacksmith store, I still have a lot of things to do. Speaking of which, Song Yuan directly instructed the fifth prince, go cook, I'm hungry. Chapter 105 Rudra breaks defense. The Jade Emperor didn't even know how the hell he floated back to heaven. Anyway, the whole thing fell over with shock, and also at the same time not noticing the little tail behind him. Neza and Erlangshan waited for half a day, but finally saw the Jade Emperor return in full regalia. It shouldn't be. Can't it be that he returned something cheaper this time, so he wasn't stripped naked? Neza looked at his cell phone in confusion. Am I squatting for nothing? Erlangshan was also speechless. It seems that this time he is very well prepared. Let's go back. It's no fun. I thought I'd be able to take some nude asterisk pictures. Neza was now taking pictures of the Jade Emperor, and there was something addictive about it. But the two of them had instead been following the Jade Emperor, always feeling that there was something wrong with this current state of the Jade Emperor. Though this time the Jade Emperor wasn't raked over the coals by Song Yuan, but the Jade Emperor's face looks like a dead mom. It was as if it had suffered some shock to the third dimension. The whole person was floating in mid-air when he walked, mourning his face and just going straight back to the Lingxiao Palace. However, before the Jade Emperor in front of him could cry out in shock, the first one to cry out in shock was Neza, and the Jade Emperor realized that there were two little tails following behind him. Only at this point, the Jade Emperor only had time to look back. Most of his eyes were focused on the rows of shiny bald scoops in the distance. Not only are they bald scoops, but the point is that most of these bald scoops have a huge golden disc behind their heads inside, the kind that blinds you. The Jade Emperor finally knew exactly where those monks from inside the Spirit Mountain had gone, hoping it all runs to him. There are too many of them, aren't there? In the first place, he should not use the name of the Western tour to let the Buddhist sect flourish. This bunch of dead fat, but he cannot afford to feed. Seeing the Jade Emperor return, Rulai in the distance, the folds of his face all smiled into a chrysanthemum. You're finally back. Virtuous brother, how was it? Did my Spirit Mountain not end up being taken away by that credit knife person? Before the Jade Emperor could speak, Rulai had already boasted. Not that I'm saying, is it not too easy to think that a mere credit knife man would want to force my hand? I don't know how many credit knife people have been in my place before, but what was the end result? Speaking of this, the 10,000 thousands of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas laughed out loud. The ash above the ceiling of the Lingnan Palace was making them fall off. The Jade Emperor came back to his senses from among Song Yuan's divine strikes with a smirking expression on his face. Why are you so sure that people can't collect your Spirit Mountain? Just kidding, that's a whole spiritual mountain, Rulai said somewhat smugly. It's like your heavenly court people can't possibly take it. Not to mention that my spiritual mountain is 3 times bigger than your heavenly court. The Jade Emperor's face darkened. He always had the feeling that the other man was putting himself down, and it's a pretty strong feeling. The Jade Emperor's face was ugly, but when he thought of what had happened to Rulai, the Jade Emperor couldn't help but laugh out loud. Since you're so certain, then otherwise you should go back and take a look to see if your Spirit Mountain is still there. He's in a very strange state. It makes Ka quite alert. The next second Rulai directly disappeared in this Lingxiao Palace. The other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas also more or less know the art of deduction, but they began to count when they felt a buzzing pain in the head. It was as if something had hit them on the head. It makes them hard all over. This is normal, and past credit cutters would have made them so. The creditor is just a very special being in this world, so they can't project Song Yuan at all. Just like the Book of Life and Death, there is a description of Song Yuan. It's all circles. It's all gibberish. You can't read it at all. Ka didn't push at all, but simply floated out, because he knows it too. It was absolutely fruitless to deduce the credit swordsman. The world was set up that way and could not be changed. and when Ka came to the spiritual mountain, just a whole big shock. The whole spirit mountain is gone. Empty. Nothing. All he could see was a black nothingness. It was as if the original spirit mountain was like a radish that was stuck inside this black void, and now that someone had taken it away, that radish pit was still there. Even the inside of the radish pit could faintly detect some of the aura of the spirit mountain. But where did spirit mountain go? Ka was also unclear. He was unable to deduce the movements of the credit blade man, who was filled with shock as he groped inside that black nothingness for half a day. He had thought that this might be a blindfold for the man with the sword on credit. After all, such a big spiritual mountain. No matter how powerful the credit knife man was, he couldn't just take away a spirit mountain that big. And when Ka had mapped out the entire black void, the expression on his face couldn't hang on. There's nothing left. There's actually nothing left? How could this be? How could this be? That's just a sword on credit man. Weren't all the sword on credit men of old less powerful? How did this happen? Rulai was lost in thought, but he felt that the Jade Emperor should know something. After all, the Jade Emperor had followed Song Yuan to the spirit mountain, though he thought it was possible that this one had come over to watch the fun. But at this time, Rulai could no longer think too much. He put all his hopes on the Jade Emperor's body. A flash re-entered the Lingxiao Palace, but this time it was probably because of too much anger or because of some other mood swing, and in any case Ka accidentally stood on the heads of the other Buddhas. Then Rudra reappeared beside the Jade Emperor. At this time, the Jade Emperor was so calm and relaxed that he even poured himself a cup of tea. What the hell is going on? Where's my big spirit mountain? Rulai stared angrily at the Jade Emperor. The Jade Emperor searched for a moment, and only then opened his mouth. But what he said was not about Song Yuan. But another thing, when you told the human monkey that the monkey could not turn over your five-finger mountain, and if it turned over your five-finger mountain, what did you come to? Rulai's face was ugly. Don't bring up that stale matter. Oh, I'm just saying that if it was Song Yuan you met in the first place, you might have lost that hand. The Jade Emperor was calm and relaxed, pouring another cup of tea. I saw them take such a large spirit mountain and put it directly into a space. The Jade Emperor described it to Rudra in passing. I was surprised too, but it's true. Ah. Your condolences. Rudra, full of incredulity, stood up with an open heart and began to recite a mantra with his hands folded. The Jade Emperor always felt a bit familiar when he looked at his exasperated appearance. At this time Ka was on the verge of going berserk. Spirit Mountain, return quickly. Spirit Mountain, you dead. Hurry up and come back here. Ryzen, have you forgotten who turned you into that? Hurry up and die back. Spirit Mountain. Rulai this sentence then a shout. The whole Lingxiao hall is almost collapsed. The Jade Emperor is pondering. Always feel that he shouted Regulus. Back then seems to be the same expression, the same attitude, the same state of mind to come. That's still. No? Chapter 106, it's pretty cool. The Jade Emperor and a bunch of vultures just watched Rulai break the great defense in such an old-fashioned manner. Watching Rulai sing and dance like a psychopath on top of the Lingxiao Palace, summoning the Spirit Mountain in all sorts of fancy ways. But the answer, obviously, never garnered a single response. This made Ka a little skeptical. Not to mention that Rudra did this, but many monks also began to summon things inside their own caves. My skewer, come back soon. My purple and gold robe. It took me a lot of effort to build it. I bought all the gems on there one by one. Come back soon. My spiritual field. It ripens once in 300 years. It's about to ripen. It's going to ripen next month. Rice, come back soon. How can I live without you? If you ask me, it's all Maithreya's fault. Where did Maithreya go when we were just ejected? The Great Hall, which was crying out in a ghostly manner, suddenly fell silent, and all the monks began to look for signs of Maithreya. Even the monks who used to be on the same side as Maithreya. Maithreya is the last to pop out, has long been quietly hiding in the middle of the army. That signature silly smile has also long been withdrawn. For a time no one to recognize him. Hearing someone say that, Maithreya hurriedly buried herself in the pile of people. And anyway, everyone was wearing similar monk's robes now, so it was impossible to tell anything apart. Brother, I see that you have a pretty big belly. You can't be Maithreya, right? There was a fat man next to Maithreya who suddenly said, and Maithreya was instantly filled with questions. At this moment, he didn't even want to smile. His serious face was also very different from the former Maithreya. How could this still recognize him? I see you don't have a small stomach either. Maithreya looked up and said with a straight face, maybe you are Maithreya. You didn't think I wouldn't recognize you if you didn't smile, did you? Rulai suddenly instantly moved behind Maithreya, and grabbed Maithreya with one hand. If it wasn't for you signing such a strange contract with that credit knife man, would we have lost Spirit Mountain? Wasn't this all you're doing? And what future Buddha? I think the prophecy in the first place was just faulty. Ka had long looked at Maithreya with displeasure, and this time he had caught the perfect opportunity. Maithreya was full of questions. I was just putting in a harsh word. I didn't want to sign a contract with the other party at all. Who knew that he would just sign it? And there's no way to release this contract until now. Speaking of this, all the monks inside the Lingxiao Palace were simply furious. Who told you to put a hard word in? You psycho. If it wasn't for you, the current me would still be lying inside my cave chanting. You returned my cave. Is there someone like you? Still East Coming Buddha. People call Rulai West Heaven. You're damn well called East Coming. What does that mean? The prophecy says you're just a future Buddha. Ka hasn't died yet. So what the hell are you doing jumping around there? You're the one who's obviously a bodhisattva fruit and tells others you're a Buddha. Aren't you? Calling you Maitreya Buddha? Do you really think you are Buddha? Laughing my ass off. Thanks to Buddha not leaving now. If Spirit Mountain is in your hands, sooner or later it's going to be over. The Jade Emperor looked at the group of monks cursing Maitreya, especially seeing Rulai's harmless-looking face, and thought that this bald guy should be very cool. Why don't you say that these monks are very good at debating the scriptures? They are the ones who know how to get down to the softest part of a person's heart. That doesn't usually hurt. Maitreya's face turned green. Originally he seemed to be able to tolerate it, but later on he couldn't tolerate it anymore and directly roared out. What qualifications do you have to talk about me? Letting you guys go and negotiate with that credit knife person. Did any of you dare to go? Didn't it end up being me who went? Speaking here, it was as if Maitreya had been unblocked and suddenly straightened up. I'm negotiating with all of them by myself, and it's still hard for me to feel bad in my heart. So what do you guys have to say? Can you guys guarantee that you won't hand over the Spirit Mountain if you go? If you ask me, I should have just returned my own in the first place. I was just too soft-hearted to take you all with me, and that's how I ended up in this situation. Well now, we're sort of a grasshopper tied on top of a rope, so why don't you guys think about what you should do to get Spirit Mountain back, and find a suitable person to go and negotiate with Song Yuan, instead of talking about my faults. Now can either of you get the Spirit Mountain back? Needless to say, Maitreya's thinking is still very clear. After saying this, all the monks were silent. Rudra's face was also very ugly. It was also Maitreya who stepped forward during the negotiations in the first place, and honestly there was nothing to blame. But of course this result was not what they wanted. The Jade Emperor smiled and said, as far as I know. He spoke in a rather small voice, but when he opened his mouth, all the Buddhas focused their eyes on him. After all, the Jade Emperor had experience in negotiating. This generation's credited blade man is very special. He's very powerful. I can even say that he's considered invincible in my place. The Jade Emperor still decided that he had to tell this group of monks who didn't know how powerful Song Yuan was, so that when the time came, these monks wouldn't piss Song Yuan off and have him buried with them instead. Another indiscriminate attack would be bad. But when the gang of monks heard what the Jade Emperor said, a few of them laughed out loud directly. The Jade Emperor's face was ugly and instantly gloomy. What do you mean? Those few monks who laughed out loud glanced at each other. There was a tall and skinny one who should be the dragon bucking Lohan. The Jade Emperor was still a bit impressed with the other. That dragon subduing Luohan scratched his head a little embarrassed. But your specialty is not in fighting either, but in management. Otherwise why did you turn to our boss for help with that monkey thing in the first place? The Jade Emperor's face is very ugly. Has long known that this group of monks are good at arguing the scriptures, but is not also to no point of emotional intelligence? Are they defending and cursing everyone? This is equal to the same thing as that passage on Earth, where Ka says to his face, "You have been beaten by monkeys." You know better than I do what happened with the monkey, said the Jade Emperor with an ugly face. The Journey to the West was originally a large-scale fairy variety show, and the ultimate beneficiary is you, the Western Paradise. So what else do you want? What else do you want? Then you can just go and mess with the man with the sword on credit? The Jade Emperor spread his hands. Haven't you all done this before? Didn't you all let you guys eat several of the credit blade people in the past? You guys still say that the credit blade man is a great tonic, better than the six-winged golden cicada. Ka's face changed, and he scolded Dragonfall Lohan. Shut up, what's the matter with you? Speaking of this, Rulai looked at the Jade Emperor with a fawning face. You've dealt quite a bit with this credit knife man Song Yuan, so tell me, how should I solve this matter? The Jade Emperor sneered. I don't know, and there's also the fact that this is my territory, so you bunch of wandering monks don't come and dip your hands in it. With that, the Jade Emperor stomped his foot. Aside from Rulai and a few Buddhas with profound Buddhist teachings, the rest of the monks directly transformed into a flash of meteors, rushing up into the sky like dry land and disappearing into the sky. It's quite refreshing. No wonder he adopted this approach. Although he hadn't been able to invite Rulai out, the Jade Emperor felt especially comfortable. Chapter 107, The Scissors Used by Ajahn. The Jade Emperor waved his hand again. The few Buddhas with high Buddhist teachings other than Rudra also flew out after them, but Ka is not moving. The Jade Emperor gave him a sidelong glance full of displeasure. Don't think that I don't have the ability to invite you out. Don't force me to zoom in. Are you leaving or not? Do you still want to be shameless? This is my home. Rulai took a deep breath. pressed down the expletives that were about to be uttered, and froze, squeezing out a hint of a smile. Previously, it was my several indisputable disciples, who were much offended. I'll apologize to you. I'll apologize to you. Isn't it okay? You see us so much, right? We can't really be allowed to wander, can we? The Jade Emperor sneered. What if I really dare you to wander? Are you going to start a war? Not to mention, the millions of heavenly soldiers and generals I have here have long been idle. Rulai then didn't understand. Obviously you and I should be on the same front. If I clean up Song Yuan, won't you not need to pay those debts? It used to be like this. I told you, he's invincible. The Jade Emperor shook his head. He's not the same as those trashy snacks you met before. Not to mention, it's only natural to repay debts. Speaking of this, the Jade Emperor specialized in poking at Rudra's heart and lung pipes. Now you're only left with 20% of the debt, which is better than me. And anyway, the spiritual mountains have all been offset out. With your means, is it so difficult to create a second spirit mountain? It's okay to create, but it's not too easy to make the second spirit mountain have that powerful dharma and have that rich aura. Nope. What Song Yuan had moved away was only the spirit mountain. It wasn't like he had taken away the rich spirit veins underneath the spirit mountain. It wasn't like it wasn't possible to create a new spirit mountain in the same place. When I've cleaned up Song Yuan, Rulai was confident. I'll make sure that Song Yuan doesn't release you from that agreement with him. And you don't love paying back debts? Then you'll pay it back slowly. Ka dropped this sentence and whisked out. He certainly noticed that when he went out, there were Neza and Erlangshan standing in the doorway. To be honest, Rulai and the Jade Emperor were talking quite loudly inside the Lingxiao Palace, belonging to Loud Conspiracy, and Neza and Erlangshan at the door could hear them clearly. The Jade Emperor was indifferent. What was his hurry? It wasn't like he was bound to the entire heavenly court of gods. Even if something does happen to Song Yuan, the next time he meets someone on credit, won't the Jade Emperor still have to pay them back? It's just a little bit at a time. What's the hurry? It's just that if Rudra wants to gnaw on the hard bone of Song Yuan, that's probably going to be difficult. It should be said that Ka's creative power is still very strong. It didn't take long for him to recreate a spiritual mountain. Only the bottom of this spiritual mountain above is gone. Each cave looks bare. Even the body of the dewy Buddha was gone with it. This matter was immediately reported to the Rulai. Rulai Road is full of concern. Is not just a body is gone? What's the big deal? That monkey can still come back? The harsh words were finished, but the key was that he still had to find Song Yuan. This time Ka intends to go by himself. Song Yuan returned to his blacksmith store and had a beautiful meal provided by the Five Dukes. And just after he finished eating, he saw that the female ghost who had been standing in front of the convenience store No. 444 waiting for her beloved, walked straight in his direction. The female ghost looked around inside the store and finally fixed her eyes on the stall where Song Yuan had placed the scissors. As if she had remembered something, she touched the scissors and suddenly uttered, "These are Ah Jin's scissors." Song Yuan curiously walked over, glanced at the scissors, and said calmly, "Someone did return them. Someone borrowed them once. Was it your lover?" The female ghost was full of despondency. The fifth eunuch whispered at the Western Queen Mother. This female ghost is so powerful looking. The Queen Mother of the West rolled her eyes and didn't bother with this fool. She was quite curious as to when exactly Rudra would be able to kill her. This whole spirit mountain is gone. Ka must have tried many methods to summon back the spiritual mountain, but obviously, this one didn't even work out. She was rather very curious about Song Yuan actually being able to build a sword to fit the entire spirit mountain, which was actually very vast, even bigger than the earth. The total area was probably 10 times that of the earth. Isn't Song Yuan a sword fighter? How is he able to produce something so exaggerated? And if it's a mustard space, you can't normally put living things in it. There are a lot of living things up there on Spirit Mountain. Just now the Queen Mother of the West strolled around with the 5 males and found that there were quite a lot of small animals in there. And all of these small animals basically became refined. Only that in that place where Buddhism is so strong, they can't be transformed into forms, and they can only show the appearance of their own bodies. A mustard space that could hold living things would not be called a mustard space. That's probably a small world. And if Song Yuan, the man with the sword on credit, could have the ability to casually create small worlds, then what difference was there between him and a creation god like Pangu or Nuwa? Isn't it all the same? The Queen Mother of the West was quite curious about Song Yuan's origin. The female ghost looked at the scissors with a sad face, and when she looked up, she was already in tears. Can you use the scissors to help me cut a short, ear-to-ear haircut? That is, the kind you have on TV. That's the only wish I have. Song Yuan nodded and directly called Zhao Ling, who was on the opposite side of the room. Come over here and work. Overcoming the dead souls. Zhao Ling was originally planning to go to the next place to transcend the souls of the demon race. The life and death book of the demon race souls had already sent a message, and he was just about to set off when he received a phone call from Song Yuan. He didn't even think about it and rushed straight over. I'm not too good at things like haircutting, so what if I give you a crippled cut? Zhao Ling's head was filled with black lines. If you don't know how to do it, let me do it. Xiaoya's 2 eyes were shining straight. Now she has already been considered to have opened up the 2 veins of the caprices, but wherever she can mix merits, she will definitely not give up. I can change into a doppelganger that can cut hair. It's all a piece of cake. You think so? Although Zhao Mandarin can't impose spells on himself, but he can shake people. No, shake ghosts. Zhao Mandarin immediately called to pull up a ghost who used to be a barber dancer and is still waiting in line for reincarnation to come up and help himself. Don't worry, girl. People are professionals. They will give you an especially beautiful cut then. Zhao Ran was full of excitement. When he grabbed the scissors, he always felt familiar, as if there was a memory that he had forgotten. This was the case with soul pendulums, because they only had a yuan shun, not a soul, so they didn't have a large capacity for storing memories, and some would indeed be forgotten by them. Then you have to think about it. This Ajin is the reincarnation of someone who gave you a pair of eyes. Song Yuan smirked. Back then, you put someone in a basin, and they only had the upper half of their body left, and you wanted to plant it. Zhao Ling, I've done this before? Not to mention, it really does ring a bell. You can even calculate this? Zhao Ling was filled with shock. Charges? Zhao Ling is now all scared of Song Yuan and is a bit stressed out. Free. Song Yuan's eyes were glowing. But I did calculate that the place you're going to next is exciting. Don't forget to call me. I'm going to eat melon. A demonic soul that could interest Song Yuan. Zhao Ling suddenly had a bad feeling that this matter must be complicated. Maybe he couldn't handle it alone. Don't worry, I'll definitely call you this time. But first things first, you can't make a move. I don't have the money to pay you. Zhao Ling said vigilantly. No problem. Song Yuan returned an okay gesture. Chapter 108 Black Bear Spirit Village. Ka set the location of the new spiritual mountain in Dhritarashtra. Tushio Heaven is the place where Maitreya had previously preached for the gods and Buddhas of the heavens and where he had achieved fame and fortune. But Tushio Heaven is special, where one day is 400 years on earth. Therefore, although the speed of Rulai's construction of the spirit mountain here was very fast, the fact is that there is no telling how much longer it will be until he goes to Song Yuan Na. Time flies. It's been a week since the turn of the year. The Queen Mother of the West has been looking forward to that fat bastard on the Spirit Mountain to kill over. The Spirit Mountain is so big that one of the dojos is gone, and this bastard's first reaction is actually not to kill over to find Song Yuan to settle the score. She contacted the Jade Emperor and realized that fat bastard Rulai had actually gone to study how to build the second Spirit Mountain. Isn't there a little bit of a lack of priorities? The Jade Emperor specifically sent a message to the Queen Mother of the West, if that old boy Rulai comes over, never call me up. I want to see the fun. Western Queen Mother directly ignored this message. What a joke. If there really was this kind of good fun to watch, why would she want to watch it with the Jade Emperor? There's absolutely no need for that. On the contrary, it was Zhao Ling, who had problems traveling to a certain location to collect demonic souls, and only reappeared in front of Song Yuan a week later. Credited swordsman, didn't you say you were going to go collect demonic souls with me? Song Yuan had also not seen Zhao Ling for a week. And the strangest thing was that Zhao Ling had actually not provided Song Yuan with any merit during this period of time, ever since the last time Zhao Ling had sent that young lady who cut her hair away. If you look at other people's xiaoya, it's called being happy to help ghosts. Song Yuan didn't answer Zhao Ling directly, but took out a small book. Other people's xiaoya has provided a lot of merits all this time, while you, not a single hair. You should have gone to that place yourself to collect demon souls, but it didn't work out, and you came back here to ask for my help, right? I can tell you that I charge expensive fees. Song Yuan took one look at Zhao Ling and knew what had happened to the other party and said with an indifferent expression. That said, Zhao Ling is really not a thing. Song Yuan has said that this time, Zhao Ling going to collect the demon souls should be very exciting. Let Zhao Ling bring himself along when he goes. Song Yuan is going to eat melon. As a result, Zhao Ling passed by on his own, and by the looks of this mess he should have escaped. Zhao Lingnan's face pulled out an ugly smile. Didn't I look at the fact that you just came back from Spirit Mountain? And that dead fatso was afraid that he would find you in trouble? I just thought that you should be a bit busier. That dead fatso won't be able to find my head for a while. Song Yuan looked pale. Joking aside, this guy established the second Spirit Mountain in Doodle Heaven. Do you know what that means? Zhao Ling shook his head, not quite understanding. The fifth prince couldn't stand to watch from the side and reminded. The time dimension of Tushio Heaven is different from that of the human world, and one day there is equal to 400 years in the earthly world. Even if Rulai is a very powerful creator, even if he was able to recreate the Spirit Mountain in half an hour, how long do you think it should take for half an hour in Tushio Heaven to be compared to the human world's time? With this reminder, Zhao Ling understood. After all, the time dimension of hell was not the same as that of human beings either. 1 day of time in hell was equivalent to 1 year of earthly time. A fawning smile appeared on Zhao Ling's face. That was an oversight on my part. Boss, I really have a very tricky problem here. Are you sure you want me to make a move? Song Yuan asked rhetorically. Zhao Ling was instantly unsettled. Not too sure, but it'll be easier for me to lead you on the quest? His latter sentence was also questionable. Song Yuan did not reply. Instead, Feng Baobao next to him immediately raised his hand in excitement. I'm going to follow this time, and it should be easier for you to do the mission if Master follows you. Master, the Luo Tiandajia that I told you about last time is about to start, so after solving his problem, come sit over to our side. You found Zheng Chulan? Song Yuan raised his eyebrows curiously. Feng Baobao nodded her head with a calm face. Found it. Our next task is to go to the Luo Tiandaju and have Zheng Chulan get first place and obtain the Celestial Master degree. That said, Feng Baobao definitely had 100% trust in Song Yuan. Moreover, Song Yuan's ability to tell fortunes with one hand also made Feng Baobao incomparably desirous. Before she even opened her mouth, Song Yuan had already spoken about Zheng Chulan. Such a powerful immortal must not be brought to the Luo Tian de Jiao? With Song Yuan's help, even if Song Yuan did nothing but just stand there, their chances of obtaining the Celestial Master degree would be greater. Alright, after the matter on Zhao Ling's side is settled, I will follow you to the Luo Tiandajia to have some fun. Song Yuan nodded and incidentally looked at Zhao Ling, who was next to him. What are you still standing there for? To get ready to set off, by the way. Bring Xia Dongqing with you. Zhao Ling originally felt that it was very complicated and dangerous there, and wanted to ask Xiaoya to watch Xia Dongqing to come, but as a result, when he heard Song Yuan say this he was very confused. Why should I bring Xia Dongqing? Recently Qi's seal has been very solid. I think this goods should fall back into slumber. Nothing to do with Qi. Song Yuan directly interrupted Zhao Ling. Since you do not want me to interfere, and I want to go to Xia Hilarious, then you must take Xia Dongqing. This goods is an unlucky physique. You take him with unexpected surprises. Usually plot triggers are triggered by this kind of unlucky physique. Feng Baobao 2 eyes straight light. This I understand. When reading novels there will always be 1 or 2 living treasures to trigger the plot, such as the fat man inside the tomb raiding novels. Xia Dongqing is similar to this physique. Zhao Ran was filled with incredulity. You understand all this? That's for sure. I've said I'm witty as hell. Feng Baobao was very proud. So the matter of going to the bear village to collect the demonic souls as Zhao Ling said was finalized with Song Yuan and Zhao Ling, Xia Dongqing and Xiaoya as well as Feng Baobao. As for the rest of them, they were waiting inside the blacksmith store. Before leaving, Song Yuan also told Queen Mother of the West, if that fat bastard Rulai comes over, find a way to stall him. Of course, there's no need to stall him in any way. This bastard should be dead set on waiting for me to come back. Don't ever leave food for him. The Western Queen Mother's eyes did have a few moments of genuine smiles within them. Don't worry, I will definitely not leave food for him. She was thinking of waiting for Rudra to come over and taunt him. After all, someone else's bad luck is the beginning of building your own happiness. That afternoon, Song Yuan and the others boarded Song Yuan's big red jeep and slowly and leisurely traveled to the Xiong village that Zhao Ling said. This time, the place we're going to is a bear spirit village. A village where all the elves and monsters are black bear spirits. Zhao Mandarin drove while giving the crowd a generalization. It's the black bear spirit who stole the robe and journey to the west. You guys remember that, don't you? He is the first generation head of the black bear spirit village. Xia Dongqing was forcibly escorted to the car. Hearing this confused, he can still get married and have children? Asterisk 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 asterisk? Zhao Ling was filled with shock. What icy words are coming out from inside your 37-degree mouth? People are black bear spirits. It's not like they're the monk's version of black bear spirits. Besides, in fact, there isn't a single demon that died inside the Real journey to the west. That's not necessarily true. Song Yuan retorted as he thought about the body of the great sage he had found in Spirit Mountain. Chapter 109, Zhao Ling, Brother Song Yuan. Give me some face. The car soon entered Ghost Road. The Ghost Road is a path known only to ghosts in Yin, and the advantage of entering this path is that one can walk without following the mountains, rivers, and glaciers of humans, like climbing a mountain. The human path may be a very circuitous S-shape, but if you take the ghost path, it may be a straight line. If humans could see the ghost path, perhaps they would be able to see the spectacle of thousands of cars flying in the sky. Also, the cars made by hell are actually very strange, somewhere between having substance and not having substance. And how to put it, if 2 cars made by hell were to collide, they would go through each other's bodies. It's like a ghost, but this is very rude behavior. The cars driven by the Ghostbusters had special markings, and Song Yuan, the big jeep, had taken it from Zhao Ling's hands, so it also had special markings. Above the Ghost Road, other ghosts drive cars that would never dare to pass through the Ghostbusters car. They would rather crash into someone else. so it could be said that Zhao Mandarin was rampant on this journey, and no one had yet to care about him. It is about a thrill. During the period of time there are some ghost car hit the side of the ghost car, that is directly from the body of the people through. Song Yuan had already seen it all, and Xia Dongqing popped up, say, ghosts' bodies are transparent, so isn't it theoretically possible to stuff a bunch of ghosts inside a matchbox? One set of nesting dolls after another? Zhao Ling glanced back at him. Don't say that in front of the ghosts. People will think you're very rude and beating you to death will be considered light. Song Yuan also nodded his head at the side. That's right, ghosts hate this the most. Although theoretically they can indeed all be crammed inside a matchbox. But even when Taoist priests take the ghosts in amongst the charms, it's all one ghost living in one charm, or one ghost living in a jar, all crammed together. That's the king of living hell. Xia Dongqing then closed his mouth. But he was also curious. I think this matter is fine for the three of you to go. Why do you have to bring me along? It was not easy to explain this to Zhao Ling. Song Yuan, however, stepped aside and said, because you're luckier. Special luck. Certain storyline points just have to be triggered by Xia Dongqing, others may not be able to. A person like Song Yuan who had a sword on credit was almost invincible wherever he went, and with the body of an Arahant, plus the Jade Emperor's divine power of the 9 dragons' true chi, Song Yuan suspected that he could just eat that 10,000 years of cultivation experience orb, but he didn't want to eat it lately, because one had to find a being that triggered the thunderbolt and wasn't too noticeable. Transiting on Earth is just too conspicuous. What's more, the current Song Yuan was invincible, both on Earth and in the presence of those who were burdened with debt. So far Song Yuan wasn't going to collect the remaining 20% of Spirit Mountain's debt anyway, because that 20% of the debt also has to include the lives of the people who have historically taken the knife on credit. Song Yuan, this was not forgotten. Besides, as long as you don't retract the 20% of the person, Song Yuan is invincible in front of Rudra. Where is the card bug fragrance to improve yourself? The car drove frantically for 2 hours, after which it finally arrived at the Black Bear Spirit Village that Zhao Ling had mentioned. This village was in the depths of the forest, and Song Yuan was just curious when he got out from inside the car. Where did this drive for me? You ran for 2 hours with the ghost path. You wouldn't have left the country, right? No, it's deep in a certain tropical forest. There's a mountain nearby that's quite famous. It's called the Morning Firmament Mountain, but we're in the vicinity of the Morning Firmament Mountain. It's overrun with miasma. Deep in the forest these black bear spirits have specialized in making a special boundary, and the souls that I'm going to collect are from here, Zhao Ling said as he pulled up his life and death book and specifically showed it to Song Yuan. Song Yuan took a look. So many people? More than 20. This is for someone to exterminate? More than 20 is really quite a lot. Something big must have happened here, Xiaoya said with a frown, and the whole village gives me a very ominous feeling. The fertility of the demon race doesn't seem to be too strong. It's divided into races. Zhao Ling glanced at Xia Dongqing, who was still vomiting while holding onto the tree next to him, and said with a faint expression, the current demon race is different from the demon race inside our memories. Song Yuan nodded his head as well. That was a good point. Nowadays the demon race no longer had a cultivation level. Most of them relied on their talent, and those demon races inside the Animal Management Bureau basically relied on their talent to live. If one had to categorize those demon races, they were somewhat similar to the orcs described in novels. Only the animal's traits and certain special talents are preserved, and none of the skill level repair anything. However, the fertility rate depends on the race. For example, the race of the eel clan has a higher fertility rate, so they are able to run the animal authority. There's a statue over there, said Feng Baobao matter-of-factly, pointing to the statue at the entrance to the village. Song Yuan nodded. The black bear spirit stealing the robe. This should be that old ancestor of theirs back then. This statue looks very rich. The main thing is that the robe held by the black bear spirit is really similar to the purple and gold robe played in the TV, which is very beautifully made, and the top of the robe is also inlaid with jewels, which are brilliant. Xia Dongqing looked at that sculpture, finally came back to his senses, carefully surveyed the sculpture above the sparkling gems. Xia Dongqing curiously asked, is this made of gold or real gems? This statue placed here is not afraid of being robbed? People can't enter without us leading the way, including you and also Bao Bao Feng. Song Yuan answered the question. Yes, there are boundaries all around this. Zhao Ran had obviously been here once before, and led the way with a light hand. Song Yuan, whichever pot is not boiling. I think this village is quite simple. The construction is also simple. Even that boundary outside is very simple. How on earth did you get lost in here for a week before you managed to come out? Zhao Ling's old face blushed. Boss, this village time is reincarnated. Song Yuan was quite curious, and immediately did some math, and suddenly smiled. This is a big job. Zhao official, I'm optimistic about you. You and Xiaoya together. You'll definitely be able to earn a lot of merit. Zhao Ling was thoroughly curious this time. but he didn't dare to ask about those. After all, Song Yuan charges were too expensive, so he could only tell what he knew. When I came to this village before, I quickly found those black bear spirits that had died as stated above in the Book of Life and Death. But guess what? He also wanted to whet his appetite. Song Yuan did not ask. After all, this count knew everything and was too lazy to ask. Xia Dongqing looked at the surrounding strange-looking trees with a horrified face, so scared that she didn't want to ask. Only Yaya blurted out, "They're all still alive? How do you know?" Zhao Ling's entire body was bad. "How do you expect me to go on?" Song Yuan had a smile on his face. Not only is he alive, but he's been a cow and a horse for the past few days that he's been lost inside this village, and he's even been beaten up. Zhao Ling's entire face collapsed. "Big brother, can you let me speak for myself on this matter? It's absolutely impossible for me to lose face so much by speaking for myself." "Xia Dongqing, what did you do that was so heavenly angry?" Chapter 110, Feng Bao Bao, "I want to share a room with my master for close protection." Zhao Ling's face was unsightly. Song Yuan had started so much. Zhao Ling still had to speak honestly. Originally he wanted to muddle through the fact that he had been beaten up. It's not easy to fool around these days. Zhao Ling's face was ugly as he coughed. "I came here last week, and after I found this village, I started to look for those dead black bear spirits, but only after I arrived at the village did I realize that they weren't dead yet, so I circled around." Xia Dongqing is very break. In fact, circled around a bit, is to let someone beat. Zhao Ling's face darkened. "Shut up." Then I realized. Zhao Ling pointed to the sky as he said this, a red moon hanging in the sky at the moment. I realized that when this moon reappeared, it meant that the time of this village was reset. Everything will go back to the way it was, and all the people here will lose their memories, and they won't know me anymore. And the whole village seems to repeat some kind of special ritual, but I'm not too sure about this reality. In the end, anyway, I opened the ghost gate directly into the hell, and when everything returned to its original point, it felt as if the whole village was refreshed. I always had a feeling that if I stood within range of being scrubbed, I'd be scrubbed for sure, so I just went straight into hell and came out of it in a roundabout way. After listening to Zhao Ling's feelings, Song Yuan nodded. "Your feelings are right, otherwise I wouldn't be able to see you. However, you're not too clear about some kind of special ceremony you mentioned. You were captured at the time, so of course you're not clear about it." Zhao Ling hated to cover his face. "It's so humiliating." Xia Dongqing directly laughed out loud. "Surely you've done something heavenly angry, so that's why you're treated this way. That's why I plan to come over again. This time I'll definitely be able to collect those black bear spirits," Zhao Ling said through gritted teeth. A few people walked into the village. Not to mention, the village was quite pretty, all in a very strange style of buildings with rounded roofs and a definite red color. All the houses in the whole village looked from a distance like a bunch of red umbrellas and white poles, like a bunch of poisonous mushrooms, and the houses were neatly arranged, each one as if it had been measured and had the same specifications. As he stood on the far side of the village and looked down, Song Yuan sighed. "I have to say, it's simply a blessing for people with obsessive-compulsive disorder." Xiaoya echoed this sentiment. "It's so neatly arranged, isn't it? And there's that statue in front of every house of the black bear stealing a robe. It looks like here, the black bear spirit stealing surplus is already a godlike existence." Zhao Ling whispered from the side. "The first time I came here I stayed in that inn in the second of the third row, and the owner of the inn was one of the 20 or so names on my list." Speaking here, Zhao Ran paused for a moment. I had thought that he might not know that he was dead, although this phenomenon of souls not knowing that they are dead is very common, so I went to remind the other party, and ended up being beaten by the other party, and then the entire village surrounded me, and I wasn't too clear about what happened after that, but the village did go on an orgy, which I heard. Song Yuan looked curiously at the neatly arranged houses in the village, and there were also some children playing outside the houses, only that these children did not seem to have fully transformed into human forms. Some of the children simply had a black bear's head, the older ones only had a pair of bear ears, and the younger ones, well, that was exactly what a black bear would look like with clothes on, except that the arms and legs were human arms and legs. It seems that it really is the village of the black bear spirit, although Xia Dongqing had already made certain mental preparations when he came over, but when he saw these small children, his heart was still a little frightened, and his face was full of incredulity. Song Yuan looked at the state of Xia Dongqing, full of unbelievable on the line, at least did not pass out, which has been considered very good. Still following what Zhao Ling said, he entered the inn inside the village. Zhao Ran had come to the village before, and according to his stated experience, everyone inside the village should recognize him. Yet when those people saw Zhao Ran, almost all of them were at a loss. That sister is quite good looking. When Zhao Ling was doing the housing registration for everyone, Song Yuan suddenly spoke out. "Where are the sisters?" Zhao Ling was filled with curiosity. How had he not noticed it before? Song Yuan is talking about the opposite building. That opposite room at the window there is indeed a touch of silhouette. Skin like gelatin. White and good looking. The last time I came here I encountered all the big and thick-bladdered men. That one was old and fierce. Sister, I didn't see many. Zhao Ling stretched his head and said curiously, but how do I feel that this girl's shape is not very good? A bit hunchbacked. Hearing this, Xiaodongqing was filled with disgust. I say Zhao official, if you want to register, hurry up and register. What are you looking at beautiful women for? See what's wrong with that? Zhao Ran was filled with bafflement and disliked him back in an undying manner, then honestly walked over to the store counter and continued to register his information. The boss of the inn smiled. This guy is called Xiong Ganglai, also a person on top of the list of Zhao officials. Look at it, of course there is no problem. That beautiful woman, you two are satisfied with it? Song Yuan didn't say anything. Instead, Zhao Ling froze. What do you mean? Zhao Ling's hands and feet took out the life and death book intending to turn it over. The entire village's life and death book was in his hands. If you two are satisfied, I can call you tonight. I did not expect Xiong Ganglai actually came up with such a sentence. Squeezing his eyebrows. Do not say, people have a different flavor. With that, he made a look toward Song Yuan and Zhao Ling that everyone understood. Then you guys might as well enjoy yourselves. I'll just honor it. Where's my room? Without saying a word, Song Yuan took the room card from Zhao Ling's hand. Xiaodongqing also followed Song Yuan's example and took the room card from Zhao Ling's hand. Nasty. What the hell did I meow? Zhao Ling was full of confusion. But Holly, you should also taste the taste of love. People in this world don't just need to learn and make money. Do you think I have money? Xiaodongqing was instead very clear about his position. Xiaoya shook her head. No money. Just because she didn't have any money. That's why she liked that doppelganger of hers, who greeted her eagerly every day and didn't give a dime. Xiaodongqing was choked for a moment, coughed, and continued. I wouldn't spend my money in a place like that. Nonsense? Zhao Ling took the room card and went upstairs. What's wrong with me helping out a messed up family and a broken her? Song Yuan weighed the room card in his hand. Their group had almost filled the entire second floor. That would require that life. He spoke in a relatively low voice, so even Feng Baobao, who was standing next to him, didn't hear him. Feng Baobao was very honest. As your bodyguard, I am absolutely unable to leave you too far away, so I have to share a room with Song Yuan. Song Yuan nodded. That makes sense. Zhao Ling was speechless and gestured a 6 with one hand. Xiaodongqing originally wanted to say something else, but ultimately chose to shut up. About this credit knife man, he really didn't dare to say anything more. Chapter 111, Bitten by Evil? Feng Baobao followed Song Yuan into the room. The room was modestly furnished with all modern amenities, but many places have photos or picture books posted about the black bear spirits, very much in keeping with the local style. After looking around for a while, Song Yuan fixed his gaze on that window across the street, before she said that the beautiful beauty at this time has been out of the window. Not to mention, this angle is really very beautiful and watery. The form is a little strange. There's a little bit of a hunchback, and it always feels like the other guy is carrying something behind him. Is that also a demon? Following Song Yuan's gaze, Feng Baobao asked curiously. Yes. Song Yuan nodded. Do you have a strange feeling? Feng Baobao shook her head. However, at this time, Xiong Ganglai had already dropped the work in his hands and went straight out the door. At the same time, Song Yuan also heard the sound of Xiaodongqing and Zhao Ling going out one after another. Mainly Xiaodongqing was the first to go out the door. That is to run out without saying anything. Zhao Ling still heard the movement of Xiaodongqing next door, and only then directly followed. What's the situation? What are you running out for? Zhao Ling was filled with confusion. Song Yuan opened the door and Zhao Ling was like he had seen a savior. Credit swordsman, wait here for me. I'll be right there. Xiaoya was also confused, and after opening the door to her room, she looked at Song Yuan curiously. Is Xiaodongqing crazy? He just saw that woman outside, and it was like he had opened up his Rundo 2 chakras, and he ran straight out, still holding his wallet. Feng Baobao was very spiteful of this behavior. He was just saying that Zhao Ling was nasty, but it turns out that he himself is catching on. Do we need to go over and take a look? Xiaoya was still adoring when she looked at Song Yuan. She felt something was wrong. There was definitely something wrong with the woman standing on the window just now. No matter if it was Zhao Ling or Xiaodongqing, they were all affected, but only Song Yuan was not affected at all. After all, Songwon is awesome in its own right. Go over and take a look. Song Yuan had a smile on his face. It's quite curious anyway. He knew what it was. Just want to go to see Zhao Ling and Xiaodongqing jokes. Xiaodongqing, needless to say, a look at the already deep, but Zhao Ling cannot hold back is still a matter of opinion. Take your cell phone with you. You might be able to capture some black history. Song Yuan was excited and slowly went downstairs, and there seemed to be a large crowd gathered at the front row of houses, and already their voices could be distinctly heard talking, and various cheers. The woman who had just appeared at the window was gone, but the woman's very quick laughter could be heard from inside the room. Xiaoya's face was a little hard to see, and all of a sudden she didn't want to go forward when she stood still. There's a point where I don't want to go. However, Feng Baobao was full of innocence, and the clarity of those eyes gave people a sense of guilt. Why don't you want to go? What's wrong? Song Yuan, on the contrary, walked idly at the front, and Xiaoya could only follow. A crowd had gathered in front of the house where the woman was. These black bear spirits grow to adulthood is no different from humans. Just look very strong. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The room was surrounded. Xia Dongqing froze on the basis of their small size, directly to squeeze in. When Song Yuan and the others came over, Zhao Ling was jumping around the periphery of the crowd in a hurry, looking like a big horse monkey. Holly, Xia Dongqing, do you hear me? Hurry up and get your ass out here? Zhao Ling was anxious. What the hell is wrong with you? Didn't you just disdain it? Now you're so anxious. Are you possessed? However, no one paid any attention to those words from Zhao Ling. When Song Yuan went over, he happened to see a black bear spirit put his hand on Zhao Ling's shoulder, and upon closer inspection, it happened to be Xiong Ganglai. That's Cuihua, the most famous one inside our village. I told you a long time ago, if you guys have more money, I can just shout it to you, but not anymore. The dark circles under his face seemed to get heavier as Xiong Ganglai said this, a look of being sucked dry. Xia Dongqing held his wallet in his hand and stared greedily at the upstairs, where blush-inducing sounds were already coming from. Xiaoya saw what else she didn't understand here. The whole person was bad. She pulled Feng Baobao. Baby, or let's go back. This look is just inappropriate for children. Feng Baobao's big watery eyes were all clear inside. How is it inappropriate for children? I think it's rather good. What is that woman doing up there? She feels very happy. I want to go up and take a look. Song Yuan. In fact, Song Yuan also did not expect to come to the people actually so much, because he just counted the trigrams. That trigrams above the display is the usual look. That means that this kind of thing usually happens inside this woman's home, too, with so many men gawking around the door. Song Yuan was a bit speechless. That what? You take her back, and Zhao Ling and I will be responsible for bringing back Xia Dongqing. Both of Yaya's eyes glowed. Yes, then please do. With the credit knife man packing his bags, Xiaoya wasn't worried at all about what happened next to Xia Dongqing. That would definitely be able to be brought back honestly. Xiaoya took Feng Baobao back, and then Song Yuan saw Zhao Ren squeezing into the circle of men with great difficulty, gripping Xia Dongqing's hair and bringing Xia Dongqing back with a hard hand. Xiong Ganglai was also full of discomfort when he saw the scene and kept shaking his head. What are you doing bringing him out? Immediately Cuihua is going to come out and choose someone. Maybe he can be chosen, and if he is chosen, he won't ask for money. After Zhao Ling dragged Xia Dongqing out, Xia Dongqing still had scarlet eyes, just like a cockfight. What are you calling me out for? You don't enjoy yourself, but you still won't let me enjoy myself? Enjoy your leg enjoy? Zhao Mandarin as if he knew Xia Dongqing for the first time, solidly kicked above Xia Dongqing's ass share fiercely. You brat, what do you enjoy? Xia Dongqing seemed to have been slightly sobered by Zhao Ling's piercing kick, and he stood up, feeling his wallet in confusion for a moment before carefully putting that wallet back into his pocket. But those eyes of Xia Dongqing were still red, looking dead at the direction of Cuihua's room upstairs without speaking. Zhao Ling also felt something was wrong. That must be a demon. Isn't that nonsense? Song Yuan rolled his eyes. Weren't you a bit unable to resist just now? Zhao Ling coughed, but I soon woke up and realized there was a problem. Several people are talking. Cuihua room inside the sound is getting smaller and smaller. Xiong Ganglai very helpless. Look at these people. You are really, this child like to go, let him go. Maybe can be selected to become Cuihua's guest of honor. That's how good things? None of the three spoke, but instead, there was a loud noise coming from Cuihua's room, and 2 very strong men came out carrying Cuihua, and at this time, Cuihua was wearing clothes as thin as a cicada, and could see what could not be seen. Song Yuan had shifted his eyes, but Zhao Ling and Xia Dongqing stared at the Cuihua with red eyes, their breathing intensifying at the same time. So at this moment, Song Yuan smoothly took out his cell phone and aimed it at Zhao Ling, intending to record a bit of someone's black history. Chapter 112, Xia Dongqing, I'm a virgin. Sure enough, Zhao Ling's eyes were staring at the beautiful woman not far away, and at this time, he didn't even have the time to care about Xia Dongqing next to him. But the men who surrounded that house were incredibly excited. Cuihua was carried by 2 tall and majestic men, circling around those men around her, and finally, setting her eyes on Song Yuan in the distance, a pair of beautiful eyes lingering. After all, among all the men, Song Yuan was the most special one, because all the men were staring at Cuihua with dead eyes, breathing heavier and gasping for air. It was as if he was going to pounce right out and rub Trisha hard on the ground the next second. However, only Song Yuan had been avoiding looking at Cuihua's body, which gave Tsuehua a special kind of desire to win. She just wanted to let Song Yuan look at herself. At this moment, Tsuehua greeted the two men who were carrying her and went straight to Song Yuan. The rest of the men made away with unwilling faces. Tsuehua came directly to Song Yuan's heel. A pair of beautiful eyes balked at Song Yuan's body. Junior Lang Jun, you can have a quickie with me for a while. Come over quickly. Song Yuan was averting his eyes. Others were under the compulsion of this Tsuehua beauty. But Song Yuan's willpower was still quite strong and he was not compelled. The voice of Tsuehua speaking suddenly came from his ears. And Song Yuan was also confused and raised his head to meet Tsuehua's eyes. Trisha possessed seduction inside those eyes. And something erotic asterisk on top of that. Song Yuan, however, directly refused. I'm not interested. However, Zhao Ran squeezed over from the side. His two eyeballs were about to fall out from the top of his eye sockets. And there seemed to be two big love hearts written inside his eyes. He's not interested, but I'm interested. Xia Dongqing stepped on Zhao Ling's instep. Zhao Ling almost didn't stand still. Xia Dongqing rushed over from another unimaginable angle and rushed Zhao Ling aside. I'm also interested. Pick me. Don't you pick him? He's lived for 1,000 years. He's an old gangster. Who has lived 1,000 years? You believe me even if I brag? Zhao Ling fell to the ground. Yet the pain didn't make him sober. Instead it made him angry. You ungrown little brat. Do you know what it is to fall in love? Do you know what it means to be in love? Ever been in love? Give me dead away. Xia Dongqing was furious. That's better than you, not having been in love. I'm the one who looks precious. At least I'm a virgin. Branch Nima. IING. Zhao Mandarin angry want to hit people. Song Yuan caught it all on camera. That's so funny. This is the first time I've seen such a Zhao official. However, Zhao Mandarin had a pair of eyes staring straight at Tsuehua and issued an invitation. Look at me. My body is better than both of them. And my looks are more handsome than both of them. You should choose me. Once he said this, Xiong Ganglai next to him was not happy. Tsuehua, just now this person also said bad things about you. You must not choose him. They all live in my inn. Choose me. However, Tsuehua's eyes were fixed on Song Yuan. For Tsuehua, Song Yuan was the variable. The others, it didn't matter. But little Lang Jun, I just like you. At this moment, Tsuehua had her hands on Song Yuan's shoulders, and the other two men were holding up Tsuehua's body so that it was as if Tsuehua was lying on her back. As soon as Song Yuan entered his eyes, it was Tsuehua's body, so he closed his eyes. Pick someone else. I really don't need it. Spoil sport. Solely Tsuehua didn't insist too much, but picked Xiong Ganglai next to her. Ganglai, can you accompany me today? Xiong Ganglai looked unusually excited. Tsuehua, I like you so much. Those black bear elves beside them were also full of excitement. Tsuehua picked a few more black bear elves. The reason why she didn't succeed in picking Zhao Ling and Xia Dongqing was because both of these two douchebags were being pulled by Song Yuan, and couldn't rush into the crowd at all. Tsuehua picked about 4 or 5 black bear spirits and went upstairs with particular excitement. And those black bear spirits at the bottom who were not chosen were all staring in Tsuehua's direction with excitement on their faces. And none of them were willing to leave. Zhao Ling turned his head to look at Song Yuan. What are you stopping me for? You don't want to go. I'm willing to go. I'm living fine. Song Yuan slapped Zhao Ling with an expressionless face. Zhao Ling had a feeling of being confused without hurting his brain, but his eyes gradually cleared. Song Yuan slapped a few more times at Zhao Ling. When the ninth slap was about to fall, Zhao Ling had come to his senses and topped his 2 red cheeks. Don't hit. I should have been compelled just now. Xia Dongqing was tugged by Song Yuan's clothes, like a wild horse that had taken off the reins, and like an animal that was not uncontrollable, and had to go upstairs. Zhao Ling this was hit by Song Yuan's face hot pain, but, he did not dare to resist Song Yuan, can only turn back to give Xia Dongqing several big mouth. It's useless for you to beat him. Song Yuan eyed Xia Dongqing's face as it swelled up, before saying, his willpower is poor. You didn't say so earlier. Zhao Ling froze, his face is going to be all over me. Won't you judge for yourself? Do you need me to say it? Song Yuan was curious. I could have filmed it. You came at him hard. Isn't that black history? Zhao Ran thought about that wretched look of his just now. I guess he also let Song Yuan take a clean shot. At this moment, Zhao Ran no longer dared to face the direction of Tsuehua's room directly. Even he didn't dare to open his eyes. It's a good thing I came to my senses just now. Otherwise I'd really be sorry for Chun. Zhao Ran pretended to be deep in love this time. Song Yuan poked and prodded without mercy. 6. That being said, you've slept with quite a few teenage ghosts before, as well as those with drugs on them, so to be reasonable, you should be quite sorry for all of them. Zhao Ling's head was filled with black lines. Brother, I want a face. However, Song Yuan reminded him, look at the men who are with Tsuehua. Are they all on the list? And what is this Tsuehua inside your life and death book? Song Yuan's questions are usually knowing. because Zhao Ling also knew that the other party had calculated a good hand of trigrams. Zhao Ling took out his own life and death book and scanned it, his face full of realization. All of them are on top of the list. This Cui Hua is also a demon, but a very special demon. Not even a species with the black bear spirit. She is a conch maiden. Let's go back first. The only way to control Xia Dongqing is to leave this place. Song Yuan offered his opinion. Otherwise Xia Dongqing will keep running towards this place until he copulates with that snail. Zhao Mandarin moved his own feet with difficulty, not to mention taking Xia Dongqing away with him, his ears, but didn't want to leave whenever he heard the rapturous sounds coming from behind him. Song Yuan continuously kicked Zhao Ling's knees several times before the bastard left the place with a step and 3 turns back. Chapter 113, Secret Pleasure. Xiaoya took it upon herself to bring Feng Baobao into Song Yuan's room, and when Song Yuan and the others returned, everyone entered Song Yuan's room. At this time, Xiaoya had already drawn a lot of strange charms, which Song Yuan had never seen before anyway, still drawn with a black pen with crooked lines on it. However, the effect was still there. When Song Yuan left with Zhao Ling and Xia Dongqing just now, the voices of Cui Hua and the Black Bear elves echoed inside the entire village. The sound was very rapturous, and the sound was like some sort of signal that once it was sounded, the entire men inside the village were active. They ran for their lives. They even ran as fast as they could with one red eye. Only small children and female black bear spirits stayed behind. And, when Song Yuan brought Zhao Ling and Xia Dongqing back, he even ran into some female black bear spirits cursing there on the road. It's that Cui Hua again. Why is she wreaking havoc on the men in our family? Cui Hua is really disgusting. Women like that should die. I've been saying for a long time, Xiong San should never have brought Cui Hua back. What did he bring Cui Hua back for? He should have died. He should have let Cui Hua die outside. Xiong, honestly, you are not allowed to go. Who let you go over there? How did you promise me before? Xiong Laoshi, as his name suggests, runs relatively slowly. Other black bear spirits have already run quickly toward the house where Cui Hua lives. This Xiong Laoshi is still slowly following behind. Cui Hua's family is in trouble inside. I'm going to help. What's wrong? Xiong Laoshi scratched his head, but he dared to talk back to his own. We're all from the same village. Why can't we help each other? How can you think so much? Besides, isn't that our ancestral motto? One must treat women like Cui Hua well. Is it wrong for me to do so? Xiong Laoshi felt naive when he spoke at first, but when he spoke later, his eyes were scarlet like blood, and his whole person became manic. As soon as he pushed his daughter-in-law out of the way, he ran in a hurry in the direction of Cui Hua's house. Strangely enough, since Song Yuan and the others had left Cui Hua's house, because of the distance, the propagation of the sound was definitely not as long, and from a normal physics point of view, the sound that Song Yuan and the others had heard should have been getting smaller and smaller. But the fact was that Song Yuan and Zhao Ling and Xia Dongqing, the sound that the three of them were hearing was getting louder and louder. It was as if someone had been playing the sounds on a loop in their ears. Xia Dongqing never came to his senses from start to finish, and halfway through, Zhao Ling even almost ran in the direction of Cui Hua's house, letting Song Yuan slap him back honestly with a slap. Song Yuan felt like he was driving a corpse, slapping this one momentarily, slapping that one momentarily, and it was not easy to bring these two goods back to the room. As soon as he opened the door, he was able to see the various talismans that Xiaoya had pasted on the walls. Although these talismans had never been seen by Song Yuan before, the effect seemed to be quite good, because after entering the room, the sound from the outside had been so small that it could even be ignored. Your Kunlun's talismans are quite strange looking. Looking at the twisted lines, Song Yuan was a bit curious. Is this because you don't know how to draw, or did he originally look like this? Song Yuan counted on directly poking on top of Xiaoya's shortboard. As a god of war, as a heavenly maiden of Kunlun, not being able to draw talismans and not having any spells, this was simply Xiaoya's most shameful place. Xiaoya coughed. That's certainly true. It originally looks like this. Our Kunlun's charms are certainly different from those of other places. Song Yuan nodded. The effect is still there. It's because Yaya isn't very good at painting, so it takes several more postings to show the effect. Xiaoya decided that she must become skilled in this spell later on, and for now it was only proper to practice a few more times to completely block out the sound of the room. This sound is very noisy. Feng Baobao was actually able to hear the sound. It gives one a particularly tiresome feeling. Feng Baobao's mind was pure. Does Master need to let me help you with this? Song Yuan was curious. How do you want to solve it? Feng Baobao pointed to that house of Cui Hua's in the distance and said with a serious face, buried. Song Yuan had a feeling of this must be it. Before he could say anything, he heard Feng Baobao explain in a serious manner. All the sources are caused by that woman. If that woman is buried, there won't be such a sound. It's a strange and annoying sound. At this time, Zhao Ling finally sobered up a bit, and his face became even more ugly when he heard this. But when men hear a sound like this, they feel a special desire to go over and take a look. The sigils that Xiaoya drew weren't very effective, so she needed to draw a lot of them, so she spat as she did so. Is that you wanting to go over there and take a look? You clearly want to join in. Aren't all men that much of a quest? Zhao Ling was not angry when she was dismantled on the spot by Xiaoya, and surprisingly came up with this sentence. Song Yuan is not like that. Song Yuan is the calmest one amongst you. Xiaoya rolled her eyes in dismay. Poor willpower is poor willpower. Good sex is good sex. What excuse are you looking for? But with Xiaoya's efforts, the sound inside the room gradually became inaudible, so to speak, getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and finally disappearing completely. After all the voices disappeared, Zhao Mandarin rolled up his sleeves. He finally had a chance to vent the mouth that Song Yuan had hit him with, but the object of venting was definitely not Song Yuan. He didn't have that kind of guts. That was of course venting to Xia Dongqing, the big wronged seed. A dozen slaps went down, as fast as thunder and lightning. Xia Dongqing's head of that big wronged seed immediately swelled up. As for Xiaoya next to him, there was no time to block it at all. What are you doing? Yaya was dumbfounded. Can't we talk about something properly? Then he saw Xia Dongqing, who was laughing a bit maniacally before, slowly recovering his former coy demeanor. Xia Dongqing glanced at Zhao Ling somewhat tangled, covering his swollen face. I'm coming to my senses. You're hitting this too hard. A situation like yours requires strong medicine. Zhao Ling had a stomach full of reasons to explain his behavior just now, so Xia Dongqing could only passively take the beating. This gave Zhao Ling a dark feeling. Alright, you've all come to your senses. Let's talk about what you've just encountered. Song Yuan clapped his hands. What you've encountered is the snail girl, known as the field snail girl amongst the classical myths of the Dragon Kingdom. Song Yuan reveals this answer whether it is Xiaoya or Feng Baobao, or whether it is Zhao Ling or Xia Dongqing. They do not believe it. Several people inside the room said in unison, a conch girl? Then came the 7 words. Zhao Ran's eyes were dumbfounded. It's impossible. The Tian Luo girl in the myths and legends is a very good woman. That Tian Luo girl is the representative of hardworking, the type of a good wife and mother. Xiaoya argued with reason. Feng Baobao also expressed his opinion. Is it a mistake? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 114. There's something going on here. It was only after the crowd had finished their rebuttals that they suddenly remembered that Song Yuan was, after all, a man with a sword on credit, and that hand of fortune-telling was unrivaled, so there would be no falsehoods in what he said, so it was all a bit awkward for a while. On the contrary, Zhao Ling's horse's S system immediately kicked in, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. I know, that's definitely a fortune snail. It's poisonous. Song Yuan cried and laughed. It's just a field snail. Girl, field snail, don't think so complicated. Why don't you say it's a sea snail, or a flower snail? Zhao Ling's face was a little less than pretty, but it's true that there's no such type of Tian Luo girl inside the myths and legends. That's why I said that it's not a mistake. Inside the myths and legends of mankind, the Tian Luo girl is described as a very virtuous person who likes to do housework, cleaning and organizing everything. Somewhat similar to that Zashiki child we met earlier. Daoist Song Yuan quickly stated what the myths and legends had written about the Tian Luo girl, but there is something not quite the same about the Tian Luo girl here. Exactly where it's different, that's up to you to find out. Song Yuan replied with a smile, but I can give you a thought. Inside the entire village, all the problems are related to this Tsuehua. Feng Baobao clapped her hands beside her. I told you so, didn't I? I'm witty as hell. I knew there was something wrong with this Tsuehua. Zhao Ran suddenly remembered Feng Baobao's previous theory and his eyes twitched. So you still want to bury people? If that's available, bury her and maybe everything will be solved. Feng Baobao's method of solving problems was interesting. Just when everyone felt that it was very unreliable, Song Yuan even commented on the side. Actually, I think this method is feasible. It's just that the execution is rather strong. Right now, the men of the entire village are all at Suewa's place, so if we rashly go over there, we'll be repeating the same mistake. Speaking here, Song Yuan added, it's what Zhao Ling suffered from before. The odds are that we'll be locked up in the dungeon by that gang of young and strong black bear spirits and then we'll stay there until the end of the cycle here. Just now I examined the black bear spirit's original appearance here. Xiaoya fell back to appearing somewhat useful at this time, as she took out one of Kunlun's special props from her bosom, which was a pair of eyeglasses. These eyeglasses are our Kunlun's eyes of truth, which are able to see through illusions. Xiaoya seemed to have specifically taken out this prop to show off, and even walked in front of Zhao Ling to let the other party take a closer look at it clearly. Alright, don't show off. Zhao Mandarin rolled his eyes in a good-natured manner. Say the conclusion. All the black bear spirits here, male or female, child are spirits. Xiaoya spoke her answer directly, then stated her inference. Actually, I don't think we were able to enter the village in the first place. We were too adventurous. When Xiaoya said this, she even looked directly towards Song Yuan's direction and even scowled at him. Song Yuan was helpless. You are at least a heavenly maiden. Don't you have any certainty about your inferences? You have to ask me about everything? I'll tell you the answer directly. Can you two trashy snacks everything up? Think for yourself, said Song Yuan. Really took out his cell phone. Not to mention that although this village is weird, but the network is quite good. Although in the depths of the forest, actually able to smoothly connect to the human network. Song Yuan took out his cell phone so he could play the game. Xiaoya's face was a bit snappy, but the gaze that turned her head to Zhao Ling once again was a lot more determined. I think a special boundary has been formed here, and it's obvious that all the bears in the entire Black Bear Spirit Village keep repeating themselves inside this boundary, experiencing a certain thing over and over again. It's a vengeance, and it's also a cage. Song Yuan wordlessly drew a thumbs up. Originally, Zhao Ling wanted to express his opinion, but he shut up once he saw that thumbs up from Song Yuan. Now then, let's rest first. Zhao Mandarin sighed and looked at that house of Tsuewas in the distance depressingly. People are having a good battle right now. I have to go and find the mayor of this village and look at the village history or something. Song Yuan nodded. This guy wasn't too stupid. Although on the way back just now, Zhao Ling was not fully awake. In the end, he still heard what the passerby said. Actually, if you want to know the truth, you can just find any female black bear spirit. Feng Bao Bao said with a calm face as she looked at the female black bear spirits who were breaking into a rage outside the window. That hits the nail on the head. Since women are not affected by those voices inside the village, Xiaoya and Feng Bao Bao quickly brought up a female black bear spirit from the bottom. That female black bear spirit looks big and thick with a big waist. Looks like she can kill Zhao Ling with one punch. And her biceps are thicker than Song Yuan's thighs. Are you guys from an outside village? The female black bear spirit had a very showy name, called Xiong Meng Meng, and when she just introduced herself, Zhao Ling and Xia Dongqing both held back their laughter. And it was only when Song Yuan flung an eye blade over that the two finally quieted down. I'm called Bear Momo. What's wrong with that? And ridicule. 2 punches to death in a while and they'll be honest. Song Yuan nodded his head repeatedly. We are passing through here. And we are especially yearning for the old black bear spirit who showed his face inside the journey to the west as described inside your village. Is he still alive now? That of course. I thought that Xiong Meng Meng would deny it. But I didn't expect Xiong Meng Meng to actually be especially proud. The old black bear spirits inside our village can all become gods. That is ascending to the immortal world. Your soul ferryman's relationship with the immortal world is not very strong. You probably must have never seen it either. Kia did a double take. I should have seen it then. I haven't heard of Kunlun. Ah, isn't Kunlun the moon? Isn't the Guanghan Palace? Isn't there a Chang'e right there? What else? Xiong Meng Meng stared with a pair of confused and clear big eyes. This time Zhao Ling was unable to hold it in and laughed outright. Of course Song and Yuan are no better. Sayaka blinked. The whole thing is bad lol. Kunlun is the moon alright. However, the legend of Kunlun did not bring out the Queen Mother of the West. Instead, Chang'e ran to the moon was widely spread on Earth. You mustn't go out, especially the men among you. If you go out you'll be compelled by that Tsuewa's voice. Just like our men. They'll be crazy to provide for Tsuewa. Crazy to fall in love with Tsuewa. They're just crazy. Xiong Meng Meng was particularly excited about this. Then this Tianluo girl. When Zhao Ling uttered these 4 words, he also observed Xiong Meng Meng's eyes for a moment to make sure that the other party really knew about the Tianluo girl before continuing. How did the Tianluo girl come to your village in the first place? She wasn't originally like this, was she? Speaking of this, Xiong Meng Meng's face suddenly became ugly. Her face was permeated with weakness, but facing the inquisitive eyes of all the people inside the entire room, Xiong Meng Meng suddenly became furious. Aren't you people from outside the village interested in the old black bear spirit? Why are you talking about Tsuehua again? What is your relationship with Tsuehua? There's definitely something going on here. Zhao Ling raised an eyebrow. Chapter 115, Song Yuan, I'm on the side of the Tianluo girl. Zhao Ling's face squeezed out an ugly smile. Aren't we more curious? After all, you guys are all black bear spirits. And a Tianluo girl actually appeared inside such a village. And I see that you guys are quite nice to this Tianluo girl. Speaking of this, Xiong Meng Meng's eyes became red. Xiaoya very thoughtfully prepared paper towels for Xiong Meng Meng. Xiong Meng Meng cursed. Speaking of which, that Tianluo girl is a scourge. That's not a thing. And what's a Tamagotchi girl? If you ask me, that's an evil spirit. And she's the evil spirit that's going to get us destroyed. Xiong Meng Meng was thrilled. What do you mean? I see that the men in your village do get along well with Miss Tianluo. It doesn't look like an evil spirit. Zhao Ling followed the advice. In fact, among the legends inside our village, it does mention this Tianluo girl. Xiong Meng Meng huffed after venting. In our ancestors' training, it used to say that if a Tianluo girl appeared inside the village, the whole village should treat each other with special kindness and provide for each other, so that our village will become stronger and stronger. in those legends recorded in our village. It is said that the field snail girl had once helped our family's old ancestor and had made our old ancestor's old age particularly happy. In fact, our ancestors have the bloodline of the field snail girl. It's just that the little bit of bloodline from our ancestors rarely shows up, and there was a long period of time when the village didn't have any new Tianluo girls, and that led to a particularly poor harvest for the whole village. This snail girl only appeared recently. It was picked up by a certain boy inside the village, and we've always been especially good to that snail girl, providing good food and drink, never letting the snail girl work on the ground. Song Yuan always felt that this was a bit similar to that story of the weaver, so he asked curiously, good food and drink were offered, and then your village had a great harvest? Our village in the deep mountains, we are generally self-sufficient, indeed have a bumper harvest. We are also quite happy, Xiong Mengmeng said here full of confusion, but then all changed. Later, Suehua began to take the initiative to seduce the village inside the man. Xiong Mengmeng wiped the tears from her face and even looked unusually angry. We treated her so well, but she ended up treating us like this. It's really excessive. All the men who were with Suehua had no way to forget that taste. They would go to Suehua's room every night. At first it was just 1 or 2 men inside the village. Then that number grew. Now the whole village, all the men, even in the daytime, go to that house of Trisha's openly, as they did today. Speaking here, Xiong Mengmeng covered her face and found it difficult to speak. The men inside the village have no shame. And that sound traveled so far that even the next village was able to hear it. It's all Suehua. It's all Suehua's fault. If it wasn't for Suehua, our village couldn't have become what it is now. Why did she do that to us? What have we done to her? Xiong Mengmeng was really full of anger when she said this. Xiaoya and Feng Baobao were both dumbfounded by the sight. But Feng Baobao's ability to empathize was stronger. This is indeed a bit too much. On what basis did she treat you guys like this? Why did she hook asterisk up with other people? Maybe just to be happy? Ya, who had never been in a relationship, also found it mind-boggling. It's better for you to tell the truth and let us analyze it. Zhao Ling, however, cried and laughed. How can we help you when you're saying half and hiding half like this? Zhao Ling was still considered to have a brain, and without Song Yuan's reminder, they all knew that Xiong Mengmeng should have hidden a part of it. Xiong Mengmeng's face was a bit ugly. What I said is true. How can you men empathize with us women? Even when you guys are sober, you will only help Suehua. I've seen through you guys a long time ago. After she finished not waiting for Zhao Ling and Song Yuan to react, she directly stood up from the stool, pulled open the door, and rampaged out. You stinking men, I've seen it all long ago. Zhao Ling's face darkened, and the moment the door was opened, both Zhao Ling and Xia Dongqing were able to clearly hear the sounds coming from outside. Very tempting, Song Yuan said without a trace of anger. Cursing is cursing. Why are you cursing even me? I am always awake. Xiaoya hurriedly closed the door, isolating the sound from outside, and Zhao Ling and Xia Dongqing's faces, then, got better. Feng Baobao was good at admitting mistakes. So what that person said just now was all lies. Then how much of what she said was true and how much was false? Song Yuan reminded from the side. Half and half. This Suehua is not what you see. She's here for revenge. Curious? Yaya asked. Can you go into some detail? Zhao Ling's face turned blue. Big sister, if you're going to ask, will you pay for it? Xiaoya shut up immediately. Song Yuan laughed beside him. Some small reminders that I wouldn't want to charge for. Honestly, if I were to be asked to take a side, I'd be 100% on the side of the Tianluo girl. Xiaoya's eyes widened with disbelief. You've been compelled to? You've fallen for that Suehua too, haven't you? Song Yuan shook his head. That's not true. It's just that I feel that people should be very righteous or upright, and it's out of the foundation of remaining righteousness and morality that I stand firmly on the side of Miss Tianluo. That's a bit of an odd thing to say, but it did give Zhao Li some inspiration. After all, if Zhao Ling ran into certain ghosts and problems like this arose, he would be on the side of justice, even if the other party was a ghost. Yeah, ghosts. Zhao Mandarin slapped his thigh asterisk. I don't know how many ghosts died on top of this land. I'll just catch them over. There are some things that can definitely be cleared up, Zhao Ling said, took out his cell phone and opened the peripheral mode of the Book of Life and Death to check the possible ghosts around him. And by the way, he also wrote a charm with yellow talisman paper. This talisman made both Song Yuan and Xiaoya quite curious. Both of them stretched their necks to look over. Song Yuan summarized, this talisman of his is much more powerful than yours. Your Kunlun spells are fake, right? This talisman of his is exclusive to the hell at first glance. Thank you. Zhao Ling raised his head and flashed a particularly bright smile at Song Yuan, burning that talisman in his hand. Xia Dongqing immediately felt a coldness around him. He rubbed his arms and carefully shrank to the side, not daring to say a word. However, Song Yuan raised his eyebrows. This Zhao Ling's great summoning technique was quite exaggerated. At the very least, he had recruited more than 100 ghosts, both demonic and human. Chapter 116, Sister Tsuhua is dying. These ghosts are basically male, tall and short, fat and skinny all over, and most of the ghosts couldn't say a word after being summoned, standing there with lifeless eyes. The faces of those ghosts were covered with a suspicious reddish tint, and each one seemed to be in a particularly good mood. After Zhao Ling finished summoning, he had a very bad feeling. You guys couldn't have all come out from inside that house of Tsuewas, right? It was like he had stirred up a hornet's nest with that comment. Standing inside the tiny room, even some of the ghosts with overlapping bodies began to talk in tongues. Hey, Trisha, I like you. Trisha, let's do fast things together. I love you. Stop. These 100 demented male souls, both demonic and human, opened their mouths to speak at this moment and froze with the whole 500 ducks. Zhao Ling couldn't take it anymore, so he was only able to call a halt. Stop arguing, Zhao Ling said somewhat helplessly. I don't want to hear this right now. Is there anyone with a clearer head? Seeing this scene, Xiaodia consolidated her previous statement. I think my previous judgment was right. These ghosts have formed a very special boundary. We just shouldn't have jumped in headfirst in the first place all of a sudden, without any preparation, and I don't know if we can go out in good shape this time. Feng Baobao felt very curious when she saw the scene. This skill of yours is somewhat similar to detaining spirits and dispatching generals. So powerful. Zhao Ran smiled politely on his face. It was a compliment after all, so he kind of couldn't help it. Within this group of ghosts, there was a little boy's ghost staring at Zhao Ling with a glaring gaze, but Zhao Ling didn't notice, but Song Yuan noticed. Little friend, do you have something to say? Song Yuan then asked directly. After Song Yuan's reminder, Zhao Ling finally noticed his little brother standing in the middle of the crowd. It was impossible for Tsuehua to touch such a small child, and there was no such small child inside that room of Tsuehua's. Little friend, you can say whatever you want. Brother will back you up. Zhao Mandarin quickly reacted and waved at the little kid. That little kid was a bear cub at a glance, and the beastly attributes on the immature bear cub hadn't completely faded yet, so the little kid still had 2 round barriers on top of his head. It's time to say no and have that little bit of cuteness. The little child timidly walked up to Zhao Ling, and the little child was still holding a black bear doll in his hand. Brother, can you really help me? Can you really help the whole village? But really shameless. How old are you? Letting people call you brother? Xia Dongqing couldn't help but say from the side as he listened to the bruises. Song Yuan gave a thumbs up from the side. That's really right. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't be so shameless. You two are the ones who know how to pull a stump. Exasperated, Zhao Ling turned his head to look at Song Yuan and Xia Dongqing, then looked at the little kid with a serious face, revealing a gentle and tender smile. Tell me, little kid, what exactly happened to your village? That little child glanced at Zhao Ling, and then at Song Yuan, before saying, please save Sister Tsuehua, she is truly dying. This word, Zhao Mandarin really some confusion, where to fight on it. That little bear cub hugged the black bear play asterisk doll with a pitiful look. Don't you believe me? She's really dying. She did it all for revenge. I don't want Sister Tsuehua to become what she is now. The bear cub was very emotional when he said this and kept shedding tears. The child's speech is upside down, and sometimes too excited, will also cry. Therefore, Xia Dongqing and Zhao Mandarin are also the old bullnose effort. Only from the child's words to summarize a truth. The legends within this village are indeed true. The old black bear spirit rooted down in this village back then, and did come with the Tian Luo girl, and they became husband and wife. The first generation Tian Luo girl gave birth to children, but probably because the old black bear spirit bloodline was too powerful, the children born were basically black bear spirits. Although Black Bear Village was famous here, and there were some other villages around it, they had the blood of Tian Luo girl flowing inside their bodies. So in their descendants there will indeed be a return to their ancestors. There will be Tamagotchi. The old black bear spirit liked the Tian Luo girl very much, and the Tian Luo girl also had a very special charm. That is, prosperous family and prosperous husband. After marrying the Tian Luo girl, the family would always become more harmonious, and their family would also get a big harvest. That's why there has always been a rumor above the village that if one meets the bloodline of the Tian Luo girl, then one must treat the other person well, and will surely be able to ensure the prosperity of the whole village. Before, the village would do the same whenever they saw a Tamagotchi girl inside. But Tsuehua has a sister named Tsueitsao, and this Tsueitsao is also a Tian Luo girl. But Tsueitsao grew very beautiful, 100 times more beautiful than the current Tsueitsao. And when Tsueitsao first appeared in this village, it was also admired by millions of people. There are a number of people who provide for Tweed, but this offering has changed a bit over time. There was a black bear spirit that made a move on young Tsueitsao, and the kid said that at first the sound came from inside Tsueitsao's room just like the sound inside Tsuehua's room, and then it spread to the whole village. All the men inside the village go to Tsueitsao. It doesn't matter if Trisha will or won't. Then Tweed died. The reason why the little boy knew in such detail was because it was their family that had first discovered the sisters of the twin Tianluo girls, and Suehua had been inside their house the whole time, and no one else knew about it. All they know is Tweed, Tricuspid, died by suicide in the very temple dedicated to her. After a few years, Trisha grew up. It also came out beautifully, but not as well as Tweed. In the beginning Trisha was also offered when she was found, but now it's getting worse and worse, as Suehua starts to actively hitchhike with the black bear spirits and stay with them. The kid could have said, Sister Suehua is going to die if she does this. Sister Suehua is being irresponsible if she does this. Sister Suehua is burning her own life so that the whole village will die. But before that, Sister Suehua herself could have problems. The reason this kid knows so much is because that Suehua still lives in his house. All of this was told to him by Trisha, who said she wanted to avenge her sister's death. But it looks like the kid has been turned into a ghost, and Trisha's revenge was very successful, peacefully and reasonably bumping off everyone. No one survived. Chapter 117, What a terrible scolding. Not only were the children's souls crippled, but those of the black bear spirits were also crippled. There were even a few human souls mixed in here. Zhao Ling had questioned all of them, and all of these human souls had mistakenly entered the village and ended up staying here. Human soul number 1 said, I was just wandering around and I don't know how I got into this place. That Suehua did look pretty, but she killed everyone here. Human soul number 2 chimed in, just you wait. In a few days there will be a particularly large sacrifice inside the village, and everyone you can see right now will die. Human soul number 3, we've been through this over and over again, and while they die, they also come back to life. And this is just a very special world. These are residual souls. There's no way to just send them away. I reckon that the other part of their souls must be in Suehua's hands. Zhao Mandarin concluded after asking around. Looks like we have to go find that Suehua. Xia Dongqing frowned, but as soon as we get close to Suehua, we'll be compelled by the other side. What are you going to catch? So Zhao Ling could only stare at Xiaoya next to him. He was not counting on Feng Baobao, although Feng Baobao was an inhuman, but at least he was a human being. At least Xiaoya was not a human being yet. You don't expect me, do you? Xiaoya pointed at her nose with a face full of incredulity. I'm the 9 heavenly mysteries, and I'm doing this? What happened to the 9 heavenly mysteries? Zhao Ling said with a cold snort. Are we going to cooperate? Is it true that you're going to take some of the merit from me? You're not as good as me in this aspect of chanting. Xiaoya coldly swept a glance at Zhao Ling and said with a pale expression, wait. After saying that, Xiaoya really hurried downstairs and went straight to that room of Suehua's. Zhao Ling was really not expecting that Xiaoya would actually be so dry. This attitude was so sharp that Zhao Ling felt that there was a trap. He curiously looked at Song Yuan next to him. Is it possible for her to bring Suehua here? There shouldn't be this possibility. Song Yuan was decisive. Zhao Ling was playful. A bet? You'll give me the car if I lose? Song Yuan asked curiously. Not to mention, the new car that Zhao Ling got was in much better shape than the big jeep from before. Zhao Ling's entire body was bad. What are you thinking about? Then you bet with me? Song Yuan rolled his eyes widely. No money to bet. Besides, if she has this ability, can't I figure it out? Mention the fortune telling. Zhao Ling then went completely quiet. The whole thing has calmed down quite a bit. If it came to fortune telling, Song Yuan had never been wrong in his calculations, so this worry of his was somewhat superfluous. Zhao Ran didn't expect Xiaoya to fail so fast. From the time she rushed downstairs with a face of anger, to the time she ran back with a face full of panic, that took less than 5 minutes. Xiaoya was followed by a group of black bear spirits. The black group of elves were all those who stood in front of the Chuihua gate who had not yet gotten in line. They had brooms, spatulas and other tools in their hands. Angry to the core, she followed behind Yaya, and the shouts were practically earth-shattering. Where's the dead liar? What's it say? Our family's Tsuehua is the most beautiful in the world, and our family's Tsuehua is just extraordinarily good-looking. You dead woman, you really pissed me off. Never seen a woman like you. What woman would treat our family's Tsuehua like this? You still want to take Tsuehua? You're dreaming. What kind of a thing are you? And the heavenly maiden of the 9 heavens, who are you fooling? Will the heavenly maiden of Kunlun come to us? My family's old ancestor is still the black bear spirit. That was chosen by the Bodhisattva. Who are you? I've heard that Kunlun's celestial maidens are just contraptions next to the gods, not even a piece of furniture. These black bear spirits were cursing so hard that Xiaoya was dying of anger. Kunlun's heavenly maiden without a feathered cloth, like Xiaoya with a seal of approval, that still managed to have a bit of power. At least the physical attack was pulled full, but spell attacks are minimal. It can only flee in disarray, not to mention the hilarity of Yaya's wolfish flight. However, Xiaoya did have a brain, and instead of running in the direction of the inn, she flew at a fast speed, directly skimming over the eyes of the crowd and disappearing into the sky. Song Yuan looked at Feng Baobao, who reacted extremely quickly. I'll do it. With that, Feng Baobao went out. If it wasn't for the fact that neither Xia Dongqing nor Zhao Lingnan had the means to go out, the two of them were really quite curious as to how Feng Baobao would actually do it. Because the Black Bear Spirits' big troop were all taken away by Xiaoya, some other Black Bear Spirits that were in Suewa's room, but the sound of rapture came from inside that room, so it was estimated that those people didn't have much fighting power. Feng Baobao followed Song Yuan out, wearing just a simple sweatshirt with a baseball cap on her head, and even after saying this, Feng Baobao went straight out the door, and she removed a chair leg from Xiong Ganglia's counter downstairs. Carrying that section of chair leg, Feng Baobao just went straight out for the kill. This tiger, can it work? Zhao Ling was standing right by the window watching Feng Baobao's movements and asked out in great confusion. Song Yuan almost laughed out loud. It works better than you. Zhao Ran rubbed his nose. I'm just a bit too king flirty, so it's not a big deal by the way, right? Too little determination. Song Yuan glanced at Zhao Ling to purposely give the other party a hard time. That being said, if Ah Chun found out what you did, then I guess you'd have to be finished. Song Yuan said as he took out his cell phone and waved it in front of Zhao Ran. I can take pictures of all of it. Not only did he just shake Song Yuan, he even tapped the button to play inside, so the entire room echoed with the sound of Zhao Ling's hissing roar inside. Pick me, Su Weihua, you must pick me. I'm strong. Trisha, I love you the most. Trisha, you've grown so beautiful. Originally, Xia Dongqing wanted to laugh at Zhao Ling, but then Xia Dongqing suddenly realized that Song Yuan's voice seemed to be in that video as well. Once it was established, Xia Dongqing's entire body was bad. Song Yuan, on the other hand, smirked as he sized up Zhao Ling. You'll have to think of a way to make me delete this video before you do that. Isn't that a blatant threat? Zhao Ling people are numb. This kind of black history, said Zhao Ling. Grabbed the next Xia Dongqing. He is also in it. His expenses have to be shared equally with me. Where do I have money? I'm just a poor student. Xia Dongqing's entire body exploded when she heard that she had to pay, and she was dead set against it. Zhao Ling and Song Yuan both used to kind of look at the little cutie, performing eyes staring at him. Zhao Ling narrowed his eyes and even a little upset. He knew Xia Dongqing was poor, but Xia Dongqing seemed to want to whore himself out for nothing. This nigga can't be justified, right? Chapter 118, Repeat Offender. Definitely repeat offender. Zhao Ling patted Xia Dongqing's shoulder and said in a voice that only two people could hear, can you cooperate with me a little bit? How can I cooperate with you? I am a poor student. I have no money. At the mention of money, Xia Dongqing was more shrewd than anyone else. Immediately the whole person was bad, and his voice became much louder. Don't bull ***** me? You work at my place. I usually pay for your housing and food. What do you use your salary for? I also pay you so much salary every month. How could you not have any money? Zhao Ling had reasoned, even reasonably suspected that Xia Dongqing used the money to do something else. A pair of eyes looked up and down. Xia Dongqing, you wouldn't take my money to do those illegal things, right? Speaking of this, Zhao Mandarin as if he had caught some kind of handle, you say all day long that you like Wang Xiaoya. I think it's strange. That Wang Xiaoya is just a... It suddenly occurred to Zhao Ling that Xia Dongqing didn't know about Wang Xiaoya being just a puppet. After all, it was Zhao Ling who had personally brainwashed Xia Dongqing in the first place. I just like Wang Xiaoya, what's wrong with that? Xia Dongqing directly asked back. I like her. What's wrong? But I'm also just a poor student. I'm an orphan. I still have to pay tuition. Where do I have money? Hearing this, Song Yuan slowed down. Only people who live frugally day in and day out would have something like money. Zhao Ling raised his hands in favor. That's right. I also think so. Xia Dongqing, you come up with some money, or else he'll put our black history out there in the future. Is it a shame? Do you still want Wang Xiaoya to take care of you? If Wang Xiaoya doesn't care about you in the future, what will you do? That makes sense. Xia Dongqing looked at Song Yuan with a tangled face. How much do I need to charge to delete this video? Song Yuan thought for a moment. $5,000 would be enough if I just need to keep it from spreading out. $50,000 if I delete it. A lion's mouth you. Xia Dongqing rounded her eyes. Are we still friends? Who is friends with you? Song Yuan asked back. Do you think the two of us look like friends? He did it on purpose. The veins on Xia Dongqing's forehead were on the verge of popping out as he hurriedly said, I think we are friends. I think you should help me. That tiger lady. It's too clean, isn't it? However, just as Xia Dongqing was bargaining with Song Yuan, Zhao Ling looked at the windowsill and couldn't help but exclaim. It's not like Song Yuan wants much anyway. It's only $50,000. This time out. If it wasn't for the fact that Song Yuan was there to help, although his help was very limited, it had been very helpful to Zhao Ran. Otherwise, Zhao Ling didn't even dare to imagine what would happen after he became Tsuewa's guest of honor. Would it be just like what those remnant souls said just now, and end up becoming a fan of Tsuewa, and in the end, not even having a chance to escape? Maybe just like those remnant souls, permanently staying here. Just think about it. Zhao Ling all felt his head hurt. What's the situation? Xia Dongqing was really attracted as well, looking in the direction of the window, only to see Feng Baobao take the chair leg and kill directly inside Cui Hua's house. You can see through the window that there are quite a few black bear spirits inside Suewa's house at this time, and these black bear spirits look extraordinarily fastidious inside Suewa's house. At this time, Feng Baobao a chair leg to clean up a bam to people's head above the smash. Speed is extremely fast, and the hand is steady and accurate, almost knocking one can dry down a. Suehua seemed to let out a scream inside the room, but all of them were only able to see the shape of Suewa's mouth but couldn't hear any sound. After all, this place had all been labeled with charms by Xiaoya, so the sound from the outside couldn't be transmitted to the inside at all. 3 down 5 out of 2. Feng Baobao had then cleaned up all the black bear spirits inside Cui Hua's room. All of those black bear spirits planted themselves on the ground and completely fainted. One unlucky black bear spirit was even knocked by the nails on top of the chair legs, and there was blood all over the top of his head. Suehua was supposed to be sitting on a black bear spirit. Feng Bao was the last to tackle that black bear spirit, and while Suehua was still screaming, Feng Bao directly knocked someone out with a chair leg. Then Feng Bao grabbed Cui Hua, just like carrying a sack, carried the person directly up, and walked towards the direction of the downstairs in a hurry. Xia Dongqing and Zhao Ling had looked dumbfounded. Zhao Ran couldn't help but exclaim, "This tiger, I really didn't call it wrong this is a real tiger this." Xia Dongqing, however, frowned. This maneuver seems to be a recidivist, definitely a recidivist. Song Yuan, aren't you really afraid that this girl will do something over the top beside you? She's a veteran at this. Song Yuan was indifferent and even had a smile on his face. I don't think there's anything to it. A very lively girl and a clear mind. Her work is more reliable than the two of you. That's a heartfelt comment. Feng Baobao does work reliably. It didn't take long to see Feng Baobao carrying the non-stop screaming Suehua like a sack, striding towards the direction of the inn. Feng Baobao seemed to be quite annoyed with Suehua screaming so loudly, and without saying a word, she slapped Suehua on top of her ass *s. Trisha was immediately honest. Zhao Ling and Xia Dongqing sighed in awe. Now pay up. Song Yuan flashed his collection code. Choose whether you want to buy out this video, or choose whether I keep my mouth shut. I was just talking about Bao Feng and now it's on top of the video. Not to mention that Song and Yuan is a wide enough span. Zhao Ling did not dwell on it and directly transferred $50,000 to Song Yuan. You have money you still want to share with me? Xia Dongqing eyes beads are going to stare round. $50,000 you give us so bold. You also want to share with me? I don't see it. Just now the credit knife people just use 50,000 yuan or 5,000 yuan to test the friendship between us. In fact, this time out if there is no help from Song Yuan, I'm afraid that I would have long become that Suewa's entry into the army, or maybe you and I would have long become those dead souls just now. Zhao Mandarin is very clear, and also see that Zhao Ling is very clear, and he also sees through it. He could sort of see that Song Yuan was merely doing it on purpose. It's a pity the friendship between us was already clear as soon as we tested it out. There's no tacit understanding between you and me, and there's no friendship that exists. Zhao Ling said it lightly, but in fact, there was still a little bit of pain inside his eyes, because for Zhao Ling, Xia Dongqing was a special existence, because Summer Holly is the reincarnation of Jean, and when Zhao Ling was weak, Xia Dongqing gave Zhao Ling a pair of eyes. Although this was all told by Song Yuan, after all, Zhao Ling's memory of that year was already thin. This is the problem with all soul ferrymen. They can't remember things clearly because they don't have a soul. Although he didn't know why Xia Dongqing's soul had become one of Qi Yu's vessels, or perhaps it was simply a bug. Zhao Ling's feelings for Xia Dongqing were special. He would be really a little sad. Xia Dongqing pondered for a moment. In the end it's also by my part, although it's not much, or I'll transfer $5,000 to you. I don't have much money here either. Song Yuan knew at what Xia Dongqing said was true, which was not a lie, mainly because, in Soul Swing Season 2 Xia Dongqing seems to have only saved enough $30,000, and paid the rent to Zhao Ling at once. Zhao Ling was instantly happy and took out his collection code. Sweep the money. Thank you. You're really not polite. Xia Dongqing said helplessly when she saw that Zhao Ling unexpectedly didn't half push back. Chapter 119, Song Yuan, I support you. Feng Baobao moves quickly. Over here, Song Yuan and Xia Dongqing had just finished transferring their accounts. Feng Baobao had already appeared at the entrance of the inn with Cui Hua, and it didn't take long for Feng Baobao to bring Cui Hua right in, and Suehua had been in a state of shock. After all, Feng Baobao was not under her control at all. Feng Baobao was like an unknown quantity, and this woman's hand strength was still thievish, and although this woman was only a human, she was a very special inhuman, so Suehua didn't dare to make a move. But Suehua realized that Feng Baobao carried her directly to the hotel room, and there were 3 other men inside this room. Suehua immediately felt that she had gained insight into everything, a seductive smile on her face, and the sound that came out of her mouth was like a silver bell. What? Want to spend the night with me? Not to mention, there was a certain amount of seduction within this voice of Jade's. Song Yuan was not affected by it, but Song Yuan saw that Zhao Ling and Xia Dongqing's eyes were out of place, so Song Yuan signaled Feng Baobao next to him to go and pour a basin of water over. Feng Baobao understood her own boss's eyes well, and went directly to the sanitation room to get 2 pots of water, and poured it down on Zhao Ling's and Xia Dongqing's faces in a circle. Then Feng Baobao stood next to Cuihua carrying that chair leg with a very fury. That chair leg was still being thrown up and down by Feng Baobao, threatening in every sense of the word. Cuihua looked at Feng Baobao with an odd face, then just grunted out the first sentence. Feng Baobao's chair leg threw a little bit towards the sky. However, this time when it fell down it almost smashed Cuihua. Froze Cuihua's words that were blocked in her throat were all stifled back. Ahem. Jade spoke again, her voice much more normal. What did you call me over for? At this time, Cuihua was also able to clearly feel that Song Yuan and the others calling themselves here did not seem to mean what they thought they meant. I'll do it for you. Song Yuan suddenly spoke. You can take revenge on any soul in the entire Black Bear Entry village. I won't stop you, but you have to tell me everything. I can let you realize your revenge in the true sense of the word, and I can make these demonic souls dissipate completely. In fact, when Song Yuan said the first sentence, Zhao Ling was a bit flustered, and he hurriedly reminded Song Yuan from the side. Big brother, you mustn't forget what we're here for. However, Song Yuan didn't bother with him, and by the time he had finished all his words, Zhao Ling froze as he asked, so none of the souls here have completely dissipated? What do you think? Song Yuan felt that Zhao Ling asked a stupid question. If it all dissipated, what was that thing you just summoned? An illusion? Zhao Ling coughed and said in a small voice. Also that means these souls keep dying and appearing inside this special boundary, but their demonic souls still can't dissipate? Cuihua looked at Song Yuan curiously. You can really help me? Do you know that those demonic souls can be sheltered by that old black bear spirit? As long as that temple is there, it's impossible for me to kill all the souls here. It's impossible for me to let all these souls dissipate. And these black bear spirits killed my sister. I definitely won't let them go. I support you to clean them up. Song Yuan nodded Zhao Ling. See that guy? That guy is in charge of what happens after the death of your demon race. He can conduct the trial. He has the qualification. And the old black bear spirit has no way to stop it. When the time comes, let's try them one by one. And those who have a problem, they all get dead. What do you think? Cuihua listened with beautiful eyes. Is it really possible? However, Xia Dongqing's motherly heart was guilty. Xia Dongqing looked at Zhao Ling with wide eyes, and then glanced at Song Yuan with a face full of incredulity. But is it legal for you guys to do this? What's illegal? You stay aside. What? You still sympathize with those black bear spirits? Xia Dongqing might not be able to feel it, but Zhao Ling can clearly feel that the demonic soul of this Cuihua in front of him already has the intention of blackening, and people are still very powerful, so he must be coaxed. Don't listen to him blindly. We will definitely help with your matter. Don't worry about it. Song Yuan revealed a smile. With us, nothing is a problem. Cuihua was a bit touched. No one has ever treated me like this for so many years, but I'll be honest, I don't think there's any way you guys can shake the one inside the temple. I can feel it. This person does manage what happens after the death of our demon race, but the old black bear spirit is different. He's a god. Song Yuan stood up. Immortal, right? Lead the way for me to see to it. Cuihua did not expect Song Yuan to really help himself. She revealed a kind smile. My lord, I sense that you are very strong. I will take you there, but let me put it in front of you first. The old black bear spirit is a very powerful being. If you find that something is not right, make sure that you escape and I will open the door for you, because a very special boundary has been formed here. So the only way Song Yuan could actually escape was if Cuihua helped him to get out. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'd never even have the time to open the ghost gate. No problem. Song Yuan was kinda surprised that Cuihua seemed to be more anxious about his safety than Song Yuan himself. Xiaoya is probably still struggling with the gang of black bear spirits. For a while there was no one to mention Xiaoya. Song Yuan and Cuihua came to the deepest part of the village together. This deepest position there is a particularly luxurious looking temple. Separated from a long way to be able to see a statue than the village entrance statue is even more enormous, and particularly exquisite. That statue above the black bear spirit hair root to root. All do not know with what special materials to build. The sunlight, and even glittering. The robe that the black bear spirit stole back then was the Tang monk's robe, which according to legend should be particularly gorgeous and glittering with the appearance of 7-colored precious light. However, the surplus on top of this huge statue looked like it was not worth much and was gray, quite good at putting gold on his own face, so compared to Zhao Ling are a bit speechless. This black bear spirit is not all floating after coming back, feeling that he has done some big thing. That's not true? Song Yuan slowly advanced in the direction of the temple. Other people might not be able to sense it, but Song Yuan could clearly feel that the entire temple was emanating the aura of the old ancestor. And there must be the sword of the man with the credit knife in here. I didn't realize that the black bear spirit had once been favored by a man with a sword on credit. Song Yuan counted and realized. Don't forget, the black bear spirit is the bodhisattva's favorite. He has the ability to float. How can an ordinary little demon be seen by the bodhisattva? If I were him, I'm going to make this matter known to the world. Which place of the nether knows it? Chapter 120, Sliding Knees. Jade didn't know that much. Hearing Song Yuan's words, there was even some concern. And Suehua stopped herself when she walked to about 500 meters away from that statue, and carefully looked at Song Yuan and said, "My lord, I don't dare to get closer. If I get any closer, something will definitely happen." Song Yuan was quite confused. What happened? Is it that dramatic? It shouldn't be a big deal. I used to, but when I was close to that statue, and there was like 500 meters left, the statue of the black bear spirit would attack me, and I would feel pain all over my body. Chuehua's face was a bit ugly. I can only send your lordship here. Song Yuan, however, is indifferent to the appearance, because here can feel the breath of the credit knife people, the breath left behind by the old ancestor. Then since there is a debt to be paid, Song Yuan is invincible in front of that black bear spirit. In fact, even without the aura left behind by the old ancestor, Song Yuan was fearless against the black bear spirit. With the Arahant body and the Jade Emperor's 9 dragons of true chi on his body, the black bear spirit couldn't move him at all. Alright then, just wait here. Song Yuan dropped this sentence and slowly walked in the direction of the temple. Suehua was genuinely worried about Song Yuan and even shouted at the top of her voice, "If your lordship feels that something is wrong, hurry back." Xia Dongqing also stayed where she was, not daring to move on. Zhao Ling took 2 steps and explained to Feng Baobao, "Or else you'll stay here with Xia Dongqing and Suehua? Let me and your family boss take care of things inside the temple." Feng Baobao rolled her eyes. "My duty is to protect our family boss, not him." Laughing to death. How could Feng Baobao listen to Zhao Ling? So Zhao Ran watched with a dumbfounded expression as Feng Baobao swaggered away. Cui Hua took the initiative to say, "Don't worry, I'll watch over Xia Dongqing. He's just an ordinary mortal, right? It's already good enough that your lordship is willing to help me." As if to dispel Zhao Ling's doubts, Cui Hua specifically said. Looking at Suehua in her current state also didn't seem like someone who had gone back on his word. Zhao Ran nodded. "Then you protect him? I'll go in with the credit blade man and take a look first." Credit knife man? Suehua's face was a bit confused. After all, Suehua had also once lived inside the village of the black bear spirit, and didn't feel unfamiliar with the 3 words credit knife man, but rather as if she had heard them countless times. Those descendants of the old black bear spirit had more than once bragged about a divine artifact inside the temple that had been obtained from the man with the sword on credit. That knife, however, came from. Suehua snapped her head up and roared loudly in Song Yuan's direction. "Be careful, my lord, be sure to be careful." Song Yuan was on the verge of entering the temple at this moment, and he did not expect Suehua to suddenly speak loudly to him at this time. And Song Yuan was quite confused. Got it. He had only agreed to let Suehua take revenge in her own way, agreed to let those black bear spirits' souls be scattered, and Song Yuan also felt that he had only done a trivial and insignificant thing, so why was Suehua so nervous? And when Song Yuan set 1 foot into the temple, he suddenly understood Suehua. Just now, when he was outside the temple, Song Yuan could feel the old ancestor's credit blade man's aura coming from inside the temple, and that aura was so huge that Song Yuan could not ignore it. However, when Song Yuan entered the inside of the temple, he found that the aura was actually wrapped in sorrow, and even when Song Yuan entered the temple, he was able to feel a mournful sound coming from above that sword. Yes, mourning. Song Yuan looked towards the direction of the wall in passing, and sure enough, there was a knife hanging on top of that wall, and that knife was shaking and making a buzzing sound. He walked straight over and took the knife off the wall, and when that knife was held by Song Yuan, it suddenly seemed like it calmed down and could no longer make any sound. Zhao Ling, who entered later, was able to clearly see that when Song Yuan held the blade, a transparent light blue soul seemed to appear on top of the blade. That light blue soul, even all of them were still a female. The soul circled around Song Yuan. That soul's face seemed to be all in mourning. Finally that soul entered into that knife. Song Yuan said to that knife, "Don't worry, I will definitely help you to report your revenge," said Song Yuan as he suddenly drew out the knife. There is also a very realistic idol inside the temple, and that is indeed the image of the black bear spirit. Song Yuan took that knife and directly split that idol in 2, cutting it off at the waist, so fast that even Zhao Ling didn't react. "You this?" Zhao Mandarin glared round eyes. "What are you doing? We did not even call people down. This is only a statue of God." Him. Zhao Ling was too late to finish. It was because a voice interrupted Zhao Ling's words. That voice was furious to the extreme. What kind of trashy thing dares to destroy my idol? Don't you know what Grandpa is from? Saying that, the idol inside the temple burst into a blaze of light, obscuring everyone's vision. Song Yuan couldn't help but squint his eyes, and a moment later, a huge black bear spirit appeared at the location where the idol was offered. That black bear spirit was really bigger than all that they had seen before. Moreover, the aura emanating from that black bear spirit, that was not at all the aura that a demon should have. To be exact, the other party should already be considered a divine immortal, and what emanated from him was the aura of an imperial immortal. Zhao Ling's legs went numb with fear. He couldn't wait to slip and kneel directly in front of Song Yuan. However, this sliding kneeling Zhao Ling hadn't had time to do it yet. Instead, that black bear spirit, after seeing Song Yuan, slid down on his knees directly in front of Song Yuan, shaking like a sieve in fear. How come it's you? I didn't know the credit blade man any debts in the first place. What happened in Spirit Mountain is none of my business. It was they who wanted to collectively pay back the debt. I didn't agree to it. That knife was given to me by my boss, the goddess of mercy, and he just gave it to me because he saw that I was resourceful. They may all be in arrears, but I'm really not in arrears. You mustn't kill me. I know you've got it in you. I can now take you to the location of Rudra's newly constructed spiritual mountain, right in the doodle heaven, and you can hokey pokey them as much as you want. It's really none of my business. Zhao Ling and Song Yuan were also speechless when they heard this black bear spirit's flurry of cries. No, this guy kneeled down and called his father's speed is really too fast. And from the other side of the words can be judged out of this goods should also be in the spirit mountain at the beginning of the witness the Song Yuan's overwhelming elegance, which has not yet hit the direct scared urine. Chapter 121, The 18 Styles of Awesome. Zhao Ling saw such a black bear spirit are feeling quite rare, and even a little stuck. In Song Yuan has not yet spoken. Zhao Ling up and down the black bear spirit in front of him, and also curiously poked the black bear spirit. The body of the oily fur, are you really that steal the Tang monk's robe of the black bear spirit? Yes. The black bear spirit didn't dare to make a move in front of Song Yuan, even though the current him hated Zhao Ling very much. Just a soul ferryman. What do you really think you are? How dare you treat him like that? What's going on with this sword? Song Yuan's expression was calm and full of composure as he looked at the black bear spirit in front of him. The black bear spirit was close to crying directly. I have said that this knife has nothing to do with me. This knife was given to me by the Bodhisattva. What I have said is true. You are also the person who said the knife. You should know what kind of suffering those people who originally took the knife on credit suffered in our spirit mountain, right? You seem quite pleased with yourself? Zhao Ling was very critical. The black bear spirit was so scared that he banged his head on the ground, and that big head was probably full of bags, and that sound also made Zhao Ling feel pain. The black bear spirit acted as if he couldn't feel it. It really has nothing to do with me. All the spirits of the black bear spirits in this place are protected by you, right? You know exactly what kind of pain the Tian Luo girl suffered. Why did you still do it? I didn't realize that Song Yuan topic jumping degree was actually so big. Suddenly jumping from the origin of that knife. The black bear spirit didn't react for a moment. Miss Tian Luo? Zhao Ling looked on from the side and found it hilarious. They all treat you as a guardian deity. Don't tell me you don't know what this place is, right? It was only then that the black bear spirit came back to his senses as an afterthought, and after surveying around, his face was a bit ugly. This is indeed where I lived in the first place, and there are my children and grandchildren here. And I had once told them that if the Tian Luo girl appeared inside the bloodline, then the entire village should offer her up. But your grandchildren didn't do that. Song Yuan looked pale. Even they let that Tian Luo girl die, in a most humiliating way. Your demon race is playing quite fancy. The black bear spirit, however, acted as if he had never known such a thing. It's impossible. My children and grandchildren all listen to me. They will definitely treat that Tian Luo girl well, and it's absolutely impossible for them to do anything to the Tian Luo girl. Song Yuan spread his hands. I've already explained the reason to you. There's no use in sophistry. Take the punishment. Saying that, Song Yuan directly lifted the knife of the man with the sword on credit. His hand rose up and fell down. The black bear spirit was shocked, not expecting that Song Yuan was not coming over to negotiate at all, and that the person was just here to inform him. No matter how he countered, no matter how he tried to weasel his way out of it, the result would be the same. It wouldn't be his confession that Song Yuan was listening to. Seeing Song Yuan holding that knife directly cut over, the black bear fled to the side in shock, and it was precisely because the bastard struggled so much that Song Yuan did not kill him with a single knife, but only cut down one of the black bear spirit's arms. That black bear spirit said angrily as he ran, "Credit sword man, I know you're powerful, but what does my business have to do with you?" With that he covered his cut down arm wound and fell to his knees in agony. However, Song Yuan did not give him any time to catch his breath at all, and as he fell to his knees, Song Yuan once again slashed in the direction of his opponent. The black bear spirit was so scared that he immediately fled. but it was already too late. One of his hind legs was cut down again by Song Yuan, and the black bear spirit wailed in pain. Song Yuan had a smile on his face. Don't move around. Originally it was just a matter of a knife, but as a result of you moving around like this, I'm chopping you to pieces. It's like I'm a cruel person who has to give you a 5-horse corpse. If you don't move, I'll be happy if you're happy. However, the black bear spirit felt that Song Yuan was deliberately mocking him by saying these words. If Song Yuan was such a powerful bull, why would he need a bull's knife to kill him? Wouldn't it be easy to kill him? The reason why Song Yuan said those words was just to humiliate him. If you wanted to kill me, how easy would it be to kill me with one move? You're just humiliating me. The black bear spirit originally wanted to endure, but in the end, he couldn't help himself and broke into curses. Song Yuan vainly touched his nose. Who humiliated Hua? His side means of attack is really very limited. If it is not on the strength of this old ancestor built out of the divine sword. Song Yuan estimates that even the claws of the black bear spirit cannot be chopped down. The knife was very sharp, and it was obvious at first glance that the person who held it in the first place was definitely a connoisseur. The temple ended up being relatively small, so the black bear spirit had to run outside into the square as he escaped. However, the square outside had a number of remnants of the black bear spirit village's souls slowly rising up, and they stood on the periphery of the square like puppets on strings, expressionless as they watched their family's oldest ancestor struggle in Song Yuan's hands. They would have liked to help, but none of them were able to step forward. All they could do was stand there stupidly and watch. And in the distance, Tianluo girl and Xia Dongqing as well as Feng Baobao who hadn't come in yet stared with wide eyes, especially when Feng Baobao saw Song Yuan chasing the black bear spirit around. Feng Baobao was so excited. Boss, let me help you. Awesome 18 styles. Feng Baobao roared. A huge ball of air was shot out by her, and it swooped towards the direction of the black bear spirit with great vigor. In fact, if you've read the original, you know that Feng Baobao's move doesn't do any tremendous damage. The biggest effect is knocking over cans as well as repelling mosquitoes. But this move is very powerful. The black bear spirit where no so many curves, seeing such a horrible air mass, also thought that the killing power is full. Hasty dodge and let Song Yuan cut down a leg. This time the black bear spirit is completely unable to run away. He was lying on the ground looking at Song Yuan with a face full of fear, uttering threats. Song Yuan, I am a demon who has participated in the journey to the west. I've long since stopped being an ordinary demon. I'm considered a god. You're a mere man with a sword on credit. You dare to slaughter a god? Holy cow. This 18 styles is awesome. Zhao Ling, who had followed from afar, couldn't help but exclaim. When he heard the black bear spirit's threat, he was expressionless. The credit knife man was just so powerful, not to mention the god slayer. What was it that this kid couldn't do? Song Yuan compared the black bear spirit with his knife, this time aiming at the other party's neck. The expression on his face could be said to be indifferent, even a bit morose. What if I have to slaughter the gods? Can you stop it? The old black bear spirit was really scared this time. Song Yuan was definitely a ruthless person. He didn't care if the other party had once traveled to the west or if he was a god. He was really going to make a move. Chapter 122, Guanyin, are you sure you want to care? The black bear spirit had wanted to say something when he saw that Song Yuan's sword was already raised high. He could only close his eyes helplessly, not expecting that this bogeyman who had made a big fuss about the spirit mountain would actually appear here. Looks like he's really going to die here today. However, just at this time, the voice of a majestic woman speaking suddenly came from the sky. Leave someone under the sword. In fact, Song Yuan had long sensed the breath of the other party, and that old had been hiding nearby for a long time. Watching Song Yuan really want to GA the black bear spirit, and only then did she finally come out. Standing on the sidelines, Zhao Ling was already numb, because he got a good look at the woman floating in midair who suddenly appeared in front of them. The woman had a huge lotus flower on the soles of her feet and looked kind. This isn't the West. Do you need to disguise yourself as a woman? Or have you gotten used to this image? Song Yuan glanced at the Guanyin floating in midair. Why have I heard that Guanyin is a boy and girl? Floating in midair. Guanyin's voice carried a hint of ethereality within it, and her face was very soft. The phases are all things outside the body, and they are not bound to men and women. It means that it can be male or female, Song Yuan said with a frown. That expression could be seen to carry a kind of dislike from inside the hair strands. What? Specifically running over to pay me back? What a pot to piss in. Credit knives people are such a pain in the ass. Guanyin's face was ugly, but she still replied. Our Spirit Mountains account is a total account. 80% of it has been paid off, and there is still 20% left, so I think you should talk to Rulai, not me. I'm not a representative. So why are you here? Song Yuan directly played dumb. This gave Guanyin anger. Half a day before she came back to her senses and continued. This black bear spirit is my subordinate. No matter what mistakes he has made, please have mercy on the credit blade man. He. Song Yuan was directly amused, counting his wife's clan, causing hundreds of Tianluo girls to all die here, and showing mercy no matter what mistakes he made. How old are you? When the rhetorical question came out, Song Yuan stomped his foot, while Cuihua in the distance looked over in his direction with hot tears, her face full of dumbfoundedness, because beside Song Yuan's body densely appeared a lot of Tianluo girls. All of these girls were very beautiful. All of these girls had a pair of eyebrows staring at Guanyin with a deadpan look, and all of these girls had appeared in this world before. Zhao Ling also didn't expect there to be so many Tianluo girls' souls here. I didn't see so many just now when I was invoking the souls. It was only at this time that Xiaoyao ran to the vicinity of the temple with a whimper. There were quite a few black bear spirits chasing after her. However, when those black bear spirits were close to the temple, one by one, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. They had turned into masterless remnants of souls once again. They stood stupidly in rows, and they just stared straight in the direction of the temple. My God, commented Yaya while breathing heavily. One by one they might have chased. Now they're standing there silent. Have the guts to keep chasing? Guanyin didn't seem to have expected that so many Tianluo girls would actually appear beside Song Yuan, and that the Tianluo girls were a large clan compared to the black bear spirit. See these snail girls? Snail girl, in fact, as early as in the ancient times had appeared people but a big family. You black bear spirit take what things then? Song Yuan said here, with the tip of the knife pointing not far away covering his eyes. Do not dare to look at those field snail girl, black bear spirit said. There are also myths and legends here that the black bear spirit, since fetching the scriptures, returned to this place and stayed with a Tianluo girl for the rest of his life, and that you left behind a legacy that said that all of your black bear spirit souls would take care of the Tianluo girl's offspring. But what you call taking care of is to keep having children with the conch girl, because the conch girl's own attribute is to be a prosperous family. After you ate the Tianluo girls dry and used them to prosper your family, you even spared their souls, and the only reason why you can prosper here is because you base everything on people's souls. This is why the black bears enter the village more and more powerful. Really laughable. Want the family to have a better development? Prefer to use such means? Guanyin. Or do you think that even if the black bear spirit did such a thing, he doesn't deserve to die? Holding a long sword, Song Yuan quickly stepped forward and chopped off the head of the black bear spirit with a single slash. This one really flew by, and almost all of them were not expecting it. Guanyin's face was ugly, but Song Yuan had a long knife in his hand, and pointed the tip of the knife at Guanyin and said, I'll just kill. What's wrong with that? I'm still going to stand up for Miss Tianluo today, and I'm going to make all the black bear spirits be punished. What's wrong with that? As he spoke, that old black bear spirit's soul slowly and leisurely floated out from inside the tattered body. Song Yuan grabbed that old black bear spirit's soul and stomped on the other party's back. That long knife was at the old black bear spirit's soul's neck. He looked up at Guanyin. Do you really want to care? How dare the goddess of mercy care in this situation? She closed her eyes. I really didn't expect the black bear spirit. Since fetching the scriptures you have actually been lawless and committed this kind of killing. There is no way for me to save you. That old black bear spirit's face was all disappointed when he heard this, especially after Guanyin finished saying this. That lotus throne rushed up into the sky, and the whole person quickly disappeared into the sky, not saying a single word of superfluous nonsense to Song Yuan. The old black bear spirit's face that had no expression of hope at all. Are you kidding me? Is Song Yuan that powerful? Zhao Ling also all smacked his lips. Guanyin is not going to pursue this? What can he pursue? Song Yuan carried the knife. You cut the craps. Bring a book or pen and paper over. One by one. Judge all the black bear spirits. Hurry up and work. Since you are in charge of the life and death of the demon race, you can be like the king of the underworld. For those black bear spirits with crimes, directly sentence them to death. And for these poor Tianluo girls, they can be allowed to hurry up and reincarnate. Zhao Ling finally remembered his duties and had a smile on his face. Don't worry, boss, this is nothing to me at all. I'll be the judge and give the best home for each one. The first one to be judged was the black bear spirit that Song Yuan had stepped on under his feet. That black bear spirit, however, understood the system of the underworld and the gods quite well, and was actually clamoring, who are you in the underworld to claim the life and death of the demon race? The life and death of our demon race should have been adjudicated by the Taishan god, not to mention that I am also a disciple of Guanyin, so my life and death should be adjudicated by the spirit mountain. Song Yuan carrying a knife directly walked to the front of that old black bear spirit. Hand up, knife down. This by the credit knife people ancestor to build the knife is a very special thing. Kill demons can also kill ghosts. 2 knives will directly let the old black bear spirit soul. From beginning to end sharp and dry without a trace of nonsense. The spirits of the black bear spirit were the spirits of the Tianluo girls that surrounded them were all filled with shock. After doing this and seeing that old black bear spirit's soul flying away, Song Yuan looked indifferent, and even didn't forget to remind Zhao Ling, who was already stunned. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and record it in your demon race life and death book. Old black bear spirit, the crime is great and evil, behead it on the spot. Okay. Zhao Ling brushed 2 strokes and recorded quickly. Chapter 123, A Judge's Addiction. Song Yuan's actions really scared Zhao Ling. It was a bit too decisive and didn't care about the other party's death. Zhao Ling was afraid that the next target would be himself. So he hurriedly completed what Song Yuan had said. Xiaoya also sort of slowed down and started to help Zhao Ling to complete the judgment. But she was a bit worried. Can we do this? Can we do it? Zhao Ling was full of confidence. Why can't it work? Originally I had some attrition among my monthly completion targets. Even if it's a human soul, if it turns into a severe ghost, we soul ferrymen are qualified to execute it on the spot. This is originally my right. Song Yuan wiped the newly retrieved knife while saying indifferently, this right of yours would be better if you exercised it on your own. Zhao Ling immediately dogged, joking, just my 3-legged kung fu. I can be too clear. That must be your help. If there is no you, I will not have today. Turn around, I invite you to dinner. Feng Baobao knew the 5th prince very well. Forget about the treat. If you are free, you can buy a big refrigerator for the blacksmith store. The 5th prince said that the refrigerator at home is too small. That was not a bad thing to say. As long as there was a 5th prince, treating people to a meal, this kind of thing would never be anyone else's turn, because the 5th prince would feel that it was a provocation to him. He'll never agree to it. Zhao Ling silently kept it in his heart. And of course, he began to judge all the black bear spirits that came next. Xiang San, who retrieved Miss Tsuehua, the Tian Luo girl, and helped Miss Tsuehua to take revenge, is a good bear and can be reincarnated as a human being. Xiang San's spirit was a small bear cub, and even his ears still looked like a bear's. Really? I can be a human? Who among these animal demons does not want to gradually turn into human form after cultivation? Human beings, in fact, are a special race of people who have gathered the essence of nature in one body, only that often human beings themselves do not know it. However, there are not many good bears in this black bear spirit. Those who have helped Tian Luo girl are barely able to become human again. However, those who are not good to Tian Luo girl are more miserable. Xiang Ganglai. Zhao Ling faintly swept a glance in Xiang Ganglia's direction. Xiang Ganglai, the spirit, still remembered Zhao Ling, and was filled with supplication when Zhao Ling looked over, as if he wanted to draw closer. However, Zhao Ling's tone was cold and icy, sentenced to 300 years of cold and icy hell. Song Yuan reminded him from the side. Hell whatsoever, talk to Acha, make sure to keep the demons and humans separate or else there will be a big mess. Zhao Ran's face was full of understanding. Don't worry, I'll definitely remember this matter. Xiang Ganglai was also filled with incredulity as the two of them spoke. His eyes as if he had seen a ghost. How can the two of you sentence me to such a heavy sentence? Both of you were received by me. Song Yuan looked indifferent. Then this person was arrested by you for a week before. Have you forgotten? You dare to arrest any law enforcement officer. If you ask me, sentence him to 500 years of cold ice hell. Zhao Lingliang nodded on the side. Right. 500 years of cold ice hell. Come out and let you be a mosquito after coming out. It's good to be a mosquito. Song Yuan said approvingly. It's things like mosquitoes that die too quickly. Once a year. Then let him be a mosquito for 1,000 years and rotate automatically. Zhao Ling added 2 more strokes on top of the Book of Life and Death. Xia Dongqing in the side listening to feel head big. 1,000 years of mosquitoes have to grow into what? Into the essence of all. Listening to half of what you're told. Ha? Zhao Ling rolled his eyes in dismay. Didn't I just say that? Automatic reincarnation. Whether he dies once a year or once a month. Let the demon world's 6 paths of reincarnation turn on their own. Hang up mode, understand? Never played a game before? Zhao Ling was still able to be somewhat patient with Xia Dongqing at this moment. To the back. That's really no patience at all. It's not that Zhao Ling is tired of Xia Dongqing, but this workload is just too big. Zhao Ling had the energy to shake people behind him, and got Mulan and Morong over before finally freeing up his hands. Morong's eyes dodged at the sight of Song Yuan, while Song Yuan greeted Morong. Young man, what are you doing without saying hello when you meet? Zhao Ling immediately had 2 glowing eyes. Does he also owe you a knife? Morong nodded very coldly from the sidelines. But we paid it off if I remember correctly. It was so costly that an entire country was even completely capsized because of it. But Mullen was good enough to pay off the debt. Song Yuan did see the account that the other party had paid off above the system panel and he nodded. It has indeed been paid off. But do you have any that you want to trade with me? Zhao Ling hurriedly gave Muyang a wink. But Moyang acted as if he didn't see it, even as he thought seriously about it. Zhao Ling of course knew what Morong lacked. They were also considered good brothers who had been together for a long time, and Morong had once bought his life expectancy at Zhao Ling's hands. Don't trade with him. Zhao Ling made a half-hearted wink, but as a result, Morong acted as if he didn't see it, pushing Zhao Ling to speak directly. He's too much of a pit. You won't be able to stand it. Morong, however, gave him a blank look. The credit knife people are originally a very tough organization. Do you have the right to talk like that? You've never traded with the credit knife people before, right? This made Zhao Ling angry, feeling that Muyong had taken his kindness for a donkey's liver and lungs. However, at this moment, Morong looked at Song Yuan with a serious face. I will definitely consider it seriously, and I will definitely trade with you if I need to. Nowadays, Morong is not lacking in longevity. After all, he hasn't reached his vintage yet. What's more, in fact, Zhao Ling was also right. Trading with a person with a sword on credit would cost a great deal of money. It would be nice to deal with Zhao Ling and keep it simple. Zhao Ling's side called in more than 10 soul ferrymen before finally sending away all the demonic souls in this place. Even Zhao Ling made a cameo appearance as a judge. And although this judge sometimes Song Yuan would intervene and Xiaoya's opinions were good, Zhao Ling was that tired. I've finally been able to understand why those two judges are working so inefficiently, and why there are so many souls still waiting in line to be reincarnated. It's because this work efficiency is simply not fast enough. Xia Dongqing watched the whole thing. In fact, you can cut it across the board. You have to come one by one. Who is tired if you are not tired? Everyone's life merits and faults are different. Zhao Mandarin narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Dongqing next to him. For example, when you were a child, you once filled an ant nest with boiling water, which belongs to the killing of life, and at the age of 16, you peeped at the girl next door to take a shower. You fart. Before the words were finished, Xia Dongqing's side directly exploded. When have I ever peeked at a girl's bath? Don't lie. Zhao Ling smiled. I gave you those eyes, and the book of life and death is clearly recorded above. This really flustered Xia Dongqing. Seeing this expression on Xia Dongqing's face, Song Yuan and Xiaoya immediately burst out laughing, but Zhao Ling was full of panic. You kid is not it. I let you regain your sight. You really peeped at the girls bathing? Chapter 124. A knife stabbed the Bodhisattva's buttocks. The black bear's entry into the village came to an end. In fact, Song Yuan had always been able to sense Guanin's aura. This thing said that it was gone. In fact, it should not be gone. Has been floating above the entire black bear village. When Song Yuan dryly cut off the head of the black bear spirit, and even the soul of the black bear spirit shall not be allowed to transcend its life. Song Yuan seems to be able to feel the deep malice from the goddess of mercy. But so what? Guanin if she comes down on her own. Song Yuan was also able to give his opponent a slash without hesitation. Are you kidding me? The owner of the blade that Song Yuan had acquired had died in Spirit Mountain back then. All those things that these so-called benevolent Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of Spirit Mountain had once done to the people on credit, Song Yuan would get back one by one. The remaining 20% isn't that good to pay back. Spirit Mountain and the others will just wait. Song Yuan had thought that the Bodhisattva would eventually not be able to resist appearing from the sky, or appear after they were all settled. But Song Yuan had waited for a long time without feeling it. Before he left, Song Yuan touched the knife in his hand and suddenly threw it right out in front of everyone. It was thrown toward the sky. It's like throwing a javelin, except this one aims for the sky. The blade rushed up to the sky. The speed was as fast as if it had a life force, rather than the feeling of Song Yuan throwing it out. Sound and fury. It was wrapped in a cracking sound and headed straight for the sky. Zhao Ling had all been saying goodbye to Mulan when he suddenly saw Song Yuan's move and stopped his hands, looking towards the sky with a face full of confusion. The sky was blue, and the knife flew directly into mid-air, and suddenly seemed to come to a flash in the air, and then a mist of blood was seen exploding in mid-air, even accompanied by screams of misery. Did you hit a bird? Zhao Ling didn't see clearly just now. The moment the blood mist exploded, it seemed like he was able to see a little bit of golden light, but he couldn't see it clearly enough. It did feel like he had hit a bird, but there seemed to be nothing in the sky, and even the knife seemed to have nothing on it. So where the hell did that blasted blood mist come from? Even the sound of screams could be faintly heard. Zhao Ling was not able to understand it, but he saw that the knife flew back on its own navigation after spinning around from the sky. However, there wasn't even a bit of blood stain on top of that knife, as if the blood mist that exploded in midair just now was fake, and that blood mist could only be seen for a split second, and it was soon gone as well. What the hell was that just now? Mulan seemed to have seen it as well, and said with a face full of confusion, it looked as if it was a mist of blood, but it also seemed to be a little less like it, and it was glowing with a golden color. It's possible that it just zapped a mosquito. Song Yuan's mouth was tinged with a smile as he held the knife in his hand, seemingly very satisfied. Let's go back. Where in the sky is that big mosquito for you to tie off? Just now that amount of bleeding, that is definitely not a mosquito. You say it clearly. Zhao Ling Baba rushed to Song Yuan. All the pores on his body were filled with curiosity. Mulan and Moron looked at each other. They had also driven here, and the remaining dozen or so soul swingers ended up taking the ghost path as well. All of the Tianluo girls are reincarnated as adults through the demon race's 6 paths of reincarnation, and most of the black bear spirits have to go into hell to be punished before they can discuss reincarnation. Some of the more egregious ones, and there's no telling how long they'll have to stay inside hell. This time, you and Xiaoya provided me with a total of 20,000 points of merit. This kind of large-scale event. In the future, it's better for everyone to come together. While sitting in the car, Song Yuan summarized, how come it's only 20,000 points? Zhao Ling, however, was dissatisfied. My neck hurts from this exhaustion. That's because you deserved it. Song Yuan looked pale. Big brother, Hades King Acha clearly gave you the right to mobilize all the power of the underworld to help you. Not to mention those 10 soul swingers. If you were to bring 1,000 of them, the underworld would be willing to do so. Who's tired if you're not if you have to do everything yourself? Song Yuan looked at Zhao Ling with a look of disgust. Besides, even if you called 1,000 soul swingers over to help you, isn't the merit you earn still something that the entire hell is going to have to pay back? Zhao Ran's two eyes were straight up. Then we'll just bring Mulan or Morong over next time. There's no need to bring Xiaoya. Xiaoya sat on top of the car and gritted her teeth. Can you think about whether or not I've left when you say that? You're saying this in front of me? What's wrong with saying that to your face? Zhao Ling spat directly to his face. You're not much use and you want a piece of me. By the way, why is it only 20,000? Song Yuan was full of indifference. It's very simple. Because the greatest merit of this event is killing that old black bear spirit. All the sins came from him, but wasn't I the one who did that part? What does it have to do with you? Zhao Liang, Xiaoya, Xiao Donqing directly laughed out loud. Good point. Zhao Ran was torn. If he didn't bring Song Yuan this matter, there was no way for him to solve it alone. Even if he checks in with the black bear spirit, the bodhisattva came out, and Zhao Ling had to stop. That's the goddess of mercy. A little soul ferryman can still sway God? Soul ferryman is nothing in front of a bodhisattva. So it had to be Song Yuan who decapitated the black bear spirit. Not to mention that outside of the 5 elements within the 3 realms, only Song Yuan was able to do this. No one else can. Zhao Ling was dumbfounded. Next time there's something I can't solve, I'll still call you again. That's for sure. Song Yuan urged. Hurry up and drive home. I'll call the 5th son to give me chicken stew. I'm a bit tired today. Still, Zhao Ling had some suspicions about who Song Yuan had stabbed when he finally threw the knife up in the air, but he didn't dare to say. However, upon hearing Song Yuan's words, Zhao Ling asked curiously, then why don't you eat the bear's paw today? That black bear spirit has been around for I don't know how many years. Can he eat his bear paws? It's full of calluses. Song Yuan closed his eyes and was filled with disgust. Quite a point. But a black bear that big coming into the village is just gone. Quite a shame. Feng Baobao suddenly said with great excitement. So boss, tomorrow you'll come with me to the Luo Tian Dajiao. It'll be fun. Yes. Song Yuan nodded. What's the Jiao festival? Zhao Ling was quite curious. Can I follow you over there to take a look? And me. Yaha wondered. Xia Donqing was actually quite curious, blinking her eyes without saying anything. It's okay. Feng Baobao thought that the people on the boss's side were pretty awesome. The more the merrier. We'll go together. It'll be fun. Xia Donqing, however, was in Baidu. This seems to be some kind of special activity of Taoism. Can we go? Why not? Zhao Ling's 2 eyes were glowing. Not to mention that last time that bonjour, I found it in one of the Taoist bazaars. Bonjour. Song Yuan spat out. That's right. Some soul ferryman did a lot of bad things back in the days of the Republic. Zhao Ling was so weak that he just concentrated on driving and didn't talk. By this time the bodhisattva had returned to Tushio heaven. Half of her body was stained with blood, and Song Yuan's hit just now was practically aimed at her butthole. It hurts. Chapter 125 Rumors in the 3 Realms. That said, the bodhisattva returned to Tushio heaven, and when she came to the door of the newly built spirit mountain, she was still a little hesitant. She took a deep breath, glanced at the blood that was halfway down her body, and after mulling it over for a long time, she thought that it would be better not to clean up any of the blood, and just go straight to see Rulai. In that case it's for the best. Although it is possible that Kai is not in the spiritual mountain. Remember Ruru came to say she was going to find someone. If he couldn't find Ka, the bodhisattva intended to go to other Buddhas. Ka presumably intended to make peace with Song and Yuan, but the current Guanyin only wanted to find a few more Buddhas and then go to Song Yuan to settle the score. Peace talks? And talk. An ungrateful sword crediting person like Song Yuan should have been whittled to death. He should be eaten by the people of their spirit mountain, just like the previous sword creditor. And that would be his final destination. To have the Buddhas of Spirit Mountain acquire a longer lifespan because they ate the Credit Blade people, that was simply a blessing for the Credit Blade people, and they should be thankful for it. How could they still send a shameless and invincible existence like Song Yuan to run over and collect Spirit Mountain's debt? The more Kunlun thought about it, the more she realized that she was absolutely right. Someone should then dedicate his life to the entire spirit mountain. Guanyin adjusted herself, and at this point, her face pulled a look that was even worse than crying. After all, she hadn't cried in so many years, and even Guanyin was quite rusty at doing it. However, before Guanyin could take a single step into the newly constructed spirit mountain, her ears were surprised to hear Mithraea's snorting laughter. Sister Guanyin, the way you look right now, could it be that your chrysanthemums have been stabbed? Kunlun looked in the direction of the doorway with a face full of stiffness. Even the original spirit mountain. There are also 2 Buddhas watching over that doorway, and generally these 2 Buddhas take turns. The 2 statues above the door were nothing more than a display. Every day the Buddha has an arrangement. This is called duty in Spirit Mountain. However, ever since the Eastern Buddha, also known as Mithraea Buddha, accidentally sold the entire Spirit Mountain last time, the situation has reversed. Originally, Mithraea, as the future Buddha, was separated from Rudra inside the Spirit Mountain. The 2 of them don't mix, but because of this mistake of Mithraea, now Mithraea has been reduced to a gatekeeper Buddha. It is said that no rotation will be necessary in the future. From now on it's for Mithraea to guard the door. Mithraea's cry of a sister Guanyin gave Guanyin goosebumps. What the hell? Why is this one at the door? Don't talk nonsense. This injury of mine was brought about by Song Yuan, Guanyin said with a stiff face. I did it for the entire Spirit Mountain. She hadn't finished her sentence. Just directly let Mithraea interrupted. Oh, typical yin and yang, for the sake of the entire Spirit Mountain. So you don't even want to lose your face? For the sake of the entire Spirit Mountain. You actually went to sleep with the person with the credit knife. For the sake of the entire Spirit Mountain. You actually let the person with the credit knife stab you in the asshole. Blood drenched just like that to come back. You can be really powerful. Guanyin? Guanyin, oh, winky face oh. Mithraea since being relegated to watch the door of the Buddha. The whole person let fly. That is called a mouth. Usually if there is any grudge with him, this goods will be a good few words of yin and yang, not to mention this time now. That is simply like to catch the heavenly gift of opportunity. Have to put the Guanyin said to break the defense. I can't talk to you, Guanyin said in exasperation. Open the door and get out of my way. I want to go in and talk to the other Buddhas. Sister Guanyin is really green tea. Who didn't know Guanyin's true identity? Who doesn't know that Guanyin wasn't originally a female, but just walks in the mortal world and often takes on a female appearance? So this is a total yin and yang coming out of Mithraea's mouth. Being stabbed in the chrysanthemums. It's amazing that the first reaction isn't to heal the wounds but rather to show it to the rest of the Buddhas with all of the blood and wounds. What? Are the other Buddhas willing to stab you? Guanyin was so angry that the veins on her forehead jumped. I know that you have lost your original position. I know that it is hard for you, so I don't generally count with you. You don't have to stop me. I go back to the Spirit Mountain. But I have something significant to say to the others. Maybe we can get justice from Song Yuan. What right do you have to seek justice that even Lao Zi didn't seek? Mithraea closed the door tightly and said carelessly, you think Song Yuan is someone to be messed with? Don't get busy gathering all the Buddhas within the entire Buddhist sect first. You'd better see if Rudra will plant a big head at Song Yuan first. Mithraea Buddha is the future Buddha. Who says the Mithraea Buddha can't divine? He's good at divination. Ka will surely fall on his face. Not I say. Just as the 2 of them were chatting, they suddenly heard a very strange voice coming from behind them. The voice seemed to be very strange. Do you Spirit Mountain play so flowery? Regardless of whether it was Guanyin or Mithraea, at this moment, they were all afterthoughts and looked over in the direction of the speaking voice. However, when they saw the person coming clearly, their eyes went black. This person is none other than the Jade Emperor. At this time, the Jade Emperor was standing at the entrance of the newly built Spirit Mountain. His face was very odd. Moreover, he had a pair of eyes staring at Guanyin's back. Judging by how much blood splattered out of Kunlun's body, there was a real possibility that this Tmio could have let someone stab him in the ass. The Jade Emperor grabbed the cell phone he had bought in his room and clicked away at Guanyin, and with the flash on. It's as if you're afraid people won't see it. Guanyin? The Jade Emperor then transmitted the blood splatter diagram behind Guanyin directly to the Heavenly Court workgroup. Tai by jinxing. Oops. Mom? Who did this to Guanyin? Nice guy. Erlangshan, how do you know this is Guanyin? Neza, those monks on Spirit Mountain play so fancy in private? Li Jing, the son of a dog should not be reckless. Neza, who are you talking to? Are you my father? My dad is the tower. God of wealth, don't believe rumors. Don't spread rumors. Lunar Elder, this is a look of being stabbed in the ass. These youngsters have been playing with too many flowers lately, and I can understand it better than all of you. That's impossible to spray. Moonbats do get it. When Guanyin saw the Jade Emperor taking pictures, she directly exploded. What's wrong with you? What are you doing taking pictures of me? Delete it all. The Jade Emperor coughed and said in a serious manner, just kidding, am I that kind of person? I'm not a cell phone, and I wasn't taking a picture just now. This is my newly practiced magic weapon, intended for the credit knife people to pay off their debts. The main one has been read to mess back up. Open your eyes. Guanyin directly exploded with anger. You think I look like a cutie? The Jade Emperor looked at the sky. It's a long way to go. I was going to find Rulai to discuss something. I sensed it and it seems like there's no scent of him in the surrounding area. So I'll leave first, ha. After saying that, this Jade Emperor really did disappear in place. Maitreya remained unopened at this time, pointing at Guanyin and laughing. Dumbfounded. Ha, playing it off. Ha. Chapter 126 Rudra's Visit. When Song Yuan re-entered the blacksmith store, he received a puzzled look from the Queen Mother of the West, and there was even a little bit of a strange anti-smile inside that look. I'm making this trip out of town and your brain is squeezed by a door? Song Yuan's scalp tingled as he was looked at by the Queen Mother of the West, curiously sizing up the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West coughed and dryly pulled out a picture. You did this? Not to mention Song Yuan was curious. Even Zhao Ling and Feng Baobao were curious. Zhao Ling took a look. Is this person the legendary goddess of mercy? No. Who did he let stab him in this ** hole? The Western Queen Mother gave Zhao Ling an appreciative look. Although this Zhao Ling in front of her was nothing more than a mediocre soul ferryman, but she couldn't help but be brave. Anything he dares to say. Stabbed by something? So ferocious. It feels like being stabbed by a pointed gun or something like that. The fifth prince's scalp was numb as he watched, and even made a conclusion after careful study. When we went to the Spirit Mountain last time, we didn't feel it was so exaggerated. Are these monks playing with such a flower? Song Yuan was also surprised for a moment when he saw this picture, and the Queen Mother of the West had been observing his expression, and when she saw such a heartfelt expression on Song Yuan's face, she was basically certain that it was him who had done this. You have heavy tastes. The Western Queen Mother immediately retrieved the photo and said with a face full of speechlessness, Don't accuse me wrongly. Song Yuan's scalp exploded. I've never done anything like that. I'm a good person. If he knew that knife could stab the Guanyin like this, big deal. He changed his angle. This one is a complete coincidence. Besides, now that he was looking at even the Western Queen Mother looking at him not quite right, Song Yuan felt that this matter had to be clarified. Look at Guanyin arriving at the door of the newly built Spirit Mountain with such an injury. This is that door of the Spirit Mountain, isn't it? Although it's a bit not quite the same as what we saw before, it's still the style of the Spirit Mountain. What kind of person is Guanyin? This guy is definitely able to heal all the wounds on his body, right? It's definitely not a problem for this guy to heal his own wounds, right? But he came to the entrance of the Spirit Mountain with such an injury. Why do you think that is? Song Yuan's brain raced and he was so close to throwing the pot. Feng Baobao's face was full of adoration. Boss, your analysis is really good. To be able to heal the injuries on his body and yet not do so, I feel that he must be particularly fond of the one who inflicted the injury on himself. Queen Mother of the West? Zhao Ling nodded. Humans have complex feelings, and so do Buddhas. After all, they were once human. After all, they also once had 7 emotions and 6 desires. So this wound must have been caused by someone who was particularly close to Guanyin, and Guanyin couldn't be bothered to get rid of it. The Queen Mother of the West glanced at her cell phone with a face full of incredulity. How else can it be explained? However, inside her group that could be said to be a mess, there were all kinds of people, all kinds of demons. After all, the personnel inside Kunlun could be mixed. This photo is also widely circulated. The Queen Mother of the West lowered her head and pressed the buttons on her cell phone to start gossiping, adding in what Song Yuan had just said. The group of little sisters felt that what Shi Wangmu said was quite reasonable. So the gang of immortals started gossiping and had all sorts of reveries about Guanyin's sweetheart. Some of the gods said it was a demon. Some of the gods say it's an upper immortal. But they agreed that it was probably one of the Buddhas of Spirit Mountain who had done it. This is called subterfuge on earth. Sensible and reasonable. Song Yuan watched as the black pot was thrown out, and his entire body relaxed, as long as he didn't think of him. Otherwise, what kind of odd nickname could Song Yuan not stand? However, the special blade that Song Yuan had brought from the Black Bear Spirit's side was placed next to the Xian Yuan sword by Song Yuan, and this blade and sword even buzzed with each other when they met, which also caught Zhao Ling's attention. This blade is actually able to react with the regular sword to each other. Is it possible that it's also a divine weapon? Zhao Ling asked curiously. Song Yuan was unconcerned. It's normal if it's a divine weapon. It's a sword used by the old ancestors of our credit knife people. Every one of those old ancestors of ours has a mastery and can build divine weapons. So what's the big deal? Zhao Ling immediately shut his mouth. Sensible and reasonable. Back to the blacksmith store, rest 3 days. Feng Baobao said that 2 days later you can go to Longhu Mountain to participate in the Luo Tian Dajiao, and this journey all the way to where all the passes provided by the plane tickets. Very safe and bashful. But just at this juncture, a fat-headed fat man suddenly came to the blacksmith store. The Queen Mother of the West had been bored with guarding the store, Song Yuan was hiding inside the store watching TV. The 5 males didn't know where to go to get ingredients. As for Feng Bao Bao, she had been preparing to go to the Dragon Tiger Mountain lately, and was not in the store for the time being. But just as the Queen Mother of the West was sharing the beauty of earthly nails with her little sister, especially the wearing of nails, a huge shadow blocked the Queen Mother's view. The Queen Mother of the West also knew that the blacksmith store occasionally took on weight loss jobs, as those humans often possessed medicine on their bodies. So often there is such a huge shadow, blocking the line of sight of the Queen Mother of the West. This time the Queen Mother of the West does not even raise her head. If you lose weight, first wait to register on that table on the left. We can lose weight painlessly here. The advertisement has been memorized by the Queen Mother of the West. I didn't expect that you would actually be here, working as a gatekeeper for the credit blade man, so willingly without merit? That person suddenly opened his mouth with an inexplicable familiarity, and the other party spoke with a sense of precious solemnity. If there were any devout Buddhists here, I'm afraid they'd all be on their knees already. People with those earlobes, the way people style that hair, isn't that properly the great Buddha of Lesan coming to life? The Western Queen Mother looked up with a face full of displeasure. Just meet those eyes of Ka. The Queen Mother of the West narrowed her eyes and expressionlessly turned her own cell phone into a live broadcast. Many people inside the Heavenly Court workgroup immediately received this prompt. Yes, for the sake of gossip, the Queen Mother of the West had entered the Heavenly Court workgroup. Although the Queen Mother of the West was not from the Heavenly Court, but from Kunlun, this group of immortals in the Heavenly Court, one is more gossipy than the other, and all of them are geniuses and talk well. The Queen Mother of the West has been playing a lot lately. However, when the Heavenly Court workgroup saw the live broadcast started by the Queen Mother of the West inside, all the gods and goddesses started to eat melons and watch the show. Just as this group of gods and goddesses were in the Lingxiao Palace to give the Jade Emperor a report on their work, so the Jade Emperor's hand shook, and the screen zoomed out and flew into mid-air, directly coming to an arousing asterisk big screen live. I'm no good? Ha, how good do you think you are? The Queen Mother of the West laughed coldly and shouted out Song Yuan in passing. Credit knife man. Someone has come to pay back the debt. This voice was exceptionally pleasing to Song Yuan's ears, so he immediately came out from inside the room. Rulai had a smile on his face and looked at Song Yuan just like that against the light, as if he was looking at his own disruptive child. Credited swordsman, I've come to talk to you about what's going to happen next. Paying off the debt. Ha, is it here to pay back 20%? Song Yuan said with a cold face. Rudra nodded with a smile on his face. Yes, that's what you said. As soon as Song Yuan's words fell, all the swords inside the entire blacksmith store suddenly flew up, their tips aimed at Rulai. He didn't even say hello. After hovering for 3 seconds, all the knives stabbed directly in Rudra's direction. As these swords locked onto Ka realized that he couldn't move at all. He was big and large, and the hundreds of knives, which pierced right through Rudra's body, sliced Rudra into tens of thousands of pieces in no time. Rudra only felt as if a gust of wind was blowing, and then his eyes went black and his entire body fell neatly to the ground. The Queen Mother of the West was full of horror as she held her cell phone live. It turned out to be another second. Rudra's pile of tens of thousands of pieces of minced meat began to tilt to the side and become untidy. It was a real OCD rhythm of wanting to die just by looking at it. The entire 3 realms directly exploded, accompanied by Song Yuan's light-hearted words. Congratulations, you have repaid 0.0000001% of the remaining 20% of your debt. Chapter 127, Back in Time and Seconds on Showing Up. At this moment, all the people in the Heavenly Court looked at the big screen above the Ling Xiao Hall, and all of them were dumbfounded. Tai Bai Jin woke up and even rubbed his eyes, his face full of incredulity. What's the situation? He really just sliced the Buddha into tens of thousands of pieces with just such a plain and simple move? This Buddha is also too useless, right? Theoretically indeed. Neza was filled with envy. So, can Rulai get up now? The Jade Emperor clapped his hands, and the big screen gave Rudra a close-up, or at least was able to clearly see every wound on Rudra's body. This looks like he's really dead. No, he's dead? It's not that easy to die. Tai Bai Jin woke up crying and laughing. You should know this. That's one life wasted. The Jade Emperor was filled with incredulity. Have you seen Song Yuan? Have you seen the man with the sword on credit? That guy, I tell you, is more powerful than me. Neza was dumbfounded this time. Impossible, right? Why is it impossible? Why would I lie to you guys? The Jade Emperor took a deep breath. In fact, the Jade Emperor would rarely admit so. That person's body also has my divine aptitude 9 dragons true chi. Moreover, I feel that his 9 dragons true chi is cultivated better than mine. It's not even an order of magnitude. When the Jade Emperor said this, the immortals above the Lingxiao Palace, all of them fell silent. What's more, some of the more powerful immortals could already see that the one guarding the entrance of Song Yuan's store Although she looked somewhat less similar to the legendary Queen Mother of the West, the aura emanating from her body was indeed the legendary Queen Mother of the West. A Western Queen Mother, the ruler of the Kunlun Divine Palace, could only open the door for Song Yuan. So how powerful did Song Yuan have to be able to suppress it? The 5 gentlemen just carry a pocket of dishes from outside happy to come in, and then looked down and saw lying on the ground broken into tens of thousands of pieces of roulai. Not to mention, the sunlight so light, for a gourmand, but also exudes a seemingly neat aroma. My goodness, what is this? The 5 males' 2 eyes beads are glaring round, full of excitement around. Rulai turned around, pulling his neck and shouting at Song Yuan, "Boss, this one at the door, do you still want it?" Song Yuan thought he was out of his mind. What am I going to do here? The 5th prince's eyes were glowing. If you don't want it, why don't you give it to me? This isn't exactly human flesh. It's much more flavorful than human flesh. It's not illegal for me to eat it, right? Song Yuan thought carefully about the original soul pendulum's setting and chopped his head off. That shouldn't be illegal. Do with it what you will, as long as you don't eat it in front of me. Row, row, row. The 5th male was full of excitement as he rolled up his sleeves, that drooling all over the place. Standing next to the Western Queen Mother who was broadcasting live were dumbfounded. This you dare to eat? You don't even look at who's behind me? The 5th prince suddenly had a kind of infinite courage. Behind me, that is the only exceptionally powerful person with a sword on credit in heaven and on earth. That's my master, and I'm afraid of this? Not to mention, the only one in heaven and on earth who has the guts to do this is Tao Tai. Even if Tao Tai didn't have Song Yuan's backing behind him, this Tao Tai was not afraid of anything. What was it that he didn't dare to eat? What was it that he didn't dare to taste? How else could it be said that it is a ferocious beast that grows by adhering to the chi of heaven and earth? Now, Song Yuan is the umbrella of this Tao Tai. However, Song Yuan himself is a lawless. Whether it is the Western Queen Mother or the Jade Emperor have not been good in the hands of Song Yuan. And even before Song Yuan has taken the Spirit Mountain, this Tao Tai's tail must be up in the air? The fact that this Tao Tai had the kind of guts he had now was entirely due to Song Yuan's acquiescence. It can't be dissociated from the Song dynasty. Tao Tai was now full of joy as he crouched down and rubbed his hands together. Although Rudra had turned into tens of thousands of pieces, and the whole thing seemed to have suddenly turned into a pixelated body as he collapsed to the ground, unable to utter a single word. But the eyeballs, which had been cut into 4 petals, stared at Tao Tai with a deadly stare, as if they wanted to see a hole in Tao Tai's face. Who made you offend our family, boss? Tao Tai was full of excitement, and even found a red plastic bag from inside his basket, the kind of red plastic bag that was the favorite of grandparents, intending to fill up the Rudraksh meat on the ground. Just at this time, Rudra's flesh turned into a mass of white points of light that floated in the air and gathered rapidly in one direction. Don't you cheat, you're all shattered here. Anyway, for you, you have to use another doppelganger. Don't you waste it, how nice to give it to me to eat. Tao Tai's mouth was immediately splattered with saliva. Disgusted, Rudra accelerated the speed of his transformation into white light, and in an instant his entire body turned into white light, rapidly gathering in a distant direction. At the same time, however, the leaves that were slowly falling down from the street began to recycle, and the vehicles that had just traveled from left to right in front of convenience store No. 444 or the blacksmith store, or the bicycles they were riding, or the pedestrians who were simply walking past, began to back up at that moment, flying backward from right to left. But the Western Queen Mother, as well as Song Yuan and the 5 males who had just returned, didn't move, because they are not mortal, they are not subject to this. Everything was going backwards, and Song Yuan glanced back at his watch hanging on the wall. The minute and second hands begin to move backwards. The clock was adjusted back 5 minutes. When the gods inside the heavenly court saw this scene, the corners of their mouths were tinged with anti-smiles. Tai Bai Jin woke up to see the brain-buzzing pain, time and space back, but only able to move the human race. On these people have no effect. What is the use of Neza thought it was a pretty cool move. Why is it useless? It's not going back. What's wrong with going back? Can he change the Credit Blade Man? You think this term of the Credit Blade Man is immortal? He won't be affected by temporal regression. You see, the Jade Emperor felt at this point that Neza was still a child at heart, taking things too literally. But Neza was just pretending to be naive just now. He wasn't exactly naive in that look in his eyes. His eyes were full of gloating and anticipation within them. Sure enough, time traveled back 5 minutes and Rudra's body appeared not far from the blacksmith store. It didn't take long for his huge body to reappear at the entrance of the blacksmith store. This time he didn't taunt the Queen Mother of the West, but instead he flashed a kind smile at Song Yuan. Only this time, Song Yuan didn't even ask. The sword on the wall, which had been built by the old ancestor of the man with the sword on credit, suddenly flew out and cut off Rudra's head directly, splashing blood. The 5th eunuch, a gourmand, quickly fished out a drop and sent it to his mouth. Fragrant, fragrant, The round head flew up into the air. Even with a smile on top of that head, that smile turned to horror between the spinning of the head, accompanied by dust, and planted on the ground. The smile had frozen. Rudra's body swayed in midair and fell to the ground with a loud thud. Chapter 128, The more you pay, the more you pay. The gods and goddesses above the heavenly court completely exploded. At this time, they were also talking. They could not tell who was talking to whom. Even the Jade Emperor could not help but spit out several sentences. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I should have known to open a bet just now. What did I say? It's useless. Time and space back. If I remember correctly, our previous agreement was that the gods could not intervene in the affairs of the earth. And even if it was time and space back, even if it was Rudra, according to the laws of heaven, it would suffer a certain amount of repercussions. Just that little bit of backlash. I think it's indifferent. What kind of person is Rudra? How could something happen because of that little backlash? He'll definitely be able to carry it off. That being said, did you guys just record the screen? Of course I recorded the screen. It's Black history. Maybe I can make a buck off of that old kid Rudra sometime. Laughing my ass off. Why is he so brave? Knowing full well that the man with the sword on credit will probably go straight for it when he sees him. He's still running straight into someone else's gun. Isn't that the same as looking for death? Do you think he'll use time travel again? Anyway, for the more powerful ones like him, that bit of backlash is probably no big deal. So maybe he'll use it again. We'll see. Then there's a chance he'll get killed a third time. Isn't it a little too unreasonable to credit the sword man? What do you mean? Can being killed be considered repaying a debt? What exactly did Rudra take from him? Yeah, what did Rudra do wrong? A bunch of gods and goddesses were chatting and started to verbally attack Song Yuan, thinking that it was Song Yuan who was too cruel. But this topic the Jade Emperor didn't dare to say anything at all. And when a group of immortals started to get really red in the face, the Jade Emperor suddenly opened his mouth. Did you guys forget about the six-winged golden cicada? All of the people in the entire Ling Xiao palace all went quiet. Roaring Dog had poor comprehension skills. This can't be possible, can it? Song Yuan, the man with the sword on credit, could it be that he was the reincarnation of the six-winged golden cicada in his previous life? This gave Erlangchen a fright and cupped the mouth tube of the Roaring Dog with one hand. I'm sorry, a child's ability to comprehend is very limited. The Jade Emperor was also almost brought into a ditch by the Roaring Dog, and his face was a bit ugly. When did I say that? Do you guys know what happened to the six-winged golden cicada? In order to maintain their longevity, the gang from Spirit Mountain ate the six-winged golden cicada, and only later did they have that whole journey to the west thing. As for what the current dawn is like, you guys don't know? Why did I mention the six-winged golden cicada? Because the lineage of the Credit Blade Man has been passed down from generation to generation, and you should have encountered other Credit Blade Men as well, right? But Spirit Mountain killed all the other Credit Knife people, just like the six-winged golden cicada's body at the time of the time-sharing, and the gang shared the Credit Knife people as if they were the meat of the Tang monk, and the effect of the Credit Knife Man is even better than the six-winged golden cicada. When the Jade Emperor finished his last sentence, the entire hall above was as quiet as a chicken, and people looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing for a moment how to judge the truth or falsehood of what the Jade Emperor had said. Neza gritted his teeth. He is the most cynical. Back in the day, one of the reasons why Neza was not allowed to become the disciple of the Tang monk in the Western Heaven is that if Neza is allowed to have the golden band incantation on his head, when the Tang monk is reciting the tight band incantation, Neza is just sparing his head to explode. He is going to stab the Tang monk's body with 2 holes. So the cynical Neza, after hearing what the Jade Emperor said, immediately clapped his hands together. I support the man with the sword on credit. I think there's no excuse for the man with the sword on credit to do that. I think if the man with the sword on credit does that, that's what Rulai deserves. That killing once won't quell the hatred in my heart. Neza even glanced at his old man, the incredibly beautiful tower. In passing as he spoke, Li Tianwang of the pagoda trembled. How could he take this? He didn't dare to say a single word, just the things he's done before. That's really something Neza can't get rid of even if he kills him once. So Tota's Li Tianwang now hugs that tower even tighter. After Neza had finished speaking, all the gods closed their mouths and fell silent. The Jade Emperor looked at the atmosphere with a bit of gravity, and was about to say something when he heard Erlangchen say, anyway, let's film all of this now, so as to save Rulai, that old kid, from always taking the Sun Wukongs fussing over the heavenly palace back in the day. The atmosphere was completely alive with this one. Yes, 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 that Earth even made up a special set of pictures saying that our Jade Emperor was beaten by monkeys. No matter how brilliant and powerful our heavenly court is, one sentence about you being beaten by monkeys is able to scold us all. This is Black history. This totally needs to be recorded. Tomorrow I'll write a 101 Ways to Die in Rudra and upload it to the 6 worlds. Say, is it too late for me to go to that Taotai? Is it okay if I give him all the seasonings I know? you guys are really trying to get Rudra on the table. Finally, I've caught this old boy's black history. I'm happy to death. In fact, I think this old boy can't be compared to us at all. The Journey to the West is a large-scale variety show project that their Spirit Mountain has sought us to cooperate with for the performance. In fact, our celestial court's relationship with them isn't close at all. That's right. Film them all. I heard that the Buddhas have migrated en masse, and now that they've all come to Tushio Heaven, I think this video of mine can be played over and over again in Tushio Heaven. From now on, make you were killed by someone a catchphrase, and from now on, when I greet Rudra, I'll start with that, sticking my face in the air for a big thrill. Unlike the joys of heaven, Ka is the one who was really going mad. This time he hadn't even spoken before his head was chopped off. That round head that fell to the ground. Rulai had wanted to open his mouth to continue talking, because for gods like them, even if their heads were chopped off, it was no big deal to refer to what Goku looked like after his head was chopped off. At his level, it's no big deal, but Ka found that he could not open his mouth at all, and it was as if all his consciousness had become barren and dark, and it was as if he were really dying. So Ka initiated a temporal regression at the end. Again, just like earlier, after a few minutes, Ka's body appeared near the blacksmith store, with the first two experiences. This time, without saying a word, Ka turned his head and ran away, rushing up towards the sky and concealing his body. However, the fifth Duke still had a look of regret on his face, and as a result, he saw that the knife that was originally hanging on the wall, which was said to have been built by the old ancestor of the Credit Knife Man, flew out with a swish sound, and as if it had been navigated, it drifted off in a certain direction directly towards the sky, quickly disappearing in front of one's eyes, turning into a single starburst in the heavens. The disappearance even employed instantaneous transportation. However, just as the fifth prince was about to speak, he suddenly heard a miserable scream from the sky, and then he also saw a mist of blood appear in midair, and finally, it all disappeared. Yet the knife that had gone out after him also wobbled back. Song Yuan stood in the doorway at this time, not knowing when, and against the shocked gazes of the Western Queen Mother and the fifth prince, he coolly said, "Will this be another but you're going to zap?" The knife that had been rehung on the wall seemed to hum as if in response. "This is not what I tied up." In the face of the Western Queen Mother's slightly creepy eyes, Song Yuan hurriedly threw the pot out. "I cannot do anything from the beginning to the end. This Spirit Mountains account is really not good to pay back. This gang of monks is also to not try too hard." Tossed half a day. The remaining 20% still out of the negative number to come. Now it's 22%. The two of them, Queen Mother of the West and the fifth prince, shivered in unison. It's ing getting more and more. Is there any law left? Chapter 129, Live Broadcast of Heavenly Court Cards. The Queen Mother of the West felt that she was simply looking for death when she fought against Song Yuan in the first place. That's like having your brain caught in something. She realized that this Song Yuan guy was completely at liberty to adjust the debt repayment ratio. Let's say that so far, the Jade Emperor has only returned 2 quests, and also the accounts of Spirit Mountain. For example, it was clearly stated that by taking away the entire Spirit Mountain you would be able to return 80% of it. Results now. Rudra was killed twice by someone and stabbed at the end. The remaining 20% of the debt becomes 22%. Doesn't it depend entirely on someone's mood? That's right. Unlike the Western Queen Mother's dumbfoundedness, the fifth prince froze for a while and then immediately reacted, full of excitement, and even looked at Song Yuan like a dog. "Rulai, that's not a brain in the water? There is he so messed up? I think he is a show. Pay back the debt, just pay back the debt. A little sincerity is not. Boss, I come to cook for you to eat." The Queen Mother of the West gave Song Yuan a thumbs up. Then, holding her cell phone to the Lingxiao Palace inside the screen, she turned off the live broadcast and went to chat with them. And at this time in the Heavenly Court, all the people were also silenced and directly all shut their mouths. The Jade Emperor even broke out in a cold sweat. This is the Credit Knife Man of this generation. How powerful he is. You yourselves will be able to see it. Let's put it this way, if you guys owe him accounts, hurry up and pay them back. Speaking of which, the Jade Emperor made another patch. "Working here with me is very pleasant. Your accounts will not be tied together, and you will go and return as much as you owe yourself. The current Credit Knife people are actually very nice to talk to. As long as you don't mess around and have the intention of returning it voluntarily, they won't do anything to you. But if you want to mess around, then I really don't know what will happen." As you can see here, even that fat guy Rudra suffered at his place. After the Jade Emperor finished this, he waved his hand carelessly. "Alright, I'm tired today, so disperse." After saying that, the Jade Emperor simply disappeared. The other immortals, you look at me, I look at you, are sighing, still owed a Credit Knife human debt. That face expression is simply like a mother. Those who had paid off the Credit Blade Man's debt, such as Neza, were complacent at this time? So this generation's Credit Blade Man is actually this strong. Back then, My mother borrowed the credit blade man's debt to resurrect me, but my mother paid it off back then, so I should have a friendship with this generation's credit blade man, so I can go find him. Arlangshan was filled with helplessness. What are you going to find him for? One more debt. I have something I must do. Neza stared intently at his old man. The tower. As he said this, Arlangshan shivered. He pondered in his heart that the credit knife man should not be so uncontrolled. After all, when the great green bowl of the Supreme Lord of the Earth took all the magic treasures of the immortals, the only thing that was left out was the one of the pagoda of Totally Tianwang, because that big green cow knows it too. If that thing is gone, heaven will be turned upside down. However, Tai Bai directly pulled open a new screen, and the crowd of the Lingxiao Palace, who had originally intended to leave, re-stopped and looked at all this in front of them with a face full of astonishment. This new screen shows the new spiritual mountain, and at this time on the body of Rudra that is a mess, there is a back showing a jet of blood. Just that position. Let a person look at it to feel embarrassed. The injury on his back shouldn't be the location where that knife flew out and stabbed out just now, right? How come this location is somewhat similar to the one that Guanyin had before? That's called some similarity. That's just exactly the same. I kind of know where Guanyin's previous injuries came from. It turned out to be stabbed by Song Yuan. How could this happen in broad daylight? In the middle of the world? For heaven's sake? I was saying why Canon's taste is so unique. So it's because she's injured. That said, I can understand a person using a knife on credit, but why does this person use a knife in such an obscene way? Does he have to stab someone in the butthole? That said, seeing this blood makes me feel a chill down my back. This generation of credit swordsmen is just too fierce. Fortunately, our Jade Emperor is particularly wise, did not choose to collectively pay back the debt, otherwise our heavenly court also did not have to run. I heard that the Kunlun Divine Palace resisted back then almost ashes. Kunlun Divine Palace if it is not there, but Kunlun if it is not there, that can be a big joke. Are you kidding? Not all of the immortals owe accounts to Song Yuan, but my accounts are still clear and unambiguous, not a penny owed. How can the Jade Emperor calculate the total account? Rulai is just not playing the game. If he were like the Jade Emperor and let us go to Song Yuan ourselves, wouldn't that be fine? Having to represent the entire Spirit Mountain. Hell knows what those monks took from finding the credit blade man? What's more, it's just that they didn't return what they took until now, and I heard that they even ate the credit knife man? Isn't this slapping someone's face to their face and picking a fight with them? Isn't this looking for death? Laughing my ass off. Rudra is really funny in this ghostly form. He's in. Let's see what the new Spirit Mountain really looks like. Say, we won't be caught snooping around like this, will we? You're kidding. That's Tai Bai. How could it be discovered? Lingxiao Palace of Tai Bai actually hands slightly shaking. Rulai has long been found. Just Rulai did not speak. Do not speak does not mean that people will not be angry, but he just wanted to see what would happen next. Maybe we'll soon see Spirit Mountain send out troops to find trouble with Song Yuan. This is just like a live broadcast. It's so exciting. And the gods next to him kept chatting. Almost like an indirect pop-up. Tai Bai even specifically contacted Song Yuan on WeChat and added Song Yuan's friend. As a deity, contacting Song Yuan, wasn't that a very simple thing? And after adding friends, Tai Bai directly forced the platform to agree. So Song Yuan, who was eating and using his own phone to cast a TV show, realized that his phone had suddenly changed. The screen on the wall suddenly changed to the back of Rudra's jet-filled blood. The fifth prince was eating. When he suddenly saw such a projection on the wall, he sprayed out with a pfft. Boss, is this the position you stabbed the knife in just now? Previously, Guanyin had a picture that seemed similar, so it couldn't have been you, right? Song Yuan had managed to throw that pot out with great difficulty, but now he suddenly realized that the pot had fallen solidly on his head. Song Yuan's mind exploded. Who sent this to me? This seems to be a video? Who's filming it? Does Rudra not even have a face anymore? The Queen Mother of the West had a gossipy look on her face, and without saying a word she picked up her own cell phone, pointed it at the wall and started recording. So Guanyin, the fifth male, was still trying to beg. It has nothing to do with me. Song Yuan hurriedly threw the pot out the window. Just kidding, that's a knife I have. It's impossible for that knife of mine to stab a wound like that anymore. Don't you think so? It was as if the fifth prince had been convinced by Song Yuan, but the expression on his face was still quite wonderful, even as he started recording with his cell phone. Only then did Song Yuan realize that he had added Tai Bai's WeChat to his phone at some point, and this was the video footage that came from Tai Bai. That's a lot of nerve. Shining a light on someone's back like that? Moreover, Song Yuan was even able to see that there were quite a few pop-ups on top of this video footage, and all of them came from the Heavenly Court. Chapter 130, Hitting People Without Hitting Their Faces, Stabbing People Without Stabbing Their Buttocks. To say that the gang of immortals, chatter is also quite a lot. That pop-up sent densely. It is estimated that they speak have been this video or all included. The means of the gods well. can also understand. That said, why didn't he clean himself up a bit when he was injured? Was it because his strength didn't allow it? Actually, just now when I saw Rulai use time retrogression, I've long wanted to say, why must he use this kind of spell that will backfire? Although for him, this kind of spell that backfires isn't much of a big deal, but at least there's a backlash. Maybe the person just wanted to pretend in front of the Credit Blade Man, but he didn't think that this generation of Credit Blade Man was too powerful, and that the person wasn't even considered to be in the category of a human being, so this B was considered to be a wasted pretense. It's gone in. He's finally gone in, and next we'll be able to see how the entire Spirit Mountain rallies its troops to settle the score with Song Yuan. Maybe Rudra kept this wound just to drum up people's hearts, just to go back and let those monks help him fight. His heart is really evil, otherwise he would have healed the wound halfway through the journey. Is it possible that it's because Kisame couldn't heal that wound? Just as there was no way for him to resurrect himself at that time without getting some kind of temporal regression. That Credit Knife Man would have been strange. How is this possible? That's Rudra, but that's also talking about the Blade Man. And I've heard that this generation's Credit Blade Man is the best of the best. You'll have to ask Ka himself about that. My god, my god, my god. Did you guys see that picture of the Goddess of Mercy earlier? I thought it was fake, but I didn't realize it was real. The pop-up suddenly changed, and a group of gods expressed their surprise. The Queen Mother of the West also looked at Song Yuan with a face full of confusion. Isn't it? No. Song Yuan was categorical. What does this have to do with me? Maybe it's because Rulai and Guanyin have some special fetish. Look at the two of them. Even their wounds and blood splatters are in the same place. Doesn't that mean anything? Song Yuan felt very reasonable. The fifth prince also felt that this matter could not be recognized. Although, it was very likely that Song Yuan did it. But stabbing someone's butthole, this kind of thing was really a bit disgusting. And this kind of black pot could not be carried. That's right. Boss is right. This is Guanyin and Rudra having a special fetish to get such blood on themselves. If you ask me, they are too sinister. The fifth duke was excited to open his mic and help Song Yuan clear his name. The Queen Mother of the West looked at the fifth prince with a face full of incredulity. This bastard really did everything in order to flatter his ass. He dared to use any means. He dared to agree to anything. He was a bit shameless. The fifth eunuch had a bright smile on his face. What are you looking at me for? What I'm saying is the truth. Besides, these two people, Rulai and Guanyin, are very powerful, so after they returned to Spirit Mountain, why didn't they hurry up and wash off all the blood on their bodies? Why did they leave it until now? The Queen Mother of the West froze, and I have to say, it was a thought-provoking place to be. Let's take another look. Then, the Western Queen Mother didn't know what to say for a while, and could only make a quick decision. After all, the live broadcast on the Heavenly Court stage was still going on right now. At this time, Rulai returned to the spiritual mountain, separated from a long distance to see the Guanyin body injuries. No coincidence, Guanyin body injuries actually and his body injuries are somewhat similar. Feel even the blood splattered out of the exact same appearance. And Guanyin was sputtering at the moment, telling a bunch of Buddhas what had happened to her. As you all know, there was a demon that was very much to my liking when I traveled to the west, and at that time I had some mountains on my hands and needed to find a mountain keeper to take care of them. If it wasn't for the journey to the west, where the longevity monk can only be followed by 3 disciples, I'd be tempted to shoehorn that black bear spirit in, and you guys know that's what I'm good for. I just love all kinds of little animals, and I'm actually not saying that monkeys aren't cute looking. Everyone knows that that black bear spirit crossed the clear path, and, after the final journey to the west, I did make that black bear spirit my mountain keeper, and he is my disciple. Other gods, when I appear in front of them, when I plead for those little animals of mine, even the monkeys back then, that don't look at the face of the monk but also the face of the Buddha, more or less have to give me some face, right? And that Song Yuan was lawless. Not only did he not give me face, but he also beheaded that black bear spirit with a single slash right in front of me. When he said this, Ka was all aghast, let alone other Buddhas. Those Buddhas and their tactical backward leaning, full of shock, looked at the Guanyin in front of them, and said with 7 mouths, that Credit Knife Man is really rude. It's not like you guys haven't met any other Credit Knife people? All Credit Blade people are like that. Very rude. We've begged for mercy. What more do we want? To actually dare to kill that black bear spirit in front of us. What about the soul? As long as you leave your soul behind, you can still survive. Guanyin had a hard look on her face and almost cried out. The soul was also gone. After I pleaded for mercy at that time, Song Yuan beheaded it on the spot. There was really no other way. I could only hurry to escape, but I didn't dare to go too far away. I hid among the clouds and looked down. As a result, you guys guess what? Guanyin said here, revealing the pile of blood on her back, and said with righteous indignation, this is how it turned out. He directly flung a knife in my direction, and with a single slash, he knocked me into such a state that I really couldn't dodge. And this credit knife man is simply inverting the Big Dipper. Look at where he's poking. I've never seen such a rogue credit knife man. When Guanyin turned her head to show her injuries to the rest of her associates, she saw Ka just in time, and as if blessed, Rudra suddenly turned to show Guanyin the wound in his back. The Buddha's present. Kuan Yin. Then came the 7 greetings. What's the situation, Buddha? Did Song Yuan stab you too? Contemporary credit knife man is just horrible. So rogue, how can he do that? He stabbed someone just to stab someone. Why did he stab someone in the butt? Stabbed in the butt? That's too much. That's right. Everyone knows that you don't punch someone in the face. You don't stab them in the butt. Is there any law? Is there any justice in heaven? As a result, one of the Buddhas got on top of it and suddenly yelled. He was actually able to stab the Buddha? Then there was a silence. The entire spirit mountain was quiet. Buddha had wanted to tell the others about himself. It's embarrassing to even talk about it at this point. The other Buddhas all had a look of fear within their eyes, not daring to say a word. Yeah, that credit knife man is capable of harming even the Buddha. What else can't be done? Looking at the spirit mountain in silence, the Western Queen Mother looked at Song Yuan with a strange look in her eyes. Song Yuan gritted his teeth. It wasn't me who stabbed. It really wasn't. They both slandered me. Slandered me. The Queen Mother of the West suddenly stood up and bowed to Song Yuan, at a standard 90-degree angle, and when she raised her head, the Queen Mother of the West's face was obviously fawning. That what? I will listen to you from now on. If you tell me to go east, I will never dare to go west. Don't you poke me in the butt, okay? Song Yuan's face darkened. You can shut up. Chapter 131, then I'll sit down. The guys in the heavenly court, it seems, didn't even know that Tai Bai had directly given Song Yuan a live broadcast, and they were discussing it in full swing on top of the pop-up screen. In fact, even Tai Bai himself didn't know that when he was giving Song Yuan a live broadcast, Song Yuan could actually see the remarks that each of those guys in the heavenly court were sending out. Song Yuan thought that this was Tai Bai's ability. After all, he was a god. In fact, in the place he didn't notice, the system panel was flickering with a faint light. After all, everyone's attention was now focused on the top of that screen, and the others couldn't see the system panel at all. Song Yuan himself wasn't paying attention and didn't even know what the system panel had done. However, what was visible to the naked eye was that the guys in the heavenly court were discussing it with a lot of joy. This generation of credit knifers is just horrible. It's like the butt-stabbing fairy. This special meow. But anyone who stabs who dares to mess with this? I even suspect that the credit blade man's lineage could possibly be the master of the heavenly Tao or the heavenly Tao incarnate. Just kidding. Back in the day, when Laozi encountered the thunder tribulation, I wasn't even this panicked. That's true. There's definitely something wrong with this Song Yuan. The credit blade man lineage is inherently overbearing. Haven't you guys ever encountered a time when you've been debt collected by a credit blade man before? But stabbing immortal. Entering the way by butt stabbing. Simply terrifying as it is. Terrifying as it is. Don't talk nonsense. In case he hears you, he's just a strong fighter. He's not omniscient. How could he possibly know this? The Queen Mother of the West was watching from the side in a cold sweat. And at this time, she also took pictures of the big screen as well as the pop-ups next to her, and then sent them to her little friends, telling them to stop talking nonsense, because Song Yuan's face was already very gloomy. However, the picture taken by the Queen Mother of the West, although it clearly showed the picture as well as the pop-ups before she had sent it out, when the Queen Mother of the West sent this picture out, the system panel beside Song Yuan emitted a faint glow, and the top of the picture that the Queen Mother of the West had sent out was simply blank. Nothing. It's like a blank sheet of paper. Strange. The Queen Mother of the West tried several times without success, and the way she kept sending white paper inside the group caught the attention of the other gods. Jade Emperor, what's the matter? Is it hard to believe that you don't know how to use a human cell phone? Neza, Queen Mother, let me teach you. Human cell phones work great. Arlangshan, if you really don't know how to use it, don't post it. We're all watching the fun. Aren't you delaying our normal time? Neza, the Queen Mother can delay whoever she likes. What's wrong with that? Queen Mother of the West, you guys really didn't see anything on top of the pictures I sent out? All the gods' answer is a blank sheet of paper. They even began to teach the Queen Mother of the West how she should operate her cell phone. Something as simple as a cell phone. For the Queen Mother of the West, wouldn't that be a handful? Do you still need to be taught? The Western Queen Mother's face was ugly as she turned her head to look at Song Yuan's gloomy face and instantly shivered. This must be Song Yuan's move. This must be Song Yuan hiding the pictures she sent out. What's going on? Even if the Queen Mother of the West had signed a contract with Song Yuan, a slave contract like that didn't stipulate that no photos could be taken. So why couldn't they even send out photos? Could it be that Song Yuan's mana was as terrifying as it was? Song Yuan's face was really getting darker and darker. Not only because of those comments above the pop-up screen, but also because of that little look in Shi Wangmu's eyes as she looked at herself with growing horror. He tried to put a kind smile on his face to make himself look harmless. However, the more Song Yuan did this, the more terrifyingly Mother West looked at him. Song Yuan run went numb. That's it. That's it. They say I'm a butt-stabbing fairy, right? But stabbing can still lead to Taoism, right? This yin and yang was so eerie that even the fifth duke who was gloating next to him didn't feel quite right. After all, he was his own boss. The fifth male hurriedly comforted. Boss, you don't need to dwell on that much. These people are just jealous. They want to stab someone. They don't have it in them yet. They're just properly jealous. Although the fifth prince was telling the truth, Song Yuan still felt that but stabbing the great immortal was a bit too much. Therefore, the smile on Song Yuan's face was now too evil as he shouted, "Knife come!" The nameless sword that was hanging on the wall, which was built by the Credit Blade man's ancestor, suddenly flew out. It hovered beside Song Yuan. Song Yuan said, "Go ahead." The knife seemed particularly excited, and made a buzzing sound as it floated right out. No matter if it was the Western Queen Mother or the fifth prince next to her who had just consoled Song Yuan, all of them had a shuddering feeling. The fifth eunuch had a bold thought. Boss, are you not? I just want to sit on a name. Song Yuan's smile on his face became even more evil. Aren't they all talking about me? Didn't they all say that I can use this to enter the Tao? Okay. The fifth eunuch shivered, even subconsciously covering his buttocks, looking towards the heavenly court immortals inside the light screen with a face full of sympathy. These guys probably don't know they're in big trouble yet. Western Queen Mother didn't move and pulled away from Song Yuan, incidentally sending a message inside the small group. Everyone be careful. However, this message can't even be sent. A red exclamation point appeared in front of the Queen Mother of the West message. Then the top of that little group prompted, "Queen Mother of the West, you have been kicked out of the group." It doesn't even show anything about who kicked it. Queen Mother of the West's eyes widened. In fact, the moment Queen Mother West was kicked out, the Jade Emperor immediately sent a message to Queen Mother West. "What's the situation? Why did you suddenly quit the group?" However, the Queen Mother of the West hurriedly replied, "It wasn't me who withdrew. It was you guys who kicked me out." But this message was also preceded by a red exclamation mark. "Can't send it out at all." Shi Wanmu hurriedly used her divine thoughts. In fact, before the popularization of human cell phones, all the gods were able to directly use their divine thoughts to transmit sound over thousands of miles when chatting. But at this moment, the Queen Mother of the West found herself as if she was wrapped inside a special cocoon, unable to say a word. All news seems to be isolated. The Queen Mother of the West was horrified, but in her horror she saw Regulus floating out after her. The fifth prince was quite surprised this time. What's it following out for? Although Song Yuan was also surprised, the first time he gained insight into the other party's intentions. Song Yuan's expression was light. "I guess it's to go and help. What's so helpful about this kind of thing?" While the fifth prince was still confused, he suddenly realized that the heavenly court immortals on top of the screen were in a state of confusion. The entire Lingxiao palace was in chaos. Chapter 132, The Wound Cannot Be Healed. That being said, the blade built by the man with the sword on credit was extremely fast, but the Regulus sword wasn't far behind. Two cold awns rushed up to the sky. The South Heavenly Gate heavenly soldiers and generals could not guard at all. Before and after turned into a touch of streaming light, directly broke through the South Heavenly Gate, wrapped in a strong air current, and even the heavenly soldiers and generals all washed away. These two cold awns directly killed into the Lingxiao Palace. The Xin Yuan sword still froze for a moment after arriving at the Lingxiao Palace, but the nameless sword of the person with the sword on credit was just like crazy, directly killing into the crowd, stabbed through dozens of gods but holes in a few breaths. Day. Song Yuan, are you crazy? Where is Song Yuan? Want face you? Do you want to be ashamed of yourself? Still a little comfortable. Not. You come really? The chickens flew above the entire heavenly palace. Originally those gods were stabbed by Song Yuan without warning. Now they fell back on a few words of caution. One covered his buttocks and quickly dodged with an ugly face. However, no matter how they dodged, but whenever they were locked by that nameless blade, they all ended up in the same place. It wasn't until the nameless blade stabbed hundreds of immortals that Regulus finally came back to his senses. And at this time, a lowly voice actually came from Regulus. Fun. Really too much fun. The Jade Emperor felt Regulus' breath and appeared from mid-air. He didn't care about the messy scene of the whole Lingxiao treasure hall. A pair of eyes staring at Regulus dead on. What's the situation? You finally know to come back. You. Before the Jade Emperor could finish speaking, Regulus flew directly towards the Jade Emperor's direction like a milk swallow returning to its nest. The Jade Emperor had a smile on his face. I count on you being sensible and knowing to come back. He made a gesture of greeting. Regulus, however, stopped near the Jade Emperor. That nameless knife sister just now was but stabbing only. But the Jade Emperor actually greeted it with a frontal. Regulus adjusted his angle. In the Jade Emperor's look of confusion, he slowly moved behind the Jade Emperor, who at this point still didn't know what was happening, just wanted to speak. The Xian Yuan sword transformed into a flash of streaming light, and even flashed midway. With great speed, a sword stabbed directly into the Jade Emperor's butt. Jade Emperor? Lingxiao Hall of Immortals, Sigma, degree winky face. It was as if time stood still in that moment. The body of the Regulus sword was as long as 1 meter 6 and probably about 10 centimeters wide. This time it's a straight 1 meter 2 poke. Regulus pulled out with a swoosh after stabbing. Then it turned into a streak of purple light, locking onto the next unlucky immortal. The Jade Emperor slumped to the ground in an extremely unsightly position as he very awkwardly climbed to his feet. Knowing that the Jade Emperor had quite a few spells in his body, and that there were other defensive moves besides the 9 Dragons' true chi. In fact, to be reasonable, very few people can actually do anything to him. Very few people were able to break through his defenses. Even Regulus didn't have this possibility. But this time not only did it break the defense, but it poked in so deep. The Jade Emperor climbed up from the ground with a hard look on his face, and had wanted to use spells to heal his wounds. However, the Jade Emperor at this time was surprised to find that there was no way for the wounds to heal on their own. The expression on his face nearly chafed as the Jade Emperor stood in place in that very awkward position, forgetting to even pursue Regulus' wrongdoing, and filled with incredulity as he repeatedly tried to heal his wounds. But none of it worked. No matter how many healing spells are used, that wound never healed. And, when the Jade Emperor turned around, he could clearly see that the splattered blood behind his opponent resembled a big red chrysanthemum swaying in the wind, or a cosmos. Neza covered his buttocks and fell to the ground, and the wounds on his body were not able to heal, and at this time he glanced at his weak and feeble old father next to him, and all this time, the tower in the hands of Li Tianwang was not daring to throw it away in the slightest. That Li Tianwang dead holding the tower in his hands, pressing the buttock wounds. The typical protection of the head does not protect the buttocks. Honestly, there is no way. Also too late to protect, so it led to Li Tianwang behind even appeared a small fountain, blood dripping. Neza looked at his unlucky father and a smile appeared on his face. Even though there was no way to stab the other man to death, he had someone to help him do it. At this moment, Neza took out his own cell phone and pointed it at the Jade Emperor in front of him. The Jade Emperor has gone mad. Why is there no way for this wound to heal? Tai Bai, where have you been? Tai Bai was no better than the Jade Emperor. The bastard's cell phone had long since been flung aside, yet his cell phone floated in midair, glowing with a faint golden light, and captured the entire tragedy of the entire Lingxiao treasure hall in all its glory. There are even times when you can get a partial close-up of one of the gods. Song Yuan's side watched that with a joyful, toothless smile. The fifth eunuch, on the other hand, said fawning words as much as possible. Boss, this move is simply wonderful. And after the boss's knife stabbed them, even the Jade Emperor has no way to heal the wound. I really have no way to imagine how these guys normally deliberate above the Great Hall. That won't be a laughingstock? For her part, the Queen Mother of the West had a blank expression on her face, and her face was even alarmed when she saw Song Yuan. This Song Yuan is just too cruel and overbearing. Of course it doesn't rule out the fact that these guys are too capable of death. They dared to make such a big mockery in front of Song Yuan, but there was also a high probability that they didn't even know of Song Yuan's existence. Although the fifth Duke and the Queen Mother of the West tried their best to suck up to Song Yuan, the two of them still felt a pain in their ass *cease at the sight of this scene. The fifth prince had gone crazy with joy and felt that he had simply made the wisest choice in following Song Yuan. At this time, the 5 eunuchs and the Queen Mother of the West could only record all of the current scenes, joining in if they couldn't beat them, or else they would still be able to sing against Song Yuan or something? Singing the opposite is an absolute no-no. Both the current 5th prince and the Queen Mother of the West felt their chrysanthemums hurting. The whole Lingxiao Baodian was a miserable mess, but covering, spellcasting, drug casting, and chaos. The representative person who is high on pills is Taishan Laojun. This guy is simply eating a gourd of pills as if they were sugar beans and pouring them directly into his mouth. But it didn't help at all. Not to mention the nameless blade that Song Yuan used, even the wounds caused by the Xian Yuan sword, those were of the tearing type. I do not know if it is the Jade Emperor's illusion. Always feel that he lost half a day of spells, instead of alleviating their own pain, as if the wound on the butt shaft has been getting bigger and bigger, and even have a feeling of a vague penetration of the internal organs. I'm not dying, am I? The wailing on the field continued, and I don't know who suddenly shouted this. All of a sudden, the entire Lingxiao palace became even more chaotic as a group of immortals bared their teeth. Damn, can we only rely on the God Sealer? It's alright Ta. It's alright Ta. It's alright Ta. After we die, we can still use the seal of gods to resurrect. What if we die with the wounds still on us? This couldn't have been made by Song Yuan. This must be made by Song Yuan. If not him, who has such a skill? Was he able to hear us when we just mocked Song Yuan for flirting with him? A group of immortals repented. Chapter 133, After stabbing the heavenly court, stabbing the spirit mountain. These fairies are still very overpowered in their spells, and they tried many ways to remove the negative status from their bodies. The wounds stabbed out by that knife and Regulus weren't one-off at all. They were persistent blood loss. Besides, there were quite a few immortals who had tried means of healing, but none of them had succeeded. The Jade Emperor was the one who bore the brunt of this. This bastard used many methods to try to heal the wounds on his body, and took out a bunch of 9 revolutions great restorative pills and elixirs of life and death from inside the mustard space, all to no avail. Spells are also of no use at all. Even the Pill King was pulled out, but the Pill King didn't even have the means to heal the injuries on his own body, let alone those on others. In the end, it was the Pill King who realized the problem and roared loudly, "Everyone stop, don't use pills, don't use spells, don't do anything, the wounds will slowly heal. Only the speed is very slow, probably equivalent to a human's reaction when injured." If it weren't for the fact that the Medicine King's physique was special and very XY, he wouldn't have been able to discover this. After the Pill King finished saying these words, there were really quite a few immortals who stopped to try or sense, and the results they sensed were pretty much the same as what the Pill King had said. For a time, quite a few guys inside the entire Lingxiao Palace were wailing, "Are you kidding? I was immortal 1,400 years ago. I don't remember what I looked like when I was a human long ago. Is this the return to the original heart?" It turns out that the Credit Blade man's realm is actually this high. Asterisk. Are you guys drinking fake booze? If a human had received such an injury, he would have died, right? I should have known better than to mock Song Yuan. Why should the Spirit Mountain be the only place where the dead fat guy and Guanyin suffer this hardship? And all of us? That's maybe Chatting, the entire Lingxiao Palace was quiet again. Actually, Song Yuan was also surprised, because he could feel it. The knife of the old ancestor seemed to be getting farther and farther away from him. This bastard wouldn't really run away to the hoodoo heaven, would he? And that old ancestor's sword is still skulking around with Regulus. The 5th Duke had already lost sight of the nameless blade and Regulus' sword inside the screen, and immediately had a bad premonition, turning his head to look at Song Yuan and immediately asked apprehensively, "So those 2 blades are now running away to Spirit Mountain?" "It's possible." Song Yuan frowned, not quite sure. "Maybe it went out to play. Don't forget that those 2 can be divine weapons. It's too normal to have an artifact spirit or something." Although the words were said, the 5th prince still looked at the nearby Queen Mother of the West with a face full of skepticism. The Queen Mother of the West didn't say much, and immediately waved her hand in mid-air, so an image appeared in this mid-air. It was like real-time monitoring, and all that was shown on top of that screen was the nameless sword and Regulus. They were flying forward and still going extremely fast. When the 5th prince saw this scene, he stared in surprise. "You, a heavenly maiden, are quite powerful. You actually even know this kind of stance." Song Yuan reacted with hindsight that the 5th prince didn't know the true identity of the Queen Mother of the West at all. The Queen Mother of the West coldly grunted without saying anything, and just as they were talking, it was seen that those immortals inside the heavenly palace also quickly opened a light screen, and what was displayed was none other than the Spirit Mountain that had just been constructed. The gang of immortals in the heavenly court looked at the familiar and not so familiar Spirit Mountain with confused faces and spoke in tongues. Is this the new spiritual mountain built by Buddha? Why build new construction for a good cause? With nothing to do? Renovate your home? That spiritual mountain before was nourished by spiritual veins, so it's just gone? That's really nothing to do. Didn't that original Spirit Mountain smell good? Didn't that original Spirit Mountain cancel out the debt? Your news is too backward, isn't it? This is the new Spirit Mountain that Buddha built with his own hands, and it's rumored to have taken only half an hour. Can half an hour in Tushio heaven be compared to half an hour in 9 heavens? How much of a difference is that? Just as the immortals were discussing, 2 cold auras directly killed the Spirit Mountain. It was so fast, even the monitor couldn't see it clearly. All the immortals were stunned, but it didn't take long for them to quickly start clapping. Good job. It's finally the turn of these vultures. This bunch of bald goods. At the beginning, be honest, pay back the account is not finished, or at the outset, be polite to those who used to be on credit knife people. This is good. A fire directly to our body. We are simply wronged. Right. We should ask those bald asses for property damage. We're losing too much money here. It's finally their turn. Ha ha ha. I'd like to see how butthard they are. That said, those bald asses basically cultivate their bodies. Their bodies themselves are bronze walls. So maybe, their butts are really hard. Why are you still growing on others? The entire heavenly court was noisy. The entire blacksmith store, however, was incredibly excited, because Zhao Ling and Xiaoya, who were resting, also came to the blacksmith store. This one specially brought some junk food for Song Yuan. It couldn't be helped. Recently, the meals made by the 5th prince were leaning more and more towards nourishment, and all sorts of medicinal herbs and spiritual plants that could replenish the body were allowed to be gotten over by him. It is true that this healthy food can prolong your life when eaten, but there is a very obvious downside, and that is that you will feel that there is no point in living. That's why Song Won often asks Joe Man to bring himself some junk food, chili fries and coke and all that. You guys are stranded here watching the Three Worlds live broadcast? Isn't this the Spirit Mountain? Zhao Ling came over with a face full of astonishment, and then looked at the Ling Xiao Baodian inside those seemingly familiar and seemingly unfamiliar immortals. They seem to be playing very flower. Ah, this everyone is stabbed in the back of the blood. This person will not be the legendary Jade Emperor. This blood splattered with a perestroika or a red perestroika. Song Yuan nodded and smoothly fished a bottle of coke from Zhao Ling. Yeah, today is to watch the Three Realms Grand Live broadcast. It's quite interesting. Zhao Ling is not sure. To know that it is really the legendary Palace of Heavenly Jade. These are all immortals. Immortals injured will not heal themselves? The gods' clothes are dirty. Will not use a spell to clean it? They are. What special fetish? Queen Mother West coughed. Probably. Her face was a bit unimpressed. Fifth Duke pulled Zhao Ling to explain. There is a kind of smug bragging feeling. See, those two cold-ons did not. One is the credit knife people old ancestor to build that nameless knife. The other is the Regulus sword. Just after saying that, those 2 points of cold-ons directly pass through a monk's body, scrambling and directly locking onto someone's butt. The stabbing was a blast. No! Zhao Ling felt a chill in his asshole when he saw this image. Do these two swords have any special fetishes? Why do they have to stab from behind? How scary is that? Xia licked her lips and said quietly, you think stabbing from the front isn't scary? Stabbing Zhao Ling from the front this time. He felt that the lower half of his body was cold. The world is going down. The world is going down. Zhao Ling was furious and filled with righteous indignation. These two things must be brought back and cleaned up properly. It's a complete insult to our boss's name. Don't you think so, fifth brother? Song Yuan's eyes lit up. Right. This is all in the minds of those two contraptions and has nothing to do with me. Queen Mother of the West scalp numb. The heart is very helpless. Said, even if the gang of immortals know and you have a relationship, then it is estimated. Even dare not put a fart, unless they still want to be stabbed. Chapter 134, at first it hurts, but after a long time, it's extraordinarily comfortable. The entire Spirit Mountain that was really a chicken and dog. At the very beginning, only the peripheral gang of monks were more unlucky. Those two cold-ons were like lawnmowers when dealing with them, drifting by at a fast speed, then only leaving a bunch of chrysanthemum-crippled monks falling on the ground. That's just as well. The injuries on both Rudra at this time and Guanyin had not yet healed, and there was even a tendency to increase the injuries and wounds vaguely because of the activity of the two of them. Rudra still had blood on his body and had managed to compel a bunch of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas to join him in discussing how to deal with Song Yuan. So at this time Ka was going to let the wounds on his body heal, as long as there was still blood on his body, and it didn't matter if the wounds healed. Yet just as Rudra was secretly poking and prodding himself to heal his wounds, he suddenly realized that his spells were not working at all. Strange? Ka was a little flustered. He suddenly remembered that he had gone back in time twice before, all because he didn't have the means to repair the wounds on his body. Song Yuan at that time had literally killed him twice. Had it not been for the use of such a special spell as time regression at a critical moment, it would have been impossible for Ka to return to his present state. But he ended up walking away without using time travel, only to be poked and prodded by Song Yuan. Canon's injuries were the same, and so far they hadn't healed. And Guanyin looked at Ka in a million different ways, because Guanyin also had no way to make the wounds on her body heal, and no way to use spells. And what Guanyin thought in her heart was that Rudra must have such a skill, but Rudra didn't move either, and the boss was really well-intentioned and bedraggled. No pain, no gain. This situation was actually able to endure the severe pain on his body, allowing the wounds to tear, just to enlist these Buddhas under his command. Think about it with admiration. However, Ru came to look at Guanyin. His eyes were also self-evident. What he thought in his heart was that the bottle inside Guanyin's hand must be able to heal the wounds, but Guanyin didn't use it either. So this guy should have shown up for his own great cause of vengeance, when it's really remarkable. Just as Rolai and Guanyin misunderstood each other, two cold auras suddenly appeared outside the Great Thunderbolt Temple. This Great Thunder Sound Temple had just been established, and although it looked incomparably grand, it was hollow and felt like it was missing its soul. However, this did not affect the defense system of the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple, and it could even be said that the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple was solid as gold. However, those 2 points of cold-ons directly broke through the boundary that Rolai had arranged outside the Great Thunderbolt Temple and directly killed them, before the Rohan closest to the doorway could react. A cold aura stabbed that Rohan's **sh* directly from behind. Rohan planted himself on the ground from the top of the bushel. A beautiful blood-colored cosmos slowly bloomed from behind him. The smell of blood instantly spread throughout the Great Thunderbolt Temple. before Rudra could react. One after another, Lohan and Buddha fell in the same position, and it's clear that they are but hurt. Among the high-ranking monks who were having a discussion inside the entire Great Thunder Sound Temple, I don't know who shouted out, "It's bad. Song Yuan killed up the mountain." Song Yuan had given them too much of a kill and shock last time, so after someone shouted out such a sentence, the entire Great Thunderbolt Temple was in a frenzy. They tried to capture the two spots of cold aura, but realized that the two weapons were moving at a fast speed. Wherever they passed, there was wailing. Rudra eyed the blade used by the man with the credited sword, that familiar aura rapidly approaching him, and he reached out his hand with the intention of parrying it, but he did not expect the blade to flash right around and give him another shot. Ah! The entire Great Thunderbolt Temple echoed above Rudra's miserable screams, and this scene, which happened to be completely transmitted to above the Lingxiao Palace as well as Song Yuan's blacksmith store, that was all clear to see. The multitude of immortals inside the heavenly palace were initially gloating, but now they froze and couldn't say a word. They felt that the wounds they had just sustained were already vaguely painful. Many people looked back and were even able to see a small fountain that gushed out from above that wound. The entire crowd of immortals inside the heavenly palace whispered, "My God, how much it must hurt. That wound hasn't healed yet and it's causing secondary damage. I knew this Song Yuan would do it. The Buddha should be able to make wounds heal, right? The Buddha of the Western Heaven. In order to make his men fight against Song Yuan with the same enemy, does he need to force himself to keep his wounds from healing and play a bitter trick? If you were one of Buddha's men, you wouldn't have forgiven him either. Can you stand it when a place you've lived in for a long time is suddenly taken over? That's true. So in order to enlist the hearts of those people, Buddha has been dragging his feet and not letting his wounds heal. Although it's very dedicated, but this is good, isn't it? A second injury. Who can stand this? It really hurts me to look at it. But then again, why hasn't our Jade Emperor yet allowed his wounds to heal? The Jade Emperor really didn't think that the matter of Spirit Mountain's bad luck could actually involve himself. Wasn't the reason he didn't let the wound heal because this one wouldn't heal? But the Jade Emperor was usually in the eyes of this group of immortals, that were all omnipotent in appearance. So while these immortals were talking about the Jade Emperor quietly walked away without taking a cloud with him. While resting on the bed, the Jade Emperor realized that the injuries behind him were not healing quickly. But the Medicine King had just said that the injuries they were now carrying were healing at about the same rate as a mortal. He had thought that this healed at about the same rate as a mortal. In mortal time. If it were mortal time, 1 day in heaven would equal 1 year in the mortal world. That shouldn't take more than a few minutes to heal. But the Jade Emperor felt like he'd been on his back for almost 20 minutes. So why hadn't he healed? It's not time in the sky, is it? Then isn't Ka's speed even slower? The time in Tushio heaven compared to the time in the mortal world, that's 1 day equal to 400 years. Back to the room of the Jade Emperor full of gloom opened the Spirit Mountain live broadcast. See the Spirit Mountain gang of dead fat people down on their luck. See Rulai secondary injury is like being drenched in blood. Happy to laugh out of the pig squeal. Who says the pain of an alliance can't bring joy? Not to mention this seeming alliance. There was naturally joy inside the blacksmith store. Song Yuan drank a lot of coke, and when he saw this slash and burn approach, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Well done. The entire spiritual mountain lying all sorts of corpses. The Buddha feel ashamed. Fell to the ground directly after the invisibility. It looks like it should be directly instantaneous transfer to their own cave. So in the end there was nothing but Rudra and Guanyin above the hall of the Great Thunderbolt Temple. Joyful Buddha is still able to climb up inside many Buddhas. He limped to the door, watched the two cold ons disappear, turned his head and told Rulu his experience. This wound can't be treated with healing techniques. The healing speed is about the same as that of a mortal's injuries, and I'm going to be recuperating at home for the next few months. After saying that, the joyful Buddha directly disappeared, back to his cave. The joyful Buddha honestly lying on the bed, suddenly moving his body, making the wound tear. At first it hurts, but after a long time, it is really extraordinarily soothing. No wonder that some people in the mortal world use this position. Chapter 135, Old Heavenly Master, Why the Communication is Not Working. Heavenly Court and Spirit Mountain were backstabbed by the nameless Blade and Regulus this time, known as the Day of the Exploding Chrysanthemum. From this day onwards, whether it was the Heavenly Court or the Spirit Mountain, for the next 3 months, the deliberations would be carried out in the mode of network meetings, but once they had adapted to the human network and cell phones, they began to popularize them on a large scale, and in the future, all the small meetings would be done in the mode of the network. Lung Fu Shan. Every year before the Luotian Jiao festival, the old heavenly master had to pay homage to the statue of the 3 Qing gods inside the Taoist temple, which was ceremonial and necessary. After all, it will soon be the Luotian Dajiao. So these days the old celestial master worship god are bathed and dressed, and extra solemn. However, on this day, after paying homage to the gods, the old celestial master was perplexed, and after communicating for a long time, he did not receive a reply from his ancestor. What's the situation? The old celestial master stopped meditating, his face full of confusion. Zhang Lingyu had been accompanying the old celestial master for the past few days, and hearing the sound of the old celestial master speaking, she curiously came forward. What? The old heavenly master waved his hand and closed his eyes again, continuing to communicate with the ancestor master. However, at this point, the grandmaster is basically lying on his back looking at his but with a sad face. Where does he have time to care about his believers? So on this day, the old heavenly master bathed in burned incense at 8 o'clock in the morning, and all the way through the night, he was unable to communicate with the ancestor master. The old celestial master's power has already been able to dispel the grain, but in order to nourish the body or 3 meals a day, but today froze and held his breath, did not eat a meal, pure gas. Could it be because I wanted to find that Zhang Chulan kid and the ancestral master didn't agree? The old heavenly master was originally kneeling on a futon, and was too tired to switch from kneeling to sitting, and when he was exhausted to the extreme, he came to such a conclusion. It's outrageous though, but when you think about it, it kind of makes sense. I reported, with the ancestor before, the old celestial master began to sort out the logic. Since the old celestial master was at loggerheads with the ancestor master today, it was simply a case of Longhu Mountain closing down this hall, and Zhang Lingyu stood at the doorway with a worried face, seemingly able to hear the old celestial master's voice full of doubt. When I checked in with the grandmaster he clearly agreed. Why the lack of communication today? What the hell does he mean? If there are comments express should I go up at night with my soul out of my body and ask? Zhang Lingyu's pupils quaked, and he actually wanted the old heavenly master to see him. He also wanted the celestial master degree, but if the old celestial master had made up his mind long ago, there was nothing Zhang Lingyu could do to stop it. He paused for a moment, distancing himself from the great hall, and stood quietly on the veranda, no longer able to hear the old celestial master's broken words because he was farther away. The old celestial master was putting all his attention into the matter of competing with his ancestor, and it didn't matter to him if he was listened to or not. He's trying to figure out one thing right now, why the communication isn't working. For God's sake, which Dutong was responsible for reimbursing all the travel expenses, given that everyone was in the same city. So, in the end, it was Susan Susi and Zhang Chulan plus Feng Baobao in the same car, with Zhao Ling driving, and Song Yuan and Bai Jianchu as well as Xiaoya and Xia Dongqing in the car behind. As for the 5 dukes and the Queen Mother of the West, then they say they don't want to go. The 5th prince was because the bastard was a Tao Tai, which was itself a ferocious beast bred from the heavens and earth. However, the aura of the Taoist family of Longhu Mountain was just too strong, and if he were to go, he would most likely be targeted. Though, even in the Spirit Mountain, the 5 males all came and went as they pleased, and could just look for ingredients in there. However, the reason for the Queen Mother of the West is also very simple. The Queen Mother of the West is Kunlun Divine Palace of the Bearer. Even if it is to go to the Heavenly Court, that the Jade Emperor has to respectfully stand in the door of the South Heavenly Gate to meet. In other words, people had platitudes, even if they had signed a contract with Song Yuan. Therefore, the Queen Mother of the West was not the least bit interested in traveling to the Longhu Mountain Luo Tian Dajia, and she even wanted to laugh a little bit. But really don't say, there are where to pass to reimbursement of travel expenses. Zhao official has a feeling of public expense travel, not to mention recently, he put some small things all to his hands of the Soul Ferryman. After all, the current Zhao Mandarin was at least considered an official. He didn't need to worry about the little things, except for the ones that he couldn't handle under his hands, which he took care of. Now Zhao Mandarin on 2 things. The first is to pay back the debt. The other thing is to watch Xia Dongqing. After all, before this, Qi once awakened to come. That said, since there is a ghost road, Xia Dongqing looked at Zhao Ling carefully driving his car. That was always following Su San and Su Si's car. Xia Dongqing asked very curiously, then why don't you take the ghost road? If we drive directly to the ghost road, are we going to reach Longhu Mountain earlier than them? After hearing this, Zhao Ling rolled his eyes greatly. Young master, will you shut up? Song Yuan let out a giggle. Xiaoya also couldn't help herself. You do know how to use people. Dongqing, I think if you have money, you're also a qualified capitalist. He's a capitalist among capitalists, said Zhao, who exploded when he heard this. See what nonsense you're talking about? I'm driving on the ghost road. Do you know how big the Dragon Kingdom is? Do you know how big the Dragon Kingdom is? If you're not driving, you don't care, right? Xia Dongqing scratched his head a little embarrassed. I'm just curious. Song Yuan nodded. Although you're a poor student, I suggest that Zhao Lin can train his staff to drive, so that the 2 of you can work 2 shifts at that time. How did you say such cold words with your 37-degree mouth? Zhao Ling's mind collapsed. Have you forgotten? This is your own car. This is not my car. You are really good at using people. Xia Dongqing was quite happy to hear this, and even put it on her heart. Zhao official. I think what people Song Yuan said is quite reasonable. You should train your own staff, and besides, if I get a driver's license, I can add credits. Ouch, your little credits. Plus or not, it does not matter. You are not a school bully? Don't you want to go to graduate school? If you really do not have enough, then it is your technical problems. Cannot blame others. Zhao Ling's small asterisk mouth as if smeared with honey. A knife and a knife to Xia Dongqing's heart. Xia Dongqing completely shut up. If you don't want to, you don't want to. Why are you still talking about my grades? I have good grades. We're flying there, right? Although wherever pass has covered our traveling expenses. It's all economy class. Mentioning this, Song Yuan still said with some sighs. No, I didn't expect to be met with Yaya's retort. That personal bodyguard of yours is really nice to you. You're the only one in first class. We're all in economy. Chapter 136, Feng Bao Bao. My boss who is not a human being. Sister Bauer, why are you so good to him? After getting on the plane, Zhang Chulan learned that Feng Bauer had only bought first class for Song Yuan alone, while the rest of the people were all in economy class, and in scattered seats, and asked very curiously and sincerely. Feng Bao Bao took out the snacks that the fifth duke had given her before he left from inside her large backpack, and after arranging them, she then took out a candied fruit from it. That's my boss. My boss is very nice. As soon as the snacks were brought out, a fascinating aroma emanated around them, and Su Si and Su San's eyes immediately lit up. Su Si was aware of Song Yuan's mysterious boss. Their boss's cook is really good at cooking, and the snacks he makes are delicious as well. This boss is okay too, Su San said as he couldn't walk when he saw the snacks. This one tastes too fragrant. Zhang Chulan was still curious about Song Yuan's identity. What kind of boss are you? Feng Bao Bao spent more time with Song Yuan and the others, and upon hearing this question, Feng Bao Bao even seriously thought about it for a while, and eventually came to a conclusion. Most of those people our boss and the boss brought with him are not human. Once this was said, the exit, whether it was Su Si or Su San, or the one who had just asked the question, Zhang Chulan froze. Zhang Chulan even took a glance at Feng Bao Bao's serious eyes, as well as the candied fruit Feng Bao Bao was holding in her hand. He swallowed and directly asked, "It's not good for you to scold someone so directly, right?" Feng Bao Bao had a mysterious smile on her face. It really isn't human. I'll be honest. What Sister Bauer means is that none of them are ordinary people. Su Si deliberated for a while. He always felt that what Feng Bao Bao had just said was a bit of a scolding. Not to mention that Zhao Ling and the others weren't too far away from him. So what should he do in case Feng Bao Bao's words just now fell into the ears of his friends in Song Yuan? Zhang Chulan had a look of realization. I know, they are all inhumans. Su San glanced at Su Si, and then looked at Feng Bao Bao with a bit of suspicion. Thinking that Zhang Chulan's words might not be quite accurate, he lowered his voice and asked, "If they are not people, then what are they?" "My boss is probably a god. The one who cooks for my boss is Tao Tai, a kind of ferocious beast from the ancient times. The fat man in black clothes sitting in the back is the Soul Pendulum Man. The little girl next to him is the Celestial Man. The one sitting behind them is the Fox Spirit, and the one in the middle of the Soul Pendulum Man and the Celestial Man is a waste of a purely human." Feng Bao Bao specialized in giving Zhang Chulan the science. Every word is true, but just finish. Whether it was Su Si or Su San, or perhaps Zhang Chulan, they were all happy. Zhao Ran but really heard the sound of them talking. Originally Zhao Ran got on the plane and directly put on the blindfold, not wanting to say a word more. However, he heard Feng Bao Bao introduce himself in such a way. "That lackadaisical bodyguard in front of you. Talking about you?" Zhao Mandarin showed off his figure. "What do you mean by a fat man in black clothes? Doesn't my figure top that?" Yaya was straight up happy. "You know." Zhao Ling turned his head to look at Xiaoya and directly opened his mouth. "You Celestials have a problem with aesthetics. Sending a bird as a war god. You're the bird." That was the last thing Yaya was tired of hearing. "Zhao Ling, you bird." Sitting in front, Feng Bao Bao's smile was getting more and more stiff. "No, someone tell her why these two goods look so childish." Su San stifled his laughter. "Is this what you call a soul ferryman and a celestial being? Have you heard of this title before? All we hear is usually black and white and little fairy. Just the two of them?" Su Si, however, whispered from the side, "Not to mention that fat black man just now." Before he could finish his words, he heard Zhao Ling say with displeasure, "Who's talking about the fat guy, hey?" So Su Si hurriedly changed his words. "Just now that soul ferryman. It really is Yang Wu Chang. He has that kind of aura on him, and the one sitting behind them is really a vixen. The Arctic silver fox." Su San took a passing glance and muttered in a low voice, "It's really quite pretty. Is the Arctic silver fox related to Daji?" "Daji? That's a nine-tailed fox," grumbled Zhao Ling. "Passengers caught between them are suffering." But such bickering didn't last long, and as the plane took to the sky, one by one, they all quieted down. or at least Zhao Ling had to close his eyes. On the contrary, Xiaodongqing is full of excitement. I am the first time to take an airplane. The feeling of taking an airplane turns out to be like this, but my position is not very good, and the sound is too loud. It's good to have a seat, or else you'd ask Song Yuan for a glass of cheap red wine over here? Zhao Ran muttered with a heart full of displeasure. He was just spitting, thinking that Xiaodongqing was a bit of a pain in the ass. However, he did not expect Xiaodongqing to be full of sincerity with a smile. That's not necessary. The plane soon took to the sky and began to smooth out. However, it didn't take long for Zhao Li to realize that a pretty flight attendant had walked to the seat in front of them, and after saying a few words to the passenger walked to the front with joy. A moment later Song Yuan actually came over. Feng Baobao slipped Song Yuan a handful of snacks in passing and asked curiously, "Why did you come over?" The tone of voice carried respect within it. Song Yuan smiled. "Sitting in the front is not comfortable. That's first class." Susan thought Song Yuan looked flat and couldn't help but speak, always feeling that it was Song Yuan who had little insight. However, Song Yuan said, "Otherwise, you'll know if you go and take a look. If you want, I can give you the first-class cabin that I just gave to that passenger." Susan was filled with suspicion. He stood up and walked in the direction of the first-class cabin, and Song Yuan sat in the seat of the passenger just now as he wished, and just as he sat down, Zhao Ran came up to him. "Big brother, if you don't sit down, you can switch with me. There's a narrow place in the middle of this airplane's first class and economy class." Guess what was put there? Song Yuan didn't answer Zhao Ling's words positively, but took out his cell phone to show Zhao Ling a picture. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's a mean thing. Zhao Ling took one look and frowned. That is a red coffin, bright red like blood. That coffin above and baby arm thick chain, layer by layer tied. That inside the thing is either a powerful ghost, or a powerful dumplings, or a something else. Anyway, from the netherworld, there just aren't many normal people in the economy class. Song Yuan concluded directly before looking around at the passengers with a smile on his face. Of course there aren't many normal people on the entire plane either. They're basically all inhumans. Think about it, this is where all through the connection of the plane, the contestants directly killed into the Luo Mountain Luo Tian Dajia. With a little strange things. How can a regular airplane take them? Su San quickly returned, his face miserably white. He quickly swept a glance at Song Yuan, then immediately scurried back to his seat, lowered his voice and Su Si just said 3 words. Back coffin man. Chapter 137. What's that? Zhao Ran was a smart ear, and when he heard Su San's remark, he turned his head and looked at Song Yuan curiously. Inside the coffin, what's there? Did you run back because you found it troublesome? Very troublesome. Song Yuan frowned, but still told it to Zhao Ling. After all, this one was a soul ferryman, so he still had some measure of discretion. The probability is that it's an evil god. Zhao Ling heard this and drew in a breath of cold air. Then Song Yuan was heard patching. It could also be an evil demon. Zhao Ling, it's more serious, okay? Xiao Ya, however, thought carefully about Song Yuan's words in her panic. After all, Song Yuan himself is capable of calculating. Is an evil god or evil demon he must know, can give such an ambiguous answer? Then the probability that this matter itself is really ambiguous. It means that the thing inside the coffin is somewhere between an evil demon and an evil god, and may turn into an evil demon if it's not careful. There are many such things on Earth. You should not be afraid, right? Xiaodongqing and Song Yuan get along with more time. This goods was originally a little bit of self-cooked, and because Zhao Ling and Xiaoya are trying to accommodate him as much as possible, after all, for them Dongqing is just a container for qi, a poor soul, so Zhao Ling and Xiaoya are trying to accommodate as much as possible. So Xiaodongqing's boldness was a bit big. After seeing Song Yuan come back, Xiaodongqing even asked out such a sentence on his own. This gave Zhao Ling a shock. Zhao Ling covered Xiaodongqing's mouth. No, the family's puppy dog is messing around. Don't be angry. Zhao Ling was about to pinch Xiaodongqing's face out of shape, so it was evident that the force used was extremely strong. Song Yuan was indifferent. I am not afraid, but I am just afraid of trouble. Oh yes, if that thing comes out, the probability is that it will not have any effect on me. But you can rest assured that I have a good relationship with Acha, and I will get you a borrowed body at that time. Xiaodongqing, I thank Ah. If most of the people present are inhumans, then the only one who has any influence is Xiaodongqing. The waste is not human. Zhao Ling smiled like a lapdog. Right, Dongqing, when the time comes, you can rest assured. In fact, you don't even need to use the face of the person with the sword on credit. Just use my face, and give you a painless borrowed body when the time comes. Xiao Ya, however, thought of another thing. Right, it was said before that there is a special kind of physique on Holly, the unlucky physique, which will additionally trigger certain special episodes. Let's put it this way, you mustn't get close to that coffin. In case it opens up as soon as you're there, then you really have to borrow a corpse to return to your soul. Holly Summer. At this time, Xia Dongqing's face is an ugly batch. A group of people left a borrowed body. Right, a borrowed body. At this moment all want to die. I'm not stupid. I'm definitely not going. Xia Dongqing gritted her teeth and spoke with great force. Don't worry. There's absolutely no way you'll be given the time to borrow a body and return to your soul. Speaking of time, Song Yuan reminded. Red Moon. Ah yes. Zhao Mandarin and Xiaoya glanced at each other. In fact, they were appalled in their hearts. The Underworld and Kunlun did have such an agreement, but they did not think that Song Yuan was actually able to casually calculate it. Although they had always known that Song Yuan's number of fortune-telling was indeed very powerful. Since Red Moon was mentioned, Zhao Ling naturally had to make this clear. Dongqing, when you meet Red Moon, I will definitely come over to you. Yada was not to be outdone. Are you kidding me? I'll be here too, okay? Xia Dongqing was puzzled. When would the moon be red? Are you two out of your minds? By the way, is it dark red or vermilion or big red or pink? This confused Zhao Ling. When have you ever seen the moon pink? Then aren't you two even stranger? Xia Dongqing was now purely a barbarian. The bars Zhao Ling's head hurt. At this time Zhao Ling rubbed his brow and said with a heart full of helplessness. Well, don't tell me this. In short, you honestly stay in your position and get off the plane later when we arrive. Then I have to make a guide to Longhu Mountain. This is a famous Taoist mountain. There should be a lot of souvenirs for sale. After Xia Dongqing dropped such a sentence, he was really serious about looking through his cell phone. I wouldn't recommend buying anything inside the scenic area. Zhao Mandarin reclasped the blindfold on his face. Unless you have a lot of money. Song Yuan was a bit worried about Feng Baobao. If he remembered correctly, the guy had spent $888 on a string of red beads. It's probably made of glass, and it's incredibly translucent. It's not even onyx. Make sure that Xia Dongqing, this unlucky thing, not to the coffin side. Basically Song Yuan feel not much big deal, gradually also into the dreamland. However, it was probably only about 10 minutes before Song Yuan woke up again, only to find that a faint mist filled the entire plane above. Xiaoya and Zhao Ling completely passed out, and Song Yuan tapped on the shoulders of the two with no response at all. Summer Holly was nowhere to be seen. All of the passengers above the airplane passed out, and the only person Song Yuan woke up was Feng Baobao. And even Su Si and Su San didn't have any reaction. Feng Baobao woke up with a confused look at Song Yuan. Are we there yet? No, but it's not right now. Song Yuan frowned and pulled Feng Baobao's arm to the location where the coffin was placed before. Xia Dongqing stood in front of that coffin with his back to Song Yuan. The bastard was born skinny, but it blocked that coffin. Song Yuan could only see some red edges and corners. It was not real. Moreover, Song Yuan felt that the breath on Xia Dongqing was clearly cheese. And it was only when Song Yuan got close that the cheese breath on Xia Dongqing finally dissipated. Song Yuan grabbed him from the back of Xia Dongqing, and all he saw was the confused eyes of Xia Dongqing, and cheese breath completely dissipated, as if it had never appeared. What's inside the coffin? Feng Baobao asked in confusion. Is that a person? After all, Feng Baobao did not know what Xia Dongqing's body contained a thing, so Feng Baobao's first concern was the coffin on the ground. Inside the coffin was a white-haired old man. This old man was very strong. Moreover, his arms and legs were like tree bark. He looked exceptionally pale. Only his height was not tall. Living like a dwarf, only about 1 meter. He was lying in the upper part of the coffin, while the white-haired old man's hands and feet were connected to real tree branches. Originally, his limbs themselves were like tree bark, and now that they were connected to the branches, they were even more indistinguishable from you and me. The bottom half of that coffin was a tree stump, and the old man and the stump were tightly connected, like a tree man. The old man's eyes were closed, but he had an eye on his forehead. That eye was different from Erlangchen's, which was vertical, while his was horizontal, and it's in an open state. The mist was emanating from just above that stump, and it seemed to be carrying a mesmerizing barrier to immerse oneself in. As Song Yuan was observing the coffin, the old man inside the coffin let out a voice like a male duck quacking. Little doll, the blood on you, it smells good. Chapter 138 Chi, I want whoever looks at whoever is pregnant with a knife. Without saying a word, Feng Baobao directly pulled out a knife from his body and handed it to Song Yuan next to him. Song Yuan froze, obviously during the security check. All the knives on Feng Baobao were all taken away, since Song Yuan also knew that Feng Baobao would most likely be detained, lest he let Su Si and Su San go fishing for people. Song Yuan pressed Feng Baobao to bring knives. However, he did not expect Feng Baobao to actually take a knife from inside the blacksmith store while it was still handy. That's right, this knife that Feng Baobao took out was from inside the blacksmith store. Song Yuan had instead consigned his own knife that could be used to hold the spirit mountain, as that thing was similar to a storage bag after all, and was still quite useful. As for how to consign it, that was the business of Su Si and Su San. Your knives are very good. and this is what you gave me to carry with me. Feng Baobao gave a thumbs up, recognizing Song Yuan's knives. Song Yuan nodded. I just don't know how you brought it up here, but I don't need this thing. Let's go. Feng Baobao pointed at the strange old man inside the coffin. Is that thing not killed? Song Yuan glanced at Xia Dongqing next to him. At this time Xia Dongqing was already scared like a quail, shivering and looking at the old man inside the coffin, unable to say a word. All of them have been sucked dry. What's there to kill? Quickly go. In case people find us in trouble, how to fix it? Although the word said so, Song Yuan walked up and kicked the coffin. The entire coffin trembled slightly, and the old man inside the coffin was shaken, and a crack appeared at the connection between his limbs and the canopy underneath. Put your breath away for a bit, Song Yuan said with a bland expression. If you're slinging it around, I'll chop you up. The old man inside that coffin suddenly opened his eyes, a pair of red eyes staring dead at Song Yuan. The whole person directly stood up. He was short and stood on top of the coffin like a wooden stake. Song Yuan slapped the old man's face. What do you want? The old man immediately closed his eyes, as if he was incredibly afraid to look at one more glance. Song Yuan was full of amazement. I thought that you just sucked the chi from this old man. After all, they were also once original people, counting them as your subordinates. You are good. You actually separated a strand of soul and put it on someone else's body. You really have it in you. Discovered. The old man reopened his eyes. One eye was red. Song Yuan smiled as he sized up the other party. Figured it out and are coming to pay back the debt? Roll. The voice of that old man speaking was indeed cheese, and the old man was very angry. I know I owe you a debt. I will definitely pay it back, but you don't want to misuse my great cause. You separated a wisp of soul to that old man's body, also because that old man was originally the original man. Song Yuan had a smile on his face. It's useless for you to do this. I know you want to keep a backhand, but you don't look at your soul. It was already crippled. It's a struggle to resurrect it, and the gods have stolen part of your soul. Don't you know that? Don't you know that? What if you go schizophrenic then? The smile on Chi's face froze. In fact, if you owe another debt from me, even if you sell your family's sister, I have a way to bring you back to life. I'm a businessman. It's not like I'm taking sides. Song Yuan had a smile on his face. It depends on whether you are willing or not. Chi reclosed his eyes, and a hint of red emerged from the old man's body as he quickly fled. Song Yuan didn't stop, and he saw Chi Yu's breath revert to Xia Dongqing's body. Xia Dongqing was originally shivering, but at this time, she also opened her eyes, a pair of scarlet eyes staring at Song Yuan. How do you do business? She was in such a hurry? After Chi's soul departed from that old man, the old man lay back in the coffin, but multiple cracks could be seen on the old man's body, looking to collapse. Even the white miasma beside that old man began to slowly dissipate. Feng Baobao noticed this. She was not sure what Song Yuan and Xia Dongqing were going to talk about, but Feng Baobao was very curious about the old man inside the coffin. She squatted down next to that coffin and carefully looked at the old man inside. Even Feng Baobao extended a finger and poked the old man's skin that was like tree bark. He seems to have cracked, Feng Baobao suddenly said. Song Yuan turned his attention to the old man's body, but with just one look he knew what had happened. Song Yuan looked directly at Chi Yu. At least they are an original person. You just killed him? He is on the verge of becoming an evil demon. He is not the original person. Chi closed his eyes, seemed to be a little painful. The original with me with those original people. Dead injured. That's true. The gods thought they were failed creations in the first place, and it's a good thing they didn't get them all killed. In fact, Song Yuan has always been quite skeptical of that setting in Soul Pendulum that says the gods created mankind and created the first batch of proto-humans in this world. But then the gods got angry and drowned all the progenitors, and they were up against Kunlun as well. Therefore Song Yuan was very skeptical that the founder of this batch of proto-humans was not Nuwa at all, not the legendary one who created man. Instead, it's the Queen Mother of the West. It was Shi Wangmu who modeled the man after Nuwa. The first humans created by Nuwa have actually become ancient myths by now and they are all gods, but there are very few records of the proto-people in the recorded history of mankind. So it's quite possible that the same deity that created the original man was actually the Queen Mother of the West. In the end, it was also the Great Flood sent down by the Queen Mother of the West. Or else how come the Kunlun Divine Palace owes so much sinful debt? Your own men. Deal with them as you like. Song Yuan was indifferent. But you have to talk business with me. Not here. She is just a stick in the mud. You're going to back out? Later on when they all wake up and the owner of this coffin realizes that we killed the things inside the coffin, how much do you think I'll have to pay? Song Yuan rolled his eyes. Or can you afford to pay? She looked around and honestly followed Song Yuan back to his seat, but under the effect of the mesmerizing barrier, neither Zhao Ling nor Xiaoya woke up, so Chi has that little bit of letting go of himself. The current people are really too weak. None of them are useful. If you ask me, you should descend a great flood for cleaning, and I will create a new epic. How to create. Song Yuan was quite skeptical of Chi Yu's brain circuits. It wouldn't just be giving birth, would it? Chi nodded. That's for sure. Procreation is the first productive force. I want to do business with you. You give me a knife that can impregnate anyone who looks at it. Song Yuan's brain was confused. It always felt like something was wrong somewhere. Chapter 139, Song Yuan, are you still drawing a pie with me? Next to her, Feng Baobao had burst out laughing. How can there be such a knife in this world? Song Yuan was also dumbfounded, and after thinking carefully for a few minutes, he said something that made even Feng Baobao freeze. Actually, there is this kind of knife, and it's not impossible that it's possible. But how do you intend to trade with me? You don't have much in your hands now, your soul is crippled, and you have a sister. Song Yuan took stock of Chi Yu's assets. I'll give you my sister, she said with a smile on his face, and you'll be my big sister's husband from now on. Feng Baobao snapped. You wish. Chi froze. What is she to you? On this side, before Song Yuan had a chance to speak, it was instead Feng Baobao who was furious. What does it have to do with you if I am someone of his? The point is that you are thinking too beautifully. How powerful is our boss? You let your sister-in-law marry our boss, who actually suffers. That's a very clear way to say it, and the thoughts are very well organized. Directly to Chi are asked to freeze. However, just at this time, Zhao Mandarin also slowly awakened. Just in time to hear Feng Baobao said that sentence. What loss? Who wants to marry Song Yuan? Think too beautiful it. I want to marry. If you own Songwon, you own everything. If this Song Yuan wanted to take a wife, the position of the main wife would have to be a Wu Zetian at the very least. A divine version of Wu Zetian. That would be either the Queen Mother of the West or Nuwa. Is it the turn of the others? Song Yuan's face really darkened this time, and he slapped Zhao Ling's head. What nonsense! However, Zhao Ling was horrified to find that all of Xia Dongqing's eyes were red, and the aura on his body was not quite the same. Dongqing, what's wrong with you? She looked up at Zhao Ling, his face full of disdain. Soul Ferryman, you're in charge of something quite wide. I dare not dare not. Zhao Ling had just awakened, and the person was still confused. She sneered. I said let my sister marry Song Yuan. I heard that you also want to marry Song Yuan. You don't look like that. Worthy of you? Zhao Ling froze. This is not a question of match or not. Two men mentioned what to marry or not to marry. However, the bastard's brain turned quite fast, and after hearing this, Zhao Ling asked in confusion, could it be that the original people also play with such flowers? What the hell? She was full of dominance, turned his head to look at Song Yuan. That kind of dominance. Suddenly less than half. I married my sister to you. Indeed some not too decent. As if I took advantage of it. So, when I established a new human world, what conditions you can just mention? Song Yuan laughed. And you're painting me a pie? The dominance on Chi's face all of a sudden subsided. That's not true. That's all I'm saying. Song Yuan swept a glance at Chi. So far, there is really nothing on you that can be traded with me. Why don't you save up and think about it? And I quite like the current human world. I don't want him to change his master. If, after you woke up, you only have such an idea, then you'd better continue to sleep. These words made even Zhao Ran breathe a sigh of relief. Zhao Ling was afraid that Song Yuan was in favor of Chi's resurrection. Then, not to mention the chaos on Earth at that time, the underworld Kunlun will follow. Modern technology is developing. Modern society is progressing. A smile appeared on Zhao Ling's face. Is it because the cell phone isn't fun or the video isn't good or the game isn't good? Why are you so desperate to restart this world? But the people of this world are greedy for pleasure. They have no goal, no purpose. They are like aimless maggots. They are the rats in the gutter. This goods also lyrical on, and even the whole platitudes. But said here suddenly stuck. A pair of eyes gazed at Xiaoya. Song Yuan couldn't help but laugh when he looked at Chi like this. Soul pendulum inside blowing 3 seasons of Chi. Meow 1 out actually a love brain. Full of brain is to have a baby. Now that I've seen Xiaoya, it's more than I can resist. Without saying anything, Song Yuan directly blindfolded Xia Dongqing. Come on, you're sleeping for me now. Think of how to trade with me before you say. I will definitely be able to think of it next time. After saying this, she closed his mouth and never made another sound. Song Yuan loosened Xia Dongqing's eyes. The bastard seemed to be adapting. Not long after, Xia Dongqing said with an ugly face, what just happened? How come I don't seem to have any memories? Mentioning the situation just now, Zhao Ling's face was also ugly. Something happened to that coffin? There was a small incident, I guess, and the problem is not too big. Song Yuan's expression was faint. We'll arrive at Longhu Mountain later. It seems Song Yuan doesn't really want to mention it either. However, Zhao Ran was still curious, but he realized that the entire people above the plane seemed to be sleeping. But of course it didn't take long. Gradually they all woke up. On the contrary, the place where the coffin was placed in front of them gave out a little SAO movement. and it didn't take long to see a young man in a flowery shirt suddenly running out. The young man yelled at all the passengers in the entire economy class. "Which one of you touched my Joe? Who? The coffin is cracked, so I advise you all to better come forward yourselves." Feng Baobao and Su Si, they also just woke up. Zheng Chulan even didn't understand what happened and kept rubbing his eyes. Su Si was quick to react. Their company and the plane have cooperation. Can properly bring a little contraband on the plane. This plane above almost everyone is a foreigner. More or less with some contraband guy things, such as this young man in front of him, said the coffin. "It should be one of them. What are you yelling about? Who knew you guys would bring coffins on top of the airplane?" Su Si narrowed his eyes and said, "What an unlucky thing." "That's right, how bad luck. If I say so, people like you shouldn't go to Longhu Mountain. Beware that those Taoist priests will beat you up as ghosts." Next door, there was a particularly flamboyantly dressed noblewoman who suddenly opened her mouth. All of a sudden everyone on top of the whole airplane was talking as if they had found a vent. "It's just like that time in '99 when they were taken in as zombies. If I had known that there were backstabbers on this plane, I would have killed myself not to get on the same plane with them. That's just it. It's bad luck to think about it." Just now, the entire airplane suddenly floated up inside the maze, and everyone fell into a deep sleep. Is it related to this? Say, what the hell is inside your coffins? A 1,000-year-old zombie? I haven't gotten you in trouble yet. You want to get me in trouble? I think you are looking for death. Go down and compete? Go down, whatta go down. Do it now. Just now I suddenly fell asleep and lost part of my memory. Was it just you? That flower shirt man also thought that his words can cure the gang in front of him, but simply did not expect the gang in front of him is not a vegetarian. This opening, the entire plane above everyone group anger, even Su Si and Su San cannot pull them in time. The gang directly rushed up. The flower shirt man beat up. Others were so bold that they ran straight to the front to see the coffin. Chapter 140, Feng Baobao's price cutting. That old man inside the coffin has lost his life. Bai Jianshu was curious and went to see it, taking a video of Song Yuan in the process, only to see that the coffin has been cracked. The old man inside the coffin and the tree branches underneath him all turned into white powder. The old man's body also appeared a number of cracks. The body shriveled up, just like a dry corpse. There are even a lot of places are completely shattered. The eye just cannot be used. This thing is not even a zombie. Do specimens are too ugly ground. There were 5 men in first class wearing flowery shirts, and at this point the men in flowery shirts had that ugly look on their faces and were glaring at every passenger. But they didn't dare to yell, or make a move, because someone had already taught them a lesson. There are also people who say that a coffin carrier like this shouldn't come to the Latte Bun Festival. It's pretty hard to say anyway. Song Yuan has a little bit of weakness, said that coffin inside that thing is really quite powerful, just bad luck. Actually met Chi Yu. She sucked people clean without saying a word. So I guess the two of them talked it over. Although Chi in the ancient times is indeed the leader of the original people, but also let the original people collective disappearance of the culprit. Should also be a lot of original people do not like Chi. Human nature is inherently complex, not to mention the first batch of humans. After getting off the plane, you have to take the car. After a few hours in the car you have to take the waterway. After the waterway and then walk for half an hour to the foot of the Longhu Mountain. 198? Song Yuan's side hadn't even had time to say anything yet, but instead, the paying Zhao official directly exploded. "No, aren't you all Inhumans? You still have to pay to come to the Zhao festival organized by the foreigners? You still have to pay for the entrance fee. Is there any law left? Is there still a law?" Zhao Ling's face cracked. Su Si patted Zhao Ling's shoulder. "Our company will reimburse you." "Will be reimbursed you said earlier?" Zhao Mandarin put the ticket back into his pocket. "I'll give it to you when I want to be reimbursed, so that you don't forget." The Luo Tiandajio is also considered a big annual event at Lungfushan. So starting from the foot of the mountain where the entrance fee is collected, all the way up the mountain, there are basically small stalls everywhere. There's all kinds of good food and fun. Song Yuan and Bai Jianshu were like fish out of water once they entered this. Su Si was in charge of managing everyone's luggage. Su San tried to keep up with everyone. Feng Baobao completely let herself go, and Zhang Chulan could only follow Su San. "Master, this one is delicious. This one smells like a thief." White Fiber Chu saw the roasted chicken wings at the foot of the mountain. Her 2 eyes were shining straight, and she immediately ran to Song Yuan's side, holding 2 chicken wings. "It smells very good." The old man grilling the chicken wings smiled at them. When Bai Jianshu was on a plane or in a car before, it was like being gouged for bloodstains, and the whole fox was shriveled up, got off the plane alive and well, and looked a little airsick. Song Yuan followed Bai Jianshu all the way to eat and eat. And Bai Jianshu had wanted to pay the bill for Song Yuan. "Master and I eat together. How can I let master pay for me? You little goblin. You don't usually have a job and only stay inside my blacksmith store. What are you going to buy with if I don't hire you?" Song Yuan inquired in a low voice while paying. Zhao Ling didn't have much interest in chicken wings. Instead he asked that boss, "Are your chickens local chickens? Let me tell you, I can eat out of the Walker chicken and the local chicken. I only eat local chicken. What do you love to eat? What to eat?" No and R. Xia Dongqing looked at the chicken wings is quite happy. This moment the seal is not loose at all. She may not come out. After all, Song Yuan threw him the question. She to now do not know how to answer. A bunch of people fighting. When he climbed halfway up the mountain he found Feng Baobao in a serious mood, picking and choosing before a stall. The owner of the stall was wearing a strange hat and a pair of sunglasses. The little girl's eyes are really good. I have this string of beads that came off the phoenix. It's awesome. Feng Baobao's face was one of innocence. She believed whatever others said. So powerful. Bai Jianchu was a demon after all. She hadn't even gotten close to the stall and already knew what was being sold on top of it. That's just a bunch of glass. It's not worth anything. The stall owner raised his head, right into Bai Jianchu's crafty eyes, and became unhappy. Why is this little girl doll of yours full of nonsense? This is my wing that was left behind by the Phoenix clan back in the day when the dragon and Phoenix fought. The dragon and Phoenix battle you mentioned. It couldn't have been during the flood years, right? Song Yuan's eyes beat it up. No Lao Dang. You're stretching it too far. Who would believe it when you say it? Feng Baobao turned her head to look at her boss, then at Song Yuan, suddenly angry. That's right. Who would believe it when you say it? That boss was full of incredulity. But little girl, just now you were believing. Don't believe it now. My boss says you're a fake. You're a fake. Feng Baobao was decisive. I opened today the first day. That boss had to sell the beads. This bead, 888 yuan, is considered to be the two of us to make a destiny. You are non-want to collect. You can give me a return price. In fact, Feng Baobao really quite liked the string of fiery red beads. The crystals are especially nice. 888 you rob money? Just integrated into the society of the Arctic silver fox. White Fiber Chew did not do it. White Fiber Chew pulled Feng Baobao's arm. Let's not buy with him this. He is a cheat. But Feng Baobao spoke straight out of the box and returned the price. $8. Bai Jianchu suddenly let go of Feng Baobao's arm, and put her hands in her pockets. It is not impossible if it is $8. The sky is falling on the bead seller. No, how come it's $8? I've got a dragon and phoenix battle here. Feng Baobao was very firm. $8. Song Yuan gave Feng Baobao a thumbs up for this behavior. The boss tried to persuade. I still have phoenix flame blaze crystals on top of this bead. Feng Baobao remained firm. $8. The boss still wants to speak. Song Yuan added a fire on the side. $8 are expensive. If I see $5 are not worth it. Baby, if you like, turn around, I find someone to give you a string. Not just red glass? Feng Baobao was a bit hesitant to even bid right now, although 8 is more cost effective. But even more cost effective than $8 is, of course, the owner's handiwork. When you compare it like that, the $8 red beads certainly don't compare. Feng Baobao intended to leave. That boss immediately shoved the red beads into Feng Baobao's hand. $8 is $8. Pay up. Bai Jianchu finally found the opportunity to pay, although she stayed in that blacksmith store of Song Yuan every day. But she could play king. The substitute coaching has earned a lot of money. $8 then. Don't back out. After Bai Jianchu paid with fire, she hung the string of beads around Feng Baobao's neck. Feng Baobao smiled with her eyebrows. It looks good. An Arctic silver fox like Bai Jianchu would love nothing more than someone as pure as Feng Baobao. So the two little girls held hands and continued to climb the mountain, with Song Yuan slowly following behind. Xiaoda didn't move as she surveyed the strings of beads on top of the stall, which were indeed all glass, the kind that were too expensive for $8. Chapter 141 Old Heavenly Master fancies Song Yuan. It was hard to climb to the top of Lung Fushan. A group of dogs are posing for a photo. The most conspicuous is the Old Heavenly Master. After all, the Old Heavenly Master there is the most lively, and the Old Heavenly Master foot a pair of red and blue sneakers, at a glance are newly bought, very fashionable. That was true, and it was not far from the image Song Yuan had seen inside the drama before. But the only thing that was different was that the Old Heavenly Master was wearing 2 big black circles under his eyes, and that look was as if he had been out digging for coal all night last night. Song Yuan was filled with confusion. It seems that this Luo Tian Dajio of yours is really quite wasted. The Old Heavenly Master is wearing 2 black circles under his eyes. Su Si was confused as he sized up the Old Celestial Master. It shouldn't be. It wasn't like this when I came in the past. Is that the legendary Old Heavenly Master? But that Taoist priest next to the Old Heavenly Master is quite handsome. What Zhang Chulan noticed instead was Wudong Wanya. That's right, King is also in the neighborhood. However, the first thing Wang Yuya saw was not the Old Heavenly Master, but Song Yuan. When he saw Song Yuan, both of Wang Yuya's eyes lit up. He hurriedly walked to Song Yuan's front and bowed slightly with his hands clasped in front of his fist like a Taoist priest. Wudong Wang Yuya, pay my respects to the man of the credit blade. When Song Yuan heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You are also too shameless, actually calling yourself the king of Wodong. Xia Dongqing blurted out without even thinking. Is it possible that the person's name is Wang Yuya? Zhao Ling felt no eyes. It's not like you haven't seen them before. Only then did Xia Dongqing come back to his senses as an afterthought. He had indeed seen Wang Yuya. It's as if I've seen him. He wasn't wearing this before. To participate in an event, of course you have to dress more formally. Wang also did not get angry, turned his head towards the direction of the old heavenly master and asked in a very confused manner. Why do I feel that the old heavenly master seems to have not slept much in the past few days, and his soul is about to float out? Song Yuan took over. That's not that exaggerated, but it's true that I haven't slept for several days or haven't slept at all. I didn't think that the old heavenly master would also have times when he was on top of his head. The top? Wang also faces full of gossip look. What the hell on the head? Why? He's not in love. Is he? Wang is also really quite brave at times. Song Yuan turned his head to look at him and didn't say anything, because the old Tianshi at this time had already stood behind Wang Yuya. Before Wang Yuya had the chance to say anything, he was hit on the head by the old Tianshi. Who's on top? What bad words? Wang Yuya covered his head, glanced back at the old heavenly master, and quickly paid his respects. Wudong Wang Yuya pays his respects to the old heavenly master. Come on, you don't worship either. It's not like I'm the first one to worship. The old heavenly master dropped this sentence, seemingly a bit angry, but his eyes stared straight at Song Yuan. Little friend, there's something not quite the same about the aura on your body. Crediting swordsman? That's right, I'm Song Yuan, the man with the sword on credit. Song Yuan narrowed his eyes. You want to pay back your debt? Ha! The veins on the old celestial master's forehead rose. Your master, or your ancestor, or your counterpart, he comes so that I may return it. That would be difficult. Song Yuan looked pale, talking about this matter as if he were talking to the old celestial master about the weather. I'm the only person of this generation who has a sword on credit. The old celestial master nodded. Then it should be right to look for you. So are you paying it back now? Song Yuan asked rhetorically. Can this matter be postponed? I still have things left to do. The old celestial master took a deep breath, and his words came out as a negotiation. Zhao Ling was startled. No, Song Yuan, what exactly does he owe? How is he going to pay it back? Why are you talking so seriously? Back then, he was gambling with his life. What can I do? A system panel appeared beside Song Yuan when he arrived in front of the old heavenly master. The requirements of the old celestial master were clearly written on that panel. Back then, the old Tianqi's senior brother had an accident and had his arms and legs chopped off, and because the wounds were so hideous, he needed a rejuvenating knife to make the wounds heal perfectly and congeal to save his brother's life. The old celestial master promised to exchange one of his own lives for the life of his senior brother. In fact, back then, when my ancestor signed a contract with you, he didn't sign it so ruthlessly. Song Yuan checked the old ancestor's account with the old celestial master in the beginning. There's no record on it, saying that if you have to take your life, you can be made to work as an ox to return it. But I have just too many servants here. The blacksmith store can't even be lived in. Or else you can come back to me after you've finished your business. Song Yuan simply dropped the sentence. Anyway, according to the plot development, the old heavenly master was going to end up being trapped in Longhu Mountain. This bastard is going to go to the bottom of the mountain to make a big kill, breaking the precepts, and ultimately is going to be imprisoned in Longhu Mountain for the rest of his life. But with Song Yuan here, it wasn't so bad that he would let that senior brother die. It's possible that the opportunity won't be there, but the old heavenly master had always been a very good man, and Song Yuan felt that it would be better for him to continue to shine than to work as an ox in his blacksmith store and end up alone. However, the old heavenly master was unaware of his future development, and all he could think of was, okay, when the time comes for me to pass on the heavenly master degree, I'll hang out with you. That's a good way to look at it. The old heavenly master had been staring at Zhang Chulan next to him when he said this, but he had another idea. When he saw Song Yuan just now, the old heavenly master realized that Song Yuan actually seemed to be not bad. It's not like the credit swordsman can't be an heir to the celestial master's degree. Song Yuan had the feeling of being looked at by the old celestial master. Don't hit on me, I can warn you. Is the Tenshido that any good? That is indeed a good one. Very impressive. But with that thing we'll have to sit in the town of Longhu Mountain, become the bearer of Longhu Mountain, and in the future, but all counted on what happened cannot be said outwardly, and even more cannot be used to earn money. That mustn't suffocate Song Yuan. Doesn't the credit knife man smell good? Why should I accept the divine master's degree? Crazy? However, Zhang Chulan also felt his scalp explode when he was being stared at by the old celestial master, and had the feeling that his entire being felt like he was caught in the middle of a conspiracy. What are you staring at me like that for? Little friend, The old celestial master went straight to the plot. I can have some personal words for you, come with me. Susi and Susan followed uneasily. Zheng Chulan was abducted by the old celestial master. It's a necessary plot. Song Yuan, on the other hand, looked around to see what was good to eat. Wang also did not know where to touch a steamed bun, and gave Song Yuan a recommendation. The steamed buns burnt by Longhu Mountain can be delicious. Do not want to come one? Because it's free, right? Song Yuan took a steamed bun in his hand and finished the rest of his sentence. That's why it's delicious. Two people leaned against the tree to eat steamed bread. Not far away, Zhuge Qing was surrounded by a group of people walked over, surrounded by flashing lights and all kinds of flowers constantly, vast and powerful. Here we go again. Song Yuan looked at so many flowers being offered to Zhuge Qing and was a little envious. However, Zhuge Qing saw Wang Yuya leaning against the tree at a glance, and his eyes narrowed as if he was slightly offended. Chapter 142, Xiaodongqing, Zheng Chulan, Murder. Zheng Chulan quickly came out from inside the old celestial master's room with red and swollen eyes. It's reasonable to say that we should talk to him a lot. How come we came out so quickly? Song Yuan had instead teamed up with Bai Jianchu to nibble on all the snacks in the neighborhood, while Zhao Ling had grabbed a cat inside the Longhu Mountain Taoist temple and was going up and down, touching it non-stop, and rambling inside his mouth. Zhao Ling replied smoothly while scratching the cat. I think that old celestial master has a crush on you. The way that old celestial master looked at you just now wasn't quite right. Song Yuan's head was filled with black lines. Fancy me? How can he still look at me? He's not trying to give me the celestial master degree. Is there something wrong with him? After all, Song Yuan is aware of the plot. Feng Baobao listened to an ear full of surprise at the side. Impossible. This Luo Tian Dajia was originally meant to be a superficial selection. In fact, in the end, the heavenly master degree will still be passed on to Zheng Chulan. That's what we're here for. Are you that sure? Zhao Ling said while petting the kitten. What if we'll both be competing? Feng Baobao pointed to herself. I'm responsible for helping Zheng Chulan clear all the obstacles. Zhao Ling could actually sense that this Feng Baobao could be much stronger than Zheng Chulan, who could be described as a waste. Then you guys are playing a fake match. Zhao Ran said in one sentence. Do you need my help? My hands and feet are also very flexible, and I can also be counted as an inhuman. Song Yuan found it quite interesting. You can all compete and help Zheng Chulan clear all the obstacles. Then let Zheng Chulan obtain the celestial master degree. Aren't you going to participate? Zhao Ling asked curiously. You don't want that Tianqidu? If he didn't have any side effects, I would really want it. Song Yuan was a bit helpless when he heard this, but it has a bit too many side effects. And besides, I'm invincible now. There was really no way to refute this when it came out of Song Yuan's mouth, because Song Yuan is truly invincible. Who can kill a living soul with a single sword in the entire Ling Xiaotang and Spirit Mountain? That defenseless this sword and knife went straight in. Time in heaven is not the same as time on earth again. I guess the gods are still lying down at this moment, so it doesn't matter if there's a celestial master degree for this. And Song Yuan himself said that the side effects were too great. So not interested. Zhao Ling got up. Then what do you think will happen if you let me take this thing? Feng Baobao was full of tension. I don't know. Never tried it. Song Yuan went numb. What do you need that for? Zhao Ling smiled. But I think that old celestial master seems to have taken a liking to you. I just let this kitten go and eavesdrop on the conversation between the old celestial master and Zheng Chulan, and only said something that had something to say about Zheng Chulan's father, and didn't mention any of the other things, and that didn't say that Zheng Chulan must inherit the celestial master's degree. Song Yuan nodded. Alright then, let's prepare for the competition and buy more delicious food. We'll be in the stands. It's more fun to eat and watch at the same time. So the so-called Luo Tian Dajio is to come over and compete? Xiaoya was dumbfounded. Then can I also participate? Song Yuan nodded. Ask the baby. The baby said that if you can participate, you should participate. It's good to help out and move your muscles more. Feng Baobao that was well aware of Xiaoya's strength, so she was quite satisfied with Xiaoya. It would be great if you could help, but she has one drawback, Song Yuan said bluntly. Very edible. Feng Baobao had experienced it, and Xiaoya herself had said that the only way to have strength was to eat. Don't worry, I will definitely put it to good use. Feng Baobao gestured an OK sign, a simple batch. Xiaoya always felt like an object, just casually letting Song Yuan give it away. There were really a lot of people competing this time. Some of them looked rich as hell and some of them looked like poor students. Their combination was also quite eye-catching, and after bidding farewell to the old heavenly master, they headed deeper into the Dragon Tiger Mountain. It didn't take them long to get to that particular cliff. There are no ordinary people here anymore. The reporters and fans and whatnot had all disappeared, and Zhuge Qing slowly walked over with his own little brother. Except that he had been very hostile to Wang Yuya. It's not just stepping on you twice. Do you need to look at me like that? Wang also froze by Zhuge Qing looked Harry. If you are capable of patience you can step back. Zhuge Qing gritted his teeth. I definitely will on the field. Ha da. King didn't say anything either, and walked straight up the thick rope on top of the cliff. This was the depths of Longhu Mountain. High above the cliff there was only a very thick rope connecting to the opposite cliff. However, below that rope was an abyss of 10,000 feet. All the Inhumans, to pass through this rope. That's really varied. When Song Yuan and the others came over, they happened to see a family of 3 flying directly over. Without any wings, the whole person just floated up and drifted over very calmly. Xia Dongqing almost screamed. Ghost! Zhao Ran rolled his eyes without any good humor. Big brother, look at the time now. That big sun shines on the 3 of them without a single thing happening. You're telling me that this is a ghost? What does this have to do with ghosts? Can you not disgrace me? Xiaoya also felt quite fresh. Is this the legendary Inhuman? What's the difference between this and the monks back then? Song Yuan answered the question. The cultivators of that year could attack the hell. The cultivators of that year could slaughter the soul ferryman. And the cultivators of that year also dared to cross out their names in the Yin scroll and become immortal. And now, Zhuge Qing happened to be standing right beside Song Yuan and heard everything Song Yuan said, and was kinda curious, were the ancestors really that powerful? That's not true? Zhao Ling had been through it. After all, Sanchi ended up dying in that mess, and even though it was a suicide, that one was the cause that led to an effect like Sanchi's. Thinking of this, Zhao Ran was a bit frustrated. I don't know if Sanchi can still come back. Song Yuan raised his eyebrows. It can. You really have such a skill? Zhao Ling's 2 eyeballs went round. You can make Sanchi come back? But didn't she have her soul scattered? Song Yuan narrowed his eyes. It is possible, but there is a price. At the very least, the one in your current hell that simmers Meng Po soup will have to disappear, and only one of Sanchi and Changsheng can live. Zhao Ling froze, but his friendship with Changsheng was just that, yet he had to fight for it. Can't both live? Where did you get so much greed? Song Yuan raised his eyebrows. That's a pretty thought. Do I need to tell you what their relationship is? Is it possible for both to live? Zhao Ran scratched his head. Also what the 2 of them said was sort of dumb for everyone else. Zhuge Qing also stepped on the rope, and the descendants of the Qi men walked this rope sort of like they were walking. Song Yuan also felt that he could just pass, and was about to step up when he saw Xia Dongqing tugging on the tree next to him. He and Zhang Chulan were really 2 losers. Both of them were moving in the same way, and shouting in the same way. Xia Dongqing, don't pull me. I'm not going. I'll just stand here and wait for you guys. Zhang Chulan, you guys are murder. Murder? Are you kidding me? That's an abyss of 10,000 feet, and you're actually asking me to step over the rope? Are you kidding me? Chapter 143, Tree-Hugging Duo. There were quite a few people looking this way with interest. Song Yuan did not look back at all because bringing Xia Dongqing and Zhang Chulan to the opposite cliff was not within Song Yuan's scope of business at all. The 2 of them should be a headache for the rest of them. There were quite a few people who laughed at them though, and most of these people were senior Inhumans. Don't be too scared, little brothers. You can give up this rare opportunity if you really can't. Are there still newbies here? If you ask me, such a novice should never enter the tournament field, and when the time comes to die, you won't even know how to die. It's just a rope crossing. What's the big deal? I can't believe I'm so scared. Fear of heights seems to be normal. If you 2 are really scared, I can let you 2 take a ride on a human missile. I can throw it accurately. My air is exceptionally strong, and throwing you 2 to the opposite cliff is no big deal at all. Let me do it. I can control objects. I can make you float in midair and fly right through. I can make my air grow beautiful wings, but I don't know if I can carry people. In case you 2 plant yourselves in a while, it can't be my fault. Don't ever come after me. It's okay, you can still slowly climb over there yourselves. It's not that far, not just 1 kilometer. If you're really scared, go back on your own, or go to the front and join the parade. There's plenty of good food out front too. A lot of people were talking for a while, but Xia Dongqing steadfastly held onto that tree, not willing to let go no matter what Zhao Ling and Xiaoya said. Zhang Chulan had originally planned to give up under Feng Baobao's lewdness and try to see if he could slowly move over directly on top of the ropes just like Feng Baobao had said. However, as soon as he turned his head, he saw Xia Dongqing incomparably and firmly hugging that tree. Following suit, Zhang Chulan also hugged the tree and refused to let go. Feng Baobao instantly felt 1 head and 2 big heads. Don't be ashamed. With me here, you can't die. I'll take you there. Zhang Chulan hugged the tree to death, as if the tree was the salvation. I'm not going to go. I'm not stupid. That's a 10,000 feet deep abyss. That one careless life is gone. They were talking. A little girl bounced over next to them and looked curiously at the 2 hugging the tree. Are you 2's air turning into koalas? Only koalas like to hug trees. That little girl looked innocent, lively and cute, with a pair of round eyes staring at them. Zhang Chulan and Xia Dongqing both felt groundless. It's just too humiliating. Only the little girl didn't give them all her attention. And after saying this, she hopped over to the edge of the cliff. People are not afraid of a little kid, Susie couldn't help but say from the side. Don't worry, you too, I'll definitely take you there, okay? Xia Dongqing's motherly heart was acting up, and she also rushed at the little girl and said anxiously, little girl, be careful, this is a cliff. I don't need you to worry about my girl. A strong man with a height of 2 meters 2 suddenly appeared next to Xia Dongqing, and that strong man walked quickly to that little girl's heel, and the little girl reached out her hand for a hug. After the strong man picked up that little girl, he laughed loudly. Not afraid, Daddy will take you there now, the burly man said, and suddenly, like throwing a discus, he grabbed his little girl and spun her in place for 3 weeks, and swished her out. The tree-hugging duo's eyes beaded up. Is this the ing father? But the little girl flying in the sky let out a laugh like a silver bell, and flew steadily over the 1,000 meter rope and dropped to the opposite cliff. The strong man's own father waved at his own little girl from a long distance away. Is it fun for your daughter? Fun, the little girl replied hurriedly. Just have fun. The strong man's own father laughed nervously. However, before this strong man had time to be happy, he suddenly felt a murderous aura approaching, and before he had time to turn around, he flew out like a cannonball. A woman wearing a red cheongsam rushed over with a furious rush, and slapped the burly man's face. The burly man spun in place for 3 weeks, and like a cannonball, swooshed out, smashing right into the opposite cliff, and even smashing a certain rock on the cliff. Wife, your hand is so strong, so good. The voice of the burly man speaking came from the opposite side. The woman in the red cheongsam was raging. Next time I see you throwing your daughter like a flying pancake, I'll kill you. After the woman finished this sentence in a furious manner, she took 3 steps back and jumped directly onto the rope with an assisted run. She was as light as a swallow, gently lending her strength on top of the rope, coupled with an amazing bounce. She soon made it through peacefully and flew directly over the cliff and jumped to the opposite side. Xia Dongqing had already looked dumbfounded. That's awesome, these can be people. Yeah, these can be people. Zhao Ling stood next to Xia Dongqing in a serious manner. I have a way to make it easy for you to go over there. Really, there are many ways for us in the underworld to make you fly. Xia Dongqing immediately had a bad premonition. Then you shouldn't be trying to make my soul go out of my body, right? That's a good idea. Zhao Ling's eyes lit up. Xia Dongqing was still honestly hugging the tree. Forget it then. We'll be in touch. Instead, Zhao Ling took the newspaper he borrowed from the side stall and squatted on the ground to start folding it. It didn't take long. Zhao Ling really folded out a strange little hat on the ground. There were some drooping strips of newspaper on top of that hat. Zhao Ling was very proud of himself, and blew at that hat. Come and put this on. Xia Dongqing argued with reason. You have no use for this. I don't want it. Wear my hat and you can fly right through. Have you seen that Stephen Chow movie? Just that ghost movie. He took a white flower. Wearing a hat can fly in the sky. This is our little flying hat in the underworld. Zhao Ling said that in a serious manner. Even Yaya, who was next to her, was silent. Xiaoya had brought her feathered coat with her this time out. She had originally planned to use this to bring Xia Dongqing over, or put on a feathered coat and appear beautifully in front of Song Yuan. That after all, Song Yuan was also a man. Men just love pretty little girls, and the most beautiful moments of a celestial maiden are, of course, the moments when she is wearing her feathered garments. However, at this moment, Xiaoya was quite curious as to whether this broken hat of Zhao Ling's worked or not. Song Yuan was also curious, even though at this moment, Song Yuan was already on the opposite side of the cliff. Chapter 144. I never thought much of him in the first place. Xia Dongqing took the hat in Zhao Ling's hand with a face full of suspicion, and put it on his head in front of Zhao Ling with a confused face. Then the magic happened. The newspaper cap above Xia Dongqing's head, those drooping strips of newspaper at the very top, even slowly fluttered and rotated, just like a small flying cap. However, Xia Dongqing also slowly took off into the air, and just slowly flew towards the edge of the cliff. Xia Dongqing was afraid that this hat would fall off, and used her hand to protect it, but Feng Baobao's eyes lit up and carried Zhang Chulin's collar. You also go over and rub it in. I have a second one here. He might actually have to fall if he goes up there. Zhao Ling hurriedly contributed the second newspaper hat as well. Too hard to fly. Just leaning on the newspaper hat hard to fly in mid-air. They were separated, but flying two people hugged to go together. Then neither Xia Dongqing nor Zhang Chulan dared to look down, because it's all a million feet down there. Xiaoya looked dumbfounded. When did you know spells, Zhao Ling? Just kidding, Zhao Mandarin said without a trace of humor. I'm a soul ferryman, and I'm also the demon realm's underworld priestess. Wouldn't it be too normal for me to know a few minor spells? It's only abnormal if I don't know them. After saying this, Zhao Ling really stepped on top of that rope, but it seems carefully that Zhao Ling is actually suspended on top of the rope, and every step he took was particularly steady, and he certainly didn't dare to look down. He was afraid of heights. As a celestial, Xiaodao's fear of heights and whatnot was certainly non-existent, so she walked even more steadily than Zhao Ling. As for Bai Jianchu, that really was just floating past. This is a small spell for the demon race. After all, the Arctic silver fox has a noble bloodline, and it is normal to have some special small spells. Su Si originally thought that Feng Bao Bao brought these people are not able to pass the rope. Originally he also wanted to help, but did not expect. Song Yuan, this gang of people speed is also fast, but also used a variety of methods to get through the rope. Simply the 8 immortals across the sea, each with their own magical abilities. Awesome. Su San gave a thumbs up. Surprisingly, I really managed to bring up that Zhang Chulan kid. That newspaper hat should just be a blindfold. The most essential core is still that spell called Zhao Ling, right? What is his heir? Is he really the black and white irregular? Maybe. Su Si dropped this sentence. We should pass through quickly as well. For them, that's the most important thing. However, just as Zhang Chulan and Xia Dongqing were floating in the middle position of the rope, suddenly a fire-type air alien flew past in mid-air, and that alien sprouted very beautiful flaming wings on its back. It should also be a condensation of air, but the key problem was that the wings that the flames condensed out of, it didn't have edges. The entire top of the wings were burning flames that kept pulsing, and when the bastard passed by Zhang Chulan and Xia Dongqing, he even directly lit Zhang Chulan and Xia Dongqing's newspaper hats on fire, causing both of their newspaper hats to burst into flames all of a sudden. I'm going? Zhao Ran was also startled, not expecting something like this to happen. And while those 2 newspaper hats burned up, Zhang Chulan and Xia Dongqing hugged each other and screamed in shock as they both started to fall to the ground. That fire-type inhuman seemed to recognize Zhang Chulan. Oh yo, Zhang Chulan, I'm sorry la, if you fall to your death, I am going to offer you incense. Zhang Chulan pointed at him with a face full of grief. You shameless you. Su San and Su Si were startled, and as they were about to step forward to help, they saw that there was suddenly an extra knife at the opposite cliff, which flew directly in the direction of Zhang Chulan and Xia Dongqing. The knife wasn't that big when it started to be thrown out. It was only the size of an arm, but as it flew out farther and farther, the knife became bigger and bigger. In the end, that knife unexpectedly appeared in front of Xia Dongqing and Zhang Chulan just like a skateboard. At this time the newspaper hat above the 2 men's heads happened to burn out, and before Zhao Ling had time to remedy the situation, the 2 men fell straight down. The blade, like a giant skateboard, caught both of them and then flew steadily in that direction towards Song Yuan and the others. Zhao Ling finally put his heart down, and without saying a word, he fired a shot in the direction of that fire inhuman. A huge air current directly shook off the air on the fire inhuman's body. The gun's bullet was into the fire inhuman's heart, but no blood flowed out. The fire alien only felt as if the air in his chest had stagnated, and the pair of wings on his body could no longer be maintained, falling straight towards the ground. But in the end, he still grabbed the rope and hung his whole body on top of it. What kind of weapon is that of yours? I didn't feel injured, but how did my air shock go away? This is just a punishment for you. You almost made my people fall just now. You deserve it. Zhao Ling also didn't expect the bullets from the Underworld to actually have such an effect, but think about it is also very right. The bullets in the Underworld specialize in hitting the soul out of the body if hit by a bullet. It is easy to be scattered by the soul. Simple as that. And the essence of something like a soul is actually that much more related to air. Since Zhao Ling was able to make a soul fly away with a single shot, it was normal to dissipate a little bit of someone's air, even if one of his shots could really turn an inhuman into an ordinary person. Zhao Ran all felt that the person just now deserved it. Who told him to be so careless? What if he dropped Xia Dongqing? Xia Dongqing this if the fall really die. That is not every day have to face Qi that dog? In case the Underworld didn't find Xia Dongqing in the first place, it would be troublesome if Xiaoya was allowed to sign up Xia Dongqing. For a while, Zhao Mandarin thought quite a lot, while that fire alien just now hung on top of the rope and tried many times, until after more than half an hour, he was able to mobilize a little bit of small fire before he finally let out a sigh of relief. But by that time a lot of people were already through the ropes, and he had to step up his game or there wouldn't be much of a place to stay. All inhumans who pass this level are allowed to travel to the depths of the Dragon Tiger Mountain and choose their own place of residence. Those who come early can naturally choose an airy and sunny location. Those who came late were only able to find a place to stay in the margins. Just as Song Yuan and the others were going with the flow into the depths of Longhu Mountain, the old heavenly master, who was struggling to communicate with the statue of the 3 Qing gods, was twitching his eyebrows in excitement. You're saying that the man with the sword on credit has entered into the depths of our Longhu Mountain, and most likely intends to take part in our Luo Heavenly Jiao Festival? Zhang Lingyu nodded. Yes, good, how wonderful. Then I'll have to change the rules for him. The ones we had before were too pedestrian. The old celestial master's eyebrows fluttered with excitement. However, Zhang Lingyu was aware of the old heavenly master's plan from before, and he asked in confusion. It's not too good. If that's the case, Zheng Chulan will most likely be brushed off in the first round. The old celestial master was intending to raise the level of difficulty. Brush it off and brush it off. Didn't think much of him in the first place. The old heavenly master waved his hand carelessly. For some reason, Zhang Lingyu suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really didn't like Zheng Chulan very much. Chapter 145 Employment. Song Yuan was still unaware that the old heavenly master had modified the steps of the audition. After they walked into the depths of the Dragon Tiger Mountain in concert, they began to select their dormitories. Everyone's dormitory was pretty much the same. Anyway, it was just a small single room. Similar events are often held here, so there is also a cafeteria, and the steamed buns inside the cafeteria taste even better, even though they are free, but they are only steamed buns. There were also quite a few stores in the depths of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, but these stores were basically inhumans, and they could even use their own air to make all sorts of food. Not to mention, it tastes pretty good. This company would like to hire you to help complete Zheng Chulan's special plan to obtain the top spot in this Luo Tianjia festival. I wonder if the credit swordsman would be willing to do so, Su Si said as he looked at Song Yuan with an excited face. The words had just fallen before Song Yuan had a chance to speak, but it was Feng Bao Bao beside him who was very agitated. My boss won't participate in this kind of thing. Su Si, this is our own matter. Why should we trouble my boss? Su San said very excitedly from the side. That's of course because your boss is awesome. I've never seen someone that awesome. Your boss is too awesome. It's useless to boast. I'm asking for a high price. Song Yuan looked indifferent. Yeah, and I also want that first place. Zhao Mandarin originally wanted to participate in that special program of Feng Bao Bao, but as a result, he changed his mind after coming to the depths of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. That first place has 1 million. The second place also has 400,000. Xia Dongqing looked at the two eyes straight light, but anyone who participates, there is money, $2,000. 7 days, but also food and accommodation. Can I participate? Zhao Ling and Xiaoya looked Xia Dongqing up and down. Song Yuan nodded. Of course. Zhao Ling was nervous instead. What if Qi appears? Qi if he appeared, he will be able to advance. Qi if it does not appear, then he round trip. At least it is also packaged food, accommodation, and $2,000. Said this time the old master of heaven is not crazy They Lunghu mountain can withstand so built? Song Yuan is also quite confused. Besides, he watched anime or TV shows before. Luo Tian Dajio audition is not at all like this And, even the steps are different, even the rewards are different. It feels so hooked up. Song Yuan hadn't wanted to participate, but Lung Fu Shan specifically out of a participation strategy. This strategy is written above. The ordinary round of tour as long as the participation can get 7 days of 2,000 yuan package food and accommodation special services. If it advances and goes to the second round, that's a $20,000 bonus. Successfully making it to round 3 gets you 200k. Then came the rankings. There are prizes for the first 10. With the principle of just coming, Song Yuan felt that he still needed to take part in something. Su Si looked at Feng Bao Bao with a confused face. If Song Yuan and the others didn't participate, it would be fine, but Song Yuan and the others were so strong. In case they participated, in case they got the first place, then Zheng Chulan would be in danger. Zheng Chulan was full of confusion. Why do I have to come in first place? Didn't I explain this to you before? We came here today for this matter. Su San rolled his eyes without any good humor. Don't talk nonsense, don't affect my negotiations. With that, Su San walked directly to Song Yuan. If you and your people are willing to participate in this activity, I am willing to give you. Xiao San held out a finger as he spoke. Xia Dongqing answered the fastest. $10,000. Yes, I'm willing. Zhao Ran covered his face. I'm not on his side. I'm not even the same price as him. He's cannon fodder amongst us. He'll definitely be a round robber. He can't even beat Zheng Chulan. It can be seen. Zheng Chulan had been listening from the side, and when he heard this, he agreed and nodded. I want $1 million. Yaha cut in. Bai Jianshu was going to say 100,000, but when she heard Xiaoya say it was so high, she immediately changed her mind. 1 million to help this person clear all the obstacles. Su San did not particularly understand the strength of Bai Jianshu and the Jade Emperor, so he glanced at Feng Bao Bao. Feng Bao Bao nodded. They are all better than me. I can't believe you can get a comment like that from a baby? Su San was surprised. I also want $1 million. Zhao Ling smiled. I'll help you hook your soul if necessary. 3 souls and 7 spirits. I'll let whichever one you want to go, and just find it back when the time comes. Guaranteed to sleep straight through. Su Si and Su San's eyes were glowing. It's something that only a soul ferryman could do, and only if the soul ferryman did so, it would not be pursued by the gang from Longhu Mountain. The Taoists couldn't care less about the black and white. They just thought it was some kind of calamity for those players. And if the Taoist priests from Lung Fushan cared, they would have to get involved in karma. Su San was overjoyed and took one last look at Song Yuan, thinking that these people were already so strong. Even if they didn't bribe Song Yuan, they should be fine. Feng Baobao saw through Su San's thoughts and said directly, "If you don't buy our family boss, all of us together won't be enough for him to build alone." Zhao Lin nodded his head deeply. "Little brother, I suggest you still buy Song Yuan no matter how much money you spend. We really can't beat him. I see him, I really surrender. The Jade Emperor has to cover his butt when he sees him." That last statement is true though, but Su San only thought that Zhao Ling was exaggerating. "Then how much are you asking for?" Su Sancheng was afraid that the budget wasn't enough and spoke carefully. Song Yuan raised his eyebrows. $10 million? The words just fell Su San that called it touching. "Then it's a deal. Let's sign a contract first? After all, it's a company, and it's all very normal to sign contracts." Song Yuan didn't say much and really signed a contract with Su San. Zhao Ling was beyond envious. Of course the most depressed is Xia Dongqing, a total of 10,000 yuan. He very much hated himself. Just why agreed so quickly? Obviously can be delayed. Zhao Ling glanced at the sullen Xia Dongqing, suddenly burst out laughing. "You seem to be quite unhappy. What are you not happy? Is it bad to get $10,000 for nothing? In fact, if I were Su San, I wouldn't even bother to take care of you. What kind of offense do you have?" "I have a lot of attack power." Xia Dongqing gritted her teeth. "Maybe I'll be able to enter the second round." "You should thank Su San. If he didn't buy you, I would have let you go down in the first round." Song Yuan smirked. This seemed to be said to Xia Dongqing, but Su San always felt that Song Yuan was speaking to him. It's a good thing he spent the money to buy Song Yuan as well. How else could Zhang Chulan have gotten the top spot? Didn't he let Song Yuan him in the first round? So what does round 1 look like now? Since Song Yuan realized that the entire tournament system had changed along with it, then it was very likely that this was no longer the Luo Tiandajia that Song Yuan was familiar with. So there were some things that had to be asked. For this all the people are still in two minds, because there is no wind at all from the side of Longhu Mountain. However, what made Song Yuan more surprised was that this time, even Su San and Su Si were actually going to participate. That said, the two of them shouldn't be eligible to participate. But he heard that this time, the Luo Tian Dejao had completely changed the rules, and it was already completely different from what Song Yuan had seen in the TV series before. Su San and Su Si had no choice but to participate themselves in order to ensure that Zhang Chulan got the first place. And what changed this idea was most likely related to what Zhang Chulan had said to the old celestial master earlier. However, Song Yuan did not want to care so much. Come all the way. Luo Tian Dajio also has a reward. As for the rules that gang of people want to change, it does not matter who comes to participate. Anyway, they cannot beat him. Chapter 146. On the morning of the second day, all of them were finally able to go to the first round of the Luo Tian Dajio auditions together. However, this time, the address of the audition was not the martial arts arena that was previously seen above the TV series, but there was a fat Taoist priest who brought everyone to the back of the mountain deep in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. "We've set up a boundary throughout the back of the mountain, and once you're inside you'll realize it's exceptionally large, but there is an end to it. Yet inside this backcountry, there are all sorts of points QR codes hidden in all sorts of very thrilling places. Like this one," the fat Taoist priest said, and immediately took out a points QR code and showed it to everyone. "You can get points by scanning this points QR code with your cell phone, and each QR code will expire after it is scanned." Speaking of which, the QR code for points in that fat Taoist priest's hand turned into a complete pile of messy codes as a thin Taoist priest scanned it from the side. The final ranking will be determined by points. There are 5,000 participants this time, and we will brush off everyone after 2,000. Of course you can still stay here and continue to watch the game, and the cafeteria here will continue to feed you. The first through 2000th place finishers can participate in the second round of selection. In addition to these integral QR codes inside this mountain, there are all sorts of dangers. Some of them are puppets made by our Longhu Mountain Taoist priests, and some of them are black-clothed men played by our Longhu Mountain Taoist priests, and they will attack you. If you feel like you can't hold out any longer, that being in here is like being in the wilderness, and you just can't stay any longer, then you have the option of calling for help. Our compatriots inside the mountains will bring you back. Don't worry. At the same time, of course, you will be disqualified from round 2. Points can be grabbed from each other. The LWS app you guys are downloading now has the option to transfer points inside. Just get your phones and enter your fingerprints to transfer points. We also encourage you to fight each other inside this mountain. Go for it, aliens. After that fat Taoist priest finished saying the rules, he made way to the side and a huge gate appeared in front of all the Inhumans and it was filled with blue curtains of light. Use it? Wang Yuya was stunned when he saw this scene. Not only did he encircle the entire back of the mountain with a boundary, He even set up a teleportation array at the gate, and it's estimated that it's still a random teleportation. This can consume quite a bit of air. This world still really has something like a teleportation array? Xia Dongqing was stunned. If this thing was found from Zhao Ling or Xiaoya, it wasn't so surprising. After all, Zhao Ling and Xiaoya's identities were originally different. Well, at least neither of them were human. But why is the latte bun so magical? Xia Dongqing was somewhat unable to understand. Then what? Wang also glanced at Xia Dongqing with a face full of confusion. Not quite understanding why Xia Dongqing could say such a thing. You credit knife people are also very powerful. At least much more powerful than me. With that, Wang also walked straight into the gate that was flashing with a blue light curtain. Song Yuan naturally enters. As Song Yuan had predicted before, everyone goes in and is randomly teleported. Song Yuan and his friend parted ways, and the next second Song Yuan appeared in a barren mountain wilderness, surrounded by tall, lush trees, and inside the dense trees, Song Yuan was even able to hear a sound like a ghost's cry. But he watched the animal world before. Know that this thing is a special kind of owl. Just feel scary. Holy, the trees here grow strangely. Song Yuan spat out a sentence, and then he found a scoreboard very, very high up in the tree. He took out the knife that stored the spirit mountain and directly threw the knife, which cut the silk threads on top of the scoreboard and wobbled back into Song Yuan's hand. Song Yuan took the scoreboard and directly scanned the code. With 10 points gained on the app, the scorecard turned directly into a mess, then disappeared from Song Yuan's hand. Looking closely, the scoreboard was actually made from a thick stack of runes. It's quite interesting. Song Yuan looked at the dissipated scorecard, but it was really fun to look for a few moments. In fact, when he had just landed there were a few Inhumans who had also discovered the scorecard on the tree, and these few Inhumans had just wanted to snatch it when they realized that Song Yuan was holding such a big knife in his hand. It's better to have a weapon in your hand than no weapon at all. It's much scarier. So these people shook their heads and began to choose their next target, moving away from Song Yuan. Song Yuan didn't have much difficulty in finding the points tiles, and by casually picking them up, he had already gained 100 points. Did these guys from Dragon Tiger Mountain hide their points so thoughtlessly? Song Yuan still spat while looking for them. You can get 100 points just casually. Su San did pull a group. At this time there are quite a few messages inside the group, namely sunshine points. Su Si said inside the group, according to our previous plan, all of us must enter the auditions. Only by entering the auditions will we be able to protect Zhang Chulan for the rest of the competition and clear other obstacles, Song Yuan said in passing. Then there should be seeded players as well. Should we eliminate the seeded players first? Grab their scoreboards? Su Si's head exploded. It can still be like this? Feng Baobao's eyes were glowing. Leave this to me. I'm familiar with it. Don't we have to eliminate 3,000 people in the opening round? Let's bury those 3,000 people. Isn't it all good? This back mountain of Longhu Mountain isn't that big. Zhao Mandarin sighed. Big sister, don't you have anything else in your head besides burying people? 3,000 people. Zhao Ling didn't even dare to imagine that scene. By then the whole Longhu Mountain will be buried with people everywhere. How can that be? Song Yuan said at this time. It's necessary to eliminate some of the seeded players. Otherwise how tiring will the fight be when the time comes? It's also true that King Wudong is a formidable opponent, but he doesn't want to take first place. However, targeting him is fine. Feng Baobao's two eyes were shining straight. I have long felt that King Wudong is also a very powerful one. Don't worry, I'll target him. Let's go and look for the scorecard first. It's best if we can leave some marks and rendezvous first. You guys have to find me first, right? Zhang Chulan, who had been ignored, was speechless. Big brothers and big sisters, if you guys lose me, how am I going to get the top spot? Will you guys be able to succeed if I don't get the top spot? That's not a bad thing to say. Report the coordinates. Where are you now? Su Si felt that he could just leave things like finding someone to himself. Zhang Chulan panicked a batch. I don't know where I am. Saying this, Zhang Chulan sent a picture of a lake actually on this kid's back. Just stay where you are and don't move. If someone comes you climb the tree and hide. Su Si said anxiously. We'll be here soon. Go to the lake first. Chapter 147, Don't Fight with Song Yuan. The staff members who were passable everywhere, whether it was Su Si or Su San, hurriedly approached towards Zhang Chulan's direction. If this is late, with Zhang Chulan's wasteful energy, he might be eliminated in the first round. Although they have pulled small groups, they are not allowed to send the location. Tried several times without success. As soon as they try to send the location, that new app they downloaded earlier from LW will pop up and block the location information. It's simply better than an anti-fraud app. These Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain are really evil. Did they implant all the air into this app? Su Si tried to send the coordinates many times without success. The whole person was not good. He could only rely on the general direction to look for Zhang Chulan. Song Yuan was not in a hurry at all. Anyway, this was a matter for wherever Du Tong and the others. He had only promised to help Zhang Chulan to win the PK tournament. It was not like he was going to help wherever Dutong to find Zhang Chulan. For him, the whole forest felt like it was completely open. Trying to find scoreboards is a breeze. You can find a whole bunch of them at any time. There was even a leaderboard on top of the Dragon Tiger Mountain app, and at this point, Song Yuan alone was riding high, ranking first with 312 points. This leaderboard is refreshed every minute. Are these people blind? Song Yuan walked around the mountain as if he was shopping, shooting a point for nothing and another point for nothing, casually seeing a bunch of point tiles. However, during this time he also encountered a puppet released by a disciple of Dragon Tiger Mountain. That puppet had the appearance of a celestial soldier and general, which Song Yuan had seen in that live broadcast in the Heavenly Court. But that celestial soldier in general was pale yellow in color all over, including the clothes he was wearing. From a distance it looked like a big pea that had become a sperm. I've heard that Longhu Mountain has the ability to scatter beans and turn them into soldiers, Song Yuan said in admiration as he took a look up from a long distance and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. It seems to be true after all. But as soon as the words were out of his mouth, the knife in his hand flung out. The knife went straight through the big pea that had become a pea, and wobbled and flew back again. Before that big pea version of the heavenly soldiers and generals could even get close to Song Yuan, they split into four and fell to the ground with a click, turning into a pile of white powder. Song Yuan was curious and went up to have a look with his knife on his back, and seeing a pile of white powder on the ground, he was a bit sad. Why can't this just be turned into pea powder? Maybe even make a pea crust or something. So much waste? The Longhu Mountain disciples hidden inside the mountain forest shivered. This Song Yuan is definitely not to be messed with. The blade chi from that knife just now swept directly in front of the Dragon Tiger Mountain disciple, and it was just a little bit short of directly sweeping into the Dragon Tiger Mountain disciple's face. However, the Longhu Mountain disciples felt that Song Yuan was definitely doing this on purpose. He was not just a provocation, but also a warning. A gully appeared on the ground, which was left behind after Song Yuan's blade chi had swept through just now. This gully was after Song Yuan had left. That Longhu Mountain disciple hurriedly swept away the fallen leaves around him to check it out, and then realized that this gully was so deep that it couldn't be bottomed out. After that Longhu Mountain disciple drew a breath of cool air, he took a picture of the gully on the ground and sent it directly into the group and said Song Yuan's features. In fact, every contestant had a number plate, and Song Yuan's number plate was 1010. Since there were 5,000 people in total, they were simply coded with numbers. Everyone must dodge when they meet this 1010. That disciple hurriedly sent a message inside the group. Don't ever tough it out. The group was basically filled with disciples of Longhu Mountain, and there was a lot of talk. What kind of heavenly soldiers did you just use? It didn't stop it? My god, did it really just take one slash to become this hell? A knife directly divided me into 4 halves, and a knife to death. The ground appeared such a deep gully. That is really deep. This guy is definitely a ruthless person. No wonder the old heavenly master took special care of him and said that he would give him a break. I thought that this guy had taken some backdoor, and now I realize that it was us who took the backdoor. Did the old heavenly master say that? That's totally for us to be careful. Let's not mess with this person. He's already number 1 on the points leaderboard. There must be other people who want the points on him. Realizing that the leaderboard has a code on it in addition to a name, he's already considered the meat and potatoes, so let those heaven's favorites meet him. But I'm thinking that there might be quite a few people eliminated by him in this round. Elimination is elimination. It doesn't matter. Zhang Lingyu's face was actually a little less than pretty as she looked at the messages from those Taoist priests inside the group. He had indeed conveyed the old celestial master's intention to give Song Yuan a break before, and although the old celestial master had previously said that he didn't think too highly of Zhang Chulan, he had also used Zhang Chulan as an alternative. Therefore not only did he have to give Song Yuan a break, he also had to give Zhang Chulan a break. At the very least, we need to get these two safely into the second round. Zhang Lingyu did also explain to those Taoist priests to let Song Yuan release the water. But the Taoist priests still thought that Song Yuan was a backdoor person and had been a bit upset. But now that someone had tested Song Yuan's true strength, they were instantly quiet. No one dared to come near Song Yuan anymore. This caused Song Yuan's score to skyrocket. Finding point tiles inside a jungle like this would be simple for Chimin. Wang also knew exactly what he had to do. At the very least, we have to get to round 2, right? This search for the scoreboard is just too easy. Though, as he said that, he stepped right on a point token and casually gave it a swipe. Glancing at the leaderboard in passing, Credit Blade Man's luck is just too good. And no, it's possible that it's not luck, because in front of Wang Yuya stood a tall man, pale yellow in color, even with a faint smell of peas on his body. Are these Taoist priests of Longhu Mountain running out of fresh peas on their hands? Wang also couldn't help but say, this one tastes like it's cooked. Saying that, Wang Yuya had already set up his stance, which was very standard Wudong Taiji. When he came to Luo Tian Dajia, Wang also only wanted to use Wudong's kung fu, and didn't want to expose his Wind Queen's chi men. Of course, Zhuge Chang already knew about the existence of the Wind Queen's strange door. Still don't know how to deal with that guy. Hitting a puppet or something was very easy for the Taoist master. After a few moves, Wang also dismantled the puppet. What a headache. Why do I think I still smell like peas? The puppet fell to the ground and slowly turned into white pieces. The Taoist who was controlling the puppet got up and looked at Wang Ye's direction from afar. Wudong's taiji is really very interesting, but that shouldn't be the only thing on him. He seems to be a warlock as well. I'll throw 2 more to try. That Taoist priest grabbed the yellow peas in his own pocket and immediately blushed. I'm not a pea either. How could there be a pea smell? What did you eat in the morning? Taste sense so insensitive? Chapter 148 Robbing the King. Half an hour later, Wang also finally got rid of the dozen or so puppets made by scattering beans, feeling the smell of beans all over himself. You can't see that I'm so easy to bully, so you just keep putting puppets on me one after another. Find someone else. Wang Yuya, who couldn't stand it, still used Watchman Chaos. What a way to force me to use my techniques. Wang also looked ugly. If I were as fat and strong as my master, I would be able to beat the crap out of you all. The master who was far away in Wudong sneezed. His thin back made the other disciples very worried. Master, are you catching a cold? I see which is scolding me. The master of Wudong knows very well which did it when he became this appearance. As Wang Yuya continued to walk forward, he happened to see Song Yuan. He greeted Song Yuan with great excitement. Credit Dagger Man. Credit Blade Man, I'm here. Song Yuan's 2 eyes were shining straight. Wang Yuya, this fellow had at least ranked in the top 10. Although so far, the points on this fellow still did not have as many as Song Yuan. From the time he entered this mountain, Song Yuan was always ranked 1st in points, mainly because there really wasn't much coming to give him a hard time. A few of the puppets were decimated by his slashes. Later on, a group of puppets also appeared, probably because the group of little Taoist priests were not willing to let out hundreds of them in one breath. But Song Yuan only threw the knife behind his back to the front. It was as if the sword had a spirit, killing all the puppets altogether. Even a few Inhumans were planning to get closer. It was all a rush to get away at this moment. And then there was really no one looking for trouble with Song Yuan. That was why Song Yuan was extraordinarily relaxed and immersed himself in the search for the scoreboard. Going into round 2, there's still a special mystery bonus if you're in the top 3 in points. Song Yuan felt that Longhu Mountain had really put in blood this time. There was a mysterious reward. Song Yuan still had that little bit of motivation. Bending down to pick up a scoreboard and scanning for points was still easy for him. However, when Wang Yuya greeted Song Yuan's eyes were glowing. Although Wang Yuya didn't have as many points on him as Song Yuan, he was already a very large-sized point baby. So far Song Yuan has won 323 points and is in first place. Wang is also 6th in points with 576. That was 576 points. That was much faster than Song Yuan finding points one by one. So as Wang Yuya came running towards him at a fast pace, Song Yuan suddenly lit up the knife in his hand. Will you take the initiative to transfer the points to me yourself? Or will I do it? Wang Yuya suddenly stopped in his tracks, his face full of incredulity. You're a man with a sword on credit. Song Yuan was puzzled. You are afraid that you have some special misunderstanding about credit blade people. I am a credit blade person. What's wrong with that? If I'm a credit blade man, am I not able to rob you of your points? What is your logic? Wang also. He acted quickly and just turned his head and ran. Song Yuan was in hot pursuit with his sword. Moreover, Song Yuan's speed was actually very fast. And even though Wang Yuya was running in front of him, within a few breaths, Wang Yuya realized that Song Yuan was actually less than a meter away from himself. This startled King as well. He quickly pinched. Wang Yuya suddenly turned into hundreds of them, and in that instant, it was as if the mountains were filled with Wang Yuya's figure. However, Song Yuan, who was chasing after him, didn't even look at which Wang Yuya was in front of him and directly threw the knife in his hand. It was as if that sword had grown eyes, and it even automatically tracked to that real Wang Yuya's side, and chopped straight down with a single slash. A piece of the top of Wang Yuya's blue pants chopped off, revealing the white flower calves inside. I'll go. He gave a start, and the hundreds of doppelgangers instantly disappeared. Then it scurried off like a madman. However, this time Song Yuan did not chase after him because he saw a familiar figure. As Wang Yuya ran forward in panic, he didn't even notice that around him, a fluffy and cute skull was exposed. Song Yuan stopped in his tracks, only to hear a bam coming from the front. Sure enough, Sister Bauer took a shovel and slapped the king straight to the ground. How did you bring this shovel in? Song Yuan said. When you entered just now, I did look, and there was no shovel on you. He didn't seem very surprised though. After all, that's Bao Bao Feng. When this woman set out earlier, Song Yuan was able to search a bunch of knives at the blacksmith store in order to check if Feng Bao Bao had some forbidden things with her. That's even if Feng Baobao even has a saw on his person, the kind that chainsaw maniacs use, so it didn't seem strange that Feng Baobao could now touch a shovel. That's awesome. Song Yuan gave a thumbs up and heartily praised. Feng Baobao said proudly, that's for sure. This is the shovel you built for me. Song Yuan did help Feng Baobao build a particularly nice shovel, hand-forged with the craftsmanship of a man with a sword on credit. I didn't expect Feng Baobao to actually bring it here. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Feng Baobao said with a face full of excitement. I'll definitely be able to get this one eliminated. Do you still want his points? Of course. Song Yuan naturally refused to let go. There's no need to let this one really be eliminated. Song Yuan still wanted to see Wang Yuya and Zhuge Cheng battle, so for the sake of this scene, he was going to let it go. Just transfer the points to me. As for the person, just leave him here. Anyway, after he wakes up, he should go in search of new points soon. Makes sense. Feng Baobao nodded. How many points do you have on hand right now? Song Yuan glanced at Feng Baobao, and it turned out that the little wretch only had more than 100 points, ranked over 1000 so far. In order for Feng Baobao not to fall, Song Yuan simply transferred half of Wang Yuya's points to Feng Baobao, because not every leaderboard has 10 points at the top. Sometimes it's only 8, sometimes it's 7, and with a little bit of luck, it could be 13 or 15. The most points tile Song Yuan had gotten so far was having 15 points, with only 1 point if he was unlucky. This is random. Feng Baobao then followed Song Yuan and searched inside the forest. Not to mention, with Song Yuan's help, Feng Baobao gradually gained more points and even directly ranked in the second position. Meanwhile, Su Si had finally searched for Zhang Chulan. Xia Dongqing's luck was quite good. After entering this mountain, he actually teleported with Zhao Ling, but the two of them didn't have much luck in finding points, and after half a day of searching, they only had more than 50 points. This won't eliminate me in the first round, right? Zhao Ling was filled with disbelief. At least, I'm a soul ferryman, Ami. You're a soul ferryman. Don't you know how to invoke a soul? Xia Dongqing looked at Zhao Ling with a face full of incredulity. Is it faster for you to find it alone, or for a group of ghosts to find it? Zhao Ling had actually accepted the offer, but he still had to spit out. I'd love to, but big brother, it's daytime. This forest grows so dense that it covers the sky. So what's wrong with daytime? What's the difference with the night? Xia Dongqing whispered. Then or you find a shaded place. I'll help you guard it. You directly invoke the soul. Makes sense. Zhao Ling nodded. Chapter 149. There's a bewitched person who says she's a 9 heavenly creatures. The journey was quite smooth for Song Yuan, but it wasn't long before he ran into Xiaoya. Xiaoya was fighting a golem that was, obviously, not quite the same size as the others and smelled like peanuts. That puppet was a cut taller than the heavenly soldiers and generals that Song Yuan had encountered before. Just like a big peanut, and its color was exactly the same as a peanut. When he fought Yaya, his clothes were as red as peanut skin, and they fell off when he touched them. A blue light lit up above Xiaoya's fist. A fist directly smashed a puppet, but she couldn't keep this state. For her, there was no aura on earth to replenish her energy, so she could only eat to replenish a little bit of weak energy. This caused Xiaoya to be like a motorized doll with a chronic lack of electricity. After a few punches, she was able to smash the golem to pieces, but there were quite a lot of golems around, and when faced with too many of them, her reaction was slow. Even that blue light in his hands couldn't be maintained. Let me help you. Feng Baobao rushed out with the shovel in her hand, Song Yuan walking slowly behind. Song Yuan was not in a hurry. Feng Baobao should be able to solve everything, and even if he couldn't, Song Yuan would still make a move. Moreover, Song Yuan realized that there were hardly any puppets in any of the places he walked through, and the puppets that were fighting with Xiaoya before slowly dispersed as Song Yuan and Feng Baobao approached. Xiaoya beat the last puppet to a pulp, sat on the ground and started eating chocolate, practically crying out. Seeing Feng Baobao gratefully shedding tears. If you don't come again, I'm going to be eliminated. These puppets are just as crazy as they are. I'm not eating. I'm not having any power at all. Xiaoya was now itching to go back to the Queen Mother of the West and ask for a storage bag or something, for no other reason than to be able to pack a little more chocolate or roast duck or whatever inside the storage bag. Eat when you're hungry. Song Yuan looked at the sky-high trees that were everywhere, as well as some wild vegetables, or medicines on the ground that looked obviously much fatter than ordinary places. Actually, if you don't mind, you can nibble on a little bit of wild vegetables, or eat something else. Eating it raw doesn't taste good, but it's also energy replenishing. Xiaoya almost cried out. While your suggestion sounds good, how could I possibly eat it? Then you deserve to be beaten. If it wasn't for us, you would probably have been eliminated. The titular Jiao Tian Xian maiden, who participated in the first round of the Taoist Luo Tian Dajio, was eliminated. Do you think that title would have been very popular with that group of gods in the heavenly court? Song Yuan felt particularly amused when he stayed next to Xiaoya, and was sort of tongue-tied. Feng Baobao was listening from the side, but his left ear went in and his right ear went out. She also knew that in fact, many of the people besides Song Yuan were not ordinary people, but even if these things were told to Su Si or Su San, no one would believe them. Ya huffed, not wanting to talk. I think I see a scoreboard next to you. You've got to be kidding me. There are exceptionally few point tiles in here. Xiaoya pressed on. I haven't even found a few of them, and the ones I did find were only 1 or 2 points. It shouldn't be. Aren't you a celestial maiden? Song Yuan walked directly to Xiaoya's side and picked up that scoreboard. Xiaoya really didn't see a red face. However, Song Yuan had more points on him, so he couldn't really let a 9 heavenly metaphysical maiden of the hall be eliminated in the first round. Could he? Song Yuan still let Xiaoya sweep this scoreboard. 10 points. Xiaoya was really silent. Shouldn't a celestial maiden be lucky? Aren't you products created by the gods? Song Yuan simply asked in a soulful manner. Xiaoya didn't know why, but what the two of them were talking about reached the ears of the neighboring Taoist priests of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Those Taoist priests were all looking at each other and were frantically sending messages inside the group. My god, I thought this Xiaoya was a liar or a psychopath before. I wanted to eliminate the other party. Do you know that Xiaoya almost didn't give me a good laugh when she said that she was the 9 heavenly maiden? This is normal. Some people are just bewitched. The Northeast does have some very orthodox out of the horse immortals, although with us is not all the way, but that kind of very orthodox is still very powerful. But this is mixed with many bewitched people and some liars. Last time, I also met a bewitched person, said he was the queen mother of the West to come. That's why I also thought that this Xiaoya was telling lies. I also thought that she was a demon-baffled person. I also thought that she was dreaming when she said that she was a 9 heavenly maiden, but I never thought that she might really be. You can pull it off. How is that possible? The 9 heavenly mysteries is a goddess. She can't even beat you? That Jiu Tian Xian Yuan seems to need energy. It's true that you can't fight without enough, but I think it should also be fake. She might just be able to get the Jiu Tian Xian Yuan attached to herself. If the 9 heavenly mysteries can attach to a mortal's body, how powerful must that person be? This must be fake. How can you judge him to be real? Because Song Yuan, the credit knife man, was there, and the credit knife man can't be a fake, right? This person is very powerful. Haven't we discussed this before? Then it's possible that this credit knife person is also a fake. I thought it was someone more powerful, but it turns out to be a devilishly bewildered person, just like that 9 heavenly mystics. That said, I see a black and white impermanent here that can invoke souls. Isn't our Luo Tian Dajia so attractive? Even the black and white perverts are here? That said, it's also a demonic person, isn't it? No, this is true. This black and white invincible is absolutely true. This can be much more terrifying than detaining the spirit and sending will be. He is directly recruiting the soul, not a bit of reason. I've heard that this black and white is with the man with the sword on credit. So it's true that the 9 heavenly mysteries are also real? How can the 9 heavenly mysteries be that weak? That's a war god. Why don't we ask later? Yes, ask carefully later. However, Song Yuan's side was madly mocking Xiaoya while helping her to obtain the scoreboard. I feel like you're blind. Such a big scoreboard hanging on a tree can't actually be seen. No wonder you're on the verge of bottoming out. Xiaoya was bitter in her heart. As soon as I came in, I encountered a bunch of puppets that looked similar to heavenly soldiers and generals, so I fought them until now. Feng Baobao was confused. Normally, it's impossible for these puppets to keep chasing a person. Did you say something? Sayaka thought back carefully, but was half silent. Song Yuan suddenly laughed. Did you tell someone that you are the 9 heavenly maiden again? Could it be that I am not? Xiaoya straightened up. I was just saying that when I was fighting. Could it be that I am still unable to beat you guys? As soon as the words fell, Feng Baobao directly burst out in laughter. Sister, even if you're really, then you can't say that. They must be targeting you. They're all jealous of you. That's a great explanation. Really, no wonder they all hit me hard. And then more and more. Sayaka narrowed her eyes. They won't believe it. I've explained it many times with Su Si and Su San. They don't believe it. Feng Baobao did believe it. Mainly because Feng Baobao was more innocent, and because she often stayed at Song Yuan's blacksmith store. Feng Baobao had seen some very amazing things, so naturally she only believed Song Yuan. However, after Feng Baobao explained to Su Si and Su San a few times, she realized that the other party didn't believe her, and then she stopped talking about it. Chapter 150, No one dare approach. Probably people think you're a devilishly bewildered person. Song Yuan cried and laughed. There are some people who think they're the reincarnation of the Jade Emperor or the Mother of the West descending into the mortal dust. And when you say that you're a 9 heavenly mystical maiden yourself, who's going to believe you? Xiao was silent for a long time before she muttered. Aren't I? To be honest, I don't really believe it either. Song Yuan purposely said this and met Xiaoya's astonished eyes. But I'm not like you. I know everything. Just do the math and everything. So I know what you're saying is true. When I say I don't quite believe it, it's that you, the 9 heavenly mysteries, are too weak. Even if there's no aura on Earth and you don't have much energy, you can't be weak to this extent. Taking on a couple of golems can wear you out. You've eaten 5 chocolates. Haven't you recovered yet? Xiaoya huffed. How far did that go? How much energy did I use? Isn't food and shelter included here? I'm going to eat up Dragon Tiger Mountain. Song Yuan nodded. The big steamed buns are manageable. If you want to eat meat, you still have to buy it yourself. Even if I eat steamed buns, I'll be able to eat my way through Longhu Mountain. Xiaoya said indignantly. If I had known that I would be so hungry, I wouldn't have brought chocolate. I would have brought a backpack of steamed buns up the mountain. Xiaoya had just finished saying this when a white, fat bun appeared in front of her eyes. This steamed bun is what Feng Baobao took out. Feng Baobao was very simple, and when he went up the mountain, he carried a big backpack, and what was inside the backpack was not clear to anyone. Eat, from the Longhu Mountain cafeteria, free big steamed buns, because it was free. Feng Baobao claimed quite a few. Going up the mountain you still bring this? Song Yuan was surprised. In fact, he also put a lot of big steamed buns inside that knife. Also the free big steamed buns from the Longhu Mountain cafeteria. And there were also instant noodles coming. And there was even hot water. The mustard space inside the knife had been beautifully altered by Song Yuan. And that space was divided into 2 layers, with one layer being the space of living things, connecting to the spirit mountain and the peach blossom demon from before. The other layer is the dead space. The food space can only hold items inside, not living things, but when items are placed inside, it is possible to stop the flow of time. That is, hot water is always hot water when you put it in there. Cooked food will never spoil if you leave it in there, because what is placed inside is a state of time standing still. However, since Feng Baobao had already taken out a large steamed bun, Song Yuan was too lazy to take out his own instant noodles. Sure enough, Xiaoya was moved to tears. You're really a great person. Feng Baobao was very reliable and patted his chest, saying with a plain face, don't worry, I brought more than 20 this time. Awesome. Song Yuan was speechless and slung the blade over his shoulder. I feel heavy carrying an extra gram of something on me when I go to the mountains. After all, how tiring it is to climb up and down and look for the scoreboard. With 2 diligent laborers, it was even easier for Song Yuan to find the scoreboard this time around. Basically he was the one directing while Feng Baobao and Xiaoya diligently went about finding it. If someone comes to rob Song Yuan, just release that knife. After zapping the butt of several players, no one dared to come near him. With 2 hours to go in this match, a mini-map popped up on top of everyone's LWS app. And what's marked on that little map are the positions of the top 10 players. Being able to see everyone's avatar, especially that avatar of someone, it's really big and round, more than double the size of even number 2. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Yuan didn't expect Longhu Mountain to be so doggy. It actually directly exploded my location? By this time Song Yuan had already met with the others. They even formed a small team of their own accord. And, inside the top 10 there were 4 inside this team. As a result, their team was beyond solid. But no one dared to approach the key either. Wang also re-entered the top 10 by virtue of his own efforts, and looked at Song Yuan from a distance with a sad face. Even though Song Yuan had grabbed several of them afterward, or Song Yuan's current score would definitely not be this high. And all the people inside that team of Song Yuan are all in the top 2000. Even the 2 losers, Xia Dongqing and Zheng Chulan, went in. Wang was also that breathless. There were indeed many people who couldn't stand to look at Zheng Chulan, and they suspected that Zheng Chulan's body possessed the 8 strange skills. Originally, they wanted to wait for Zheng Chulan to fall alone to make a move on him. However, Zheng Chulan had actually climbed onto that big thick leg of Song Yuan, so they didn't dare to approach at all. Song Yuan and the others fell back as if they were on a tour. At this point basically the scores had been finalized. Song Yuan was riding high, even more than 5,000 points higher than the second place. So, he doesn't need to worry at all. At this moment, Song Yuan had already started to take out tables and chairs from inside his own sword, and all of them sat on top of the tables and chairs cheerfully, like travelers who had come over to look at the scenery or trekking. No one dares to come closer. No one dared to put their minds on Song Yuan. But when they saw Song Yuan pulling out those things from inside the knife, each of their eyes flickered. It's a spatial ability. It's just like the novel depicted above. Greedy. It's so enviable. Wang Yuya said with immense envy as he looked on from a long distance. Originally I wanted to live like this. However, he looked very vigilantly at Zhuge Cheng who was not far away, who had a nagging feeling about what happened before when Wang also stepped on the green. Inside the airtight woods, the 2 had fought several times, all as warlocks. How annoying. Wang also glanced lazily at Zhuge Cheng. I should have stomped you into serious injury last time. No one is touching Songwon no, but the rest of the rankings still hit the ground running. In particular, Feng Xiayan, who was ranked 9th, was targeted by a few loot robes asterisk because she was a girl. However, Feng Xian's ability was outstanding, and he soon trampled these three goods under his feet and lost the ability to fight. It's safe to say there's nothing uncomplicated about being in the top 10. The last half hour of the end. The rankings are basically set. There are no dissenting views, and the scoreboard inside the mountain is pretty much found. Not to mention the fact that there was an existence like Song Yuan and the others at the core, which was basically untouchable. So in the end, you can only wait quietly for the time to pass and finally announce the end. However, the ones in the top 10 of the leaderboards had actually been robbed by him, except for Feng Xian and Team Song Yuan's own people. Therefore, when they finally came out, they were all staring at Song Yuan with somewhat unfavorable eyes. But they couldn't beat Song Yuan. It was impossible to even break through the 9-dragon true chi on Song Yuan's body. As for Song Yuan, ever since he possessed the body of an Arahant, even without formally entering cultivation, Song Yuan's body was strong and extremely powerful. Among these inhumans, it was an invincible existence. Wang also saw that so many people had been robbed by Song Yuan one after another, and felt that he was not the one being targeted by Song Yuan, and his heart was still inexplicably somewhat relieved. He even greeted Song Yuan on his way out the door. This person has a good enough mentality. It's just strong. Feng Baobao stared at Wang Yuya with a grimace. Why don't you eliminate him in the first round? Because I want to see two cuties fighting. Song Yuan dropped this sentence and greeted Feng Baobao as he headed to the cafeteria, a little tired and hoping to find solace inside the cafeteria. However, the cafeteria was basically filled with fasting vegetables and large steamed buns, so Song Yuan took 2 large steamed buns and went straight out of the mountain gate in search of meat dishes to comfort himself. Chapter 151, Fire in Humans Difficulty. Although 3,000 were eliminated, but these 3,000 people didn't just leave Lung Fushan, but chose to stay and continue to watch the rest of the game. After the announcement of the rankings, Song Yuan received a mysterious reward, a wooden sculpture made by the old celestial master himself. When this wooden sculpture was held in his hand, Song Yuan felt the special effects that it brought, being able to make one awake, improving the recovery of spiritual power, and allowing the air of the inhuman to fill up his dantian faster. This thing was of no use to Song Yuan. After all, he wasn't really an inhuman. So Song Yuan threw this thing directly to Feng Baobao. Feng Baobao grasped it in her hand, but she didn't feel anything. The chi in her body was huge and full, and originally she was very special, so Feng Baobao directly stuffed it into her backpack. This Feng family saw it, and that old fox even wanted to buy it back, only to be rejected by Feng Baobao. It can be said that within the entire alien, Feng Baobao is the one who cares the most about money. That old fox offers more. Feng Baobao's side is not moved. What's more, this is still Song Yuan gave her. Feng Baobao can't wait to hug and sleep every day. How could she let it out? Song Yuan brought the Dragon Tiger Mountain's big steamed buns and eventually came to the stall of the fire alien they had met earlier. The guy's barbecue was original and gave off a strange fragrance. Is this meat fresh for you? Song Yuan's words echoed Zhao Ling's. Is it a local chicken? I can eat it if it's not dirt chicken. Zhao Ling was filled with dumbfoundedness. Boss, you didn't care about this before? Now I care. Song Yuan looked as normal. That said, you stirred up such a big basket, and the people from Longhu Mountain didn't find you in trouble? Zhao Ling directly adopted the great summoning technique to help himself find the scoreboard. That was directly digging out all the lonely souls inside the entire Longhu Mountain. Of course, these lonely souls and ghosts do not include the seniors of Longhu Mountain. After all, the passageway that cultivators take is different from the passageway that ordinary ghosts take. But there were also some cats and dogs around the lone souls, basically letting Zhao Mandarin pull all of them out to help him look for the scoreboard. Moreover, they entered the boundaries of Longhu Mountain in the afternoon, and originally there was more sun, and then the sun set in the west. Plus the entire back of the mountain was a tall and dense jungle that covered the sky. Zhao Ling rushed a bunch more ghosts to help him find the scoreboard. The atmosphere this is not there. Quite a few inhabitants and some in turn minor Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain almost pissed their pants when they saw the scene of 100 ghosts walking at night. The basket on that bucket is not the usual size. It was only after all the Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain ran over to suppress the ghosts in the back that Zhao Ling finally let all these ghosts leave, and he even called out to a soul ferryman in this district, allowing that soul ferryman to take the ghosts here and leave. Then the soul swingers in this district are really drunk too. Originally, all the souls near this Longhu Mountain have Taoist priests to help overpass. Although the method of overpassing does cause the soul ferryman to lose some souls, overpassing to go through the channel cannot be the hell. But you can touch the fish. That soul ferryman was touching the fish, and he didn't expect Zhao Ling to give him such a big workload, so he almost didn't die of exhaustion. What's that about me? It's not a big problem. It's just that they directly gave me points to enter the 2000th place directly and sent me a little bit of money so that I don't use the great summoning technique. Zhao Ling was a bit despondent. Originally, I was thinking that I would use this trick for the next PK. The fire alien who served him the plate shivered. At that time, that scene of 100 ghosts walking at night. He saw it. It was you who walked at night with 100 ghosts in the first place. I thought, which one raised ghosts? You're really powerful. Zhao Ling looked at him with interest. I see a child lying on your back. You tay meow. Don't try to trick me. The fire inhuman was angry. But when he said this, his voice still had some trembling, as if he was a bit scared. Zhao Ling winked and said with a smile, believe it or not, your shoulder hurts a bit lately, doesn't it? It's that kid who did it. Did you have an abortion? The fire alien took 2 steps back and looked at Zhao Ling with a face full of horror. His entire body was bad. Stuttering, you, Xia Dongqing finally couldn't look at it anymore. He lied to you. He's so timid. As a result, as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw that fire inhuman fall to his knees with a thud, hugging Zhao Ling's leg as he cried, unable to catch his breath. How did you know? Is that child gone now? Is that child doing well now? So you really had an abortion? You're a man who could make that ghost so angry that it had to follow you. And you were the one who insisted on not wanting it? Zhao Ling really just made it up, because Song Yuan didn't even see it. Even Xia Dongqing, who possessed yin and yang eyes, didn't see it. That fire alien came back to his senses and stood up angrily. So you swindled me just now? If you don't have a ghost in your heart, you're not afraid of me talking nonsense? Zhao Ling was not in a hurry at all, and smiled as he shot a glance at the other party. What were you kneeling for again just now? That fire alien completely stopped talking and honestly started barbecuing. Not to mention, this one's business was really quite good. There were people coming and going. Originally, Song Yuan thought that this fire alien did not take this matter to heart, but unexpectedly, when they were about to leave, Zhao Mandarin went to settle the bill, and the fire alien pulled him back, saying that he had something to go to their dormitory to discuss in detail. Even that one put away his stall. Zhao Ling naturally didn't say much, so he just naturally brought the fire alien to his dormitory. Of course, Song Yuan and the others were also very curious. That fire alien cried so much that he couldn't catch his breath, almost hugging Zhao Ling's thighs and intermittently told his story. And after listening to what that person said, Zhao Ling's face also looked a little strange. According to this fire inhuman, what he was looking for was a gentle and kind girl. However, that girl had some brain problems and was particularly fond of suicide, the kind that kills itself when it's okay. Hearing this, Xia Dongqing expressed her opinion. Then such a girl, you must not communicate with people in depth. Something will go wrong. Feng Baobao asked curiously, what's the problem? Song Yuan felt that Feng Baobao was still a bit too innocent. Baby, this kind of emotion is not very stable in dying. It's better for you to stay away from it. But the woman, he said, is a bit strange and is not included in this. In fact, when that fire alien opened his mouth, Song Yuan counted for a moment. This was also considered to be a godly person, because the girl that this bastard was looking for was a demon race, a race that every jurisdiction, every province and city inside the Animal Management Bureau was very concerned about, called water bear worm. However, after Song Yuan finished saying this, the fire alien seemed to be a bit offended. How can you say that? Suicide every day. Who can stand it? What do you mean? The one I found is a bit strange. That really is studying how to die every day. But in this case, I still had a child with someone else. Speaking of which, the fire inhabitant was a pain in the ass. Chapter 152 Water Bear Worm? I'm about to be driven crazy by that woman. That woman is extremely debilitated and associates anything with death. I watch a TV with that woman and she has to go and research if the kind of death the protagonist has is actually able to die. These words were probably bottled up inside the fire inhuman's head for a long time. So the bastard wailed and cried, hugging Zhao Ran's thighs and that's how he cried. Then the woman got pregnant, and I thought that with a child she should temper herself, or at least not study death like that. But after we had the baby, she changed, and that woman suffered every day, saying that the baby we had would end up being short-lived, and then, it would die, especially if it would die in front of that woman. She also said that I have bad blood, said the fire inhuman, standing up and patting his small body. I'm an inhuman, and I can feel the air that no ordinary person has been able to awaken. How am I bad blood? I'm good. The fire inhuman was indignant. It's a bit of a crooked building. Xiaoyao was quite curious. And then what? And then you two broke up? That's not really true. It was my first child after all. And I cared. The fire inhabitant was having a hard time. But then one day I got into a fight with the woman. And the woman literally jumped off a building. I never saw her again. And my child is gone. The fire inhuman huffed. I know you're Yang Wuchang. The fire inhuman stared at Zhao Ling with one pair of dead eyes. I know you're capable of something. You must be able to summon my wife and my child over, right? I want to see them once. I'll pay you. I have money. Zhao Ling raised his eyebrows. What do you take me for? You asked me to summon, so I summoned? Besides, You are a living person. How can you living person be able to hold on to the dead? At that time the dead might not be able to reincarnate. This is all your fault. Song Yuan, however, said at this time, otherwise, how about you check his little wife and children first, and look directly at his life and death book. There will be a surprise. Oh. Zhao Ling froze. Someone is never aimless. Everything he said was basically true. So Zhao Ling hurriedly took out his own cell phone and scanned it towards the fire alien's face, and he was able to see the other party's life and death book. The fire alien had wanted to come closer to take a look at his life and death book, but was pulled back by Song Yuan. If you don't want to die, then stay honest. Can you look at this thing yourself? The fire alien immediately sat there honestly and didn't say anything. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Swiftly scanning the book of life and death, Zhao Mandarin looked up and down at the fire alien in front of him. You're quite bold. You're playing quite openly. Young man, you're in love with the demon race? Speaking in front of him, that young man's face was all suspiciously red. The roots of his ears were red, and he even rubbed his hands together with some embarrassment. How do you know that my usual tricks are quite a lot? It's as if quite a bit of information has been revealed. But when he heard the end, that fire foreigner's eyes rounded. What? What demon race? She's a demon race? Bai Jianshu was very curious and came close to Zhao Ling to take a look. Her movements were very careful and she was quite curious after taking a glance. Water bear worm? Xia Dongqing was confused. Water bear worms and demons? Zhang Chulan was filled with confusion. What kind of bug is a water bear bug? Water bear worm is a kind of microorganism. This thing in space or in very extreme survival conditions can still survive. And the life expectancy is very long. So it is an immortal body. People can casually live 1,000 years. And now the demon race with the previous demon race is really different. Live 1,000 years, and not be able to ascend to Panglai like Bai Suzhen. Who can stand? So look away. Want to die is normal. Each province seems to have so many. Focus on the object. Song Yuan is a very good understanding of the water bear bug. Said directly. Zhao Ling's eyes were glowing as he listened. So this water bear worm you're talking about is actually dead? Then this soul then I definitely want to take it back. There's definitely a lot of merit in it. You kid can do it. The water bear worm is such a hard thing to die. Zhao Ling couldn't help but pat that fire inhuman on the shoulder. Such a hard thing to die, but you actually let you get it killed. Yaya's eyes widened. How did such cold words come out of a 37-degree mouth? Xia Dongqing was a bit intolerant, and her saintly mother's heart flared up. You're going overboard if you say that. Zhao official. Zhao Mandarin hemmed and hawed. I'm just a mediocre laborer. You can't blame me for this kind of thing. That's not a bad thing to say. Let's invoke the soul below. Surely there is no one to receive her. After all, the demon race around the globe can only count on me now. Zhao Mandarin has a few points of complacency. Even this goods also took out a yellow paper, with a very ugly extra large extra thick marker, or black, in that yellow paper above the ghost drawing a flurry of symbols. Song Yuan commented, I've never seen such an ugly ghost drawing. Xiaoya looked disgusted. We don't have anyone in Kunlun who draws like this ghost either. Fire Inhuman, big brother, is this thing of yours really reliable? However, after he said this, he looked at Xiaoya with a fawning face. Miss, which faction of Kunlun are you from? Kunlun Divine Palace, Queen Mother of the West. Xiaoya spoke of this with particular glee. The fire alien's original fawning expression suddenly changed, and he didn't move a bit farther away from this psychopath in front of him. Miss, you've read too many novels, right? I'm still Zhang Qiling. Xiaoya, in fact, Song Yuan very much wanted to ask, since this world is a big convergence of TV shows, so where did Tomb Raider die? Where did Zhang Qiling run off to? When everyone's minds were scattered, Zhao Ling's ugly talisman really let him finish drawing it. What do you know? This talisman of mine uses the special language of the Underworld. Only the soul ferryman can use it. So what the hell do you guys know? As Zhao Ling said this, he set the ashtray on the coffee table and then lit the charm. It was only after doing so that Zhao Ling said fawningly, all of the things I said just now were directed at other people besides you. As a man of the credit blade, you are of course omniscient. You are certainly different from the rest of the people. Xia Dongqing rolled her eyes greatly and whispered to herself, to put it bluntly, you just don't dare to offend him. Zhao Ling slapped Xia Dongqing on the back of his head. Why don't you go offend? Kidding aside, who dares to offend the man with the sword on credit? Song Yuan looked at Zhao Ling's move with a smirk and deliberately asked, where's the soul? It probably took a little longer. Zhao Ling was filled with confusion. Said here, the ashtray inside the nearly burned out charm suddenly rose again aflame. Originally the charm is only a handful of black ash, burning up the flame, but can vaguely see a green-faced Fang's face inside that flame. Song Yuan sat up straight, a little interested. What the hell is this? Zhao Ling were confused. As soon as the words fell, the green-faced, fanged contraption inside the ashtray suddenly lunged in Zhao Ling's direction. Chapter 153, the boss really knows everything. It's all small potatoes for the soul ferryman. Zhao Ling grabbed his own gun and fired a shot towards the green-faced thing, which let out a mournful roar. But Zhao Ling's gun specializes in hitting all sorts of lonely souls and ghosts, but any soul body, even a soul ferryman, is able to fly away from their souls and go up in smoke when they take a shot. So that green-faced, fanged contraption would have to have its hands full if it was a Taoist priest from Lung Fushan who was up against it. However, going up against Zhao Ling, it only took one shot to be gone straight away. You beat someone's child to death. Song Yuan grinned with that little bit of gloating. The green-faced and fanged ghost could still carry on for a while after being hit, as the person was a small ghost refined by someone else. But soon, it completely disappeared, only to reveal a small white face before disappearing. That face glanced in the direction of the fire inhabitant, and surprisingly, crystallized tears came out of his face as well. But ultimately, it just screamed before slowly dissipating. The fire alien reacted instantly and lunged in the direction of that soul, only having time to hug it as it dissipated. And in the end, the soul disappeared cleanly. Souls that are hit by the soul ferryman's gun, no matter what level they've cultivated to, Xiaoya suddenly explained from the side, her voice tinged with sadness within it. No matter what level they're at, their souls will be dispersed, dissipated in smoke, and flown to dust. Thank you. Originally, he had thought that the fire inhuman would be furious, but he didn't expect that this guy would actually come up with such a sentence. And even Zhao Ling was confused. The fire alien's eyes were filled with tears inside. I realized just now when that little brat came out, he should have been refined by someone. That's why he became like that. That shot of yours just now was considered to have freed him. He was at least relieved, and would never have to suffer again. But what about my wife? Zhao Ling quickly pulled up the life and death book of the fire inhabitant, and then found out the detailed file of the associated character inside the life and death book, which was the water bear worm, and finally came to the conclusion. Your wife isn't dead yet. Bai Jianchu, however, knew what was going on. Water bear worms' bodies are indeed very strong and don't die easily, but my boss was right. Water bear worms are often suicidal due to the fact that they are so lonely. One water bearer I know, a male, has lived for over 1,000 years, married 7 times, and each time the love of his life left him first, and even his children were born without the robust physique of a water bearer, and his children have at most 50% water bearer genes, and possibly less. So all his children have died before him, including his wife, and he now studies every day how to die. Speaking here by Jianchu suddenly paused and glanced at Song Yuan next to him. By the way boss, he has long wanted to come here in admiration. He heard that your sword is very powerful and wanted to beg for one that he could kill himself with. Song Yuan's head was filled with black lines. Then does he have any possessions? After living for over 1,000 years, he should have some antiques or money or something, right? That is not much. There is a part of the participation in World War II when it was given to lose. White Fiber Chu coughed. Now the identity and check more strict. There are some assets are not in his hands. Then what is he planning to exchange with me? Song Yuan was a bit helpless. Why doesn't he find a water bear bug to get married? This guy's ex-girlfriend fits the criteria perfectly. The two of them water bear bugs live until the end of time, and the child they give birth to will also be a water bear bug. Isn't that good? Bai Jianchu froze. It can still be like this? Why not? Song Yuan cried and laughed. Your Animal Management Bureau's solution to the problem is so strange. Why don't you just hold a water bear worm matchmaking conference across the country, so that those who can see eye to eye can get together, and those who can't see eye to eye, and if there are singles, then they can book other people's children. Anyway, they will live a long time. Bai Fianchu's 2 eyes glowed straight up. I'll definitely talk to my good friend about this matter. He's the director of the Animal Management Bureau's second bureau. Song Yuan recalled the setting of the movie Bai Jianchu was in. Just that cat demon. Boss is truly omniscient. Bai Jianchu was thrilled at the sound of it. The only one who was lost in thought was the fire alien, who eventually transferred 200,000 to Zhao Mandarin before leaving with a face full of regret. But before he left, Xia Dongqing was quite curious. Will you still go back to your wife? What wife? The fire inhabitant jumped 3 feet high and refused to recognize this matter. Are you kidding me? That's just an ex-girlfriend. And that ex-girlfriend is still committing suicide. Who can stand it? Can you stand it? Anyway, I can't stand it. How could I possibly go back to her? But I saw my child, and I am content. The fire inhuman said with an ugly face. You don't want to go too fast. You should think carefully. Are there any bad people around you, who have a grudge against you, who are capable of refining little ghosts? People use your children to refine little ghosts. What do you think is the next step in their operation? Song Yuan smirked as he sized up the fire inhuman. In fact, with Song Yuan's fortune-telling skills, he had already figured out who that person was by now. King End, one of the most hated characters in that manga. Typical can't get it. Ruin it. The fire inhuman may have had an idea inside his head, but he didn't turn his head back. He turned around and walked away. You're afraid that you don't already know who that person is. Zhao Ling narrowed his eyes and looked at Song Yuan next to him. Why don't you tell him? You credit Blade people don't seem to have any heavenly limitations at all. You can say whatever you want when you calculate it. Ordinary fortune tellers, they don't have this ability. There are some things that have too much influence. They calculate it, and it seems like it will kill them. Of course I don't have that limitation. I did figure it out. Song Yuan looked up at Zhao Ling, but why would I say that? Can he trade anything with me? Xia Dongqing, however, came in a very saintly way. But I don't think you can do it like this. Why don't you help if you can help others? With what help? Song Yuan was confused. I am not punished by the heavenly Tao, so I have to help for nothing. The karma and influence brought about are very far away. The heavenly Tao does not punish me. This karma will affect me sooner or later. I'm idle? Xia Dongqing still wanted to say something, was pulled back by Zhao Ling. Kid, you are really a bit of a saintly mother. Let me ask you, if you know who that person is, will you tell him? I will. Xia Dongqing was decisive. Next to her, Feng Baobao was directly happy. Then you'll be targeted by people's enemies. And with you being such a waste, that doesn't even know how many times you'll die. But Song Yuan is very powerful. He is not afraid of that enemy at all. Xia Dongqing was still a bit confused. But when he said this, Feng Baobao's face was slightly better. Although this bastard was a bit stupid, but at least he worshipped the boss. The boss is not afraid. After all, the boss is protected by me. But more is not as good as less. Not afraid of thieves stealing. Afraid of thieves thinking. If that enemy is thinking of our family boss, then it will be trouble. Feng Baobao rolled her eyes, hoping that it's not you to protect. You don't care? Zhao Ling suddenly became happy. Right. Next time if Song Yuan is in any danger, let's throw Xia Dongqing out to block the knife. Xia Dongqing was directly silent. Chapter 154, The Charm of Money. Early on day 2, a new pattern had emerged. This time, Longhu Mountain used the same martial arts arena that was seen on top of the TV series, which was very spacious and expansive. 2,000 individuals enter the special gates of the drill hall. That gate was densely covered with yellow talismans, and that gate was somewhat similar to the one they had seen earlier in the back of the mountain. Both of those gates were blue curtains of light, like teleportation arrays. The same fat Taoist priest who had explained the rules to them yesterday appeared before the crowd with a strong sense of joy. Welcome to round 2. I'm sure each and every one of you is a standout. There are 2,000 of you. You can form your own teams. The maximum number of people on a team is 10. The minimum is 1. Whatever you want. And after you enter through this door behind me, you will enter one of the special little rooms to battle the puppets. You pass as long as you reach the target score, except that the target score varies depending on the number of people. If one person enters, they only need to reach 10,000 points. 10 people, that's 100,000 points. Our dowsers here will monitor everyone's vital signs, and if we feel that you are no longer capable of fighting, then you will be eliminated. There's no way to cheat. We will make sure that everyone survives. This time, you only need to reach the score, and if you reach the standard, you can come out, and it will be considered that you have passed. It's very simple. And inside that small room, all you encountered were the puppets you met earlier in the back of the mountain. Now you can team up. The fat Taoist priest left after he finished speaking, but before he left, he sent 2 tall Taoist priests to register each group team, and the group teams could enter that gate directly. It was said that it was cut open with all sorts of charms and boundaries, and that each team faced a different room upon entering, with no duplication. Hearing the group, Su Si and Su San were relieved. It's good to be in a group. The group could at least bring the Zhang Chulan guy in. What's more, if you teamed up, you'd be able to be with Song Yuan, the big thick leg, and that would definitely be able to pass. With 9 of us, that's 90,000 points. Feng Baobao's speed of counting was quite fast. That's a lot. One person playing 10,000 points is enough. Baby, you're not planning to go in alone, are you? Su Si had a feeling that the sky was falling. Of course I'm going in with my boss. Feng Baobao took it for granted. I'm my boss's bodyguard. I have to protect my boss. Seeing Feng Baobao with a mouthful of my boss, Zhang Chulan's heart broke. Then shouldn't you protect me? We signed a contract before. Feng Baobao remembered this and turned her head to look in Song Yuan's direction in embarrassment. Song Yuan was indifferent. Hurry up and register to form a team to go in. There are quite a few people who have already gone in. Su Si also knew that this time he was expected to please Song Yuan, and he guessed that Song Yuan would have to be the main force. So Su Si hurriedly rushed at Song Yuan and said, "Thanks a lot, brother. If we can pass through successfully, I'll give you a big red packet." Song Yuan nodded. "That's fine. If the money's there, everything's fine. Then can I buy a spot?" Just as they were about to team up, a voice came from behind them. All of them looked behind them and realized it was a small child. So Song Yuan withdrew his own gaze and pressed on, not wanting to bother with the kid behind him. Feng Xingtong was anxious. I'll offer $10 million. Su Si pushed his tongue against his cheeks, very upset. Damn it, someone actually grabbed the Golden Master's position with him. Who are you? I'm Feng Xingtong. The little brother smiled coyly. If your captain is willing to take me, I'm willing to pay 10 million. He put all his eyes on Song Yuan. In his opinion, Song Yuan should be the soul of this team. Song Yuan was the C-suite even if he wasn't the captain. It's natural to ask the C-suite for things like banding. The C-suite is willing to carry, so a deal can be struck. Song Yuan is the soul of this team. The others can't speak. Don't you have your sister? Su Si was that confused. Doesn't your Feng family have quite a few people? What's the point? He didn't finish his sentence. Su Si actually wanted to ask, is there a need to grab a big leg from them? Isn't that a bit much? Feng Xingtong hurriedly came forward. Look at the total of 9 of you. Plus me, that's 10. Song Yuan, my father appreciates you very much. Although our Feng family doesn't know how to credit a swordman, we know how to respect skill. You take me, okay? Speaking of this, Feng Xingtong also patted Zhang Chulan's shoulder with a face full of excitement. That's right, Zhang Chulan, don't you still know how to gas source flow? Our Feng family can buy them as well. Holy, Zhao Ling didn't know what a gas source flow was, but the way Feng Xingtong spoke this way kind of irritated him a bit. Your Feng family is really rich. Are you willing to buy my technology? Feng Xingtong still has some understanding of Zhao Ling. Wind family people, good at collecting information. He knows that in front of him this Zhao Ling is a kind of great summoning art, that is dead for 800 years can give you dig out. However, as the heir of the spirit detaining and dispatching general, Feng Xingtong loved those souls too much. He had many people he wanted to see. He had many former companions. What's more, if Zhao Ling was really able to help him summon those with special abilities, it would more than likely take Feng Xingtong's abilities to the next level. Then Feng Xingtong's face revealed starry eyes, nodding his head like a chicken pecking at rice, and said with a face full of excitement, I'm willing. Ah, how awesome your skills are. I'm willing. Zhao Ling nodded, quite satisfied with Feng Xingtong's reaction. See, this is the one who understands technology. Feng Xingtong's face wore a smile. Then can you sign a contract with our Feng family? The smile on Zhao Ling's face was even bigger than Feng Xingtong's, and Zhao Ling also patted Xia Dongqing's shoulder and said to the others, see, this is the technique of how to make money in the real world of my brother. You learn it. I told you earlier, the money in the Yangwang world is the best to earn. Don't worry, I have a lot of skills here. Zhao Ling patted Feng Xingtong's shoulder. His hand was a bit too strong. Shaking the other little kid, Zhao Ling smiled. Don't worry, I will definitely take you on a day trip to the Yellow Springs when the time comes. Have you seen the crane's bill? You have to realize that originally there were no flowers in hell, and I brought that flower there anyway. Flowers bloom for 1,000 years. Flowers fall for 1,000 years. Flowers and leaves never see each other. Normally you living people have no way to enter the Yellow Springs. Only once every 300 years on the fiery nightingale day, you are qualified to go in, and I can let you have a free experience. That's my technique. Thieves. Zhao Ling thought about how he could probably only sell his skills like this, taking a living soul to the Yellow Springs to slip around. As long as it didn't enter the Ghost Gate, it wasn't something that violated the discipline of the Underworld, and he could still make money. He's such a little genius at earning money. The expression on Feng Xingtong's face cracked. Is that all? Can't you help me summon someone's soul? Zhao Ran realized. So it was the matter with the fire alien last night that had spread out. He coughed and asked directly. Then is that person your relative? Is it your lover? Is it related to you? Feng Xingtong shook his head. None of them. Then what about the wish you put aside for me? Zhao Ling rolled his eyes in dismay. They were summoned up by me for no reason, and you don't have anything to do with them? This technology is not for sale, so die as far away as you can. Feng Xingtong was a little disappointed, not expecting Zhao Ling to reject it outright. Song Yuan laughed beside him. It's fine to join my team, but think less about all that nonsense. For some people, it's useless even if you give more money. Speaking of which, Song Yuan handed over the payment code. Pay the bill? Chapter 155, Money is the first productivity. Feng Xingtong didn't dwell on it for long, paid the bill straight away. It's nice to have access to Song Yuan anyway. Of course Song Yuan was happy to take the Wind family's money. After all, the Wind family had money and oil to fish for, and successive generations of credit knives people loved such customers. So Feng Xingtong joined Song Yuan's squad without any problems. Their squad was full of 10 people, and after all of them were registered, Song Yuan led all of them into that special door. Everyone went in and found themselves in an empty white room the size of a soccer field with a row of golems on the opposite side of the room. It was the same kind they had seen before in the depths of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, only the color was different. And after entering the room, all they saw were pale yellow ones, about 20 of them. Before everyone had a chance to stand still, the 20 or so puppets on the opposite side of the room directly lunged in their direction. Without saying a word, Song Yuan directly threw out the knife he was holding. That knife was like it had a spirit. It searched for its target by itself. However, that every puppet was unable to carry that knife. It only took a single slash to make the puppets directly fall apart. However, Su Si looked with a face full of struggle at the curtain of light blocking their eyes, as well as a weapon rack sitting quietly in the area where they had appeared, and said with a head full of black lines, "Actually, it hasn't started yet." Didn't start? Zhang Chulan was particularly good at hugging big legs, especially a particularly thick one like Song Yuan. It didn't start. How did our family brother Song start fighting? And we just came and saw a bunch of puppets pouncing over. Isn't this playing a bit too big? Completely disregarding our deaths. Zhao Ling reached out and touched the light screen that was just like a boundary. This thing should have a timer. This thing is used to protect us, so even if that gang of puppets made of soybeans pounced on us, they wouldn't be able to do us any harm. And the weapon racks over there will allow us to choose our weapons. However, after Zhao Ling finished saying this, he saw that the knife that Song Yuan had thrown out had already circled back. As for the 20 puppets in the distance, all of them were scattered on the ground and were now slowly disappearing. Everyone was also able to see on the wall to their right-hand side. Their current points appeared, 2,000. Currently a golem is 100 points. We have to hit 100. 000 Although Song Yuan was killing quite fast, this amount made Xiaoya a bit devastated. Yeah, so you guys can't be lazy either. Song Yuan looked at the crowd. What are you still waiting for? Take the weapons on top of the rack and directly start beating them up. In fact, by letting Song Yuan kill them in direct seconds, the others had no use for them at all. Seeing that the curtain of light in front of her was about to disappear, Feng Baobao took the shovel that Song Yuan had built for her and directly rushed out. Feng Baobao still used his own air when he used the shovel to shoot people. The white air was directly attached to the shovel. Almost one shovel dry scrapped one. The color of the repainted puppets was slightly darker than the previous ones, but in Feng Baobao's hands, they were also quickly scrapped. This one is also 20. It was just that these 20 puppets were a bit more powerful than the previous 20 puppets, and the points that each puppet could provide had become 240 points. More than before. More than before. That's understandable. Su San also joined the fray. Song Yuan suddenly popped up. The 10 million given by Feng Xingtong will be distributed according to each person's contribution to the entire team. And by the way, as the Lord Gold Master, please also ask Feng Xingtong to hide inside the corner and never come out. The screen on the right wall also has, in addition to the total score, each person's tally and the percentage of the total points they accounted for as a whole team. After Song Yuan said this, he realized that the entire team's motivation had suddenly skyrocketed dozens of times. For the two poor duos, Zhang Chulan and Xia Dongqing, after hearing Song Yuan say this, they immediately found a weapon from the top of the shelf one by one, and directly rushed out. Asterisk. Song Yuan couldn't help but spit out a sentence. It's true that money is the first productive force, but he didn't move, he just threw the knife out, which was like it had a spirit, reaping the life of the puppets as it saw fit. Feng Xingtong had thought that Song Yuan's ability was to control objects. This was after all, described in detail inside the Win family's report. That big knife in Song Yuan's hand was not only a spatial item, but it was also able to be controlled by Song Yuan and used as a real knife. In fact, the people of the Feng family had always felt that Song Yuan had really been a little bit of a waste when he did this, because that knife was simply like a divine weapon to the Win family members who hadn't seen it before. This kind of treasure. Song Yuan actually used this thing as a real sword. That's probably too late to cry if something happens. Is your ability best at controlling things? Only Feng Xingtong and Song Yuan were left in the rest area now, so Feng Xingtong carefully moved to Song Yuan's front, wanting to chat with Song Yuan. Sort of. Song Yuan threw the knife out and then got lazy. In fact, it was not even under his control. Song Yuan directly moved a small bench, sat on the ground and started playing the game. Feng Xingtong felt that Song Yuan was awesome to death. That was simply the golden thigh amongst the big thick leg star. I also play this game. I play it very well. Let's double row. Feng Xingtong had dabbled in all kinds of games and was considered to be a good player. I can take you. Song Yuan raised his eyes to look at Feng Xingtong and opened the next game after the speed was completed. Together then, with Song Yuan's words, everyone's that energy to fight the puppet was high, and Song Yuan's blade wouldn't target the golem that someone else was fighting. That blade would kill any golem in seconds. It would only go and harvest the other golems that no one was fighting, and it didn't make any such move as grabbing heads. But most of the puppets were killed by Song Yuan. The rest of them had no complaints. After all, it was true that they were not as fast as Song Yuan in killing the puppets, and Song Yuan had given them enough time. At first, Xia Dongqing and Zhang Chulan were still able to take on one puppet each, then they played so slowly that they had to double combine. The two of them, Zhang Chulan and Xia Dongqing, had already accounted for 1% of the damage value. According to what Song Yuan said, they get 1% of $10 million. That's $100. 0002. For two poor people, it has been invaluable. But to be reasonable, there's still a bit of a waste. Song Yuan had only produced a single blade, but the total damage value of that blade was actually 84%. The rest of the others only add up to 16%. Moreover, everyone felt that it was Song Yuan who had controlled that blade and was able to play games with Feng Xingtong while controlling it, so strong that they couldn't say anything. After all, it was all Song Yuan's skill, and originally, Winstar Tong's 10 million was intended to give it all to Song Yuan, but Song Yuan was willing to take it out and share it with them, which was already very good, and the others were quite content. Chapter 156, 48 out of 2, 000. Song Yuan felt that this level was quite simple. Just put that sword straight to the free and then just follow Feng Xingtong behind himself and play with it. Easy, simple and enjoyable. However, what he thought was simple. When Song Yuan came out of it with his team, he realized that the number of people who stayed behind was very small. And when they appeared, many people were talking. I watched their live stream. It's just too strong. That golem in gold armor couldn't get through a single move in that person's hands. That really was a slash and done. A golem in gold armor. I didn't even hit there. Nonsense. You guys don't even need that many points if you fight alone or with a few people. It's normal to not be able to hit there. This event is a pit. I thought the more people in the group the better. I thought 100,000 points was a good fight, only to find out later in the fight that although the puppets in the back give more points, the ones in the back are hard to fight. I wonder how many people will be eliminated this time. It's hard enough to have 200 people left out of 2,000, and 200 people. You guys are dreaming. I reckon there's like a couple dozen left. This round is really too vicious. Thought it would be easy to pass, but it turned out to be so damn hard. I'm so envious of Feng Xingtong. It's still good to have more money. If he didn't have any money, it would probably be hard for him to pass. What are you envious of? Envious of what? That squad from the Win family passed too, okay? Feng Xingtong felt that one of the most awesome things she had done was to hug Song Yuan's thigh star. This **ing is crunchy hard. Moreover, due to Feng Xingtong's superior skill in leading people, he hardened Song Yuan, and Song Yuan also gave Feng Xingtong a prophecy. Try not to confront Wang and if you can get your Win family to intervene, directly intervene. Feng Xingtong stared with a pair of clueless starry eyes. Then what if I go up against you? Then at least I won't make a move against those little soul mates of yours. It's just that you'll fail a little faster. Song Yuan looked at Feng Xingtong with rather loving eyes. If you take on Zhao Ling or Xiaoya, or by Jin Chu, basically, we're not human. This was a truthful statement, but Winstar Tong misunderstood it. Feng Xingtong was directly happy. Big brother Song is so nice. How could you not be a human being? You are a good person. That Wang and I have also learned about him. His ability is somewhat similar to mine. But brother Song said so. I will try not to meet him. Song Yuan was satisfied. The results of the second round came out very quickly. And when Song Yuan and the others finished dividing the 10 million of Winstar Tong's loot, they realized that of the 2,000 people, only 48 were left at the end of the day. For Song Yuan it was an incomparably easy pass, but for the others it was quite miserable. Some people who went in even single-handedly ended up being carried out sideways. They still don't have enough. Xia Dongqing, after getting $100,000, completely changed to Song Yuan, although not to the point of villainous flattery, but has already hung the 3 words of Big Brother Song on the side of the mouth. Straight away, he treated Song Yuan as his big brother. Zhao Ling to the nagging, I'm your boss. I'm the one who pays your salary every month. How come I don't hear you treating me respectfully? I'll let you eat. I'll let you live. I'll let you wear. Why don't you thank me? Kia laughed outright. Xia Dongqing looked at the balance inside her cell phone bank. Thank you too. Zhao Ling didn't have a good mood, and rolled his eyes. Really perfunctory. You got the bonus. This meal is on you. I want to eat chicken. I want to eat local chicken. Carrot. Song Yuan was given goosebumps by Zhao Ling's eerie cry. Zhao Ling, how can you fight a fight and still fight with a lack of masculinity? And the whole person is still petulant? Zhao Ling is really beating the lack of yang qi. In order to change to a better car, he is also very hard. I do not care. I just want Xia Dongqing to treat me to chicken. Carrot. I want to eat chicken. Saying that, Zhao Mandarin twisted over again to change her position, even with a pouty meaning, far and happy. Carrot. Wintergreen earns money and don't know to treat. Xia Dongqing always felt that all the people around him were staring at him when Zhao Ling did this, and the veins on his forehead went straight up as he gritted his teeth. Alright, I'll treat you to dinner, okay? And me? Song Yuan hurriedly raised his hand. Don't forget where you got this money from. Zheng Chulan was generous at this time. Today is my treat. Everyone follow me. Look at people. Song Yuan couldn't help but spit out. To say that the protagonists of these two dramas, Song Yuan was actually a little less fond of Xiaodongqing, Holy Mother of God. Koi. There's even some kinks. But these characteristics of Xiaodongqing are consistent with an ordinary person. An ordinary man suddenly acquires the eyes of the yin and yang, an orphan who grows up in the midst of all sorts of naysayers, and his character traits look like this. It certainly doesn't hurt that someone hates the character's personality traits, but Zheng Chulan was different. In fact, Zheng Chulan had already been laying out in the middle of the TV series when he participated in the Luo Tiandajia. It looked like a very stupid look. In fact, he was all on purpose. There weren't any decent hotels deep in this Lungfu mountain, but they could rest for the next 2 days before the individual matches. Not to mention, because this time is not the same as the Luo Tiandajio on top of the TV series, a lot of places have been changed, and some less important cannon fodder has been directly screened out, and of course some new people have appeared. Some people Song Yuan had never seen before. However, the inhuman realm was already full of capable people, and it was normal for some fresh blood to appear. So instead of eating this meal deep in the depths of Longhu Mountain, they came out of the gates of Longhu Mountain and went down to a nearby city to eat. In fact, there is another path deep in Lungfu Shan that does not require that cliff at all and goes straight down by cable car. Why didn't we take this road when we went up the mountain before? Zheng Chulan sat in the cable car, looking down at the treacherous peaks below, and let out a soulful question. Before, we had to take that cliff that was like an abyss of 10,000 feet. I'd say you guys are really not afraid that I'm going to fall off. Song Yuan looked indifferent. Don't worry, even if you fall down, you can't die. The bottom is a barrier. There is a wire mesh underneath. Not all of the Inhumans have that ability to walk through from the top of that wire, and some, still, may not be able to fall down. Then why did you have to walk a tightrope? Not to mention that Zheng Chulan had a mental shadow. In fact, Xiaodongqing was no better. Song Yuan's expression didn't change. It's probably just to pretend. This answer was simply full marks, and Zheng Chulan gave a thumbs up. The matchup rankings table won't be out until tomorrow, so everyone is a little more relaxed. We're going to strategize starting tomorrow. Su Si was very nervous. We'll try not to face each other. Isn't tomorrow random? Song Yuan was quite confused. And it's really separate? It should be able to. Feng Xingtong, who had followed him out to eat, said decisively, our Feng family has money. Su San raised his eyebrows. Having money is useless. Feng Xingtong finished what he said next. We donated one building to Longhu Mountain. Su San immediately smiled with an open brow. Then, young Master Feng, I'll leave the matter of not allowing us to fight against each other to you. Feng Xingtong also thought of something simpler. Don't worry, it's on me. The matter of you guys going to dinner today is also on me. There is our Feng family's restaurant right under the mountain. It's fragrant and beautiful. Chapter 157, The Truth of the Fifth Prince Not Going to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Song Yuan counted on his fingers. Some of them will be grouped together tomorrow, but they won't be eliminated. But Xiaodongqing couldn't go too far. On the way to the hotel after getting off the gondola, Zhao Ling suddenly remembered what Song Yuan had told himself, and he directly leveled with Zheng Chulan, hooked his shoulders, and then said slowly, I heard that there is a prohibition on your body, which was placed on you by your grandfather, and it can make you an unquestionable. In the meantime, speaking here, Zhao Ling suddenly didn't want to go on, because Feng Baobao next to him was staring at him with an inquisitive look on her face. In fact, when the words came to this point, Zheng Chulan already understood. Yes, this is an ancient prohibition. And would you? Zhou Rin cut in. I'd like you to give him the next one. Zhao Ling directly pointed at Xiaodongqing in the distance. Xiaodongqing had been happily looking at the goods of the surrounding vendors, intending to purchase some souvenirs for Song Yuan. He had now decided that Song Yuan was his eternal boss, and it was normal to offer a little souvenir for his boss. However, just as Zhao Ling pointed at Xiaodongqing, Xiaodongqing suddenly felt a chill on his back, and he turned his head towards Zhao Ling's direction. A little bit of grief. However, Zhao Ling was bright. If you have a way to make this one maintain its virginity for 10, no, 20 years. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by a horrified Zheng Chulan. Brother, what's your relationship with him? Do you have a grudge against him? Zheng Chulan was already about to die of annoyance from carrying such a prohibition on his body, and as a result, Zhao Ling was still planning to get one for Xiaodongqing. Can't you? Otherwise keeping it for 10 years is fine. Zhao Rant's voice was despondent, because Xiaodongqing body inside chi like a psychopath. All get so many chains, this good still moving will come out, and every time it comes out it's for one purpose, and that's to make babies. If Xiaodongqing was allowed to carry Zhang Chulan's ban on his back, then even if the bastard came out, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Zhang Chulan tried to speak as calmly as possible. I think this matter you still need to discuss with Holly, to see if the other party is willing. It doesn't matter what he wishes. Zhao Mandarin waved his hand carelessly. Suddenly as if reacting, do you not know how to draw? Zhang Chulan nodded. Indeed I won't. And back then when my grandfather got it for me it was very troublesome and required a lot of materials. Zhao Ran squinted his eyes. Or else you can let me take a look at it sometime. If you let me take a look at it, at least let me figure out what the principle is in there. Maybe I'll be able to draw it. I'm an expert at drawing talismans too. Zhang Chulan had not actually seen Zhao Ling drawing talismans with his own eyes, but he had heard that Zhao Ling was a very powerful grand summoner, who could summon all kinds of ghosts, and since he could summon ghosts, he should be very powerful in the art of drawing talismans. But upon hearing this unreasonable request, Zhang Chulan still directly refused. No, how can you just look? Can't look. Feng Xingtong didn't know when she heard the two of them talking, and suddenly came over, a pair of big eyes filled with curiosity, all of them inquisitive. I also want to see it. Song Yuan. Zhang Chulan instantly exploded. No, none of you. None of you. Zhao Ling was very unable to understand. We are all men. What's wrong with taking a look? Besides, maybe I can really analyze it. Song Yuan was also speechless when he saw the scene, so it seemed that a certain person walking a bird might be the nail in the coffin. It shouldn't be at this time of year though. After all, they're only 2 rounds past the draft now. There's PK next. Zhang Chulan hasn't used those cheap tricks yet. Moreover, there was something strange about this selection. After all, even Su Si and Su San had participated inside the TV show. That's a no-no. This meal was quite satisfying. After all, it was Feng Xingtong's treat, and what was served up there were good wines and dishes that were rarely seen. At least for others it does. However, to Song Yuan and Feng Baobao as well as by Jian Chu who often worked inside Song Yuan's store, the quality of these meals were not even as good as something casually made by the 5th Duke. However, it's good to have some junk food once in a while. Why do I feel that if the 5th Prince were to open a store at the foot of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, it wouldn't make a killing? After drinking and eating, Feng Baobao still plainly put forward this suggestion. Even if the 5th Prince sells steamed buns at the foot of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, you think he hasn't sold it? Song Yuan said quietly. He still knew a little bit about the 5th Prince. Zhao Ling froze for a moment and quickly responded. That said, it's really possible. Feng Xingtong was quite curious about the 5th Prince they were talking about. The 5th Prince you guys are talking about is a great chef. The very powerful kind? Then if he opened a steamed bun store at the foot of Longhu Mountain, it might even be very profitable. So why did he close down? This was, after all, the Feng family's hotel, belonging exclusively to the Feng family, and since the young master of the Feng family had raised such a question, the manager next to him would naturally have to be accustomed to it. Then of course, it's not as profitable as we are. No. Yet Song Yuan shook his head. Feng Xingtong instantly slapped that manager. What nonsense. That manager nodded. Yeah, I'm bull ****** ting. However, Song Yuan spoke the answer. Maybe it's because there aren't too many people from Longhu Mountain. Right. They can steam steamed buns themselves. They won't necessarily come down the mountain to buy them. Feng Xingtong thought Song Yuan meant what he said and hurriedly chimed in. However, Zhao Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Am I wrong? Feng Xingtong hurriedly asked from the side. Zhao Ling just laughed without saying anything. Right. But the smile was very discreet. Next to her, Xiaoya completely understood. Isn't it true that there aren't many people in Longhu Mountain? This 5th Prince is probably an ordinary person who has eaten too much and wants to eat some cultivators. The lower-ranked cultivators let the bastard eat almost all of them. So wouldn't the rest be the higher-ranked ones? That old celestial master looked pretty powerful, and the 5th Duke would never be able to beat him. Longhu Mountain has produced Taoist priests who have ascended, and if the 5th Prince really opened a steamed bun store or some other store at the foot of Longhu Mountain and ate almost all of the low-ranking Taoist priests, he would have to face the fate of heaven directly. Then they would have to face high-ranking Taoist priests. So in the end, the store of the 5th Prince had to have to move out of Longhu Mountain. After brainstorming for a while, Song Yuan suddenly froze. No wonder the 5th Prince told me that he was dead set on not coming to Longhu Mountain. Why don't we ask the old heavenly master tomorrow if he's on someone's blacklist? Song Yuan suddenly felt like he had solved the case. Zhao Ling froze, still feeling that this was the most likely. He nodded beside him. It's quite possible. Far away in the blacksmith store diligently pickled pickles of the 5th Prince suddenly sneezed. Cold should not be It can't be that the gang of bull-nosed Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain are spitting on me again, right? Back then those monks can be really delicious. Is Zhang Daoling that bull-nose hit too painful? Chapter 158 Song Yuan vs. Jia Zhangliang. Day 2 of the tournament went down as planned. The largest arena was divided into 10 smaller arenas. 2 people on top of each small martial arts arena dueled 2 by 2. If you accidentally fall off the top of the martial arts arena, you are considered to have failed. It counts as a failure if you are seriously injured. But you can't kill people. Only point blank. Song Yuan was facing the only one who had gotten a bargain inside the original plot. Jia Zhangliang. All the people inside the original episode fought to the death. But only Jia Young Liang got a blood. And 500 bucks. Although it was reasonable to assume that Win San Swallow had gained the same amount of blood, she had not gained money. Only Jia Young Liang got the money. That's why Jazzy is different. Song Yuan also didn't expect that it would actually be Jia Zhangliang. And Jia Zhangliang had been calling one after the other when he got on stage. And it was indeed his mother who had called. Oh hey, mother amount is in the game it. A little later to talk about it, okay? I'm dressed. It's still hot here. Where do I need a fall coat? I brought my fall coat. Don't worry. I won't freeze and catch a cold. And I still have to race the mud. So the mud will just take a good look. The fat Taoist next to him couldn't stand it. Big brother, can you speed up a little bit not? Hurry up and start the war. What's wrong with calling non-stop? Jia Zhangliang looked up at him and held the phone away from him. Can we go to war now? Of course. Hurry up and start. The Taoist priest nodded. It was only at this time that Jia Zhangliang looked squarely in Song Yuan's direction. But Jia Zhangliang's phone was never taken down. And the bastard took the knife and threw it in Song Yuan's direction. However, Song Yuan didn't look at anything either, and directly threw out his own sword. Jia Zhangliang, that's just a small flying knife. The small flying dagger suddenly split from it and turned into 2 halves when it came into contact with Song Yuan's knife. However, those 2 halves didn't fall to the ground. After all, Jia Zhangliang was also an object controller, so those 2 halves of the knife were floating in mid-air. Mom, I'll be back soon. Don't worry about me. As Jia Zhangliang spoke, he took out 3 more knives from his own waist. This time, the 3 knives were rushing directly towards Song Yuan's direction, while the one that had broken fell from mid-air. Song Yuan still had an indifferent look on his face, but Jia Zhangliang was burning with rage. Is really did not think that their own knife actually in the front of Song Yuan is not worth mentioning. Also do not know Song Yuan hand that knife in the end is made with what things. If it wasn't out of place, the current Jia Zhangliang would even want to shout out that Song Yuan was cheating. But Jia Zhangliang also quickly spoke to his own mother at this time. Mom, I have something else on my side, so I'll hang up first. But he can't hang, because after Jia Zhangliang finished the sentence, the opposite side of the old lady seems to be anxious. You don't come. I'm not something, I just have to race with someone. That's why I said I'm going to hang up. Right. I can't say I'm going to hang up first. Then mom, you're going to hold down the cell phone first. I'm still going to race. Jia Young Liang is definitely a mama's boy, to say the least. However, when Jia Zhangliang came back to his senses again, he realized that the fat Taoist priest who had spoken to him before had restood in front of him. Are you finished? Your sword is gone. Are you still fighting? If you don't, can the other party kick you down? Jia Zhangliang's face changed. In fact, Song Yuan had quite a lot of attention on top of this field. After all, many people wanted to see how exactly Song Yuan had gotten so many points in the previous 2 matches. When they saw the absent-minded Jia Zhangliang, they still thought that Jia Zhangliang might have signed some kind of special agreement with Song Yuan, and that Jia Zhangliang might not want to fight Song Yuan at all, and that this wasn't just a fake match. So as that fat Taoist reprimanded Jia Zhangliang, the spectators on the side also said loudly, it's just that if you don't want to play the game, just jump right off. Are you playing a game or are you going to talk to your mom on the phone? Isn't it a mommy's baby? Are you a mommy's baby? What kind of day is it when you still need to wear a fall coat? Is it that much of a stretch? That's it. If you don't want to fight, hurry down. We have to watch the rest of the field. Stop whining and get down there. Jia Zhangliang didn't expect that there were actually so many people urging him to hurry down, and for a while his face turned white. Of course the reason for his ugly face wasn't because there were so many people scolding him, but because it seemed like his old lady had heard him. Sure enough, Jia Zhangliang's mother outputted a beat over there, and Jia Zhangliang hurriedly said, you don't have to come see me. They're not bullying me. I'm just going to play the game. Aha, okay, I'll talk about it after the game. As Jia Zhangliang said this, he threw out 6 more daggers towards the field, and then before his old lady over here hung up the phone, Jia Zhangliang continued to throw daggers, manipulate 9 at once, and that's certainly not the limit for Jazzy. Even Jia Zhangliang can manipulate 12 flying daggers while talking on the phone, no distractions at all. However, just as Jia Zhangliang was enjoying himself alone, even calling to load the library while feeling that he would soon be able to reap the gasps of surprise from the spectators, his shoulder was tapped by the Taoist priest next to him, and Jia Zhangliang raised his head in the direction of the Taoist priest in confusion. The Taoist priest's face was very kind as he pointed to the center of the field. Are you seriously controlling things or not? You're throwing flying knives at people's knives. Are you doing this on purpose? Jia Zhangliang looked towards Song Yuan's direction with a face full of confusion. However, the first thing he saw was the knife hovering in front of Song Yuan. The blade floated in mid-air, and all that floated beside the blade were daggers that had broken off. All of the daggers that Jia Zhangliang had just thrown out broke and floated in mid-air without falling. Our Jia village builds all kinds of knives every year. That's what we do. Our Jia village's knives are all exceptionally sharp and sturdy. What makes your knife able to break mine? Jia Zhangliang was so furious that he didn't even talk on the phone this time. He directly hung up. He now dared to take on his mother's wrath, but would never accept such an outcome, which was nothing short of bullying. It's like rubbing his intelligence on the ground. That's not fair. Jia Zhangliang popped up. You use such a good sword against me. Even if you can control it, so what? That's not a good win for you. Song Yuan glanced at him and stretched out his hand towards the fat Taoist priest. Give me one of the weapons you use here, or chopsticks will do. The fat Taoist priest was unsure, but he contributed the chopsticks he used to eat his lunch. Song Yuan took the pair of chopsticks and waved provocatively. Come on, let's try again. Chapter 159, One Dare to Teach, One Dare to Learn. Jia Zhangliang's face was a bit ugly. He was a very honest person. If you take the chopsticks, wouldn't I be bullying you? That's absolutely impossible. How about this? You take my flying daggers. I still have some flying daggers. As he said that, he flew 12 flying daggers directly over to Song Yuan, and in one breath, he used the means of controlling the flying daggers to send them directly in front of Song Yuan. However, before those knives could even get close to Song Yuan, or just the two of them on a center line, Song Yuan's sense of control directly took over those 12 flying knives and forcefully kicked down Jia Zhangliang's supernatural energy. Honestly, this was something that Jia Yongriang hadn't thought of in any way. Jia Zhangliang was startled. However, Song Yuan over here only revealed a bright smile at Jia Zhangliang, and immediately after, Song Yuan maneuvered 11 of the flying daggers and slammed them directly and fiercely in Jia Zhangliang's direction. Jia Zhangliang had tried to control those 11 flying daggers, but he realized that he couldn't regain control of them no matter how hard he tried. Jia Zhangliang, over here, let out a sharp popping sound from his mouth, but the bastard actually didn't know to jump out of the ring and instead held his head. Unexpectedly, those 11 flying daggers went straight through Jia Zhangliang's body and plunged into the land behind him. Jia Zhangliang was unharmed, but lost face, because the watching class above the bleachers let out a laugh, and at this time Zhang Chulan hadn't even come on yet. At this time Zhang Chulan climbed the railing and laughed in a very arrogant manner. Ha ha ha, Jia Zhangliang, you'd better admit defeat. Your skill in controlling a sword is still not as good as our family's Song Yuan. Jia Zhangliang's face was an ugly one. Is there a place for you to talk? Zhang Chulan laughed out loud. Then you have the ability to defeat our family Song Yuan. Don't scream just now. In fact, it's okay for you to jump from the top of the ring just now. With an ugly face, Jia Zhangliang glanced at Song Yuan and said directly to the fat Taoist priest next to him, I admit defeat. The fat Taoist originally thought that he would be able to see a fierce duel, but he didn't think that in the end he would actually end up like this. The fat Taoist's entire body was bad. Are you sure? You're not going to think about it anymore? Jia Zhangliang glanced at the fat Taoist priest and was puzzled. Didn't you want me to give up as well? Haven't you long been willing to see the moment I jump off the ring? Why are you still advising me at this time? The fat Taoist scratched his head and said with some embarrassment, Actually, I don't ask for much. I just want to see a great duel. Don't you even call? Then have a good fight with someone else. Song Yuan, I haven't even seen what's going on yet and you're going down there. Is that reasonable? In fact, what this fat Taoist priest said was also what the spectators on the stage were thinking. That's right, old Jia. At least you're fighting with others. You're also an object controller, and they're also object controllers. Why are you still running away from the battle? What's wrong with a fight? It's not like there's a lot of meat, so hurry up and start the fight. You all. In fact, you are all just watching the fun. In fact, just now I can sort of see that Jia Zhangliang simply has no way to suppress Song Yuan. In front of Song Yuan, he has lost all control. That was a true statement. Jia Zhangliang had just lost all control just now. That was why Jia Zhangliang had proposed to admit defeat directly. There's nothing to fight about. Jia Zhangliang justified himself by jumping straight out of the ring, but after doing so, he climbed back up. The fat Taoist priest seemed to be quite happy. Are you planning to start the fight now? If you were careless just now, I can count you as not surrendering. Of course I surrendered. I came over to pick up the knives. These are the knives we fought with in Jia village. How many of these have been scrapped? My mom would be worried if she saw it. Of course I'm going to pick up all these knives back. Jia Zhangliang 2 words without saying, pouting his ass off to pick up the knives. While Song Yuan had already brought his own knives down to the ring by this time, the fat Taoist was filled with helplessness and muttered, How do you know you can't beat it if you don't fight? Really? However, after this fat Taoist priest said this, he immediately announced the result of the match. Song Yuan wins this round. Jia Young Ryung et al. Stopped right at the top 48 and have yet to make it to the top 24. But he felt a face of indifference. The battle on Song Yuan's side ended really fast, and even many of the spectators didn't understand what was going on, and their fight was over. So there were quite a few spectators who went to watch the others, while Song Yuan rushed to Xia Dongqing's ring with great interest. Xia Dongqing against a character that never appeared inside the original plot. This guy was wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, and the other party also put the hat on. Wearing a black mask, the whole person will only be able to see a pair of gloomy eyes. In fact, before the match Song Yuan and the others also carried out some training for Xia Dongqing. Of course, the simplest training is Xiaoya teaching Xia Dongqing how to slap the enemy's mouth by surprise. That's really one dare to teach and another dare to learn. Song Yuan once asked very sincerely, if you teach Xia Dongqing this kind of thing, aren't you afraid that Xia Dongqing will let someone beat him to death in the ring when the time comes? How is it possible to kill someone? Didn't Dragon Tiger Mountain say it all before? The rule is that you can't kill someone. Xiaoya felt that her ploy was correct. Besides, how much strength does Xia Dongqing have? This slap of his won't do anything to the other party, but it's extremely insulting. At that time, the other party would definitely kick Xia Dongqing out of the ring as fast as possible. No need to suffer the torture. After listening to Xiaoya's strategy, Song Yuan felt that it made quite a bit of sense, but of course it could go to the other extreme. That would be to slap the other party and get excited, and then the other party would start bloodily abusing Xia Dongqing, not so cleanly knocking Xia Dongqing out of the ring at all. However, Xia Dongqing, this opponent is like a ghost shadow. Xia Dongqing repeatedly tried to get close to slap the other party's big mouth. Each time the fan is only the other party's residual shadow. As for that kid's main body, he had long ago flashed away somewhere. One after another Xia Dongqing was really too tired. So when Song Yuan came over, Xia Dongqing simply sat on the ground to rest. And that shadow-like person had been standing not far from Xia Dongqing, staring at him with a deadly stare. That gaze really made Xia Dongqing uncomfortable. Say, what are you looking at me so old for? Can you stop hiding? I'm exhausted. Yet the brooding boy remained silent. Xia Dongqing regained a bit of strength after resting for a while, so he climbed up once again and walked in the direction of that kid. Song Yuan's voice rang out at that very moment. Watch your feet, he's in your shadow. Neither the watching class nor the dog referee next to him actually saw it coming. Xia Dongqing suddenly froze, stopped in his tracks, and slapped his face fiercely towards his shadow. This slap is really deep in the essence of the 9 heavenly mysteries. Even Song Yuan couldn't help but close his eyes, unable to bear to see the next scene. Chapter 163 Children. Snap dash there was a crunch. To be honest, the sound also startled Song Yuan. Fixing his eyes in the direction of the ring, sure enough, the man who looked so grim just now, had already had his hat knocked off by Xia Dongqing, and crookedly fell to the ground. The slap smacked the other side of the room. Yes, that grim-faced man is actually 3 people. It looks like one person, but it's actually 3 dwarfs, going up one after the other. It's just 3 kids. The kid at the top covered his reddened face from the slap and gasped, "Why are you hitting people?" For a time the kind-hearted Xia Dongqing was even asked to self-doubt. This is the ring. If you don't fight someone, who do you fight? It was Song Yuan at the bottom who couldn't stand to watch and spoke. The referee hurriedly rushed people away. If you're done with your match, go up to the top of the viewing platform and watch. Don't stand here. It's not very safe here after all. Song Yuan had wanted to retort and ask how exactly this place was no longer safe. But then he suddenly heard a bam from behind his voice. And then, Song Yuan turned his head to see a contestant fall from the top of the ring, smashing right into a position not far from Song Yuan, probably less than a meter or so away. That really was a backwards plunge. With a crooked nose, it's indeed a bit dangerous. Song Yuan touched his nose and helplessly admitted, "I'll leave now and definitely not get in your way." After saying these words, Song Yuan really turned around and left without bringing a single sleeve. However, that referee looked at the 3 people who had disintegrated, especially the small child who had fallen to the ground and wailed, and was somewhat speechless. "Are you 3 little bastards still fighting?" The child who was covering that red slap mark on his face stubbornly stood up. "No more, no more. This person is too much to slap. They say you can't hit someone in the face. How can he slap me?" Xia Dongqing was a little embarrassed, and hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I'm a person who has only learned this one trick before." That small child said those words have a kind of petulant meaning. I did not expect to finish after Xia Dongqing actually answered this way. Suddenly the fire child directly towards the direction of Xia Dongqing rushed over. Probably wanted to headbutt Xia Dongqing. However, Xia Dongqing probably had a special kind of muscle memory because of the devilish training he received from Xiaoya. So when the kid rushed over, Xia Dongqing was a big mouth without saying anything. The child had to fall headfirst to the ground while covering his cheek with his hand with an incredulous expression. "Why are you hitting me again? How can you still hit me? Lao San, stop crying and hurry up and stand up." Xia Dongqing looked at his own hand and also felt that he was too aggressive. However, just at this time, he felt that his legs and feet were being tripped by someone. He lowered his head and realized that the oldest, who had just been grinding on the ground and not getting up, was actually sniffling and hugging his calf. That old third was still sniffling, and most of this snot rubbed on Xia Dongqing's pants leg. It was even lassoed. It's kind of gross when you should say no. Xia Dongqing quickly backed up, wanting to pull down the small duding on his leg, but the small duding sticking to his leg stake is quite firm. The oldest three grabbed Xia Dongqing, then it was the oldest two who also grabbed Xia Dongqing's other leg, and then the oldest one who had been slapped walked over, jumps up and slaps Summer Holly's knee. It didn't hurt at all, and even made you want to laugh just a little bit. However, that boss probably could feel Xia Dongqing's smile. His face went black at that time, and he directly made a backward step, and then assisted in running, and then came towards Xia Dongqing's cheek with a flying kick. Xia Dongqing was really not expecting the other party to actually be so ferocious. The kid had boosted his run earlier and flew right in front of him. The kid's flying kicks are still pretty standard. Directly kicked to Xia Dongqing's face. At that time, Xia Dongqing's face was numb, and his body was also deflected to the side. But the oldest two and the oldest three held Xia Dongqing's pants leg in death, and the oldest three even laughed out loud when he saw this scene. Serves you right. Who told you to hit us? In the bleachers above the Xiaoya anxious, all the spectators and the number of her voice is the largest, and the most lethal, from a long distance are able to stand out from a crowd of spectators. Xia Dongqing, you can't even beat 3 kids. How dare you? What do you have to question? This is supposed to be a ring. Just fight directly. You actually got those 3 kids in hard control. You're pretty good. What did I teach you? What about all those skills I taught you? If you can't use any of them, don't come see me. Xiao Ye, who was standing on top of the stage, was so crazy that she couldn't even wait to rush straight into the middle of the martial arts arena. One of the Taoist priests beside him even came over to warn, "This lady, you're better off not being so crazy yet. You're talking too loudly and affecting the people above the ring." "I'm reminding my own people. What's wrong with that?" Xiaoya said with great impatience as she turned around. That Taoist priest's face was also hard to see. But the good thing is that Xia Dongqing still listens to Xiaoya's words. After being kicked by a flying kick, Xia Dongqing was no longer merciful. After all, those 2 little peasants could only trap his feet, not his upper body. Xia Dongqing simply slapped slap after slap on these 3 little peasants, and it was called unrelenting. For a while the entire ring above just echoed with the sound of Xia Dongqing slapping. One after the other listening to it was breathless, and those few children had been unable to control Xia Dongqing. One of them even said with a panicked face, "This person is not right. There is something inside his body." Yaha stood up then, her eyes dead set on the kid. Song Yuan didn't know when he appeared behind Xiaoya. Seeing Xiaoya so nervous, Song Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if these kids can sense that there is something inside Xia Dongqing's body, they won't be able to release him." Xia nodded next to her. "I also think that those kids should not have the ability to do that." However, Xia Dongqing just froze for a moment. Don't quite understand what these kids are talking about. Now he was filled with thoughts of how he should beat all these kids down, so he was even more relentless. Before it was just a spanking asterisk. This time it was a direct hit to the face. These children are in fact all foreigners. Their means of attack is similar to detaining spirits and sending generals. Their means of attack is one soul after another. But these souls are not complete souls, just residual souls. So even Xia Dongqing does not have a way to see clearly. These tattered souls were intending to fly directly to Xia Dongqing's body and take over Xia Dongqing's body, but they found that there seemed to be something inside Xia Dongqing's body, and this thing is able to eat these broken souls. After the broken soul in the hand of one of the little boys was eaten by the qi in Xia Dongqing's body, the other party wailed, "What the hell is wrong with you people? You're just too much. You give my little white back. It's my little white, not yours." Woo woo. Xia Dongqing at this time is not good to do it. People have been beaten by him to cry. Do you still want to continue? He looked at the referee next to him with a speechless face. At this point, the referee couldn't say anything, and could only directly announce the result. Xia Dongqing advances. Chapter 161. Luckily I ran away fast. Until those few brats were brought back by their own parents. They were still staring at Xia Dongqing with a vicious face. The second one of them looked at Xia Dongqing angrily and said, "You're simply cheating. There's something inside you." "What is in my body?" Xia Dongqing was puzzled, but Xiao Ya, who had been staring at this side, hurriedly came down from above. "Hurry back with me after the fight. Don't talk to these messy people. You guys are weak-minded." The oldest stared angrily at Xiaoya. "There must be something you're not telling us. There's something inside this guy's body. This is cheating. I haven't even talked about you few brats." Xiaoya turned around and crossed her arms, very angry. "Don't think I can't see what kind of attacks you guys are using. Those souls were originally intact, and became mutilated when they reached your hands. That being said, what the hell did you guys do? And what do you mean by attacking with these mutilated souls? You guys don't think that those tattered souls are really capable of doing anything, do you? This little brother is in such good health. And it seems that his yang energy is also sufficient. In this case, it's only normal that you guys can't beat him, right? Just some tattered souls, and you still want to enter a person's body? Yeah, is not good at fighting. Cursing is a good thing. After a few curses, the kids were speechless, because they now have to take mixed doubles from their parents. Who asked you to participate in the Luo Tianjiao festival? I'm just showing you around. You're young now. Who asked you to participate? One day at a time is a net no-no. I said, why have you guys suddenly disappeared? Of course, outside of this uproarious cursing, the cries of the children were even more refreshing. For some reason, even Xia Dongqing, who had always been very kind-hearted, smiled when she heard such a cry. When Xia Dongqing's side ended, Song Yuan turned his attention to Zhang Chulan. The main reason was that Zhang Chulan's side was moving more, and the one this guy met was also a character that the original had never seen before. That guy's attacks were more obscene, and even the referee next to him had erected a special boundary. This boundary was transparent, allowing those outside to see exactly what was going on inside. But there is no way for everyone to be able to smell it. That's right, Zhang Chulan's opponent was a stinky king. All of that individual's attacks came from his own farts. Let out a fart and you'll be able to see the purple smoke rising up behind the man. Not to mention, this thing makes your head hurt even if you don't get close and look at it from a distance. This is a very flavorful match, isn't it? From a long distance away, Song Yuan saw various poisonous qi scattering in all directions on top of that ring of Zhang Chulan's, and each type of poisonous qi occupied a corner. Zhang Chulan's face was that ugly. He had been dodging the stinky fart king's attacks, but even if he was dodging, with so many kinds of farts mixed together, although the entire ring possessed colorful smoke, it didn't mean that the smoke didn't completely disperse, nor did it mean that the smoke didn't emit a suffocating smell. Holy, what kind of sin have I suffered? What kind of sins have I created? To actually meet you? Zhang Chulan ran in the middle of the ring while questioning loudly. Older brother, put away your divine ability. I'm really scared. That stinky fart king raised his head, because he had to use the air on his body to fart before. So the bastard had been bent over with his fart asterisk gas pointed in Zhang Chulan's direction, like a human cannon. One after another, poisonous gases were released in Zhang Chulan's direction. What can Zhang Chulan do? The Taoist priests outside had sealed the entire ring, and unless Zhang Chulan directly jumped off the ring, he would only be able to keep dodging, and the smell could not be dispersed at all. Even because the king of stinky farts was letting out more and more speed in more and more numbers, it caused the smell inside that hood to become more and more strange. Zhang Chulan had to cover his nose while trying to dodge the stinky fart king's attacks, and he also had to prevent himself from being smoked out by the stinky fart king. You guy, Zhang Chulan's face was ugly, and all of a sudden, as if he had thought of something, he loudly rushed at the stinky fart king. What's the big deal if it's just that you only know how to let out a stinky fart? I just need to hold it in. That's what you said. With that, Stinky Fart King put the gas mask on his face, while at this moment, he was lying on the ground with his *T aimed at Zhang Chulan. The Stinky Fart King took a deep breath and then exhaled again, making his entire stomach like a toad, expanding for a while and inhaling for a while, and if one was close to the Stinky Fart King, one would be able to clearly hear that the inside of the Stinky Fart King's stomach appeared to be flipping over and making a gurgling sound. Even the Taoist priest standing next to the ring had an ugly look on his face and quickly took a step back, looking at the Stinky Fart King with a horrified look on his face. The spectators above the stage were flustered, scrambling to shout at the dowser. Dog dog dog, you put a thicker protective boundary. Why do I get the feeling that this one is planning to release a biochemical weapon? Can you put more layers on that knot? I feel like I'm going to be smoked out in a while. Say, how on earth did such a player get through the first 2 levels? How the hell did he get in? It's not like his opponents in front of him were stunk to death, is it? I said, how come when I saw this dude before, this guy was carrying 10 pounds of soybeans in his hand, and he was waiting for us here. That said, that Zhang Chulan is the legendary heir of the air body source stream, isn't he? Is he so unlucky? Ha ha ha, the legend that the heir of the air body source stream would actually be fainted by a stinky fart. Why do I find it so funny? Many people were waiting to see this scene, and it was clear that the Stinker King was going to deliver the final blow. But at this very moment, Zhang Chulan suddenly charged towards the Stinky King and quickly took off his shoes. Song Yuan's eyes widened. He shouldn't be trying to. The words were not yet finished. The three of them, Song Yuan and Xiaoya as well as Xia Dongqing, then saw Zhang Chulan very decisively take his shoe and stick it into the other party's *S. At once, all three of them frowned. Moreover, Zhang Chulan also vigorously disliked his shoes towards the other party's body, and after disliking them twice, he even kicked hard in the direction of that big toad, kicked Stinky King right out of the ring. The referee next to him immediately declared, "This time Zhang Chulan gets the victory." Vomit. Xiaoya looked at Zheng Chulan with a face full of shock, her speech stuttering. How did he dare? How did he dare to kick it right out? I'm going to vomit. However, Xiaoya and Xia Donqing were both victims, and as the two of them vomited on each other, they realized that Song Yuan had jumped directly from the high walls of the martial arts arena. That wall is over 100 meters high. There were quite a few people beside them who saw this dangerous move of Song Yuan, and they quickly looked over in Song Yuan's direction, only to find that nothing happened at all after the man jumped. Instead, those on top of the wall smelled the odor escaping from the air and nearly vomited. That was close. Song Yuan went straight to the cafeteria without looking back after jumping off the wall. Luckily, I ran fast. How could the Luo Tian Dajio have such a horrible player? Chapter 162 Old Heavenly Master vs Song Yuan. The first match was suspended for the entire match because the smell of the Stinker King completely escaped. At least Zhao Ling's side hadn't been divided yet. However, the stinky words, Zhao Ling did not hear much, because Zheng Chulan that ring location. Originally the Taoist priest used a special boundary to cover the entire ring, so the smell inside the ring only Zheng Chulan this unlucky guy can enjoy. The people outside can't smell it, but when Zheng Chulan knocked that stinky king right out of the ring, that smell was like a cannonball that emanated directly above all the rings. The first to bear the brunt was the Taoist priest standing next to him. That Taoist priest's face was very ugly. Right then and there, just like Zheng Chulan, he looked for a corner and started to vomit, and a carelessness directly made the ring's boundary dissipate along with it. And the moment that boundary dissipated, the stinky fart smell was like a large mushroom that lifted off directly across the entire martial arts arena. The old heavenly master raised his eyebrows and ran as fast as he could. His running posture was somewhat similar to Song Yuan's, both jumping directly onto the city wall. No, wait for me. The others blushed profusely. Even Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but you for a moment. Anyone who ran slow had to go inside the dormitory and rebathe. So in the end, in the entire cafeteria, surprisingly, only Song Yuan and the old heavenly master were eating inside, while the others, at this moment, were still frantically using shower gel inside their dormitories. It was fortunate that Lung Fu Shan had a small room for everyone this time, otherwise a group of inhumans could have fought just for the sake of bathing. It's still you who run fast. The old heavenly master still came to the cafeteria after bathing once. Only Song Yuan was the only one inside the cafeteria. The old celestial master sat directly opposite Song Yuan, ordered a bowl of noodles, and before he ate it, he first took a deep breath. It smells so good. I really don't know how that stinky fart king got mixed in. It's been 2 rounds before I realized it. Well, Song Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, the effect is simply comparable to a gas bomb. The old heavenly master arched his eyebrows. I see that you are all redundant to participate. Those few of them, which one of them can beat you? How about I directly give you a backdoor? Directly inherited my heavenly master degree. As for the Tong Tian talisman, if you want it, I can also get it for you. At this moment, the old heavenly master was looking at Song Yuan with eyes that were so kind. Tong Tian talisman. I am quite interested. Song Yuan matter-of-factly, but the words turned, Tiancha do don't it? Who don't know you that contraption who receives who bad luck? There was something Song Yuan didn't say outright. LWS asked this directly. The real face is a bit big. Tiancher degree who receives who is the next Tiancher. This life most of the time have to be rooted in the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and also cannot find a little girl. Moreover, after becoming a heavenly master, Song Yuan was tantamount to being linked to the world rules of this world, and under the influence of the heavenly master's degree, he wouldn't be able to say whatever he wanted freely, and he would have to pay a price even for divination. And now Song Yuan, relying on the system, followed not the world rules of the current world, and could even be said to be above all the world rules, only needing to follow the system. So of course Song Yuan would choose the system. How come I can't? The old heavenly master was filled with displeasure. Why don't I try your depths? Good. Song Yuan nodded. The moment Song Yuan nodded his head, the table where the two were eating shook slightly. Something seemed to have changed in the air. In fact, what the old heavenly master used to deal with Song Yuan was the art of Qi Men. Moreover, while the two of them were sparring, it happened that Wang had also just taken a shower and changed his clothes to come to the cafeteria, and that was when he walked to the entrance of the cafeteria. He felt that something was not right. A powerful energy erupted from the old heavenly master's body, and from Wang Yuya's point of view, that old heavenly master's back seemed to have grown like an octopus as his body erupted with air. In this situation, that cafeteria still looked ordinary, but at this moment, not a single person dared to approach, as if all the tables and chairs inside the cafeteria were vibrating slightly. But Song Yuan just sat there, and he was like a big mountain, firmly pressing down on the old heavenly master's body, looming over him. The main reason was that Song Yuan's body, however, had the Jade Emperor's 9 dragons true qi, which was immune to all spell attacks. Therefore, Song Yuan was sitting there, just sitting there flatly, and the old heavenly master didn't even have the means to hurt Song Yuan in the slightest. On the contrary, the old celestial master felt as if the air he emitted was being pressed by a huge mountain which was closing in on him. After all, the two of them were still sitting on top of the table to eat, and were relatively close to each other. However, at this time, the old heavenly master also realized that he couldn't move at all, and even, the air emanating from his body had no way to be completely withdrawn. He could only watch as the air emanating from his body spread out in all directions like an endless octopus and could not be retracted. The lights above the ceiling of the cafeteria soon took on the shape of a spider web. Wang Yuya, who was far away, looked at Song Yuan's looming appearance and was suddenly stunned as well. This Song Yuan simply has too much iron in his head, and he actually didn't react at all. It was nothing short of a miracle that Song Yuan was able to hold on under that intensity of the old celestial master's onslaught. However, even the lights above the ceiling of the cafeteria were completely shattered by the impact of this imposing air. But there was not a single movement on Song Yuan's side. It still looked bashful, even sucking on the noodles. It was as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. But the old heavenly master's personality was not like this. Wang had also heard of the old heavenly master's personality before. It was impossible that he would not even stop when the lights in the cafeteria were shattered. What's more, the old celestial master should not have any conflict of interest with Song Yuan above. How could the two of them have been in a stalemate until now? It's obviously not normal. Just when Wang Yuya was planning to say something, he saw Song Yuan holding the bowl of noodles and drinking all the soup inside that bowl. I'm full. See you later. With that, Song Yuan stood up and walked in the direction of the door. And when Song Yuan left, and even when Song Yuan passed by Wang Yuya's body, Wang Yuya realized that the old heavenly master had finally collected the air around himself. Only it felt as if the old heavenly master didn't even have as much air in his body as he did originally. Even Wang also noticed that there was a fine sweat on the old heavenly master's forehead. Finally, I'm gone, or else I'd have lost a lot of face. The old celestial master wiped the sweat on his forehead. It was as if he was sucked in at that instant. All the air in his body could not be withdrawn. And when the old celestial master finished saying this, all the lights above the ceiling of the entire cafeteria, all the glass all shattered and fell to the ground like specks of starlight. No, the old heavenly master said with a face full of shock. However, when he finished saying this, cracks gradually appeared on all the tables and chairs inside the entire cafeteria as well. A very fat Taoist priest scurried out from inside the cafeteria, holding a spatula and yelling at the old heavenly master in the distance. Who did this? Looking for death? Chapter 163, Soak for a Night? Are you crazy? Wang also suddenly felt that his presence here was a bit redundant. What he had just seen. It wasn't possible that the old heavenly master would silence him, was it? However, after the old heavenly master heard that fat Taoist priest finish his sentence, he immediately placed his gaze on Wang Yuya. Little friend, how can you just use the art of Qi Men? This isn't a martial arts arena. Wang Yuya, a head full of slowly typed out a bunch of question marks. However, at this time, he also quickly reacted to what was wrong. He looked up at the old celestial master and said with a face full of shock, I have nothing to do. Before the words were finished, Wang also froze, because Wang also saw that there was an extra hanging disc of the Wind Queen's Qi-Men under the soles of his feet, except that he had not yet used the Wind Queen's Qi-Men's technique, and should probably, the old celestial master could not see it. He's got to bet. See, those eyes of the old celestial master were clear, as if they saw through everything, but the words that came out of his mouth made Wang also double over as the old celestial master said, he made all of this happen. Me, without saying a word. Wang also said, chaos, gold, watchman. The old celestial master narrowed his eyes. As for Wang Yuya, a flash directly left the cafeteria. Hey, this brat. I even looked away. Although the old heavenly master was saying this, the wrinkles inside his face seemed to be filled with laughter. Asterisk. Wang, who was far away, also wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, worthy of being an old heavenly master. No, the fat Taoist took the spatula and walked quickly to the old heavenly master, his face full of consternation. You're just going to let him get away? What about this ceiling glass of mine, and my lamp? Just as the fat Taoist priest finished saying these words, all the tables and chairs inside the entire cafeteria shattered into a pile of crumbs in response to the sound. And the table? The fat Taoist asked with a straight face. Old heavenly master, you can't indulge them too much. That fat Taoist priest is a solid heart. He believed whatever the old celestial master said, not thinking about anything else at all. The old heavenly master turned his head and gave him a smiling look. Of course I'm paying for it. Of course I'll be in charge of rebuilding it. Hurry up and call downstairs to get someone to come up and help. The fat Taoist priest gave the old heavenly master a clueless look, his eyes clear and stupid. Yes, no problem. This is too stinky. Zhao Ling has been repeatedly washed 3 times, but with a cleanliness fetish he still felt a bit unbearable. Sitting in his room and kept spitting. That Zhang Chulan is really cruel. Shoes cannot be wanted, right? Zhang Chulan sat right across from Zhao Ling, with a sincere smile on his face. Speaking of which, I didn't do anything. I just shoved my shoe into someone's ass shoal. You don't know what kind of stench I got inside that boundary, lol? However, Feng Baobao looked at Zhang Chulan in a serious manner, and even came a little closer. Only just as she got closer, Feng Baobao quickly backed away, and expressionlessly took out a new bottle of perfume from within her own hand. Zhang Chulan had a bad premonition. Sister Bauer, don't spray it. You've sprayed me with more than a dozen bottles of this. The flavor is all weird. A dozen or so bottles didn't manage to get rid of that stench on you. Were you sure you took a careful and serious shower just now? Feng Baobao asked with a face full of confusion. Or did the few minutes you spent inside that boundary completely marinate you into the smell? Song Yuan actually believed in the latter more as well. It's all acting like it's marinated in flavor. Song Yuan replied carefully from the side. It should just be pickled into the flavor. The perfume doesn't work. And this dozen kinds of perfume mixed together. The taste is too strange. We should think of something else. Think of something else. Moreover, when Song Yuan said this, he even looked over in the direction of the others. Most people didn't dare to meet Song Yuan's eyes. In the end, Song Yuan locked onto Xiaoya's body. Well, at least she's a 9 heavenly mystical maiden. Name a solution that can solve the problem. Xiaoya froze, acting blank and ignorant. There are many ways to do this. If there's no other way, you can use Kunlun's immortal dew, a bottle of which can completely wash away the flavor, but it's very expensive. That just sounds like a bit of bull asterisk. The corner of Su Si's mouth twitched and he didn't say anything. It's just that Su San, who was on the side, really couldn't help himself. You can't keep saying that you're the 9 heavenly maiden. If you don't know, you still think that you've been possessed by something. You're now like one of those devilishly bewildered people who say that they're the Jade Emperor every day. Yaha said as she lost her seal in pain, and her whole body was bad. Still Kunlun's immortal dew. How dare you say that? Susan said with a speechless face, but I think the smell on Zhang Chulan's body is really too heavy. If there's no other way, tonight, I'll just give you a whole fragrant bath, and you'll put it aside to soak in it for the night. What do you mean? I'll soak in it for a night? Zhang Chulan pointed at his nose. Soak it for a night. I'm wrinkled on day 2, okay It seemed normal that Susan could come up with such a bad idea. That stinky king has finally been carried off the mountain, right? This was what Zhao Ling was most concerned about. We can rematch tomorrow. And the one I'm facing this time is very strange. There are a lot of souls in this person that I can feel, and most of them are lingering around the other person with a very unwilling feeling. When and, without even thinking, Song Yuan directly said the other party's name. It seems to be called that. Zhao Ling frowned. Song Yuan instantly became interested. You said it was him earlier. Don't worry, I will definitely go to your match tomorrow. Just kidding. Just want to see what kind of scene Wang and this guy meets the soul ferryman. Doesn't he like to rob people's souls? Didn't he also learn to detain spirits and send them around with a lot of powerful spirits? But when these spirits were facing the soul ferryman, then of course, there was only one end, to be collected in full by the Zhao Mandarin, and there was no fight at all. Why do I feel that you are vaguely excited? Zhao Ling had a feeling that he had been duped, pointing at Song Yuan and asking in confusion. This excited expression of yours is too strange. What exactly do you mean? Do you know this Wang End? Is it that he is very powerful? Is it that he's not a good fighter? Song Yuan has not yet had time to say anything, but instead Zhao Ling gave a whole excited, no. I have to check. This Wang End definitely have a problem. Song Yuan cried and laughed. Yes, there's definitely a problem. Check it out. Since everyone suffered a stinky fart attack yesterday, almost everyone stayed honestly in their dorms, either showering repeatedly or taking various aromatherapy scents to their bodies. So by the time the second day of the tournament rolled around, most people smelled really weird. Some people tried 4 or 5 perfumes on themselves in a row, and some of the more exaggerated ones, like Zhang Chulan, had even rebathed with an aromatherapy bath last night. Of course it wasn't as exaggerated as soaking all night, but it smelled so good that even when Song Yuan saw Zhang Chulan in the morning, he was almost smoked by him. This then led to a complete fermentation of everyone's flavor throughout the drill hall. Truth be told, the smell that makes one's head spin is no better than yesterday's stinky farts. Chapter 164, The Tornado. The old heavenly master did not anticipate such a situation either. When the stinky fart king appeared earlier, the entire martial arts arena smelled as if it had suddenly fallen into a cesspool, and this cesspool had suddenly exploded without any warning. So everyone is in the tank, and everyone can't stand still when they smell that odor. However, everyone now had perfume on them, and the smell of these perfumes mixed together, and this smell was slowly fermenting, and at the very beginning, the entire martial arts arena could not feel it. However, at the later stage, the entire martial arts arena was permeated with such a smell on top of it. The smell mixed together wasn't good, and it even smoked Zhao Ling at first. No, is this even a fight? Why do I feel like everyone smells weird? Seeing the appearance of the entire martial arts arena, the old heavenly master suddenly roared at everyone in a breathless and extremely loud voice. All of you, hold on tight. After saying this, that heavenly master stomped his foot slightly. From behind the old celestial master, a water dragon made by a strange spell suddenly appeared. That water dragon directly crossed over the old heavenly master's shoulder and rushed towards the center of the martial arts arena. And in a flash, a water dragon tornado appeared in the middle of the entire arena. Moreover, that water dragon tornado carried a huge wind on top of it, and for a moment, it almost swept Zhao Ling out. Zhao Ling had a death grip on the railing next to him, so that the whole person didn't float out, but he was clearly able to see that the odor on everyone was swept up by that huge tornado. Even that water tornado was transparent at first, but after mixing those messy flavors, the color of the water tornado turned into a dark curry. It looked good at first, but over time it looked like a pile of. There was something ugly about everyone's faces, but the smell of them and all sorts of scents were all taken away by that strange water tornado. It probably only lasted for about 2 minutes or so before the water tornado turned into a real dragon, carrying all sorts of scents and flavors, as well as the shoes of some people who had accidentally rolled in, and disappeared completely in mid-air, out of sight of the crowd. The tornado was gone and everyone felt like they could stand, but the smell seems to be gone from the body as well. There's no flavor to anything. After the old heavenly master had finished this matter, he hid his wort deep in his heart, but as he resumed sitting on top of his seat, Tian Jinzhong next to him looked up and asked very sincerely, "Senior brother, where did you throw that dragon scroll?" The old celestial master had felt that this hand was able to put on a good show in front of the children, but he didn't expect senior brother Tian to ask such a sentence. "The back of Longhu Mountain," replied the old celestial master as a matter of course. "Senior brother." Tian Jinzhong's face was unsightly. "Isn't the back mountain of Longhu Mountain the range of Longhu Mountain? In the future, are we not allowed to have this back mountain? It shouldn't be that bad, right?" The old celestial master frowned and said, "It's just that the smell of the back of the mountain is a little bit hard to smell, but our back of the mountain has such a large area, it should be able to dissipate the smell of the smell in there, right?" The old celestial master wasn't so sure. There was no time to observe at this moment. However, what he does not know is that has been lurking in the back of the mountain of Longhu Mountain, the whole sex of the Forjiang crazy that is considered to be bad luck. Watching a water dragon fall from the sky, there is no way for all of them to hide. It just so happened that the 4 of them were still playing mahjong in the back of Lungfu Shan, and that water dragon was slamming down directly at their mahjong table, and all 4 of them were drenched, and it was also wrapped in the strange flavor inside the water hose. Xia he couldn't dodge, and happened to be smashed right in the face, and she was able to smell the strange smell on her body, and at that time, Xia he almost threw up. Those Taoist priests from Longhu Mountain. So strange? What kind of sewage is this? Is this hardly the sewage inside the toilet? Hearing this, Thundersmoke Ken and Gao Ning froze. Don't talk nonsense. This flavor. This flavor. Penetrating poison sinus plum usual performance are very elegant, but at this time it really couldn't help but vomit furiously. It felt like I was covered in such flavors that I couldn't break free. Let's just go take a shower. There's no way today will end anyway. We'd better do it on the day it ends. Shaha dropped such a sentence with an ugly face, turned around and left. It felt like the smell on my body was really varied, like perfume and more like the inside of a cesspool. After all, this is a strange blend of many perfumes, and it's normal to smell like a cesspool. After all, there are too many scents mixed in. After removing the flavor, it was a clear sky across the entire martial arts arena. Song Yuan was very interested in Zhao Ling's next match, so he specifically sat behind Zhao Ling's position and just quietly watched him. You have to cheer up, Zhao Ling. Can he hear you when you speak so quietly? Zheng Chulan was still wearing the same pair of shoes from yesterday at this time, standing right next to Song Yuan. However, Zheng Chulan didn't have a strange smell on him anymore, except that he had lost one of his shoes from yesterday's iconic one that wiped the stinky fart king's fart *s, presumably for the old celestial master to roll away with a special technique. Are you dressed so casually because you don't have a game today? Not even a replacement shoe on your foot? That said, if I were you, I wouldn't even want these shoes. Song Yuan was really unable to resist spitting. Feng Baobao also nodded beside her. Later on, we will go down the mountain to accompany you to buy a pair. I don't have a problem with that. I'll wear slippers. Zhang Chulan's sense of stealing was particularly heavy. Say, what exactly is the strength of that Zhao Ling from your team? Can he beat Wang End? That's one of the 8 strange techniques. Song Yuan was very confident. Don't worry, I can beat it casually. Feng Xingtong, after all, also knew how to restrain spirits and dispatch generals. And they, the Feng family, would evaluate each player to a certain extent? This person is not easy to deal with. The spirit detaining dispenser is the greatest among the 8 wonders. And I can say this, no one is able to beat him. Song Yuan glanced at him. You are quite good at putting gold on your face. Xia Dongqing was confused. But wasn't Feng Xingtong talking about Wang Zhang? You and he should possess the same 8 strange techniques. Su Si had also checked Wang and knew it like the back of his hand. But I find it strange here. How on earth did the other Wang family learn the 8 strange techniques you have here? Feng Xingtong, however, shook his head. Not quite sure. Maybe you guys think that what's his name 8 wonders technique seems like it's pretty impressive. Xiaoya smiled with contempt. But I don't think it's very good. Especially, since his opponent is still Zhao Ling. Xiaoya was simply full of confidence in Zhao Ling, believing that Zhao Ling would be able to handle everything. Chapter 165, Zhao Ling vs. Wang He. Su Si didn't know exactly where Song Yuan and the others' confidence in Zhao Ling came from, but they still watched the match honestly. A smile appeared on Zhao Ling's face as he looked fixedly at Wang Xiang in front of him. Make your move. He had been able to sense the unusual aura on Wang and, to put it bluntly, the other party seemed to have captured quite a few souls. As a soul ferryman, the most hated are of course those who are against the hell of the gang, the king and captive souls, which is completely provocative of the hell of the world. And the king standing opposite Zhao Ling's face is also very ugly. He is not want to make a move, but those souls he detained, now actually one by one shivering in the middle of his sea of consciousness. None of them want to come out. It was as if the person across the street was some kind of flooding beast. This was also the first time that Wang An had encountered this situation, not even able to understand it at all. Get out. Wang An tried many times without being able to call the soul out, and finally got really anxious and pinched several spells in a row. Dazzling, and even when the other party pinched the last spell, it could be clearly seen that the other party's hands seemed to be covered with red color. It was as if something was about to jump out of his hand. Very scary. Wang An also had an ugly face. Get out. After he said that, a black soul rolled in midair, after which it appeared directly in front of Zhao Ling, and that soul looked very shriveled. They all seemed to be able to see this thing. Xia Dongqing was stunned. That soul's body possessed a black aura that wrapped around that entire soul like a ribbon. Yeah, I can see it too. Isn't this detaining spirits and dispatching generals? Legend has it that the Wang family also knows how to do it, and the Wind family also has it. When Su Si said this, he even tilted the potato chips in his hand, towards Xia Dongqing's direction. Eat it or not? Xia Dongqing incidentally took out a piece of potato chip and clicked it. Next to him Feng Xingtong actually had a somewhat less than favorable expression on his face when he saw Wang An cast the legendary detaining spirit dispatching general. He couldn't figure out why he was able to see it on someone from the Wang clan when it was clearly the Wind clan's mastery. However, Feng Xingtong subconsciously looked towards his father's direction. However, his father only nodded in Windstar Tong's direction. Didn't say much about it. It seems that this matter is clear even to the father. Let's find King and ask what's going on afterward. That's a ghost. Unexpectedly, Feng Xingtong didn't lash out. Instead, Xia Dongqing next to him was full of unbelief. You guys can actually see ghosts. Do you guys have yin and yang eyes too? Su San almost laughed in anger. We grow eyes, but we are not blind. Can't you see the air on Wang An? You mean black as a ribbon? Xia Dongqing's eyes were not blind, and by virtue of Qi Yu's eyes, he was also able to see something. Looks like you have the talent to cultivate air? Su Si's eyes were glowing. Do you want to come to our company? Feng Baobao directly slapped Su Si's head. Don't talk nonsense. People are following my boss. Song Yuan, listening to that crisp slap, all felt that the current Su Si should have his head buzzing as he cried and laughed on the side. The person Xia Dongqing is following is Zhao Ling. It has nothing to do with me. But then again, Zhao Ling will definitely not let you take Xia Dongqing away. I won't agree either. Xiaoya said with a stern face. Xia Dongqing is very important to us. No one can snatch him away. If you have any crooked thoughts, I advise you to better put them down. How could Su Si not expect Xiaoya to actually lash out? This incident doesn't seem to have anything to do with Xiaoya. I didn't realize this guy had a pretty white pipe. Seeing that soul tied up with a black ribbon, especially Wang An behind the ghost, Zhao Ling was like crazy at this time and kept whipping the ghost with a whip. What's your situation in the end? I told you to get on. Can't you understand my words? That ghost was still floating in midair, and there were even bean-sized tears on his face that kept falling down. And the sound of that ghost's ghostly cries were already ringing in Zhao Ling's ears. Totally bawling. Actually, crying like a 200-pound baby. The noise makes your brain hurt. If you cry again, I'll shoot you. Zhao Ling's brain was buzzing from the noise, and he really had no choice but to directly take out his gun, aiming it at the ghost in direct threat. And that ghost also froze. How did he not expect Zhao Ling to directly strike? He managed to stop crying, then tugged on that black ribbon on his body again. Looking at Zhao Ling pitifully, Zhao Ling he wasn't a completely unsympathetic person, and seeing this scene was too much to bear. He went forward and grabbed the black ribbon that was tied to the ghost. As soon as Zhao Ling grabbed that black ribbon, the opposite Wang An's face became very ugly. No, it's not right. Although that black ribbon was something that Wang Nam's heir had manifested, all the spirits that he had summoned basically had it. However, when that thing was held in Zhao Ling's hand, Wang An had the feeling that he was being manipulated. Before he could say anything, the Zhao Mandarin over there then ripped all the black ribbons that were tied above the ghost in 3 tries. Song Yuan still felt that this action of Zhao Ling's was abrasive. Obviously, he could just go up and rip off the bandages on the ghost, and once those black ribbons were ripped off, there was no way for Wang An to continue controlling that ghost. It can be perfect for the ghost to turn right back on itself. In that case, the ghost could help Zhao Ling to deal with Wang Jin. There's a lot of wrongdoing in this kid. He's a mentally challenged person himself. Zhao Ling could completely take away the souls from the other party, and then use those souls to deal with Wang Jin, definitely making Wang Jin's life worse than death. However, Zhao Ling actually grinded until now. Song Yuan commented, "The speed is too slow. I thought at first that this bastard was going to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger or a cat to catch a rat. He himself likes to tease his opponents like that. Now I realize that this bastard is actually pure dish. Vegetable?" Su Si's face was filled with shock. "If you think this is dish, then what isn't? Big brother, he can directly rip off Wang An's heir. How the hell did he do that? Is he still human?" Zhao Ling only showed a small hand. The result gave Su Si and Su San an absolute shock. Feng Baobao kept mimicking Zhao Ling's movements. "I always feel like I can too." Su Si was afraid that Feng Baobao would mess up the gong method. "How can this be? Sister Bauer, don't think about it. How's that for messing around with figuring it out? Have you forgotten about my Awei Type 18? Feng Baobao was very unhappy with Su Si's words. Su Si was completely speechless. However, soon Su Si felt a murderous aura behind him. He looked towards Su San's direction with a stiff face. Su San narrowed his eyes and tilted his head. Awesome 18 styles? Chapter 166, Questioning. Bai Jianchu had never had much of a presence, but at this moment, she had already ended one of her opponents and was walking over in Song Yuan's direction. Song Yuan was not worried about Bai Jianchu at all. For Bai Jianchu, that previous opponent was at most an appetizer. No big deal. Maybe it was casually dispatched. It took a total of 3 minutes. When Bai Jianchu came up, she even reported back to Song Yuan, "Boss, wasn't I great?" Song Yuan gave Bai Jianchu a thumbs up. "Awesome." Zhang Chulin's face was a bit ugly. "But sister, you'll have to face me in the next match." Bai Jianchu glanced at Song Yuan, who nodded. "We had an agreement before, to water down the whole thing and let Zhang Chulan take the top spot." Su Si happened to be unable to withstand Su San's death stare as well, so Su Si immediately changed the topic. Yes, we've already agreed on this before. The fees have all been paid. Naturally I won't go back on my word. Song Yuan glanced at Bai Jianchu. "When you fight Zhang Chulan in the next match, you can just let go of the water and let the other side pass. That being said, if the two of you are going to fight it'll be like the next round. Do you want to make up a script before that and put on a play or something?" Bai Fianchu nodded with a face full of seriousness. "You have a point. It is necessary for us to do so. No need, right? Won't you just naturally let me have it when the time comes?" Zhang Chulan asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Bai Fianchu moved her wrist, and the sound of crackling knuckles rang out. "It's still necessary. Otherwise I'm afraid of beating you to death directly." Zhang Chulin's face didn't look too good. "Your joke is not funny at all." Bai Jianchu was full of seriousness. "But I'm not joking with you either." However, just as they were chatting and farting, they heard a king and sharp popping sound erupt from the top of Zhao Ling's ring, and only then did all of them put their attention on Zhao Ling again, only to see that there were many souls floating between the two of them, about 13 or 14 of them. It was only that the chains, or all sorts of restraints, on these souls were completely gone. All of these things had been cut off by Zhao Ling, and all of these things had disappeared, and all of the ghosts had all gained their freedom. Only that all these ghosts saw Zhao Ling as their only salvation. They lay on their sides or floated around Zhao Ling. Some of the ghosts were even obviously of animals. It was a good big snake. There were also quite a few people from the Exuma family within the spectators, and they were all dumbfounded at this scene. That's a big snake. Such a proud boa constrictor, trapped in the hands of Wang Jin like this? Is it worth it? This can be all my hard work to find. You actually with me. With me after cutting off the connection is not dissipated. How is it possible? What the hell are you a thing? You know our Wang family's spirit of detaining and dispatching generals? Or are you not a human being? You are a spirit. Wang An furiously pointed at Zhao Ling. However, Zhao Ling didn't care about that. He was able to rip the chains or black ribbons off the ghosts. That was because he was a soul ferryman. Those so-called bindings, the so-called heir, couldn't even carry a shot from Zhao Ling. These restraints were mercilessly thrown to the ground after being ripped off those ghosts' bodies by Zhao Ling, and then Zhao Ling fired many more shots. Eventually those things slowly dissipated as if they had never existed at all. It was only then that Zhao Ling finally stopped, and all the spirits regained their freedom. And when these souls regained their freedom, they could not dissipate at all. And even these souls looked more spirited than just now, with no sign of atrophy at all. It was also floating directly beside Zhao Ling. However, Zhao Ling on this side didn't give a damn about the other side. I said, "What are you all standing there for? You guys are now free. I've helped you break the contract, but the key question is that you have to follow me back to hell. Are you willing to do that? If you guys are willing, then give me a hard beating." Zhao Ling pointed at Wang Yan in the distance, and his speech was also extremely cruel. This person actually dares to snatch souls from me. Especially there are also demon souls. Do you know what I do for a living? Zhao Ling on this side was still cursing. Those souls that were detached from Wang Yan, as if they were crazy, pounced in the direction of Wang Yan, who at this time had no power to resist, kept screaming. Some of the ghosts even gnawed him so bloody that there wasn't a single piece of good flesh on his body. In the end, Wang Yan just couldn't take it anymore and jumped directly off the top of the platform. Jumping off the top of the ring means admitting defeat. The Taoist priests watching from the side didn't expect the Zhao Mandarin in front of them to be so fierce. That's a ghost, ah. That's the Wang family's spirit detaining dispenser, ah. It's a miracle that Zhao Mandarin was able to free these souls when they were trapped by one of the 8 strange techniques. It's simply a miracle. It's just not going to happen. Numerous people on the stage whispered, and there were even quite a few who had already started cursing. What's the situation? Did this Wang family spirit detaining dispatch general simply not understand it when he learned it back then? I've said it before. How can there be 2 clans in this world that have the same 8 strange techniques? So one side is definitely a fake. And judging from this current state of affairs then, the Wang family spirit detaining and dispatching general is 80% a fake. If it's true, how could those ghosts get out of control so easily? If it's true, then those ghosts should have gone up in smoke when they got out of control. But all of them actually survived. It's really strange. In fact, I've always felt that this Zhao Ling is a bit strange. I've heard that he seems to be a soul ferryman. Have you guys heard of this profession? Isn't a soul ferryman an impermanent, or ox head, horseface, or the god of death? Call it whatever you want, but he walks the earth, which we are all able to see, so he should be a young impermanent. It's so strange. It's the first time I've seen such a phenomenon. The Wang family has lost all of its face. I thought Wang Yan had gotten deep into the essence of the Wang family, but this is how it turned out. Wang Yan originally made a screaming sound inside his mouth, not wanting to recognize this result at all, but those spirits kept still tearing his body, and there was not a single piece of good flesh on his body as he cried loudly. He also heard those on the side whispering, and he wanted to retort, but he couldn't say a word. When he opened his mouth, those ghosts actually used their hands to dig out his mouth. All he could do was roll around on the ground holding his head, weak, pathetic and helpless. Chapter 167, we're in for a treat. Zhao Ling looked at his pitiful appearance and couldn't help but slowly approach and said with a smile, "How does it feel? You could have just beaten and scolded all these ghosts before. They are just attaching all the harm they have suffered to you." The Taoist priest next to him had already declared Zhao Ling's victory as the referee, even though he also looked down on Wang Yan because most of those spirits that Wang Yan had summoned were able to see with the naked eye that they had been mistreated. The soul is one of the necessary links to detaining the spirit and dispatching the generals. Then since it is a necessary link, it should be treated properly, not as it is now, either beaten or scolded. Now that Wang Yan was being beaten up by these spirits, the referee was looking pretty cool, but at this time of the year he also had to say, "Enough, don't you dare to get someone killed." Well, at least it's the Wang family, really died at Lungfu Shan. Wang Jia would not only pursue Zhao Ling's responsibility, but it was expected that even Longhu Mountain would not be able to get any favors. Zhao Ling snapped his fingers. Those spirits then honestly followed behind Zhao Ling, even including that big snake. Zhao Ling was happy this time, leading this series of ghosts, smilingly said, "You guys come back to the dormitory with me right now. I'll supernaturalize you. This thing is sent directly back to the hell. Then I don't know how much merit I'll have to lose. Bringing it directly back to the dormitory to supernaturalize it is the best solution." That's not a bad thing to say. So Zhao Mandarin left with all the ghosts in a beautiful manner, and Xiaoya looked at him in that direction with a shocked face, and asked in confusion, "So he wanted to take them straight back to the overworld?" Song Yuan didn't even raise his eyelids. "Yes, right. When will Wang Yuyat and Zhuge Cheng fight? Seems like the next one is." Su San didn't care about that, but about Zhao Ling, say, "Didn't you guys say that Zhao Ling is a soul ferryman?" Soul ferryman is a Yang Wu Chang. In the end this guy is working for the hell. But how can he transcend all these souls? Transcending would have nothing to do with hell. I didn't realize that Su San actually knew this. Xiaoya stood up at that moment. Also on fire? No, I have to go check it out. Song Yuan stopped her. That's a soul that Zhao Ling got with great difficulty. He wants to go to the overworld. All the merits of course belong to him. What does it have to do with you? You're not planning to get a piece of the pie, are you? Not to mention. That's what Yaha thought. And Xiaoya was very unconvinced after hearing Song Yuan's words. But I also want to get some merit. The Wang clan and the people from the Feng clan will detain spirits and dispatch generals. So look for them to get together. Song Yuan pointed at Feng Xingtong. Feng Xingtong immediately had a feeling of being stared at by a hungry wolf. Feng Xingtong's whole body was bad. These souls, that can be all collected by me little by little. And I am very good to those souls of mine. And it is not the kind of thing that will mistreat them. Originally, Feng Xingtong was still thinking of looking for Wang and asking about the matter of detaining spirits and dispatching generals. But he didn't expect that this fire had actually burned on his body somehow. Our Wind family, there is absolutely no way we would treat our partners like this. Feng Xingtong's entire body went bad. Sister, don't you know me yet? We had a good chat before. Although Xiaoya, a girl who seemed a bit of a psychopath, introduced herself by actually saying her screen name. She said that she was the 9 Heavenly Mysteries, but for some reason, the current Feng Xingtong really felt that Xiaoya had a very special aura about her, as if she could see through everything, as if she knew everything. After Feng Xingtong said these words, she suddenly grabbed her cell phone. Hello, Pops, I'll come to your place right away. After saying that, Feng Xingtong ran away on the soles of his feet. Xiaoya narrowed her eyes and stared at the direction he had left. Then Xiaoya, confused, looked at Song Yuan next to her. You also know that souls can do a lot of things. Isn't it not good for them to grab souls like this to become their own fighting force? First of all, what about the souls they captured? If they're happy to do so and willing to follow them in doing so, I don't think it should be possible to say that even if you want to take them away, right? After all, you can only transcend. Song Yuan reminded Xiaoya. Sayaka froze because she had never thought of it in that light. But I gave them freedom. But if those ghosts feel that it's more enjoyable to stay beside the Windstar Tong body, and they don't want to be free, nor do they want to be reincarnated, Song Yuan said with a faint expression, then do you think that if you make another move, and you have to send them away, will you be able to do so? Can you succeed in transcending them? After Song Yuan finished this sentence, he reminded again, don't forget that right now. Your ability to use Buddhist scriptures to transcend is fundamentally inferior to Zhao Ling's, and every time you go to transcend you use physical transcendence, live, and beat the other party to the point where they have to agree. So there's no way for you to transcend away those souls beside Feng Xingtong. Of course, if you can find out the same as Wang and that kind of abusive souls of the foreigners, feel free to make a move. You'll surely be able to send the souls away directly. There was absolutely nothing wrong with Song Yuan saying that either. Xiaoya pondered carefully, and her eyes instantly lit up. What you said makes sense. The Wang family is definitely not just Wang and one. Then there must be others. I'm going to look for them now. Because Wang An was carried away by the people of the Wang family, so Xiaoya can quickly find the location of the Wang family. Song Yuan is not worried about Xiaoya's safety at all. If this goods really cannot fight, the big deal is to go back to Kunlun. Well, it was understandable that 9 heavenly creatures couldn't beat Bai Suzhen. If the 9 heavenly mysteries couldn't beat an ordinary person, that would be a disgrace, and Song Yuan wouldn't go fishing for someone anyway, even though the rest of the people here are inhumans. So what? It's no big deal. In the presence of the 9 heavenly mysteries, it was a punch that dried up one, as long as she's fed. Su Si and Su San were filled with shock as they watched Feng Xingtong run away just like that, and then they saw Xiaoya chasing after them directly in the direction of the Wang family. To be honest, Su Si was a bit worried. Are you really not afraid of anything happening to her? Nothing should happen. Although Su Si said this to Song Yuan, it was Bai Jianshu who answered this question. That person is very powerful. If something really happened, it would be too embarrassing. Even Bai Fianshu thought so. Su San was completely speechless. No, you guys will only feel ashamed if something happens. Won't you go save her? Xia Dongqing added from the side. There's no need to save her. She's very powerful. She's the 9 heavenly mysteries. Su San and Su Si looked at each other. What they saw in each other's eyes was speechless. Su San sincerely asked, but 9 heavenly Xian knew, but it's just a screen name ah? Do you guys really think that she is the real 9 heavenly mysteries? Song Yuan nodded his head in a serious manner. She really is ah. How come no one believes in telling the truth these days? As she was talking, she suddenly heard from below the words of Xia, powerful. Song Yuan immediately sat up straight. There was fun to be had.